It was a scorching July day, the sun blazing overhead, threatening to scorch the earth. In a school classroom, a teacher was solemnly lecturing. Suddenly, a faint, strange laugh echoed from the corner of the classroom. The laughter was particularly jarring in the silent classroom. The bald head teacher's eyes darkened. He flung the chalk in his hand, and it flew toward the seat at the end of the class as if it had eyes. A handsome black-haired young man was hit and was asked to stand up as punishment. Wei Chi stood up strangely, silently looking down at the textbook on the table. Looking at the textbook on his desk, Wei Chi sighed silently, a trace of helplessness on his face. He hadn't been smiling awkwardly in class on purpose. The ball on the blackboard had actually triggered memories of his past life. In fact, Wei Chi is a time traveler. He has been traveling from Earth to Tianxian Star for 18 years. As a time traveler, Wei Chi is no different from ordinary people except that he looks a little more handsome. As he grew up, Wei Chi tried various gestures to summon the system, the dragon, or the old man in the necklace. Unfortunately, all failed. As time passed, Wei Chi began to accept that he was just an ordinary person, not the protagonist. The bald Banran glanced at Wei Chi, who was standing in the corner as punishment, and whispered, "Wei Chi, how many categories are there for the basic attributes of Tianxian Star's spiritual power? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice." "Well, sit down." Wei Chi was able to sit down. Wei Chi has come to accept the fact that Tianxian Star is a world of beast control. 5,000 years ago, the world underwent a dramatic transformation, and spiritual energy revived. Suddenly, a transcendent power emerged from Tianxian Star, spiritual energy. It enables all creatures on Tianxian Star to gain the ability to continuously evolve, and intelligent life can be born in all kinds of objects. Tianxian Star has since entered an era of turmoil. When humanity's survival was at stake, the goddess of hope descended from the heavens and bestowed upon humanity the ability to control spirit beasts. Since then, every adult has been able to use spirit crystals to activate their inner beast-controlling talents and create a space for them to control. This allows them to summon their sealed zodiac beasts. These individuals are called beast tamers. After class, as the bald teacher left, the students around them looked at a giant pillar on the playground and began to discuss it. This pillar is used to test beast taming talent, and tomorrow is the important beast taming awakening ceremony in this world. Wei Chi looked at the hopeful faces of his classmates and felt his heart aching, praying that he would be able to become a powerful beast tamer. At this moment, Wei Chi's deskmate, a sweet-looking, slightly shorter girl, tilted her head and asked, "Wei Chi, you're graduating tomorrow. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner." "Sorry, I have something to do tonight. Let's talk next time." Xiaomei pouted in dissatisfaction when she heard Wei Chi reject her without hesitation. Wei Chi calmly left the campus with his hands in his pockets. Life after crossing over was relatively dull. Even if he couldn't become a Beastmaster tomorrow, Wei Chi wouldn't be in any trouble. At worst, he could find a job as a security guard after graduation and live like he did in his previous life. Wei Chi had unknowingly walked away from the school, passing through an alley. "Wei Chi," someone called him. Wei Chi turned around slowly, his face puzzled. He saw 3 young men with hair the color of traffic lights approaching. "Wei Chi, it's really not easy for us to find you." Wei Chi's brows, which had been relaxed, gradually furrowed. The leader of the trio was Ma Chong. Ma Chong had a crush on Wei Chi's deskmate Xiaomei, so he often threatened Wei Chi not to talk to her. Looking at Ma Chong's unfriendly expression, Wei Chi smiled calmly. "Hey, isn't this Brother Chong?" Ma Chong shook his head, thinking he was having an epileptic seizure. "Did I ever tell you to stay away from Xiaomei?" Wei Chi spread his hands. "Xiaomei took the initiative to talk to me. I can't just remain silent, right?" Ma Chong was a little anxious because Xiaomei always seemed to be indifferent to him. Wei Chi smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chong, stop being a bootlicker. There is no future for bootlickers." Ma Chong widened his eyes and said, "Nonsense, Xiaomei just likes me. You are the bootlicker." At this moment, Ma Chong's cell phone suddenly rang. Ma Chong's expression became increasingly grim. After hanging up the phone, he chased Wei Chi again. "Wei Chi, lend me some money first." Wei Chi didn't want to have a direct conflict with Ma Chong and the others, but that didn't mean he was someone who would allow others to bully him. Wei Chi stopped and said with a smile, "Brother Chong, you know me. My wallet is cleaner than my face. There's nothing I can do to help you." Ma Chong had already concluded that there was nothing he could do to get more out of Wei Chi. At this time, the green-haired guy next to Ma Chong whispered, "Brother Chong, you have been fooled by this guy. I saw him working in a wealthy pet shop." Wei Chi trembled slightly after hearing this, and his brows frowned involuntarily. After hearing this, the flesh on Ma Chong's face twitched. Wei Qi, we are brothers. Lend me some money. Wei Qi shook his head. Fuck. Are you still pretending? The yellow-haired man cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap Wei Qi's face hard. However, Wei Qi was already prepared. He quickly rushed to Ma Chong and ripped his hair off. Ma Chong was caught off guard and let out a heartbreaking wail. Then, green hair slap landed squarely on Ma Chong's face. Huh. A crisp slapping sound rang out. Enraged, Ma Chong opened his fists and feet, striking Wei Qi in the face. A melee ensued between the four of them. Wei Qi wasn't a martial arts expert, and 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands, let alone the opponent's 6 arms. Soon, several size 42 gray shoe prints were left on his clothes. Being surrounded and beaten, Wei Qi bit Ma Chong tightly and fought back desperately. Although he was attacked from many sides, he still focused on attacking Ma Chong. Green-haired and yellow-haired were frightened by Wei Qi's madness. They just wanted some money, but they had no idea Wei Qi was risking his life. Bang! Wei Qi delivered an uppercut, knocking Ma Chong unconscious. Get out. This guy's crazy. Watching the 3 people flee, Wei Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and left the chaotic alley. The general urban area of Pegasus City is divided into 3 areas: the main area, the civilian area, and the slum area. Wei Qi's home is located in the civilian public rental area of Pegasus City. Most of the people living here are ordinary people without the talent for beast taming and rely on part-time jobs to make a living. The public housing was small, with only a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The house was completely empty. Wei Qi wasn't originally from Pegasus City. He'd originally lived in Tiange City. 2.5 years ago, Tiange City was attacked by a massive monster, and Wei Qi lost nearly everything. Fortunately, he was rescued from the ruins by a stunningly beautiful woman named Lu Suyu. She was both wealthy and beautiful. It was said that she was the mistress of a certain tycoon in Tiange City. With Lu Suyu's help, Wei Qi successfully arrived in Pegasus City and obtained residency in the civilian area. Otherwise, Wei Qi might have died in the ruins or disappeared in an alley in the slums. Lu Suyu had always been kind to Wei Qi, not only helping him gain a foothold in Pegasus City, but also providing him with a well-paying job. Because of this, Wei Qi was able to save 500,000 yuan in 2.5 years. With this 500,000 yuan base, Wei Qi's options became more diverse. If he is lucky enough to summon a powerful beast tomorrow, he will invest this money in the beast. If he is unlucky and fails to become a Beastmaster, then this deposit can at least guarantee his temporary living. Wei Qi walked into the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and began to apply the medicine. He muttered, "If I'm lucky enough to become a Beastmaster tomorrow, I'll definitely give them a taste of my own medicine." Hiss. That hurts. Injured in a fight, Wei Qi called Lu Suyu to ask for leave. Given Sister Lu's personality, if she knew Wei Qi was injured, she would definitely take him to the hospital for a checkup. Wei Qi didn't want to trouble her, so she lied. "Hello, Sister Lu? I'm Wei Qi. I have to attend the National Awakening ceremony tomorrow, so I won't be helping out today." A gentle, royal voice came over the phone. "Xiao Qi. Well, get some rest tonight. Good luck in the awakening ceremony tomorrow." "Well, thank you, Sister Lu." The image of Lu Suyu's mature and charming figure involuntarily emerged in his mind. Who wouldn't like a mature, beautiful, gentle older sister who was willing to spend money on you? Wei Qi, what are you thinking? Sister Lu has been so kind to you, and you actually have such thoughts? Wei Qi washed his face with cold water to calm himself down. Feeling a bit under the weather today, Wei Qi washed up early and tucked into bed. Lying in bed, gazing at the bright moon outside the window, Wei Qi couldn't help but feel a flicker of worry. If anyone in the traffic light trio got lucky enough to become a beast tamer, the days ahead would be tough. After all, Ma Chong's face was swollen like a pig's head. God, I've been unlucky for 18 years. Things change, and tomorrow should be my turn for good, right? Wei Qi quickly fell asleep from exhaustion. At midnight, a flash of silver lightning suddenly streaked across the night sky. It silently penetrated the roof, precisely targeting Wei Qi's chest as he slept, and burrowed deep into his body. The crystal necklace on Wei Qi's chest gleamed with a golden light. It was a gift from his mother on his 16th birthday. In his sleep, Wei Qi was unaware of the abnormality. He was having a pleasant dream. In his dream, Wei Qi had achieved some success, becoming a Beastmaster. Not only that, he also successfully got together with Sister Lu, and there was also a majestic 6-tailed fox by his side. Money, power, status, and beautiful women, he got it all. The next morning, the alarm on her phone rang. Wei Qi opened her eyes, and the beautiful memories of her dream quickly faded. While washing up, she took a moment to examine her wound. Sure enough, it's healing quickly, she muttered to herself as she looked in the mirror. Wei Qi had always had an exceptionally strong ability to recover. Even minor injuries could be completely healed after a night's rest. Changing into a black jacket and jeans, Wei Qi grabbed some bread and milk and quickly left the house. On the way to school, Wei Qi couldn't help but imagine what kind of spirit beast his natal beast would be. It would be great if it was a beautiful and adorable big white fox. It would be fun to grab its tail and playfully tease it. The gates of Pegasus No. 5 Middle School were thronged with students and parents. Beast Tamer Awakening, like the college entrance exam on Earth, was a crucial opportunity for ordinary people to change their destiny. Flame Unicorn? So cool. Riding a BMW like this to fight on the battlefield is the romance of a man. Various luxury cars and majestic pets attracted Wei Qi's attention. A woman dressed as a noblewoman sobbed and advised, Xiao Rui, listen to your mother's advice. Don't become a crappy Beastmaster. Your father went to fight beasts in disaster relief and never came back. Do you have the heart to abandon your mother? Xiao Rui responded angrily. The happy life in the city is just a false prosperity. We humans are nothing more than slaves raised by the monsters. I will drive them all away without a single one left and avenge my father. 5,000 years ago, a global catastrophe caused the area of Tianxian Star to expand several times, giving rise to a variety of races, including the monster tribe, the orc tribe, the elves tribe, the demon tribe, the bobo tribe, etc. Outside the human cities, there are ferocious and bloodthirsty monsters everywhere. According to some authoritative experts, every 10 years or so, war breaks out between races over resource plunder. For example, elves capture human males and use their life essence to reproduce, while demons seize opportunities to attack other cities and expand their territory. Less intelligent orcs delight in plundering dwarven cities, seizing their wisdom. The largest demonic beasts indiscriminately attack all races. Furthermore, human nations wage internal wars over resources. In a sense, urban life is indeed a false prosperity. After entering the school gate, all the students of Pegasus No. 5 Middle School stood in the center of the playground, all looking toward the stands. There stood a massive, thick crystal column. The bright sunlight filtered through the crystal, refracting a dazzling array of colors. Everyone wants to be a Beastmaster. Becoming a Beastmaster means being a superior person with many privileges. These include obtaining residency in a prestigious area, waiting in line, tax breaks, outrageous loan amounts, and even the ability to openly maintain a harem. The paunchy principal began his rambling. The sweet-looking school beauty, tearfully choking back tears, expressed her love for school life. The dull and boring opening ceremony finally came to an end. I declare that the Talent Awakening Ceremony of Pegasus No. 5 Middle School has officially begun. The bald head teacher said patiently. The awakening ceremony is based on classes. We are Class 3, and it will be our turn soon. The noisy playground gradually quieted down. Lin Hao, the boy who was called, walked over to the crystal pillar. When his hand touched the crystal pillar, it immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Fire attribute. The principal looked at the runes on the crystal pillar and murmured, Lin Hao, fire attribute, SSS-Level beast taming talent, emergency healing. Lin Hao was overjoyed. He immediately connected with his inner beast control space and summoned his natal beast. A fiery red deer appeared out of thin air before everyone, looking adorable and charming. A low-grade rare blazing deer. Lin Hao's face froze. Why is it a deer? I was expecting a wolf. The homeroom teacher consoled him. What's wrong with the deer? If you can train it to Lord level, its enhanced size will be very powerful. The common grades on Tianxian Star are Common, Rare, Elite, General, Lord, Emperor, Epic, Legendary, Mythical, and Saint Slayer. Next, Chen Pinghai. It's Chen Pinghai from Class 1. He always ranks first in his studies. However, the crystal pillar showed no reaction. The principal's face froze, and he announced regretfully, Chen Pinghai, your awakening has failed. Lu De, awakening failed. Li Xiang, awakening failed. Pang Fei, awakening failed. The students touched the crystal pillars one after another. Only a few were lucky enough to awaken successfully, and the majority of the rest walked back to the end of the team with dejected expressions. Wei Qi watched all this with a sinking feeling in his heart. Judging from the current situation, the probability of a successful awakening seemed to be only 15. So far, no system or old man had contacted him. If he continued like this, he would be in trouble. Ma Chong, with gauze wrapped around his face and a limp, walked towards the crystal column. The principal asked with a strange look on his face, Did you get into a fight with someone again? No, I fell off the bed last night. Ma Chong said guiltily. Not long after, the crystal column flashed with emerald green light. Ma Chong, wind attribute, B-level beast taming talent. Beat hard. The principal frowned. Oh, B-level talent. Ma Chong's eyes burst into a glint of success. Ha, I'm a Beastmaster. I won't be bullied anymore. He endured the pain, struck a coquettish pose, and summoned his beast. A large, green-haired dog, grinning and looking a bit majestic, slowly walked out of the void. A low-level lord-level, fierce wind mastiff, the principal asked in surprise. Wei Qi was shocked. Is God playing a joke on me? How did Ma Chong summon a lord-level spirit pet? Chapter 4. Liang Shui. Ma Chong's B-level talent and lord-level pet instantly made him a prodigy in Pegasus City, putting him 70 ahead of his peers at the starting line. As he walked back to the group, the teachers and classmates around him praised his talent and pet, saying that his fire-attributed pet was extremely fast and, combined with his B-level talent, had extremely powerful output. Ma Chong puffed out his chest with pride, secretly delighted. He was destined to be a genius. Academics were not important at all. After all, he had the fierce wind mastiff, and the power of this spiritual pet was enough to represent everything. Then, the teacher called out the next name, Shen Miao. The students in the audience began to chatter. Finally, it's the turn of the campus beauty Shun. What talent will Shen Miao awaken? Her parents are both powerful beast masters. Shen Miao's parents were both beast masters, so it was almost certain that their child would inherit their talent, and her talent was destined to be extraordinary. Wei Qi watched Shen Miao standing on the stage, as if surrounded by stars, and felt a surge of emotion. Why are some people born with such favorable conditions, while others never even touch the threshold of their dreams throughout their lives? Shen Miao stood before the crystal pillar. The moment his hand touched it, a dazzling purple light shot straight into the sky. Everyone present was stunned. Even the experienced principal was stunned. This strange phenomenon from the sky. I'm afraid it's an SS-level talent. Look at that light. It should be thunder attribute. The students were shocked. How can Shen Miao's talent be so strong? The purple beam of light gradually dissipated. The principal stared at the runes on the crystal pillar with wide eyes and whispered, Shen Miao, thunder attribute, SS-level talent. Thunder. Thunder. All thunder attribute beasts gain a 50 damage bonus, and the probability of thunderstorms is doubled. The students, teachers, parents, and even the anchor next to them were all stunned. SS-level talent. What kind of monster is this? Thunder attribute pets already have a critical hit effect, and with the thunder, it's bound to sweep everything away. Shen Miao remained calm as she calmly summoned her natal beast. A purple fox appeared out of thin air on the stage, its 6 furry tails gleaming with lightning. Its fierce gaze was chilling. Mid-level epic. A 6-tailed song lay demon fox. The entire audience was once again stunned. Epic spirit pet. Shen Miao is simply the chosen one. Double S talent plus an epic spirit pet. He's practically God's favorite. The strongest spirit pet in history was the ancient Songlong dragon, owned by the Qin family in the royal capital. It was of legendary rank. Shen Miao's potential far exceeded that of ordinary people. Wei Qi looked at the fox demon, ablaze with purple lightning, filled with envy. If he could summon such a powerful pet, his life would be so different. After a long moment, it was finally Wei Qi's turn. Next, Wei Qi, the homeroom teacher, called out. Wei Qi took a deep breath, his heartbeat quickening as he nervously walked towards the crystal column. The moment his right hand touched the crystal pillar, a strange power spread from his chest, as if a small animal were beating in his heart. A burst of blue light followed, and the crystal pillar instantly illuminated. It's done. I succeeded. Wei Qi secretly rejoiced. The light gradually dissipated, and the principal looked at the runes on the crystal pillar and read, Wei Qi, Ice attribute, sea-level beast taming talent, projection. Projection uses spiritual energy to create illusionary projections to aid in combat. Although it was a C-rank talent, Wei Qi wasn't disappointed. Beast taming talents range from SSS to F rank, and a C-rank talent was considered quite good for the average person. Projection didn't possess the ability to directly attack the enemy, but with training, it could create useful tactical aids, such as projecting rocks to block vision or using projected grass to provide a jumping platform for a spirit pet. Wei Qi smiled faintly and rubbed his hands. For him, becoming a Beastmaster was already a great achievement. As for SSS-level talent, that kind of thing was only suitable for the protagonist of a novel, not for him. Summon your natal Beastmaster, the principal said. Wei Qi nodded, closed his eyes, and connected his mind with the Beastmaster space within his body. He called out, Call. A furry little fox flew down from the sky and landed safely in Wei Qi's arms. Its fur was as white as snow, its ears were pointed, and its plump tail swayed with every movement. Its bright eyes stared intently at Wei Qi. Wei Qi was delighted, thinking, "Oh, it really is a white fox." The little fox rubbed Wei Qi's arm affectionately, then jumped to the ground and circled around him, looking very lively and adorable. The principal was a little surprised, but quickly shook his head. Top grade, elite grade, white spirit fox. Wei Qi's heart sank when he heard this. Although it was elite grade, its grade and spiritual power level were far from as strong as he had expected. "It's just like me. It's my destined partner," Wei Qi whispered. Teacher Zheng, the homeroom teacher, quickly consoled him. "Don't lose heart. Use projection to create a favorable battlefield and provide support for the white spirit fox. You'll have a chance to turn things around." "Thank you, Teacher Zheng." Wei Qi nodded slightly, picked up the little fox, and stood at the end of the group. The white spirit fox is cute and docile, completely different from the cold image of other ice-attributed spirit beasts. It lacks the coldness that frost-type spirit pets should have. Wei Qi picked up the little fox and said with a smile, "Huh? Why do I remember that the white spirit fox's eyes are not blue? And there's no spiral vortex on its back? Could it be a birthmark?" He looked at the little fox and said softly, "An ice-attributed spirit beast, as white as snow. From now on, I'll call you Liangxue." "Ayo," the little fox responded cheerfully, as if answering its master. Wei Qi touched Liangxue's head and said with a smile, "Although your initial rank is not high, I will never give up on you." Liangxue looked up at Wei Qi's face, tears glistening in her eyes. "Master, after 1,000 years, Xuer finally sees you again. This time, Xuer will never allow those failures and tragedies to happen again. Besides, Xuer misses you so much." Chapter 5. The stern fox. Wei Qi didn't know that the little white fox Liangxue in his arms was no ordinary spirit pet. It was a former king who had returned to his side after being reborn. In his previous life, Wei Qi died unexpectedly, and Liangxue went through untold hardships to revive him, eventually breaking through to become a Saint Destroyer level master. However, even becoming the strongest beast, Liangxue was unable to reshape Wei Qi's soul. Frustrated, Liangxue sacrificed her own spiritual energy to forcibly activate the Samsara Jade, one of Tianquan's 10 secret treasures, and returned to its birthplace, beginning its journey of reincarnation. By evening, all the seniors had completed their awakening, leaving only a lucky few to become apprentice beastmasters. Wei Qi stood quietly at the back of the queue, Liangxue cradled in his arms, oblivious to the faint glow of her petite frame. It was an ordinary start, like a 10-pull game in a mobile game, all white light, with no UR. While the game could still continue, he felt a little uneasy. Wei Qi whispered to Liangxue, "You should go back and rest." Liangxue stared at him with wide, innocent eyes, seemingly reluctant to go back. Wei Qi smiled helplessly. "Well, it seems like you, like Pikachu, don't like staying in the pokeball." He turned his attention to the beast taming space, where he could view Liangxue's detailed information. Name, Rin Shun Fox. Rank, upper general level, 0 race. Monster tribe skill, sharp claw attack, attacks a single target, causing bleeding. Death rattle, freezes and inflicts heavy frostbite to the enemy upon death. Ice cannon, after charging, deals penetrating damage and freezes the enemy. Chulian, 15 chance to be immune to all damage. Trust value, 100. Wei Qi was stunned. What's going on? Isn't it a white spirit fox, a Rinshin fox? He had never heard of this kind of fox before. Xiaomei noticed Wei Qi was a little dazed and approached him. "Wei Qi, are you okay?" Wei Qi replied, "Nothing, just a little dazed." Xiaomei reached out to touch Liangxue's head, but Liangxue immediately bared her teeth at her, revealing a fierce look. Xiaomei awkwardly withdrew her hand. "Congratulations on becoming a beast tamer. I haven't even awakened my beast taming talent yet." Wei Qi smiled and said, "So what are your plans for the future?" Xiaomei gave a helpless smile and stretched. "I'll try to find a rich man to marry. What other options do I have?" She continued, "C-level talent is already great, so don't feel bad. This little white fox is quite pretty. If you can't afford a wife in the future, save up money to buy a spiritual transformation pill and increase its trust. Maybe it will become even stronger." High-level spirit pets on Tianxian Star can transform into humanoid forms, but they don't actively engage in in-depth communication with humans. Increasing trust allows spirit pets to communicate with humans, but these transformed pets retain their original species characteristics and may have estrus periods or time limits. Therefore, many people are reluctant to invest significant effort in cultivating a relationship with their spirit pets. After hearing what Xiaomei said, the expression on Liangxue's face relaxed a lot. It wagged its tail proudly, as if mocking Xiaomei. Stupid woman, the master doesn't like you at all. Don't be so self-indulgent. Wei Qi smiled and replied, the Hualing pill is so expensive, I can't afford it. Even if he had money, he would rather use the money to strengthen Liang Xue's combat power rather than turn it into a woman. At this moment, the bald class teacher clapped his hands, walked to the front of the stage, and said loudly, everyone, look at me. I have something to announce. Students who have become Beastmasters, please return to the class with me. The rest of you can report to the admissions offices of your respective universities and start your new chapter. I have to go to the construction site to work. Xiaomei lifted her long hair and waved goodbye to Wei Qi. Goodbye. Listening to his classmates' voices, Wei Qi couldn't help but shake his head. This world has never been fair. He hugged Liang Xue and followed the group back to the classroom. Class 3 originally had 80 people, but now there were only 13 people left. The classroom was silent, and everyone looked at the empty seats and fell into a deep silence. From now on, they will no longer belong to the same world. The bald class teacher began to register the information of the remaining 13 students. Congratulations, you have become Spirit Masters and started your adventure. The novice trial copy will open at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. Please don't miss it. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. The novice trial dungeon features relatively low-powered beasts, but offers generous rewards. Only Beastmasters below level 10 can participate, and it's an important way to accumulate experience and wealth. Your ranking in the dungeon trial is related to your final exam results. The Tianqian Alliance will assign you to the corresponding Beastmaster Academy and class based on your performance. The minimum tuition at the Beast Taming Academy is 200,000 Tianqian coins. This is the first test for trainee beast tamers to become full-time beast tamers. As soon as the class teacher finished speaking, he handed each student a delicate handbook. Wei Qi looked down at the beginner's spiritual power cultivation method. It read, this is the basic spiritual power cultivation method. Every morning is the best time for meditation and practice. Don't neglect your practice. I wish you all a bright future. We'll see you again. The class teacher looked at the students with a wry smile, put away the ruler, and left the classroom with a lonely look. Wei Qi looked at his back, and a wave of thoughts came to his mind. The class teacher might have been a young man full of vigor and ambition, but the cruel reality made him lose his confidence and even took away his hair. Thank you, Teacher Zheng, Wei Qi said softly. Teacher Zheng turned around and looked at Wei Qi, smiling slightly. Come on, fight for the future of the human race. The classmates shouted, Goodbye, Teacher Zheng. Several female classmates cried and said, Wow, teacher, I don't want to graduate yet. Calm down, Xiaofeng. As the teacher and ordinary classmates left, Wei Qi felt a little lonely. The trainee beast masters began to discuss. Finally graduated. I want to play all night long. What to play? The exam is the day after tomorrow. Aren't you afraid of failing? What to be afraid of? My natal beast is just an ordinary slime. If I can't get promoted, I can just stay in the academy. It's boring to play alone. Let's get together. Okay, let's go karaoke after dinner. Wei Qi smiled and declined the invitation to the party, deciding to go home and look up information about the Rinshin Fox. He glanced back at Pegasus No. 5 Middle School, feeling a sense of reluctance. His cozy birdcage life was over, and a harsher reality was about to begin. I didn't expect the tuition to start at 200,000 yuan. The 500,000 yuan I saved with such great effort is not going to last. What should I do to get good grades in the national exam? At this moment, Wei Qi's phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Suyu calling. Liang Xue, who was enjoying herself in his arms, seemed frightened and grabbed Wei Qi's sleeve frantically, as if she didn't want him to answer the phone. Master, you must not go see that woman. Chapter 6 Lu Suyu, Liang Xue, what's wrong with you? Wei Qi asked with some confusion. How come Liang Xue, who has always been well-behaved since birth, suddenly became impatient? Does it hate harsh sounds? However, Wei Qi couldn't refuse Sister Lu's call. Wei Qi pressed the answer button, and Lu Suyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Qi, I heard that No. 5 Middle School has completed the test. What are the results? Wei Qi touched Liang Xue's little head, signaling it to be quiet, and then replied. SSS-Level talent projection, and the natal beast is a white spirit fox. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and then Lu Suyu said softly, Xiao Qi, that's great. Do you want to come to the store? I'll give you a celebration party. Wei Qi nodded. Okay. He also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Lu Suyu and say goodbye. If all went well, he would leave Pegasus City and pursue his career in other cities. Seeing this, Liang Xue had no choice but to release her paw. Although she didn't want her master to have any contact with Lu Suyu, She would never let Wei Qi get upset. Wei Qi carried Liang Shui on a busy downtown street. Pedestrians gave way to him, for he was a Beastmaster. How could ordinary people dare offend him? Arriving on the downtown shopping street, Wei Qi pushed open the door of a beautifully decorated pet shop. Hey, Xiaoqi, you're here? Lu Suyu's charming voice echoed from inside. Yes, Sister Lu. I'm here, Wei Qi replied. He carried Liang Shui down to the cashier's counter and quickly changed into his work uniform. Not long after, a stunningly beautiful woman, roughly the same height as Wei Qi, emerged from backstage. Her black hair, slightly curled, flowed gracefully over her shoulders, a thin black veil embracing her graceful figure. This gesture alone was enough to captivate anyone. Wei Qi knew this was Lu Suyu, the woman who had saved his life and supported him for 2.5 years. Wei Qi could earn a staggering 5,000 Tianxian coins for just 4 hours of work here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save 500,000 yuan in his high school savings. Suyu stretched and glanced at Liang Shui at the cash register. Is this your natal beast? What a beautiful little fox. Perhaps it was because adversity testifies to true love, or perhaps it was simply a matter of attraction, but Wei Qi felt a special affection for this woman, 10 years his senior. He quickly lowered his head, took a deep breath, and avoided his gaze on Lu Suyu. Sister Lu, its name is Liang Shui, Wei Qi said, slightly embarrassed. Lu Suyu walked to the door of the shop and hung up the temporarily closed sign. She looked back and teased, Liang Shui, what a delicate name. Xiaoqi, do you like Vixen? Wei Qi quickly replied. No. Lu Suyu smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. Come to the back room. Sister has prepared your favorite hot pot. Oh. The two of them and the fox went to the back room. Liang Shui squatted on a chair next to Wei Qi, staring intently at Lu Suyu, wondering what she was thinking. Lu Suyu untied her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. She smiled and asked, Xiaoqi, which beast taming academy are you planning on attending? Wei Qi replied while eating mutton. My talent isn't particularly outstanding, so I probably won't have much choice. Anyone will do. Pegasus City's 3 premier beast academies are Light Dragon Academy, Purple Feather Academy, and Evil Moon Academy. Light Dragon Academy boasts the strongest overall strength. Purple Feather Academy offers the most unique teaching, and Evil Moon Academy offers the best benefits. Wei Qi's requirements are modest. Simply being in a school is enough. As for the key academies, with his talent and Liang Shui's combat prowess, admission is indeed a challenge. To gain admission, one must upgrade their natal beast to level 10 after the national exam, becoming a Tier 1 beast. However, a spirit pet requires a lot of money, and Wei Qi's savings are not enough to provide Liang Shui with the resources needed for upgrading. Lu Suyu smiled, lifted her chin, and tilted her head to look at Wei Qi. Xiaoqi, keep going. Sister believes you can definitely become a powerful Beastmaster. Wei Qi blushed. Thank you, Sister Lu, for taking care of me over the years. I will take the national exam the day after tomorrow. If I am admitted to the Beast Taming Academy of my dreams, I may not be able to trouble you again in the future. Hey, Xiaoqi has grown up. Lu Suyu took out a bank card and placed it in front of Wei Qi. Here's 1 million yuan. Consider it a gift from your sister. The password is your birthday. Wei Qi shook her head in surprise. How can this be possible? You've taken care of me all these years. How can I take your money when I'm leaving? Liang Shui looked at Lu Suyu's pretentious generosity and felt very dissatisfied. This woman knew her master wouldn't take her money, but she pretended to be generous. What a scheming person. I can't let her succeed so easily, Liang Shui thought to herself. So she jumped onto the table and grabbed the bank card. Liang Shui, how can you just take someone else's things? Let me go. Iwaweo. I don't care. Why should I be polite to her? Lu Suyu chuckled and said, Liang Shui is very smart. Xiaoqi, you should just accept it. Wei Qi was a little embarrassed and finally nodded. Okay. Liang Shui stared at the bank card, frowned slightly, and doubts arose in her heart. If I deliberately make a decision to change history, will it change the course of the future? Actually, my sister also has to leave Pegasus City to deal with a very important matter. Lu Suyu shook the wine glass, and there was a bit of mystery in her words. Wei Qi was a little surprised. Sister Lu is leaving too? Lu Suyu chuckled. Xiaoqi, are you reluctant to leave your sister? Wei Qi whispered. Yeah. Lu Suyu smiled slightly and crossed her legs, but Wei Qi didn't get a chance to admire her slender legs. Sister is leaving the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Xiaoqi, can you stay with your sister? She gently pulled down her dress, revealing a magnificent cleavage. Wei Qi's blood surged. The national exam is the day after tomorrow, and I need to prepare in advance. And isn't this a good idea? Doesn't Sister Lu have a husband? Lu Siyu chuckled. Who said Sister Lu has a husband? She's still a virgin. Speaking of which, Xiaoqi, why are you so slow? Can't you sense Sister Lu's feelings? Lu Siyu quietly removed her shoes, gently lifted her foot, and rubbed it against Wei Qi's leg. Her lavender eyes shone with charm and allure. Wei Qi's heart raced at the sight, and he almost couldn't resist responding. But he knew he was no match for Lu Siyu, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Even a god might not be able to resist her allure. Finally, he couldn't help but pick up Liang Shui, quickly stood up, and fled the scene in a hurry. Lu Siyu looked at Wei Qi's hurriedly fleeing back, a smile on her lips, and whispered, "Projection talent, it turns out he is her son. What a cute reaction. I really want to eat you up bit by bit." Chapter 7. The Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox. Wei Qi ran quickly down the street, holding Liang Shui in his arms, his cheeks flushed. Why is Sister Lu so bold tonight? She actually suggested spending the night together. Wei Qi naturally understood the meaning of that, but he felt a little uneasy. Is she a virgin since she's not the mistress of a powerful figure in Tinga City? Where does her money come from? Liang Shui looked down at Wei Qi, and the image of Lu Siyu's enchanting back surfaced in her mind, with a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. No, I can't let my master be completely controlled by her. In her previous life, Lu Siyu had been sucking away the master's yang energy, causing the master's cultivation to be hindered and suffering heavy losses. Furthermore, she would be seriously injured in the future. In order to save her, Wei Qi nearly died in despair and eventually left Liang Shui forever. How can I reveal that woman's true identity without hurting my master's feelings? Both were contemplating the future. Suddenly, an angry voice shouted from behind. Wei Qi, I didn't expect to see you again. Wei Qi turned around abruptly. Is that the three brothers under the moon? Oh no, it's that trio, the traffic light spirits. Ma Chong, his face bandaged, approached with two of his younger brothers, his face filled with hostility. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he pointed at the bandages and shouted, Wei Qi, if you pay the 200,000 yuan medical bill, we'll let this go. Otherwise, I'll kill your fox, and you'll forget about being a Beastmaster. The yellow-haired boy laughed and said, Brother Chong, you've frightened this kid so much he's speechless. Our brother Chong is a B-level talent. If I were him, I'd have knelt down and kowtowed. The green-haired boy also laughed and echoed. Although Wei Qi appeared calm on the surface, he was panicking inside. Despite Ma Chong's arrogance, he did have some confidence. A B-level talent coupled with a Lord-level fierce wind mastiff was simply too much for Wei Qi and Liang Shui to handle. Furthermore, there were two other underlings nearby. What should they do? Wei Qi, do you agree or not? Ma Chong smiled sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Liang Shui couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wei Qi gently stroked its back. Are you scared? Liang Shui, money lost could be earned again, but Liang Shui's safety could not be ignored. He still hadn't figured out how Liang Shui had mysteriously advanced. If Liang Shui were killed or seriously injured by Ma Chong and the others, Wei Qi's future would be plunged into endless darkness. Liang Shui looked up, staring intently at the three men, a raging rage burning within her. In his previous life, Wei Qi, seeing her weakness and cowardice, had surrendered. As a result, he was severely beaten by the three men, extorted 200,000 yuan, and even had his mistress's belongings stolen. Losing his only relic, Wei Qi was deeply depressed, and ultimately, Lu Siyu took advantage of the opportunity to control him. In this life, he must not repeat the same mistake. The master is mine. Wei Qi sensed the fierce fighting spirit within Liang Shui and realized he could no longer be weak. If Liang Shui wasn't afraid, how could he, as her master, be afraid? A glint of determination flashed in Wei Qi's eyes, and he said coldly, I don't have any money, but I have my life. Do you dare to come and take it? The green-haired man continued to provoke. Brother Chong, this kid is really not afraid of death. That's right, let's beat him up. Ma Chong's anger finally erupted. This usually weak guy dared to challenge me head-on. I'll see if I don't beat your fox to a pulp today. He pointed at Wei Qi coldly. Wei Qi, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Why did you give me 5,000 yuan earlier? You're such a talker. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll be scared of you. Ma Chong waved his hand angrily, and a strong wind suddenly blew through the air. Along with the sound of the wind, the fierce wind mastiff appeared, opened its huge mouth, revealed its sharp fangs, and pounced on Wei Qi. Wei Qi immediately used his innate skill, projection. His spiritual energy transformed into several trash cans, blocking Liang Shui's path. A mere projection. Break it. The fierce wind mastiff bolted forward, its front paws coated in wind spiritual energy, as it pounced on Liang Shui. Liang Shui leaped up, using the momentum to leap from the trash cans, quickly dodging the wind's claws. Wind Claw, the very foundational skill of a wind-attributed spirit beast. Liang Shui, accustomed to this attack after countless battles, dodged it with ease. Wei Qi and Ma Chong were both astonished. A white spirit fox so agile. Liang Shui proudly raised her head and leaped into the air, her fur instantly gleaming with a dazzling light. Fuck, Brother Chong, it's so cold. The eerie chill made Ma Chong and his two younger brothers shiver. Wei Qi stared at Liang Shui in the air, his eyes filled with disbelief. Woo woo woo, the cold wind blew, like a woman's wailing. Liang Shui's body was rapidly changing, from a small fox to a slender three-tailed demon fox, graceful yet full of wildness. The limbs, head, torso, and even the tail were rapidly evolving. The three tails gradually differentiated, eventually becoming three complete tails. The evolved Liang Shui lowered her noble head and nuzzled Wei Qi affectionately. Wei Qi looked at the demon fox and confirmed it was Liang Shui. What the hell is this? How did a white spirit fox evolve into a three-tailed demon fox? It was clearly a white spirit fox during the awakening ceremony. Ma Chong was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. A three-tailed fox with this aura. Could it be the legendary Bingchen three-tailed fox? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 9. A changed future. Liang Shui stared at Wei Qi, overwhelmed with the urge to tell him. She truly wanted to tell him who she was and the pain she had endured to see him. However, Liang Shui had made a promise that after traveling back in time and being reborn, she would never reveal the truth. If she broke her promise, her soul would be exiled by the will of heaven and earth, and even her existence would be forgotten. I'm sorry, Master. Shui can only endure it. Liang Shui silently apologized in her heart. She smiled sweetly. Master, Shui knows nothing. The first time I opened my eyes, I became your natal beast. Wei Qi touched his chin and did not ask any further questions. In reality, most Beastmasters don't know the origins of their natal beasts. Some claim it's a gift from the goddess of hope, others say it's a lover from a past life, and still others say it's their own selves from another world. Regardless, a deep spiritual bond exists between the Beastmaster and their natal beast. If one dies, the other vanishes as well. Therefore, no one would doubt the loyalty of their natal beast, and no one would even dare to harm it. Liang Shui smiled and said, Please tell Shui, Master. Wei Qi nodded in approval from the bottom of his heart. That's wonderful, so beautiful. Liang Shui panicked. A beautiful master. Are you praising my beauty? If it weren't for Lu Suyu, Liang Shui wouldn't have dared to transform into a human form so easily. In her previous life, Wei Qi nearly died at the hands of Lu Suyu, yet she had never seen Liang Shui in human form. She worried that if she didn't meet Wei Qi's standards, she would be rejected. It was wonderful to have the master's approval. Thank you, master. Liang Shui walked around the room cheerfully, feeling delighted. This was her first time walking in human form, and the change in perspective was incredibly novel. Emperor-level spirit beasts are rare, and humans who can transform are even rarer. Without a high enough rank, a pet cannot transform into a human form. Those who wish to transform usually need to obtain expensive transformation pills, but these are so high-end that the rich disdain them, and the poor cannot afford them. Furthermore, pets that require transformation pills have a very limited daily transformation time. The lower their rank, the shorter the transformation time. Trust is also a crucial factor. A pet with too low a trust value won't pay any attention to its owner. For a pet like Liang Shui to have a starting trust value of 100 is unprecedented. Wei Qi was curious, but the current mission was paramount. The national exam was tomorrow, and he couldn't waste time enjoying close contact with Liang Shui. Master, Liang Shui's clear voice brought Wei Qi back to reality. Liang Shui knew that this exam was crucial for Wei Qi. In his previous life, Wei Qi had failed the exam due to Lu Suyu's seduction. After graduation, he lived on the brink of life and death in order to help Liang Shui become a bounty hunter. This time, Liang Shui was determined to help Wei Qi change his fate and save him from that difficult life. Based on our conversation this morning, Shui seems to have grasped the basic logic of human society. To ace the exam, shouldn't we go out of town for training tomorrow? Liang Shui said with a faint smile. The higher the rank of a spirit pet, the greater its wisdom and learning ability. Wei Qi didn't get carried away by Liang Shui's evolution. Above the Emperor level, there were 4 more levels: Epic, Legend, Myth, and Saint Destroyer. He understood that the competition and cultivation never ceased, and without a special golden finger, he couldn't indulge in beauty and tenderness. Yes, that was my original plan. Shui loves fighting monsters the most, Liang Shui added in her mind. Of course, I'd rather fight monsters with my master. It's really lonely on my own. Wei Qi was a little surprised. In class, the teacher had said that ice-attributed pets are usually cold and arrogant, with a low desire to attack and prefer to stay quiet. But Liang Shui not only clung to him, but also showed a strong desire to level up. It was really strange. However, he couldn't guess Liang Shui's true identity. He didn't want to think about these questions anymore. I'm going to take a shower first. Shui wants to go too. Stop making trouble. Okay. After taking a shower, Wei Qi dried himself and found that Liang Shui was nowhere to be found in the living room. And where did she go? Wei Qi coughed lightly. Ahem. Liang Shui. Where are you? Liang Shui shuddered like a little fox, quickly turned off her computer, and stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds on her desktop. Play less computer games. It's bad for your eyes. I'm going to sleep. Play for a while, then go back to the beast taming space to rest. I have things to do tomorrow. Okay, master. Shui understands. Everything that happened today felt like a dream, and Wei Qi was in no mood to cultivate his spiritual power. Liang Shui obediently turned off the computer and the lights, and the room returned to silence. Good night, master. Chapter 10. Liang Shui's faith. The next morning, Wei Qi suddenly sat up in bed, rubbed his temples, and muttered to himself in confusion. I dreamed again, but I can't remember what I dreamed about. Wei Qi never slept in late, so he quickly got up, dressed, and went to the living room. Liang Shui had already prepared boiled corn and eggs on the dining table. Her long, light blue hair flowed down her shoulders, her curly bangs adding a touch of fashion. Her azure eyes shone with tenderness. She wore a white shirt and shorts that Wei Qi had discarded, and her 3 furry tails swayed. You're up so quickly. My little white fox has transformed into a beautiful girl and made me breakfast. Master, it's time to eat. Liang Shui smiled sweetly. The scene before him felt so dreamlike that Wei Qi couldn't help but pinch his thigh. It hurt. That's right, this wasn't a dream. Was everything that happened yesterday real? Did Liang Shui evolve from a white spirit fox into a 3-tailed ice fox? Wei Qi carefully stroked the playful fox ears atop Liang Shui's head. Liang Shui's tail wagged like a puppy, seeming incredibly happy. Wei Qi sat down, eating the corn Liang Shui had made and drinking the milk, gradually accepting this fact. Liang Shui sat across from him, her fingers crossed, staring at him with a happy face. Liang Shui, what kind of feed do you like? I'll go buy you some. Wei Qi said as he picked up his phone. To quickly upgrade a pet's level, animal feed is essential, as is preparing for tomorrow's national exam. This feed is crafted from a vast supply of natural treasures and is quite expensive. Liang Shui is Wei Qi's natal animal, a lifelong companion. Wei Qi is willing to spend money on her. Thank you, master. Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi with emotion. Regardless of whether he had money or not, Wei Qi was always willing to spend all his money on her. Liang Shui stretched out her jade hand and pressed the screen of Wei Qi's phone. Master, you don't have to spend so much money on high-quality feed. The best way for your pet to grow is through fighting. After dinner, we can go fight the little monsters. Wei Qi worriedly said, but you're only level 5. Going out of town for training might be dangerous. It's okay. Liang Shui smiled and wagged her tail. In the end, Wei Qi spent 100,000 Tianxian coins on 10 sets of first-grade, premium feed. Liang Shui gratefully ate the feed, her body emitting a faint blue light, successfully reaching level 7. She was deeply moved. Her owner, who couldn't afford to eat or drink well, was willing to spend a fortune on feed for her. Bitterness, gratitude, and joy welled up in her heart, and her eyes became slightly moist. Wei Qi looked at the tears in Liang Shui's eyes and asked angrily, "What's wrong? Is the feed not tasty? I just gave it a 5-star rating. Wait, I'm going to complain and ask for a refund." Liang Shui hurriedly grabbed Wei Qi's sleeve, smiled, and shook her head. Master, don't. This is really delicious. It's okay as long as it tastes good. Are you full? Then let's go out for a walk. Okay, Liang Shui, go back to the beast taming space first, and I'll let you out after I leave the city. No, it's too dark in there. Shui wants to stay with the master all the time. Wei Qi smiled. Okay, you better behave yourself outside and don't talk nonsense. Shui always listens to her master, Liang Shui said, blinking and smiling. With a light leap, she transformed back into a little white fox, perched on Wei Qi's right shoulder. Wei Qi packed the necessary items for leaving the city into his army bag. Although Liang Shui had unexpectedly ascended to the upper emperor rank, Wei Qi was still a trainee Beastmaster with no real combat experience. His main purpose for leaving the city today was to gain experience through actual combat and prepare for tomorrow's novice trial dungeon. He didn't want to be a burden that would hinder his progress. As soon as he left the complex, Wei Qi hailed a taxi. Master, Pegasus, go to the north gate. The faster the better. The driver was very kind and smiled. Young man, what are you doing at the north gate? I have a big exam tomorrow, so I'm going outside the city to gain some practical experience today. Wei Qi smiled. The driver saw Liang Shui and Wei Qi's arms through the rearview mirror and asked, Are you a newly awakened apprentice Beastmaster? Yes. Your little fox seems incredibly clingy to you. I've traveled extensively, but this is the first time I've seen such a clingy fox. Really? Haha, Wei Qi quipped. Liang Shui had been less than 24 hours old, so why was she so clingy? Could she really be a lover from a past life? The uncle enthusiastically told Wei Qi that the area outside the city was relatively safe. Wei Qi scanned the code to pay 10 yuan, then left Pegasus City and headed for the suburbs. Entering and leaving the city was simple. Simply register with your ID card. The guards didn't bother to care about your life or death. For ordinary people to go out and play in the suburbs was like giving extra food to the monsters outside the city. At the center of every major city was a goddess tower, and monsters wouldn't actively approach these places where the goddess's protection was hoped for. Therefore, the monsters near the city gates weren't particularly strong, making them suitable for training. Today was a beautiful day, the sun shining brightly, the sky cloudless. The low growls of monsters could be heard from the distant jungle. Many trainee Beastmasters were recruiting at the city gates, fire damage-dealing pets, preferred for those with damage-dealing talents. Hey, bro, want to team up and kill the cute bunny? We'll split the explosive spirit seal 50-50. Is there a guy who can guide me? I can assist, a busty cute girl called out. Miss, let's team up. A burly man walked up to Wei Qi and said, Our team needs a group control. Want to team up? No, thank you, Wei Qi said, shaking his head. The man looked at Wei Qi's back as he left alone and muttered, He wants to solo with a white spirit fox? This kid is crazy. After entering the jungle, Liang Shui was no longer the adorable, playful fox, but a majestic demon fox king, his eyes gleaming with a determined fighting spirit. In my last life, my lack of strength prevented my master from getting into the prestigious Beast Taming Academy. From now on, I will perform well and help my master regain everything he has lost. The future will definitely change. Chapter 11. First Battle. It's a sunny day, the scenery is beautiful, the flowers are red and the grass is green. I run forward happily, stepping on everything. Wei Qi and Liang Shui slowly walked forward in the jungle. Rustle, suddenly, a strange sound came from the bushes ahead. Wei Qi was startled and immediately held his breath. Rustle, suddenly, Wei Qi felt something wrapped around his ankle. He hurriedly looked down and found that venomous vines were climbing up along his ankles. Shit. A powerful force pulled him down and dragged him deeper into the jungle. Liang Shui heard the movement and immediately leaped up. A flash of blue light appeared, and her sharp claws cut through the vines, saving Wei Qi. She controlled her tail to pull Wei Qi back. Wei Qi, still terrified, gasped, Liang Shui, thank you. Rustle, deep in the jungle, the vine beast finally revealed its true form. It was a mass of thorny vines. Wei Qi immediately remembered its basic information. A vine beast, a low-level, rare monster that usually inhabits the jungle and specializes in hunting other monsters using its vine tentacles. Fortunately, Liang Shui reacted quickly. If he had been dragged into the vine beast's main body, the consequences would have been disastrous. Swish, swish, swish. The vine beast glared at Liang Shui angrily, waving its long, thorny tentacles at Wei Qi. Wei Qi carefully observed the vine beast's movements and found that its thorny tentacles had not yet grown spikes, clearly not yet reaching level 1, probably around level 7 or 8. Wei Qi immediately pulled a sharp dagger from his bag, ready to fight alongside Liang Shui. His blood pounded, and he was ready for this battle. Come on, this is the first battle on the road to becoming a Beastmaster. Buzz! A flash of blue light suddenly appeared, and the ice cannon pierced through the vine beast's body. Bang! A large tree behind it also froze into ice. Ice began to form on the vine beast's body. Liang Shui arched her body and slapped it forward. Crackle! The vine beast's body shattered like ice, its corpse shattering. A stream of emerald green liquid burst out of its corpse. Wei Qi's expression changed drastically. Get out of the way. This is the vine beast's death rattle skill. Corrosion. Death rattle is a passive skill a spirit beast acquires when it reaches rare rank. It triggers upon death and has varying effects. Many Beastmasters have used the death rattle god to defeat their enemies through self-destructive attacks. The vine beast's corrosive ability poisons its enemies. While not fatal, it's very troublesome. Liang Shui dodged it effortlessly, as if prepared. Wei Qi turned in surprise. Liang Shui, How did you know? Liang Shui playfully shook her head, as if to say, Master, isn't Shui amazing? She could actually predict enemy attacks. She was clearly a newly born white spirit fox. Wei Qi was speechless. Could this be the combat power of an emperor-level spirit pet? It could kill opponents of the same level almost instantly. Wei Qi patted Liang Shui's head and retracted the dagger. Liang Shui, you did very well. Liang Shui looked at the corpse of the vine beast on the ground, her eyes filled with emotion. She remembered her first battle with Wei Qi against a vine beast. Back then, she was only a general-level spirit beast, and when she fought against the vine commander, also a general, her body simply couldn't withstand the enemy's attacks. In the end, it was Wei Qi who risked being bait and successfully defeated the vine commander. I'm no longer that weak white fox. Now, I'm finally capable of protecting my most important master. Wei Qi, unaware of Liang Shui's emotional journey, squatted down to examine the vine beast's corpse. It's a shame the wood spirit seal didn't drop. The vine beast's whip would fetch quite a bit of money. After a spirit beast dies, it has a chance of dropping a spiritual power crystal core, a spirit seal, that contains a specific attribute. Beastmasters can use this spirit seal to strengthen themselves or learn the spirit beast's combat skills. If Liang Shui doesn't destroy the vine beast's body with the ice cannon, the thorns from the vines can be sold as high-level fuel. Wei Qi and Liang Shui continued their horizontal exploration of the jungle, not going too far. He didn't want to challenge the stronger monsters. If Liang Shui or himself were injured, the outcome would be disproportionate. Under the powerful blast of the ice cannon, the vine beasts, mad wolves, and slimes they encountered fell one after another. The only thing that bothered Wei Qi was that he felt almost no involvement. Liang Shui's attacks were almost instant kills. His pet was so powerful that he felt like he was practically useless. It's like chopping wires with a kitchen knife, sparks and lightning all the way. Wei Qi couldn't help but grumble. Despite this, Liang Shui remained calm and composed. The ice cannon can be used 3 times in a row, each attack inflicting a freezing effect. Combined with Chu Lian's skills, she also has a 20 chance of becoming immune to damage. In a 2v3 situation, Liang Shui remained unfazed. Wei Qi gently stroked the fur on Liang Shui's back, feeling deeply pleased. Whether in beast or human form, Liang Shui was beautiful, powerful, and incredibly obedient. Smart and capable, even if she's just a freeloader. The midday sun shone down on Wei Qi. He found a shady spot and decided to rest for a while. Liang Shui, you've worked hard. It's time to rest and eat. Liang Shui flashed, and a blue light flashed. A beautiful blue-haired girl in a fox fur coat appeared. She affectionately took Wei Qi's arm and smiled sweetly. Yes, master. The two of them sat down side by side beside a fallen tree. Wei Qi pulled out a packed lunch from his backpack. He looked at the fat pig carcass beside him and smiled. When we can buy some voidstone props, we can have a picnic. Voidstone is a spiritual stone imbued with spatial power and is expensive. Have some feed, Wei Qi said, pulling out the feed he'd bought that morning and handing it to Liang Shui. Liang Shui shook her head and smiled. Master, there's no need to spend so much money. This is enough for Shui. Familiar images flashed through her mind. In her previous life, Wei Qi had been so reluctant to spend his entire fortune on her, feeding her the finest food. This was how she evolved from an ordinary white spirit fox into a 10-tailed fox beyond human comprehension. Unfortunately, her master never had the chance to see her heroic appearance again. Wei Qi smiled and said, Liang Shui, I will work hard to make money. You can eat without worry. Liang Shui's pretty face flushed, and she covered her cheeks with her hands nervously. Her plump breasts squeezed out an attractive black line. But there are things that taste better than feed. Oh, what's that? Wei Qi asked curiously. That is also delicious. Wei Qi touched his chin and looked at the fat pig on the ground. Okay, I'll roast it. After that, Wei Qi started to pick up firewood. Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi's back, her face flushing more and more. Chapter 12. The mysterious attacker. Wei Qi used a dagger to untie the fat pig's limbs, quickly built a bonfire, and began to grill the meat. Here, let me show you the flavor of cooked meat, even though the seasoning is only salt. Wei Qi handed Liang Shui a skewer of barbecued meat. Thank you, master. After the meal, Wei Qi felt a little tired, and his eyelids began to twitch. Controlling a spirit pet in battle was extremely draining of mental energy. Liang Shui, I'm going to take a nap. Please keep an eye on the surroundings for me, Wei Qi said. Okay. Liang Shui nodded, quickly transforming back into her half-human-sized 3-tailed fox form. She crouched beside Wei Qi, her ears perked up, alert. Her tail gently covered Wei Qi like a blanket, bringing him some comfort. Wei Qi used the 357 sleeping technique and quickly fell into a deep sleep to restore his energy. Liang Shui stood by quietly, a smile playing on her lips. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled from the depths of the woods. The surrounding air began to experience unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. What happened? Liang Shui stood up in confusion and looked around, but still found nothing unusual. Was it just an illusion? Just as she was about to turn around, a strange scene happened before her eyes. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared next to Wei Qi, bending down and reaching out to grab the necklace around Wei Qi's neck. Ah! An enraged Liang Shui roared and leaped to her feet. Wei Qi awoke instantly, reacting with remarkable speed to slap the black-robed man's hand away. He then tumbled tactically, quickly reaching Liang Shui's side. Who are you? What do you want? Wei Qi demanded urgently. Hand over the necklace. The black-robed man slowly stood up, extending his hand toward Wei Qi, his voice hoarse, like an elderly man. Wei Qi looked down and discovered that the crystal necklace left by his parents had fallen out of his collar. This is something my parents left me. I'm not giving it to you. Wei Qi gritted his teeth and clutched the necklace tightly. Liang Shui quickly protected Wei Qi behind her and assumed a fighting stance. The man in black robe glanced at Liang Shui coldly and ordered, "Rock monster, drag it." Dong dong dong. A huge granite monster slowly walked out of the void. It was nearly 3 meters tall, and its huge white and green body looked majestic. Wei Qi was shocked. A first-level rock monster. Liang Shui, be careful. This guy has strong attack power. The black-robed man waved his hand. Rock monster, hold it. The rock monster raised its thick arms and slammed towards Liang Shui. Liang Shui was swift, using her tail to hook onto a nearby tree and dodging the rock monster's attack. The black-robed man was stunned. How can this fox be so agile? Liang Shui reacted calmly and quickly. She ignited her tail with blue flames, ready to strike back. The rock monster was not a pet to be easily defeated. It would not wait for Liang Shui to prepare. Bang! The rock monster stomped down, sending the ground trembling violently and causing widespread dizziness. Wei Qi and Liang Shui's vision blurred, their ears ringing. Seizing this opportunity, the black-robed figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Wei Qi and forcibly ripping the crystal necklace from his neck. He looked down at the necklace, only to find it had become transparent and gradually vanished. This is a projection created by magic. Wei Qi's eyes widened, finally realizing he'd been tricked by the black-robed figure. It turned out he'd already sensed the enemy's intentions. Wei Qi quickly telepathically transmitted, Liang Shui, this guy's movements are too strange. We're no match for him. Retreat. Understood, Liang Shui agreed. Wei Qi pulled the crystal necklace from his trouser pocket, dangling it in front of the black-robed figure before quickly flinging it away. Want to hear you go? He then immediately turned and ran. Liang Shui followed closely behind, blocking the rock monster's path and buying Wei Qi time to escape. The black-robed figure narrowed his eyes and quickly dodged toward the spot where the crystal necklace had landed. He muttered, "Boy, you're forcing me to kill you." The black-robed figure vanished into thin air again. Liang Shui's eyes widened. Space travel? He actually has that ability. This is a special ability only a 9th-level Beastmaster can use. Such beings are often the leaders of superpowers, with unfathomable cultivation. How could they appear in the suburbs of Pegasus City? Wei Qi was running as fast as he could when he suddenly collided with a black-robed figure standing in front of him. Pain raged throughout his body, leaving him speechless. Liang Shui, entangled by the rock monster, was unable to reach him, leaving Wei Qi on his own. He gritted his teeth and lunged at the black-robed figure with all his might, stabbing him in the chest with his dagger. The black-robed figure dodged easily, kicked Wei Qi over, and quickly took control of the situation. Hand it over, the black-robed figure said coldly. Wei Qi endured the severe pain and gritted his teeth. He hugged the other man's feet and tried to overpower him. However, the black-robed man easily kicked Wei Qi away. Wei Qi got up from the ground, his arm in great pain, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he had no chance of winning in this situation. The crystal necklace was the only relic left by his parents, and Wei Qi would never give it to him easily. Hand it over. The black-robed man approached again. Wei Qi, reckless, pulled the necklace from his trouser pocket, swung it twice, and threw it into the distance. Come and get it. He turned and ran. Liang Shui's pupils suddenly dilated when she saw Wei Qi being caught up by the black-robed man. The black-robed man was furious. You're looking for death. The next second, the black-robed man disappeared from the spot. Wei Qi ran into the black-robed man again. Liang Shui ran over desperately, struggling to stop the rock monster. Wei Qi clutched the necklace tightly, a sneer on his face. You want it? Come get it yourself. Looking for death? The black-robed man yelled, kicking Wei Qi. Wei Qi rolled to avoid it, stabbing the black-robed man's calf with the dagger in his hand. Poochie. The blade pierced the flesh, making a crisp sound. Chapter 13, Mountain and Sea Seal. The man in black robe felt a pain in his left calf and cursed in his heart. How could I forget that this little bastard's talent is projection? The dagger that was kicked off is fake. The dagger that stabbed into the leg is the real one. Feeling the pain, the man in black robe kicked Wei Qi hard in the chest, sending him flying more than 3 meters. His body only stopped when it hit a tree trunk. Wei Qi felt a sweetness in his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of his throat. Liang Shui, who arrived late, looked at Wei Qi, who was spitting blood, and a fire of anger flashed in her blue eyes. Wei Qi's spurted blood happened to spill onto the crystal necklace. The originally crystal-clear crystal necklace began to emit golden light. The black-robed man looked at Wei Qi in shock. No. Snap. The crystal necklace suddenly shattered. A ball of golden light slowly penetrated into Wei Qi's chest. Wei Qi felt a warm force entering his body, and a golden seal suddenly appeared in his beast-controlling space. A closer look reveals 3 powerful characters engraved on the seal: Mountain and Sea Seal. There is another row of small words below. The spiritual bond connects the hearts, and we travel together in the mountains and seas. As soon as Wei Qi silently recited these words in his heart, he felt a mysterious power. The first spiritual contract hanging high in the beast-controlling space suddenly burst out with brilliant golden light. The angry Liang Shui suddenly felt a heartwarming power appear. This is... Wei Qi's body fell to the ground with a thud. His soul floated out of his body and gradually grew bigger. A golden 3-tailed fox that looked exactly like Liang Shui slowly appeared, its 3 wild tails fluttering in the wind, its powerful limbs exuding nobility and dominance, and golden hoof flames rising. Not only the man in black robe, but even Liang Shui was stunned. This golden fox constantly exudes the aura of its master. Could it be the Mountain and Sea Seal, one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian? When Wei Qi opened his eyes again, he found that he had turned into a golden fox. Endless power flows in the body. The man in black robe looked at everything in front of him, stunned. His rock monster began to show fear after smelling the breath of the golden fox. The invisible pressure made it dare not attack actively. At this moment, Wei Qi and Liang Shui were in tune with each other. The 2 foxes jumped up at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and pounced on each other. The rock monster raised its arm helplessly and smashed it hard at Liang Shui. It could not disobey its master's order. The golden fox took the initiative to use its body to withstand the full force of the rock monster's attack. Its body did not stop at all and continued to charge as if it was not hurt. Liang Shui in the back took the opportunity to charge the ice cannon, and the blue laser formed by the tail flame exceeded the speed of sound and hit the rock monster directly. The golden fox was not willing to be outdone. A layer of golden flames covered its claws and easily tore the hardened skin of the rock monster. The skin defense of the Earth attribute Spirit Pet is naturally +1 level. As a level 1 rock monster, it has the defense of a level 2 Spirit Pet. Even so, it still couldn't withstand the powerful claw attack of the golden fox. Bang! The indestructible granite collapsed. The violent golden spiritual power penetrated into the rock monster's body and ran wildly around, leaving traces of cracks on its body. The golden fox swung its tail vigorously, and Liang Shui also used her tail to cooperate. The 6 tails grabbed the rock monster's limbs and pulled hard. Collapse! The 3-meter-tall stone giant was torn to pieces on the spot, and broken stones were splattered all over the ground. 2 foxes, 1 gold and 1 blue, landed on the ground at the same time. They landed smoothly without looking back at the rock monster that had turned into powder. Their cold and arrogant eyes stared at the black-robed man in front of them. Is the power of the Mountain and Sea Seal so strong? The black-robed man said, gritting his teeth. Whoosh! The whip composed of 6 tails lashed his face hard, and the man in black robe was attacked and flew back more than 10 meters. Not only was Wei Qi's attack effective, but the man in black robe was also unwell and his body was shaking violently. That's interesting. I'll let you live a few more days. The black-robed man hurriedly retreated after the rock monster was killed. Come and go in a hurry. The golden fox's body shook and began to dissipate, and Wei Qi's soul gradually returned to its body. Ahem. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. The blue-haired girl hugged him in her arms with a look of remorse on her face. I'm sorry, master. It's all Schweiner's fault for being too weak and causing you to get hurt. Liang Shui felt a little guilty, wishing she had discovered the enemy earlier. For the safety of her master, she is willing to break the rules and sacrifice herself. Wei Qi's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. My body felt as heavy as if filled with lead, my head was dizzy, and I felt a little uncomfortable. This is a symptom of spiritual power overdraft. Wei Qi struggled hard to get up, but he couldn't hold on and fainted in Liang Shue's arms. Beastmasters can use the mountain and sea seal to transform into beasts, but the cost is burning mental energy. As a level 0, Wei Qi's mental strength is too weak, so he will enter a weak state for a period of time after transforming. It's too dangerous to leave the unconscious master here. I have to take him home. The clever Liang Shui found the ID card in Wei Qi's backpack, so she carried Wei Qi back to Pegasus City. Behind a tree, the man in black, covered in blood, looked at Liang Shui's back and clenched his fists angrily. Ha ha ha, Wei Tianqiu, look at the good things you've done. You couldn't even bring yourself to kill your own son. No, I won't let you hurt him. Humph, then I'll let him live a little longer. I'll take back the mountain and sea seal after you die. The man muttered to himself as he tore through the void and left the forest. When night came, Liang Shui went through a lot of hardships to put Wei Qi on the bed. The guards questioning, paying for a ride, remembering the way home, and using the key to open the door were all difficult tests for her. Water, water. Wei Qi murmured twice in a coma. Liang Shui was relieved to see that her master was fine. She tried to feed Wei Qi water with a spoon, but Wei Qi's mouth didn't cooperate and most of the water flowed out. What to do? Liang Shui's pretty face turned red as she looked at the unconscious Wei Qi. She slowly lifted her long hair, bent down her head, and fed her master water with her own mouth. After drinking the water, Wei Qi's complexion became much better, and recovery was only a matter of time. Liang Shui sat at the head of the bed and gently stroked Wei Qi's cheek, her eyes full of tenderness. The man in black robe just mentioned the mountain and sea seal. That golden fox is indeed the power of the mountain and sea seal. Why is the Shanghai seal one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian in the owner's necklace? In the previous life, was the snatching of the necklace by Ma Chong and the other two an accident, or was it someone's deliberate instigation? If I remember correctly, the people who held the mountain and sea seal in the previous life were the Qin family of Dragon Country. Could it be that the black-robed man just now was from the Qin family? The mountain and sea seal is clearly a gift from the mistress to the master, yet you, the Qin family, dare to snatch it away? If the master in the previous life had possessed the mountain and sea seal, he wouldn't have died on the stairway of the gods. Liang Shui's eyes were filled with resentment. Qin family, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wei Qi's cell phone suddenly rang. The anger in Liang Shui's eyes gradually disappeared, and she picked up the phone with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Suyu. She remembered the verbal agreement between the woman and her master last night. The current owner needs to rest, so he definitely can't keep the appointment. Do I need to explain it to her briefly? Liang Shui's hand almost pressed the answer button. Forget it. It's too troublesome to explain. Besides, the fewer people who know that I can evolve, the safer the master will be. After much deliberation, Liang Shui turned her phone to silent mode. She didn't want that woman to have any more close contact with her master. Wei Qi's safety was one reason, but more importantly, it was Liang Shui's selfish motives. Liang Shui lay beside Wei Qi with her ears drooping and murmured, Master, please don't leave Shui again. Chapter 14, The Power of the Mountain and Sea Seal. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. Before my eyes was the familiar ceiling. Didn't I fight in the jungle? When will you come back? As soon as Wei Qi got up, he found a beautiful blue-haired girl lying beside him with her ears drooping and sleeping soundly. Liang Shui opened her eyes in confusion. Master, are you awake? Wei Qi frowned slightly. He had no recollection of what happened after repelling the black-robed man. The master fainted from exhaustion last night, so Shui'er had no choice but to take you home to rest. How are you feeling? Wei Qi got up and stretched his limbs. His whole body felt full and strong, without any sense of fatigue. It should be fine. That's great. Liang Shui wagged her tail happily. The first thing Wei Qi did when he got up was to turn on his cell phone. He was startled by Sister Lu's missed calls. It's bad. Because of all the bizarre events yesterday, he didn't get to see Sister Lu for the last time. Wei Qi quickly dialed Lu Suyu's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please check again. No number available? What exactly happened to Sister Lu? Why did you cancel your phone number? Wei Qi sat blankly at the head of the bed, feeling empty inside. Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi with dull eyes and shook her head slightly. It was the same in the previous life. Lu Suyu's quiet departure dealt a great blow to Wei Qi. The two of them were rarely together and had no connection, So Liang Shui didn't know who Lu Suyu was. Wei Qi in this life did not progress to the final step with her, and Lu Suyu would probably never come back. The first step of the plan has been completed. Next, as long as we successfully help the master enter the key beast taming academy, we can change the past and welcome a new future. Wei Qi didn't have much time to miss Sister Lu, as today was the day of the national exam. He glanced at the living room clock. 7 o'clock. Liang Shui got up immediately. Master, Shui will go and prepare breakfast for you. Wei Qi took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes slightly. Consciousness enters the beast taming space. The golden mountain and sea seal floated in the center of the beast controlling space. Shanhan, why is it hidden in the crystal necklace left by my parents? Did they leave it for me on purpose? Wei Qi had lived with his parents for 16 years and had never discovered that they had any spiritual pets. On the day when Tinga City was attacked by a tide of beasts, they were still at work in the company. Parents' relics. Sister Lu's departure. Mysterious cool snow. The man in black robe who launched a sneak attack. Wei Qi couldn't help scratching his head. More and more strange things were happening to him. Never mind. Let's first figure out what the Shanghai seal is for. Wei Qi focused his attention on the beast taming space. There are 10 black holes in everyone's beast controlling space, which symbolize the 10 spiritual contracts. The image of Bingchen's three-tailed fox emerged from the black hole, representing the first spiritual contract. 3 bright stars shine beneath the black hole. I've reached level 3. 1 star represents 1 Beastmaster level. When the Beastmaster collects 10 stars, that is, reaches level 10, he can break through. A successful breakthrough will unlock the second black hole and allow further upgrades, and the second spiritual contract will also be activated. Consuming all spiritual energy, mental power, and restoring it is also a form of cultivation. The mountain and sea seal floating above the 10 black holes is shining brightly, as if it is the real master of this space. Wei Qi injected the spiritual power in his body into the mountain and sea seal. The black hole of the Bingchen three-tailed fox suddenly emitted a golden light, and Wei Qi once again felt that his soul was about to break free from his body and fly out of the body. Liang Xue, who was boiling eggs, felt a strange force coming from her chest. Owner. She hurried back to the bedroom. I saw Wei Qi lying weakly on the bed. Standing on the ground was a majestic golden three-tailed fox. Wei Qi tilted his head and looked at his own body, feeling deeply moved. Liang Xue, you came at the perfect time. Shui can hear her master's thoughts. Liang Xue's eyes were full of surprise. Stop complaining and hit me. Why? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up. Wei Qi urged. Okay. Liang Xue couldn't disobey Wei Qi's order, so she patted the golden three-tailed fox's head with her hand. The golden three-tailed fox shook its head. As expected, it won't be hurt. Yesterday, Wei Qi used his body to withstand a lot of damage for Liang Xue. If the golden fox was Wei Qi's soul, he would have become an idiot long ago. Wei Qi could feel that the transformation time was very short and would consume a lot of spiritual power, so he quickly drew his own spiritual power out of the mountain and sea seal. Buzz! The black hole of the first spiritual contract gradually dimmed. The golden fox figure faded and slowly dissipated, and his consciousness returned to his body. Wei Qi slowly stood up from the bed. I see. I think I understand. As long as Wei Qi injects spiritual power into the mountain and sea seal, he can choose a spiritual pet with a trust value of more than 50 to transform and fight. Wei Qi will not be harmed in his transformed state. His only weakness is that he loses consciousness. In other words, as long as Wei Qi can keep his original body from being harmed, he will be invincible in his transformed state. Wei Qi chuckled. What a great treasure. I have a lot of bodyguard candidates in mind. The spiritual pets on Tianxian Star have all kinds of strange abilities. For example, Coffin Beast can put friendly troops into coffins and reduce the damage they receive by 70%. Defensive pets like the Coffin Beast can perfectly solve the weaknesses of the mountain and sea seal. Liang Xue stood at the door in amazement when she heard Wei Qi's words. The master's talent is projection. Could it be that the golden three-tailed fox is a physical projection created by his consciousness? Is it because it's a projection illusion that we won't be hurt? Liang Xue knew that Wei Qi's talent was somewhat different from that of others. The living projections created by Wei Qi were very realistic and had never been seen through by anyone. She still vaguely remembered that in her previous life, the owner of the mountain and sea seal seemed to have transformed himself into a beast. He would take damage, but there was no setting that his original body was a weakness. Could it be that the Shanghai seal will change its abilities according to the talent of its holder? Liang Shui clapped her hands and laughed. Master is amazing. Wei Qi shook his head. Apart from the main body factor, the transformation state consumes too much mana. If the spiritual power is exhausted, it will be a dead end. In actual combat, it should be used with discretion. Shanhain has a high growth potential, and the more pets you have, the more transformation options you have. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the longer the duration. Overall, Wei Qi was still very satisfied. This could definitely be considered a life-saving trump card. As long as you make good use of the projection talent, Shanhai Seal will be invincible. Gulp, gulp. Liang Shui was shocked. Oh no, the boiling water is about to overflow. Wei Qi looked at Liang Shui's back and smiled knowingly. Forget the sorrows, happiness is just around the corner. Chapter 15. Can we team up together? Liang Shui, it's getting late, let's go. Wei Qi said after washing up. The mysterious man's attack made Wei Qi feel like there was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Must become stronger. Liang Shui put her hands on her hips and said seriously, breakfast is very important. Master, don't underestimate boiled eggs. Although Schwer only knows how to boil eggs now, I will learn it in the future. Okay, I'll eat it. Wei Qi sat at the dining table and ate all the eggs cooked by Liang Shui. Liang Shui's fox ears wiggled as she revealed a satisfied smile. Master, don't worry. Schwer will work hard. After saying that, Liang Shui turned into a cute little fox and jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder, secretly looking at him with a pair of charming eyes. Well, let's work together. Wei Qi picked up his backpack and left home. 7:44. The central square of Pegasus City was crowded with people. Everywhere were parents of candidates, onlookers who were happy to watch the show, and businessmen selling groceries. My daughter, try your best to get into Guanglong College and find a rich husband. Did you see that? That's my son. Selling blood-recovering pills, 5,000 per pill. No charge if they don't work. Whose child is so eager to be reborn? Today, it is not just Pegasus No. 5 Middle School that will enter the novice trial book, but all the apprentice Beastmasters in the entire Pegasus City. An hour passed. The candidates went from being enthusiastic at the beginning to being listless. A middle-aged man wearing a Tianxian Alliance uniform came to the podium. He used his spiritual power and shouted loudly, Dear students, the novice trial copy will begin soon. Please be prepared. The originally noisy central square suddenly became quiet. Examinees, please bring your credentials and line up. This trial will only allow teams of 2. Let me be frank. The novice trial dungeon in Pegasus City is called Nightmare Assault. The monsters inside are quite powerful and dangerous. What? It's Nightmare Strike, which has the lowest overall pass rate. Oh my god, it's poisonous. My child's spirit pet is only level 3. Who will be responsible if something happens to it? Asked a parent. There are 32 novice trial copies in total. Pegasus City was unlucky and drew the most difficult, Nightmare Assault. The trial taker must return to the scene he fears the most and defeat the stronger inner demon monsters to pass the level. The higher the difficulty of the copy, the more treasures it contains. However, the difficulty of Nightmare Assault is too high, and even the city with the highest average score will eliminate many people if it is drawn. When the middle-aged man heard the people below talking, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. At this time, a flaming saber-toothed tiger slowly emerged from the void. A straight laser beam shot out from the brow of the domineering saber-toothed tiger, and black lines formed by burning soon appeared on the ground. A Beastmaster's duty is to fight monsters and protect humanity. If anyone is afraid of death, now is the time to stand behind this line. We will send people to send you to various technical colleges for training, such as spiritual construction workers, training workers, transportation workers, and other skilled occupations. The candidates queuing below looked at each other in confusion. My daughter, let's not become a Beastmaster. What will happen to your parents if something happens to you? Beast Tamer is too dangerous. You can earn money, but not spend it. With my qualifications, I'd be cannon fodder on the battlefield. I'd rather just be a well-paid technician. If it weren't for the good benefits for beast tamers, who would be willing to risk their lives? Wei Qi also had some hesitation in his heart. With his current savings and the well-behaved and sensible Liang Shui, he will definitely have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. The next attack by the black-robed man. The origin of Shanhai Seal. And the truth behind the destruction of Tiange City. He wants to become stronger. Besides, if you want to gain a foothold on Tianxian Star, you must become a truly strong person. Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi's determined eyes and playfully wagged her tail. My master is not a coward. He is a great hero in my heart, a real man. Several pretty girls crossed the line timidly. Other candidates who wanted to give up. Anyway, I am not the first one to give up. So more and more people are crossing that line. In the end, only 30% of the candidates chose to continue. You are the worst class I have ever seen. The middle-aged man shook his head and complained. If you want to get promoted and make a fortune, please go elsewhere. If you are afraid of death, don't enter this door. A white-haired old man walked up to the podium with vigorous steps. Behind him followed a large group of Beastmasters in purple robes and golden dragon costumes. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. Tianxian Alliance, Dragon Guard. The Tianxian Alliance is a unified organization established by elite Beastmasters from various countries. The code name of Dragon Country in the Alliance is Dragon. I am Long Mu, the Northern Deacon of the Dragon Guard. He is also the chief examiner of this assessment. The white-haired old man was intimidating without being angry, and the other candidates and parents shut up. In the eyes of the Beastmaster, civilians are no different from ants, not to mention that the other party is the leader of the Dragon Guard. Long Mu explained the assessment rules to everyone. Although Nightmare Assault is the most difficult novice trial dungeon, the monsters inside will definitely not exceed level 10. As long as you can hold on to your true intentions and cooperate with your natal beast, you will definitely be able to defeat your inner demons. This will be of great benefit to your future efforts in reaching the Xianzhu realm, level 50. Nightmare Assault is different from other dungeons. The dungeon environment is ever-changing. I recommend you form a team of 2. A combat-type Beastmaster and a support-type Beastmaster can team up to increase your chances of clearing the dungeon. Wei Qi felt happy after hearing this. Fortunately, I am not the protagonist template, otherwise there would definitely be monsters over level 10. The remaining 200 candidates began to talk to each other and look for suitable partners. Wei Qi patted Liang Shue's head and said, Liang Shue, do you think we should play solo? Or should we find someone to team up with? Go solo, master. A gentle female voice came from the heart. Liang Shue has been with Wei Qi for decades and knows his character very well. He is a lone wolf player and almost never teams up with others. We can communicate telepathically now. Liang Shue nodded. Maybe it's the ability of the mountain and sea seal? Wei Qi sighed and said, it's fun to play solo, but you'll be very tired if you do that. It's okay, master. Okay, since you agree, let's try it alone. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. Classmate Wei Qi, can we team up together? A clear female voice came from behind. Liang Shue turned his head slightly, and his expression became more serious. It was indeed her. The world is still moving forward as it should. Chapter 16 returned to Tiange City. A clear and pleasant voice sounded from behind Wei Qi. She is wearing flowing white clothes, has bright eyes and charming smile, and has waterfall-like black hair floating in the wind. Who else could it be but the school beauty Shen Miao? Liang Shue looked at the young and beautiful girl in front of him and vaguely recalled the battle at the Stairway of the Gods. According to the owner, Shen Miao is the typical protagonist template. He started with great talent, could easily pick up artifacts, and was constantly given resources and experience. In the end, he became the youngest Xian emperor in history, level 80. At that time, she was extremely beautiful and looked down upon the world, and countless men vied with each other to become her slave. As time goes by, they meet again, and the once unattainable empress turns back into a young and beautiful girl. Liang Shue still remembered that in her previous life, Shen Miao took the initiative to invite Wei Qi to team up to level up, and the two of them entered her nightmare world together. It's just that Liang Shue was too weak at the time, and was forcibly taken out by Wei Qi after just a few rounds. In the end, Wei Qi missed the opportunity to enter the Key Beast Taming Academy because of his low ranking. The students around were discussing, fuck, why doesn't Goddess Shen team up with me? School beauty Shun. Look at me, look at me. My talent is rapid healing. Professional foot washing. He's just a little more handsome than me. Why didn't he choose me as his teammate? Damn it. Why did Senior Shen Miao find a boy as her teammate? A lesbian girl said angrily. Wei Qi pointed at himself, looking surprised. Are you talking to me? From his point of view, Shen Miao, who possesses SS talent and that Song Lei's six-tailed fox, is the #1 genius in Pegasus City. People of this level should not look for him to form a team. Shen Miao nodded slightly. Your projection talent has a lot of room for development. My Song Lei Luwei Fox has a damage bonus when it has Fox Clan teammates. If you're willing to team up with me, drop 55 points and I'll do my best to keep you safe. Shen Miao is a beautiful girl, but she also speaks in an unpleasant way. Most of her suitors were embarrassed and ashamed by her. Wei Qi glanced at Liang Shue, who was squinting in his arms, and then looked at the graceful Shen Miao. I'm sorry, I had other plans. Facing your inner demons is a great opportunity for cultivation. Shen Miao's eyes froze. She obviously didn't expect Wei Qi to refuse. From an outsider's perspective, Wei Qi's talent is average, and his natal pet is average, so he has no reason to refuse Shen Miao's request. Shen Miao's mouth showed a shallow dimple. Sorry to bother you. Wei Qi looked at Shen Miao's back and shook his head slightly. She is the well-deserved school belle of Pegasus No. 5 Middle School, but unfortunately this kind of cold beauty is not his type. He prefers the considerate Lu Suyu to the cold school beauty. Others don't think so. They just think Wei Qi is an ungrateful bastard. You idiot. A beautiful girl is flattering you by teaming up with you. Why are you acting so noble? 9494, are you still trying to play hard to get with her? I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Senior Shen Miao, let's team up together, said a lace girl with shining eyes. Shen Miao's Tsong Lei six-tailed fox looked at its master curiously. Master, why did you choose him as your teammate? He seems to have celestial blood. I want to confirm it up close. Long Mu pointed to the dragon-shaped column in the center of the square and said, Nightmare Assault restricts Beastmasters above level 10 from entering. For everyone's safety, we will set the adventure exploration time to 24 hours. After saying that, he patted the head of the dragon-shaped cylinder, and a white talisman spit out of the lifelike golden dragon's mouth. This is the dragon talisman. If you encounter an emergency in the dungeon, you can tear up the talisman and return here. Every time you kill a monster in the dungeon, you will earn points. Your ranking will be displayed on the dragon pillar outside. Don't underestimate the points value. It is an important parameter for your future college life. The top 30 students can choose to join the 3 major colleges. Want to be among the top 30 among more than 200 people? That should work. Long Mu stroked his non-existent beard and said, The rules have been read out. I wish you all excellent results. Start collecting dragon talismans now. The candidates lined up in an orderly manner and received the dragon tokens in order. Soon it was Wei Qi's turn to receive the dragon talisman. Long Mu looked at the lonely Wei Qi, and then looked at Liang Shui in his arms. Are you alone? Be safe. Thanks. Wei Qi touched the dragon head of the dragon pillar, and a white talisman fell into his palm. He silently said in his heart, Enter the dungeon. Buzz. A magical spiritual power emanates from the dragon talisman. When Wei Qi opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world. I never thought I'd return to this place again, Tiange City. Endless ruins, collapsed high-rise buildings, broken corpses, and huge monsters roaring in the distance. The immersive feeling seemed to bring Wei Qi's memory back to 2 years ago. Liang Shui also widened her eyes in shock. In the previous life, Wei Qi and Shen Miao were a team, so she didn't know what her master feared most. Wei Qi took a deep breath and said, Liang Shui, prepare to fight. If this dungeon really evolved from my nightmare, there will be many terrifying enemies here. Shui'er understands. The faint cries for help, the roars of monsters, and the impact of collapsing buildings made Wei Qi tremble all over. Master, are you afraid? Liang Shui raised her fox head and asked. No, nothing, let's go. Wei Qi was unwilling to tell Liang Shui what he had seen at that time. Suddenly, a string of words appeared in front of Wei Qi. First place, Shen Miao, 5 points. Shen Miao has defeated Warcraft and scored? Then I can't fall too far behind. The man's competitive spirit overcame his fear. Liang Shui responded to Wei Qi's fighting spirit and jumped down, turning into a 3-tailed fox of ice dust that was nearly half a person's height. Rustle. A strange noise came from the ruins ahead. A bloodthirsty frog, completely red and about the size of a basketball, jumped out. Basic information about the bloodthirsty frog appeared in Wei Qi's mind. Bloodthirsty frog, top grade ordinary level, water attribute. Its main means of output is tongue licking, and it doesn't even have a death rattle. The only noteworthy thing about it is that its tongue is very flexible and becomes bigger after sucking blood. It is said to be a good friend of some women in the boudoir. The bloodthirsty frog, which had just sucked enough human blood from the ruins, discovered a man and a fox in front of it. It let out a strange cry and opened its mouth wide to lick. Liang Shui's eyes flashed, and it leaped forward and raised its right paw. A hint of cold light arrives first. Puff. The sharp ice claws easily tore the bloodthirsty frog's head, causing a ball of smelly blood to burst out. Bloodthirsty frog, why are you so selfish? Well done, Ryuju. Liang Shui circled around him, wagging her tail like a loyal puppy. Wei Qi thought that this bloodthirsty frog would turn into data and disappear like the monsters in online games. It turned out not to be the case. The bloodthirsty frog lay quietly on the ground. Wei Qi couldn't help but doubt the source and operating logic of the copy. Since the dungeon is called Nightmare Assault, Wei Qi already knows what the final boss looks like. Level up first. Don't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wei Qi took out a dagger from his backpack and took Liang Shui into the ruins of Tiange City. Chapter 17 Use of Projection. A blood-red light burst out from the dilapidated department store next to him, and the overturned car exploded. Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. The creepy screams echoed all around, and the 3-year-old child immediately wet his pants after hearing them. Wei Qi immediately grasped the dagger and became alert. Liang Shui, be careful around you. As soon as the words fell, the door of the department store was kicked open with great force, and a ghostly figure like a zombie pounced towards Liang Shui. Liang Shui looked stern. It dodged calmly with swift steps and left a trail of blood on the opponent. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. Is this the breath of the demons? Why are there demonic creatures in the master's nightmares? Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. The black humanoid monster screamed in pain, and a black flame suddenly ignited in his body and rushed towards Wei Qi's position. Wei Qi quickly lay down to avoid the sudden fire attack. Ga-ga. After the black shadow released its final death rattle, its limbs danced a few times in extremely twisted shapes, and then it lay on the ground, breathless. Phew, that was a close call. Wei Qi slowly got up from the ground. Liang Shui stared at the black shadow on the ground motionlessly, lost in thought. My hunch was right. This was indeed a human being infected and corrupted by evil spirits. The demons are an ancient and mysterious race. The demon world they live in constantly exudes a decadent and corrupted atmosphere, demonic energy. If ordinary creatures are contaminated by evil spirits, they will either die or be degraded. Under the guidance of the goddess of hope, humans completely sealed the entrance to the demon realm, and there were no more demons in the world until 100 years later. Could it be that the destruction of Tiange City is related to the demon clan? Otherwise, there is no way to explain the degenerate corpse in front of us. Liang Shui, what's wrong with you? If you feel uncomfortable or scared, let's leave here. Wei Qi patted its head. Oh, nothing. Shui is just curious about the origin of this magical beast. I don't know either, and the Tianqian Alliance doesn't know either. It was only after Liang Shui ascended to heaven that she learned about the feud between the gods and demons. Of course, her current master knew nothing. Let's go. We still have 20 hours to level up. Wei Qi walked slowly along the deserted streets according to his memory, because he might be attacked by a demon's suicide bombing every few steps. In order not to arouse the master's suspicion, Liang Shui quickly sent a message to her inner voice. Master, there are 7 demons ahead. With its combat experience, it is enough to easily defeat the 7 opposing ones. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Station distribution? 5 of them were wandering around the intersection, and 2 were lying in ambush inside the shop. The flat terrain encountered a large number of enemies, and there was also Lao Lu who ambushed and attacked. After all, Wei Qi currently doesn't have a secondary pet or spiritual seal skills, and his level is still low. It is a bit difficult for Liang Shui to fight 1v7 alone. What should I do? Wei Qi hid behind a car and quietly observed the battle situation. There is a demon standing in each of the 4 directions of the intersection ahead, and 1 in the center. Liang Shui's ice cannon is a straight-line penetrating attack. If you want to kill all the enemies in one fell swoop, you must lure them into a straight line. The circular snowfall can indeed kill these minions instantly, but doing so will consume Liang Shui's spiritual power. At her current rank, she can cast snowfall up to 3 times. Don't waste your ultimate on minions. Wei Qi looked at the bricks everywhere and came up with a plan in his mind. Liang Shui, you will stand on the street and use the ice cannon in a while, and leave the rest to me. Shui understands. Wei Qi picked up a brick and threw it hard towards the far left. Pa! The demon standing guard on the left shuddered when he heard the sound of bricks falling and began to move to the left. Stupid and easy to deceive. After completing the arrangements, Wei Qi picked up his dagger and rushed to the right. The demons who had just had their fill of food saw a young man suddenly appear from nowhere, and they immediately showed their brutal side. Wei Qi successfully pulled the demon on the right to the middle straight line. Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. A terrifying sound kept chasing behind. Liang Shui, it's now. Liang Shui, who had been on standby for a long time, naturally understood Wei Qi's meaning. She jumped high from the shelter, with 3 foxtails behind her wrapped in a ball of ice blue flame. 4 points in 1 line. The ice cannon with penetrating properties gushed out. The madly running demons all stopped and allowed the ice cannon to penetrate their bodies. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded, and a strong blue light engulfed the 4 demons. The demon that was lured away by the sound of bricks and the 2 demons who were waiting for an opportunity discovered that their allies were attacked. They made strange cackles and rushed towards Liang Shui on all 4s. Wei Qi Liang Shui immediately retreated. The demon's eyes turned red. Damn, Lao Lu, you killed my teammates and still want to leave? They continued their pursuit along the only road. Drink. Roar. Suddenly, I heard the roars of people and foxes beside me. Wei Qi, holding a short knife, and Liang Shui rushed out from both sides. The defenseless demon was torn apart by the leaping icy light and died on the spot. The only remaining demon realized that he had been tricked when he looked at the gradually disappearing image in front of him. Wei Qi created a projection of him and Liang Shui escaping from a distance in advance, with the purpose of paralyzing the vigilance of the three demons. The moment he and Liang Shui retreated from the intersection, he transformed into Lao Lu and ambushed on both sides. I fell asleep. In the end, of course, this demon couldn't withstand the mixed doubles of the two main pets, and its body was torn into two pieces by Liang Shui's sharp claws. 2v7, and Scathe, great victory. I didn't expect that my talent for projection would be surprisingly handy in actual combat. Wei Qi put his hands on his hips with satisfaction. Liang Shui rubbed her master's hand with admiration. Of course my master is awesome. This is also the reason why she was confident in handing over the command to Wei Qi. In his previous life, Wei Qi won the title of Shadow King by virtue of his true and false projection tactics. Although he is not the strongest king-level master, he is definitely the most troublesome Xian King. Wei Qi squatted down and examined the demon's body. Because the demons are not purebred monsters, they do not drop any spiritual seals or spiritual patterns, and they cannot explode the monster's inner core. Wei Qi glanced at the rankings. First place, Shen Miao, 78 points. Second place, Zhou Chang, 56 points. Third place, Wei Qi, 48 points. Fourth place, Li Xian, 47 points. Oh, I'm third. Really good. Wei Qi had some impression of the name Zhou Chang. He was a genius from the number 7 middle school next door. Looks like an A-level talent. If Ma Chang were still alive, his green-haired dog would probably be able to make it into the top 20. Lord-level spirit pets are rare, and a freak like Liang Shui that can evolve continuously is even rarer. Just continue to maintain the status quo. Come on, Liang Shui. Wei Qi touched Liang Shui's head. What are you looking at? Wei Qi followed its gaze. I saw a strange plant growing on the ground in the next street, and its blood-colored fruits were extremely strange. Liang Shui was surprised and delighted. This seems to be blood nether fruit. Great, the owner is blessed. Chapter 18, The Legend of Atticus. The blood nether fruit is a treasure that usually only appears in the demon world. When swallowed by humans or spirit beasts, it can greatly increase the level of spiritual power. Because this plant needs to absorb a large amount of human essence and blood to grow, humans can improve their physical fitness and nourish their yang energy after taking it. Liang Shui immediately sent a voice in her mind. Master, this fruit is called the blood nether fruit. It is a treasure. Pick it quickly. Wei Qi was confused but didn't think too much about it. It is well known that the natal beast will not harm its master. Yeah. Wei Qi picked the fruit and held it in his palm. It was warm and beating inside like a living heart. He subconsciously passed the blood nether fruit to Liang Shui's mouth. Since it is a good thing, Liang Shui, you eat it first. Liang Shui looked at the blood fruit in front of her and felt extremely excited. My master is still the same as always. He will give me any good things first. You've been so good to Shui, and you still want me to forget you? Eat. Why don't you eat? Liang Shui shook her head. Master, you should eat it. Shui is not hungry. Okay, I'll refine and absorb it when I rest at night. Wei Qi and Liang Shui continued on their journey towards the city center. In the dark imperial city, Shen Miao, with the Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox, easily killed a menacing demon. Xiaozi, thank you for your hard work. Master, are you ready? Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox asked softly. Shen Miao glanced at the tightly closed gate of the imperial city and casually clicked on the dungeon rankings. Without a doubt, she is number 1. What surprised Shen Miao was that the boy named Wei Qi was ranked 3rd, with a difference of 30 points between the two. Him? How is that possible? Shen Miao knew very well how powerful the demons in the copy were, and he was even more aware of the abilities of the Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox. Wei Qi's talent is a projection without any combat power bonus, and his natal beast is the white spirit fox that can be seen everywhere. Could it be that he teamed up with Zhou Chang, who came in 2nd, and that Zhou Chang gave him a lot of points? Master, I was actually thinking about saying that the boy's pet is not an ordinary fox. Shen Miao was stunned. The Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox shook his head. Bing de Yurawei, Mo Yin Wakibai. She also has the blood of the 10-tailed demon fox flowing in her body. She and I will have a battle one day. Perhaps the other party has also noticed it, so he rejected your invitation. Shen Miao was puzzled. Why? Isn't it a white spirit fox? I don't know what kind of fox demon she is. Judging from her aura, she should be one level lower than me, and her spiritual power attribute is ice. Wei Qi's refusal smile appeared in Shen Miao's mind. Zilei, are you scared? Of course not, said the Tsang Lei six-tailed fox. Come on, I will train you to be the strongest demon fox in the world. A flash of lightning appeared, and the gate of the imperial city was broken by thunder. A man and a fox entered the depths of the dungeon. Somewhere in an amusement park, Zhou Chang gently wiped the blood off the blade, and the huge black bear behind him beat the troublesome demon into a pulp. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. My Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is so powerful, it should definitely take first place, right? The confident Zhou Chang was confused after seeing the copy ranking list. Shen Miao? An interesting woman. Zhou Chang, who has always been ranked first since he was a child, was very unhappy. Just wait, the first place will always be mine. As for the third and fourth place, Zhou Chang, who thought highly of himself, was too lazy to remember the names of the weaker ones. The entrance to the copy. Long Mu sat steadily on a chair and teased a parrot. Xiao Wang, how many points did the top-ranked candidate get now? The middle-aged man who had been in charge of the exam said respectfully, Master Long, the first-place candidate is Shen Miao, with a score of 78. 78 points. Long Mu straightened up in shock. Nightmare Assault is the most difficult of the novice trial dungeons. Got 78 points shortly after the exam started? What kind of freak is this? All the Beastmasters who have been promoted to full-time positions have gone through the national examination and have personally experienced the difficulty of the examination. The attack methods of Beastmasters who have not learned the Spirit Seal technique and newly born Spirit Beasts are very simple. Even though the monsters in the novice trial dungeon are generally weaker than wild monsters, they are not something that a rookie recruit can easily deal with. In the national examinations in the past 10 years, the highest score was only over 600 points. This little guy named Shen Miao is something. The middle-aged man looked at the imposing Long Mu and said cautiously, Lord Long, I've just joined the Dragon Guard. Why is Nightmare Assault the most difficult dungeon? Long Mu chuckled. Little king, have you heard of Oedipus? Oedipus? Is this the terrifying legend that has been circulating on Tianxian Star for a long time? The story of Atticus is a classic, comparable to the Crying Wolf story on Earth. A long time ago, there was a strange creature named Oedipus on the Tianxian Star. He liked to scare and tease humans for fun. If you encounter terrifying scenes in your life, such as a TV turning on automatically, a faucet suddenly opening in the middle of the night, or a human baby disappearing unexpectedly when you want to have a deeper conversation, then it is Atticus who is causing trouble. At this time, you must not let fear dominate your brain. Otherwise, Atticus will continue to haunt you until you have a mental breakdown or die. It is said that Atticus likes to take the souls of humans who died of fear from it, and then take on the appearance of its victims to continue to scare others. Mothers on Tianxian Star love to scare their children when educating them. If you cry again, I'll throw you out the door and let Atticus eat you. No matter how wild a child is, he will become an obedient baby when he hears the name of Oedipus. The elders did not dare to use the name of Oedipus to scare children often, as it was said that doing so often would easily attract unclean people. Long Mu glanced at the middle-aged man and said, It is said that Nightmare Assault is an illusory world created by Atticus, so people who enter it will see the most terrifying scenes in their hearts. The middle-aged man was stunned. What? Aren't those children in great danger? Don't worry, the novice trial copies are all signs of hope from the goddess. The goddess will not harm us. The three views of middle-aged people have been severely impacted. It turns out that the novice trial copy is a miracle bestowed by the goddess of hope. Long Mu smiled charitably. Although the difficulty of Nightmare Attack is a bit high, if the children can defeat their inner demons, it will be of great benefit to their future cultivation. At least it will be easy to break through the 5th level of Xianzhu Realm. The novice trial the year I awakened was also Nightmare Assault. Although it was scary, as long as I stick to my original intention, I can still pass it easily. Lord Long, have you seen Oedipus? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully. Long Mu's hands suddenly stopped shaking. It seems that there is, but it also seems that there is not. I don't know if that thing is Oedipus. But my intuition tells me that the ghost thing has been hiding in the world of Nightmare Strike and has never left. Is this the real secret behind why Nightmare Assault is the most difficult and has the highest casualty rate? The middle-aged man frowned. Long Mu shook his head. I have tried hard for half my life, but still haven't understood the truth of the world. The middle-aged man stared at the lifelike dragon pillar in silence. He suddenly felt that the dragon spitting pearls from its mouth was gradually devouring his sanity. Is it really safe for candidates to enter such a hidden and terrifying world? Chapter 19 Liang Shue's Tenderness. As night falls, the sun of Tiange City falls into darkness. A chill penetrated Wei Qi's windbreaker, making him shiver. It's so cold. After 9 hours of adventure and exploration, Liang Shue, who had slain countless demons, successfully upgraded from level 7 to level 9. Master, let's take a break, Liang Shue said in her heart. Wei Qi looked around and found a convenience store with doors and windows still intact. Yeah, I'm hungry too. The quack quack coo sounds in Tiange City gradually disappeared. Wei Qi pushed open the door of the convenience store, and of course the food inside could not be eaten. He took out the quick-cooked hot pot and braised chicken with rice from his backpack, added seasoning and water, and covered the lid in one go. Liang Shue, do you want to eat some food to recover? I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle tonight. Yes, master. The big white fox transformed. A beautiful girl with blue hair and fox ears, wearing a cool fox fur outfit, appeared in front of Wei Qi. Wei Qi took out a small psychic heater and turned on the switch. The temperature inside the house rose to around 16 degrees. Liang Shue took the initiative to ask, Master, are you cold? Wei Qi tightened his cheap windbreaker. It's okay, at least we have a place to shelter from the wind. If we were outside, it would be terrible. Hey. Liang Shue trotted into Wei Qi's arms and leaned her body steadily in his arms. Master, please hold me, it will warm my body, Liang Shue said with a smile. Wei Qi, whose hands and feet were cold, of course did not refuse. He sat on a small stool and hugged Liang Shue tightly. The girl's long blue hair fluttered back and forth at the tip of her nose, and a faint fragrance penetrated into her nostrils, making her feel very comfortable. Liang Shue's body was warm. Gulp, gulp, the self-heating hot pot is heating itself. Faced with the cute girl, the tongue-tied Wei Qi didn't know what to talk to her about. If it was Liang Shue in fox form, he might hug it and talk to himself. Liang Shue leaned in Wei Qi's arms with a happy look on her face. 3 furry necktails covered his neck like a fox scarf knitted by a lover. In this quiet atmosphere, a trace of fatigue appeared in Wei Qi's mind. Such a comfortable and warm feeling. Wei Qi fell into a short light sleep. He vaguely saw his kind and gentle mother and his strict father. Xiao Qi, Mom doesn't ask you to become a great person, as long as you are healthy and happy. Happy birthday, Xiao Qi. The father, who was always serious, took out a small box from under the table and said, This necklace is your 16th birthday gift. The beautiful dream was suddenly shattered, and a rag doll made of rags suddenly appeared on the table. Its body began to grow longer and twist continuously. The doll's head also twisted 90 degrees, and a strange G-A-G-A-J sound came out of its mouth. Xiaoqi, run away. Mom looked panicked. They're coming. G-A-G-A-G-A-Q. Ah! Puff, puff. The sound of a knife piercing flesh. Wei Qi suddenly woke up from his dream. Liang Shue turned around with a slight pain. Master, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? No, nothing. Liang Shue looked at Wei Qi tenderly and said silently in her heart, Master, you dare not look the other person in the eye when you lie, because your eyes are filled with fear and panic. Wei Qi didn't remember what he had just dreamed about, but he felt very scared. Not wanting to think, he just picked up the braised chicken with rice and started showing off. Someone tapped my shoulder gently. Liang Shue, with bright white teeth, pointed at a high-quality feed and said coquettishly, Master, Shue wants you to feed her, can you? Feeding spirit pets is a basic job for a Beastmaster, and Wei Qi had no reason to refuse. The coquettish little fox threw himself into his arms again and acted cute in a crying voice. Master, what is your dream? Liang Shue smacked her lips. Wei Qi said without hesitation, Become a powerful Beastmaster. Why? Only by becoming a strong person can I find out the truth about the attack on Tiange City and the whereabouts of my parents. I don't believe they are dead. Wei Qi's parents were listed as missing persons, and their whereabouts are still unknown. In a large-scale monster attack like this, the missing people are likely to have been eaten by the monsters. In his previous life, Wei Qi never uncovered the truth about the destruction of Tiange City until his death. Liang Shue didn't believe Wei Qi's parents were still alive. She asked cautiously, If the mistress and the others were really gone, what would you do? Continue your revenge. I don't know either, maybe. Wei Qi stared at the heater blankly. Master, come on, Shue will always be by your side. Yes, I'm determined to get into the Key Beast Taming Academy. Liang Shue still smiled and said, Perhaps the master can find more clues in the Nightmare Assault dungeon. I hope so. I want to refine the blood nether fruit. Huh? Oh, okay. Liang Shue, with her ears drooping, pouted and stood up from Wei Qi's arms. Swear hasn't been hugged enough. The owner is such a fool. Wei Qi took out the blood-colored fruit from his arms. Ollie good done. The taste of the blood fruit is weird. Why does it smell like blood? The hot, spicy liquid enters the body through the esophagus. Wei Qi felt a powerful surge of pava in his body. In the beast-taming space, the little stars below the first spiritual contract are constantly twinkling. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars. Wei Qi's physical fatigue was swept away, and the strength of his arms became even stronger. Chapter 20, Attack of the Carrion Bugs. Wow, it's reached level 7. Wei Qi was ecstatic after opening his eyes. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the stronger the innate skills and spiritual seal skills can be, making it easier to control the battlefield. After another 3 levels, Wei Qi can contract a new spirit pet partner. Although you can only summon 1 pet to fight before reaching level 2, having 1 more pet means you have 1 more option. The spiritual power of a spirit pet is also known as the blue bar, which is limited. The most efficient way to fight is for spirit pets to take turns fighting. Wei Qi and Liang Shui pushed open the door of the convenience store. The streets here are quiet. All the street lights and electrical facilities were scrapped, and darkness completely engulfed the entire Tiange city. Wei Qi glanced at the dungeon rankings. First place, Xin Miao, for 182 points. Second place, Zhou Chang, 375 points. Third place, Li Xian, 350 points. Fourth place, Wang Tao, 322 points. Fifth place, Wei Qi, 299 points. Don't these roller kings ever take a break? Wei Qi couldn't help but complain. Liang Shui, it's time for us to set off. The streets were empty. The hairs all over my body stood up quietly. Wow 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 ga. Wei Qi suddenly looked up and saw a dense flock of crows flying overhead. Run, they're coming. Master, be careful. At this moment, Wei Qi didn't care about his image and immediately lay on the ground. The cold wind quickly passed along his neck. Sizzle. The electric pole next to Wei Qi broke. Liang Shui raised her claws and slapped the attacker, who was injured and took several steps back. This is a demon with a very strange appearance. Its limbs are thin and twisted, and it holds a blood-stained sickle in its hand. How terrifying. The demon let out a strange cry and then crawled towards Wei Qi on all 4s. Quack, quack, quack. The crows circling in the sky seemed to be accompanying it. Wei Qi was frightened by the strange-looking monster and subconsciously rolled backwards to escape. Liang Shui's eyes flashed, and a sharp ice spear quickly condensed in the air and stabbed towards the monster. Puff! Something happened that stunned her. The ice spear easily pierced the monster's head, but it did not die, and there was no sign of injury on its body. The deformed arms grabbed Wei Qi's ankles and tried to throw him up. Not good. If you were thrown by it, you will definitely be smashed into a meat patty. At the critical moment of life and death, a huge force burst out from Wei Qi's body, and he desperately held on to the telephone pole in front of him that was cut in half to stabilize his body. Help! The monster cried like a human and dragged Wei Qi's ankle. Liang Shui suddenly pounced from behind, and its sharp ice claws tore its neck apart. The headless body gradually lost strength. It twitched a few times, screamed a few times, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Ga. The flock of crows overhead scattered in response. The furious Liang Shui used 2 consecutive claws to finish off the opponent. Unfortunately, the monster is already dead. Wei Qi, his legs weak, slowly stood up. What the hell is this? Such a strange beast has never been mentioned in the textbooks. Wei Qi carefully examined the monster's corpse. There was no trace of blood, and the severed head had disappeared. Its body is actually made up of a specimen room dummy. An indescribable fear rose in my heart. An unknown creature suddenly flashed through Wei Qi's mind, holding a sickle in its left hand and a lantern in its right hand. 2.5 years ago in Tiange City, Wei Qi, who was hiding in the ruins, witnessed this monster sucking human souls with his own eyes. Every time the monster sucked a human soul, it would imitate his voice and scream twice, spreading fear to other unfortunate people who were waiting to die. At that time, Wei Qi fainted on the spot due to excessive blood loss and shock. When he opened his eyes again, he had been rescued by Lu Suyu. The unidentified creature holding a sickle is very similar to the Adikos in the Tiangshuangxing ghost story legend. Later, because the search and rescue team did not find the bodies of the victims, Wei Qi thought that the scenes he saw were all hallucinations and gradually forgot about them. When he returned to the ruins of Tiange City again, the first thing he thought of was the ghost figure that looked like Adikos. Wei Qi shuddered as he looked at the dummy under his feet. Liang Shui keenly noticed Wei Qi's change of mood. Master, what's wrong with you? Wei Qi didn't want to show his vulnerable side and could only deny it through gritted teeth. Nothing, just a shock. Let's move on. Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi suspiciously but didn't expose him. Wei Qi was not a coward, and he quickly adjusted his attitude. The dummy under his feet was a monster that materialized the thing he feared most in his mind. Perhaps he could use the properties of Nightmare Attack to explore the truth that happened 2.5 years ago. There is still a crossroads ahead. Liang Shui whispered. Master, where are we going? Wei Qi looked up at the sky and saw a group of crows circling in the west. West. The man and the fox had not gone far. Boom. The tall buildings on both sides collapsed simultaneously, completely cutting off their retreat. Ga 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 goo goo goo. The cries of crows came from all directions. Strange things happened again. The street lights on both sides of the road lit up at the same time, as if to light a clear path for him. Wei Qi swallowed his saliva to bolster his courage. It's just a dungeon. At worst, I can use the dragon talisman to retreat. What's there to be afraid of? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Wei Qi continued to move forward with Liang Shui. A strange noise came from both sides of the ruins. Fat white-green worms emerged from the sewer. They all woke up from their sleep when they smelled the fragrance of Liang Shui, and pairs of green eyes flashed in the darkness. Wei Qi's expression changed. Holy crap, it's actually a carrion worm. Carrion beetle, lower elite level, Zerg, its ultimate move is Venom Blast, and its lethality is not very high. This kind of bug is not very powerful individually, but its death rattle, poison explosion, is very tricky. When a carrion beetle dies, it will cause an explosion to infect surrounding enemies, and the poisoning effect can be stacked. The most disgusting thing is that the carrion worms are social monsters, and they all obey the collective actions of the queen worm in the tribe. It's not difficult to defeat them, but it's hard to defeat them intact. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A group of people with trypophobia appeared in front of the street, causing them to die on the spot. A fat queen insect, nearly 3 meters tall, shook the tentacles on its head and tried to approach Liang Shui with a heartless pace. Liang Shui, we must kill this queen insect, otherwise the dungeon journey will end early. Wei Qi said solemnly. Liang Shui looked at the dense maggots in front of her, and a trace of fear arose in her heart, even though she was fearless. I hate disgusting creatures like Zerg the most. Liang Shui, who is fearless, is most afraid of the Zerg. So disgusting. Hiss, hiss, hiss. More and more carrion worms emerged from the ground. The fat queen insect suddenly opened her chrysanthemum-like mouth, revealing her hideous true face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the carrion worms rushed towards Wei Qi Liang Shui like a flood. Fuck. Liang Shui, jump up and dodge first. Don't use the ice cannon. Liang Shui was so frightened that she shut herself up and dared not speak. What if the master heard her frightened voice? It would be so embarrassing. Wei Qi took out a grappling gun from his backpack as quickly as possible. This gun can shoot out grappling hooks and is generally used for outdoor rock climbing. The human ancestors of Tianxian Star created all kinds of strange props to assist in combat, and the grappling gun is just one of them. Wei Qi aimed at the top of the ruins behind him and pressed the switch. Bang! With his sturdy flying claws firmly grasping the top rock, Wei Qi gritted his teeth and began to climb up. The nimble Liang Shui stepped on the stones on both sides and jumped to the top of the street lamp. The man and the fox hanging in the air temporarily avoided the attack of the army of carrion worms. Chapter 21. Have I grown up? Wei Qi, who was hanging in the air, breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. Luckily the blood nether fruit strengthened my physical strength. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to climb such a high wall without strength training. Master. Actually, Shui is very afraid of insects. Liang Shui whispered cautiously while squatting on the street lamp. In order to prevent Wei Qi from making a wrong judgment, Liang Shui, who had been struggling for a long time, lowered her tail and admitted that she was afraid of the Zerg. This feeling seemed to bring me back to the moment when I was surrounded by the trio in my previous life. Wei Qi looked at the disgusting swarm of insects under his feet and kept soothing them. Then let's try it once. If we fail, we will retreat immediately. Oh well, that's not right. Shui is not afraid of insects. I can hold on. Liang Shui insisted. Wei Qi was not surprised that Liang Shui was afraid of insects. No matter how powerful a spiritual beast is, it has its weaknesses. All things are interdependent and mutually exclusive, and there is no true invincibility. The level of the carrion worm queen is no higher than the first level. They have no long-range attack methods. Liang Shui felt more secure as she watched Wei Qi analyze things calmly. It's great to have a host. Wei Qi took out a lighter from his trouser pocket and threw it down. When the swarm of carrion bugs saw the lighter fall to the ground, they immediately swarmed over it. It's good to be able to see things. Wei Qi projected his projection onto the top of a street lamp not far away. The carrion worms discovered a human being appeared out of thin air above their heads. With their low intelligence, they thought that it was the reinforcements summoned by Wei Qi, so they immediately surrounded Wei Qi's projection clone. The Zerg have strong vitality, but their IQ is too low. Liang Xue, prepare to cast Snowfall. Make sure to kill this carrion queen in one go. Xuer understands. Wei Qi could only project objects that he had seen. With his current level of cultivation, he was unable to project spirit beasts other than Liang Xue. Even if he was projecting himself or Liang Xue, creating two projections at the same time was already his current limit. It is enough to solve the current dilemma. Wei Qi concentrated his mind on controlling the projection. Wei Qi pretended to fall accidentally, and the corpse worms below took the opportunity to swarm over. The fat corpse worm queen also took 2 steps forward. Still a little distance away, Wei Qi gritted his teeth and continued to control the projection of Liang Xue to jump forward. The carrion worms, crying out that they had been tricked, continued to pounce towards the direction of the projection. Liang Xue, get ready. Wei Qi shouted angrily and held the dragon talisman in his left palm, aiming the grappling gun in his right hand at the top of the street lamp where the swarm of insects gathered. Bang! The chain gun fired again. Wei Qi held the rope tightly with both hands and swung away. The swarm of corpse insects, deceived twice by the projection, chirped angrily. When they saw Wei Qi taking action, they continued to chase him. With a gust of wind in his ears and a swarm of rotting insects beneath him, Wei Qi held his breath and shouted with all his strength, "Now is the time." Liang Xue looked at Wei Qi, who used himself as bait, and was speechless. With grief and anger, it used its most powerful killing move at the moment, the snow waterfall. The temperature dropped sharply throughout the venue, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Following closely behind were countless ice blades. With the corpse worm queen as the center, a blue and white storm gradually sucked the corpse worm queen into it. Wei Qi gritted his teeth and immediately let go, becoming a trapeze artist without a safety rope. Liang Xue. His body was thrown forward with great force due to inertia, so he escaped from the range of the corpse swarm's death rattle skill. The ultimate move of an imperial spirit pet is not something that a small swarm of corpse insects can withstand head-on. The storm formed by the ice blades continuously sucked in the swarm of corpse insects, and emerald green blood splattered out crazily. Puff, puff, puff. The very relaxing sound of bodies exploding is endless. The flying man who was about to land was tied around his waist with a long foxtail. Liang Xue's body rolled several times on the ground and became a cushion for Wei Qi. Ouch! Wei Qi crawled out from Liang Xue's foxtail. The result was very successful, and neither of them was affected by the most difficult death rattle skill of the carrion swarm. There were so many carrion worms that Liang Xue, who had exclusive experience, burst into colorful light from her body, and her level rose to 12. After upgrading, Liang Xue's body became several times larger, the patterns on her back became clearer, and the whole fox became more graceful. When your mount reaches level 20, you can comprehend, ride, and gain the ability to safely carry people. There are still 8 levels to go before you can ride on the cool snow. Wei Qi looked at the grappling gun hanging on the street lamp, the gun body covered with emerald green venom. Oh, I'll just have to buy a new one. Wei Qi glanced at the rankings. I killed so many carrion worms in one breath. How many points do I have now? First place, Wei Qi, 648 points. Second place, Xin Miao, for 191 points. Third place, Zhou Chang, for 100 points. Fourth place, Li Xin, 367 points. Fifth place, Wang Tao, 340 points. What the hell? Wei Qi was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 648 points? A surge of more than 300 points? It's become rich. In fact, no one would dare to kill all the carrion worms in one breath, because the explosive poison with such a high density is enough to kill the Beastmaster. Wei Qi, who has an unusual body, dares to perform acrobatics and combines his projection talent to gather monsters and attract aggro, with the ice attribute to suppress the spread of toxins, and finally the snow waterfall with explosive damage. All these factors combined together can accomplish the feat of wiping out a swarm of corpse insects in one blow. Wei Qi patted Liang Xue excitedly. We won first place. Liang Xue is really great. It's all thanks to the master. Wei Qi rubbed his hands happily as he looked at the fantastic results. With his current grades, he could easily be admitted to a key beast-taming university. If you continue to explore the dungeon, you may encounter more dangerous enemies. Should you use the talisman to leave? Wei Qi looked at the dark road ahead and muttered to himself, "How can I be a deserter when I haven't even met the final boss yet? Liang Xue, can you still fight?" Liang Xue shook her white and soft fur and said in a graceful voice, "That's absolutely fine, master." "Then let's move on." Liang Xue looked at her master's back and felt deeply moved. The master always uses himself as bait to create output opportunities for her. This time, Xue'er finally overcomes her inner fear and becomes your support. Have I grown up? Chapter 22 Boss, Nightmare Shadow. Wei Qi suddenly noticed a green light flashing next to the corpse of the corpse worm mother. He held his breath and took a closer look. A spirit crystal actually popped up. What good luck? Wei Qi picked up the round green ball excitedly. Spirit crystal, a crystal formed by the energy of spirit beasts. The spirit crystals dropped by the corpse queen belong to the Zerg spirit crystals. After the Zerg spirit pets absorb them, there is a chance that they will comprehend its skills. Spirit pets of other races cannot comprehend the skills of the corpse worm queen after absorbing this spirit crystal, but they can still absorb the power stored in it. Wei Qi wiped the spirit crystal dry and stuffed it into Liang Xue's mouth. "Come, hold it in your mouth." Then he placed his hand on Liang Xue's head. "Don't swallow it. Just follow my instructions." The energy contained in the spirit crystal is enormous, and it would be a waste if it cannot be fully absorbed if swallowed at once. Therefore, the Beastmaster must concentrate his mind to assist the spirit pet in absorbing the spirit crystals. Wei Qi smiled happily. If we completely absorb this spirit crystal, we can at least level up by 1 to 2. Even if we enter the Key Beast Taming Academy, we will still be ahead. Woo woo woo. Liang Xue licked the crystal in her mouth and responded obediently. Wei Qi closed his eyes tightly and used his spiritual power to communicate with the first spiritual contract in the beast taming space. His spiritual power flowed into Liang Xue's body through his palm. The higher the pet's trust value, the easier it is to adjust the spirit and engrave star patterns. Fortunately, Liang Xue's trust value has reached the maximum value, and Wei Qi's spiritual power can roam freely in her body. The emerald green spiritual power slowly overflowed from the spiritual crystal, gorgeous and charming. They were like naughty children running rampant in Liang Xue's body, and Wei Qi needed to concentrate his mind and guide them to Liang Xue's heart. The mountain and sea seal in the beast taming space suddenly lit up, and the spiritual power scattered in the Zerg spirit crystal instantly became much more obedient. I didn't expect that the mountain and sea seal could also assist in regulating the spirit. With the help of the mountain and sea seal, Wei Qi did not expend too much energy to inject 30% of the power in the spirit crystal into Liang Xue's heart. The characteristic of the Zerg is their tenacious vitality. Liang Xue's body has quietly evolved, and the muscles of her limbs and torso are subtly developing. A faint green light gradually appeared on the white fur, which could only be seen clearly when you got close to it. He really wanted to get a high-quality Beastman spirit crystal for Liang Xue to absorb, but the drop rate of this thing was too low, and the only way to obtain it was to buy it with Krypton gold. Wei Qi took the spirit crystal out of Liang Xue's mouth and said, "Don't worry. You can't become fat in one go. This spirit crystal is enough for you to eat for several days." Woo woo woo. Liang Xue wagged her tail happily. Wei Qi looked at the cute and coquettish big fox and smiled knowingly. "I'll strengthen you after leaving the dungeon." Just then, a faint cry for help came from the end of the street. "Help! No." Liang Xue's expression switched to a cold one. "Master, be careful." "Well, there's no way there's a living person's voice here. It's probably just a weird dummy." The vigilant man and fox continued to move forward. Ga. A flock of crows flew overhead. Liang Xue, who was very sensitive, quickly turned around and showed her fangs behind her. Wei Qi turned his head quickly. "That's right. It's still the strange demon holding a sickle. Go ahead, Liang Xue. As long as they are monsters in the dungeon, they will not exceed level 10. And there is absolutely no possibility for Liang Xue, who is at level 12, to lose. All fear comes from lack of firepower. As long as there is a monster that dares to show its health bar, even if it is a god, I will kill it in front of you." After the upgrade and transformation, Liang Xue's movements became even more agile, and she slapped the opponent with a simple claw. A gap was torn in the sickle demon's body, and his body was shaken, and he almost fell down. "Are you scared?" Liang Xue summoned an ice spear and pierced the demon's head on the spot. Cuckoo, quack, quack. The demon's body twitched and then fell to the ground unwillingly. Wei Qi touched his chin and said, "If it were in an online game instance, This monster would at least be a minor elite. Our Liang Shui is so strong. As expected, the headless monster gradually turned into a mannequin in the shopping mall. There is a mysterious guy hiding behind the dummy and playing tricks. Wei Qi looked up at the blood-red moon in the copy. Are you ready, Liang Shui? It's time for a big fight. Walking through the empty streets. Wei Qi finally arrived at the place in his memory. All the high-rise buildings nearby collapsed to form a circle. In the center of the circle stood an unknown creature holding a sickle in its left hand and a lantern in its right hand. This is indeed the thing I fear most in my heart. A monster I encountered 2 years ago. Only this time there were no victims who died tragically. A panel gradually emerged above the sickle monster's head. Name, Nightmare Shadow. Level, 10. Race, unknown. Skills, unknown. Wei Qi breathed a sigh of relief after seeing its level. The ruins of Tiange City and even the sickle monster in front of me are all monsters created by Nightmare Strike based on my inner thoughts. What's there to be afraid of? I am no longer the powerless person I used to be. Liang Shui, kill it. After Wei Qi gave the order, he noticed that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. From the beginning, Liang Shui was silent. He tilted his head and saw that Liang Shui's limbs were trembling and her eyes were wet. Were you scared to tears? Is this guy so scary? If you think about it carefully, Liang Shui was born only a few days ago, so it's normal for her to be scared by him. I remember that Wei Qi was able to overcome his psychological trauma only with the guidance of Lu Suyu. Liang Shui. Liang Shui beside her slowly came back to her senses, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. What's going on? What I just saw was the scene before my master died. Am I under an illusion? The nightmare shadow in the center of the ruins suddenly turned around. Ga, goo goo. It turned out that the strange sound came from his mouth. Wei Qi patted Liang Shui's head to show encouragement. Don't be afraid. The master is here. The unthinkable happened again. The nightmare shadow standing in front of him was strangely holding a sickle and waving it in the air. A voice familiar to Wei Qi came from its mouth. Shao Qi, run. They're coming. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. You damn bastard. The nightmare monster looked like a giant cockroach, crawling towards Wei Qi on all fours, with Wei Qi's mother's voice echoing in its mouth. As it moved, red-eyed crows flew out of thin air around it. The flock of black crows grew larger and larger, and finally formed an illusion of a black crow in Wei Qi's eyes. Liang Shui raised her head and roared, and the ice-blue ice cannon pierced through the stars and hit the nightmare shadow's chest. But its body continued to pounce towards Wei Qi without any pause. A flock of crows in the sky slammed into Wei Qi. The powerful impact knocked him to the ground, and the blood in his body continued to surge. The tragic scenes of those who died after their souls were sucked away kept appearing in Wei Qi's mind. I felt an inexplicable sense of fear in my heart, and my legs became weak. Quack. The nightmare shadow grew stronger by absorbing fear. It flew towards Wei Qi with a sickle in hand, wanting to take his life. Liang Shui would certainly not let it get its wish. It protected Wei Qi and used its flexible tail to sweep away the nightmare shadow, followed by streaks of ice. Puff, puff, puff. The nightmare shadow was injured and wailed in pain. Wei Qi, who had gradually recovered from his fear, slowly stood up. The nightmare shadow once again summoned a flock of crows to attack Wei Qi. This time he didn't dare to face them and could only dodge quickly. The sound of crows rang out again, and the huge black crow phantom shot towards Liang Shui like an arrow. Liang Shui slightly bent her body with the three tails behind her standing up high. An ice waterfall appeared out of thin air and enveloped the black crows in the sky. The sharp ice spear stained with black blood pierced towards the nightmare shadow. Puff, puff, puff. The black crow died. The surviving black crows protected the figure of the nightmare shadow as if they were risking their lives, and dragged it out until the snow waterfall ended. Liang Shui and nightmare shadow were unharmed, and a layer of crow corpses appeared on the ground. The nightmare demon laughed strangely, waving his sickle and continuing to summon black crows to attack the two. Liang Shui's snow waterfall once again dissipated the opponent's crow flock, but was still unable to cause fatal damage to it. When the nightmare shadow summoned a flock of crows to attack Liang Shui for the third time, Wei Qi, who was hiding nearby, frowned. Damn, does this guy have an infinite mana bar? You can't play like this. Chapter 23: The Arrival of Atticus. The shrill crow sounds overlapped and made Wei Qi's eardrums ring. The nightmare fiend summoned the crow storm mindlessly as if there was no mana bar limit. If Liang Shui continued to fight with it, she would probably be exhausted and defeated. We must fight quickly and decisively. Wei Qi didn't want his pet to get hurt, but he currently had no direct combat capabilities except for the mountain and sea seal. After thinking for a few seconds, Wei Qi decisively chose the Shanghai transformation. Using the projection talent consumes a lot of mana, and if you fail to gain a combat advantage, you will suffer a great loss. Wei Qi connected the mountain and sea seal in his body, and Liang Shue's body suddenly emitted a golden light. The nightmare shadow controlling the flock of crows froze for a moment. This kind of breath. Wei Qi's consciousness escaped from his body and transformed into a golden three-tailed fox. Its overall strength was 3 points stronger than Liang Shue's. The flocks of crows in the sky could not stop Wei Qi's movement, and the golden afterimage shuttled back and forth, leaving behind a faint shadow. The crow storm could not cause any harm to Wei Qi after his transformation, so Wei Qi rushed to the nightmare shadow in one go. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light exploded. The sharp claws of the beast easily knocked the nightmare shadow away, and the ground under its feet was also blasted into pieces, really digging 3 feet into the ground. It's not that the nightmare shadow is too weak, but that the setting of being invulnerable during Shanghai's transformation is too strong. Otherwise, Wei Qi's body would have been gnawed to bones by the crows. Liang Shue stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. The Shanghai seal is worthy of being one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianqian. Combined with the owner's projection talent, it is like a cheat. Liang Shue, who knew the importance of finishing off the enemy, immediately joined the battle. The 2 foxes tumbled back and forth in the air. Gug-gug-gug-quack. The nightmare shadow suffered continuous claw attacks, and his right arm was torn into pieces. Why do these students seem to be so good at cheating? Wei Qi and Liang Shue used their tails to throw it into the air, and 2 ice cannons, 1 gold and 1 blue, completely blasted its body apart. Crackle. The nightmare shadow transformed into a flock of crows and flew into the sky before disappearing. Plop. A black treasure chest fell from the sky. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. Copy treasure chest. Defeat the final boss of the dungeon to get a mysterious reward. The appearance of the treasure chest also announces the end of the Nightmare Assault dungeon. Liang Shue took small steps and took the initiative to approach Wei Qi in his transformed state, rubbed his head, and licked his cheek as if to show goodwill. Wei Qi also rubbed its head. It is common for a spirit pet to transform into a human and accompany a Beastmaster, but it is almost unheard of for a master to transform into a beast and accompany the spirit pet in battle. Master hee. Liang Shue's silly laughter appeared in my mind. Stop rubbing it. My body is still buried in the rocks. Oh, Shuer will take you out right away. Because Wei Qi's current Beastmaster level is relatively low, he cannot transform for a long time. The golden fox's body gradually disintegrated. When Wei Qi opened his eyes again, what he saw was Liang Shue crying with joy. She quickly let go of Wei Qi and stood up quickly, leaving Wei Qi with a scent all over his body. Liang Shue, Liang Shue, you almost tempted your master to commit a crime just now. Although absorbing yang energy can quickly upgrade and transform, doing so will harm the owner's cultivation foundation. Just bear with it for a few more days. Wait until the master becomes a 2nd-level Xuanja and has a strong physique before you can give it a try. The more powerful the Fox clan, the stronger its star-absorbing ability. And once that door is opened, the demand becomes greater and greater. There was a hint of evasion in Liang Shue's eyes. Wei Qi thought she was shy and didn't force her to continue. A crow falling from the sky interrupted the beautiful moment. Wei Qi patted his head. Second brother made a mistake. Now that the 2 of them are still in a dangerous copy, how can they think of such things? Wei Qi walked towards the treasure chest. It's finally over. Let me see what treasures I got. Yes, it's all thanks to the master. Shuer admires you so much. Liang Shue's flattery made Wei Qi feel a little shy and a little happy. Wei Qi, holding the AK, reached for the treasure chest. At this moment, something strange happened. Ga-ga-ga-ga-gu. The dead crow on the ground came back to life. They took off, circled in the air, and continued to gather. Wei Qi and Liang Shue looked at each other. What's going on? Isn't Nightmare Shadow dead? How come these crows are alive again? Ga-ga-ga. The flying crows gradually merged into a shadow, and the Nightmare Shadow was resurrected. No, the resurrected Nightmare Shadow is more oppressive than before. The bloodshot red eyes, the exaggerated scythe, and the lantern gleaming with golden light illuminate the body made of straw and crows. It also wears a uniquely shaped straw hat on its head and a white scarf around its neck. Nightmare Shadow Plus. Liang Shue's eyes were filled with disbelief, and she opened her lips slightly. Adikos. Why is it? Why is it here? All the crows in the dungeon disappeared. Adikos landed on the ground, tilting its head to look at Liangxue, making a strange sound. Ha! How could a mere ice-dust three-tailed fox know about this king? Adikos. Wei Qi's eyes suddenly widened. As soon as he finished speaking, Atticus stretched his head and stared at Wei Qi. 2.5 years ago, my clone was attracted by the power of fear and went to a human city. It was you who fainted that day, little fellow. We meet again, haha. Wei Qi was so shocked that he was speechless. His memory was indeed correct. Wei Qi, who was hiding under the ruins at the time, had a look at the soul-sucking creature. It turns out that the nightmare shadow is not Adikos, but a clone of Adikos. Why is the novice trial dungeon nightmare assault related to Atticus? Wei Qi swallowed his saliva. The straw-hatted demon raised his arms above his head in an exaggerated gesture. There's never been such a wonderful start. A human emperor's sword, mountain, and sea seal. They are all in my pocket. Huh. Little guy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being careless. If you hadn't used the power of the mountain and sea seal, how could I have tracked you down from countless small worlds? Atticus made a showy move and waved the sickle in his hand. The black wind in the air turned into countless sharp knives and shot towards Wei Qi Liangxue. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Liangxue stood up again. Chapter 24, Endless Nightmare. Liangxue picked up Wei Qi and retreated more than 10 feet away. Swish. Densely packed sharp knives were stuck in the ground. Liangxue, put me down. Wei Qi took out the dragon talisman immediately after his feet landed on the ground. Atticus, the monster protagonist in urban legends, does not think he can defeat his opponent. If I can't beat you, can I still outrun you? Wei Qi crushed the dragon talisman with force. A golden exit immediately appeared in the gray sky. The warm light shone on Wei Qi and Liangxue, and their bodies gradually became transparent. Atticus laughed strangely. Ha, want to escape. The golden exit in the sky was blocked by countless crows, and the teleportation spell on Wei Qi stopped. Fear is everywhere. Suddenly, I heard its strange sound behind my ear. Wei Qi. Adikos used some unknown means to get behind Wei Qi, and the huge sickle pierced his chest, taking out half of his soul. Wei Qi's body froze, and he couldn't move. The Adikos in front of him gradually turned into a beautiful middle-aged woman. Xiao Qi, run. Don't let them catch up. The mother's voice slowly came out of Atticus' mouth. Could it be that my mother has already? No. Affected by fear, Wei Qi slowly lay on the ground. Half of his soul had been hooked out. Sweet soul breath, haha, it seems you have hunted a lot of spirits here. Adikos laughed strangely. What it is absorbing now is Wei Qi's spiritual thoughts, which is Wei Qi's copy points. Once the points return to zero, Wei Qi's soul will be completely imprisoned by it, and the mountain and sea seal that has lost its owner will fall into the hands of Adikos. Liangxue became furious upon seeing this. The icy claws flashed by, leaving a deep claw mark on Atiko's body. Adikos, wielding a sickle, tilted his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I am the god of this world. How dare a white-haired beast like you ruin my good deeds? As soon as the words fell, a huge black shadow of a crow fell from the sky. Liangxue wanted to dodge, but its body was completely out of control. Most of Atticus's attacks act on the soul. Ga, taste the fear. Tremble. Because the maximum combat power of the dungeon cannot exceed level 10, and Adikos is not in his original form now, he naturally cannot exert the true strength of the demon god. So it could only exploit loopholes in the rules and use mental attacks to deal with Wei Qi and Liangxue. The skill that Adikos used on Wei Qi and Liangxue was called Endless Nightmare. The recipient would repeatedly reincarnate in the most terrifying scene of his life until he suffered a mental breakdown. Liangxue's body was unable to move, and the whole world fell into darkness. When she regained consciousness, a sweet smell entered her nostrils. What's going on? What smells so good? Why does this smell so familiar? Liangxue, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. A middle-aged man with an unshaven beard and a shaved head waved high-quality feed in front of her. Liangxue looked around and was immediately stunned. This is a well-decorated villa with exquisite furniture, artistic decoration, and a living room filled with fitness equipment. There were a few men's clothes and women's underwear hanging on the balcony. Liangxue, what's wrong with you? Liangxue came to her senses and suddenly sat up from the expensive bed, staring at Wei Qi with a dull look. Middle-aged Wei Qi rubbed Liangxue's head, a trace of fatigue flashing in his eyes. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we still have to challenge the stairway of the gods. Sister Lu doesn't have that much time. Liangxue stood up and walked into the bedroom. Lu Suyu, now a married woman, is more charming than when she was young. However, This stunningly beautiful woman was lying motionless on the bed with a pale face. Liang Shue's heart was in a mess and tears blurred her vision. I don't know how many years of longing, a scene that clearly only appears in dreams. When Lu Suyu's life was hanging by a thread, Wei Qi risked his own life and climbed the stairway of the gods with Liang Shue to try to find an elixir to save her. The final outcome is that Wei Qi dies and Lu Suyu dies. After the unexpected encounter, Liang Shue was left alone. It had fantasized about it countless times. If she could turn back time, Liang Shue would never let Wei Qi step onto the stairs of death again. Liang Shue opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. At that time, it had just broken through to the intermediate general level and had not yet transformed into a human form. How could it possibly communicate with Wei Qi? No. Owner. Don't go. If you keep going you will die. The scene in front of me kept fast-forwarding. Liang Shue could only watch herself and Wei Qi embark on a fatal journey. It shouldn't be like this. The master is obviously the best person in the world. He shouldn't die here. Endless nightmare is the most proud skill of the dread Lord Adikos, so Liang Shue once again experienced the pain of losing her master. With the death of middle-aged Wei Qi, the scene before his eyes continued to distort. Liang Shue returned to the time when Wei Qi first fed it. According to Atticus's prediction, it would repeat the day of Wei Qi's death over and over again until it suffered a mental breakdown. Liang Shue, who had experienced the cycle of time and space, noticed a clue. It gradually realized that its soul was being disturbed by some strange existence. Atticus looked at the unconscious Wei Qi and grinned. Almost there. Almost there. At this moment, Liang Shue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. The biting ice cannon instantly penetrated Atiko's sickle. Wei Qi's soul immediately returned to his body after losing the influence of the sickle. Ha ha ha, you beast! How could you possibly escape from my endless nightmare? Atiko's body began to tremble. The crows in the sky were screaming strangely. Asshole, you actually used that kind of magic on me. I'm going to kill you. The angry Liang Shue showed her cold fangs. The furious Liang Shue jumped up instantly, and the shocking ice spear pierced Atiko's body and nailed it to the stone slab. Adikos was not a vegetarian either. He raised his sickle and chopped at Liang Shue. At this moment, a brilliant golden light flashed in Liang Shue's azure eyes, and the golden light shot into Atiko's red eyes at lightning speed. Adikos is the demon god that symbolizes fear. He is best at playing with the minds of his prey and finally devouring them completely. But he never expected that he would be hit by Liang Shue's mental attack. Charm. The Fox clan is well known for its racial skill. Enchanted enemies will fall into a confused state and become vulnerable to being slaughtered. But the golden light emanating from Liang Shue's pupils was even more powerful than the charm. Atticus's eyes were dull, his scarlet pupils gradually turned golden, and finally became dull and lifeless. The enraged Liang Shue raised her tail and swung Adikos into the air. The combination of the snowfall weapon and the whip whipped Atticus so hard that even his own mother might not recognize him. Thousands of years of regret and longing were poured out by her. The poor demon god became a living target for Liang Shue to attack as much as she wanted. Chapter 25 Hidden Secrets. At the same time, in a dark imperial city, the Zhonglei six-tailed fox looked at the strange creature in front of him and panted. Master, this guy is impossible to kill. Shun Miao said solemnly. It imitates the voice of the deceased, holds a sickle, and gives people a creepy feeling of fear. And that foul stench. It must be the legendary Atticus. Adikos let out a strange laugh. As expected of a pure-blooded celestial clan, you can actually see through my identity at a glance. Give me the human emperor's sword, and I will ensure that you leave here safely. Shin Miao's face was calm and not panicked at all. If you want it, just try to get it. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Just as Adikos was about to raise his sword to strike, it suddenly stopped and muttered, Is this the aura of the mountain and sea seal? Ha 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 ha, I'm so excited. The Blue Thunder's six-tailed fox looked at Adikos, whose breath was rapidly decreasing, and stood bravely in front of his master. The entrance to the copy. The middle-aged man said in panic. Master Long, it's bad. Something big has happened. You look so panicked. How can you be so decent? Long Mu, who was lying on a chair and teasing his beloved cat, showed a look of disgust. The middle-aged man pointed in the direction of the dragon pillar and said, Master Long, the students' points have begun to decrease strangely. Although the middle-aged man had just joined the Dragon Guard for a few years, based on his experience in presiding over national examinations in other cities, he had never seen the copy points be reduced on their own initiative. Candidates have no way to transfer points to others. So weird. Long Mu patted his beloved cat on the back, stood up, and walked towards the dragon pillar. Whose points have decreased? Lord Long. The scores of the top 10 candidates have begun to decrease to varying degrees. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Long Mu glanced at the candidates slumped on the ground beside the dragon pillar. Apparently, they encountered some crisis in the dungeon and had to use the dragon talisman to escape. Lord Long. These people have just been teleported back from the dungeon. I've already sent people to question them, and they have no recollection of what happened in there. Long Mu was silent for a moment before he ordered, Little King, immediately send someone to comfort the frightened students. I understand. Long Mu looked at the middle-aged man's back and stroked his non-existent beard. That guy has appeared again. I hope the little guys this time can escape danger. In fact, there has always been an undisclosed secret in the Nightmare Assault dungeon. When the candidates accumulate more than 300 points in the copy, they will enter a hidden level and encounter Adikos. Adikos will attack the candidates and absorb the attached spiritual thoughts, which are the phantoms of the inner demons killed by the candidates. From the outside, it seems that the points in the ranking list have decreased. However, due to some rules, Adikos will not kill the candidates. It will absorb a little spiritual energy to play pranks and scare people, and then send the candidates away. Spoiler alert. It was actually Atticus who was fleecing the students. Beastmasters who leave the Nightmare Strike dungeon will also lose their memories of Atticus. For example, Long Mu, he actually encountered Adikos head-on in the past. Once he left the copy, he would forget the key memories unless he returned to the world of Nightmare Strike again. So no one remembered that there was a very dangerous demon hidden in the novice trial copy. Long Mu glanced at the rankings. First place, Zhou Chang, 365 points. Second place, Shen Miao, 348 points. Third place, Wei Qi, 321 points. Fourth place, Wang Tao, 270 points. Fifth place, Li Xian, 250 points. Did the top 5 kids all encounter that thing? Long Mu's eyes were fixed on Wei Qi. He dropped from 600 points to 300. How intense was the battle between him and that guy? Not many people can get 600 points in the novice trial copy. Long Mu remembered Wei Qi's name at once. When Long Mu cleared Nightmare Assault, his score was 310, which indirectly shows that Wei Qi's future achievements will not be inferior to his. Moreover, Long Mu's highest historical score did not exceed 500 points. Long Mu looked at the ranking list and smiled with relief. The future of the human race depends on them. The ruins of Tiange City. Bang! Atticus's body hit the gravel hard. After finishing a small burst of attack, Liang Shui fell to the ground with her limbs and stared at the opponent closely. Haha, what a great power. The black wind raised by the crow hit Liang Shui, and her body shivered, and she felt a little cold. There was a hint of surprise in Liang Shui's eyes. This guy is too tough, isn't he? Adikos used his sickle to pick up the straw hat that had fallen far away and put it on his head. Haha, little beast. No wonder you were able to break free from the endless nightmare with such a weak soul. It turns out you used the power of the Tianxian secret treasure to travel through reincarnation and tamper with the cause and effect of heaven. Atiko's words shocked Liang Shui. This secret is too secretive, and the consequences are so huge that I don't even dare to tell Wei Qi. Unexpectedly, Adikos saw through it at a glance. Liang Shui glanced at Wei Qi's body. Fortunately, the owner hasn't woken up yet. What? You don't dare to admit it? I have seen with my own eyes the deepest fear in your heart. Haha. Atticus laughed strangely. Liang Shui raised her claws grimly. Haha, the fox tribe's charm cannot be used on the same target within a short period of time. Adikos easily dodged Liang Shui's claws, but it had no desire to attack. Little bastard, where is the Samsara jade? Tell me, and I will spare his life. Liang Shui. At this moment, Wei Qi's body moved. Atticus was suddenly shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This guy is just a fragile human being. How could he possibly break free from this endless nightmare? Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. He had just woken up from a very terrifying nightmare. The horrific memories faded away quickly like the tide. Ryoyuki. Atticus raised the lantern in his other hand and pointed it at Wei Qi. Then he laughed out loud. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The breath of the demons and the celestial beings. You are a cursed Shinran. Your soul must have many secrets. As soon as he finished speaking, Adikos pounced towards Wei Qi fiercely, and the sharp sickle emitted a strange black light. Master, be careful. Liang Shui shouted hurriedly and attacked Adikos from behind. The serious demon ignored Liang Shui's existence, muttering a few obscure and difficult-to-understand spells, and the deadly black sickle flew out, as if it had eyes. A knife pierced Wei Qi's chest. No! Liang Shue's heart sank as she looked at the scene in front of her. Why? Why am I still unable to protect my master? Chapter 26: The Dragon King. The spinning sickle pierced Wei Qi's chest and nailed him to the ruins. Ha 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 ha, this is the first Xianren soul. I want to see what secrets it hides. Adikos crawled towards Wei Qi on all fours like a cockroach. No. This is... Wei Qi's body slowly dissipated. Atticus was stunned for a moment. You can actually deceive my eyes. Is this your ability? Liang Shue, with tears in her eyes, was also stunned. Could it be that what was pierced just now was an illusion created by the master? Puff. A figure crawled out from the rubble beside Liang Shue. Covered in dust and dirt, Wei Qi spat out the gravel in his mouth and said, Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve. Atticus laughed out loud in anger. Ha ha, very good, very good. It's been a long time since I felt any emotional fluctuations. Die. It threw the lantern in its hand high into the air. Guide the soul, Ming. The uniquely shaped lantern suddenly lit up, and countless souls of various shapes seemed to want to break free from it. Seeing this, Liang Shue opened her mouth slightly and said, Is this a soul-guiding lamp? You have good taste, little bastard. Wei Qi slapped his face hard and quickly woke up. Liang Shue, what is the soul-guiding lamp? The soul-guiding lamp, one of the 10 mysterious treasures of Tianxian, is said to be able to bind the souls of all living things for its use. This treasure has been missing for thousands of years, and unexpectedly fell into the hands of the dread demon Adikos. Is it very strong? Every soul inside can be enslaved and driven by it. In a head-on confrontation, we have little chance of winning. Wei Qi frowned slightly. They are both among the 10 great secret treasures of Tianxian, so why is the soul-guiding lamp so powerful? In fact, it's not that the soul-guiding lamp is so powerful, but that Atticus uses his ability to see into the enemy's inner fear to imprison the souls of many powerful beings. If it is an empty soul-guiding lamp, it is just a lantern and is of no use. The main strength of this treasure lies in its infinite growth and collection attributes. Roar, roar, roar. A 3-headed hellhound was summoned by Atticus from the soul-guiding lamp. Tisk, the damn world rules limit the combat power of souls. Atticus cursed inwardly. Liang Shue, who had good hearing, quickly passed the information to Wei Qi through her mind. Wei Qi touched his chin. Although Adikos is very powerful, it is restricted by certain rules in the dungeon and cannot exert its strength beyond level 10. And its most powerful killer move, Endless Nightmare, was broken by Wei Qi and Liang Shue. The Adikos in front of him is just a paper tiger without claws. However, Wei Qi's condition was not very good either. He no longer had enough spiritual power to activate the mountain and sea transformation. Liang Shue, from now on, you will follow my instructions. The big fox rubbed against him obediently, with tenderness in his eyes. 3 huge vicious dogs with foul-smelling saliva rushed towards Liang Shue. Liang Shue's eyes flashed with bright golden light again. Roar, roar, roar. The 3-headed dog was enchanted. Liang Shue, full of fighting spirit, immediately charged up the ice cannon and blasted 2 of the 3-headed dog's heads. The 3-headed dog went into a frenzy in pain, but its frozen body was unable to obey its commands. Liang Shue rushed to the bottom of the enemy and jumped high. With an elegant leap of ice, he cut off the last head of the 3-headed dog. Oh, the soul of the 3-headed hellhound drifted away with the wind. Adikos plans to continue summoning new minions to kill the 2 of them in a rotation battle. Of course, Wei Qi would not allow the enemy to lead him by the nose. We must find an opportunity to destroy the soul-guiding lamp at close range, or at least cut off that arm. If you 2 think you can defeat me? Atticus snorted coldly. Liang Shue's body flashed with a charming blue light, and Wei Qi jumped onto its back at the risk of being thrown away. Let's go. Liang Shue used all her strength to sprint forward. Adikos swung his giant scythe, and countless blood crows swooped down on the 2 of them. This time Wei Qi had no way to avoid it. He crawled on Liang Shue's back and hugged her waist tightly with both hands. A flock of bloodthirsty crows flew over the galloping cool snow. Maybe it was because Liang Shue was born beautiful and had great luck. The fatal damage caused by the bloodthirsty crows was immune to Chu Lian's damage immunity effect. There were only bruises on its body and some scars on its smooth and soft fur. Vital parts such as the eyes, tail, and abdomen were intact. Liang Shue's eyes were firm, and she said nothing. This little pain is nothing. Compared to her, Wei Qi on her back was in a miserable state. If it weren't for the backpack that took 80% of the damage, Wei Qi would have been eaten alive by the crows. Atticus exclaimed in his heart. The Shinran race's physical fitness is indeed strong. No wonder they were killed by the gods and demons together. They can withstand the storm of crows just after they reach adulthood. What will happen if they are asked to lift the curse and merge the blood of the two races? The mountain and sea seal is also on this kid, and his natal beast is related to the Samsara jade. This king traveled the world for 1,000 years before he found a soul-guiding lamp. This kid has two treasures at the beginning. Could he be a lucky person favored by the world? There's also a problem with the human emperor's sword. I won't take care of it anymore. You all go to hell. Atticus was anxious. It originally planned to kill Shen Miao and take away the human emperor's sword in his body, but it didn't expect that the breath of the mountain and sea seal came from another small world. So it allocated half of its energy to descend into Wei Qi's nightmare world and take away the mountain and sea seal. As a result, the progress on both sides is now stuck, and there is not much time left for Atticos. Invite the Soul Ming. Demon Dragon King, crush them. Along with Atticos' howl, an angry dragon roared out from the soul-guiding lamp. The powerful pressure forced Liang Shui to stop, and even Atticos closed his eyes. A huge, mighty, and domineering black dragon flew out from the soul-guiding lamp. Oh my Luo Tianyi, is this a dragon? It's so huge. Wei Qi was stunned. The black dragon, nearly 30 meters tall, is covered with black scales that emit red light. Its claws are full of power, its wings are spread out enough to cover the sky, and its tail and chest are covered with dangerous barbs. Liang Shui's body trembled slightly. Why is it this? This guy was Shen Miao's second spiritual bond in the previous life, the evil flame fallen demon dragon. It was with the help of this pet and the human emperor's sword that Shen Miao reached a height that many people could not even hope to reach. Could it be that Shen Miao in his previous life met the demon dragon king in this copy? The cause and effect of this life. Does the master have a chance to contract this pet? If the master possesses the terrifying fighting power of this dragon, the future will definitely be limitless. A determined look flashed in Liang Shui's eyes. The freed dragon king glanced at Atticus. Its soul had been imprisoned by the other party for who knows how many years, but fortunately it was strong enough to maintain its self-esteem and not be completely enslaved. Today is your chance to break free. So the domineering dragon king immediately turned around and pointed his spear at Atticos. Atticus also discovered that the demon dragon king was not listening to his orders. His tone became hoarse and sharp. How dare you, a beast, deceive me? Liang Shui, who shared the same thoughts, jumped high. Wei Qi picked up a dagger and fell from the sky. He doesn't care whether the dragon king is an enemy or a friend. His target is always the soul-guiding lamp in Atticos' hand. Chapter 27 Dragon Contract. Atticos let out a strange cry. Its arms twisted into inhuman arcs, and a pure black aura spurted out from its eyes. Then it jumped high and summoned several giant monsters with rough appearance and great power. Their hooves trampled the ground, and the biting cold wind blew directly into Wei Qi's face. The Dragon King roared, and the monsters summoned by Atticus trembled. Wei Qi jumped down from behind Liang Shui and slashed at Atticos' arm with the dagger in his hand. It's full of flaws. Atticos stared at Wei Qi and slashed back with a sickle in hand. How terrifying are the eyes of the demon of fear. Ordinary people would be so scared that they would pee their pants when facing it and would not dare to fight back. However, Wei Qi was not afraid. He was still able to remain calm and formulate a battle plan. Seeing this, Liang Shui immediately used her tail to wrap around Atticos' sickle, and the two began to wrestle. Good opportunity. Wei Qi seized the opportunity and used inertia to lock the dagger on Atticos. Roar! The cries of crows echoed among the ruins. Atticos threw Liang Shui away, and the sharp sickle pierced Wei Qi's chest again. The Liang Shui that was thrown away began to chant the snow waterfall. Atticos sneered and easily jumped out of the attack range of the white ice storm. Stupid guy. It hooked its sickle and locked its gaze on Wei Qi's body. I deliberately exposed my weakness to you to trick you into getting close, and you really fell for it. Mountain and sea seal. Another secret treasure. Gaga. Atticus's hand actually passed through Wei Qi's body and touched nothing. Another fake? Impossible. When did he? The next second, Liang Shui and Wei Qi, who emerged from the ruins nearby, attacked Atticos' left and right hands respectively. Damn little devil, don't get carried away. Atticus swung his scythe and chopped at the man and the fox. Liang Shui used her body to resist the opponent's attack and knocked it to the ground. Wei Qi gritted his teeth, held down Atticos' soul-guiding lamp, and stabbed it hard. It's useless. Your weapons alone cannot destroy the soul-guiding lantern. Wei Qi was so angry that he threw the knife to the ground, grabbed the soul-guiding lamp with both hands, and smashed it to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. God will not let down those who work hard. A wrinkle appeared on the surface of the soul-guiding lamp. Atiko's eyes were so angry that they almost turned green. You bastard! How dare you break my treasure? Wei Qi saw that throwing the soul-guiding lamp hard would work, so he threw it hard to the ground and planned to crush it with his foot. No! Atikos was really heartbroken. It shook its body and threw Liang Shui and Wei Qi away on the spot. Then a mysterious passage appeared in the void and sucked it and the broken soul-guiding lamp into it. Atikos' cancellation of his arrival was equivalent to admitting defeat and running away. Its soul-guiding lamp was destroyed by Wei Qi and gradually lost its power. If the restoration is not carried out now, Atikos' 1,000 years of efforts will be in vain. The human emperor's sword and the mountain and sea seal are not as important to it as the soul-guiding lamp. Boy, I will remember you. You and that white-haired beast will sooner or later become the collection of soul-guiding lanterns. Atikos' figure gradually disappeared. The golden channel in the sky once again shed auspicious and warm light. Wei Qi stared blankly at the tearing space in front of him and asked, "Did we win?" The Demon Dragon King and several summoned beasts broke free from the constraints of the soul-guiding lamp and regained their freedom. Their pupils gradually became brighter and regained their luster. Colorful Tiger, the Demonic Dragon King, Thousand-Legged Centipede King, Red Scorpion. Several ferocious beasts looked at each other and called each other's names. I never thought that we would see the light of day again. Thanks to this little brother for his help. Young man, you can find me if you pass by the Scorpion Forest someday. Huh, who needs him to save? Atikos, don't let the king catch you. The souls of the several ferocious beasts symbolically thanked Wei Qi and then quickly ran away following the golden light. Only the Demon Dragon King stared at Wei Qi without saying a word. The golden light above the head became stronger and stronger, and forced teleportation was immediately carried out. The Demon Dragon King hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth and spit out a black light, which went straight into Wei Qi's chest. Roar! It quickly flapped its wings and left this strange space in the golden light. As the black light entered his body, Wei Qi felt the back of his left hand become extremely hot. A black dragon head mark appeared on it. What is this? Wei Qi was puzzled. Liang Shui's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Dragon Contract. The Dragon Clan is one of the strongest races on Tianxian Star. Their abilities are so strong that ordinary humans cannot establish a soul contract with them. Only Beastmasters recognized by the Dragon King can accept the soul contract of dragon pets. In the vast Dragon Kingdom, only the top nobles in the capital can control the dragons. All dragon riders are prominent figures of prominent status. As a commoner, Wei Qi also has the ability to contract with the Dragon Clan, which is equivalent to having the key to cross classes. There were originally only 2 Dragon Kings on Tianxian Star, namely the Azure Dragon King in the east and the Mad Dragon King in the west. The Demon Dragon King, who had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, escaped from prison with the help of Wei Qi. Will the world situation undergo drastic changes? However, Liang Shui would not let Wei Qi miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It vaguely remembered the approximate location where the Demon Dragon King was born in the previous life. If he doesn't seize the opportunity now, the Demon Dragon King might end up following the strongest of the younger generation, Shen Miao, for power. Anyway, my master has one of the 10 secret treasures and saved the life of the Demon Dragon King, so it should be easy to trick it into joining the gang. Wei Qi patted Liang Shui's head and smiled happily. Liang Shui, you really work hard. Master, are you okay? It's okay, just a small problem. Wei Qi coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. When Atikos used a flock of crows to attack the two, Wei Qi made a very risky decision. He ordered Liang Shui to use her tail to shake him off, and then hid in the ruins with the help of the crow's vision-blocking effect and waited for an opportunity to act. Even someone as powerful as Atticus couldn't see through the projection he created, so Wei Qi decided to develop a tactic of using projections to lure the enemy. It calls itself Xianren, and possesses the aura of both a celestial being and a demon. What does this mean? Wei Qi suddenly remembered his special ability of recovering from injuries at an extremely abnormal speed since he was a child. Could it be that my parents in this life are not ordinary humans, but demons and unheard-of celestial beings? The incident in Tiange City was not accidental. If it was not Atikos' clone who took the initiative to attack Tiange City, who was the real murderer? What is its purpose? Warm golden light shone on Wei Qi and Liang Shui. Their figures gradually disappeared. After a few seconds, the ruins of Tiange City completely collapsed into nothingness. A huge Atikos slowly emerged from the darkness. Damn it! Shen Miao, Wei Qi, I will remember today's grudge. If I hadn't lost to the goddess of hope, I would have fear is everywhere, but we will still meet. Chapter 28: The Birth of the Demonic Dragon. Outside the copy door, several golden lights suddenly emerged from the dragon pillar. Several shadows of magical beasts floated into the sky and gradually dispersed, among which the mighty and domineering black dragon was the most conspicuous. Roar! Long Moo's legs went weak from the shock of the majestic dragon roar. People around whispered, "Is this the roar of a dragon? What's going on?" "There's a dragon in the novice trial dungeon, an uninhabited restricted area in the East Continent. This is the most mysterious and dangerous forbidden area in the East Continent." The roar of the tiger and the groan of the scorpion have shaken the ultimate creatures in the center of the forbidden area. All the magical beasts living in the forbidden area, regardless of their rank and strength, looked towards the east. Are the two top masters who have been sleeping for hundreds of years about to wake up? The capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Tianlong City. The lingering Azure Dragon King seemed to sense something and muttered to himself, "The unruly dragon has been reborn. The world is about to change." The supreme ruler of the Dragon Nation was horrified. "Dragon King, what should the students do?" The Demon Dragon King is obsessed with power and uses it to prove his truth. He cannot be defeated by force, only by wits. If we can find the human emperor sword inherited by the Xianyuan family, we can ensure that our clan's incense will last for thousands of generations. The human emperor sword, a legendary divine object from the last century. Where can I find it, students? The dragon emperor rummaged through his hands anxiously. The Azure Dragon King shook his head. "It's fate. There's no need to panic." The dragon emperor frowned. First, the heavenly fate palace rebelled, and then the evil dragon brought disaster to the world and plundered the dragon's fortune. "I am worried." "Don't worry. A person of great fortune born from heaven will soon appear, and the ancestral dragon legacy will not be cut off." The dragon emperor felt very upset when he heard what his teacher said. It is ironic that the emperor is not the true emperor of the world. The powerful clans such as the Lighthouse Country, the Thief Country, the Curry Country, and the Ghost Country also felt the breath of the alien beast's soul at the first time. They all ordered to find the alien beast to strengthen their own country's strength. In the northern part of Dragon Country, somewhere in a forest, the excited dragon roar caused the surrounding monsters to panic. A charming body pushed open the coffin and slowly stood up. She looked at the rotten dragon bones beside her and muttered to herself, "Time has passed, and the world has changed. Cordelia, are you dead?" The charming black hair covers the full headlights, but cannot hide the aura of having a global vision. Heroic sword-like eyebrows, domineering red eyes, slightly pale but beautiful lips, straight and beautiful nose, and snow-white skin covered with mud. The curved dragon horns and barbed tail indicated that she was the Demon Dragon King who had just returned to his original form. The Demon Dragon King did not feel any vitality from the Dragon Clan in this Dragon King's tomb. She was the only one left from the Demon Dragon Clan that once dominated the area. She brushed off the dirt on her body. "I didn't expect that a human body could have advantages. If my noble dragon body were to be targeted by a villain, I'm afraid nothing would be left." The images of Wei Qi and Liang Shui suddenly flashed through the Demon Dragon King's mind. The mountain and sea seal? If he's lucky enough to find this by following the dragon contract, should I kill him? Well, with his qualifications, he shouldn't be able to sense the aura of my soul. I'll go find him when I recover. If he's willing to surrender, I'll spare his life and make him a lord. Who says I'm a benevolent and wise ruler? When Wei Qi opened his eyes again, he had returned to the familiar Tianxian star. Bright sunshine, hot summer breeze, and noisy cicadas. The heat outside formed a sharp contrast with the coldness of the ruins of Tiange City. Wei Qi quickly took off his dirty black windbreaker. Wei Qi looked around and saw that many candidates had already given up the exam early due to injuries, fear, physical exhaustion, and other reasons. "I'm so tired and scared. I don't want to take the test anymore. The assessment is too difficult. This isn't even a novice trial. I'm too lazy to work hard. I need a rich lowly to support me. Bin, I'm so hungry. I have a piece of bread here. Please have some first. Let's go to Brother Jie's house for a drink tonight. Come, anyone can come." Adikos is good at exploiting human weakness to create fear, which is indeed a huge challenge for the trainee Beastmaster who has just reached adulthood. If it weren't for Liang Shui, I might have left early like them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden light flashed continuously near the dragon pillar. Shen Miao, sweating profusely, supported the Tsang-Lei six-tailed fox and stood on the ground with difficulty. Zhou Chang, panting, and a giant red and black bear walked out of the portal. The fierce battle with Atticus completely exhausted their spiritual power. When a Beastmaster controls his spirit pet to fight and uses spirit seal techniques, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Wei Qi's physical fitness is different from that of ordinary people. Coupled with the baptism of the blood nether fruit, these basic consumptions are not a burden to him. Long Mu walked to the center of the square with his hands behind his back. The exam is over. 208 people took the exam. 158 passed. Here are the individual results. First place, Zhou Chang, 350 points. Second place, Shen Miao, 348 points. Third place, Wei Qi, 321 points. Fourth place, Wang Tao, 260 points. Fifth place, Li Xin, 248 points. Everyone looked at the names on the leaderboard. The first and second place were separated by 2 points. They were the geniuses from Pegasus No. 5 Middle School and Pegasus No. 7 Middle School respectively. Who is third? How come I've never heard of it? Shen Miao was shocked when he saw the ranking. Strange, why is the score so much less? The same goes for Wei Qi. Her eyes subconsciously looked through the crowd at Wei Qi. A careful observation revealed that although Wei Qi had multiple scratches on his body and blood at the corners of his mouth, his breathing rate was very stable, and he obviously still had enough strength to fight. Zhou Chang, who ranked first, was waving his hands in joy, but his and the red-flamed demon bear's bodies were already trembling slightly, which was a sign of exhaustion. Shen Miao subconsciously regarded Wei Qi, who was smiling in the crowd, as an opponent. Zhou Chang glanced at Shen Miao arrogantly and raised his middle finger. Women are nothing more than men's trophies. What's the point of being pretty? Didn't I take back the first place? I am indeed the best person in the world. Long Mu coughed lightly and glanced at Zhou Chang, Shen Miao, and Wei Qi. The next stage is a mock battle. The schedule will be determined by a random draw. The winner can freely choose the Beast Taming Academy they want to join. The representatives of the 3 major colleges won't arrive in Pegasus City until the day after tomorrow, so tomorrow is a day for rest and preparation. The day after tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I don't want anyone to be late. Do you understand? The excited Beastmaster shouted. I understand. Okay, disband. Wei Qi excitedly lifted Liang Shui high up in the air and said, Tomorrow is a day off. I'll help you relax. What reward do you want? There was no surprise in Liang Shui's eyes. She stared straight at the back of Wei Qi. A pleasant female voice sounded slowly from behind. Classmate Wei Qi, can I borrow a moment of your time? Looking back, the pure and beautiful Shen Miao smiled and stretched out her hand to greet him. Chapter 29 Friends. Although Wei Qi was mentally prepared, he still lost consciousness for a moment when their eyes met. Her skin is as white as cream, her nose is straight and straight, her lips are as thin as rose, and her eyes are bright and sparkling, making up her face as beautiful as a narcissus. After seeing the stunning looks of Lu Suyu and Liang Shui, Wei Qi's resistance to beautiful women has surpassed that of most people. A strange idea came into his mind. Why is Shen Miao's skin so delicate? Too white. Many wealthy ladies spend a lot of money to maintain their skin, but their skin is not as good as Shen Miao's without makeup. This made Wei Qi wonder if this woman was the reincarnation of some powerful being. It is said that Beastmasters who have cultivated to level 95 or above can choose to reincarnate with their memories and use their better talents to reach the legendary level 100 realm, the Sage. Liang Shui stared at the beautiful schoolgirl in front of her. Shen Miao is the holder of the Human Emperor's sword, the master of the Demon Dragon King in his previous life, and a genius with pure celestial blood. Such an extremely dazzling genius should not have much interaction with his master. She actually took the initiative to talk to the owner. Is it a blessing or a curse? Oh my god, Goddess Shen actually took the initiative to talk to that boy. What boy? Wei Qi is the third most ruthless person. This guy is hiding his true strength too well, isn't he? I've never heard of him before. I seem to believe in love again, said a certain infatuated girl. Wei Qi gave an awkward yet polite smile. Student Shen Miao? What's the matter? Shen Miao took a step forward and pointed behind Wei Qi, signaling him to turn around. I saw 2 boys sitting on a bench, covering their heads. Brother Song, do you still have nightmares from the dungeon? The other boy shook his head blankly and said, I don't remember. How strange, it was clearly a very important dream. Wei Qi's pupils suddenly dilated. What's going on? Have other candidates also encountered Adikos in the dungeon? Were you also attacked by that horrible nightmare? Shen Miao said calmly. Just now I made a quick observation and found that most of the candidates were trying hard to recall their dreams. Student Wei Qi, your expression is different from others. Do you still remember that thing? Shen Miao's words made Wei Qi tremble all over. What's the meaning? Shin Miao looked around. This is not a place to chat. Let's go somewhere else. Wei Qi's brain began to think rapidly. Adikos once mentioned the human emperor's sword and the mountain and sea seal. Judging from its tone, it seems that there is one candidate this year who possesses the same 10 secret treasures of Tianxian as Wei Qi. Could this person be the Shin Miao in front of me? Is she a friend or an enemy? Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at each other at the same time. Okay. A pure smile appeared on Shin Miao's lips. Let's go. Wei Qi held Liang Shui in his arms and asked cautiously, Classmate Shin Miao, where are we going? Shin Miao, who was leading the way, turned around and said with a smile, Classmate Wei Qi, you've been busy in the dungeon all day. Aren't you hungry? A little. There's a new hot pot restaurant called Subianzu up ahead. The food is amazing. Want to eat and chat? It's my treat today. Since the beautiful campus girl was willing to pay for the meal, Wei Qi had no reason to refuse. Okay, I'll treat you again when I have the chance. Then it's a deal. The two came to this Subianzu hot pot restaurant. The interior decoration and supporting facilities are quite good, and the price is not particularly expensive. Wei Qi glanced at the menu and breathed a sigh of relief. A big meal for two people would only cost 400 or 500 yuan. Wei Qi, who lives frugally, is reluctant to spend so much money on food and drink. If he has that spare money, he might as well buy some toys or feed for Liang Shui, or at least buy her some pretty clothes to please her eyes. Because the prices here are not too expensive, business is good. There are still many customers at this time in the morning. Wei Qi generously ordered his favorite ingredients including tofu puff, fried bean curd skin, bean curd sheets, dried tofu, lettuce, black fungus, eggs, etc. Shin Miao couldn't help but complain. Are soy products really that delicious? It's smooth and has a great taste. Shin Miao added some meat and vegetables, and the waiter, with a flushed face, closed the door of the private room and left quietly. The Zhonglei six-tailed fox squatted on the seat, howling and looking ferocious. Liang Shui squatted quietly on Wei Qi's thighs, like a well-behaved little kitten. Shin Miao coughed lightly and said, Classmate Wei Qi, I'll speak frankly then. Wei Qi nodded slightly. Her eyes became extremely serious. Have you also seen the legendary demon god, Atticus? Wei Qi took a sip of tea calmly. Yes. Wei Qi had guessed from Shin Miao's questions that she had met Adikos. Otherwise, she wouldn't use the sentence structure of, are you too? Shin Miao didn't show much surprise. Most of the candidates forgot something, and some scores mysteriously disappeared. This is clearly Atticus's ability at work. The dishes were served quickly. Wei Qi put down a plate of black fungus and said slowly, If it's such an ambiguous question, the campus beauty of Shin University shouldn't take the initiative to treat me to a meal, right? The Zhonglei six-tailed fox pricked up its ears and glanced at Wei Qi. You should be quite clear about the answer to the question, right, classmate Wei Qi? Shin Miao put down a plate of vegetables and said with a smile. Wei Qi pretended to be dumbfounded and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Shin Miao didn't mind at all. She placed one hand on her chest and introduced herself again. Shin Miao, the holder of the human emperor's sword. Wei Qi Liang Shui Zhonglei six-tailed fox. Student Wei Qi, I have no ill intentions. I just want to be friends with you. Wei Qi's expression was very interesting. Why? I'm just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? An ordinary person who can get third place in the city with sea-level talent and a white spirit fox. Shin Miao did not reveal the fact that he possessed the mountain and sea seal, as that would easily arouse the other party's hostility. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, right? Wei Qi fed Liang Shui mutton hot pot and said, Thank you, Miss Shun, for treating me to dinner, but I have a bad temper and am not good at making friends. Friends are partners who provide value to each other. After careful consideration, I really don't think there's anything I can offer you. Shin Miao has a distinguished family background, beautiful appearance, extraordinary talent, and possesses the human emperor's sword, which sounds awesome. She probably has her grandfather hidden in her ring. No matter how you look at it, she is the protagonist or the protagonist's woman. Wei Qi is just one of the ordinary people. Both his parents are dead. He is handsome, but not so handsome that women can't walk. His talent is average, but not top-notch. If he didn't have the secret treasure of Shanghai Seal, how could a girl like Shin Miao, who was gifted by heaven, approach him on her own initiative? Even if Shin Miao really wanted to be friends with him, Wei Qi, who was afraid of trouble, might not agree. She is so beautiful that walking with her will offend some enemies out of thin air. Shin Miao was stunned. I didn't expect that what Wei Qi said seemed to make sense. Then I will show corresponding sincerity. Chapter 30. Finding the Dragon and Locating the Cave. Sincerity? Wei Qi swallowed the smooth, fatty beef. Shun Miao nodded slightly. The ability of the human emperor sword is to find dragons and locate burial sites, and to explore fortunes. If you want to try your luck in the wild, I can help you once for free. Wei Qi's scalp tingled after hearing this. Finding dragons and locating their burial sites? If this ability is real, isn't it too shameless? There are countless small worlds hidden on Tianxian Star. For example, the copy controlled by the Tianxian Alliance. For example, the secret place hidden in the wild. For example, the great secret realm that thousands of people are vying for because of God-given good fortune. You can get treasure chest rewards by clearing these dungeons or secret realms. Moreover, the secret realms and the great secret realms are home to rare spiritual pets that do not exist in the present world. Ordinary Beastmasters can only run dungeons in major academies and the Tianxian Alliance, and it would be good enough if they can explore secret realms a few times. The Great Secret Realm is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Countless Beastmasters want to explore the secret realm to gain opportunities, but they can never find them. This guy Shin Miao actually said that he could easily find the secret realm of Fuyuan. If this news gets out, some old monsters who have been practicing in seclusion will come out to capture her alive. It's a completely living secret realm detection radar. Wei Qi stopped chewing and said, "Student Shin Miao, you can't make jokes like this. If it gets leaked, you'll be in danger." Shin Miao held his chin with his hands and smiled. "I only told you about this ability. My parents don't know about it. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak it and bring you death?" "Because I believe you. You are not that kind of person." Wei Qi. Liang Shui kicked her paws nervously. "I didn't expect that the human emperor sword has such abnormal abilities. No wonder Shin Miao is upgrading like riding a rocket, and has so many divine beasts and magic weapons. If Shin Miao is not lying, can we use her to help find the whereabouts of the Demon Dragon King? What if she was just pretending to be generous and wanted to use her beauty to lure her master into giving her the mountain and sea seal? Don't be fooled." Liang Shui gently bit Wei Qi's arm, signaling him not to believe it. Wei Qi looked at Shun Miao, who was smiling like a flower, and a fierce psychological struggle occurred in his mind. "Satan, pretty girl is so cute. Think it through. What if what she said is true? I can pick up beautiful women and get treasures. It's a sure win. God, don't rush to agree to her. If what she says is true, you will owe her a huge favor. The most difficult debt to repay in this world is the debt of favor. I personally recommend keeping your distance from her. God, what if what she said was all lies, and she just wanted to let down her guard and attack you to steal the mountain and sea seal? Satan, I'm afraid of her snakeskin stick and hammer. This chick has the human emperor's sword in her body. At worst, she'll explode to the limit and die together. God, that won't work. We still have a lot of work to do. We can't trade one for one with her. Satan, people have guessed that you have the mountain and sea seal on your body, and you can't hide from it. If you ask me, just stick it on her. Maybe you can turn her into your wife. God, you pervert. Satan, if you have the ability, cut me apart. God. Wei Qi covered his head. No matter how he argued with his reason and his second brother, he had to admit a few facts. 1. If what Shin Miao said is true, it will be a real benefit to Wei Qi. 2. Shin Miao knew that Wei Qi possessed the mountain and sea seal. If she really wanted to harm Wei Qi, she would not be able to hide unless she killed her to silence her. 3. At present, it seems that the other party has no malicious intentions. Shin Miao can easily launch a sneak attack, and there is no need to reveal her cards. Therefore, the probability that she is telling the truth is more than 80%. 4. What Shin Miao wants to get from Wei Qi is currently unknown. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui's little head. "Miss Shun, why did you do this? What is your purpose?" Shin Miao smiled and said, "I said before, one more enemy is worse than one more friend." Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, "If you can help me find a place of good fortune related to dragon pets, I would like to be your friend. The dragon clan is not any cat or dog, nor is it the cabbage and potatoes sold everywhere in the market. If Shin Miao really has the ability to find dragons and locate their burial sites, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be friends with her." Shin Miao smiled mysteriously. "That's easy. Let's add each other's contact information, and I'll send you the detailed coordinates tonight." Wei Qi opened his mouth and said, "Huh? So fast? I thought I needed to start a ritual. Hee, what era is this?" Wei Qi added Shin Miao's WeChat with a try it attitude, since it didn't cost any money anyway. The profile picture is a picture of her standing on the top of a mountain. The name is God Rewards Hard Work. Walking alone? You really deserve the name you gave it. Shin Miao chuckled. After finishing the business, the two of them started to eat. When they were leaving, Shin Miao looked at Liang Shui and Wei Qi's arms and said, Wei Qi, tomorrow is our day off. Do you want to let them spar? After saying that, she picked up her Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox. Wei Qi immediately shook his head. No, my Liang Shui is of low rank. How could she possibly defeat the epic Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox? Then can you tell me what grade of spirit pet Liang Shui is? No. How stingy. Shen Miao pursed his lips. Miss Shun, thank you for treating us to dinner. Wei Qi changed the subject and prepared to run away. You have to treat me next time. Okay. Wei Qi waved goodbye. The moment Wei Qi disappeared from Shen Miao's sight, the Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox said, Master, aren't you taking too much risk? If he leaks the information about the human emperor's sword, we'll be in great danger. Shen Miao patted the purple fox on the back. I can sense a reassuring aura from him. He has a dragon contract in his left hand, which he didn't have before entering the dungeon. He should be more afraid of being exposed than we are now. The Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox gnashed its teeth and said, Dragon contract? That should have belonged to you. Why did this happen? In its view, every generation of holders of the human emperor's sword is a person of great fortune born by heaven, and the submission of the dragon god is a foregone conclusion. An unknown poor boy actually snatched away the opportunity that should have belonged to the master. And the master is interested in dating that boy? This is something that neither my uncle nor my aunt can tolerate. Spirit pets with thunder and fire attributes are naturally irritable and easily angered. Shen Miao quickly comforted his pet. Follow God's will. Xiaozi, don't be angry, dear. I'm just speaking up for my master. I'm fine, let's go home. Oh. Shen Miao hugged Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox and got into a Porsche. Wei Qi's figure kept appearing in her mind. The holder of the mountain and sea seal. A mysterious, snow-white little fox. The inexplicable dragon contract. There is also that indescribable sense of intimacy. Who is he? Shen Miao developed a strong curiosity about this boy. Chapter 31 Generous Copy Rewards. Wei Qi closed the door gently. The curvature of the mouth corners is harder to suppress than AK. Awesome. I never thought I could make it into the top 3. A place in the top beast taming academy is already in my pocket. The current ranking far exceeded Wei Qi's expectations, and he threw Liang Shui onto the sofa. Liang Shui, am I free? My shoulder hurts a little. As the saying goes, excessive joy leads to sorrow. Wei Qi pulled the wound on his arm after jumping a few times. A gentle female voice came to my ears. Master, Shui will help you bandage your wound. Liang Shui, dressed in a white fox fur coat, held a roll of bandages and looked at Wei Qi lovingly. Oh, okay. Liang Shui's technique was quite skillful, and Wei Qi couldn't help but praise her. You're really good at it. Liang Shui's pretty face turned red, and she remained silent, shy. In her previous life, she had witnessed too many times how to deal with external injuries, and she was a person who had experienced the disease for a long time, but became a good doctor. Master, are you really planning to find a dragon as your second spiritual pet? Liang Shui asked softly. Wei Qi looked at the black dragon contract on the back of his left hand and said, let it be. After all, dragons are not cheap things that can be found everywhere. Many people may never see a dragon in their entire lives. I personally prefer spiritual pets of slightly lower rank, but better practicality. After all, spiritual pets are all four-legged gold-eating beasts. It is said that dragons have huge appetites and bad tempers, and they like all kinds of shiny luxury goods. Wei Qi only has 1.5 million yuan in savings, and it is difficult for him to support Liang Shui alone. Liang Shui, you can move freely. I have also taught you how to use the TV. Liang Shui sat on the sofa and shook her cute fox ears. Master, what are you going to do? I need to check something. After saying that, Wei Qi went into the bedroom, turned on the computer, and began to look up information about Adikos and Tianxian's secret treasure. As Wei Qi expected, there was no information about the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian and Adikos on the internet. There is some information about the demon race on it. The demons are a mysterious race, mostly of dark attributes, exuding a mysterious, demonic aura. They have tenacious vitality and are difficult to kill. They were eventually sealed in the demon world by the goddess of hope and the ancestors of mankind. The only remaining demons on the continent are a ragtag army of inferior bloodline. For example, there are succubi who seduce people and drain their essence. There are ugly ogres. There are pig-headed goblins who like to hunt women, and so on. Although the demons in the world today are not true pure-blooded demons, they are still powerful. 2.5 years ago, the culprit who led the monsters to attack Tiange City was a level 6 demon named Bloody Ripper, who was nearly 30 meters tall, with magic horns on his head and flesh wings on his back. When the Bloody Ripper was about to break through the northern defense line and attack the northern fortress, Giant Snake City. A Beastmaster who called himself Tianyu took action and killed the demon in seconds, saving countless people. Wei Qi looked at the computer and touched his chin. Atticus seemed to have mentioned the term celestial being. Unfortunately, the result of the Baidu search was the Angel clan. The angels are the mysterious pets that follow the goddess of hope when she appears in the world. Most of them are female and are divided into 2, 4, and 6 wings. They possess pure light spiritual power. Most of the angels that exist in the world are enshrined in the headquarters of the Western goddess cult. Due to the complex influence of the Dragon Kingdom, the goddess cult in the country is equivalent to a mascot and occasionally serves as the opening master of ceremonies for major festivals or celebrations. You really can't find it? Wei Qi stretched lazily. The ancient and mysterious demon Adikos speaks of secrets that mortals cannot access. Looking at the dragon contract on the back of his hand, Wei Qi thought of the huge black dragon with wings covering the sky. If I could tame a giant dragon of that magnitude and let it soar into the sky, my life would be worthwhile. The Demon Dragon King, a title that sounds impressive. Hey, stop dreaming. If you can tame a subdragon, you can walk sideways among your peers. By the way, I haven't checked the rewards for clearing the dungeon carefully yet. Wei Qi ran back to the living room as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Liang Shui, who was kneeling on the sofa and praying with her eyes closed, opened her eyes slightly. Master? I almost forgot about the rewards for completing the game. Wei Qi opened his tattered backpack. Inside lay a sparkling red gem, a 5-pointed star shimmering with a mysterious luster, and a pair of gloves. Wei Qi pinched the red gem, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is this a fire attribute spiritual seal? Wei Qi can feel the fiery energy from the fire spirit seal. Fire is the strongest spiritual attribute for group attacks. If he successfully refines this spirit seal, he will definitely be able to comprehend satisfactory combat skills. I'm still 3 levels away. How about spending some money and trying it? I'll be more confident in the simulated battle the day after tomorrow. Wei Qi placed the fire spirit seal on the table and cast his gaze towards the gleaming 5-pointed star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, top-grade star pattern. This is really powerful. Star pattern is an essential item for Beastmasters to strengthen their pets. It is divided into 3 grades according to the number of corners and edges. The triangle is of low quality, the quadrilateral is of medium quality, the pentagram is of high quality, and the hexagram is of the highest quality. The Beastmaster uses fixed techniques to carve star energy into the chest, arms, head, thighs, and buttocks of the spirit pet to obtain additional combat skills. Each part has 3 inscription techniques, and only one effect can be selected. Liang Shui, you are blessed. Liang Shui, *. Without saying a word, Wei Qi opened his phone and clicked on the Tianxian Alliance app. Click on star mark inscription. TSK, there are quite a lot of varieties. Choose the Fox clan. A fucking page suddenly popped up on the phone screen. Could I spend 200,000 Tianxian coins to purchase the Fox Control Heart Sutra? Damn, they charge for this. The Tianxian Alliance is too shady. Even though he cursed, Wei Qi had no choice but to pay the money in order to enhance Liang Shui's strength. Please select the engraving area. Wei Qi clicked, chest, sincerely. Liang Shui's fox ears drooped and her expression became shy. The app shows the engraving techniques and operation guides suitable for Liang Shui. Phantom Raid improves mobility, allowing fox pets to move in number of tails times in a short period of time. Each charge will leave a phantom of a fox that lasts for 10 seconds. The higher the grade, the longer the charge distance. Charming Eyes improve control and strengthen the racial skills of fox pets. Enchanted enemies gain a vulnerability buff. The more tails there are, the stronger the vulnerability effect. Crescent Moon Slash increases explosive power. After a short period of charging, the fox pet will lock onto a single target, causing pursuit and high single target damage. The more tails it has, the greater the damage. Liang Shui, which skill do you want to choose? Wei Qi handed the phone to her. Shuier always listens to her master. Liang Shui smiled sweetly. The ice attribute fox tribe has no shortage of control, so they are excluded. Crescent Moon Slash is a good damage skill, but the single target pursuit does not fit the positioning of Liang Shui's long-range turret. The most suitable one for Liang Shui should be Phantom Assault. The 3-stage displacement plus the Fox Phantom, combined with Wei Qi's talent projection, can make the fake look real. It is worth mentioning that the star pattern engraving process has special conditions. For example, Song Yuzhan needs to be done in a secret place filled with the breath of death. The Charming Eyes require an additional 3 fox eyeballs. Fortunately, The requirements for the Phantom Raid are that the Fox clan evolves into a three-tailed form and has a large amount of spirit stones. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Soon, the courier's voice came from the door. Ding Tianxian Alliance Express. Wei Qi touched Liang Shue's head and said, Liang Shue, are you ready? This might be a little painful the first time. Chapter 32 Liang Shue's First Engraving. The afternoon sunlight penetrated the glass and shone onto Wei Qi's bed. Liang Shue was lying flat on the bed with her arms folded across her chest, curling her toes nervously. Master, are you not going to start yet? Wei Qi, who was sitting at the head of the bed, took a deep breath and closed the inscription of 48 styles. Although Wei Qi had good scores in the engraving test when he was in school, he could easily stay focused when facing inanimate objects during the test. It is difficult to remove the star pattern after it is engraved. Doing so will damage the foundation of the spiritual pet and waste the engraving materials. Therefore, it is very difficult to engrave it perfectly. He was more worried about Liang Shue's health than the financial loss. Wei Qi said, Liang Shue, why don't you just change back into your beast form? You cannot lower the success rate of engraving for your own selfish desires. A strange light flashed in Liang Shue's beautiful eyes. Master, the success rate of engraving is higher in human form, right? The book does mention that the success rate of engraving is higher after a spirit pet transforms into a human. Wei Qi swallowed his saliva, but don't worry, Master. No matter what you do to Shuer, I won't resist. We are spiritually connected partners. Since Liang Shue said she didn't mind, there was no need for Wei Qi to be fussy. Wei Qi held the essence spirit stone he had just spent 200,000 yuan on in his left hand and pinched the top grade star mark in his right hand. Are you really ready? Liang Shue has a great figure, and it is impossible for a human to have a perfect body shape. Can't be distracted, can't be distracted. In his previous life, Wei Qi had average luck and only did a hand engraving for Liang Shue once. She was actually quite nervous inside. Liang Shue was worried that Wei Qi would be nervous, so she quickly added, Master, don't be nervous. Shuer will fully cooperate with you. Wei Qi nodded slightly and picked up a spirit stone that was flashing blue light. It may be painful the first time you engrave it. If you can't hold on, just shout out and I will slow down. Shuer, don't be afraid. Liang Shue bit her lower lip lightly and grabbed the bed sheets with both hands. Warm sunlight streams into the house, and the perfect fried egg comes to life. The star pattern resonated with her body, and Liang Shue turned into light. The first step was successful. Wei Qi closed his eyes and communicated with the spiritual contract in the beast-controlling space. A wonderful power surged into his chest. Open your eyes again. The Liang Shue beneath him had gradually become transparent, and he could easily see every important vein in Liang Shue's body. Wei Qi nodded in satisfaction. He grabbed a piece of essence spirit stone and crushed it hard. Then he pressed Liang Shue's collarbone with one hand. The fragments of the spirit stone were slowly absorbed into Liang Shue's body. The blue light grew brighter and brighter. After all the spirit stones worth 200,000 were used up, a chaotic star pattern appeared on Liang Shue's chest. Wei Qi took a deep breath and bent down to observe carefully. The star pattern on the Fox Taming Sutra kept coming back to my mind. Come on, don't let desire overcome your reason. Liang Shue trusts you so much, you must not let her down. Wei Qi lightly tapped the center of the star pattern with his right index finger. His spiritual power flowed into Liang Shue's body through his index finger. The power of the star patterns and spirit stones began to change continuously according to Wei Qi's consciousness. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. The lifelike fox engraving is finally completed. As the sun sets, the blood-red sunlight shines on Wei Qi and Liang Shue. Phew, finally done. Woo-woo. Wei Qi, his body numb and sore, could no longer hold on and lay on top of Liang Shue. His strength and energy were completely drained by the ritual. His face was extremely pale, and he couldn't even lift his eyelids. Liang Shue's body continued to emit a strange fragrance, and Wei Qi couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. Liang Shue stretched out her arms and hugged Wei Qi's head tightly. Master, you have worked hard. As long as it succeeds. Wei Qi's tense spirit relaxed at once, and he actually fell asleep in the scent of milk. Liang Shue touched her chest and said to herself, "It hurts." After a short rest, Liang Shue returned to normal. She considerately helped Wei Qi take off his clothes and covered him with a blanket. Liang Shue looked at Wei Qi, who was pale and weak, and her delicate hands couldn't help but touch his chest. The master is a guy with lustful thoughts, but no courage. By the time he realizes it, it will be too late. Now is a perfect time to take possession of the master. The little fox's tail stood up high, and a hint of pink mist appeared in its blue eyes. When her lips were about to kiss the corner of Wei Qi's mouth. Not now, but I can't help it. The battle-damaged master is so handsome. I want to possess him so badly. Liang Shui covered her face with her hands and shook her head desperately. No, the star mark inscription will consume a lot of the Beastmaster's physical strength. The master will definitely be hungry when he wakes up. As a qualified Beastmaster, I'd better help my master prepare dinner. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. What I see in front of me is not the naughty big white rabbit, but the familiar ceiling. The feeling of weakness and exhaustion has long disappeared. He picked up the phone next to the pillow. 1928. The energy of the blood nether fruit is so strong. I overdrew my energy last time and slept for a whole night. Wei Qi returned to the beast control space to check Liang Shui's panel. Name Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox. Grade, Superior Imperial Grade. Level, 17. Race, Monster Tribe. Skill, Ice Leap. Normal active, attacks group targets and tears enemies to cause bleeding effect. Replaces long-range mode with Ice Spear to attack single target. Jade Shattering. Death Rattle. After the Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox dies, it will cause irreversible freezing and frostbite effects to surrounding enemies. Ice Cannon. Elite active. After charging, it will cause penetrating damage and freezing effect to enemies in a straight line, and can be cast up to 3 times in a row. Chu Lian. General's Halo. The Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox has a 20% chance of being immune to any damage. Snowfall. The Emperor takes the initiative to create a snow river icefall with the target as the center, causing a large-scale group attack, causing freezing and frostbite effects. Charm. Racial skill. Charms a single target and makes it fall into an uncontrollable state, lasting for 5 seconds. Phantom Assault. The star pattern on the chest allows you to sprint 3 times in a short period of time. After each sprint, a fox phantom will be generated at the same place for 10 seconds. Trustworthiness, 100. Level 17? That's great. It's worthy of being a top-grade star pattern. The level of the spirit pet will be randomly increased after absorbing the star pattern. Demon Capture is a racial skill that is awakened during Liang Shui's battle with Adikos. 3 stages of displacement, giving me the feeling of a Gua Sha queen. Fortunately, Liang Shui has 2 large area damage skills, and she's not Ari, the mascot of League of Legends. Wei Qi was still happily imagining Liang Shui evolving into a 9-tailed fox. There was a crackling sound outside the bedroom. What's going on? Did the house get robbed? Wei Qi quickly got out of bed and opened the door. Chapter 33. Liang Shui, who is good at dark cuisine. Wei Qi quietly opened the bedroom door. The living room was empty. The sound came from the kitchen. Wei Qi tiptoed and poked his head out from the wall. It was a false alarm. It turned out that Liang Shui, wearing an apron, was cooking soup in the kitchen. She was wearing Wei Qi's old clothes and a short home skirt, and her soft blue hair was braided into a small braid hanging in front of her chest. It feels like being a newlywed wife. Is Liang Shui helping me prepare dinner? So happy. Wei Qi used tom-cat-like movements to come to the kitchen door and peek inside. Liang Shui hummed happily. First, prepare the starch in hot oil. Liang Shui, very good. It grasps the essence of hot soup in one go. Hot soup without thickening has no soul. Wei Qi, who was hiding at the kitchen door, looked very happy. He thought Liang Shui couldn't cook. It turns out I was overthinking it. Liang Shui picked up a notebook and muttered, well, first, saute the chopped green onions until fragrant, then add water. It turns out that the crackling sound is the sound of food being stir-fried. And should I add lychees or fried chicken? Wei Qi's facial muscles twitched. Master loves lychees the most. Let's add lychees. Chives, mutton, and eggs. By the way, the owner likes chili very much, so add more chili. And the albacore. The bright kitchen seems to have been transformed into a witch potion refinery, with green, purple, blue and other colors reflected on the walls. Hello, hey, you're not cooking at all. Wei Qi was just about to push the door open to stop Liang Shui from continuing to develop dark cuisine. The owner who drinks this bowl of soup will definitely praise me. Shui'er is a capable little fox he. Liang Shui stirred the spoon while dreaming. As a human spouse, housework ability is an important indicator. Wei Qi was shocked when he heard this. It turns out that Liang Shui wants to be his wife. What a wonderful start. He also likes Liang Shui, who is soft, cute, good at fighting, and cute. If I rush in now and point out that the soup Liang Shui makes tastes terrible, she'll definitely feel bad, right? As a host, you must encourage and praise their efforts. The image of his stern father suddenly flashed through his mind. No matter what he did since he was a child, He had never received his praise. Wei Qi didn't want Liang Shui to experience that suffocating feeling of failure. He sat back on the sofa in the living room silently. Not long after, the kitchen door opened. Liang Shui, sticking out her tongue, looked at Wei Qi in surprise. "Master, are you awake?" "Well, I just got up and I'm a little hungry." Liang Shui happily ran over to ask for credit. Master, Shui just made some hot soup. Would you like to try it?" Wei Qi pretended to be surprised and pinched Liang Shui's cheek. "Of course, Liang Shui, you are so virtuous." Liang Shui blushed immediately after being praised, and her ears drooped. "Shui will go get you a bowl right away." Liang Shui ran to the kitchen happily. Wei Qi looked at her back and swallowed. "If I train Liang Shui to be my future wife, it seems like a good choice. To marry a human woman, you need a car, a house, and a sky-high bride price. They give out red envelopes during festivals and ask for money at every turn. Once I get admitted into a key beast taming academy, I will spend more time and energy cultivating my feelings for Liang Shui." "Master, hot soup is here." Liang Shui smiled and placed a pot of hot soup on the coffee table. "Open the lid of the pot and the aroma will hit you." It's hard to imagine how Liang Shui can cook such a fragrant hot soup. Liang Shui very considerately helped Wei Qi fill a bowl of hot soup, blowing on it while saying, "Master, drink it while it's hot." For some reason, the famous scene of delaying its time to take medicine suddenly appeared in Wei Qi's mind. Okay, I'll drink it." Judging from the appearance of the hot soup, it looks normal and has a rich and mellow aroma. It looks so delicious, it shouldn't be a dark dish, right? Wei Qi took the bowl and took a big sip under Liang Shui's expectant gaze. Well, it's indescribably unpalatable. Hot, bitter, still so sour. Wei Qi's eyes were blurry and he almost saw his deceased grandfather on earth. His strong physique prevented him from vomiting out in one breath. Wei Qi gritted his teeth and drank all the soup. Drinking soup is such a wonderful thing." Master, how does it taste?" Liang Shui was recognized by Wei Qi, and the word happy was written all over her face. Wei Qi's face turned pale. "It's not too salty or bland. It tastes really good." "It tastes good. Please drink more. If it's not enough, Shui will make you more." Liang Shui picked up the empty bowl and poured in the hot soup with black steam. Wei Qi suddenly had an idea and pointed to the bathroom while holding her stomach. "My stomach feels uncomfortable. Maybe I ate too spicy food at noon." Liang Shui scratched her head in confusion as she watched Wei Qi fleeing in a hurry. "Is Shuiner's cooking unpalatable?" "There's no reason. It's filled with the master's favorite foods and ingredients that nourish the Yang Qi." Liang Shui picked up the soup spoon and scooped a bowl. The fox's ears wiggled and its tail fluttered gently. "It tastes delicious, doesn't it? Shui is truly the most virtuous vixen." In the previous life, Liang Shui and Wei Qi were hungry and full, and their taste buds developed in an incredible direction. Wei Qi hid in the bathroom and dug his throat with his hands to spit out the dark food. "I didn't expect that the sexy, cute, and powerful Liang Shui can cook so well. If she were to become a family chef, Wei Qi might not survive this year. No, we have to find a way to keep her away from the kitchen." Wei Qi washed his face, reluctant to get angry at his spirit pet. The bathroom door opened. "Master, the soup is cold. Can Shui heat it up for you?" Wei Qi waved his hand. "I ate too much at noon, and my stomach is not used to it. Just drinking soup won't satisfy my hunger. I'm going to make some fried rice." Liang Shui, who trusted Wei Qi unconditionally, never thought that her master was lying to her. Wei Qi skillfully beat eggs, chopped onions and garlic, heated the pan and poured oil into it, and soon made a bowl of ordinary egg fried rice. Liang Shui rubbed her hands as she looked at the fragrant fried rice in front of her, obviously very curious. "Master, how do you make egg fried rice?" "Want to learn? I'll teach you later," Wei Qi said. Shui wants to make all kinds of delicious food for the master. It's enough that you have this heart. I'm a Beastmaster, not a gigolo who's being taken care of by you." While eating, Wei Qi suddenly remembered something. He took out the Zerg Spirit Crystal and high-quality feed from his backpack. "Liang Shui, here, it's time for you to eat." Wei Qi was about to feed Liang Shui when the phone on the coffee table buzzed. Chapter 30, For the Whereabouts of the Demon Dragon King? Is it her? Wei Qi clicked on the WeChat message sent by Shen Miao. Shen Miao, positioning.jpg. Shen Miao, this is the location of the Dragon Cave closest to Pegasus City. If you believe in me, you can go and try your luck. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and typed, "Okay." Shen Miao took the initiative to send a series of screenshots. Wei Qi zoomed in carefully and saw that it was the inscribed annotations of the Fox Taming Sutra. "Shen Miao, your natal beast is also a fox, Take it and see it. Wei Qi's mouth twitched, and he typed helplessly. What a pity. I just bought the engraving annotations on the app. Shen Miao sent a smiley face the size of a soybean. Wei Qi, thank you anyway. Shen Miao, you're welcome. The call is over. The location given by Shen Miao is in the western suburbs of Bojiang City. Pegasus City, where Wei Qi lives, is located in the northern part of Longhua and is a third-tier small city. The city of Bojiang is sandwiched between the northern fortresses of Serpent City and Pegasus City and can be reached in about 2 hours by intercity train. Liang Shui looked at the message on her phone and fell into deep thought. Bojiang City? She vaguely remembered that in her previous life, the Demon Dragon King appeared with a meteor shower that occurred only once in a century, and the approximate location was indeed north of Serpent City and south of Pegasus City. Is the message sent by Shen Miao really credible? Could it be a trap to kill its owner? Wei Qi opened the evil map and compared it carefully. In the Sunset Forest, west of Bojiang, the magical beasts wandering around are at level 1 to 2. They don't look dangerous. Master, do you believe what that woman said? Liang Shui asked with her ears drooping. Wei Qi shook his head. I want to believe it, but I dare not believe it. What should I do? In a society where people's hearts are complicated, every time you trust others, it is a gamble. People are like this. Once they have a thought, they will think about it. If I didn't have a dragon contract, I wouldn't dare covet a dragon pet because I simply can't afford it. Wei Qi touched his left hand and said, Since God has given me a chance to change my fate, I have no choice but to take a gamble. After the national exam is over, I'll reach level 10 and officially unlock the second spiritual contract before trying my luck. Even if I can't find a dragon pet, there should be a suitable companion in the Sunset Forest. Liang Shui nodded slightly in agreement. She has absolute confidence in her own abilities. Oh, there's also a pair of gloves in the dungeon treasure chest. Wei Qi put on the pair of black short gloves, with a round spirit stone on the back of the gloves. Looking at the shape, could it be a spiritual weapon? Wei Qi injected the spiritual power in his body into the gloves. The spirit stone on the back of the glove emits a faint red light. Soon, a ball of blazing flames condensed out of thin air in Wei Qi's hands. It is indeed a spiritual weapon. It can transform the Beastmaster's spiritual power into flames to attack the enemy. Letting Wei Qi control the flames in his palm, he walked to the balcony and aimed at the sky. Bang! The flames flew 5 meters away and suddenly exploded. The attack range is 5 meters, nice. I finally have the ability to fight head-on. Wei Qi's current spiritual power can perform a maximum of 5 consecutive fire shocks. Looking at the shining stars in the sky, Wei Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the dungeon journey was extremely dangerous, he obtained many treasures and precious dragon contracts. The journey of life will become more glorious. Liang Shui gently grasped the edge of the shirt and slowly walked behind Wei Qi. Master, what are your plans for tomorrow? Wei Qi turned around slowly. Originally, I planned to take you to the city to eat, drink, and have fun, but now we need to improve our strength as much as possible. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Okay. Wei Qi said apologetically. I'm sorry, Liang Shui. I will make it up to you after I enroll in school. Liang Shui hugged Wei Qi and said coquettishly, As long as I can live with my master, Shui is already very happy. The master is still the same. He always says he wants to live a lazy life and wait for death, but his body works harder than anyone else. Otherwise, that woman Lu Suyu wouldn't have competed with me for the master's position. The experience of the previous life made Liang Shui fully understand what it means to be born in hardship and die in comfort. Master, Shui is still too lazy compared to you. Liang Shui, I need to rest. Oh, Liang Shui pouted in grievance. She still wanted to stay with her master for a while. Wei Qi pointed at the TV. You can watch TV or play on the computer, but I suggest you go to bed early. We still have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Liang Shui picked up a pillow and said, Master Shui wants to sleep with you. Even if I don't agree, you will still sneak into bed in the middle of the night, right? Hey, don't grab the quilt. Wei Qi turned and went into the bedroom. Yeah. The bright morning light shone into the house, and Liang Shui slowly opened her eyes. Are your eyes wet again? I dream of the day we parted again. Atticus's endless nightmare reminded her of that dark day again. When Liang Shui came to her senses, she found that Wei Qi had changed his clothes and was sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed with his eyes closed. The master is meditating and practicing again. Hey, why am I becoming more and more lazy after returning to my master's side? If I had a choice, I would still like to be the little lazy fox beside my master. Liang Shui knew that Wei Qi was a crazy cultivator. She tiptoed out of bed and helped Wei Qi prepare breakfast. Liang Xue, are you awake? After finishing his meditation, Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. Well, Xue didn't disturb the master, did she? She asked cautiously. No. Wei Qi put on his shoes and got out of bed. Let's go. I've already had breakfast. Huh. Today's target is the Xuanta Spring. Chapter 35 Lu Suyu's whereabouts. Xiantu Spring. Well, it can help me quickly upgrade my level. I searched thousands of times last night and found one near the northwest stronghold of Pegasus City. Wei Qi said. Xuanta Spring, full name is Goddess Spring. It is the magical spring water that the Goddess of Hope purified with her divine power. After drinking it, the Beastmaster can unconditionally upgrade to the next level. There are 10 levels of Goddess Fountain, corresponding to the 10th level of Beastmaster. Xuantu is the official title for Beastmasters of level 0 to 10. Wei Qi was upgraded from 7 stars to 8 stars through the engraving ceremony last night. Drinking the Xuanta Spring will allow you to directly reach level 9, and then go to the Tianxian Chamber of Commerce to buy some low-level pills to easily reach level 10. If we can successfully break through the Xuanja realm today, the chances of winning the battle tomorrow will be higher. Xue understands. Wei Qi patted Liang Xue's head and said, before leaving the city, I want to go to Sister Lu's shop. We will leave Pegasus City after the exam. Liang Xue agreed as if nothing had happened, but she was actually so jealous that she was throwing a tantrum. Liang Xue and Wei Qi have only been in contact for 3 days now. Therefore, Lu Suyu, as the dream goddess, has a higher status in Wei Qi's heart now. After all, Lu Suyu has been with Wei Qi for a whole year, and it was when he needed help the most. Snort. I will definitely defeat that coquettish busted girl and become the most important person in my master's heart. Wei Qi took the tram to the commercial street, holding Liang Xue in fox form. Liang Xue also wants to become a beautiful girl and be close to her master. Between her own selfish desires and her master's safety, she chose the latter. Wei Qi still has 1.1 million yuan left in his pocket. If Lu Suyu hadn't helped him, he really wouldn't have been willing to spend money to help Liang Xue engrave it immediately. Looking at the balance of his bank card, Wei Qi's mind flashed with the image of a mature older sister's butt. Oh, what am I thinking? Such a beast. Liang Xue? A man and a fox came to Lu Suyu's pet shop. At this time, the door of the pet shop was open, and a group of decoration workers walked in carrying ladders. Sister Lu really sold the store? Wei Qi was not too surprised. With a give-it-or-leave attitude, Wei Qi knocked on the door. Is there anyone in charge of this store? The decorators all looked at a man in a light-colored suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The man with glasses turned slightly and said politely, I am the owner of this store. What can I do for you? With his outstanding looks, he could definitely play the leading role in a hit movie, but Wei Qi thinks that a man with glasses is more suitable to play the kind of gentle villain. Hello, I am a former employee of this store. May I ask where the former owner went? I still have unpaid wages. Wei Qi said the lines he had prepared in advance. The man pushed up his glasses and looked very surprised. So you are the young man the former owner mentioned. Don't worry, she has made preparations. After the man finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and motioned Wei Qi to scan the code. How much money is owed to you? 5,000. I'll turn you. The man was very happy. Wei Qi frowned. Lu Suyu's withholding of wages was just an excuse he made up. How could this man be so happy? No doubt at all. It's her who owes me money, not you. I can't ask you for money. Wei Qi said. The man stood there in a daze. He didn't expect Wei Qi to not want money. So how do you want to deal with this? Tell me where she went. I want this money back myself. The man pushed up his glasses, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. You want to look for her? I remember she said she was going to the base near the Ice Soul Forest to buy something. Ice Soul Forest? What is Sister Lu doing there? She is obviously not a Beastmaster, so why would she go to such a dangerous place? Thank you. Wei Qi thanked him and turned to leave. You're welcome. The man with glasses looked at Wei Qi's leaving back, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. At this time, a decorator tiptoed beside him and whispered, Palace Master Wei. That person just now was the little boy that Jiao Protector picked up in Tinga City. They seem to have a good relationship. Oh, I didn't expect that the Dragon Protector, at his age, still likes this kind of tender and delicate boy. The man with glasses laughed. Palace Master Wei, why bother to get rid of him? I have already prepared the soul-snatching needle. After saying this, the decorator took out a very exquisite spiritual weapon from his arms. The man with glasses shook his head. How can we, the Tianming Palace, take action against a mere Xian disciple like him? There's no need to bother with this kind of trash. Using the soul-snatching needle to kill him will only attract the dragon guards. Don't forget, our target is the missing mountain and sea seal. The decorator grinned and took the soul-snatching needle into his arms. Palace Master Wei, do you think the Dragon Guardian has hidden the mountain and sea seal? The man snorted coldly. Impossible. The Palace Master has been so kind to her. How could she betray him? I know I was wrong. The decorator quickly slapped himself twice in the face. Palace Master Wei gazed at the center of Pegasus City and sighed. Where is the mountain and sea seal? Could it have really been swallowed by a demon beast? Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi and howled twice. Master, are you going to the Ice Soul Forest to look for Lu Suyu's whereabouts? Wei Qi smiled and rubbed Liang Shui's cheek. Do you think I'm stupid? Sister Lu isn't a Beastmaster. Would she, a woman, run to the Ice Soul Forest alone and give herself up? Even if she really went, I wouldn't be able to find her. The time difference is so long. Lu Suyu came and went in a hurry, and no one knew her true background. The men who coveted her said that she was the mistress of a big boss in Pegasus City, which was just a speculation that was in line with reality. What's more, Sister Lu has denied it herself. Wei Qi, sitting in the taxi, sighed lightly and silently wished Lu Suyu well in his heart. Thank you, Sister Lu. I hope your future life will be peaceful and smooth. Liang Shui looked up at Wei Qi, who was looking out the window, her eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. What the hell? In his previous life, Wei Qi had also come here to inquire about Lu Suyu's whereabouts. The man with glasses said that Lu Suyu might go to the Ice Soul Forest, so he rushed to the stronghold near the Ice Soul Forest like a madman. As a result, they encountered a very scary enemy, and Wei Qi was seriously injured and almost died. Liang Shui was ready to settle the old score with that guy and put an end to Wei Qi's thoughts at the same time. I didn't expect that the master of this life would come to his senses. He was not crazy about Lu Suyu. Just because they didn't meet and have sex that night? How strange. Liang Shui also wondered if the man with glasses was the real murderer who murdered his master. Unfortunately, she and Wei Qi never saw the man with glasses again. There was no subsequent assassination or pursuit, and everything seemed to be an accident, so Liang Shui ruled out this option. In her previous life, Lu Suyu secretly met with Wei Qi through correspondence. The premise is that Wei Qi met her the night before the national exam and developed feelings for her. The master's trajectory of action in this life has changed. Lu Suyu, whose origins are unknown, should never appear again. In the end, Liang Shui gave up thinking. She cares more about the whereabouts of the Demon Dragon King than Lu Suyu. And Shun Miao, the future empress who appeared out of nowhere in the master's life, is the woman who should be most wary of. First, he treated the friend as a free gift of information, and then he gave away the Fox Taming Sutra worth 200,000 yuan for free. This woman must have evil intentions and is plotting to take over her master's body. The clever Liang Shui will not let her succeed so easily. Chapter 36 Blind Nun. Wei Qi and Liang Shui arrived at the busy Pegasus North Gate. This place is full of merchant groups, beast taming teams, and tourists traveling between cities. A man, holding a loudspeaker, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Express train to the Goddess Fountain. 500 per person." A burly man held up a sign. Ice Soul Forest Professional Treasure Hunting Team, needing a fire attribute fighter. A female anchor with a beauty camera said, "We are hiring a third-level Beastmaster as a bodyguard at a high price. Don't miss it if you pass by. Swan City's specialty, Ice Light Pearl. It's an essential material for the advancement of ice-type spirit pets. The Tianxian Chamber of Commerce prices it at 100,000 yuan per piece, and we sell it for 80,000 yuan. The merchant group vendor shouted at the top of his voice. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. You sell ice light beads here? The vendor chuckled and said, Brother, we are a merchant group from Swan City. These ice beads are all top-grade goods. After saying that, he took out a pocket filled with round gems that sparkled with blue light. Every time a spirit pet gains 2 levels or a higher grade, it will undergo a transformation and learn new combat skills. Ice light beads are indeed the most needed material for ice-type spirit pets in the early stages. Pegasus City has a suitable climate and there are no extremely cold areas nearby, so naturally there is no ice-related material production. Wei Qi took out his phone and opened the Tianxian Alliance app. Search for prices of ice light beads. Young man, the lowest price of Tianxian Chamber of Commerce is 98,800. Don't look at it. We sell it directly, so it's cheap. The vendor explained. Wei Qi confirmed the market price of the Ice Light Pearl and nodded slightly. 3 Ice Light Orbs are needed to break through to level 2, and 5 Ice Light Orbs are needed to advance. 8 times 8 is equal to 64. Okay, pick 8 for me. Since you're so straightforward, I'll give you a 10% discount. After paying 576,000 Tianxian coins, the vendor couldn't stop smiling. Wei Qi stuffed the ice-light pearl into his backpack, muttering, "Money is so precious. Being a Beastmaster is such an expensive profession." The deposit of 1.1 million yuan turned into 500,000 yuan in a blink of an eye. A trace of envy flashed in the vendor's eyes. "Brother, although you Beastmasters spend money quickly, you also make money quickly. You can just go out and kill some monsters and catch some spirit pets and make a killing. Unlike us who have to go from city to city selling goods and end up with a meager salary to support our families." Wei Qi noticed that the vendor was eager to chat, so he casually asked, "Swan City is north of Pegasus, right? Did you see a black-haired beauty when you passed by the Ice Soul Forest?" The vendor shrugged. "There are so many female anchors leaving the scene these days. What other characteristics do they have?" Wei Qi pondered for a moment and gestured with his hands. "She has big breasts and a nice butt. She often wears a black veil and has a teardrop mole under the corner of her eye." The vendor shook his head. "I've never seen such a beautiful woman like this before, running out alone. I'm afraid she's in great danger." "Okay." Wei Qi waved and prepared to leave. At this moment, the vendor suddenly grabbed Wei Qi's shoulder and said, "Brother, listen to my advice. Don't go to the Ice Soul Forest. The monsters there seem to have been stimulated by something and have become extremely bloodthirsty. Many guards of our caravan died there. After selling this batch of goods, we plan to take a detour to avoid the Ice Soul Forest when we return to the city. Thanks. Bye." After hearing what the merchant hawker said, Wei Qi could only pray that Lu Suyu did not go to the Ice Soul Forest. "Liang Xue, half of the materials for the second-level breakthrough have been collected. You must work hard to upgrade." "AOAO. Schwerer understands." Wei Qi looked at the armored express train that was about to be filled with people and said, "Liang Xue, how about we take a ride to the Shuana Spring and then stroll back to the city?" "Awu. I obey my master." The Shuanta Spring is near the Konglan stronghold northwest of Pegasus City. The hike takes at least 3 hours, and even if you venture into riding on the cool snow, it will take a long time. Stronghold. Important hubs on the communication routes of human main cities are generally heavily guarded to ensure safety. The stronghold can provide profitable services to Beastmasters. It can also serve as an outpost to detect the movements of nearby monsters and protect the safety of the main city. It can be understood as an artificial beacon tower in another world, thereby continuously expanding the battle line to recover the human territory. The strongholds are completely different from intercity trains and intracity buses. The entire frame of these armored trains is made of the latest developed alloy steel. The car paint is mixed with the blood of high-level monsters. Moreover, each armored vehicle has been modified by engineers from the Tianxian Alliance. In case of emergency, the armored vehicle can be equipped with large-caliber main guns and special spiritual bullets to attack blind monsters. The security is very high, and a small number of civilians like to ride in field armored vehicles to experience the feeling of driving a tank. The man shouting with a loudspeaker saw Wei Qi and said, "Handsome, are you going to the Goddess Fountain? It's full now. Standing tickets are 200 per person. This is the last bus this morning. There will be no more of this place after this village." Wei Qi pursed his lips and took out his phone to scan the code. "Pay 200 yuan. The man with the loudspeaker waved his hand to shoo away the people coming from behind. "It's full. It's full. You guys should wait for the afternoon bus." Wei Qi carried Liang Xue onto the armored bus. It was his first time riding in an armored vehicle in the wild. The seats in the car were full, and most of the passengers, like Wei Qi, were trainee Beastmasters with young faces. Their goal was the same as Wei Qi's, to go to the Goddess Fountain to get the Beastmaster level for free. The armored vehicle started up with a roar and drove towards the Konglan stronghold in the northwest direction. Because the armored vehicle has weapons hidden inside and is bulky, it cannot travel very fast. It's an hour's drive. The enthusiastic female anchor, the couple who planned an outing, and the elderly couple experiencing the sunset slowly fell into a deep sleep. Because Wei Qi had a standing ticket, he wasn't sleepy at all. The tall and straight Wei Qi and the soft and cute Liang Xue naturally became the focus of the passengers' attention. Several pretty girls came over with their phones. "Handsome guy, can you add me on the phone? Your pet is so cute, can I touch its tail?" Wei Qi shrugged. "That depends on whether it agrees." A bold girl reached out and touched Liang Xue. "What a cute fox." "Ah, stupid woman, do you want to die?" Liang Xue frowned, revealing her sharp fangs, and her petite body made a cuckoo sound. "Sorry, it doesn't like you." The smile on Wei Qi's face gradually disappeared. Several girls rolled their eyes at Wei Qi in annoyance. "It's just a fox. What's there to be proud of? You straight bastard, so boring. Can it become my wife? You're just a loser, Just hold the fox and jerk it off. Huh? Looking for death, huh? Liang Shui was furious after hearing this and wanted to teach them a lesson. Wei Qi quickly comforted her, saying, "Be good, Liang Shui, don't argue with them." After this incident, Wei Qi discovered a side of Liang Shui that no one knew about. It is very hostile to human females, and its temper is not like the soft and cute sister that Wei Qi imagined. The armored vehicle stopped for a moment as it passed other strongholds. A blonde girl in a white nun's outfit slowly stepped onto the bus. Wei Qi couldn't help but look at her again. It's not because this blonde nun has long legs, a white face, and nice breasts that she looks easy to bully, but it was because her eyes were covered with a dark mask. She is blind? Chapter 37: The Legend of the Goddess of Hope. The blind nun reminded Wei Qi of a strange notebook. A woman of divine attributes. Perhaps most men like to taint pure colors. Unfortunately, I am not the protagonist of this world, but just an ordinary passerby. Wei Qi gradually withdrew his gaze. The blind nun got on the bus and carefully held the seat forward. Then, bang! Wei Qi's height of 1.78 meters is considered short among the 1.80-meter tall time travelers, but the blind nun still threw herself into his arms. "Oh, I'm sorry." She straightened up in panic. "It doesn't matter." The nun stood up straight, coughed twice, and a hint of red appeared on her cheeks. Hello everyone, my name is Su Chan, and I'm a trainee nun from the Goddess Church. The passengers were either playing with their phones or sleeping, and no one paid any attention to her. The goddess cult is a religion founded by the goddess after her advent, and it holds the supreme position among Western countries. On the contrary, the goddess cult was marginalized everywhere in Eastern countries. Even the old man repairing shoes on the roadside knows that the goddess cult in the Eastern countries is a useless vase organization. The saint in office is just a tool to maintain international relations. No real power. People's impression of the goddess cult is limited to the fact that the nuns in the cult provide healing services in various bases across the country. Healing services are charged and are expensive. Beastmasters would rather take drugs than seek treatment from nuns. In the East continent, people's evaluation of nuns is, regardless of whether they are formal or not, the fees are very expensive and the cost-effectiveness is very low. After Su Chan revealed her identity, the passengers felt contempt for her. Tisk, another boring story about a goddess saving the world. I guess he's selling cosmetics. If you can get the goddess of hope to give me a raise, I'll immediately lead the entire village to join the goddess cult, okay? They are nothing but liars using the name of the goddess to deceive people. True reverence doesn't need to be sung every day. Faced with the passengers' sarcastic remarks, Su Chan trembled and lowered her head. God said, the nuns' routine work includes preaching doctrines on inner-city buses, performing healing arts for a fee in their strongholds, and making guest appearances at festivals in the main city. Thousands of years ago, there was a rule. No one is allowed to contradict the goddess followers in person. It has now been completely forgotten. The goddess cult, with its weak theocracy, is as common as little white rabbits in Eastern countries. Wei Qi, who had nothing to do, listened quietly to Su Chan's story of the goddess saving the world. 5,000 years ago, the world changed. The peaceful life was broken and people became food for monsters. When the survival of mankind is at stake, the people of the East continent and the West continent are still in opposition to each other. At this moment, the goddess of hope, Zephyzi, descended from the sky. She used her wisdom to mediate conflicts among people and bring them together, and also gave humans the ability to tame beasts. Those who gained the talent of taming beasts quickly launched a counterattack and continued to retake lost territories. And the goddess of hope, Shepherd, is like the savior in the movie, coming quietly and leaving quietly without taking away a cloud. The angels and goddess religion that came with her flourished and branched out. Fight for a brighter tomorrow. Su Chan bowed deeply after saying the iconic line of the goddess cult. The carriage was very quiet, as most people had heard this story so many times that their ears were calloused. Wei Qi clapped softly. The stories in the myth are a bit ridiculous and cannot be verified. What made him applaud was the last words of the goddess of hope before she left. Fight for a brighter tomorrow. Everyone will die one day. So why bother trying to live? Because tomorrow is a future full of hope and beauty. After hearing this, Liang Shui also stretched out her fox claws in a daze. The reason why she endured great pain and fought desperately was, of course, for the beautiful future in her heart. Fortunately, Liang Shui got the future she wanted. Sifrith, the goddess of hope who was sealed by the gods and demons, is indeed quite capable. In her previous life, Liang Shui had received help from the goddess of hope, so she did not hate this legendary goddess. Su-chan subconsciously moved her ears when she heard someone applauding her. It was the gentleman I bumped into accidentally just now. He is such a good person. Accompanied by the blind nun's sales pitch, the armored vehicle arrived at the end of the journey. We've finally arrived. Shin-Tu Fountain, I'm coming. Family, please give the anchor a rocket. Because they had standing tickets, Wei-Chi and Su-chan had the right to get off the bus first. The Kanglan stronghold has high walls, inside which there are accommodation, restaurants, taverns, chambers of commerce, and various vendors. Handsome guy, would you like to stay at my house? I have special services. Oi, fragrant fatty pork rice bowl, 30 a bowl. Fragrant ice wine. Unlimited collection of Tier 1 materials for 7,000. Just captured a unicorn wolf, a top-grade elite pet, with the ultimate move of Fear Howl. It's a top-grade wind attribute spirit pet, selling it for a bargain price of 500,000. Wei-Chi looked at the vendors shouting beside him and the strange-shaped birds outside the wall with an extremely excited expression. Finally, I feel like I'm on an adventure in another world. The stronghold and the main city are indeed different. There is a huge plaque in front of you, 500 meters, Xuanda Spring. Liang Xue, let's go. At this moment, a small hand gently grabbed Wei-Chi's sleeve. Su-chan covered her chest with one hand and said nervously, "Thank you." Wei-Chi stopped and said, "Is that you? You're welcome. You're a great storyteller." She gently loosened Wei-Chi's sleeve and lowered her head slightly. "No one has ever applauded me. If you need help with healing, come to the base to find me." Wei-Chi said nothing. Su-chan waved her hands in panic. "I'm not cursing you. I don't want you to get hurt. I just wanted to talk to you." Nothing but. Well, bye. Wei-Chi looked at the nun who fell flat on the ground because of her panic and escaped, and finally failed to catch her. Haha, a simple-minded nun with a bit of social anxiety? It's a pity that it costs money to seek treatment from a nun. Goodbye. Wei-Chi held Liang Xue in his arms and followed the signposts towards the Xuanda Spring. A man and a fox just left the city. A thunderous roar came from my ears. Stop right there. I planted this tree. I built this road. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay me money. The trainee Beastmasters were trembling with fear. Wei-Chi tilted his head and looked at the bushes beside him. More than a dozen men in uniform, armed with guns and holding vicious dogs on leashes, walked towards Wei-Chi and others. Want to drink the goddess water? Have you asked me? Chapter 38 Black Horse Gang. The men who suddenly appeared frightened the trainee Beastmasters so much that they trembled. A girl whispered, "Why them? Oh, what bad luck." Wei-Chi patted the shoulder of the girl in front of him and asked, "Excuse me, who are they?" The girl said in a whisper, "They are from the Black Horse Gang." Dark Horse Gang. Wei-Chi scratched his head. "Don't you know? This Black Horse Gang often attacks lone Beastmasters outside the city and extorts money and property. One of my classmates was badly beaten by them a few days ago." Wei-Chi pointed at the guards at the Kanglan stronghold and asked, "Don't they care?" The girl looked around mysteriously and said, "Keep your voice down." It said that the leader of the Black Horse Gang has some connections with the city lord, and the guards turn a blind eye to such things. No wonder the Black Horse Gang is so arrogant. It turned out that they had already taken care of everything in advance. All members of the Black Horse Gang wore black masks, and their leader was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, nicknamed Hummer. Want to drink the water from Xuanda Spring? Sure. As everyone knows, there are extremely ferocious monsters near the Xuanda Spring. For everyone's safety, our Black Horse Gang has been fighting desperately to protect the Xuanda Spring from being contaminated by monsters. Hummer tugged at his shirt and said pretentiously, "Everyone pay 20,000 yuan, just as a reward for our hard work." I finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The trainee Beastmasters looked at each other in bewilderment. Their average level does not exceed 6 stars, while most of the Black Horse Gang members are first-level Zoonists, and they have intimidating guns in their hands. "I object," a boy wearing glasses shouted. "The Xuanda Spring is clearly a gift from the goddess. Why do you?" He hasn't finished speaking yet. Without warning, the Hummer punched the man with glasses in the face. Puff. The latter's thin body was knocked away by his punch. 2 younger brothers stepped on his palms and punched and kicked him. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. The other Beastmasters shrank their necks, and some girls quickly covered their eyes. Several boys who wanted to resist were so frightened by the tragic scene before them that they clenched their fists and dared not speak. Wei-Chi remembered. The 3 brothers of Traffic Light once mentioned the Dark Horse Gang. They asked Wei-Chi to borrow money, to make up the joining fee just to join the Dark Horse Gang. Wei-Chi looked at the man with glasses who was being beaten and thought for a long time. If the cool snow hadn't fallen from the sky to help him out, I'm afraid he would have been tortured terribly by Ma Chong and the other 2. Reason told him that it would be better to spend 20,000 yuan and turn a blind eye. But Wei Qi could not turn a blind eye to the Black Horse Gang's behavior of bullying the weak and making an example of them. The most important thing is that Wei Qi doesn't want to pay. Why should I give others 20,000 yuan? Liang Xue, it's time to go. Liang Xue looked at her master beside her with her eyes wide open in surprise. The culprit was actually me. The owner in the previous life was very timid. Because my strength was too weak, my master had to bow to reality, and he didn't dare to provoke any well-known evil forces. The current owner is no longer the cowardly and timid owner of the past, but a young man full of vigor and vitality. No matter what my master becomes, I like him. Oh, Schwerer understands. Hummer said impatiently. Whose fox is howling? It had better shut up quickly. Wei Qi stepped forward and walked out of the line, a flattering smile on his face. So it's the famous Hummer. The reputation of the Black Horse Gang is well known to me. Keep your stinking fox quiet. Hummer glanced at Wei Qi and gradually let down his guard. The white fox, with its ordinary attire and average strength, was a passerby character that posed no threat to him. Wei Qi strode forward and said, Hello, Brother Ma. I'm Ma Chong's cousin and I want to join you. When Hummer heard Ma Chong's name, the faces of the traffic light trio appeared in his mind. Oh, I remember that kid. He was quite obedient. But I don't know where he went recently. Wei Qi showed his WeChat balance. Brother Ma, this is a token of sincerity from me and my cousin. Hummer pretended not to care and coughed lightly. Is that so? You can transfer the money first. I will send someone to contact Ma Chong and the others later. When you are about to scan the QR code to transfer money. Wei Qi's eyes turned cold, and he took out a silver desert eagle from his arms and placed it against the Hummer's chin. The Hummer didn't react at all. He just couldn't understand how a seemingly ordinary person could have the courage and means to pull out a pistol. Boy, do you know what you are doing? Hummer sneered. As long as I give the order, you will be shot to pieces. Wei Qi smiled slightly. Guess who will die first? Me or your head? It's not wise to show off with a toy gun. Do you think I have any bullets in my gun? The smile on Hummer's face slowly disappeared. He is not Yin Shuangying, and he doesn't have $1. Tell them to put down their guns. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here, the Hummer roared. The Black Horse Gang's younger brothers all dropped their guns and hurriedly left the scene with the vicious dog. Seeing this, the other students fled in all directions, leaving only Wei Qi, Hummer, the man with glasses, and more than a dozen hot-blooded young men on the field. Hummer looked down at Wei Qi coldly. What is your purpose? Are you going to be a messenger of justice like that idiot? Wei Qi pressed the projected fake gun against Hummer's chin. I hate blackmail the most. So it's a matter of money. I can refuse to charge you, said Hummer. Let me go? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Only an idiot would believe you. Wei Qi sneered and immediately jumped away from the Hummer. When Hummer saw Wei Qi walking away, he cursed himself for being stupid. I was actually fooled by this guy's fake gun. How dare you trick me with fake stuff? The ice spear is real. Wei Qi smiled faintly. Liang Xue's body suddenly recovered, and a crystal-clear ice spear pierced Hummer's face. Damn fox die. You guys aren't staying here to watch the show, are you? Wei Qi shouted behind him. Several hot-blooded boys rolled up their sleeves and shouted, CTNMD, you bastard die. Hummer's beast-taming level was not high. The younger brothers he relied on were dismissed, and he was beaten up by more than a dozen apprentice beast-tamers and Wei Qi. He was soon defeated. The boys vented their inner anger by punching and kicking his mountain-like body. You bastard, you're charging me for drinking spring water? Take NMB. Go to hell. Wei Qi added, brothers, fight slowly. After you're done, send him to the security team. Maybe you can even get a bounty. Yeah, this kid must have done a lot of sneaky things in his daily life. I'm just getting rid of this bad guy. The boys pressed harder and harder. As God knows, Wei Qi didn't touch a single hair of his. A few minutes passed. Hummer's hood had been pulled off by everyone, and he fainted on the ground with foam at the mouth. He was eventually taken back to Pegasus City by more than a dozen young men. Wei Qi, who had hidden his merits and fame, shook the most valuable space ring on Hummer and smiled happily. Finally got the space ring. Chapter 39 Master, why is your face red? This ring was snatched away by Liang Xue during the melee just now. Pa pa pa, there was a burst of applause behind me. Wei Qi turned around slowly. Shin Miao, wearing a black windbreaker and looking heroic, stood behind with a smile on his face. Liang Xue's pupils also suddenly widened. No wonder the master in the previous life didn't run into the Black Horse Gang. It turned out that they were taken care of by Shin Miao. Wei Qi frowned. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Shin Miao pressed on. Based on your usual behavior at school, you don't seem like a hero who stands up for justice. What? Why should I pay these beasts 20,000 yuan just to drink spring water? Wei Qi asked without hesitation. Just because of this. Wei Qi turned around slowly and said, Miss Shun, you are the daughter of a powerful family in Pegasus City. You may not understand the concept of 20,000 yuan. Ordinary people work like slaves for only 3,000 yuan a month, and these beasts use their rank to extort money. They deserve to die. Looking at the somewhat dazed Shen Miao in front of him, Wei Qi secretly cursed himself for being useless. Rich people will share your gift worth $200,000 because they don't even care about $200,000. A princess is a princess. With her values, it would be difficult for the two of them to be friends. Shen Miao came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Wei Qi, I think you misunderstood. I'm just curious why you did this. I don't blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame the world. Huh? Wei Qi laughed. I'm going to the Xuan to spring to level up. See you later. Shen Miao shouted. Wei Qi, aren't you afraid of the Black Horse Gang's revenge? Wei Qi waved his hand. Hammer was taken to the Public Security Bureau by over a dozen people. This is considered sensational news, right? The law cannot punish the masses, and evil dares not face the public. I don't believe the small Black Horse Gang and the people behind them would dare to touch more than a dozen promising beast tamers. Besides, Miss Shen isn't just a vase that sits there and watches, right? Shen Miao looked at Wei Qi's gradually receding figure, a hint of excitement flashing in her starry eyes. He's not afraid of power, dares to break the rules, and has a pure heart. He's definitely the person I need. Xiao Zi, who was lying on Shen Miao's shoulder, opened her eyes and said, Master, you are so optimistic about him? In my opinion, he is just a reckless man. A reckless man? Using a projected pistol to intimidate the enemy, leveraging those hot-blooded boys to bring the Black Horse Gang to the public's attention, and then reaping the benefits while getting away unscathed. That's called bravery. Xiaozi wagged his tail and muttered, Master, why don't I understand? Shen Miao rubbed its head and said, You are a fox, so of course you don't understand the rules of human society. How dare a few worthless people occupy the goddess's fountain? The power behind them is probably the city's nobles. 20,000 each, and this graduating class has at least 1,000 people. This is a 20 million yuan deal. How dare Wei Qi do that? Xiaozi was stunned. It understands that cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Shen Miao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Wei Qi's original plan might have been to kill Hummer alone and eliminate the root of the problem. I didn't expect there were more than a dozen hot-blooded men among the beast tamers. If this happens, the Black Horse Gang will definitely disappear for a while to avoid the spotlight. Xiaozi, aren't there bad people among the nobles in this city? Will they bend the law for personal gain? More than a dozen apprentice Beastmasters captured the thieves alive. If this matter is manipulated by someone with ulterior motives, it can cause a huge stir. The Western goddess cult will also put pressure on them. For the sake of profit, they will abandon the thieves, and the Black Horse Gang may be destroyed. Shen Miao smiled helplessly. Originally, I only planned to kill Hummer, but compared with his decision, it seemed too crude. Shen Miao had to admit that Wei Qi's operation was indeed more sophisticated. I have to send him a message to explain it to him. It would be bad if he thinks we are watching the show on purpose. Shen Miao took out his cell phone. Xiao Zi was very confused. Master, you are the heir to the human emperor's sword and have noble celestial blood. Why do you keep showing kindness to him? Do you like him? After parting yesterday, Shen Miao collected a lot of information about Wei Qi. A handsome but not gaudy appearance, an upright figure, a mysterious pet, and a tragic life experience. Absolutely beautiful, strong, and miserable. It is said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it is the beginning of her fall. Could it be that I'm falling in love with him? And you can meet him whenever you go to the wild to kill monsters and level up. Could this be the legendary meeting between people destined to meet each other even though they are thousands of miles apart? No way. Thinking of this, Shen Miao's pretty face blushed. Master, why is your face red? Don't talk nonsense. Our plan is far-reaching and difficult. It's hard to achieve it alone. People like Wei Qi are reliable partners who give us peace of mind. If I don't take the initiative, do I have to wait for him to take the initiative? Really? Real? Oh, Liang Shui asked curiously. Master, aren't you afraid that the Black Horse Gang will come looking for revenge? Wei Qi drank the goddess spring water in one gulp, smacked his lips, and said, If I were to kill Hummer alone, I might be worried. Nearly 20 people beat up Hummer, and we basically didn't do anything. Even if the Black Horse Gang wanted revenge, its leader might not agree. Liang Shui's eyes lit up. Because the incident was too serious and everyone knew about it, the Black Horse Gang didn't dare to act openly. Where did a bunch of mediocre first-level Beastmasters get the energy to occupy the Xuanda Spring? Where did they get the guns? And where did they get this Voidstone ring worth $1 million? Maybe in a couple of days, Pegasus City will announce a campaign to suppress bandits. Wei Qi laughed. Master, where do you know so much? Of course it's in the movies. Enough of that. After counting the spoils, we should hike back to the city. Wei Qi put on the space ring. There is about 20 cubic meters of space inside. The Kongming stone props at this price do not have the function of soul recognition. Wei Qi began to count the spoils. A small H-book, a human cub burping suit, 200,000 worth of spirit stones, a small amount of medium-sized feed, and miscellaneous spirit beast materials. The total value is about 800,000 Tianxian coins. Great. Finally, I don't have to worry about losing the ice light orb. Wei Qi took out the flame gloves and threw the backpack into the space ring. Consciousness enters the beast taming space. 9 dazzling stars twinkled under the first spiritual contract representing Liang Shui. 9 stars. After one more level up, Wei Qi will be able to refine the fire spirit seal and try to break through the first level of Xuanzhe realm and find the second spiritual contract. I gained a lot today. Ding dong. The cell phone suddenly rang. Wei Qi opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from Shen Miao. Shen Miao. Wei Qi, I just received a private message from a friend and came to help, but I didn't expect you to get there first. Wei Qi thought for a moment and replied with 4 words. So that's how it is. Shen Miao immediately changed the subject. I feel that your little white fox is very powerful. I hope we can have a competition in the ring tomorrow. Wei Qi, soybeansweat.jpg. After sending the emoticon, Wei Qi put away his phone. Liang Shui looked at her master suspiciously. Master, what does she mean? It should be the literal meaning. Are you afraid that we will misunderstand? I always feel that this woman is very scheming. Wei Qi picked up Liang Shui and left Xiantu Spring. How can there be so many naive people in this world? Humans are shrewd creatures. Break some monsters, then go home and rest. Tomorrow is the final battle. Aoao. Master, come on. Chapter 40 Enemies from the Previous Life. To the northwest of Pegasus City is an endless vast plain called Changlu Plain. The monsters that live here are relatively weak creatures. At a glance, most of the nearby adventure teams were no more than level 10. No wonder the Black Horse Gang is so arrogant. It turns out they're calling themselves the kings at the entrance of the novice village. Wei Qi was not in a hurry to compete with other adventure teams for monsters. He took Liang Shui and headed straight to the southeast of Changlu Plain. As Wei Qi went deeper, there were fewer and fewer adventurers around. After no one was in sight, Liang Shui roared and transformed back into the majestic Bingchen 3-tailed fox. Suddenly, a mouse with golden fur and spikes on its back flashed through the grass in front. The gold-eating rat is a lower-class elite rat with sharp teeth. It increases its level by gnawing on metal. The metal it absorbs into its body will strengthen the spikes on its back that can be fired. It is a relatively tricky monster. After all, the output of apprentice beastmasters is extremely dependent on weapons. Encountering gold-eating rats is basically equivalent to giving them weapons for free, and no one wants to provoke them. The gold-eating rat is relatively docile and not an active monster. Wei Qi did not rush to attack, but took out the fine iron dagger from the space ring. The gold-eating rat immediately tilted its head to look after smelling the fine iron dagger. Squeak. Wei Qi smiled and threw the dagger in front of the gold-eating rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gold-eating rat grabbed the fine iron dagger and started biting it madly without saying a word. In less than 10 seconds, the short knife that was originally stuck to you broke into 2 pieces. Go ahead, Liang Shui. Ouch. Liang Shui's eyes lit up and she stretched out her tail and slapped the defenseless gold-eating rat hard. The sharp claws easily tore through the skin of the gold-eating rat. Liang Shui is a level 17 imperial pet. Squeak. The gold-eating rat let out a mournful cry and was torn into 2 by Liang Shui. Scarlet blood splattered on the tree trunk next to it. Wei Qi squatted down and picked up the blade that had been chewed into pieces. Done. These steel fragments are the best bait to attract gold-eating rats. The master is so smart. He used the characteristics of the gold-eating rats to gather them together and then caught them all in one fell swoop. Liang Shui wagged her tail. It's a pity to lose this fine iron dagger worth 500 yuan. Wei Qi ran while shaking his head, and he scattered the blades into a circle. The gold-eating rats hiding in the woods settled in Bungbu. They emerged from the bushes with sly eyes, grabbed the fragments, and started to chew them. Wow. Master, look at the bushes over there. There are more than 10 of them running out of it. 1, 2, 3, 4 holes have been drilled out here. Wei Qi sent a message in his mind. Liang Shui, Use the snow waterfall to send them home. Schwer understands. The temperature in the jungle suddenly plummeted, and the gold-eating rats shivered all over. Look up. The ferocious three-tailed foxes created a snowy river domain, and their bodies were easily pierced by the flying ice spears. Puff, puff, puff. Squeak. Gold-eating rats die? For hours later, Wei Qi collected 10 gold-eating needles from the gold-eating rat's corpse with satisfaction. Liang Shui widened her eyes with curiosity. Master, what are these? Gold-eating needles, a material condensed from metal and flesh, are extremely rare. In most cases, they are ejected from the body by the gold-eating rats and become inactive. These gold-eating needles can be sold for at least 300,000 Tianxian coins. Master is so awesome. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui's head and said, How could that be? It's all thanks to Liang Shui. If it weren't for your powerful firepower, the gold-devouring rat would have definitely shot us to pieces. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Liang Shui happily circled around Wei Qi. After killing gold-eating rats for 4 hours, Wei Qi also felt a little tired. He glanced at the setting sun and said, You've reached level 18. Let's go back to the city. Great. Home. Looking at the big white fox that was cheering and jumping for joy, Wei Qi felt very happy. There are people who share your joys and sorrows and depend on you for survival. This feels great. Wei Qi ordered Liang Shui to deal with the 3 blind wild wolves and began to move towards Pegasus City. Solo leveling is something that many apprentice Beastmasters want to do but dare not do, but Wei Qi did it easily. The main reason is the high damage of talent projection and the Emperor's Pet. Wei Qi can easily gather monsters without taking any damage, and can instantly clear all enemies in a straight line by casting the ice cannon up to 3 times in a row. The death rattle of the gold-eating rat could not hurt Liang Shui, who was attacking from a distance. A man and a fox walked at a constant speed through the woods. Boom! The sudden explosion startled the birds into the sky. Liang Shui was so frightened by the sudden noise that her tail stood up. Wei Qi turned his head to the left and asked, What's that sound? Rustle. A monster jumped out of the grass. It's you? Wei Qi grinned. It turns out that this is our old friend, the Vine Beast. Liang Shui and Wei Qi are no longer the same people they used to be. How could a mere Vine Beast possibly be their match? Let me. Wei Qi aimed his hands at the Vine Beast and gathered all his spiritual power into his palms. A ball of pure flame shot out from the air and accurately hit the tentacles of the Vine Beast. Fire overcomes wood. The flames released by the level 9 Wei Qi are far beyond the ability of the level 7 Vine Beast to withstand. Rustle. The Vine Beast is on fire. Liang Shui pounced forward with compassion. A blue light flashed. The Vine Beast experienced the ice and fire and then knelt down. Wei Qi looked at his hands. I've become stronger. Before he finished speaking, bang! A purple laser flashed in the jungle on the left. Liang Shui reacted quickly and used her tail to wrap up Wei Qi. Collapse. Dust is flying. Wei Qi, with a mouthful of dirt on his face, quickly stood up from Liang Shui. Damn, you can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Master, look. Liang Shui said in surprise. Wei Qi turned his head and took a look. A giant mechanical beast, nearly 3 meters tall and covered in black and purple, appeared in the field of vision. A blue ball of light resembling an eye was staring at them. Target. 50%. Mission accomplished. A mechanical sound came from the mouth of this cheetah-like monster. Fuck. What the hell is this thing? Wei Qi widened his eyes. The technological level of Tianxian Star is not very high. Electricity and nuclear energy have been replaced by psychic energy. Even the dwarves with the strongest manufacturing power have not created mechanical creatures. Purple electric current flashed across the surface of the mechanical monster, and its speed suddenly increased as it rushed towards Wei Qi. Wei Qi didn't care about his image and ran away. Liang Shui, there are no mechanical monsters in the Tianxian Alliance Atlas. Let's retreat tactically first. After running 2 steps, Wei Qi found that Liang Shui did not catch up. Liang Shui and the mechanical cheetah were seen circling in the forest, the fighting spirit in its eyes almost overflowing from its eyes. It turned out to be this. The monster that almost killed the master in the previous life, the mechanical cheetah. Shouldn't it be near the Ice Soul Forest? Why does it appear in Changlu Plain? Is it coming for its owner? Furious, Liang Shui launched a fierce attack on the mechanical cheetah. Tear you to pieces. Chapter 41 The Origin of the Monster. Liang Shui took the initiative to attack, and her soft tail grabbed the mechanical cheetah's front legs and threw it high into the air. The icy light leaps. The sharp claws slid towards the mechanical cheetah's neck. Bang! The latter was injured and flew backwards dozens of meters, raising thick dust. Wei Qi quickly ran back to Liang Shui and asked, "Did you kill it?" Liang Shui stared at the mechanical cheetah with a wary look. It remembered that the mechanical cheetah's skin defense was very strong, at least at level 3. Normal attacks alone shouldn't be enough to kill the opponent. Annihilate. A sharp, piercing roar came from the center of the dust. The injured mechanical cheetah struggled to stand up, and wings with gun muzzles slowly grew on both sides of its back. Wei Qi's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the mechanical cheetah could have long-range attacks. "Master, let's disperse quickly. The scatter bombs have a large splash range." I heard Liang Shui's exclamation. Wei Qi didn't say much. He quickly spread his legs and ran out of the battlefield. The agile Liang Shui stepped on the branches and jumped in the air. Boom! A purple lightning suddenly shot out from behind the mechanical cheetah, penetrating directly into the tree trunk under Liang Shui's feet. Bang! The shocking thunder splattered like a lightning snake. The big trees broke apart. The scattered bombs blew up the soil of the plain, and the gravel flew into the sky. A purple lightning bolt hit Liang Shui's left leg hard, and its body suddenly flashed with golden light. Chuyan. The general's aura passive immunity to damage caused by scattered bombs. God help me. The corners of Liang Shui's mouth curled up slightly, and her tail stood up high behind her like a peacock spreading its tail. 3 powerful ice cannons were suddenly fired. Bang! 3 beams of blue light instantly penetrated the chest of the mechanical cheetah, and the wound caused by each ice cannon was shocking. Collapse. The mechanical cheetah was smashed into pieces by Liang Shui's claws as she leaped towards it. Wei Qi, who was hiding behind a tree, slowly poked his head out. "Is it over?" "Master, it's safe now." Liang Shui looked at the mechanical cheetah that had turned into pieces beneath her and roared to the sky with joy. Wei Qi picked up the remains of the mechanical cheetah and studied it. This mechanical cheetah's speed and evasion abilities are very poor, but its attack power is very strong. What is its power source? And who created it? Liang Shui looked at the debris under her feet. These mechanical monsters are the masterpieces of the ghost hand of the Tianming Palace. In the near future, the seal of the demon world will unexpectedly fail. At that time, a large number of demons will rush out from the demon world, and humans and spiritual beasts will easily be contaminated by the demonic energy and become corrupted. During the period of ritual and music collapse, the Lord of the Palace of Destiny will lead a large number of mechanical monsters to fight against the demons and save the world. From then on, Tianming Palace became the strongest force in the eastern continent. Liang Shui nudged Wei Qi's arm and said, "Master, let's hurry back to the city. These mechanical monsters have low intelligence and are easy to deal with." Wei Qi dropped the wreckage of the mechanical cheetah. Anyone who can create such a monster is either a genius or a madman. Liang Shui crawled on the ground and motioned Wei Qi to ride on her. Wei Qi laughed and said, "You haven't reached level 20 yet. It would be no fun if you knocked me off the fox's back. It is absolutely safe to ride a spirit pet that has mastered the ride together skill. There are many young ghost fire boys who ride their spirit pets before reaching level 20, and some of them are thrown off and become permanently disabled. Master, don't worry. Schwer will go slower." Real? Well, Schwer is worried that the master will continue to encounter these mechanical monsters. The proactive Liang Shui suddenly got under Wei Qi's crotch and lifted him up. Wei Qi felt a chill in his lower body and thought Liang Shui's posture was not very elegant. He could only grab her back and jump up. Beneath him was warm white fox fur. For safety reasons, Wei Qi could only lie on Liang Shui, with his legs tightly wrapped around her waist and his hands holding her neck tightly. "Master, are you holding on tight?" Liang Shui's body trembled slightly, and then she rushed forward. The monsters hiding nearby to avoid the mechanical cheetah were frightened by the white shadow. "Oh my god, what is this?" Several level 2 Fongbone wolves saw the extraordinary Liang Shui and developed a desire to kill, so they followed closely behind. Liang Shui was moving very fast, and there was a sharp wind blowing in his ears, so Wei Qi didn't dare to act rashly. If you don't sit firmly and fall, you may suffer fractures. Ouch! The Fongbone wolf behind was chasing very closely, with no signs of retreating at all. "Master, Schwer is going to speed up." Liang Shui's speed increased again. The Fongbone wolves that were eating farts behind seemed to smell something and stopped and turned around to run away. A hint of disdainful smile flashed in Liang Shui's eyes. That's it. Suddenly, a man and a fox flew out of the woods. Ouch! Where did this white-haired fox come from? A man's scream suddenly rang in my ears. Liang Shui seemed to have bumped into someone. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes and was shocked. Shin Miao, with messy hair, and Tsang Lei the six-tailed fox, with a confused look on his face, looked at Wei Qi with very strange eyes. They were surrounded by exploding mechanical fragments. Obviously, they had just been attacked by a mechanical monster. Girl, just wait for me. The man's painful roar came from below again. Wei Qi looked down. A man wearing purple clothes and a strange mask was stepped on by Liang Shui. There were Liang Shui's hoof prints on his face and several dents on his body. He was lucky not to have been trampled to death by Liang Shui. And a stinking fox like you. How dare you step on the world's greatest inventor? Sooner or later, you'll be made into a fox fur coat. The masked man cursed a few times, struggled to his feet, and took out a teleporter-like prop from his waist. Don't let him run away. Shen Miao cried out. Unfortunately, it's too late. The masked man pressed the button of the prop and his body turned into white light and disappeared in an instant, leaving only the clothes he had worn and the mechanical wreckage all over the ground. Wei Qi, bewildered, slowly climbed down from Liang Shui. What happened? Did someone get stepped on to death? Wei Qi looked at the mechanical debris on the ground and asked, have you also encountered this kind of monster? Shen Miao was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Classmate Wei Qi, we are really destined to meet. Being attacked by the same enemy is not fate. Wei Qi rubbed his head. Shen Miao looked at the pure white Liang Shui and murmured to himself, I didn't expect your bailing fox to evolve into a Bingtian three-tailed fox. No wonder you took third place in the national exam. Congratulations. Wei Qi wanted to change the subject. Thank you, Miss Shen. I was just lucky enough to get promoted unexpectedly. Shen Miao didn't ask Liang Shui any more questions. Wei Qi, do you want to go back to the city together? We can help each other if we run into monsters again. Wei Qi glanced at the sky. The sun sets and it becomes dark. Will Shen Miao know the origins of these monsters? Okay. Chapter 42, The Girl Selling Spirit-Gathering Pills. Night Jungle. A single man and a single woman. 2 foxes in a row. Wei Qi raised his doubts. Miss Shen, why are you here? Who was that masked man just now? And what are those mechanical monsters? Shen Miao looked very relaxed with his hands behind his back. Well, I'll just pick out the key points. Tomorrow is a mock battle, and I wanted to take Xiao Zi to level up. I didn't expect to meet you near the Konglan stronghold. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Wei Qi nodded. Just now, when I was about to return to the city, I was attacked by a mechanical tiger. After I dealt with the mechanical tiger, the masked man and the mechanical monsters surrounded me. Wei Qi brought the white fox with him to deal with the mechanical monster that was in the way once again and crushed it. Shen Miao shrugged. Wei Qi said thoughtfully, I'm in the same boat as you. I was planning to meet a mechanical leopard on my way back to the city. Is everything just a coincidence? Wei Qi, have you heard of Tianming Palace? Shen Miao suddenly asked. Wei Qi shook his head. Tianming Palace? Never heard of it. Shen Miao looked into Wei Qi's eyes to confirm that he was not lying. The masked man who attacked me just now claimed to be the ghost hand of the Heavenly Fate Palace. These mechanical monsters are all his creations. Ghost hand of the Heavenly Fate Palace. I will remember him. Shen Miao showed an expression that said, as expected. Wei Qi is exactly the same as what was written in the intelligence, and there is a high probability that he is gay. During the 2 years of high school, I never saw him have any ambiguous contact with any girl. She looked at the graceful Liang Shui again and nodded in sudden realization. As we all know, spirit beasts can transform into human form when they reach the Lord level. Under the alternating attacks of Liang Shui and Xiaozi, the monsters on the road were killed one after another. The two returned to Pegasus City safely. Wei Qi squatted down and held Liang Shui in his arms. Have a safe return to the city. Goodbye, Miss Shen. Shen Miao waved goodbye generously. Well, don't forget our agreement. Wei Qi carried Liang Shui and walked towards Tianxin Chamber of Commerce. The smile on Shen Miao's face slowly disappeared. The Zhonglei six-tailed fox looked at Liang Shui on Wei Qi's shoulder and asked, Master, what are you thinking about? I never thought someone in this world could actually create a weapon from the kingdom of God. The Heavenly Fate Palace Ghost Hand. This madman will change the world. The Zulong prophecies have all come true. The seal of the demon world is about to fail. We don't have much time left to develop Xiaozi. Master, there's something wrong with that man's fox. Oh, Shen Miao was a little surprised. There's a terrifying aura emanating from its body. I didn't have this feeling the last time we met. Zhonglei's six-tailed fox said with some self-blame. The epic six-tailed fox is actually afraid of the imperial three-tailed fox. If I tell others about it, I'm afraid people will laugh their heads off. A strange golden light flashed in Shen Miao's eyes. It's really strange. Wei Qi's luck value is obviously not much different from that of an ordinary person. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been attacked by the Tianming Palace. Perhaps my cultivation is too shallow. and I cannot see through this person's fate. Let's go home. Xiaozi, thank you for your hard work. Ah, Liang Shui, who was lying on Wei Qi's shoulder, suddenly said coquettishly, Master. That purple fox isn't as high level as me. Liang Shui is amazing. The little fox raised his head proudly. It's all thanks to the master. In front of Wei Qi was a huge building with exquisite decoration. On the plaque at the main entrance hung 4 large characters. Tianxin Chamber of Commerce. Tianxin Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce under the Tianxin Alliance. Here you can buy strange pets such as the aggressive polar bear, the white eagle who likes to add fuel to the fire, Cohen who is good at waving the white flag, the ghost full of resentment, etc. I'm only 1 level away from level 10. Let's see if there's a spirit gathering pill. When I opened the door, a fragrance hit me in the face. The person at the trading window was a white-haired old man who was dozing off on the table. The old man stood up quickly after hearing the footsteps and looked up and down at Wei Qi and Liang Shui with a sly gleam in his eyes. Handsome man, are you buying or selling? Selling goods. Look at how much these are worth. Wei Qi poured out all the Warcraft materials in the space ring. The old man's eyes gleamed. Demon wolf leg bones, bloody bear paws, deer whips, this. Gold-devouring needles? They're actually still fully alive. These materials are very rare and have a very low drop rate. After the revival of spiritual energy, the wisdom of wild monsters is getting higher and higher. For example, bear paws or tiger whips. Dying monsters will inject the toxic impurities deposited in their bodies into them, and some may even castrate themselves. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. There is also the gold-eating needle of the gold-eating rat. Unless the Beastmaster is extremely powerful, it is difficult to obtain it. It is true that heroes have always emerged from young people. Handsome guy, the materials you provided are very valuable, like 5,000 Tianxian coins. I'll give you 300,000 for those 10 gold-eating needles. How about that? Okay. It should be no problem to sell these materials individually for 70,000 to 10,000 yuan, but it is a waste of time. That's great. I love doing business with you young people. The old man smiled with his gold teeth and handed over a black card. Here are 400,000 Tianxian coins. You can spend them in any city around the world. Wei Qi was not in a hurry to accept it. Old sir, do we still have spirit gathering pills in Pegasus City? Spirit gathering pill. The old man frowned and started to operate the computer. Let me check for you. Sorry, the stock was cleared out 5 days ago, and the new stock was sold out immediately. You can come to the store at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to buy it. This bunch of roll kings. Wei Qi was speechless. The local nobles cleared out the spirit gathering pills stock 5 days ago, clearly leaving no chance for ordinary people to survive. Never mind. Just 1 level off, a minor issue. With Liang Shui's combat power of level 18, she is not afraid even if facing Xin Miao. As long as Liang Shui is cultivated, this material can be mass-produced in the future, and it will be a living money-printing machine. The old man looked at Wei Qi's departing back and kept clicking his tongue. He has the same kingly demeanor as I did in my youth. If it weren't for the arrow in the knee, Wei Qi was very excited holding the huge sum of 400,000 yuan. Putting aside Lu Suyu's care, this was the first time he made so much money. In my previous life, I worked like a slave but couldn't earn 5,000 yuan. Now you can earn 400,000 just by taking Liang Shui out for a walk. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded from the front. Don't miss this. If you're passing by 100,000 yuan for the soul gathering pill, you won't get cheated, or cheated, it's definitely worth the money. Those who have money support the show with money, and those who don't have money support the show with their presence. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this shop. Chapter 43 Genius Alchemist. Soul Gathering Pill. A first-tier elixir. A Xuantu Realm Beastmaster who consumes it will randomly level up by 1 to 3. The Tianxian Alliance's listed price is 150,000 to 200,000 Tianxian coins. There is actually someone selling spirit gathering pills for 100,000? Could he be a liar? Wei Qi's eyes involuntarily looked towards the direction of the sound. A beautiful green-haired girl wearing a wizard hat stood in front of the stall and shouted desperately. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Wei Qi. Handsome boy, do you need a spirit gathering pill? Her voice is quite nice. Wei Qi took a closer look at the girl. She was eerily beautiful. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, but had a face that could captivate a whole country, with fair and delicate skin, eyebrows like crescent moons, eyelashes like cicada wings, and emerald green eyes sparkling with excitement. The night wind blew slowly, and her long green hair was like floating catkins. Her floral dress danced in the wind, revealing a pair of slender white legs and a pair of delicate and lovely lotus feet. Are you really selling spirit-gathering pills here? Wei Qi asked in disbelief. Here, take a look at the quality. The girl took out a pill bottle from her bosom and poured out a bright and full blue pill from it. This pill looks exactly like the soul-gathering pill that Wei Qi remembered. Wei Qi pointed behind her. Little sister, you are not a liar, right? The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce next door is selling it for 200,000. After hearing this, the girl puffed up her cheeks in anger and stamped her feet vigorously, saying in defense, I'm not a little sister. Qing Ning is already 24 years old this year. Her height is estimated to be less than 1.55 meters, and she has a flat face. This guy is 24 years old. People would believe me if I said I was 14 years old. Wei Qi squeezed the soul-gathering pill in his hand and sniffed it. It seems to be of very good quality. The girl straightened her back and puffed out the barren ground. Of course, Grandma always said I was a genius alchemist. If I sell it to you for 100,000, you'll make a killing. Little sister, do you have an alchemist certificate? Qing Ning just started learning alchemy this year and hasn't participated in the alchemist competition yet. Her voice trembled a little. My grandma said, the pills I make are better than those made by ordinary alchemists. A trace of panic flashed across the girl's eyes, and her index fingers kept touching each other. Wei Qi is not a copper alchemist, but the legal lowly named Qing Ning in front of him looks very cute with her shy appearance. Those with less self-control would have probably reached out and pressed her down, ravaging her 100 times. Wei Qi smiled evilly. In other words, you are operating without a license. The girl hesitated for a long time and said aggrievedly, Okay, 50,000 is 50,000. Wei Qi took out his phone and said, if a minor sets up a stall, I can just call the public security department to report it. You are a bad person. I didn't drag you to see the goldfish. What's wrong with it? Wei Qi looked innocent. Liang Shui, who was lying on Wei Qi's shoulder, also laughed out loud. Wei Qi swung his dragon-slaying sword again. Will you sell it for 30,000? The girl's beautiful eyes turned twice. 40,000. It can't be any lower. If she didn't need the money urgently, she wouldn't sell it so cheaply. 3.9. You don't have a license. Who will be responsible if I get poisoned? She said angrily. 3.8. My grandma said that the pills I refine are all flawless and can't be poisonous. If there's any problem, you can come find me at Shiyue Academy. 3.7. Okay, 3.7 is 3.7, you stingy guy? The girl gritted her teeth and handed over the spirit-gathering pill. After the transaction, Wei Qi did not take it immediately, but avoided the girl and walked into Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. The dozing old man. Why are you back again? Wei Qi slapped the pill in front of the old man and asked, how much can this be sold for? The old man picked up the spirit-gathering pill with a puzzled look on his face and sniffed it gently. What the hell, a 100 pure spirit-gathering pill? The last 91 sold for 200,000. This one's a conservative estimate of 250,000. Boy, where did you get it? The old man asked in surprise. The old man is from the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, so there is no need to lie to him. Could it be that the little green-haired girl is really a genius alchemist? Wei Qi took back the soul-gathering pill. This was given to me by a friend. The old man was shocked. Could this friend of yours be the chief alchemist of Dragon Country, Senior Dan Mo? I don't know either. Sorry to bother you. The old man looked at Wei Qi's hurried back and shook his head. Wei Qi ran back to the girl quickly. Stingy guy, why are you back? The girl sat on the chair feeling a little lost. Some people wanted to buy it because of the low price, but they backed off after hearing that she didn't have an alchemist certificate. After 3 hours of setting up a stall in Pegasus City, Wei Qi was the only one who paid for the pills. Wei Qi said with surprise, your pill is actually real. He originally planned to spend 37,000 yuan to buy one to see if it was real. It would be best if it is true. What if it was fake? Tianjin Chamber of Commerce was right next to them, and Wei Qi had plenty of time to call the Ministry of Public Security to detain the other party and demand compensation. Humph, you stingy guy actually doubted me. It's so infuriating. The little girl stomped her feet angrily. Wei Qi pointed at the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce and said, if you want to make money, why don't you sell it there? The little lowly was silent. Because she really needs cash to save her grandmother now. Expensive items like elixirs require a hefty deposit to be put on the shelves, and there's no certainty when they'll be sold. Wei Qi took the initiative to ask, little sister, what's your name? Why should I tell you? Grandma always said that men are astringent creatures and are bad people. She said with a vigilant look. Your name is Lime, right? How do you know? Wei Qi wanted to trick her into looking familiar. Actually, I can read your mind. I know what you're thinking. The alchemist of Tianxian Star is a more noble profession than the Beastmaster. Alchemists can use the inner elixir of Warcraft and various materials to refine pills. If you are lucky enough to meet a master alchemist and ask him to refine a few batches of pills, it will save you a lot of money instead of buying them at the auction house. Moreover, high-level elixirs are in short supply, and there is no place to buy them even if you have money. Therefore, alchemists are in high demand. Behind every major organization, sect, academy, and country there is a group of top alchemists. Really? Qing Ming was surprised. Yeah, of course it's true. You're short of cash right now, right? How do you know? Wei Qi thought to himself that this silly girl was so easy to deceive. What good person doesn't need money to set up a stall on the street? It must be inconvenient for her grandmother to leave the silly little girl alone to set up a stall outside. But she could also be a liar. Nowadays, scammers also create their own personas. No one would write, "I am a scammer" on their face. Only an idiot would believe everything he hears. Wei Qi's colleague in his previous life was cheated in the stock market and ended up jumping off a building to commit suicide. Your grandma isn't here with you for some reason, right? How do you know grandma is injured? Wei Qi patted his chest and said, "Since you're so short of money, I'll be a good person to the end. How many spirit-gathering pills are left? I want them all." Qing Ming stretched out 5 fingers. "With my current strength, I can only refine 5 in one furnace. There are 4 left." Wei Qi looked at the other 4 pills. The size, color, and smell were exactly the same as the previous ones. Even if she is a liar and these 4 coins are fake, we may make a little less money. If the pills are real, then it would be a huge profit of 800,000. It also allows you to get to know future talented alchemists. Even if you can't get acquainted, you won't lose money. She has to thank us. If it's fake, I will never be a gambler again. This is a sure-win business. Wei Qi thought for a moment and transferred 150,000 Tianxian coins. His money was saved bit by bit, not blown by the wind. Really? You want them all? Yes, the money has been transferred. Qing Ming handed the small porcelain bottle to Wei Qi. She smiled so cutely that people couldn't help but hug her and kiss her. As they were leaving, Qing Ming looked up and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Wei Qi, an ordinary Beastmaster." "Thank you, Wei Qi. Qing Ming will repay you in the future." The little loli quickly packed up her stall and disappeared into the night. Chapter 44, Blazing Blade. After returning home, Wei Qi quickly walked into the bedroom and turned on the computer. There are no related terms such as Tianming Palace and mechanical monsters that can be found on the internet. A secret organization? Forget it. Their target should be women like Xin Miao who have the script of the protagonist. I'd better consider focusing on the Beast Taming Academy. Wei Qi began to search for information about the 3 major colleges. In the past, there were 3 major beast taming academies that recruited students in Qilong City, namely Guanglong Academy, Ziyu Academy, and Shiyue Academy. Guanglong Academy is located in Tianlong City, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The students here are very strong and have a strong sense of self-discipline. The consumption level in Tianlong City is relatively high, which is not suitable for ordinary people like Wei Qi, so pass. People of different classes are destined not to live in peace. Ziyu Academy is located in Tianying City in the west of Longhua. It has introduced a large number of unique educational models from Western countries and was originally a good choice. Unfortunately, Tianying City is geographically remote, with a dry and hot climate. Going to Ziyu Academy is equivalent to giving up the Dragon Cave exploration. Moreover, there are no cultivation resources near Tianying City, and it is too dangerous to go abroad. Besides, Liangxue is an ice attribute spirit pet, and it cannot exert its full strength in hot weather. Pass. Shiyue Academy is located in the giant serpent city in the north of Dragon Country, not too far from Pegasus City. It has a suitable climate and is relatively close to the dragon's lair. There are a large number of cultivation resources nearby. Shiyue Academy was founded nearly 100 years ago. Its background and strength are slightly inferior to Guanglong, but because its investors are financially strong, its overall development is on par with Ziyu, making it a good choice. Dong dong dong. Liang Shui washed some fruits and walked into the bedroom with a box of milk. "Master, would you like to have some fruit and milk? They are good for your health." Wei Qi didn't look back. "Liang Shui, which college do you want to go to?" "As long as Shuer is with her master, nothing else matters." "Then let's go to Shiyue Academy." Liang Shui placed the plate on the table and quickly kissed Wei Qi on the cheek. Wei Qi touched his wet cheek. It seems that humans all express intimacy in this way. Liang Shui sat on the edge of the bed with a shy look on her face. "Master, can you give me a kiss?" Oh. Wei Qi was stunned for 2 seconds. Looking at the cute fox girl in front of him, he leaned towards the bed with excitement. Wei Qi forced a smile and said, "What's the matter? It was just a computer virus. Don't take it too seriously." Liang Shue's tail fluttered with excitement, and she almost buried her head in her chest as she whispered, "Do you like wrestling?" I think I like it, right?" Wei Qi wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. "If the master likes wrestling, you can ask Shuer to wrestle with you in the future." Liang Shue said something shocking and then ran out of the room. In order to leave the master with unforgettable memories, I should secretly study the master's folder in the future? On the other side, Wei Qi dragged his collection into the file shredder with tears in his eyes. Farewell, spell materials. The materials collected in it are all kinds of strange and bizarre. It would be bad if Liang Shue fell. After eating the fruit, Wei Qi sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, looking at the spirit-gathering pill in his palm. "It's already been authenticated. What are you afraid of?" "Ollie good, done." Wei Qi swallowed the soul-gathering pill, and the strawberry-flavored pill went down his esophagus into his body. My lower abdomen felt hot, and a large amount of refined spiritual energy flowed through my body's meridians. Wei Qi could even feel every cell in his body moaning with joy. Very comfortable feeling. Buzz. After the effect of the medicine took effect, Wei Qi entered a meditative state. The 10 stars below Liang Xue's spiritual contract were all lit up, and the black hole of the second spiritual contract was glowing faintly. Success. The next step is to refine the fire spirit seal and break through to the first level. Wei Qi immediately took out the fire spirit seal from the space ring. Put your hands together. The fire spirit seal was gradually melted and absorbed into the body by the vortex of spiritual power generated in Wei Qi's palm. A red sun gradually condensed under the 10 stars. I didn't expect that I have such good talent that I succeeded in refining the spirit seal on my first try. Wei Qi excitedly opened the beast taming space to check the abilities of the red sun. Flame shock blade. Spiritual seal skill. Uses all spiritual power to condense a flaming blade to attack surrounding enemies. The attack has the effect of shocking back, burning for 10 seconds, and silencing for 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 3 hours. What a powerful skill. It knocks back and keeps you safe, with continuous bleeding and silence, and almost no shortcomings. Wei Qi exclaimed. The mysterious spiritual seal brought him more surprises than just that. The second spiritual contract in the beast taming space was slowly unsealed, and 3 stars slowly lit up below. The spiritual power overflowing from the spirit-gathering pill and the spiritual power remaining in the spirit seal allowed Wei Qi to advance 3 levels in a row. A 3-star Xuanja, and then upgrade to level 7. My talent can become even stronger. Wei Qi was extremely excited. The characteristics of the first-level Xuanja realm are full of energy and vitality, and one will not feel tired even if they do not sleep for 3 consecutive days. After breaking through to the second level of Xianshi, one can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he sees. At the same time, his innate abilities will be enhanced, and his spirit pet's combat position will be permanently increased by 1. The physical body of a Beastmaster at the 3rd level of the Xianshi realm is enhanced, making it difficult for ordinary firearms and knives to harm him, and he basically says goodbye to the possibility of being assassinated by ordinary people. A Beastmaster who is a 4th-level Great Mystic Master is granted a lifespan of 100 years and can easily live to 200 years old. He is no longer dependent on eating and excretion and has begun to transcend the mundane world. Beastmasters at the 5th level of Xianzhu realm are extremely rare. They can break the laws of physics and fly in the air. Their spirit pet's combat position is permanently increased by +1, making them almost like immortals in the eyes of mortals. Most Beastmasters above level 5 will stay away from cities and join some hidden sects to practice hard in an attempt to change their fate, so it is rare to see them in cities. Master, you have made a breakthrough. Liang Shue pushed open the door, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Well, we will definitely win tomorrow's battle. Wei Qi laughed. Chapter 45 Simulation Battle. The next morning, after finishing his meditation, Wei Qi woke up the cutely sleeping Liang Shue. Huh? Master, time to get up, little lazy fox. The two of them quickly packed up the daily necessities they needed to take away. Because Wei Qi was used to living alone, he didn't need to bring too much luggage. The space ring is really a great thing, a must-have item for home and travel. Wei Qi couldn't help but praise the wonders of the other world. Liang Shue looked at the rental house with some reluctance. Master, are we leaving this home? Well, Giant Snake City is the more prosperous main city. We will live in a more beautiful and bigger house in the future. Shuer is a little reluctant. Liang Shue looked a little lost. Life in Pegasus City was the most comfortable and happiest time in her life. They will face greater challenges in the future. Wei Qi thought Liang Shui was shy, so he used Yasasi to calm her down. Before leaving, he went to the property downstairs to hand over the keys and the last month's rent. Looking back at the home where he had lived for 2.5 years, Wei Qi waved and said, "Goodbye, my home in Pegasus City." Wei Qi and Liang Shui arrived at the central square of Pegasus City in advance. Unexpectedly, the area was crowded with spectators and candidates. Members of the Dragon Guard are responsible for maintaining order at the scene. Wei Qi showed his student ID and entered smoothly. The stern bald teacher patted Wei Qi on the shoulder and said, "You're amazing, Wei Qi. You usually hide things so well, but you suddenly gave me such a big surprise. It's unbelievable. Just luck," Wei Qi said modestly. "Keep going. Your future is bright." Xiaomei, dressed beautifully, and her former classmates appeared near the number 5 middle school queue to cheer him on. "Wei Qi, come on. I'm very optimistic about you. Come on, old desk mate." The boys who usually had a bad relationship with Wei Qi also shouted, "Wei, come on. Give me some vent for us, ordinary people." Wei Qi looked at the familiar face and sighed in his heart. It's only been a few days. Their lives have taken different paths. Soon, candidates from other universities arrived one after another. Shen Miao, looking heroic in a black windbreaker, received cheers from countless male compatriots. "Goddess sister, come on. We will always support you." A luxury car worth millions slowly drove in, and a young man with short purple hair and wearing a smart white shirt walked out of the car. He looked around arrogantly and finally fixed his eyes on Shen Miao, who was the focus of everyone's attention. The time came to 8 o'clock. Long Mu slowly stepped onto the podium with his hands behind his back. "Today we will hold the final part of the national exam, the mock battle. Each player will randomly select no more than 5 players ranked before or after them as their enemies to fight. I, along with representatives from 3 other academies, will serve as judges and grade your combat performance." After that, 3 people of different ages and genders appeared on the podium. Wow, the representative from Guanglong Academy has a square face and a short haircut. He looks very strong. He looks very powerful. TSK, the representative of ZU Academy, is actually an exotic blonde beauty. And that breast? Is her name Yurong? I really envy the students at ZU Academy. Where's the representative from Shiyue Academy? I saw it. The representative of Shiyue Academy is actually a little green-haired girl who is less than 1.6 meters tall. What do you mean there's a lowly? The coppersmith's eyes widened. Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at each other in amazement. Why her? Isn't the silver-haired girl in a floral dress and a cute flower ornament on her head Qing Ning, who set up a stall at the gate of Pegasus City last night? The mature blonde beauty pulled Qing Ning out from behind. "Xiao Qing, you can't hide in this kind of situation." "Ugh, it's my first time." When the animals in the audience heard Qing Ning's cute nasal voice, they all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The 3 representatives took their seats, and Long Mu continued to announce, "This simulation battle is a random draw. Luck is also a part of strength. Please keep your mind and perform well." The crowd below was unhappy. "Old man, stop wasting time. I want to see beautiful women. I want to watch my son's game. Let's start the fight quickly. I have the money ready." Long Mu snorted. Several spirit pets descended from the sky and carried the screaming spectators out of the venue. Long Mu took out a javelin from the space ring and thrust it towards the field. The phantom spear can affect the field and create a random environment. Different spirit pets will perform differently in different environments. Remember this. Wei Qi touched his chin. Random opponents, random maps, seems quite fun. First match now. A random draw began on a projection screen suspended above the competition venue. The first group of players has been generated. Zhou Chong of number 7 middle school versus Wei Qi of number 5 middle school. Zhou Chong. Wei Qi slowly looked towards the number 7 middle school team. The purple-haired man looked at Wei Qi with disdain. "Since you didn't draw Shen Miao, your luck is really bad." Other viewers complained. A showdown between first and third? It should be a very exciting game, right? This third one has average talent and an average pet. I don't know how he can fight against Zhou Chong from number 7 middle school. Wei Qi was in a pretty good mood. The first game is your own game. At least you don't have to wait for the subsequent games. The fangirls at number 7 middle school shouted, "Come on, Brother Chong. You're the best. Zhou Chong, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice." Shen Miao beside him shook his head helplessly and said, "I really want to compete with you, but it seems there is no chance. Next time, I'll definitely leave work first." Wei Qi and Liang Shui calmly stepped onto the stage. Zhou Chang stood opposite with his arms folded and said in an extremely arrogant tone, "Are you Wei Qi, who is ranked third? I hope you'll let me use my full strength. I hope you can shut up and play well." Wei Qi said calmly, "Then it depends on whether you have the ability." Zhou Chang was trapped in the inner demon illusion for a long time in the nightmare attack copy. He had no idea that Wei Qi's peak score was over 600. It's natural to think that you are ranked first. The vast majority of candidates were attacked by the Nightmare Shadow almost at the same time. Except for the Dragon Guard organization outside the field, Shun Miao and Wei Qi who retained their memories. The secret realm memories of everyone else have been rewritten by Adikos. Long Mu injected spiritual energy into the phantom spirit pillar and chanted a spell softly. "Deploy the barrier." Buzz. The black phantom instantly swallowed up the entire arena. The environment around the two people turned into a hot tropical jungle, with a large number of towering trees blocking their view. Tropical jungle? A jungle battle where fire is dominant. Zhou Chang, use your Scarlet Flame Demon Bear to eliminate the opponent. I'm putting 300,000 on you. Wei Qi's fox is obviously an ice-attributed spirit pet. It has no advantage in this environment. Come on, Wei Qi. I'll bet 500,000 on you. If you win, you'll be a young model at the club. If you lose, you'll have to work in the adult entertainment industry. It's just an emperor-level bear. Kill it. You two idiots, just wait and get to work in the sea. Aminos. I'll test your code. Before Wei Qi and Zhou Chang started fighting, the gamblers outside started fighting first. On the ring, Zhou Chang said confidently, "Why don't you use your trump card?" Although Zhou Chang is arrogant, he is not a fool. He has guessed that Liang Shui is definitely not an ordinary white fox. He has full confidence in the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear. In a map like the tropical jungle, you can easily eliminate your opponent by simply using a large-scale fire attack. What's more, Zhou Chang spent a lot of money to buy a spiritual weapon to cover his losses. He is confident that he can end the battle within 3 minutes. Chapter 46, Qing Ning's Grandma. Zhou Chang snapped his fingers and summoned a giant bear with a huge body and flame patterns on its back. Some of the information he found online last night slowly emerged in Wei Qi's mind. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is a top-grade imperial spiritual pet, a member of the fire-attributed Demon Beast clan. It is good at close combat, has thick skin and flesh, and has strong defense and vitality. Zhou Chang's Red Flame Demon Bear has not yet awakened its racial skills, otherwise its height would exceed 3 meters. The Red Flame Demon Bear is strong and powerful, with fierce eyes. Its mouth and nose constantly spew out red breath, and its muscles all over its body are constantly trembling as it enters a combat state. The students of number 7 middle school all shouted, "When the Bear King goes to war, not a blade of grass will grow. Come on, Black Bear. Xiao He will win." The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's general halo is power, which enhances the strength and vitality of friendly forces. Liang Shui, don't compete with it in brute force, just follow my command. Shui'er understands. At this moment, a blue light illuminated the sky. What's going on? Isn't Wei Qi's pet a white fox? Are you stupid? How could an ordinary white spirit fox possibly make it into the top 3 of the ranking? Damn it, why is my fox only at the normal level? It can't turn into a beautiful girl, said a man while holding a black fox. The Bingchen three-tailed fox makes a grand appearance. The torso full of wild power, the enchanting and awe-inspiring posture, and the foxtail that soars into the sky have earned Wei Qi enough face. 3 tails, ice attribute, blue stripes on the back. Is this the emperor-level ice dust 3-tailed fox? Long Mu, who was sitting on the podium, widened his eyes. Shin Miao, who was watching the fight from the audience, also opened his eyes wide. Let me see your true strength, Wei Qi. The 3 student representatives also focused their attention on Wei Qi, another imperial pet. The small city of Pegasus actually has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, said the representative of the Light Dragon. This handsome guy has good looks, and is my type. It would be great if he could come to ZU Academy. Wei Qi, is it him? Qing Ning stretched her neck hard to look down at the stage. Wei Qi extended a helping hand to Qing Ning when she needed cash the most, so that she could successfully buy the Rain and Dew Emerald Flower in Pegasus City and stabilize her grandmother's soul that was about to dissipate. A kind voice came from the green lemon necklace. Ninger, is he the man who helped you raise the balance? Yes, Grandma. You have an emperor's pet at such a young age. You have a bright future. Get along well with him. When Grandma passes away, I will leave you to him without any worries. Qing Ning froze and said shyly, Hey, Grandma, what are you talking about? Silly girl, when have you ever paid attention to other men since you were a child, Grandma? Don't you understand the mind of a young girl? Qing Ning, no? Qing Ning hopes that grandma will never die and stay by my side forever. Hey you girl, I've spoiled you. Zhou Chang looked at the big white-haired fox in front of him with a hint of envy in his eyes. As a man, who doesn't like a petite and cute pet? A cute fox and a big and strong black bear. Who would you choose? What's more, high-level Beastmasters can transform into human form. Zhou Chang said sourly. It's just a pretty vase. Big bear, tear it into pieces. Roar. In fact, Wei Qi could directly use the combination of mountain and sea transformation plus flame shock blade to kill his opponent, but doing so would only expose all his cards. This was Wei Qi's first time fighting a Beastmaster in the ring. He also wanted to see who was stronger, himself or the genius in the eyes of the world. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear launched an active attack, and its mountain-like body suddenly pounced towards Liang Shui. Wei Qi calmly retreated and kept some distance. Under her command, Liang Shui used her speed advantage to deal with the Red Flame Demon Bear in the forest. The bear pets have excellent strength and defense, just like the bulky warriors in MOBA games. They have high stats, but unfortunately they are a bit stupid. With Liang Shui's mobility and control, it is no problem to slowly wear it down. Roar! The blue phantom kept shuttling through the forest. Big bear, turn around, it's on the right. Not long after the two pets clashed, Zhou Chang gradually discovered Liang Shui's speed advantage. All of the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's normal attacks missed, and it didn't even touch a single hair of the opponent. Want to wear down Big Bear's energy? Good tactic, but your enemy is me. Zhou Chang shouted loudly. Big Bear, use Fiery Blaze. Roar. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear clapped its hands and roared towards the sky, with the patterns on its back flashing with red light. The temperature in the air rises rapidly. Blazing flames. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's Imperial Group attack skill causes massive fire damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, and also leaves behind burning flames that last for 1 minute. The radius of the arena is only 20 meters. If a large-scale fire breaks out in the tropical jungle, Liang Shui's Wei Qi's movement space will become very small, and subsequent battles will put him on the defensive. Longmu looked at Zhou Chang and nodded. That's a good idea. Use the Fire Attributes Group attack advantage to restrict the enemy's actions. Wei Qi, how are you going to crack it? Wei Qi was not at all panicked. Liang Shui Yaoshi. Wei Qi had been holding the demon Shi without releasing it first in order to interrupt the opponent's key skills, disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and look for opportunities. Liang Shui's level is as high as 18, and her mind and soul are far superior to those of a newly born Red Flame Demon Bear. A golden light flashed in its eyes, and the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's eyes gradually became dyed with brilliant colors and became a little obsessed. The bulky body stopped casting the spell and began to slowly crawl towards Liang Shui. Zhou Chang was completely panicked, muttering to himself, how is this possible? He's already mastered the Fox tribe's racial skills in just a few days. Big Bear, wake up. Wei Qi's lips curled up into a smile. Well done. Liang Shui, who was ruthless to her enemies, did not hold back at all, and the icy light leaped towards the head of the Red Flame Demon Bear. Long Mu stood up and looked at the battle, muttering softly, what a fierce grip. Even if I don't die, I'll be seriously injured by this claw. The representative of Light Dragon Academy echoed, our natal spirit pet, just a few days old, has actually awakened a racial skill. This fox's talent is a bit abnormal. I heard that it was a white spirit fox a few days ago, and it evolved into an emperor level in just a few days. Could it be that Wei Qi has an expert guiding him? Said the purple-haired woman. A blue light flashed, and ordinary people couldn't even see Liang Shui's figure. Zhou Chang clasped his hands together and gritted his teeth, saying, flowing light shield. His natal spirit pet was in danger, so Zhou Chang did not dare to hide his weakness. He immediately used his A-level beast taming talent, Streaming Light Shield. Streamer Shield creates a shield for the target that can withstand a large amount of damage. The higher the grade of the target's spirit pet, the stronger the shield effect. It's actually an A-level Streamer Shield. This is bad. The reason why Streamer Shield is rated as an A-level talent is that this skill has no built-in CD, and as long as the Beastmaster's mana bar is long enough, it can cover the entire process. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is of the upper grade Emperor grade, and the strength of its flowing light shield is enough to withstand a full strength attack from a spiritual pet of the same level. There was no snow splashing as expected. Liang Shui's sharp claws slammed into a layer of transparent shield. There was no pain on the face of the Red Flame Demon Bear. It slapped Liang Shui, who was so close to it, with its backhand. Chapter 47. Victory. Many people are shocked. The battle-hardened Liang Shui reacted quickly and dodged to the right. Bang! The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's claws slammed hard on Liang Shue's waist. Liang Shue, who had a fur defense close to level 2, was still shocked by the opponent and retreated repeatedly, suffering some minor injuries. Roar! The Red Flame Demon Bear intended to pursue the victory and not give Liang Shue a chance to counterattack. It opened its mouth and used Flame Jet. Liang Shue's snow-white eyes were fixed on the surging flames, and her nimble body kept dodging. Boom, boom, boom. The trees near the battlefield were set on fire, and thick smoke rose. Zhou Chang's lips curled up in a mocking manner. You can't beat me if you just keep dodging. Liang Shue's ice cannon and snowfall need to be charged before they can be released. It's my turn. Liang Shue received Wei Qi's order and began to retreat. When Zhou Chang saw Liang Shue retreat and Wei Qi move forward, a smile appeared on his face. Want to buy it some time to cast the spell? Big Bear, use Feral Charge. Feral Charge, an active skill that only a small number of orcs can master, can lock onto a single target and charge to cause a stun effect. The clumsy Red Flame Demon Bear suddenly curled up its body and launched a surprise attack on Liang Shue behind it. Do you think the Big Bear doesn't have the charge skill? It's just warming up with your fox. Zhou Chang smiled confidently. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's bulky size and slow speed were weaknesses that he deliberately exposed. The wild charge with a stun effect hit Liang Shue, and Wei Qi was bound to be defeated. Wei Qi took a deep breath and started running forward. With a wave of his right hand, he projected a large jungle around Liang Shue. The dense jungle obscured Liang Shue's figure, and locking skills would be forcibly terminated if they lost their target. The Light Dragon representative in the spectator booth nodded in satisfaction. Although the projection talent doesn't have the ability to directly cause damage, he uses it very well. The Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox is positioned for long-range damage and crowd control. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear failed to interrupt it, so Wei Qi has a great chance of winning. I don't believe it. Snowfall skill is strong in range and control. Damage alone may not be enough to defeat the fire-attributed Scarlet Flame Demon Bear, not to mention that Zhou Chang can also apply a protective film to it. Qing Ning whispered, I believe Wei Qi can win. The Bingchen Three-Tailed Fox hasn't used any attack skills yet, so no one can be sure of its attack strength. The blonde woman couldn't help but hug Qing Ning. Little Qing Qing is so cute, I really want to raise one and take it home. Qing Ning pouted. Say it again. Qing Ning is an adult, not a child, not a spirit pet. Boom. A turquoise light suddenly shot out from the bushes, like a blue arrow, accurately hitting the head of the Red Flame Demon Bear. Ice Attribute Frost Cannon? Surprisingly, that's a rare skill. Flowing Light Shield. Hold on. Zhou Chang quickly mobilized his spiritual power to cast a shield for the Red Flame Demon Bear. Sizzle. The defensive effect of the streamer shield is very strong, and it can perfectly absorb all the damage from the ice cannon. Wei Qi continued to charge without changing his expression. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another ice cannon. Zhou Chang's forehead began to sweat, and he gritted his teeth and defended himself again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The last ice cannon followed. Zhou Chang is only level 8, and casting the streaming shield 4 times is already his limit. The Red Flame Demon Bear could also feel the efforts of its master, and a cold, fishy wind blew on Wei Qi's face. Long Mu was getting a little impatient. As a Beastmaster, he actually used me as bait. This is too outrageous. The human body can't withstand any attack from a spirit pet. The angry Red Flame Demon Bear locked onto Wei Qi and charged. Zhou Chang, with a pale face, gritted his teeth and said, Your tactics are very good, but it's a pity that you can't break my shield. Red Flame Demon Bear, blast him away. The Red Flame Demon Bear's skills seemed unusually clumsy compared to Liang Shue's. But compared to humans, it is as fast as lightning. A foul-smelling wind blew in my face. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's huge paw slapped Wei Qi on the head. Some timid girls were so scared that they closed their eyes. It's over. How could Wei Qi possibly dodge the attack of the Emperor's spirit pet? Brother, don't lose. I bet on you to win, wailed a gambler. Most people thought that Wei Qi would definitely lose. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear slapped Wei Qi's body with one palm, causing it to shake slightly and then turn into ashes. Fake. The Light Dragon representative, Long Mu, the blonde woman, and Green Lemon all stood up straight. How is that possible? I can't even see through the projection of a sea-level talent. Who the hell is this guy? Several experts couldn't tell the difference, and Zhou Chang was even more confused. What's going on? Where are the people? Ouch. Liang Shue, who had been waiting for a long time, launched a surprise attack, and the sharp ice spear stabbed at the immobile Zhou Chang. Roar. Of course, the Red Flame Demon Bear would not watch its master get hurt. It straightened its body to resist Zhou Chang's attack, and then the icy light leaped and fought with Liang Shui. Zhou Chang was a little panicked. Where is the person? General. Wei Qi descended from the sky with his fists raised. Zhou Chang wanted to dodge, but his feet were completely out of control. Damn it, I can only use the last. Wei Qi certainly wouldn't give him the chance to activate the spiritual weapon, and the spiritual power in his body gathered in his palms. Boom! The flames created by the flame gloves instantly hit Zhou Chang's chest. The exploding spiritual power knocked him away on the spot, and he flew out of the field like a kicked ball. Game ends. Winner is Wu Zhongwei. Long Mu immediately declared the game over, and Long Wei's healers quickly carried the dark-skinned Zhou Chang off the field on a stretcher for treatment. What the hell? Wei Qi won. What's going on? Why is he breathing fire? Have you seen those gloves? They should be spiritual weapons of good quality. Wei Qi's classmates were stunned. He's obviously an ordinary boy. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Shen Miao, who was standing in the audience, stared at Wei Qi's back. Projection, can it be used like this? When did he create the projection of his own body and hide himself? First, use a fake body to lure the enemy. Then use the ice dust three-tailed fox to attract the attention of the red flame demon bear. And finally, use the three-tailed fox's throw to drop from the sky to complete a fatal blow. His combat thinking and physical fitness are far beyond those of ordinary people. Ordinary people can't pull off a bungee jumping attack. Xiaozi, can you tell Wei Qi's real body from his fake one? Xiaozi shook her head. Sorry, master, I can't see it. Shen Miao clearly remembered that the living phantom created by the sea-level projection could be seen through by high-level beastmasters and high-level monsters. Why is the illusion projected by Wei Qi exactly the same as the real thing? Could it be that he also has celestial bloodline like himself? No reason. Chapter 48, The Popular Wei Qi. The main ability of the human emperor's sword is not combat, but the detection of luck. Luck is completely random, just like beast taming talent. According to Shen Miao's personal understanding, luck is like the embodiment of God's will. People with good luck are God's favorites. Their wishes come true. They can have an epiphany after falling down while going out. They can meet a dying old man who teaches them skills after falling off a cliff. They can turn a random chicken into a phoenix. Such people are often the protagonists in novels. People with bad luck are unlucky people abandoned by God. Even drinking cold water will cause a lump in their teeth. Nothing goes their way. Even bird droppings will hit them when they walk. Such people are as rare as the protagonist. The fortune of ordinary people fluctuates, with both good and bad luck. The luck of the strong is far superior to that of ordinary people, so they can obtain opportunities from heaven and earth and stand out among the countless people. Shen Miao had seen Wei Qi's luck. The fortune of a strong man is like a tsunami. The fortune of mortals is like the tides that rise and fall from time to time. Wei Qi's luck is like stagnant water in an ancient well. Did I see it wrong? Shen Miao's eyes flashed with a faint golden light. I saw ripples beginning to appear on the golden, still water of the ancient well. Has there been a change? It was still black when we separated last night. This counterintuitive phenomenon suddenly reminded Shen Miao of what Senior Zulong had said. Shen Miao, there are always people who are better than you, and there are always higher levels. The secrets of higher levels may bring destruction, but they may also bring hope. Our civilization is a heritage civilization, so it's best not to do things that go against the grain. Wei Qi, this guy who seems neither annoying nor likable at first glance. Could he be the kind of person who goes against moral principles? After the battle, Liang Shui turned back into her mini form and jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder. The legal little lowly put her hands on her hips with satisfaction. You see, the big stupid bear is no match for Wei Qi. The other three were silenced by Garen's infinite cue. Crackle. There was thunderous applause from outside the stadium. For most viewers, this back-and-forth battle is entertaining. Longmu shook his head slightly. So the main purpose of interrupting the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's blazing blaze is to maintain the concealment of the field. If the surrounding area is covered with black charcoal, it will be difficult for Wei Qi to use projection tactics to confuse the opponent. Wei Qi walked down the stage with a calm expression. He and Liang Shui were still in almost full condition. The ability of projection seems to be even stronger than imagined. In this battle, Liang Shui did not even use the star pattern skills, Phantom Assault, and Snow Waterfall, so she had some spare strength. The girls around looked at Wei Qi and said, "Look closely, he's quite handsome. She's the type that gets more attractive the more you look at her." Some of the brave ones were already shouting, "Wei Qi, do you still need a girlfriend? If you have a girlfriend, do you still need a lover? I don't have many good jobs. Brother Wei Qi, can I add you on WeChat?" A 300-pound wealthy woman asked, "Handsome boy, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" Some men also came over and said, "Brother, would you like to consider live streaming to sell goods?" Wei Qi was so frightened that he hurriedly ran to the podium. Long Mu pulled him to a corner with a kind face, and the cat in his arms immediately turned into a graceful cat girl, carefully supporting her master. Wei Qi widened his eyes in surprise. "Lao Deng, you really know how to enjoy yourself." Still Catwoman in white silk. "Wei Qi, your strength far exceeds my expectations." "Mr. Long, thank you for your compliment." Wei Qi didn't understand why he pulled him aside. The other party was a high-ranking official of the Dragon Guard, and he couldn't offend him openly. "I wonder where your parents are. I want to meet them, as they have raised such an outstanding child." Wei Qi said frankly, "Mr. Long, I am not a native of Pegasus City. My home is in Tiange City." A hint of surprise flashed in Long Mu's eyes, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Catwoman in white silk came to his rescue and handed him a handkerchief. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be a survivor of that disaster." "It's okay, it's all over." Wei Qi suddenly asked, "Mr. Long, what secrets are hidden in the Nightmare Assault dungeon?" "Secret? What did you encounter?" Long Mu glanced sideways. Wei Qi clenched his fists. Fortunately, the flaming gloves had covered the dragon contract on the back of his left hand. "A scary guy with a lantern." Long Mu glanced at Liang Shui and then laughed. "Appearance is determined by the heart. No wonder your natal beast is a fox. You are also a little fox." Long Mu then briefly explained to Wei Qi the truth behind the nightmare attack. After listening to Long Mu's explanation, Wei Qi became more certain of his guess. Adikos did secretly rewrite the memories of humans who entered the secret realm, including Long Mu, who had broken through more than level 50 in front of him. He was now completely certain that Shun Miao was the holder of the human emperor's sword. Except for her and Wei Qi, everyone else has completely lost any clear memory of Adikos. The existence of Atikos was blurred into a very terrifying demonic shadow. Novice trial copy. A copy bestowed upon mankind by the goddess of hope. A copy that all humans in the world will enter. Why is there a legendary demon hidden inside? Could it be that the entire Tianxian alliance doesn't know the real situation inside? Why does Adikos possess a treasure like the soul-guiding lamp? Why is the soul of the demon dragon king imprisoned in the soul-guiding lamp? In fact, many talented candidates have encountered Atticus, but even if they can defeat Atticus's phantom, their memory will be affected by it. Because Shun Miao and Wei Qi are both holders of artifacts, Adikos cannot affect their memories. The Tianxian secret treasure can only be destroyed by other Tianxian secret treasures. Only Wei Qi, who possesses the mountain and sea seal, has the ability to smash the soul-guiding lamp. Do you have any other questions? Wei Qi. Looking at the kind-faced Long Mu in front of him, Wei Qi almost asked what level of existence the Demon Dragon King was. In the end, Wei Qi suppressed his doubts and strangled the cat, named Curiosity, to death. No one must be allowed to know about the existence of the Demon Dragon King. The more people scramble for the opportunity, the lower Wei Qi's success rate will be. Long Mu, who also suppressed his curiosity, did not dare to alert the enemy. He also wanted to find out the secret of Wei Qi's unique talent. The two foxes smiled at each other. The real fox's face was full of question marks. Liang Shui? Long Mu pointed to the podium and said, "Go choose your beast taming academy. The annual dragon tournament is about to begin. I look forward to your and the little fox's performance." The white silk Catwoman helped Long Mu back to his seat. The two returned to the podium. Representatives from the 3 major colleges immediately surrounded him. The representative of Guanglong Academy put his arm around Wei Qi's shoulders without any of the so-called master's demeanor or reserve. Talents with combat ideas like Wei Qi are also very popular in the royal capital. "Boy, you're very clever. You used smoke and projected grass to hide your true form. Come to our Guanglong Academy." Guanglong Academy is one of the top-ranked academies in the country. There are many masters there. A man should challenge his limits and climb to the top. If you can rank in the top 10 in the grade, the principal will take you to the Dragon Forest to contract a dragon pet. How about that? A dragon pet is a man's romance. Don't you want to have your own dragon pet? Wei Qi subconsciously looked at his left hand. I have to admit that the conditions offered by the man are very tempting. Chapter 49. Mature Woman. Student Wei Qi, don't listen to his nonsense. Dragon pets are very expensive and difficult to tame. Male dragons like to attack other spiritual pets of the opposite sex, which can easily make your other spiritual pets pregnant. If it's a female dragon, it's even worse. Female dragons have very bad tempers and are troublesome. The key is that they look down on you. The representative of ZU Academy quickly pushed the man away. Well, the Guanglong representative was speechless. The combat power of the dragon spirit pet is indeed at the ceiling level. Unfortunately, it is an established fact that male dragons have strong sexual desires and like to attack their teammates, while female dragons have bad tempers and are difficult to tame. 9 years of compulsory education prevented him from telling lies with his eyes open. Handsome boy, come join our ZU Academy. We have a large number of foreign exchange students. All of them are beautiful girls with various styles. If you join ZU, I will help you apply to the principal for a griffin as a flying mount. How about it? The blonde beauty said with a wink. Jenny, you can't rob people like this, said the Guanglong representative anxiously. Green Lemon, who is slightly shorter and has a weaker presence, is more anxious. Wei Qi is her friend and also her important role model. If she succeeds in recruiting Wei Qi into Shiyue Academy, she will be able to earn a lot of money from the principal and buy lots of delicious food, buy more materials to make pills, and then help those in need. Wei Qi, join our Shiyue Academy. Shiyue Academy's benefits are the best in the country. Wei Qi looked around and finally found the petite Qing Ning behind the blonde beauty. So small. Xiao Qingqing, you'd better sit down and take a rest. The blonde beauty calmly raised her chest and hips to push Qingyu away. Qing Ning clenched her fists angrily. Is being big enough a big deal? I have to say, Green Lemon looks so cute when it's deflated. I want to fuck it. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Guanglong representative said. Qing Ning jumped up angrily. Qing Ning is 24 years old this year, a qualified adult. She grabbed Wei Qi's sleeve and said pitifully, how about this? As long as you join Shiyue Academy, I will help you make pills for free every month, okay? Xiao Qingqing can also make pills. The blonde woman covered her mouth in surprise. Do you have ID? What if someone gets poisoned by the food? Guanglong representative continued to finish off the attacker. Qing Ning's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she clenched her fists and placed them on her chest. Qing Ning will take the exam later. I promise. Wei Qi smiled and rubbed her head. I have already decided to join Shiyue Academy. I'm sorry, both of you. The conditions of Shiyue Academy itself are very attractive, coupled with the promise of the genius alchemist. Only a fool would refuse. After confirming that Qing Ning was the representative of Shiyue Academy, Wei Qi's last doubt was completely eliminated. She is just a cute little Lolita who can make elixirs. The kind with very strong medicinal effects. The light dragon representative spread his hands and shook his head. The blonde beauty covered her face and shook her head, saying in unison, so it's a perverted Lolita control. Wei Qi blushed. I'm not a Lolita control. Qing Ning clenched her fists. I'm not a loli. I'm a mature woman. A woman. Liang Shuao. Shuer testifies that the master is not a Lolita control. Onlookers. So he's a perverted Lolican. Lolican. The true copper alchemist stepped forward and said, Master Green Lemon, may I lick your feet? The little lime smells so good when I hold it in my arms. Hee 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 hee. You pervert, get inside. Really? That's great. The lowly, oh no, mature woman who was a little over 1.5 meters tall, jumped up happily when she heard Wei Qi's answer. In order to prevent you from escaping, Qing Ning decided to take you to Shiyue Academy personally. The mature woman made a very mature decision. Xiao Qingqing you? The other two representatives were stunned. Qing Ning looked at the accompanying female teacher and acted like a spoiled child. Teacher Xiaoyu, could you please continue recruiting people for Qing Ning? We'll split the principal's bonus in half. The female teacher smiled foolishly. Okay, Teacher Xiaoqing. The mature woman pouted and retorted. I'm not a teacher. I'm not old. Qing Ning is the advisor of Shiyue Academy. The female teacher named Xiaoyu hugged Qing Ning and rubbed her body, as if they had reached some kind of fragrant deal. The lilies in my hometown seem to have never withered. Finally, the confused Wei Qi was dragged out of the square by the excited Qing Ning. Let's go. Qing Ning has something to tell you. Longmu looked at Wei Qi, who was getting farther and farther away, and finally decided to investigate his parents' information. Shen Miao stared at Wei Qi's back for a moment. She was considering whether to give up her original plan and join Xiaoyu. She also had a lot to ask Wei Qi. Just then, new news came on the big screen. Shen Miao from number 5 middle school versus Li Xin from number 7 middle school. Goddess Shen, come on. I love you, sister. Please stay with me. Shen Miao was pushed onto the stage by everyone and missed the opportunity to catch up with Wei Qi immediately. The novice village ends. After much thought, I adjusted my mindset, gave up the pretentious and face-slapping plots that I was not good at, and wrote some simple adventures and monster fighting stories. The results may be poor, but the subsequent story will be even more exciting. As I said, as long as the book is not banned, I will work hard to death. Every heroine in this book is related to the main plot, which makes it quite brain-intensive to write. I hope everyone will follow the updates so that I, the unlucky guy who has been banned 6 times, can have a good time eating some hot steamed buns. Hungry knock on the bowl. Whatever you want to see is in the back. Hee hee. Chapter 50 Celestial Race. The central square of Pegasus City. Wei Qi was pulled out of the crowd by the little Qing Ning. Lime slowed down. Qing Ning pouted and said, "If you regret it, Qing Ning's bonus will be gone." Wei Qi's face was filled with black lines. Didn't you realize that she actually has the attribute of being a money grubber? Okay, just loosen your sleeves and I'll buy the tickets first. Okay. The little girl finally let go of her white and tender little hand. Wei Qi opened his phone and clicked on unethical travel. There are still tickets left from Pegasus City to Eridanus City. Wei Qi advised, "Advisor Qing Ning, I'm going to go look for my second spirit pet. It's very dangerous for you to come with me. I advise you to stay here." Qing Ning protested, "Humph. Don't even think about getting rid of me. I won't leave your side until I bring you into Shiyue Academy." Okay. Wei Qi shrugged. The two came to the Pegasus City transportation station side by side. As long as you pay enough Tianxian coins, you can choose a variety of transportation methods to go to other cities. Wei Qi took out the baseball cap he had prepared in advance and put it on Qing Ning's head. Beautiful girls are always the focus of attention. His life motto is, be low-key in life and high-key in work. As soon as they entered the hall, a group of men surrounded Wei Qi and his companion. "Little brother, where are you planning to travel?" "Come to our travel agency. 30,000 yuan for a day trip to Tanhong." A scalper asked, "Hey, little bro, you want to buy a ticket? They're all cheap here." Wei Qi grabbed Qing Ning's sleeve, lowered the brim of his hat, and quickly entered the ticket office. The inexperienced Qing Ning really wanted to ask why they didn't buy the cheap scalper tickets. As a result, I was severely scolded by my grandmother. Because Wei Qi was the first candidate to be admitted, there were not many idle people in the technical secondary school hall. There were only a few people queuing at the window to buy tickets. Soon it was Wei Qi's turn. "Hello, how may I help you?" "Give me 2 tickets to Ebisu City." The salesperson looked at Wei Qi and Qing Ning dully and thought to himself, there is too big a difference in height between brother and sister. An adult ticket is 10,000 Tianxian coins, and a children's ticket is half price, for a total of 15,000. Before Qing Ning could lose control, Wei Qi explained with a smile, "She's an adult, not my sister." "Huh? Sorry, it's 20,000 in total." Wei Qi took the purple crystal coin handed over by Qing Ning. "This is a Tianxian coin with a face value of 10,000. The salesperson apologized and handed over the license plate with both hands. "Train no. LK 7489, leaving in 10 minutes. "Thank you." Wei Qi and Qing Ning successfully boarded the inner-city train made of super-strong alloy. From a distance, it looks like a brave train driver, and the model is very cool. Special tracks made of spirit stones will be built between all the main cities of mankind, and the highly respected formation masters of the Tianxian Alliance will cast demon-repelling barriers. Magical beasts below level 5 dare not approach without permission. Combined with the iron chain-like stronghold barriers, inner-city trains are the safest of all modes of transportation. The spacious and bright carriage gives people a comfortable and warm feeling. Polite train attendants and stern-faced but capable security guards are standing guard in the carriage. Wei Qi placed the freshly brewed hot coffee in front of Qing Ning. "Would you like a cup?" Qing Ning shook her head politely. "Thank you." Qing Ning doesn't like bitter things. Liang Shui stretched out her tongue and licked Wei Qi's cheek. "Master Schwerer wants it." Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you." Wei Qi held Liang Shui in his left hand and fed her coffee mouthful by mouthful with a small spoon in his right hand. "Hey, the goal of the first stage is over. Very happy. I hope everything goes well in the future. What if I could really find the legendary Demon Dragon King as my spiritual pet? Wouldn't I just take off? If you can't find it, that's okay. If I get it, I am lucky. If I lose it, it is my fate." Qing Ning, encouraged by her grandmother, held her chin with both hands and looked at Wei Qi blankly. "Wei Qi, thank you for what you did last night. Why are you being polite? Your spirit gathering pill is very effective. Thanks to it, I successfully broke through and became a Xuanja." Wei Qi said in a calm voice. "Actually, Qing Ning's pretty face turned red in an instant, and her expression became very embarrassed. Wei Qi frowned. "What's going on?" She looked like a girl confessing her love. "I'm not a Lolita complex." Qing Ning patted his head. "Are you?" Oops, actually, my grandma wanted to ask you, do you know the Celestial Clan?" Liang Shui and Wei Qi, who were squinting their eyes and enjoying their coffee, were stunned at the same time. The fox's blue eyes were fixed on the blue-haired girl in front of him. Who is she? How do you know about the Celestials? In fact, Liang Shui has always been suspicious of the mystery of Wei Qi's life experience since she met Adikos. That guy said that the master was a cursed Shinran. It is the bloodline born from the union of celestial beings and demons. She would find out after she ascended into the divine realm. The so-called celestial beings are humans with the blood of gods flowing in their bodies. Celestial beings are born with superior talents. If they can successfully enter the realm of gods and be baptized by the gate of heaven, they will be able to awaken to the divine wings for the second time. A demon is a human with devil's blood flowing in his body. He is not a fallen puppet. His vitality is slightly inferior to that of the demons. He will not die if he acts separately. Only the attack of the gods can destroy his vitality. If the master is truly a hybrid of celestial and demonic blood, he should possess the advantages of both bloodlines and become a supremely powerful being, rather than an ordinary bounty hunter all his life. As for the concept of the Shinran clan, Liang Shui learned about it from Adikos. She also remembered the mysterious man in black who had attempted to steal the mountain and sea seal in the forest that day. The opponent's strength has already reached perfection, and he can definitely be ranked among the top 10 in Tianxian Star. No one can stop such a master from stealing the treasure. Why didn't he kill his master? Could it be that the guy knows the secret hidden behind the master? Don't dare to kill, or can't kill. Wei Qi certainly didn't know what was going on in Liang Shui's little head. He shook his head. I don't know. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you know? Green Lemon proudly raised the barren land. I know a lot. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. Then tell me. He also wanted to understand what the celestial beings, demons, and mysterious beings that Atticus mentioned were. Recommended, someone watched it. Strive for 3 updates per day. Let me briefly talk about Liang Shui's problem. Her background story and mental journey are a completely different book, and it's hard to describe it in a few words. I can only lay the groundwork step by step. Maybe it's because my writing skills are not good enough. It's impossible to satisfy everyone. I hope those who have read this will support the author. It's enough to just send electricity for free, but it would be even better if the boss gave it as a gift. I kneel down. I am not afraid of bad reviews and doubts, but I am afraid of those who criticize others for the sake of criticizing others. If you have any questions, please leave a message and I will reply when I see it. Chapter 51. The Missing Father? The Demon of Lies? Qing Ming coughed lightly. This is a long story. Wei Qi, do you know what happened before the goddess came? Wei Qi shook his head. I don't know. If you randomly ask any child on Tianxian Star, he will know the story of the goddess coming to save mankind. But no one knows what happened 5,000 years ago. Qing Ming's expression was serious, not as if he was joking. The world structure of Tianxian Star back then was different from the world structure now. People lived on the same continent, but those in the eastern continent believed in holy light, while those in the western continent believed in darkness. The country on the east continent is called the Kingdom of God. The royal family of the Kingdom of God claims to be a god descended from heaven and possesses celestial blood. They are the original celestial race. Liang Shui also frowned slightly. It was obvious that this was the first time she heard such a statement. Are there still celestials now? So much time has passed. Wei Qi asked indirectly. Qing Ming shook her head. The celestials were almost completely wiped out in the demon world sealing war 4,000 years ago. There may still be a few celestial descendants left in this world. Wei Qi pointed at himself and smiled awkwardly. You don't think I have celestial bloodline, do you? My talent is only sea-level. Qing Ming looked at Wei Qi curiously. That's what's suspicious. Normally, a physical projection created by a sea-level talent can't be hidden from higher-level beings. But the projection created during your battle with Zhou Chang was so real that even Grandma couldn't tell it from a fake one. If you don't have celestial blood, it's hard to explain why your talent is so unique. Wei Qi was silent and carefully recalled the enemies he had encountered. The unidentified man in black and Adikos. Both of them are powerful people with strength far beyond his own. Without exception, they were all deceived once by Wei Qi's spiritual projection. Wei Qi thought that his tactical layout had a miraculous effect, but it turned out to be a change at the root. Qing Ming scratched his head cutely. It's strange to say, if you are really a celestial being, you shouldn't have awakened a sea-level talent. Grandma said that the initial talent of the celestial clan is at least S-level. Wei Qi's mind went blank after hearing Qing Ming's words. Could it be that the parents he had lived with for 16 years had been deceiving him all along? There is no reason. Wei Qi's father is an ordinary office worker who is often scolded by his boss. His mother is the head nurse of Tinga City Central Hospital. The two of them also often earnestly advised Wei Qi to study hard, so that if he could become a Beastmaster in the future, he could escape his current civilian class. Until his birthday, the city of Tiange was razed to the ground by the monsters led by the Bloody Ripper. Why is there a mountain and sea seal hidden in that crystal necklace? Just then, there was an indescribable smell in the carriage. The crying and noisy child, the man chatting on the phone with a woman, the middle-aged woman watching short videos, and even the lemon in front of him closed his eyes at the same time and suddenly fainted as if he had fallen asleep. Liang Xue turned around vigilantly and once again smelled the scent of danger. Hey, Qing Ningyu. A man in a black robe slowly sat down opposite Wei Qi, raised his head, and whispered to Wei Qi. Who are you? The man slowly took off his black robe, revealing his true face. The resolute face was somewhat similar to Wei Qi's, but his complexion was very pale, as if he had suffered a serious illness. Dad? Why is it you? Wei Qi's pupils suddenly widened. Wei Tianqiu shook his head slightly to signal Wei Qi to shut up. He took out a black key from his arms and stuffed it into Wei Qi's hand. Xiao Qi, don't ask too many questions. Take this and go find the ruins of the Scarrat Church. There's a very powerful pet inside. Contract it. Don't ever mention this key to anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Wei Tianqiu's eyes turned grayish-white. Not good. Wei Tianqiu grabbed the void with his right hand and tore a crack, and his body disappeared in front of Wei Qi. Liang Xue and Wei Qi's brains both crashed. This move. Why does it look so familiar? As Wei Tianqiu left, the weirdness in the carriage slowly dissipated. Qing Ming rubbed her eyes and said subconsciously, Grandma, what happened? Grandma. Wei Qi quickly stuffed the black key back into his arms. The father who had been missing for 2.5 years appeared out of nowhere. He disappeared again after leaving behind a black key and necessary information. Liang Xue in Wei Qi's arms was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. In her previous life, after Wei Qi's death, she broke into the demon world alone to search for the whereabouts of the River of Rebirth, so she was very sensitive to the breath of demons. This close contact made her smell a hint of the devil of lies in Wei Tianqiu. An absurd and terrifying idea came to Liang Xue's mind. The demon gods in the demon world, like the archangels in the divine world, are both immortal and indestructible. Tianxian Star was once reinforced with a barrier, so the demons and great gods could not descend directly. It must be summoned through secret rituals and special sacrifices. Just like Atikos in Nightmare Assault, even though it has supernatural powers, it cannot break the rules and summon its true body into Wei Qi's world. If Liang Xue's guess is correct, the demon of lies in Wei Tianqiu's body may be the real culprit behind the destruction of Tiange City. But she couldn't understand Wei Tianqiu's attitude towards Wei Qi. If he is really a good father, why didn't he stand up for Wei Qi when he needed his family's help the most? It was also the first time that Liang Xue met her future father-in-law. God knows where Wei Tianqiu had died in his previous life. Intercity trains are speeding along fixed tracks. A black figure slowly appeared on top of the train. He uttered a hoarse voice. Wei Tianqiu, are you rebelling against me just to give the power of despair to that brat? Star, he is not only my son, but also your son. We are one. Shut up, idiot. I am the great demon of lies, not a lovesick loser like you. Star said angrily. Since you enjoy defying my will so much, then disappear. Star's soul power surges, and he intends to completely destroy all memories of his life in the human world. Wei Tianqiu's body began to fester and disintegrate, and blood flowed out. The remaining human-shaped eye was still struggling to hold on. Since Xiaoqi has his own life, why do you want to destroy his last bit of happiness? Given his qualifications, he can only live for a few hundred years at most. We've already waited a full 5,000 years. Does this last few hundred years still matter? He's our child. Shut up. If it weren't for your love-obsessed mind, I would have become a great demon 1,000 years ago. Star continued to taunt. So what in the end? That woman betrayed you. She abandoned you. No, she didn't. Star sneered. There's no cure for idiots. I was being lenient by letting him go last time. His body is more suitable for future plans than this one. Atikos has already collected quite a few powerful monsters. As long as we use the mountain and sea seal to enslave all the sky mysterious beasts and then break the mysterious man curse, breaking through the god realm is just around the corner. Wei Tianqiu's consciousness was gradually fading, and he could not make a sound. The moment Star relaxed a little, Wei Tianqiu, who had a last burst of energy, immediately seized control of his left arm. He punched his own heart, shattering the 9th-level spiritual seal that he had cultivated for 1,000 years into pieces. This body with extremely strong vitality was forced to self-destruct by its owner, and gradually turned into flying debris that was blown away by the wind. Wei Tianqiu smiled slightly. Go back to your demon world. Star, this is the human world. Star's pupils suddenly dilated. No, you bastard. You've ruined my 5,000 years of hard work. Bang. A slight popping sound. A wisp of black smoke was blown away by the unruly wind as soon as it formed. The third update is over. Please help me generate electricity. Knock the bowl. Wei Qi, now I really have the role of the protagonist. Chapter 52, arriving at Bojiang and looking for the second pet. Wei Qi and the train shuddered all over and shivered inexplicably. An extremely ominous premonition came to my mind. Wei Qi, what's wrong with you? Qingning rubbed her eyes. Nothing, maybe I caught a cold? Wei Qi looked at the legal lowly in front of him and said, By the way, how is your grandma? Is she really worried about you going out alone? Qingning smiled shyly. Qingning has already bought the rain dew emerald flower, and grandma's injury is not a serious problem. Rain and dew emerald flower? It sounds like a very expensive medicinal material. Where does this naive and gullible little girl get so much money? I'm glad you're okay. Wei Qi held his cheek with one hand and looked out the window. My brain has been thinking about Wei Tianqiu. That kind of mysterious ability, is he really my dad? If he was really my dad, why would he steal the birthday present he gave me? Isn't this a contradiction? If he was an imposter, why did he give me this black key? What kind of organization is the Scarrat Church? Wei Qi scratched his hair in pain, and Liang Shui patted his face with her fox claws like a spoiled child. Don't worry, master. Everything will be fine. After this experience, Wei Qi and Liang Shui's desire for power rose to a new level. The inner-city train arrived safely and smoothly in Eridan City. Wei Qi smiled and shook his head. It is the protagonist's right to be attacked by unknown enemies while riding in a vehicle and fall off a cliff. Without the system, can I really not trigger the protagonist's story? The cute sleeping Qingning climbed up from the table and gently wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Huh? Have we arrived yet? Well, we've arrived at Bojiang City. Wei Qi, why did you come to Bojiang City? Shiyue Academy is in Giant Snake City. Wei Qi, according to rumors, there might be a rare spiritual pet lurking in the western suburbs of Bojiang City. As a Beastmaster, how can I not try my luck? The spiritual power of alchemists is rather special, and they cannot contract any spiritual pets. It doesn't matter if you just reveal it briefly. Wei Qi said calmly. After we enter the city, Consultant Qingning will stay in the hotel. I will report to the academy after I have contracted a suitable spirit pet. The grandmother in the lime necklace also nodded in agreement. Ninger, listen to grandma, and stay in the city honestly. This kid is really a bit weird. If anything happens to you, how can grandma live? When Wei Tianqiu appeared, he used the magic power in his body to suppress all living beings in Wei Qi's carriage. Even the grandma green lime in the necklace fell into a brief sleep. As a member of the Scarrat Church during her lifetime, she also noticed something. Qingning is her chosen successor, and she must not die halfway. Grandma, there's a lot of diamond grass growing near Bojiang City that's good for refining, body-strengthening pills. Ninger, pick some and come back, okay? Why do you suddenly want to refine a level 2 body-forging pill? Isn't it for this man? Grandma, Qingning has promised Wei Qi to help him refine pills every month. Didn't you teach me that one should not go back on one's word? Qingning said coquettishly. It's so boring staying in the alchemy room every day. No wonder you, little brat, took the initiative to invite him to go with you. Turns out you wanted to sneak out and play, Grandma Qingning said in feigned anger. Didn't Grandma say that monsters below level 5 are just worthless? Will you protect Ning? Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Grandma, don't talk nonsense. After a moment of silence, the little girl suddenly blushed and pulled Wei Qi's sleeve. Wei Qi, there is diamond grass needed for alchemy near Bojiang City. Can I go with you? Looking at the soft and cute little lowly, Wei Qi stroked his forehead gently. You are the advisor of Shiyue Academy. If something happens in the wild, how will I explain it to the academy? Grandma will protect Qingning. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Could it be that there is a protector following behind the little lowly? It can't be that the cats and dogs she raises call her grandma, right? Qingning will definitely not hold you back, and I won't compete with you for your spiritual pet. All right. Wei Qi has no resistance to cute girls. The two left the Bojiang City transfer station. Looking around, Bojiang City is about the same size as Pegasus City, and the architectural style is also similar. Wei Qi, where are we going? Wei Qi looked at the map and pointed to the west. This way. The monsters roaming the outskirts of Bojiang are level 11 to 20. While looking for a dragon's lair, you can also help Liangxue level up and chat with Qingning to improve her impression. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Wei Qi, Qingning has changed her clothes. How do you like this one? Qingming walked out of the bathroom with her hands on her hips proudly. At this time, she took off her beautiful floral dress and put on a blue-gray wizard costume. The long and big hat covered her stunning snow-white face. Wizard Loli. Wei Qi put his baseball cap on his head backwards, put on a pair of sunglasses, and gestured. Okay, it's best to keep a low profile when going out to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qingming patted his chest and said, Hee if you can collect enough diamond grass later, Lord Qingming will help you refine a body-strengthening pill tonight. How about that? Are you happy? Wei Qi's pupils suddenly widened. Are you serious? Lord Qingming keeps his word. Wei Qi said calmly. As expected of you, Lady Qingming. You are the most mature and beautiful woman I have ever seen. Liang Xue in my arms, _ The praised Qingming became a little too proud of himself. Plop. She stepped on her long wizard robes and fell face down on the ground. It hurts so much QAQ. As a mature woman, you can't cry, you have to be patient. Seeing this, Wei Qi quickly helped Qingming up. Qingming, are you okay? No, it's okay. I haven't worn this outfit in a long time. Qingming rubbed his nose and spoke in a strange tone. At this moment, Liang Xue's slightly surprised complaint came to his mind. Master, she is also wearing white underwear. I am a new author, and I am looking forward to your updates. Please send me some emails. There are 2 more updates today. Chapter 53, Qingqing Buten. Wei Qi declined numerous requests from Lolita lovers to form a team and stepped into the western suburbs of Bojiang. Maybe because it had just rained, the air here was fresh and smelled good, and the green branches were covered with crystal raindrops. Rustle. There was a strange noise coming from the bushes ahead. Qingming consciously stood behind Wei Qi so that he could enjoy the experience alone. Ouch! A huge, black-haired wolf with fangs walked out of the woods. Its sharp and shiny fangs were enough to scare a 3-year-old child to tears. Wei Qi's frown gradually relaxed. Fang wolves are elite monsters of the highest rank. They are cunning and cruel, often appearing in groups. They are formidable enemies for low-level beastmasters. There are only 3 white lines on its back, and its level is probably level 13. Go ahead, Liang Xue, it's decided to be you. Wei Qi said seriously. Liang Xue nodded slightly and jumped out of Wei Qi's arms. She transformed into her original form, arched her body, raised her hand and swung it, and the sharp ice spear flew into the air. Seeing this, the Fang wolf wanted to dodge. Demonic photo. A golden light flashed in Liang Xue's green eyes. The fanged wolf was bewitched and fell into a state of loss of control and could only watch helplessly as the icy light leaped and pierced through its head. Puff. Red blood was splattered all over the ground. The Fang wolf's death rattle is a howl of anger. Its companions are coming. Schwerer understands. Rustle. The Fang wolf on the other side rushed to the scene after hearing the howling of its companion. Calabash Brothers saves Grandpa. Liang Xue still uses the unexplained combo of demon, she plus ice cannon. Boom. The azure light pierced through the tree trunks behind. Ouch. Fang wolf knelt down. Wei Qi touched his chin. Yaoshi's first move of charm plus long-range attack equals no solution. These low-level monsters are no match for Liang Xue. What a powerful fox. Qingming, who was watching the show from the back, applauded. Wei Qi strode forward, took out his newly bought sharp dagger, and began to clean up the battlefield. It's a pity that the Beastman spirit crystal that Wei Qi needed was not dropped. The last insect spirit crystal was almost eaten up by Liang Xue. Wei Qi was killing monsters while slowly exploring in the direction of the map coordinates. A straight grass emitting green light caught Lime's attention. Vajra grass. Is this the material for alchemy? I can't tell at all. Wei Qi scratched his head. Well, the combination of diamond grass, second-level beast pill, zerd blood, and western purple flower can be used to make a bodybuilding pill. Qingming took out a small sickle from somewhere and carefully dug the roots. Suddenly, Qingming, who was lying on the ground picking herbs, seemed to be stimulated by something. She quickly stood up and grabbed Wei Qi's sleeve. Shoo. Qingming made a shushing gesture. There are bad guys around here. Wei Qi was confused by what he heard. A hint of determination flashed in Qingming's eyes. She pulled Wei Qi into the grass with force, and Liang Xue also obediently turned into a mini form and hid in the grass. The fragrant little Loli and Wei Qi were lying on the ground face to face. He could even feel the itchy hair on his face. It smells so good. Why does it smell so good? Not long after, footsteps were heard from the east. According to the information from Liang Xue, the other party seemed to be a team of 10 bounty hunters. They were wearing the same hunting uniforms, and 2 cute treasure hunting dogs were lying on the ground, sniffing something. Wei Qi frowned. The treasure hunting dog is a top-grade elite spiritual pet. Although its frontal combat capability is relatively poor, it has an innate sense of smell for treasures that emit spiritual energy. This kind of spiritual pet can easily be sold for millions of Tianxian coins. There were two of them appearing before my eyes at the same time. Could it be that they were also instructed by someone to find the dragon's lair? The leader of the bounty hunters was a man with a scar on his face. He cursed under his breath. What the hell is this mission? Exactly. Our Bloodblade squad was actually being taken advantage of by two dogs. How shameful. If that woman hadn't given so much money, who would come to this godforsaken place to look for treasure? Scarface spat. A bespectacled bounty hunter pushed his glasses up slightly and said, I heard from the Thunder Axe team that they also received the same mission, but their mission location is in the north of Bujiang. What kind of treasures could there be in a shabby place like Bujiang City? Our employer actually gave us 2 treasure hunting dogs. Boss, let's just take these 2 dogs. They're worth 2 million, said other subordinates. Scarface shook his head. No. Although that woman is beautiful, her eyes are extremely scary. Looking into her eyes always feels like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Ouch. One of the treasure hunting dogs looked towards the west and barked strangely. Let's go? Let's go to the west. This dog seems to have discovered something. The bounty hunters headed west. After a long while, Qingming took her hand away from Wei Qi's mouth. Counselor Green Lemon, why are we hiding? Qingming stood up and looked west. Grandma said that one of the 10 of them is from Tianming Palace. Tianming Palace. When Wei Qi heard this name, he subconsciously thought of the dangerous mechanical cheetah. Why did this group of people appear in the western suburbs of Bujiang? Qingming gently brushed off the dirt on her body. Grandma said that the Tianming Palace is a terrorist organization. They often secretly sabotage near the human main city and then lure monsters to attack the city. Why? When the monsters have almost destroyed the city, the masters of the Tianming Palace will repel the monsters and create the image of a savior. Wei Qi. Qingming showed an expression that made you believe it or not. Grandma was seriously injured because of the conspiracy of Tianming Palace. Qingming took the initiative to take on the enrollment task in order to purchase the rain-dew emerald flower from the Lord of Pegasus City. That's how we met. They secretly transported the treasures and wealth from human cities and secretly developed armed forces with the intention of overthrowing the Alliance regime. But Grandma said that this is just a cover-up. Their real goal is to unite with the monsters from the demon world to rule Tianxian Star. Wei Qi was shocked and couldn't believe it. Liang Shui was secretly shocked after hearing this. It seems that the future pattern of the previous life is almost the same as what the human girl in front of him said. The passage to the demon world was opened, demons were born, the Tianxian Alliance was defeated, and the Tianming Palace became the strongest organization to lead humans to reseal the demons. Who is Qingming's grandmother? How do you know so much? Qingming turned around and said, Wei Qi, you'd better go back to the city quickly. It's very dangerous here. What about you? For the sake of the people in the city and my grandmother's wishes, Qingming must stop their conspiracy. I'll go with you, Wei Qi said resolutely. Why? We may encounter very dangerous enemies soon. Qingming was very surprised. Wei Qi pointed to the west, his eyes gleaming. If what you said is true, then I'm sure they're looking for the same thing as me. I just took a quick look at their configuration. Black Wind Bear, Flame Tiger, Demon Tree Warrior, Spear Thrower. There are almost no spirit pets above level 2. Perhaps with the help of their treasure hunting dogs, I can find what I want. Wei Qi held 2 life-saving skills in his hands, Mountain and Sea Transformation and Fiery Shock Blade. The jungle area also suits his projection tactics. Even if I really can't beat him, I have the confidence to escape unscathed. Qingming nodded and smiled. Okay, let's go together. Qingming was of course happy that someone was willing to help her share the pressure. She mysteriously took out a sparkling green pill from her bosom, which was sparkling with crystal light. This, Qingqing Dabu Dan, is a unique elixir refined by Lord Qingming. Taking it can help you restore all your spiritual and physical strength. If you encounter a critical moment, it can help you recover quickly. For some reason, Qingming's expression was very awkward and hesitant. It seemed that he was reluctant to hand over the Qingqing Dabu Dan to Wei Qi. Really? Even Senior Dan Mo, who enjoys a high reputation in the Tianxian Alliance, cannot refine such a miraculous elixir. Wei Qi asked with some doubt. Instantly full health and mana? Is this a pill that can be made by humans? This is too outrageous. Do you think this is an RPG online game? How many Beastmasters died in battle due to lack of spiritual power? If this kind of medicine can be mass-produced, within 100 years, all the monsters on Tianxian Star will have to kneel on the ground and sing the Song of Conquest. Qing Ming's pretty face turned red. Humph, if you don't believe me, forget it. Qing Ming is reluctant to give it to you. She was just about to reach out and take the pill back. Wei Qi accepted it with a smile and patted her head. A mature woman should keep her word. You must never go back on your word. Most importantly, I'm willing to trust you, Lime. Lime. Carrot. Liang Shui looked at the girl in front of her and nodded in approval. It had to admit that the master had indeed advanced 3 levels after breaking through after eating the pill made from lime. And her grandmother should be a person of significance. The master can only gain and not lose by interacting with her. Chapter 54, Black Eats Black. In the dense jungle, the bounty hunter team advanced slowly in pursuit of the treasure hound. The scar-faced younger brother started to chatter. Boss, what kind of treasure is our beautiful employer looking for? It seems like you're looking for a hidden cave that exudes demonic energy. Boss, are you kidding me? What kind of treasures could there be in a cave in the wild? Why don't we just... The younger brother secretly made a knife-wielding gesture. A fierce gleam flashed in Scarface's eyes. He slapped his little brother in the face and said viciously, "Shut up." Then he secretly glanced at an inconspicuous bounty hunter at the back of the queue. This man is one of the female employer's subordinates, and his strength is unfathomable. Shui Dao thought that he was no match for this guy. Otherwise, he would have raped his beautiful employer with a graceful figure long ago. The beaten brother covered his red and swollen face and didn't dare to speak anymore. Boss, the treasure-hunting dog seems to have found its target. The bounty hunter in front shouted. Stop for a moment and search separately. Scarface ordered. Yes. Wei Qi and Qing Ming held their breath and hid far away, watching what would happen. Bounty hunters began to clear out the surrounding monsters. The member of the Destiny Palace who was hiding in the crowd slowly took off his hat to reveal his silver hair. He took out a prop similar to the phantom gun from his arms and stuck it into the ground. Buzz. A mysterious spiritual power flowed along the gun body into the ground. Scarface looked at the mysterious man in front of him and licked his lips excitedly. What if this guy really finds some rare treasure? How to sneak attack, kill people, and steal treasures. Qing Ming looked at the gun and murmured, Grandma, what is that? A serious voice came from the necklace. The demon sealing pestle. This is a tool for detecting the seal of the demon world. These guys are looking for something related to the demon world. Grandma, what should we do? Let the boy go first. The next battle is quite dangerous, said Grandma Qingning. Qing Ming gently tugged at Wei Qi's sleeve and whispered, Wei Qi, you should go back to the city first. Grandma said there's a level 3 beast tamer hidden in their team. The battle ahead will be very dangerous. Wei Qi shook his head. I have to be grateful for what I have received, and I have no reason to back down. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. At this moment, a ball of red light suddenly burst out from the demon sealing pestle. Boom. There was a loud bang. Huge cracks appeared in the ground. A stream of black spiritual power went straight into the sky along the crack. The silver-haired man flashed a fiery light. I found it. Scarface rubbed his hands excitedly. Found it? Since the mission is completed, this is the balance. Thank you so much, Blood Knife Team. As a reward, I will personally send you to hell. The silver-haired man smiled cruelly. You. Scarface never expected the other person's expression to change. Come out. The silver-haired man quickly summoned his pet. A flash of silver light. 2 huge mantises with silver bodies and sharp claws appeared out of thin air and stood on the left and right to protect the silver-haired man. Another special spiritual pet with a mechanical body. Wei Qi's pupils widened slightly. Boss, what kind of monster is this? The younger brothers were so scared that they didn't know what to do. Scarface gnashed his teeth and said, Brothers, this bastard is plotting against us. Let's kill him together. The silver-haired man crossed his arms, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. You insulted our Tianming Palace's Jiao Guardian, and you still want to leave here alive. He didn't take the Blood Knife Squad seriously at all. Boss, these 2 monsters are both 3rd-level spiritual pets. We are no match for him. Although the Blood Knife Squad consists of 9 people, their average level is only 13. In the eyes of the 2 mechanical mantises, the 9 first-level spiritual pets are not even toys and are completely useless. Blood Knife, helpless, gritted his teeth and said, Don't be afraid, brothers. No matter how powerful he is, he's only one person. We can get past those 2 mantises and kill him. Okay, let's fight. Various spiritual lights flashed one after another on the flat ground ahead. The hurricane spider, stone forest tiger, iron bone ox, flame snake, and other spiritual pets all appeared on the scene. The patterns on their bodies shone with light, and they all used their special skills to attack the mechanical mantis in front. The fighting skills of the 9 spirit pets are condensed into a force like a hemp rope. Indestructible? The 2 mechanical mantises' eyes flashed, and they faced the enemy's joint attack without dodging or counterattacking. Boom! The mechanical mantis was attacked, and the steel on its body turned black. Don't underestimate our bond. Bloodknife roared. Naive, kill them. The silver-haired man put his hands together and activated the spiritual seal technique. Violent fighting spirit. I saw a dazzling red light rising from the soles of the 2 mechanical mantises' feet, and their movement speed suddenly increased. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp guillotine chopped the stone tiger blocking the front into pieces, and the other mantis opened its mouth wide and launched a sonic attack, stunning several spirit pets. Puff, puff, puff. There was no suspense in the entire battle. It was a completely one-sided massacre. The Bloodknife squad was completely wiped out. If the natal spirit pet dies in battle, the owner will also suffer permanent mental damage. The death rattle damage of a level 1 pet is of no use to the mechanical mantis. The man with glasses who wanted to escape was blown into pieces by the rocket launched from behind the mechanical mantis. How dare a group of mercenaries without any sense offend our heavenly fate palace guardians? The silver-haired man smiled disdainfully and kicked away Bloodknife's head, which was still open-eyed. It's a blessing that I didn't capture you and use you as experiments for Master Ghost Hand. Chapter 55 Star, Simon. Qing Ning sighed softly. Wei Qi, you have to protect yourself. Wei Qi observed the mechanical mantis carefully and did not respond immediately. These spiritual pets, made of fine steel, have strong defense and long-range attack capabilities. But they seem to have a fatal flaw, which is that they cannot control spiritual energy to perform skills. In other words, mechanical pets are all supernumerical monsters, without any skills or tricks. The silver-haired man stood in front of the demon sealing pestle and seemed to be praying for something. Boom, boom, boom. The demon sealing pestle turned black all over, and a beam of black light shot straight into the sky. A talisman similar to a barrier formation appeared on the ground. The 2 surviving treasure-hunting dogs howled. An unbelievable scene appeared. A purple-black portal slowly appeared on the flat ground ahead. I found it. All I have to do now is pass the coordinates to the Jiao Guardian to become the Palace Master. Ha 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 ha. Money and women, here I come. The silver-haired man laughed triumphantly towards the sky. At this moment, a golden arrow shot out from the forest behind. Boom. The silver-haired man's body was pierced by the light arrow and nailed to the tree trunk, and his body began to burn. Ugh, it hurts. Who is it? Qing Ning slowly walked out of the forest, with an old woman in a gray robe floating behind her. The arrow of light came from the old woman's hand. The old woman muttered to herself, "Has my strength weakened to this point? I can't even kill a human fused with inferior demonic blood." The silver-haired man painfully pulled out the light arrow that was stuck in his heart. His face became extremely distorted and unrecognizable, and a large number of black spots appeared on his chest. Ugh! The 2 mechanical mantises received orders from their master and began to attack the old woman. Lifeless scraps of metal. Is this the legendary weapon of the kingdom of God? The old woman stretched out her hand, and golden wings faintly flashed behind her. Holy stone! A golden meteorite fell from the sky and hit the 2 mechanical mantises hard. The impact force of the explosion directly lifted the silver-haired man and Wei Qi behind him high up. Wei Qi quickly drew out his grappling gun and used the surrounding trees to steady himself. The silver-haired man was not so lucky. One after another, golden meteorites smashed him into a pulp. The old woman whispered, "Fallen human, may the goddess of hope guide your soul back to your homeland." Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at the old woman's looming figure and looked at each other. Is this the grandma that Qingning mentioned? In the soul form, he can kill a 3rd-level spiritual pet in seconds. What level of existence would he be in his prime? Wei Qi landed steadily while holding Liang Shui. The old woman tilted her head and said, "Ninger, I'll leave it to you guys to handle from now on." Well, Ninger knows. Seeing the old woman's figure gradually disappear, Wei Qi hurriedly asked, "Senior, what does this black portal lead to?" The old woman glanced at Wei Qi and slowly shook her head. "I don't know what secrets are hidden in the demon clan's seal." Qing Ning touched the mirror of the portal, and a force bounced her back to the ground. "Ouch, my butt." The little lowly rubbed her butt. The old woman was extremely surprised. This place is actually sealed twice? Can't enter without a key. Key. A bold idea flashed through Wei Qi's mind. He was about to take off his gloves. At this moment, a heart-pounding energy fluctuation flashed behind him. Not good. The old woman's face changed. Wei Qi turned around and took a look. At some point, An old man with thinning hair appeared behind them. Now, the old man was on all fours, with his butt sticking out and foaming at the mouth. A black soul visible to the naked eye floated out of his body and flew into the body of Scarface, the blood knife leader whose head and body were separated. The old woman's expression changed drastically as she protected Qing Ning behind her. This aura. Star. It's you. Scarface slowly stood up, picked up the head, and put it around his neck, his pupils glowing red. Ha ha, Simon. I haven't seen you for 1,000 years, and you've aged so much. Aren't you sealed in the demon world? How come you appear here? Simon asked in surprise. Oh, poor Simon. Guess who came up with the idea of the Scarrat Church to seal the demon world? Have you figured it out? Hee. Simon grabbed Qing Ning's hand and said, Ninger, Grandma will hold it back for a while. You two should run away quickly. The farther you can run, the better. Grandma? What kind of monster is it? Lime, with a pale face, retreated behind Simon. Her innate instinct made her feel a dislike for Star. Star, the demon of lies, is one of the 7 great demons in the demon world. Although he only has a trace of soul left like Grandma, but the demon can repeatedly parasitize humans by taking over their bodies. Simon said. Star stretched his neck a few times and grinned grimly. Simon, I'm not here to settle accounts with you this time. If you just give way, I'll let you and this little girl go. Star, what do you want to do? It sneered and looked at Wei Qi. Boy, do you still recognize me? Wei Qi, hand over the mountain and sea seal and submit to me, and I will ensure that you enjoy eternal prosperity and wealth. Wei Qi is a unique being with the blood of demons and gods flowing in his body. Star didn't want to kill this son, who was half his blood. So we didn't do anything harsh when we met last time. Chapter 56, War Begins. Simon immediately warned, Boy, don't believe its lies. The devil can easily corrode the fragile human soul. Go. Star's red eyes flashed. Simon, you still like to meddle in other people's business. Even Simon in his prime was no match for Stell. But she was not afraid. The purpose of the Scarrat Church's existence is to expel the demons and protect Tianxian Star. It's ridiculous. Do humans today recognize you? You're just a bunch of self-righteous idiots. Star said sarcastically. My boy, my patience is limited. What is your answer? Wei Qi clenched his fists and stared at the other person. The Shanghai seal is the only relic left by his parents, and he will not give it away. Wei Qi replied unsteadily. Is the destruction of Tiange City related to you? Star folded his arms arrogantly and thought for a moment. Yes, it was me who did it. My goal was to get the mountain and sea seal in your body. Give it to me. Don't even think about it. Ha ha ha. Star suddenly let out the unique laughter of the Uchiha clan. Then don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Star raised an arm and pointed at Wei Qi. The dark purple ray suddenly attacked Wei Qi's chest. Take Ninger and go quickly. Simon immediately raised his hand, and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. The golden arrow stopped the purple-black rays. Simon, although this body of mine doesn't have much energy, if I continue to fight, the only one who will die is you, an old woman. Star said angrily. Wei Tianqiu destroyed his own body, resulting in the devil's soul having no container, so it was sealed and detected by the demon world and exiled back to the demon world. When he was about to be completely sealed, Star's remaining soul power penetrated into the body of an old man in the same carriage. At this moment, it is just a clone with 20% of the power of the devil. Although Simon, the elder of the Scarrat Church, is also in a state of residual soul, this group of crazy people who like to play with their lives may really sacrifice their lives to destroy this precious clone. The seal of the demon world is still on Earth, and once the soul is expelled back to the demon world, it can never come back. The plan to use the mountain and sea seal to enslave the Tianxian beast will also be completely ruined. Because of this, Star kept talking and did not choose to take action immediately. Unfortunately, among the 3 people in front of him, one was born immune to the erosion of demonic energy, one was blessed by the goddess of hope, and one had the blood of the demon god. The most powerful and most perverted ability of the devil, to tempt humans to fall into depravity, is totally ineffective. You force me to do this. Now we can only see the truth with our own hands. Scarface's body began to swell, his skin began to ulcerate, and black blood began to flow out. You better be careful. It's going to become demonic. Puff, puff, puff. A series of explosions. A humanoid demon with flat horns on its head and purple and black all over its body burst out from Scarface's body. The silver-gray eyes were intimidating, the face was strange, the arms were thin, the legs were thin, and in the chest was a ball of silver-white soul fire. Liang Shui frowned slightly as she entered a fighting stance. This gesture, it really is the king of lies, Star. But his overall momentum was completely defeated by Star, whom he met by chance in the demon world in the previous life. The spiritual storm caused by the appearance of the demon turned the forest upside down. Thunder arrow. Simon raised his arm and shot a simple arrow at Star's head. The thunderbolt-filled arrows advanced with unrivaled force. Star's silver eyes flashed and disappeared in an instant, then reappeared outside the attack range of the thunder arrow. It's the same few moves over and over again, no improvement at all. Star clasped his hands together and waved them outward. Sowing beans turns into soldiers. High-level demons such as the gargoyle, the evil Catwoman, the butcher, and the poisonous hand demon appeared around them, instantly surrounding Wei Qi and the other two. Star, you only have these few moves? Simon raised his bow and shot it into the sky without fear. Endless streams of light fell from the sky. The magnificent rain of arrows dealt a heavy blow to the demon army. These demons are actually illusions created by Star's demonic power, and they will quickly shatter when attacked by light spiritual power. Star rushed forward with his arms waving. Simon, I have decided to send you, the old immortal, to hell. Chapter 57, Fierce Battle with Star. The overwhelming demonic energy shook the entire forest like an 8-force gale. The monsters hiding deep in the forest were so frightened that they ran away in panic, not daring to approach. Simon held the bow without fear and shot out the arrow wrapped in huge light spiritual power. Star waved his arms, and a powerful flame burst out from his palms. Boom! The golden arrow of light and the scorching fire wave intersected, the space shook faintly, and huge waves collapsed above like fireworks. Star shouted angrily, took a few steps back, and almost fell. Simon, who was slightly weaker, somersaulted and flew backwards. After fighting again after 1,000 years, she still didn't gain any advantage over the demon. Hurry up and leave. Simon warned again. No, Grandma. Ninger can't live without you. If we die together, Qing Ning said with a pale face. Wei Qi looked at Simon's back, his brain thinking rapidly. Lime's grandmother Simon, a member of the Scarrat Church. In her current spiritual state, she is definitely no match for Star. If I run away now, it will be extremely difficult to find another member of the Scarrat Church. It's not hard to guess from Star's tone. The church appears to have been destroyed in battle 1,000 years ago. Liang Xue, what do you think are our chances of winning this battle? Wei Qi asked in his heart. 80%. If the master uses the power of the mountain and sea seal, it can be increased to 90%. Liang Xue gave Wei Qi a horrifying answer. Good. Wei Qi strode forward and stood in front of Simon. Senior Simon, leave this battle to me. You protect Consultant Qing Ning. A trace of horror flashed in Simon's eyes. Boy, even if your soul is not affected by the demon, it is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. Wei Qi shook his head. Since it can lurk inside the human body, running away is useless. Simon looked at the resolute young man, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. Suspected of possessing celestial blood, coupled with the legendary mountain and sea seal, he might really have a chance to defeat Star's clone. Wei Qi, you will regret the choice you made today. Star did not attack immediately. His gray eyes were expressionless and his tone was calm. It's impossible to tell whether it's hurt or angry. I have so many regrets in my life. This one is not the worst. Liang Xue, let's go. Liang Xue arched her body and rushed forward, with a flash of determination in her eyes. Wither Ray. Star waved his hand, and 5 sharp purple and black rays suddenly shot out from his palm and headed towards Liang Xue. Wei Qi clasped his hands together and silently gathered the spiritual power in his body. Projection. Rustle. A wall made of alloy steel suddenly rose in front of Liang Xue. Break it for me. The withering rays penetrated the steel barrier directly, causing the wall to collapse and the projection effect to gradually lose its effect. Its attack power is so strong that even the armored vehicle's iron plate can't withstand it. Liang Xue, get out of the way quickly. Wei Qi shouted. Unexpectedly, Liang Xue did not retreat, but instead advanced forward. It nimbly passed through the blind spot, where the 5 withering rays could not reach, and rushed towards Star. Star, how does this fox know the blind spot of the withering ray? It must be a coincidence. Touch of death. Star's melee ability was average, so he took a step back and waved his hands high in the air. Puff! The cracked ground shook violently, and countless disgusting demonic arms stretched out from underground. This large-scale, indiscriminate AoE attack pierced Liang Xue's body on the spot. Qing Ning and Simon screamed at the same time. Oh no! Simon quickly put his hands together and used the spiritual seal skill, holy light protection. The golden armor immediately wrapped around Liang Xue, trying to help it withstand the fatal damage. The CD of spiritual seal skills generally starts from several hours and can only be used as a winning trump card. The combat advantage mainly depends on the pet's combat skills and the Beastmaster's talents. It's useless, Star said coldly. Liang Xue's body was immediately torn apart by the devil's tentacles. The expected blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. Its body gradually turned into a light curtain and disappeared. Fake. The three people on the field frowned tightly, their eyes full of disbelief. They quickly shifted their gaze to look for Wei Qi. Boom! A strong golden light came from behind. Two identical three-tailed foxes, one white and one gold, make a brilliant appearance. It turned out that Wei Qi hid the real Liang Xue in his hood and created two projections to lure the enemy. He hid his true form 100 meters away. After breaking through the first level, Wei Qi's spiritual power increased greatly, and it was no problem for him to create two living projections at the same time. The only flaw is that it tricked out the teammates' defensive seals. It's a bit of a loss. Time was running out, and he had no time to communicate with Lime Simon. Star looked at the twin foxes in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Isn't the ability of the mountain and sea seal to enslave spiritual pets? Why is it different from the legendary ability? Wei Qi raised his claws. Let's get going, Liang Xue. Xuer understands. Liang Xue and Wei Qi charged at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. During this time, he once again used his talent to create a pair of phantoms to confuse Star's vision. The situation instantly changed from 2 versus 1 to 4 versus 1. Simon, who was in the rear formation, raised his bow and shot a deadly arrow at Star's head. 5 versus 1. Star didn't think Wei Qi and the other man had the strength to defeat him, so he focused on avoiding Simon's long-range support. Liang Xue Yaoshi. The silver fox's eyes flashed with brilliance. You think you can control me with just this fox? Star sneered. The next moment, its silver-white pupils turned light gold, and its body gradually became motionless. Good opportunity. Simon immediately used his strongest skill, Light Prison Prisoner. The golden arrow shot into the sky and turned into countless golden lights, launching a rain of arrows attacking Star, who was unable to dodge. The Scarot members, who have been blessed with a little divine power by the Goddess of Hope, are among the few humans who can injure demons. According to the setting, humans cannot kill demons. Only equal archangels of the Protoss can kill demons. Even if they kill their opponents, both the Protoss and the demons can be resurrected by consuming a lot of time. Even if the insignificant divine power cannot kill the demon god Star, it can still severely damage this body. Star's body was attacked by light attribute and began to fester and bleed. The snowfall created by the stored energy of the cool snow burst into bloom with Star as its target. The silver ice storm froze the injured Star into an ice sculpture. Wei Qi raised his golden fox claws and slapped Star's head. Chapter 58. Another ability of the mountain and sea seal, the second flaming sword. Star, who was frozen in ice, slowly regained consciousness. It never expected that the charm of this white-haired fox would work on itself. Crackle. Star's demonic energy exploded, shattering the ice crystals and restoring his ability to move. You guys really pissed me off. Vicious armor. A black and majestic armor condensed around Star's body, and the fierce demonic energy blew Wei Qi Liang Xue away. Damn, Blight Ray and Death Touch are on cooldown. Otherwise it could deal a serious blow to the two foxes. Star swung his arms and attacked the two white foxes that were charging towards him. The spiked fist hit Liang Xue's lower abdomen and sent it flying. This one should be fake, so the real one should be this one. Star knew that the golden fox transformed by Wei Qi had an invincible effect, so he planned to kill Liang Xue first. Soul-devouring curse. The evil magic transformed into a black bat and flew towards the white fox that dodged behind. Soul-devouring curse, a curse skill that only high-level demons can comprehend. The cursed person continuously consumes spiritual power, vitality, movement speed, defense, and even attack speed. Oh no! Simon planned to use purification magic to help Liang Xue dispel the soul-devouring curse. Go to hell, you lowly beast. Star suddenly attacked and quickly flashed behind the white fox and launched a devilish hand knife. Puff. It feels hard, and there is no warm blood. The white foxes that acted separately turned into a light curtain and slowly disappeared. Star had already reacted and quickly turned back to defend himself. Damn it. You actually used your real body to take the injury to lure the enemy. The white fox that was hit for the first time was Liang Xue's true form. Ice Cannon. The azure shock wave hit Star's chest like an arrow. The freezing, slowing down and frostbite effects covered Star again, greatly reducing his mobility. Thank you for your hard work, Liangxue. Wei Qi, who was ready to attack, roared and rushed out from the left. Red spiritual power burst out from the golden fox's body, and a giant flaming sword fell from the sky. Flame shockblade. Boom. The flames raised by the giant sword when it fell to the ground engulfed Star, whose mobility was greatly reduced. Its body flew backwards like a ball and hit a row of trees hard. Burns from fire and frostbite from ice constantly tortured its body. Damn little brat. How dare you? Star awkwardly got up and planned to counterattack, but he didn't expect that the evil energy in his body was blocked and imprisoned by the flames attached to the fiery shock blade, and could not be mobilized. 3 seconds of silence and high deceleration are enough to decide the outcome. The two foxes worked together to use the same combined tail attack that had thrown Star away before and threw him high into the air. Swish, swish, swish. A horrific wound was torn on Star's chest, and its body was on the verge of collapse. You can't kill me. At this moment, Liangxue roared and a ball of red flame rose from under her feet. Wei Qi was also stunned. Is this the flaming sword? Can Liangxue use my spiritual seal technique? Woo woo woo. A red flaming fire knife fell from the sky, and Liangxue raised her head proudly and let out an angry cry. Simon seemed to hear her inner emotional outburst, which was also a farewell declaration to Star. What an arrogant fox, actually declaring war on the terrifying demon god of the demon world. The second flaming shock knife landed steadily on Star's chest. Puff! This body can no longer withstand such violent energy. Star's body burst like a balloon, spilling blood all over the floor. The soul of the demon of lies escaped from his body and was about to be sealed and expelled forever by the demon. At this last moment, Star looked at Wei Qi and Liangxue on the ground and whispered, "You will pay a heavy price for your actions today, children." The black aura dissipated with the wind. The soul of the demon of lies was completely expelled by the demon seal and returned to where it belonged. Wei Qi had no time to express his feelings. He immediately ended his Shanghai transformation and returned to his original form. Simon and Qing Ning hurried forward to treat Liangxue's injuries. You are noble warriors who protect the peace of the human race. I pay you the highest respect. Wei Qi, covered in dust, walked out from behind the bushes. Senior, you are too polite. We have a grudge against him. The King of Lies clone has passed away. Wei Qi also deduced some truth from the conversation between Simon and Star. Star must have possessed Wei Tianqiu, so there is demon blood in his body, which is also the reason why his wounds recovered so quickly from childhood to adulthood. Tearing the void and teleporting with bare hands is one of my dad's abilities. He must have been bewitched by Star when he stole the necklace in the forest outside the city that day. Now that Star is no longer with his father, it means that he has escaped the devil and gained freedom. The bloodline of heaven and man. Could it be that the gentle and kind mother in my impression is related to the Celestials? Liangxue quickly recovered under Simon's healing skills. Simon shook his head. Ninger, you two should hurry back to the city. My energy is almost exhausted, and I can't protect you anytime soon. The mature little Lolito witnessed the tragic deaths of several people and also saw the legendary demon monster. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened to tears by Star's appearance. But Qing Ning was conscious and didn't cry or make a fuss. Grandma, Ninger knows. Wei Qi, let's go back to the city quickly. Wei Qi looked at the black portal and shook his head. Advisor Qing Ning, you should go back to the city and rest first. I still need to go there to look for the second spiritual contract. Simon was a little surprised. Do you have the key to the sealed place? Wei Qi smiled and took off his gloves, revealing the dark dragon head mark. Long Qi. Simon's face changed drastically. Black dragon contract, demonic energy seal. If I'm not mistaken, the demon dragon king, who has been sealed for 1,000 years, is inside. The demon dragon clan is unruly, and the demon dragon king is even more capricious and violent. With his character, he will not submit to humans. Do you really want to go? Simon reminded. Even if the success rate is very low, I will give it a try. Wei Qi touched Liangxue's head. Tears flashed in Qingning's eyes. Knowing that she was of no use, she left immediately to avoid causing trouble for Wei Qi. Wei Qi, thank you for saving Grandma again. Qingning will go back to the city to help you refine the bodybuilding pill. Go back quickly, there are a lot of bad guys outside. Well, since it's your decision, Qingning can't interfere. You must come back alive. The little lowly said angrily. Don't set a flag for me. Grandma, let's go. Qingning left the team. Wei Qi looked at the purple-black portal and asked, Liangxue, can you still fight? That's perfectly fine, Master. Representative Yurong from ZU Academy has already explained that male dragons are lustful and female dragons are violent. Wei Qi could only pray that the Demon Dragon King was a little female dragon. What if it's a public? Wei Qi doesn't have any cuckold fetish. I can only pull out its tendons and peel off its skin with tears in my eyes. A trace of determination flashed in Wei Qi's eyes. He held Liang Shui and approached the portal. Let's go and meet our future partners. Liang Shui's fox ears moved nimbly. A stubborn little brown animal suddenly appeared in my mind. It should have been the master's second spiritual bond. Where is it wandering now? Liang Shui still likes that warlike little guy very much. Unfortunately, after the death of its previous master, it resolutely stayed at the stairway of the gods and refused to leave. Wait until the master has tamed the Dragon King and his life has stabilized before looking for its whereabouts. Chapter 59: The Awakening System of the Dragon King. Wei Qi raised his left arm. The dragon bond on the back of his hand sparkled. The black and purple portal before me sent out ripples of resonance. Wei Qi was delighted. It turned out to be true. He took a deep breath and walked into the portal with Liang Shui. Buzz. The moment Wei Qi's figure disappeared, the black and purple portal also completely disappeared. Somewhere in a dark space, the naked brunette sat proudly on her throne. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be trapped and unable to escape. The Demon Dragon King put one hand on his chin and shook his head as he looked at the tomb door opposite that could not be opened. Suddenly, a series of strange panels popped up in front of her eyes. Ding, a suitable host has been detected. System loading, 50%, 90, 99%, 100%. Sign-in system, binding completed. The Demon Dragon King was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, System? What is this? Is this another trick of Atticus? There was a strange sound in my head. Ding, the host only needs to sign in near a human with strong bloodline and powerful strength to obtain system rewards. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, the Demon Dragon King's red pupils lit up slightly. Her soul has been sealed by the soul-guiding lamp for thousands of years, and her physical strength has long been exhausted and dried up. What she needs most now is to restore her strength. Humph. I am the Lord of the Demonic Dragon, one of the most powerful beings in the world. How could a mere human be stronger than me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just then, a slight vibration sound was heard above the tomb. Could it be that someone has entered the sealed area? A hint of hope flashed across the beautiful red eyes. The wind in my ears gradually stopped. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually stabilized. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark and narrow passage. Master, this place is filled with the breath of the undead. Liang Shui tilted her head. Undead. Wei Qi took out a searchlight helmet from the space ring and put it on his head, and the surroundings instantly became much brighter. There was only one road ahead, and the stone walls on both sides were empty, with no place to place torches. Let's go. The Demon Dragon King should be deep in this tomb. Shuier understands. Liang Shui, who was exploring the way ahead, slowly frowned. Why is the Demon Dragon King's tomb filled with the breath of the undead? The man and the fox kept moving at a constant speed, mainly because it was too dark here and they couldn't see their hands in front of them. Wei Qi walked while exploring the surrounding walls for fear of missing any mechanism that could be triggered. The entire tomb passage was eerily quiet except for the sound of the wind and the two people's breathing. It seemed that there was no living thing in the entire tomb except Wei Qi. Liang Shui. Hiss, the Demon Dragon King has been dead for so long. Will he turn into a skeleton dragon? Wei Qi muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Wei Qi quickened his pace and explored forward. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, not reading everything at a glance. An hour later, Wei Qi and Liang Shui continued to move forward at a steady pace in the narrow passage. There was no change in the surrounding environment. Wei Qi even wondered if he had encountered the legendary ghost wall. Half an hour later, suddenly, a cool and chilly wind blew from the front. Wei Qi was shocked. The wind blowing means there is a new passage ahead. Master, in front. Have you discovered a new passage? Wei Qi ran forward excitedly. There is a bottomless abyss ahead. The pitch-black abyss is like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, devouring people's hearts. It was pitch black and I couldn't see what was underneath. There was a rope ladder hanging on the edge of the cliff. Rope ladder? As we all know, only humans can use various tools. This indirectly indicates that someone was exploring downwards using a rope ladder. Wei Qi didn't hesitate or even look back. There is only one passage above, and he has no reason to retreat. After Wei Qi did a simple warm-up, he climbed down the rope ladder. In order not to distract her master, Liang Shui turned into a mini fox and lay in Wei Qi's hood. A little-known sealed place, a bottomless dark abyss, and the Dragon King who sounds so powerful. This unknown excitement and mystery made Wei Qi's heart beat faster. After climbing several hundred meters along the rope ladder, I could feel the texture of the ground under my feet. What's the matter? Wei Qi landed smoothly and began to observe his surroundings. The passage ahead became extremely smooth. There seemed to be a faint glow of fire in the distance. Right? Could it really be the ghost of a human being who has been wandering here for who knows how long? Wei Qi swallowed his saliva and said, "Liang Xue, let's go." Liang Xue happily ran ahead of Wei Qi to explore the way. As long as she is with her master, she will not feel fear. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Hee hee. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the front. The broken skeletons on the ground and the corpses lying in rows slowly stood up as if they smelled the scent of living people. Fuck, is he faking his death? Several undead monsters that had only been seen in illustrations appeared in front of Wei Qi. A resentful corpse, a top elite level, a member of the undead race. Judging from the soul veins on its back, it can be inferred that it is about level 18 to 20. This type of undead, born from human corpses, has no self-awareness and will endlessly attack nearby living individuals. It has strong physical defense. Liang Xue, most of the undead's death rattles are caused by corpse qi corrosion. Remember to stay away from the white mist produced when they die. Undead monsters have slow attack and movement speeds. So Liang Xue was still able to hold her own against the siege of more than a dozen resentful zombies. Unfortunately, the clumsy undead have a perverted radar detection ability for living things. Wei Qi's projection tactics to lure the enemy had no effect on them. The experienced Liang Xue deliberately lured the undead into a straight line. The fully charged ice cannon has a noble penetrating property. Boom! The azure beam of light penetrated a row of resentful zombies. Frozen by the ice cannon, they turned into a string of immobile ice sculptures. Wei Qi also raised his palms and injected spiritual power into the flame gloves. Boom! A huge fireball exploded in the center of the undead. The resentful zombies fell down one after another like harvested leeks. The undead have very strong physical defense and are almost immune to physical attacks from spiritual pets of the same level. So Wei Qi gave them a 9 heavens of ice and fire. In particular, fire attribute attacks have a 200% damage modifier against the undead. Liang Xue stamped her forehooves and looked at Wei Qi with a bit of resentment. Rather than becoming a man of integrity, she actually hoped that Wei Qi would be a useless person who could do nothing without her, so that she could have Wei Qi all to herself. Never mind, my feelings are secondary. The master's happiness is the most important thing. Master, you are so great, Liang Xue praised. Your frost cannon is still the main output. I'm just a tool to help you finish off the enemy. Liang Xue, who was praised by Wei Qi, happily raised her tail and wagged it happily. A book seemed to have fallen out in front. Wei Qi walked to the front and saw a scattered notebook dropped by one of the corpses. Who would write a diary if they were serious? Wei Qi complained. Then he picked up the diary. What if there is important information in it? Chapter 60. The nights passed. Wei Qi opened the diary. It was written in the common language of the Western continent. Fortunately, his liberal arts grades were pretty good. Year 4078. Weather. Sunny. Kyle becomes a Templar Knight of the Goddess Temple. How enviable. Oh my god, is Kyle crazy? Why would he lead the knights to attack the dragon's territory? Kyle, blessed by the goddess, is truly invincible. We easily conquered the dragon's territory, and these winged lizards retreated to their lair. Thank goddess, we made it to the dragon's lair safely, but my companions fell one after another. Does Kyle really want to become a dragon slayer? It's so scary. I feel like there's a monster among my companions. I'm woken up by nightmares every night. That monster with the sickle. I'm going crazy. Dear Mary, I should have listened to you and not joined that crappy night order. It's too late now. I love you. Wei Qi only picked out some passages worth translating. The owner of the diary died before he could confess his love to Mary. This group of undead were the Knights of the Sun Empire in the Western continent during their lifetime, and their loyalty was to the supreme goddess cult. 1,000 years ago, the Templar Kyle led the elite knights to fight against the legendary Dragon King, but disappeared mysteriously. This should be their burial place. The diary mentioned the monster holding a sickle, which should be the incarnation of the dread demon Atticus. No wonder the soul of the demon Dragon King was imprisoned in Atticos's soul-guiding lamp. What exactly happened back then? Wei Qi dropped the diary and continued on his way. Soon they encountered new enemies. A hiss. The blood-covered and hideous undead beast blocked Wei Qi's way forward. They must have been the pets of the knights when they were alive, but after death, for some reason, they turned into undead and kept wandering in the dragon's lair. Roar! The fallen spirit pets smelled Liang Shue's scent, and they opened their smelly mouths and pounced towards Wei Qi and the others. There are many types of enemies, including those flying in the sky and those running on the ground. The brave Liang Shui raised her tail and used the demon capturing technique on the enemy. The eyes of these undead beasts were stunned, and they fell into an involuntary state of charm. Wei Qi looked at Liang Shue's back in a daze. Speaking of which, Liang Shue's magic power is still effective against the lying demon star, so it must be from someone extraordinary. Moreover, Liang Shui was very brave and full of fighting spirit. Although she was just a little fox that was born not long ago, she was not afraid to retreat when encountering so many enemies. Our Liang Shui is awesome. Snowfall. The massive snow river icefall instantly swallowed up all the undead beasts in front of it. Ice blades are flying and the sky is full of white snow. Bang 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 bang. The lower level undead beasts died on the spot, and the rest were frozen and suffered severe frostbite. Death is only a matter of time. Puff puff puff. As the last undead beast fell, a dazzling light burst out from Liang Shue's body. Level 19. Level up again, collect materials, and break through to unlock riding. Wei Qi couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. Riding on Liang Shui, so soft. It would be even better if she was in human form. Thank you for your hard work, Liang Shui. Shuer will keep working hard. The man and the fox continued to explore along the tomb passage. The awakened undead beasts and resentful corpses along the way were killed by Liang Shui's group attack skills. There is only one road, so there is no need to worry about getting lost or taking the wrong road. Wei Qi continued to move forward, stepping on the rotten bones. There is light at the end of the road. This looks like a palace. Wei Qi replaced the spirit stones for the lighting equipment. The once majestic and luxurious palace had become dilapidated. The lamps on the ceiling had long been broken. The glittering jade was stained black by dirty blood, and there were a few shifty rats in the abandoned palace. The pottery jar in the corner has been weathered and will turn into ashes with just a touch. Broken blades, dead dragon corpses, and human bones were scattered all over the ground. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Roar! A terrifying white dragon corpse slowly stood up, raising a large cloud of smoke. A skinny man in a gray cloak slowly emerged from the smoke. Lord Atticus, is that you? A dry, hoarse voice floated out from the smoke. Wei Qi frowned slightly and stopped, thinking about how to answer. No, you are not it. Despicable invader, die. The gray figure suddenly disappeared, and the dragon corpse began to tremble slightly, and its shriveled muscles suddenly regained vitality. Roar! Wei Qi, damn, how did this dragon come back to life? Undead dragon, top grade general level. Although its body has long been decayed, its level is at least level 25. The dragon general's aura is dragon might, which reduces all attributes of surrounding enemies by 10%. Liang Shui, be careful. The undead dragon stared at Wei Qi with red eyes and said, I don't know how you got in. Die. The knowledge from the textbook flashed through Wei Qi's mind. The demon dragon clan has 30% immunity to all attributes except light, and also has the terrifying, cursed roar, which adds random fear, vulnerability, petrification, bleeding, or stun effects to surrounding enemies. Even the normal active skill, Dragonfang Stab, is a very tricky lock-on attack that cannot be dodged through skills. Fortunately, this undead dragon was not very strong when it was alive, otherwise it would have been a tough battle. Roar! The undead dragon locked onto Liang Shui in the front row, and its pair of skeleton dragon wings slowly spread out in preparation for a sprint. Seeing this, Wei Qi took 2 steps back and immediately performed projection. Swish, swish, swish. A dense jungle suddenly grew out of the lifeless and dilapidated palace gate. The clever Liang Shui immediately went into the jungle to avoid the gaze of the undead dragon. Huh? Why is there grass? So it's the projection technique? A trivial trick. The undead dragon opened its mouth wide and tried to spit out dark flames to kill Liang Shui. Wei Qi's mouth corners curled up slightly. As expected, the gray-robed figure from before entered the undead dragon's body and controlled the corpse. It is not a true undead creature, so it will naturally be confused by the illusion created by the projection. You can use luring tactics. Wei Qi ran forward and stretched out his right palm. Fire. The flames that had been accumulated for a long time blasted towards the undead dragon. The undead dragon was a little angry after taking Wei Qi's attack. It was targeting Wei Qi and launching an attack. Liang Shui's enchanting power made it lose control of itself. 5 seconds is enough to decide the winner. The angry snow river ice waterfall fell from the sky, and trapped the undead dragon, and the subsequent ice cannon shot through the undead dragon's crown. Roar! The undead dragon wailed and lay on the ground dead under the combined attack of the master and servant. Seeing that the situation was not good, the gray shadow hurriedly flew into the depths of the palace. A dazzling upgraded light burst out from Liang Shue's body again. Level 20. Chapter 61 Transformation, New Skills. Wei Qi rubbed his hands excitedly. Every spirit pet will undergo a transformation when it reaches level 20. While growing in size, you can also learn new skills. He immediately searched for materials in the space ring. 5 ice light beads and 1 ice flame grass, all ready. Thank you again, Hummer, for the ice flame grass. Hummer, NMB, how can you be so selfish? Aminos. Wei Qi squatted down and put the ingredients to Liang Shue's mouth. Eat it quickly. You will become stronger after eating it. Okay. Liang Shue, who had devoured the transmutation material, let out a high-pitched and joyful cry. At that moment, it turned into light. An astonishing azure light burst out from Liang Shue's body, and her pure white hair fluttered in the wind, looking evil and majestic. The power of the spirit pet after transformation is different. The higher the grade of the spirit pet, the longer the transformation span. Woo-woo. Oh. Liang Shue raised his head and roared again, his arrogance echoing in the silent tomb. The blue light on the body surface became stronger and stronger. Its body began to grow longer and taller. The curves of the whole fox became more beautiful and elegant. The 3 soft tails became more fluffy, and bright hoof flames burned on its limbs. The claws hidden in the pads slowly stretched out and became sharper. Yes, it's a second-level beast claw. Wei Qi nodded with satisfaction. Liang Shue, who was almost 2 meters tall, lowered her head and licked Wei Qi's cheek affectionately. Wei Qi entered the beast taming space to check the panel data. Name Ice Dust 3-tailed fox. Grade, Superior Imperial Grade. Level, 20. Race, Monster Tribe. Skill, Ice Leap. Normal active, attacks group targets and tears enemies to cause bleeding effect. Replaces long-range mode with Ice Spear to attack single target. Jade Shattering. Death Rattle. After the Ice Dust 3-tailed fox dies, it will cause irreversible freezing and frostbite effects to surrounding enemies. Ice Cannon. Elite active. After charging, it will cause penetrating damage and freezing effect to enemies in a straight line, and can be cast up to 3 times in a row. Chu Lian. General's Halo. The Ice Dust 3-tailed fox has a 30% chance of being immune to any damage. Snowfall. The Emperor takes the initiative to create a snow river icefall with the target as the center, causing a large-scale group attack, causing freezing and frostbite effects. Charm. Racial skill. Charms a single target and makes it fall into an uncontrollable state, lasting for 5 seconds. Phantom Assault. The star pattern on the chest allows you to sprint 3 times in a short period of time. After each sprint, a fox phantom will be generated at the same place for 10 seconds. Yufeng. Riding skill. The speed will continue to increase in riding mode, up to 200%. Silent Kill. A first-level transformation skill that manipulates the tail to attack and tear apart a single target, causing a freezing effect. If the target falls into a frozen state, the damage is doubled. Trustworthiness, 100. Wei Qi was a little surprised and asked, the probability of being immune to damage has increased to 30%? The newly learned skill is actually a melee skill. At first glance, Liang Shue's newly acquired skills seem unremarkable. In fact, the tail of the fox spirit pet can independently launch support or attack in battle, just like the left and right fighting technique in martial arts novels. Because the frost cannon is a skill that requires reading, it cannot be used in conjunction with normal attacks. Now Liang Shue can first use the ice cannon or snowfall to freeze the enemy, and then use the destruction kill to harvest the low-health enemies. Even without the freezing precondition, the annihilation attack can still bind nearby enemies. Able to attack and defend, Liang Shue's survivability is further improved. Once she is promoted to a 6-tailed fox or a 9-tailed fox, the damage of the ice cannon and annihilation kill will also increase. Unfortunately, the promotion of spirit pets requires a lot of Krypton gold materials, as well as combat experience and understanding of life and death. It cannot be promoted casually overnight. Otherwise, Tianxian's star would have been filled with myths as numerous as dogs, and saints would have been everywhere. Wei Qi patted its head and said, Liang Shue, I will help you become a 6-tailed fox as soon as possible. Shuer believes in the master. Liang Shue excitedly circled around Wei Qi. The roads in the dragon's lair are narrow and single, so riding is not necessary. Wei Qi looked into the depths of the palace and his confidence rose again. Whenever the spirit pet transforms or upgrades, its status will be restored to full. He also has the tonic pills given by Qing Ning, so the status endurance is not a problem. Moreover, the enemies in the dragon's lair were not as strong as Wei Qi had imagined. Perhaps because this place has been sealed for thousands of years, the spiritual power in the monster's body has long been dissipated by the wind and is no longer as strong as a hair. In this way, the probability of subduing the Dragon King will be greatly increased. Although the Demon Dragon King gave Wei Qi the Black Dragon contract before leaving, he did not think that the legendary Demon Dragon King would stick his butt out like a good baby and allow others to make a contract with him. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Be extremely cautious next time. The tomb also contains the remains of Atticus's followers. Wei Qi and Liang Shui rushed towards the direction where the gray figure fled. A man and a fox just stepped into the palace gate. A large number of undead beasts and undead dragons poured out. Their bodies were obviously controlled by the gray-robed men, who deliberately ambushed them at the door for a sneak attack. You old bastard. You actually launched a sneak attack. Don't let me catch you, or you will be in big trouble. Wei Qi cursed angrily. The swarming undead army instantly surrounded Wei Qi and the other man. Retreat. There are too many. Fortunately, the palace gate was right behind us. Liang Shui, who had transformed into the second stage, took the initiative to assume the responsibility of protecting her master. She quickly covered Wei Qi's retreat and blocked the door with her body. Second level for defense, plus a 30% chance of avoiding damage. In addition, the entrance passage is narrow, and at most it can be attacked by 3 undead beasts at the same time. The strongest undead dragon was stuck at the back and unable to attack. Wei Qi's eyes lit up, and he came up with a good idea. Liang Shui, please step back a little. The big white fox was very obedient and retreated 1 body length. The undead tiger, full of fighting spirit, immediately rushed forward to block the position, and the number of enemies that could attack Liang Shui was reduced by 1 again. Right now, Wei Qi immediately concentrated his mind and created a half-stone wall in front of the undead army and Liang Shui. The hideous undead tiger opened its dry mouth and wanted to attack Liang Shui, but it could only stick its head out of the hall. Get into position. Liang Shui, use the ice cannon to deal damage, and I'll take care of the rest. Wei Qi ordered. Shui understands. All the enemies were blocked at the door. Liang Shui raised her head and roared, starting to accumulate strength. Boom! The azure ice cannon shot into the hall along the undead tiger's head. A row of undead beasts were attacked and fell into a brief frozen state. Wei Qi concentrated his spiritual power to continuously create stone wall projections to trap the enemy. Boom! Each shot of the ice cannon can take away the lives of all undead beasts in a straight line. This is the difference in attack power before and after transformation. A very unpleasant odor wafted out from the door, and Wei Qi almost vomited his breakfast. Fortunately, the death rattle skill of an undead beast at the door could not cause any substantial damage to Liang Shui. Crackle! The ice fragments that had frozen the flesh and blood were scattered all over the ground. It's a pity that the undead monsters won't drop any items upon death, otherwise Wei Qi could earn at least dozens of W after this battle. However, the undead monsters had rich experience, and Liang Shui successfully reached level 21 when her spiritual power was about to run out. Recover to full strength and fire at full power. Half an hour later, the cold snow rose to level 23. Wei Qi sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Controlling his spirit pet in battle and continuously creating phantom earth walls made his whole body sore and numb. The palace was littered with ice chips and broken bones, and a large number of undead beasts were easily dealt with by Liang Shui. Hoo-hoo, I'm so tired. Chapter 62 Deputy Head Raymond. After the transformation, Liang Shui's appearance did not change, but she had a more ethereal and cold temperament. The long blue hair slid down her shoulders and fell on Wei Qi's head. A light and refreshing fragrance enters your nose. Wei Qi suddenly discovered that Liang Shui was a beautiful girl with great ambitions. A touch of black in the snow white adds a unique charm. Master, are you feeling better? Liang Shui lifted her drooping blue hair and said with a smile. Wei Qi, who was absorbed in watching, blushed. Much better. Wei Qi put on the flame gloves again and walked into the palace with Liang Shui. The subsequent road was unobstructed, and several blind undead were easily dealt with by Liang Shui's 2 claws and 3 tails. I walked through several rooms in a row but didn't encounter any powerful monsters. Maybe the gray-robed man sent them all to block the door. Wei Qi touched his chin. Liang Shui patted Wei Qi's shoulder affectionately with her tail and said in her mind, Master, look, there is a white light ahead. Let's go and take a look. The two stepped into the hall, emitting white light. There was a lance nearly 3 meters long on the ground. The dazzling white light came from this lance. Master, here is a lance. It's really strange. It's a weapon that glows. Could it be some kind of divine weapon? Wei Qi squatted down and picked up the lance. This lance is very heavy. Wei Qi waved it twice in the air and shook his head. No, it's too heavy and can't be used as a weapon at all. At this moment, Wei Qi suddenly heard an old voice asking, "Who are you?" "Liang Xue, do you hear anyone talking?" Liang Xue's fox ears twitched cutely for a few times, and then she shook her head. "No, master, what did you hear?" Swish. Wei Qi felt that the lance in his hand had become much lighter. A white light floated out from the lance. "I am Raymond, the vice captain of the knights." "Who are you?" The soul of a man wearing standard armor and covered in wounds slowly emerged. Liang Xue pulled Wei Qi behind her and pointed her tail at Raymond, who was floating in the air. "Master, it's the enemy." Wei Qi grabbed Liang Xue's arm and said, "Don't jump to conclusions." He looked up and carefully examined the guy named Raymond in front of him. His handsome face was covered with scars, a hint of self-blame flashed in his eyes, and the emblem on his shoulder was exactly the same as the emblem of the goddess cult. "My name is Wei Qi, an adventurer from the eastern continent, and she is my spirit pet." Raymond was stunned for a moment, his brows filled with pain. "Eastern continent, strange attire. You are definitely not Bill's people." The Raymond in front of him is the deputy leader of the knights who are fighting against the dragon territory. Perhaps we can ask him what happened back then. "Mr. Raymond, I don't know Bill, but I just met a guy in a gray robe who can control the bodies of the dead." Raymond's eyes flashed with rage. "That's him. Bill, the guy who betrayed the goddess and turned to the devil." When Wei Qi saw how emotionally agitated and at a loss he looked, he knew he had asked the right person. He asked politely, "Mr. Raymond, I have already learned the general idea of this matter from your companion's diary. Wasn't the dragon subjugation campaign going quite smoothly? Why did you fail in this dragon's lair?" Endless regret flashed in Raymond's eyes. "It's all my fault. I failed to convince Kyle, nor did I have the strength to defeat him and lead everyone back to the Empire." "What exactly happened back then?" Wei Qi continued to ask. Raymond sighed softly. "Under the guidance of Archbishop Bill, our knights easily defeated the dragon army's defenses. Following their trail, we found this place and planned to slay the dragon. I never thought of the conspiracy of this traitor Bill. The night I entered the dragon's lair, I unexpectedly discovered that Bill was colluding with the dread Lord Atticus to plot evil against the knights and the dragon clan. Unfortunately, I was too weak and was killed by Atticus. It took over my body and tried to reap my soul. I fought back desperately, but my soul was trapped in this lance. Something that makes me sad and angry has happened. Kyle, a Templar knight, actually abandoned the honor of knighthood and was bewitched by the devil. To protect the honor of the knights from being tarnished, I planned to destroy Atticus with a single shot when he took over Kyle's body. The enraged Atticus ordered my body to be chopped into pieces and fed to wild dogs. Perhaps it was the goddess's blessing that my soul remained in the spear. Wei Qi, I hope you can take this gun and kill Kyle. No, kill that fallen knight." Raymond pleaded. Wei Qi and Liang Xue were very surprised after hearing this. They had all been attacked by Atticus nightmares. Wei Qi has lived 2 lives and experienced life and death, so he was not defeated by fear. Liang Xue also broke the nightmare of fear through reincarnation and recovery. The deputy captain Raymond in front of him was able to resist the coercion and inducement of Atticus with his personal will. Wei Qi spread his hands and said, "Mr. Raymond, you are a knight worthy of admiration. If time is not a constraint, I am willing to help you deal with the fallen knight commander. Unfortunately, the purpose of my trip is to find the legendary demon Dragon King. Anyone who can become the deputy head of the group is naturally not a fool." Raymond immediately understood what Wei Qi meant. "You can help, but you have to be paid." Wei Qi, the demon Dragon King's body is sealed in the deepest part of the tomb. If you want to contract it, you must defeat Kyle, who is responsible for guarding the seal. Raymond hesitated for a moment. "This gun is for you. It has accompanied me through life and death battles for many years, and it has been blessed by the Pope. It has extra damage against demons. With its help, your battle with Kyle will be much easier." Finished. The originally rusty lance looked brand new, with the sharp tip of the spear slightly flashing with golden light. The results were about the same as expected, neither higher nor lower. I don't ask for any expensive gifts from you. Just follow the updates and watch the ads. I don't intend to make a lot of money from my self-entertainment works. I will keep updating unless I get kicked out of the black room. Thanks to Long Yijing, who loves to eat lazy jelly, for the strong support. Bang bang bang, I'm on my knees. Chapter 63, Kill Bill. Wei Qi didn't want to get involved in the feuds of the undead, but the other party gave too much. I just need a handy weapon, so I'd better take it. Mr. Raymond, our interests are the same. If I could meet that fallen knight, I would fulfill your wish. Thank you, Wei Qi. May the goddess of hope guide your soul. Raymond's soul trembled slightly, and then slowly returned to the lance. Wei Qi grabbed the silver-white lance and swung it in the air a few times. Perhaps because it was recognized by the lance, it was not as heavy as before and was quite easy to use. The flame gloves are responsible for long-range attacks. The holy lance is responsible for melee attacks. Not bad, not bad. Wei Qi, who had obtained a suitable weapon, continued to move forward with Liang Shui. The blind undead in front smelled Wei Qi's scent and slowly approached. Let me try to hurt. The resentful corpse is slow and is an excellent training ground. Wei Qi took a deep breath and grabbed the sacred lance with both hands. He united his waist and legs, shook his right arm forward, and the 2.5-meter lance rushed towards the throat of the resentful corpse like a poisonous snake. Puff! The tip of the gun accurately pierced the opponent's throat, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Golden flames ignited on the wounds of the resentful corpse. The effect is outstanding. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Raymond really didn't lie to me. The light attribute special effect of this lance is very effective against the dark attribute undead. Wei Qi twisted his hands, and the rotating lance easily cut the neck of the resentful corpse. Oh! A strange sound came from the chest of the resentful corpse, and its body fell to the ground weakly. The blood nether fruit strengthened Wei Qi's physical strength, and combined with the restraining properties of the holy lance. It's easy to kill a resentful zombie. Wei Qi's fighting spirit is up. Liang Shui's fighting spirit is up. The man and the fox explored forward like bloodthirsty beasts. The golden gun light flashed continuously, and the blue laser penetrated the wall. Undead beasts and resentful corpses fell down in large numbers like harvested wheat. An hour later, Wei Qi and Liang Shui rushed into the spacious store. The fallen Bishop Bill, floating in the air, stared at the two of them with extremely resentful eyes. The despicable invaders actually eliminated the entire undead army. I curse your souls to fall into fear and never be able to be reborn. Bill picked up a skull and muttered a few words. Then a faint black air floated towards Wei Qi. Oops, it turned out to be a very rare curse skill. The curse skill can effectively reduce the opponent's combat power and can only be dispelled by the purification skill of auxiliary spirit pets. This thing has a 100% chance of hitting and cannot be dodged. Pain, weakness, torture will await you, Bill continued to mutter. At this moment, a white light emanated from the white lance in his hand. Raymond's soul left his body, and a golden barrier protected Wei Qi Liang Shui, successfully blocking Bill's curse skill. A hint of surprise flashed across Bill's sunken eye sockets. Holy blessing. Raymond, you're such a nuisance, and you haven't been reduced to ashes yet. Raymond pointed at Bill with a determined gaze and shouted, Bill, as the archbishop of the goddess cult, you colluded with the devil and betrayed the knights. What crime should you be charged with? Sin? Ha ha, Raymond, you are still so ignorant. Bill scoffed. You, a believer in the goddess of hope, when your body was torn apart by wild beasts and your soul could not rest in peace, did the noble goddess come forward to save you? Raymond, everyone says that demons in the demon world are the embodiment of evil. Lord Atticus clearly sees what I want and has liberated me from false beliefs. Only such beings are worthy of praise and worthy of human faith. That's absolute nonsense. Raymond clenched his fists. Humph, foolish humans, insignificant and ignorant. Death is your final destination. Bill ripped off his gray robe. In full view of everyone, his body grew tall and big, a powerful demonic body with a long tail, a row of sharp thorns growing from the spine on his back, terrifying bone blades growing from his arms, and a twisted and hateful face that completely turned into the appearance of a demon. Bill, you have completely degenerated into a devil. Raymond said, Degeneration? This body, which transcends humanity. I am very satisfied. Raymond turned his head and whispered, Wei Qi, the demons are very resilient. You must find a way to give them the final blow with your sacred lance. Liberate his corrupted soul. The archbishop who once saved countless civilians should not become a demon and be beheaded by justice. Wei Qi was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Die. Bill, now completely demonized, howled shrilly. It stretched out its hands and tore forward, and the dark demonic energy turned into a blade and slashed towards Wei Qi's waist, trying to split him in half. I have defeated bosses like the Demon of Lies, so why would I be afraid of a small elite like you? Wei Qi raised his lance to protect himself. Boom! The pitch-black devil blade struck in front of him, and the violent impact made him retreat repeatedly and almost fall. Its attack power is several times stronger than that of the undead dragon. I wonder how fast it is. There is no need to use the mountain and sea seal against this kind of enemy. Demon burial knife. Bill roared angrily and jumped high. He clasped his hands together and turned them into a huge black knife, slashing down at Wei Chi's head from top to bottom. Wei Chi didn't dare to face it head-on. He projected a hook gun from his right hand and aimed it at the pillar on the right side of the hall. He pushed the ground hard with his left foot and swung to the right to avoid the demon burial knife. Boom! The floor was shattered by the powerful energy. The attack strength of the demon burial blade is very high and cannot be taken head-on. This thought came to Wei Chi and Liang Shue's minds at the same time. Bill was not good at fighting when he was a human. After using his ultimate move, the demonic burial blade, he did not achieve the expected victory, and he couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Seeing the right opportunity, Liang Shue immediately raised his tail and launched the ice cannon. Bill, unable to dodge during the stiffness, was frozen in place by the giant ice crystal. Liang Shue Jimiasha. Wei Chi hid at the edge of the battle and observed the situation. Suddenly, 3 foxtails stood up behind Liang Shue, and each tail ignited a brilliant golden light. Swish, swish, swish. Bill, frozen in ice, had no escape. The 3 tails were like flexible tentacles that accurately pierced Bill's neck and feet, and then tore them hard in 3 directions. Snap! The double damage annihilation kill tore the frozen Bill into 3 big pieces. Black blood was splattered all over the ground. Bill's head was thrown high up, but he did not die immediately. Instead, he stared at Liang Shue, fall into the abyss of pain. Bill, who still has evil intentions, still wants to use his curse skills to weaken Wei Chi's combat power. Raymond's figure faded, and he continued to use his skills to protect Wei Chi and the other person with all his might. Your spirit pet is very powerful. Give it a final blow now. Wei Chi aimed at Bill's freely flying head and threw the sacred lance in his left hand out with force. The golden meteor flew in the sky and accurately pierced the demon's head. Chapter 64, Fallen Knight Kyle. With a loud bang, the holy lance shot Bill through the head. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire hall. The demon's body began to crumble, and monstrous demonic energy surged from his body. Ugh-hi! Aya! A white soul slowly floated out along with the evil energy. It was Bill's soul. Raymond stepped forward and pointed at Bill, scolding him. Bill, as an archbishop, why did you turn to the devil? Bill's soul has been corroded by the evil spirit, and it is only a matter of time before it dissipates. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. I will be resurrected once Lord Atticus completes his great plan. A foolish organization like the goddess cult is about to be reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha. Bill laughed wildly a few times, and his soul gradually dissipated. Raymond looked at his former colleagues who had been completely wiped out and felt mixed emotions, speechless. Wei Chi picked up the holy lance and patted Liang Shue's head again. The guy who was in the way is dead. As long as we defeat the fallen knight commander, we can open the final seal. After Bill's death, a passage slowly emerged in the center of the hall. Wei Chi stepped into the passage without any hesitation. I walked about 100 steps. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of my eyes. In front of us is a magnificent and spacious hall with several thick stone pillars. There is a black throne in the center of the stone pillar. A knight in gorgeous armor sits on the throne, seemingly waiting for something. Wei Chi looked around and didn't find any monsters. Is this guy the final boss? The knight sitting on the throne slowly stood up. Raymond, I didn't expect you to be alive. Raymond's figure slowly emerged. He looked at the other party and said calmly, Kyle, wake up. There is still a chance to turn back now. The goddess will forgive you. Ha 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 ha. Kyle straightened up. Only then did Wei Chi discover that there was a pitch-black hole on his left chest. Raymond, my good brother, look what you have done to me. Kyle whispered, pointing to his lost heart. I can't let you make the same mistake again. Raymond said coldly. Kyle sneered. I'm not wrong. It's this world that's wrong. He slowly walked down from the throne and towards Raymond. Raymond, do you know what the Knights Templar do? Of course, it's to protect the saint, the goddess, and the church. Raymond said without hesitation. Kyle pointed to the west and muttered to himself. I used to think so too. As long as we destroy all the demons, destroy the witch of despair, and destroy the dragons who worship the witch, we can save everyone. When I learned that the demon god could not be eliminated by humans and that the church leaders were not loyal to the goddess, do you understand the despair I felt, Raymond? Impossible. Killing the demon dragon king and obtaining its heart will lead to the emergence of the dormant witch of despair. This is the oracle of the goddess, Raymond said with disbelief in his eyes. What if the oracle is false? Kyle said coldly. Impossible. The oracle was obtained by the saint from divine revelation. How could it be false? Raymond, you are still so stupid. You believe whatever others say. Kyle waved his hand and summoned a black sword from the void. It's time to settle the score for the shot you stabbed me with. Wei Qi also walked up to Raymond and said, no need to say so much. Fists are the real truth. Raymond. Kyle pointed his sword at Wei Qi and asked, who are you? Why are you here? Wei Qi said bluntly, of course, we are looking for the legendary demon dragon king. If you are willing to give way to me, I will be very happy. I'm waiting for Atticus to come and help me rebuild my body, so you can't pass through here. Wei Qi smiled faintly. Do we still have to fight in the end? That's right. Since you hold this lance, one of us must die here. I still have a lot to do, and you'll be the only one to die. Then it depends on your ability. As soon as the words fell, Kyle's body was covered with black light, which looked very oppressive from a distance. Suddenly, several black chains appeared out of thin air on Wei Qi's body, and his body became extremely heavy. Dark Curse. The cursed target's movement speed and attack speed are halved within 1 minute, and spiritual seal skills are disabled. Kyle, who had abandoned the shackles of honor, was quite insidious. He was ready to kill the young Beastmaster instantly. A dangerous aura came from above. Liang Shui, who was given the task, used her tail to whip Wei Qi away, thus avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! The long sword, emitting demonic energy, slashed on the ground. Kyle frowned slightly. Ordering a pet to attack itself to avoid a fatal attack? What a strange guy. Crackling. Wei Qi slowly stood up from the thick smoke. Liang Shui, phantom attack. Kyle turned his head and looked. The agile white fox appeared right in front of him in an instant, and its 3 tails, which appeared and disappeared mysteriously, fixed his body in place, making him unable to move. Face the final boss guarding the level. Wei Qi did not dare to be careless and quickly ordered Liang Shui to use her trump card, Phantom Attack, to confuse the opponent, and then find an opportunity to use Demon Capture to control the opponent and take him away. Before his fall, Kyle was the knight's top expert, and his strength should not be underestimated. The silence kill threw Kyle's body high into the air, and the subsequent ice cannon pierced through his chest. Ghost Sword. A ball of demonic energy burst out of Kyle's body and disappeared instantly. The next moment, he flashed in front of Liang Shui and chopped her fiercely. Boom! The materialized black sword light instantly pierced through Liang Shui's body. Liang Shui's figure gradually disappeared, and Kyle realized that the enemy he hit seemed to be a fox phantom. An illusion? Is this the real attack? Boom! Another ice cannon shot out from the right, and Kyle quickly raised his sword to block it. Wei Qi, who was waiting for an opportunity, threw the sacred lance with all his strength. Ignoring Liang Shui's attack, Kyle turned around and grabbed the holy lance. Boy, you're very cunning, but unfortunately, you're doomed to fail. As a Templar, Kyle certainly knew that the holy lance was the biggest threat to him now. Bang! The ice cannon locked onto Kyle's neck and blew him away. Kyle's body trembled, and he suffered some minor injuries. Raymond, goodbye. The first thing Kyle did when he got up was to cut off the holy lance. A sword was swung down. The sacred lance broke with a sound. It's over. Kyle smiled proudly. Standing in the distance, Raymond pursed his lips and said, Kyle, you are still so arrogant. How is that possible? I've clearly already. Kyle quickly lowered his head to look for the broken lance. But where are the broken lances now? The sacred lance thrown by Wei Qi was naturally a fake, one he created. Liang Shui used snowfall. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped, and the dazed Kyle was soon completely swallowed up by the huge snow river icefall. Chapter 65 Kyle, someone is cheating. Why can't I use the skills? The blizzard devoured Kyle's body mercilessly, and a large amount of ice crystals blocked his movements, making him unable to move. After carefully observing and confirming that Kyle had no ability to resist, Liang Shui used the effect of Phantom Strike to go around behind the enemy. Sharp Ice Claws and Annihilation Kill hit Kyle at the same time. The effect of the Dark Curse had not yet ended. Wei Qi, who was hiding aside, tightly gripped the sacred lance, staring at Kyle, who was unable to move in front of him, and used all his strength to stab the enemy in the chest. Wei Qi and Liang Shui's full-strength attacks slammed into Kyle's motionless body. The golden and blue lights kept alternating. A faint smile appeared on Wei Qi's lips. He didn't think Kyle had the ability to make a comeback while frozen. Die! The holy lance undoubtedly penetrated Kyle's right chest, leaving a shocking hole. Ugh, hi! A flash of blood flashed from Kyle's body, and then he fell down softly without a sound. Raymond stood there in a daze, looking at the body of his former friend. After Kyle's death, the stone pillars in the hall quietly shattered. The throne on the platform suddenly exploded. Toxic, demonic energy emanated from it, and these black gases gradually gathered into an arrow that shot through the wall in front. Boom! A crack was opened in the tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years. Wei Qi looked at Kyle's corpse and breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Raymond bowed and said, "Thank you, warrior from the east. The Dragon Clan is a staunch believer in the Witch of Despair. Never let the devil corrupt your soul. When the dust settles, my soul will also completely dissipate. Goodbye." Raymond's soul slowly dissipated, leaving a faint trace of light in the air. Liang Shui ran to Wei Qi and started to take credit, circling around him frantically. A dazzling and flawless gem burst out from Kyle's body. Wei Qi picked it up and played with it gently. A heartwarming power flows into the heart along the gem. It is certainly no ordinary gem. Wei Qi put the gem into the space ring. "Master, be careful. This guy is not dead yet." Liang Shui's panicked cry suddenly came to my ears. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. Then without any hesitation, he rolled away from Kyle's body. "Ugh, hi. I can't die here." "Ah!" Wei Qi looked up suddenly, only to see Kyle rising up with the force like an old zombie, and his silent red eyes under the helmet lit up again. "Fuck! How can you resurrect after dying?" Boom! With a loud bang, a pair of black wings suddenly grew out from behind Kyle, and he slowly flew into the sky. He held the pitch-black magic sword in his palm, and the invisible sense of oppression locked onto Wei Qi again. This feeling of oppression, which far exceeded that of all enemies, gave Wei Qi a feeling of powerlessness and despair. Liang Shui opened her fox eyes wide and carefully observed the wings behind Kyle. These wings. No wonder Atticus wants to take over his body. It turns out that Kyle is also a member of the celestial race. He received the blessing of the goddess of hope and had his second awakening ahead of schedule. But at this moment, Kyle has fallen, and the wings of the gods are filled with the breath of the devil. Kyle, who had returned from the dead, did not initiate an attack. He looked at the sacred lance in Wei Qi's hand. "Warrior, please defeat me." "Wei Qi, is this guy schizophrenic? I was once defeated by the power of fear, and my soul was sealed by Atticus. The consciousness that previously controlled my body was nothing more than a puppet that had lost its courage and was brainwashed by the demon. It was also a disgrace to the Templars. This body has been corroded by the power of the demon for too long, and my soul is about to shatter. Now that the sealed door has been destroyed, allowing this unconscious puppet and the demon Dragon King to act freely will only lead to countless tragedies." Kyle shook his head in disappointment. The fallen angel Kyle floated above the hall, one of his eyes having lost its luster. "The power of the goddess and the power of the demon god within me are constantly clashing, and my strength has dropped to approximately level 4. While I still retain consciousness, use your strongest attacks, and that lance imbued with courage and strength to completely destroy this body, warrior." Wei Qi looked at the fallen knight who was seeking death in front of him, and resolutely drew out his sacred lance. "Please." "Good." Even though his mind was confused, Wei Qi still quickly calmed down. Kyle's overall strength is definitely much stronger than his current self. Fortunately, his soul was able to temporarily control his body, and he stood there as a wooden stake for Wei Qi to kill. At this moment, Kyle's eyes gradually became silent. "Damn it. Don't tell me you can't control your body." Wei Qi cursed. Soul-destroying cold blade. What responded to him was an extremely sharp black sword energy. The speed of the sword energy was so fast that Wei Qi had no way to avoid it. Seeing this, Liang Shui subconsciously jumped in front of Wei Qi to block the knife for him. Boom! The man and the fox were blown away by the exploding sword energy and hit the other end of the wall in the hall. Fortunately, Liang Shui has a very high luck value. Chu Lian's effect makes her immune to this powerful soul-destroying sword energy. Ouch! Wei Qi didn't want Liang Shui to continue gambling with her life, so he had to use the mountain and sea seal. The ultimate move was originally reserved for the Dragon King, but now it has to be used in advance. Wei Qi, who had transformed into a golden fox, took the initiative to serve in the front row. He let out a long cry and then rushed towards Kyle in the sky in anger, raising a biting cold wind wherever he went. Liang Shui, who was supporting from the rear, immediately used the demon camera. Kyle's body froze and turned into an unconscious wooden stake. Although Wei Qi, who has transformed into a fox demon, can only use his own skills, his attack power is stronger than Liang Shui, and he has an invincible effect. Normal attacks are not to be trifled with. The sharp claws and tail hit Kyle's body at the same time, instantly tearing open the black armor on his body. Attack power increased. Could it be related to Liang Xue's transformation? The golden fox's eyes widened. Liang Xue, can you still release the blazing blade now? Liang Xue in the back nodded slightly. When the master transforms, Xuer seems to be able to use your skills once unconditionally. Well, we can kill him together seamlessly. We only have one chance. Xuer understands. There are 2 seconds left in Yaosha's control time. Wei Qi pounced on Kyle like a golden arrow. Roar! A huge flaming sword fell from the sky. Bang! The hall floor was shaken to pieces. The fallen knight had just regained control of his body when he was blown away by the fiery shock blade again. He hit the wall and couldn't get off. Snowfall, ice cannon, claw attack. The two's attacks bombarded the enemy as if they were free. The silence time is about to end. Liang Xue rushed to the front and used the flame shock blade again. The poor fallen knight didn't make any moves except for the sneak attack at the beginning and was controlled to death. Charm plus silence plus silence. Play an M. Someone is cheating. Wei Qi, if you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The past is the past. Chapter 66 The Truth from Thousands of Years Ago. The second flaming sword fell from the sky. The picture seems to be frozen at this moment. Wei Qi instantly released the transformed state of the mountain and sea seal, and his consciousness quickly returned to his original form. The first thing he did after waking up was to hold the sacred lance tightly in his hand. The fallen knight looked at the young man who was charging bravely, and he seemed to recall his past self, who was also so fearless and strong. The time of silence is over. Kyle's body was free again, but he didn't dodge or resist. He allowed the sacred lance to pierce his chest once again. Death is the real relief for him. Wei Qi twisted his hands hard and pulled out the holy lance again. Kyle spat out a mouthful of black blood and almost fell to the ground. Those eyes that had lost their humanity slowly regained their spirit. Ahem. Brave adventurer, you did great. Wei Qi shook off the blood stain on his lance. You are also great. Your soul has overcome fear. It's a pity that Raymond is gone. Kyle lowered his head and coughed up a lot of dirty blood. Adventurer, what's your name? Wei Qi. Wei Qi. As a reward for defeating me, I will tell you everything I know. Ahem. Perhaps it will be more helpful in contracting the Demon Dragon King. Wei Qi learned some of the truth about the world and the grudges from thousands of years ago from the Templar Knight of the goddess cult. It turns out that it was not only the goddess of hope, Sifirth, who saved Tianxian Star, but also the Witch of Despair. For unknown reasons, the goddess of hope and the Witch of Despair eventually parted ways. The Witch of Despair shared her power with her only follower, the Dragon Clan, and then disappeared in the long river of history, leaving no trace. The goddess of hope also mysteriously disappeared after leaving behind the goddess cult and the Skarat Church. The goddess cult grew stronger and stronger, becoming the #1 organization in the Western continent. At that time, the knights received orders from the Pope to attack the Dragon Clan, with the goal of obtaining the heart of the Dragon King. It is said that it contains some of the power of the Witch of Despair. As a result, Archbishop Bill's soul was corrupted by Atticus during the expedition, and Deputy Captain Raymond was possessed by Atticus. When Kyle and the Dragon King fought, and both were injured, the unsportsmanlike Atticus suddenly launched a sneak attack and used the power of the Dread Demon to trap the Dragon King and Kyle in the nightmare world and harvest their souls. Kyle is a man of integrity, brave and good at fighting. Although he is a little arrogant, he should not be defeated by fear. Unfortunately, his secret love for the saint was discovered by Atticus, who was good at manipulating people's hearts and made a big fuss about it. It promised Kyle that as long as Kyle was willing to be obedient, Atticus would help him get the woman that was originally impossible for him to get. Having lust in the heart is a sign of depravity. Wanting more, Kyle begins to fear death. In comparison, the simple Raymond's mind was full of something as illusory as glory. He was incredibly loyal to the goddess cult and naturally had no fear of death. The plan that Atticus had been planning for a long time was shattered by a single shot from the young man. The furious demon ordered Raymond to be dismembered and fed to dogs. So Atticus ordered Bill and Kyle to guard the Dragon Palace and never let anyone steal the Dragon King. It never dreamed that the lingering ghost Raymond would indirectly help Wei Qi to contract the Demon Dragon King 1,000 years later, completely aborting its plan. Kyle's soul has been imprisoned in an endless nightmare for thousands of years. It was not until Wei Qi stabbed the fallen knight to death with a spear that his lost soul was brought back to the world. Knowing that he had made a big mistake, Kyle was too ashamed to face the people of Jiangdong, so he asked Wei Qi to stab him to death. Ahem, mountain and sea seal. I remember it was the token of the supreme leader of the Scarrat Church. I didn't expect it to be on you. Kyle's body was already half broken. You know about the mountain and sea seal? Wei Chi's eyes widened. Kyle shook his head. I only know that the mountain and sea seal has always been in the hands of the Scarrat Church. Now it seems, the Scarrat Church no longer exists. The facts were not much different from what Kyle had guessed. Thousands of years later, no records of the Scarrat Church remain. No such group found. Kyle's body turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared completely. The air still lingered with the echo of his self-blame. Goddess, Simon, Catherine, Raymond. I'm sorry for you. Simon, could it be Qing Ming's grandmother? The expeditionary knights were completely wiped out. Liang Shui, who was listening to the story, shook her head. Unexpectedly, the Demon Dragon King was involved in the three forces of the goddess cult, the Demon Realm, and the Witch of Despair. Wei Qi touched Liang Shui's fur distressfully. Are you seriously injured, Liang Shui? Master, Shui is fine. Liang Shui responded happily. Wei Qi looked at the faint cracks in the wall ahead and said, I hope the Demon Dragon King isn't a male. Liang Shui began to recall desperately. The Demon Dragon King in the previous life had never appeared in the human world in human form, and she didn't know whether the Demon Dragon King was male or female. The other side of the wall. The Demon Dragon King, who was peeking from the corner, muttered to himself. Even if the seal is broken, I cannot leave here. It's pitch black, I can't see anything. What on earth is going on out there? She sat back on the throne depressedly and sneezed unexpectedly. Hey Chu, who is cursing me. Task 1. Please bind the host to a human and activate the novice gift package. The Demon Dragon King crossed his legs and stared at the system interface in front of him. His lips pursed slightly. Although I can only leave here by becoming a human spiritual pet, it's really annoying to be reminded by something inexplicable. The Demon Dragon King closed his eyes and began to ponder the end of the universe. Is everything just an illusion of mine? Will the man who possesses the mountain and sea seal really come to save me? When the Dragon King and Kale were fighting fiercely in the upper level of the underground palace, Adikos made a surprise attack and imprisoned her soul with the soul-guiding lamp. The surviving dragons risked their lives to send her body here, and activated the final mechanism to completely isolate the dragon's lair from the outside world. The only key for humans to enter this place is the dragon contract of the Magic Dragon clan. In other words, no one except Wei Qi can enter this place, because there is no second Dragon King in the world. Thump, thump, thump. There was a sound of footsteps and voices coming from the other side of the wall. Liang Shui, this road is a bit too long. Oh, the mechanism is here. The man's voice was full of excitement. Squeak, squeak. The gate of the dragon tomb, which had been sealed for thousands of years, was slowly opened. A hint of expectation flashed in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King. She finally had the chance to leave this dark and haunted place. Chapter 67, The Demon Dragon King's Hesitation. After recovering, Wei Qi picked up the sacred lance. Liang Shui, it's time to go. Wei Qi swung the lance in his hand, and the cracked wall collapsed. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. This is a narrow path that goes downhill very steeply. To be safe, Wei Qi threw broken stones downwards. Gurgle, gurgle. The stone rolled for a long time before it reached the end. Wei Qi couldn't help but gasp. This tomb passage is too long, and there are no bodies nearby. Is this dragon's lair auspicious or ominous? Liang Shui pricked up her ears and didn't dare to be careless. The two walked along the passage for a long time and finally came to the underground. The underground space is very spacious yet eerily quiet. Liang Shui reminded. Master, there is not even a mouse or mosquito here. Wei Qi, who has read Ghost Blows Out the Light, knows that the more prominent the identity, the more dangerous the tomb is. Liang Shui, take the flashlight and take a look over there. Because there was no sign of any living creature nearby, Liang Shui transformed into a beautiful blue-haired girl wearing a fox fur coat. She explored to the left according to Wei Qi's orders. After some time, Wei Qi discovered that there was a group of slave statues standing at the edge of the space, kneeling on their knees in different directions to express their submission. The eyes of these slaves are inlaid with black and purple gems, and their bodies are made of pure gold. If you move any one of them out, you should be able to sell it for a lot of money. Master, these things look very valuable. Do you want to move them away? Liang Shui asked proactively. No one knows anyway. Wei Qi shook his head. These statues are probably spoils of the dragon tribe. As the three good youths of the 21st century, we should not steal their things. In fact, Wei Qi also wanted to move these things out and sell them for money. It would not be worth it if some mechanism is triggered or the Dragon King finds out and loses his favor. Liang Shui smiled slightly and followed behind Wei Qi. If an ordinary Beastmaster accidentally breaks into the tomb of a powerful person, he will probably find out the person's faded underwear. The owner is still the same owner and never does anything petty theft. The two continued to explore forward cautiously. The Dragon Clan really likes to collect all kinds of treasures. On both sides of the passage are all kinds of glittering jewelry, gold, and exquisite handicrafts. These were all looted by the Demon Dragon Clan from various countries in the Western continent back then, so Wei Qi naturally couldn't name them. Looking at the wealth that was as rich as a country, his nails were almost scratching his palms until they bled. Master, you can close your eyes. Shui will lead you on the road ahead. Good. Wei Qi quickly closed his eyes and muttered, there are plenty of opportunities to make money, but if you miss the chance to contract the Demon Dragon King, it will be gone. Liang Shui's warm jade hand gently grasped his palm, very soft. I don't know how long I walked. Liang Shui, this road is a bit too long. Master, we have reached the end. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. A black wall blocked the way ahead, and the road ended. Master, this door must be restricted by some kind of restriction. It cannot be opened by brute force. There must be a switch nearby. Wei Qi subconsciously raised his left hand, and sure enough, a certain part of the stone door was glowing faintly. The mechanism is here. Wei Qi pressed his left hand on the glowing area, and Long Qi emitted a black and purple light at the same time. Creaky. The door that had been sealed for thousands of years slowly opened from bottom to top. A hint of anticipation also flashed in Liang Shui's eyes. The Demon Dragon King is a mythical spiritual pet, and his starting point is much higher than her elite white spirit fox. If the owner can successfully capture it, he can become a dragon tamer, which is one level higher than a beast tamer. Although this sense of security is not given by me to my master, as long as my master is happy, that is enough. Dust was flying, and a violent and awe-inspiring aura came from inside the door. The dust has settled. A cold female voice came slowly from inside. Contractor, you are finally here. Inside the door is a very small secret room. There is a black and purple throne in the center of the secret room, surrounded by white bones, which has some horror elements. A beautiful black-haired woman sat on the throne with her legs crossed and one hand on her chin, staring at Wei Qi. Her eyes were blood red, symbolizing brutality and bloodlust. The pair of slightly curved purple dragon horns on her head and the casually drooping black dragon tail indicated that this woman was the Demon Dragon King that Wei Qi was looking for. Are you the Demon Dragon King? Wei Qi confirmed again. The demonic Dragon King raised his eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. What? I don't look like a Dragon King. She slowly stood up, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. Only the tuft of purple hair on top of her head remained standing. She was wearing an elegant yet sexy dress, and her overall size looked smaller than Liang Shui, so her child would not starve in the future. The snow-white arms and well-defined armpits are exposed, and the thin black silk gloves can further highlight the slender and delicate hands. Her voluptuous legs were covered in a pair of ultra-thin black suspender stockings, and her black high heels were embellished with sparkling gems. Sexy yet dignified, this was the first impression she left on Wei Qi. Wei Qi's heart was finally at ease. I thought the Demon Dragon King was a cruel and heartless middle-aged uncle, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. The Demon Dragon King has fair skin, not as dark as Wei Qi imagined. There is an innate arrogance on her face. Pucci, you are quite an interesting person. You dare to joke in front of me. She walked straight to Wei Qi. Wei Qi felt a little pressured by his height of nearly 1.9 meters. Wei Qi took a deep breath and said, Dragon King, I, Wei Qi, will not say such roundabout and polite words. Since you are willing to give me the dragon contract, it means that I am qualified to become the contractor of the Demon Dragon Clan. Would you like to be my spiritual pet? The Demon Dragon King stared closely at the human in front of him. A system panel popped out. Name, Wei Qi. Bloodline, Xianren. Rating, SSS. Can the so-called system be activated after making a contract with him? A hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King. If you don't make a contract with Wei Qi, you will never be able to leave the sealed place. However, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, it was difficult for her to accept the idea of being a spiritual pet for humans. When she first met Wei Qi in the Nightmare Assault dungeon, she simply liked him very much, so she gave him the dragon contract. The Demon Dragon King's original plan was to return to his body to quickly recover his strength, and then use the power of dragon contract to find him to be the spokesperson for the human world, paving the way for the expansion of the Demon Dragon Clan. When she woke up, she found that all the dragon tribes except her were wiped out. The sealing barrier set up by Adikos prevented her from leaving unless someone was willing to smuggle her out using a spiritual contract. The Demon Dragon King had also considered using Wei Qi to break the seal and then find a way to escape, but the other party was the benefactor who had saved him twice. This kind of backstabbing is really contrary to her character of revenge and repayment of kindness. Adikos seemed to have said that the ability of the mountain and sea seal was to enslave all beasts, and the Demon Dragon King was also worried that he would be entrusted to the wrong person and be enslaved by the hateful humans for the rest of his life. 1. Trapped here until death. 2. Choose to trust Wei Qi and take a gamble. Then you can get rewards by being someone's spirit pet. The CPU temperature of the Demon Dragon King skyrocketed. Wei Qi, who had lived 2 lives, could see the hesitation in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King at a glance. Putting yourself in the other person's shoes and thinking about the situation is indeed a gamble when it comes to contracts with humans. Wei Qi smiled and said, Demon Dragon King, tell me your conditions. Chapter 68, The Battle for Family Status. The Demon Dragon King's eyes lit up after hearing this. Stupid humans. You actually took the initiative to give me the opportunity to propose conditions? Doesn't this give you a huge boost of strength? The soul contract of Tiang Shuangxing is very powerful. If the Beastmaster abuses the spirit pet and reduces the trust value, it will cause the spirit pet to defect. Neither party can violate the oaths set forth in the soul contract. The soul of the one who betrays his oath will be damaged, and his cultivation will regress, and he will never be able to become a peerless master in his lifetime. The Demon Dragon King's eyes swirled, and she lowered her head slightly to approach Wei Qi. An alluring body fragrance entered my nose. The Demon Dragon King said calmly, Wei Qi, what is your goal? I would rather die than become a pawn of a mediocre person. Wei Qi immediately replied, whether we're humans or dragons, isn't our goal to become the strongest in the world, to gain insight into the true nature of how the world works, and thus defy fate? The Demon Dragon King was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Wei Qi to be so aware. The desires of ordinary human beings are nothing more than money, desire, and status. The desire of the strong is to become a saint, to control the world, and even the cycle of life and death. He is a thinking human being, qualified to be my master. The extremely beautiful face was right in front of him, and the cold and arrogant brows gave Wei Qi a desire to conquer her and make him want to pin her down and teach her a lesson. The Demon Dragon King slowly extended 3 fingers. First, you must improve your own strength as quickly as possible. You cannot give up this king, and it will have to settle their grudge sooner or later. Second, I will not serve you with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. On the contrary, I want you to prepare food for me, bathe and change clothes for me, and you must play with me when I am bored. 3. Compete with me. Fourth, you must do your best to help the Demon Dragon clan reproduce and thrive. If you can't do these 4 things, forget it. Having said that, a barely perceptible blush flashed across the Demon Dragon King's pretty face. She is the only one left in the Dragon clan. If she can't have children, how can she face her ancestors in the afterlife? From her perspective, it was a very shameful act to let an arrogant Beastmaster serve the spirit pet with meals and baths. Since you want to make me lose face and become your spiritual pet, then you must also be willing to lose face and accompany me in being lost. People are like this. It would be very painful to bear the bad luck and misfortune alone, but it would be much more relieved if there is someone who shares your suffering. The self-righteous Demon Dragon King has no idea about the relationship between the Beastmaster and the spirit pet. In order to increase their trust, serious Beastmasters will do nothing more than take care of their pets' eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. The conditions she offered were more like rewards than demands. For example, when it comes to bathing dragons, there is no place in human society for them to bathe. For example, helping the dragon race to reproduce. From Wei Qi's perspective, the Demon Dragon King's request was not a request at all. 1. Improve your strength. Wei Qi is more anxious than anyone else without her urging. 2. It is better to serve a beautiful dragon girl who helps you fight, is visible and tangible, and will not defect than to serve an XXN who has a lot of troubles and explodes your gold coins, right? 3. Conquer others with virtue. 4. If we can really tame the Dragon King, wouldn't it be easy to invest hundreds of millions to help them rebuild their homes? Young Wei Qi had no idea that he had actually signed a contract to sell himself. So much so that I shed tears of pain and joy on countless nights in the future. There are only a very small number of individuals like Liang Shui who are unconditionally devoted and have an initial trust of 100. Wei Qi also raised a finger. I have only one condition. You must obey my orders in human society. As the Demon Dragon King, you don't want to be captured by a strange, evil organization and sliced up for research, right? The Demon Dragon King's face was full of confidence. If you can meet my 4 requirements, I will do anything you ask me to do. Anything is fine. Can I write it? Wei Qi quickly shook off the bold idea in his mind. The man and the dragon got along pretty well, at least they didn't fall out. Liang Shui, who was watching the show nearby, looked at the Demon Dragon King suspiciously. The first few conditions are relatively normal and understandable. Why does the last one sound weird? The crystal at home is smoking. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui's fox ears. Liang Shui, are you ready to fight? Liang Shui's fox ears swayed slightly, and she nodded. Yeah. Are you the big white fox? I didn't expect you to be so pretty after turning into a human. The Demon Dragon King glanced at the blue-haired girl in front of him with interest. I wonder how strong she is and whether she can break through my defense. The higher the grade of the spiritual pet, the more beautiful it will be after transforming into a human. This white fox has an unusual origin. Liang Shui smiled politely and puffed out her chest slightly. I'm just an average-looking girl. How can I be as pretty as my sister? In terms of strength alone, Shui isn't as strong as you right now, but she can still break through defenses easily. A hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King. You actually said that I am your sister? You little fox really don't know your place. The Demon Dragon King intends to teach Liang Shui a lesson on how to be a fox. If you can injure me, I will recognize you, the white fox, as my sister. How about that? If you lose, you'll be my younger sister from now on. Wei Qi seemed to smell a very strange smell of gunpowder. Although he likes to watch women fight, he doesn't like to watch his own women fight. Wei Qi quickly stopped her. Ahem, what's with the sisters? We're all friends. There's no need to be so serious, right? Liang Shui's eyes sparkled with high fighting spirit. She disobeyed orders for the first time and held down Wei Qi's hand. Master, this is a battle that concerns the future status of the family. Liang Shui will not lose. Please, trust Shui. Although Liang Shui didn't mind Wei Qi collecting a few more female spirit pets. But she must sit in the first seat, and everyone else has to stand back a little. The Demon Dragon King is a natural king of dragons, and he never gives in or shows weakness even when facing the demon god of fear. The fox tribe in front of me is of average strength, but has a big tone and chest. Besides, Liang Shui's temperament and appearance are not inferior to the Demon Dragon King. The Demon Dragon King naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation and was willing to be second in command. If you want to be a boss, be the boss. Wei Qi pointed at himself. Am I not the boss? Unknowingly, the Demon Dragon King has forgotten his original intention and started to take on the identity of Wei Qi's spiritual pet. Chapter 69: The Power of the Dragon King. The Dragon's Lair, the Underground Palace Hall. The Demon Dragon King stood opposite Wei Qi with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes burning with a fierce fighting spirit. If you can injure me, you win, little fox. The legendary passive of the Demon Dragon King is Dragon Scale Armor, which increases the basic spiritual power resistance except for the light system by 40% and comes with a 40% damage reduction effect. Although her level has been reset to 0, her scale armor and dragon claws are both at level 6. Except for light-based spiritual skills, other basic attribute spiritual skills are as ineffective as scraping when attacking the Dragon King. The effect of the Dragon King's epic passive, Dragon's Descent, is that all attacks, including normal attacks, will be accompanied by any one of the following effects: fear, knockback, bleeding, silence, and stun. Giving up the skill bombing and choosing to fight the Dragon King in close combat obviously has no chance of winning. Even a powerful being like the Dreadlord Adikos couldn't defeat the young Dragon King head-on, so she didn't think Liang Shui would win. Facing the mythical Demon Dragon King, Liang Shui did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Only by fighting such a powerful enemy and feeling the inner desire for power can one be promoted to a six-tailed fox in advance. Wei Qi stared at the Demon Dragon King in front of him. Don't worry, Liang Shui, I won't let you fight her alone. In his heart, he was actually very grateful to Liang Shui. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. It was because of Liang Shui and Wei Qi that he had the opportunity to solo the Nightmare Assault dungeon, the opportunity to meet Qing Ning, and the opportunity to follow the Blood Knife Squad and come to the Demon Dragon Palace. If a powerful spiritual pet, like a Lord Level 1, were to be released into the outside world, it would be fought over by various families. The appearance of an emperor's spiritual pet would lead to a bloody fight among the people. Now, Wei Qi has the opportunity to contract a mythical spiritual pet. All this is thanks to Liang Shui. He will definitely give his all in this battle. Let's do it. An aura that was so terrifying that one could not even look directly at it burst out from the Demon Dragon King's body. Wei Qi and Liang Shui were trembling all over and almost fell to their knees. The Demon Dragon King's General Halo, Dragon King's domain. After it is activated, an invisible field with a very large range is formed. The enemy's attack power in the field is reduced by 20%, and the friendly forces gain a 20% attack power bonus. When it is activated, it has a deterrent effect on pets below the Lord level, and they cannot move freely within 10 seconds. Liang Shui, let's go. Wei Qi gritted his teeth and activated the mountain and sea seal in his body. Boom. A brilliant golden light suddenly rose. A majestic golden three-tailed fox appeared beside Liang Shui. The Demon Dragon King's red pupils slightly raised, and he thought, what kind of ability is this? Wei Qi and Liang Shui simultaneously bent their waists and rushed forward, their charge speed suddenly increasing. Projection. Wei Qi immediately used his talent to create two phantoms, one gold and one white, to confuse the enemy. Four imposing foxes rushed towards the Demon Dragon King. Ice Cannon. Liang Shui, who was sprinting, took the lead in launching a long-range attack. First, try to see how strong the opponent's defense is. The Demon Dragon King did not launch any attack. She stood there with her arms folded across her chest with a confident look on her face, allowing the ice cannon as thick as a bucket to hit her chest. Bang! The hall was illuminated by a turquoise light. The Demon Dragon King's body was frozen in place. Wei Qi's pupils widened a little. What an abnormal defense. She didn't even take a step back. Wei Qi kicked forward with her hind legs and jumped in front of the Demon Dragon King, slapping her crown with her sharp claws. On the other side, Liang Shui also used her tail to perform the annihilation kill attack on the frozen Demon Dragon King. Just then, snap! The Demon Dragon King, who was wearing dragon scale armor, lifted the freezing effect in advance. Her eyes flashed, and she raised her right hand to slap Wei Qi. The demon dragon suddenly emerged from behind her, and a huge dragon claw instantly slapped the golden three-tailed fox. Boom! Wei Qi's body flew backwards like a golf ball, hitting the wall on the other side of the hall, raising a huge cloud of dust. The Demon Dragon King shook his right hand expressionlessly, thinking, could it be that you were slapped to death by this king? If that happens, it would be bad. Liang Shui's three tails instantly bound the dragon's feet and neck and lifted her up high. The Demon Dragon King, who was hanging in the air, did not resist at all. Instead, he looked down at Liang Shui with an arrogant look. A hint of displeasure flashed in Liang Shui's eyes. This big black lizard is so arrogant. The three tails behind it pulled fiercely in three directions. Roar! The Demon Dragon King suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar. She grabbed the tail around Liang Shui's neck with both arms and pulled her up, then threw her to the other side of the hall. Elite active skill, Dragon Roar. The effect is to cause a stun effect and dark attribute damage to all surrounding enemies regardless of their level. The unlucky Liang Shui was also given a random vulnerability effect by the Demon Dragon. After just one encounter, Wei Qi and Liang Shui were thrown away by the Demon Dragon King. This guy's overall strength is the strongest enemy Wei Qi has ever encountered. Is this all you are capable of? The Demon Dragon King did not pursue. The air in the hall suddenly became cold, and the terrifying blizzard instantly swept the Demon Dragon King into it. She frowned slightly as she slowed down her body. Large-scale deceleration and freezing? Not bad. Wei Qi, who had resumed his action, took advantage of the opportunity when the enemy was controlled to launch a surprise attack, leaving only a golden phantom. The Demon Dragon King looked at Wei Qi in surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to stand up. Very good, very good. With your current strength, being able to withstand a single blow from the king without dying is beyond my expectation. She had achieved her goal, so she stopped attacking. Stop it, I recognize you. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and began to freeze his body. Unexpectedly, Liang Shui on the other side turned around and charged forward, her four hooves running like a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving behind a trail of fading flames on the ground. The stubborn white fox didn't want to give in. The Demon Dragon King tilted his head slowly. Are you challenging my patience? Liang Shui did not answer, and memories of the past kept emerging before her eyes. There is no word, give up, in her life dictionary. The Demon Dragon King is arrogant and conceited, and isn't Liang Shui also a proud fox? The Demon Dragon King turned his head and looked at Liang Shui. She could see the unyielding fighting spirit in his eyes. The white fox refused to give up. The Demon Dragon King said no more words. She pointed with one hand, and a majestic demon dragon phantom suddenly rose behind her, and a breathtaking purple-black flame ignited in her palm. Wei Qi, sensing Liang Xue's fighting spirit, smiled in relief. Since Liang Xue wants to win, I can't give up. Come on, all of you, I won't hold back anymore. The Demon Dragon King's eyes gradually became serious. Something strange happened. The ice storm caused by the snow waterfall was continuously absorbed by the purple-black flames in the palm of the Demon Dragon King's palm, and the temperature in the hall dropped again. Thick ice appeared on the ground. Wei Qi and Liang Xue's movement speed plummeted, and they began to feel frozen. The effect of the snow waterfall is being absorbed by her. Wei Qi's pupils shrank. What kind of skill is this? It can actually absorb the enemy's skills and cause a rebound effect. In a flash, the hall completely turned into an icy world. The ground, walls, and ceiling were all covered with a thick layer of ice. The Demon Dragon King, standing in the center of the glacier, raised the purple flame above his head and intended to detonate it completely. The silent Liang Xue immediately used the demon capture to interrupt the attack. The Demon Dragon King frowned, and his pupils slowly turned light yellow. The earth-shaking emperor took the initiative, and the devilish flame that devoured the sky was interrupted in time. Chapter 70 Evolution, Six-Tailed Fox. Wei Qi Liang Xue did not miss the perfect opportunity to control the demon. They mustered all their strength to attack the enchanted Dragon King. Bang 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 bang. It's not that the damage of the two is too small, but the damage reduction of the Dragon King's halo plus the defense of the body are too abnormal. Looking at Liang Xue, who was trying her best but was obviously exhausted, Wei Qi frowned slightly. Although the two had been together for less than a week, Wei Qi felt an indescribable sense of intimacy when he saw it. The two were like old friends fighting side by side. It was the first time that he felt the emotion of anxiety from Liang Xue. Even when facing the demon of lies, Liang Xue calmly said, "The winning rate is 80%. For some reason, Liang Xue was obviously a little anxious. Wei Qi certainly didn't know why Liang Xue was anxious. In the previous life, Wei Qi and Shun Miao had a fight on the Stairway of the Gods. The ending is self-evident. Wei Qi's two battle pets were easily defeated by the Demon Dragon King. After all, Liang Xue had not yet reached the Lord level at that time, and could not even transform. The fight in this life made Liang Xue feel as powerless as a scraping master. Actually, this cannot be blamed on Liang Xue'ai. A common problem of ice-type spirit pets, the control is at its maximum, but the output is unsatisfactory. Ice Light Leaps. Liang Xue's claws hit the Demon Dragon King's chest hard. Unfortunately, the clothes were only slightly damaged, and there was not even any bleeding. Wei Qi's attack was not much better. The claws that hit the Demon Dragon King's buttocks did not tear through the skirt defense. The demon capture time is over. The Demon Dragon King, who had recovered, casually slapped Liang Xue with his dragon claw hand. Liang Xue immediately used Phantom Assault's displacement to dodge. Unfortunately, the Demon Dragon King's normal attack is a group area attack, and the petrified Liang Xue was blown far away again. The unyielding Liang Xue stood up again and used Phantom Assault again to find a position to output damage. The Demon Dragon King waved his hand, and 3 balls of purple-black flames hit Liang Xue's feet. Boom! The shock wave from the explosion sent it flying again, crashing hard into the frozen stone pillar. Cracks began to appear in the frozen stone pillars. Crackle! The stone pillars shattered instantly. Chu Lian's probability of damage reduction is not a real damage reduction skill, and Liang Xue is still a fragile ranged mage. When encountering a numerical monster like the Demon Dragon King, there is no room for operation. Wei Qi ran to Liang Xue with a distressed look on his face and licked her wound that was bleeding. Liang Xue, I don't blame you. Stop fighting. You're already injured. The Demon Dragon King looked at the Bingchen 3-tailed fox lying on the ground, unable to stand up, and a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Liang Xue is just an emperor-level spiritual pet and cannot break her defense. The Demon Dragon King had to admit Liang Xue's ability. The emperor-level fox could control her, who was at the mythical level. If she were to reach the mythical level, it would be hard to say who would win. The Demon Dragon King also changed his address. Liang Xue, you are the first Fox clan member recognized by this king. Stop it. It won't be too late to challenge me after you reach the mythical level. Wei Qi did not expect the current result. The combined attack of the two couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Of course, if you can't beat them, you can definitely outrun them. The underground palace was narrow and twisted, and the Demon Dragon King could not move freely here, so it was easy for him to escape. Wei Qi, sensing Liang Xue's fighting spirit, shook his head. That's not necessary. He probably understood why Liang Shui insisted on fighting and refused to give up. The promotion of a spirit pet requires not only qualifications and expensive materials, but also the determination to become stronger and combat experience. Woo! Liang Shui growled and slowly rose from the rubble, bright red blood sticking to her soft fur. The next moment, the hoof flames that were originally sluggish and about to go out at any time suddenly rose. A layer of ice blue flame ignited on Liang Shui's body and cleaned the blood stains on her body. Her pure white hair fluttered majestically and her three tails rose again. There was a hint of surprise in the Demon Dragon King's eyes. Scenes from the past kept appearing in Liang Shui's mind like a kaleidoscope. She had been jumping back and forth between life and death all her life. What does a little bloodshed matter? The temperature in the hall dropped again, and the Demon Dragon King discovered that crystal frost flowers had appeared on his body surface. A bottomless chill flashed in Liang Shui's green eyes. Woo woo woo. The meaningless howl of a fox could be heard, and ordinary people would tremble with fear when they heard it. Woo! Liang Shui's tail gradually glowed, and balls of azure fox flames gradually emerged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paths. 6 paths. A total of 6 paths. The Demon Dragon King narrowed her eyes slightly, and she could feel her body getting colder and colder. The strange ice blue flame burned wildly, and Wei Qi felt that his soul was about to be frozen. The first spiritual contract in the beast-controlling space is glowing faintly. The ice near the underground palace hall was getting thicker and thicker, and the road leading to the Demon Dragon King's secret room was completely frozen, and endless frost even spread towards the entrance. Wei Qi discovered something strange about Liang Shui. The last time Liang Shui evolved was when he was surrounded by Ma Chang and his 2 companions. Is Liang Shui going to evolve again? Wei Qi, whose soul resonated with her, felt that Liang Shui's blood had changed. Woo woo. The fox growled again. Liang Shui's graceful and slender body grew larger again, and arrogant and unruly blue animal patterns grew near the vortex pattern on her back, and her body hair also grew to varying degrees. Arrogant, cold, evil, and domineering. Buzz! The 3 tails behind Liang Shui suddenly broke, spurting out bright red blood. Before Wei Qi could feel distressed, 6 softer and fluffier light blue fox tails quickly grew along the wound. The originally broken tail turned into ice crystals and gradually shattered. The blue animal pattern finished growing, and Liang Shui slowly opened her eyes. The 6 new tails danced like dragons, slowly floating in the air accompanied by its satisfied chirping. Although the 6-tailed fox only has 3 more tails than the 3-tailed fox, but the overall momentum and strength are at least twice as strong. The 6 icy flames on the tail are like a king's crown. The coronary inflammation slowly disappeared, and a layer of vague protective shield gradually emerged on Liang Shui's body surface. A hint of ecstasy flashed across Wei Qi's eyes. The pride of the ice flame's 6-tailed fox, the evolved form of the ice dust 3-tailed fox. This announced that Liang Shui was officially promoted to an epic spiritual pet. Liang Shui took a step forward, and the ice flames under his hooves suddenly rose, full of domineering power. The 6 tails on the back slowly stood up, and each tail condensed into an ice spear full of murderous aura. The Demon Dragon King hooked his finger to signal Liang Shui to attack. 6 ice spears were shot out at the same time. The ice spear that was originally unable to break through the defense pierced straight through the Demon Dragon King's shoulder, splashing a ball of blood. This is... She slowly pulled out the icy spear and threw it to the ground. Even if you advance, you can't break my defense. Liang Shui slowly lowered her tail and stopped attacking. She knew that she was no match for the Demon Dragon King, and that she would only be able to kill him if she evolved into the 9-tailed form. Liang Shui's goal is to defeat the arrogance of the Demon Dragon King, which is also a disguised means of deterrence. Otherwise, with her temper, she would never take Wei Qi seriously. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King. She raised her arm and planned to use her mythical power to compete with Liang Shui. Because Liang Shui evolved into a 6-tailed fox, Wei Qi's mountain and sea transformation was forcibly cancelled. After returning to his original form, he immediately crawled out of the ice pile and raised his hands. Stop. Stop fighting. Chapter 71 successfully conquered the Demon Dragon King. 1000 urgent updates. The Demon Dragon King looked at Wei Qi, who was unharmed, and then at Liang Shui, who had advanced and evolved. For some reason, she always felt like she was being tricked. The Demon Dragon King lowered his right arm and looked at the man in front of him with curiosity. Wei Qi, you took my blow head on. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Wei Qi smiled faintly. It's okay to tell you that golden demon fox is an illusion created by the mountain and sea seal. The demon dragon king looked at Wei Qi's fair and handsome face. How come this guy isn't on guard at all? Your talent is to create illusions? The demon dragon king put his hands on his hips in annoyance. Yeah. Wei Qi nodded. Liang Shui stopped and transformed into a beautiful girl with blue hair and fox ears and stood beside Wei Qi. After the promotion, she became even more beautiful, and her fox fur and clothes were dotted with faint ice crystals. The demon dragon king looked at the man and the fox in front of him, feeling a little depressed. She really didn't expect Liang Shui to be able to break the dragon scales and cause damage. Do you really want to be the second in command? When Wei Qi saw her dragon tail slowly drooping to the ground, he knew that the demon dragon king had lost his will to fight. Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. He took a step forward and extended his right hand. Demon dragon king, I accept all your conditions. If I disobey you, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. The demon dragon king pretended to be indifferent and waved his hands. Hurry up and start. I don't want to stay in this sad place. A hint of ecstasy flashed in Wei Qi's eyes. He strode up to the demon dragon king, and the two were almost touching. A subtle look of panic flashed across the demon dragon king's pretty face. What are you doing? Getting so close to me all of a sudden. Of course it's a soul contract. Eh? Stop touching me. Wei Qi felt the dragon king's broad mind and blushed. Don't move. It will be fine soon. The demon dragon king, willing to accept defeat, gritted his teeth and dared not say a word. No one had ever dared to touch that place without her consent. Wei Qi didn't dare to touch it randomly. He immediately chanted the contract spell. Come to the bowl. Buzz. The demon dragon king felt a warm and gentle breath coming from her chest. This soul power tried to enter her soul and establish a connection. The demon dragon king carefully looked at the man in front of her, who was 1,500 years younger than her. With a resolute face, clear eyes, and angular figure, he looks quite pleasing to the eye. A fox spirit pet with great potential, bearing the seal of mountains and seas, able to overcome the fear in the heart, is a rare high-quality human being rated as SSS grade. And he's a man. After thinking it over, the demon dragon king relaxed his soul defense. Wei Qi's spiritual power penetrated into her soul. The second black hole in the beast-taming space began to glow, and a lifelike black dragon pattern slowly emerged. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the contract mission and receiving the novice gift package. The demon dragon king looked at the pop-up window in front of him and opened the so-called system, with half belief and half doubt. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes and took his hand away from her chest. At this moment, he could feel the demon dragon king's sadness, anger, loneliness, pain, and other emotions in his heart. The entire clan was destroyed, the enemy was outside, and all the power was lost. She was in pain. Wei Qi smiled faintly. Don't worry, from now on we are partners with a shared destiny. Liang Shui and I will avenge you. The demon dragon king could sense Wei Qi's attitude. She pretended to be nonchalant, crossed her arms, and turned her head slightly. If I need to rest for a while, call me when you leave this damn place. Swish. The figure of the demon dragon king turned into a black light and disappeared into the void. Wei Qi smiled bitterly. It seems that it will take time to get along with her well. Liang Shui took the initiative to put her arm around Wei Qi and leaned over to him like a girlfriend, saying, Congratulations, Master, for contracting the second spirit pet. It's time for us to leave. The ice in the underground palace hall slowly melted, and Wei Qi pulled out the sacred lance from the ice. Well, Consultant Green Lemon is still waiting for us in Bojiang City. Although he successfully subdued the demon dragon king, Wei Qi had more and more questions in his mind. What is Atticus's purpose? Why is Kyle here? Isn't the Dragon King a follower of the Witch of Despair? Why doesn't he put forward conditions related to the Witch of Despair? Is this Simon, Kyle mentioned the Lemon's grandmother? Is the oracle that Raymond believes in true? What kind of spiritual pet is hidden in the ruins of the Scarrat Church? Where is Dad now? Since he is so powerful, my mother should still be alive in this world, right? Why did they lie to me? The demon of lies can create illusions, and the projections I create are indistinguishable. Wei Qi didn't dare to think about it any further. The ordinary family of three in his memory made him feel creepy. In the beast taming space. Is this the beast control space within the Beastmaster's body? The demon dragon king looked at the vast starry world with great curiosity. The recovery speed and growth rate are much faster than in nature. The demon dragon king looked up and saw the shining mountain and sea seal hanging in the sky, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Because Liang Shui didn't want to stay in the beast-taming space, everything was back to its original state. The Demon Dragon King snapped her fingers lightly, and the beast-controlling space transformed into a magnificent castle according to her wishes. She sat on the glittering throne with her legs crossed, muttering to herself, "Newbie gift pack? What is this?" Don't blame Liang Shui for her weak output. She is a late-stage spiritual pet. The maximum level Demon Dragon King is one of the ceilings of Tianxian Star. After collecting the second spirit pet, I will write a short paragraph about daily life to improve the character setting and lay the groundwork for the plot. The protagonist completely broke away from the life trajectory of his previous life and began to take off. In addition, what do you think of the character Xin Miao? According to my personal design, she is the real protagonist of Tiang Shuangxing, and the subsequent plot is related to this person. If everyone doesn't like it, we can only modify it as appropriate. Chapter 72, Lu Suyu's Past. The western suburbs of Bojiang. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. All sounds are silent. A purple-black portal slowly emerged from the empty wasteland. Two figures slowly walked out. Few rock climbing is really tiring. The stunningly beautiful Liang Shui approached Wei Qi and grabbed his arm. "Master, it's getting late. Let's go back to the city and rest. Shui will make you something delicious." Wei Qi, who had just climbed out of the canyon, fell into a deeper canyon. I always feel that Liang Shui is becoming more and more clingy. She is good at everything. Even cooking can make Wei Qi miss his deceased grandfather in his previous life. Unfortunately, Wei Qi felt that he was still young and shouldn't go down to reunite with his grandfather now. Well, let's go back to the city. The black portal behind him slowly disappeared. Wei Qi looked at the vast starry sky, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Entering the dragon's lair, picking up the diary of the knights, encountering the deputy captain Raymond whose soul was still alive, killing the fallen archbishop and the Knights Templar, and experiencing dangerous battles and fighting against the Dragon King, Liang Shui finally transformed and was promoted to a six-tailed fox. Like a dream, the beautiful and heroic long black hair and her little Z flashed through Wei Qi's mind. In the end, he still owed Xin Miao a favor that was hard to repay. I don't know which college she chose. Will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Liang Shui got under Wei Qi's crotch with excitement. "Master, don't you want to try riding Shui'er?" A blue light flashed beneath him, and the evil, cold, and arrogant six-tailed fox slowly lifted Wei Qi up. A layer of light blue film tightly protected Wei Qi's whole body, warm and caring. Unless attacked strongly, the rider will not fall off the mount easily. Although the Fox clan's running speed is not the fastest on land, it is still among the best. Liang Shui raised his head and let out a long roar, and a faint blue light rose from his forehoofs. The whole fox moved towards the Hay Castle as fast as an arrow. The comfortable wind blew on Wei Qi's cheek, and his eyes were filled with an extremely enjoyable visual shock. Is this what it feels like to ride a spirit pet? The Beastmasters who were still inside in the middle of the night saw a white shadow flash through the forest and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, what kind of spiritual pet is this? It even has athlete's foot special effects? So cool. Gigi, I also want such a handsome mount. A female Beastmaster said in a hushed voice. I still want it. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Are you selling your mount? The price is negotiable. Several servants of Tianming Palace looked at Liang Shui's receding back with envy. What a cool fox. Lu Suyu, wearing a black robe and a veil, glanced coldly at her followers and said, What's there to envy? It won't be long before the spirit soldiers develop a riding function. Little brother, A echoed. Master Ghost Hand is truly a genius. That's right. The attendants responded one after another. Although the woman in front of them had an extremely graceful figure, they did not dare to harbor the slightest blasphemous thoughts towards her. She is the third of the four guardians of Tianming Palace, Jiao Guardian. It is said that the previous Scorpion Protector plotted against the Dragon Protector, but was killed by her. When the Palace Master heard the news, he immediately dismissed the Scorpion Protector and appointed a new one. Since then, no one dared to offend this charming and sexy Dragon Guardian. Lu Siyu and her attendants rushed to the direction where the Blood Knife Squad disappeared. Their subordinates had lost contact, so something must have happened. The fleeting appearance of the white fox just now reminded Lu Suyu of Wei Qi's slightly childish face. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Please forgive my sister for leaving without saying goodbye. I had no choice. Lu Suyu and Wei Qi's mother were good friends who grew up together, but when they met again, they were already enemies. She was ordered to seize the seal of mountains and seas, but she ultimately did not take ruthless action against the son of an old friend. So she used the excuse of looking for the missing mountain and sea seal to bring Wei Qi back to Pegasus City to live together. Lu Suyu didn't like Wei Qi at first. She planned to wait until Wei Qi graduated and had the ability to live independently, and then leave quietly with the Shanghai Seal. After 2.5 years of contact, Lu Suyu discovered that Wei Qi was a very distinctive boy. When Lu Suyu is bored, Wei Qi will play with her. When Lu Suyu was hungry, Wei Qi would take the initiative to bring her food. When Lu Suyu was scolded by her superiors, Wei Qi would also comfort her. Lu Suyu, who had been alone for many years, suddenly understood why she had looked for a man in the first place. With ignorant excitement, she deliberately wore some clothes that could easily arouse desire and walked around in front of Wei Qi. Flirting with this innocent young boy who is just beginning to fall in love gives her both psychological and physical satisfaction. But Wei Qi did not show up on time on the last day. Instead, he hung up her phone, as if it was a rejection. Lu Suyu felt like a clown after waiting at home all night in sexy lingerie. Very stupid and idiotic. It turns out that everything was just her wishful thinking. After her tears dried, Lu Suyu put on the blood-stained black robe again and left the city full of beautiful memories. The servants' confused voices came to my ears. Master Protector? What should we do next? Lu Suyu shook the man off her mind and said coldly, I'll dig 3 feet underground to find the seal of the Demon Dragon King. This is a death order from the Palace Master. Yes. Wei Qi didn't know that he had just passed by Sister Lu, whom he was worried about. With the help of the riding skill, Ride the Wind, Wei Qi quickly entered Bojiang City. It was dawn, and the fish-belly white light shone into the city. The early rising adventurers and vendors have already started shouting, teaming up to kill the stone spirit, splitting the goods equally, but lacking a powerful DPS. Selling cheap, red porcupine quills, essential for the advancement and transformation of fire-type spirit pets. What a crisp, sweet apple. Wei Qi looked at the bustling stalls. He weighed the little white fox in his arms and said, Liang Xue, didn't you withstand the Demon Dragon King's attacks several times? Let me find someone to treat you. Liang Xue knew that Wei Qi was a money-loving person. This kind of street stall charge is quite expensive. She can go back to the beast-taming space and slowly recuperate from her injuries. Moreover, the Demon Dragon King is a money-eating monster, and she doesn't want to become a financial burden to her master. It's okay, Master, they're just minor injuries. No, I would be sad if she got any hidden injuries. We can always make money again. Wei Qi touched Liang Xue's furry belly. Okay. Liang Xue wagged her tail happily. Which little cutie doesn't want to be cared for by his beloved owner? Wei Qi held the fox in one hand and the sacred lance in the other, looking for a cheap, healing Beastmaster at the west gate. Perhaps it was too early and the healing Beastmasters were not at work. Wei Qi could only come to the more expensive Goddess Church. It is called the Goddess Church, but it is actually just a smaller prayer house. There are only priests or nuns on duty, not even a decent guard. Wei Qi knocked on the door gently. Is anyone there? Huh? Please wait a moment. A familiar voice came from inside the house. Squeak. The door opened. A blind nun with slightly messy hair and a timid expression slowly opened the door of the hut. It's you? Wei Qi frowned slightly. Chapter 73. Do you want to try signing in? Wei Qi looked carefully at the blind nun in white robes in front of him. Her slightly curly golden long hair falls on her shoulders. Her skin is as white and tender as a lotus root and seems to be able to squeeze out water. Her lovely face makes people want to bully her. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl is blind. Su-chan, I didn't expect that we could meet here. Do you know my name? The nun tilted her head and listened carefully to the other person's voice. You are the man in the car. Her cheeks were tinged with a lovely blush. Su-chan opened the door of the prayer room and said, It's quite cold outside. Please come in first. I will change my clothes right away. This is a simple prayer house. The sofa for guests, the exquisite ornaments, and the small bed for rest still retain her warmth. You live here? Wei Qi asked curiously. Su-chan, who had changed into a nun's uniform, walked out of the inner room and said, Well, my term as a trainee nun had just ended, and I was transferred to Bojiang City to take charge of city affairs. This is considered a promotion, congratulations. Wei Qi said politely. Su-chan asked shyly, Excuse me, sir, are you here to pray? It was his first time handling city affairs. No, can you heal spirit pets here? Su-chan was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend money to come to the Goddess Church to heal a spiritual pet. Of course, sir. Su-chan took out a round healing spirit stone from her arms and sat opposite Wei Qi. How much does it cost? Starting from 50,000 yuan. It's indeed a bit expensive. 50,000 can buy a lot of healing potions. Wei Qi looked at the cute Liang Xue lying on the table and acting like a spoiled child, gritted his teeth, and said, "Treat her. You must cure her." Suchan nodded, and a strange white light burst out from her hands. The heartwarming breath slowly entered Liang Shue's body, healing all the injuries in her body. Suchan helped Liang Shue heal her injuries and cleansed her soul at the same time. Liang Shue's happiness. Wei Qi looked at the energetic Liang Shue and scanned the code to pay with satisfaction. "Thank you." Wei Qi picked up Liang Shue and prepared to leave. Suchan suddenly asked in a low voice, "Sir, what is your name?" "My name is Wei Qi." Suchan clutched the hem of her skirt nervously. She knew her request was excessive. "That weapon is filled with divine power. Can I take a look?" Wei Qi looked at the sacred lance placed at the door. Since this lance came from the goddess church, it was normal for her to feel the divine power. "This is what I got in a secret place in the wild." Wei Qi handed the sacred lance to Suchan. The blind nun gently grasped the lance, and her body and lance emitted a faint white light at the same time. Wei Qi couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this. Is it possible that the goddess's followers will receive additional bonuses when using this blessed weapon? No wonder Raymond used this gun to stab Atticus's carrier to death. "Thank you, Mr. Wei." Suchan handed the sacred lance to Wei Qi without any effort. Wei Qi rode the spear again and found that a mysterious inscription slowly appeared on the spear body. Strange, is there an inscription here? When exploring the demon dragon's underground palace, Wei Qi's attention was all on the enemy. "I really didn't pay attention to the style of the holy lance. Bye-bye." Wei Qi carried Liang Shue out of the prayer hut. Suchan closed the door of the cabin and slowly looked at her hands. "That gun, the power of the goddess. My chest feels so hot, so uncomfortable." Suchan thought she was not pious enough, so she quickly closed the door and prayed for a long time. Wei Qi, an apprentice Beastmaster, entered the civilian area of Bojiang City. Although a first-level Xian practitioner can go without sleep for 3 days in an extreme state, even the king of volume will rest on time every day. After entering the city, Wei Qi felt slightly tired. For an ordinary person, being mentally overdrawn to this extent is like having 1 foot halfway across the Naya Bridge. So he didn't contact Qingming immediately, but instead found a hotel with good value for money and booked a room. The hotel is beautifully decorated, and the room is filled with the soothing scent of rue. The room is very spacious, with a living room of about 40 square meters. All the furniture is the latest model, and the heart-shaped chandelier on the ceiling emits a light pink glow. The bedside table is also thoughtfully decorated with erotic items such as human cub burp covers. Wei Qi frowned. Could this be a shop used to rent rooms and make babies? He threw the breakfast he had bought in advance on the table, suppressed his sleepiness, and summoned the Dragon King. The well-behaved and sensible Liang Shue took out household appliances such as microwave ovens and sausage grills from the space ring to help Wei Qi heat up breakfast. The Demon Dragon King paced curiously in the room. "Master Wei, where is this?" Wei Qi pointed at Liang Shue while taking off his pants and getting into bed. "This is a human city. If you are hungry and want to eat, go find Liang Shue. She will help you heat up the food. Let me get some sleep first." Wei Qi, exhausted both physically and mentally, quickly fell asleep. Liang Shue squatted on the ground, fiddling with the power strip to use the electrical appliances. "What would you like to eat first?" The Demon Dragon King shook his head. "I am not hungry yet." Like Beastmasters, spirit pets no longer rely on food once their level reaches level 4. Liang Shue helped Wei Qi cut the bread slices, poured him a cup of hot milk, and washed a plate of peeled fruit for him. She herself ate a small piece of barbecue to satisfy her hunger. After Liang Shue prepared everything, she took off her fox fur coat and climbed onto the bed, intending to use her warm body to keep Wei Qi warm. The Demon Dragon King, who was sitting with his legs crossed watching the show, looked shocked. "Liang Shue, what are you doing?" "To keep the master warm. He will feel cold sleeping alone." Liang Shue answered naturally. Whether in the past life or this life, she has always been by Wei Qi's side to keep him warm. This is a living habit developed when conditions were poor in the past. After all, fox fur has great thermal insulation effects. The Demon Dragon King was stunned. Does it mean that as a human spirit pet, it not only has to help in battle, but also has to sleep with the owner on a daily basis? Fortunately, I had foresight. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace if our ancestors knew about it? Wei Qi was not at all restrained and just turned around and fell asleep. Liang Shue didn't care about the Demon Dragon King's opinion. She took off all her clothes and fell asleep in her arms around her master. The Demon Dragon King, who had just joined the new family, sat on the sofa at a loss. Is there something wrong with me? Or is there something wrong with the two of them? If I won't sleep with a human. The arrogant Demon Dragon King walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the busy streets, skyscrapers taller than giant trees, and yachts and planes flying freely. The human world is developing so fast. I couldn't help but feel a little sad. The maids who followed her around back then had long since died in that secret room. The humans who once believed in the dragon clan were now scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Now he really became a lonely king. The demon dragon king turned his head slightly and looked at Wei Qi, who was lying face up. This was the man who changed her destiny and the only man who had ever touched her body in her life. The demon dragon king was vaguely looking forward to his future life. Can he become a man worthy of this king? After all, the system that suddenly appeared in her mind required her to interact and sign in with the master every day. The more intimate the interaction, the greater the reward for signing in. If I will show my mercy and let you sleep peacefully. The dragon king drew the curtains, and the room fell into darkness. Would you like to try out the so-called system sign-in now? They're all asleep anyway. A bold idea flashed through the demon dragon king's mind. Chapter 74 Liang Shui. Damn, there's a thief in the house. 1,400 more to come. The demon dragon king looked at the system interface that popped up in front of him. Host, Fallen Dragon. Grade, Superior Mythical Grade. Level, 13. Race, Dragon Clan. Skill, Fallen Claw, Normal Active, attacks lock onto target and causes area damage, cannot be dodged. Dragonfall, Death Rattle, after death, causes massive true damage to all nearby enemies and an irreversible curse that lasts until death. Dragon Roar, the elite takes the initiative to cause stun effects and dark attribute damage to all enemies around it regardless of their level. Dragon King Domain, General Aura, enemies in the domain have their attack power reduced by 20%, and friendly forces gain a 20% attack power bonus. When activated, it has a deterrent effect on pets below the Lord level, and they cannot move freely within 10 seconds. Demon Flame Devouring the Sky. The Emperor takes the initiative to absorb the long-range spiritual attacks of nearby enemies and reflect 50 of the effect and damage. Dragon's Descent. Epic Passive. All attacks are randomly accompanied by any of the following effects: fear, knockback, bleeding, silence, stun. Dragon Scale Armor. Legendary Passive. Increases 40% of the 10 basic spiritual power resistances except Light System, and reduces damage received by 40%. Crazy Dragon Out of the Sea. Strengthens the myth's active ability, pulling all nearby enemies in front of you, causing 10 seconds of dizziness and silence. For each enemy pulled, the damage is increased by 10%, with no upper limit and a 3-hour cooldown. Dragon King strengthens racial skills and becomes immune to any control effects. Trust Value 20, increased by Mountain and Sea Tour. The Demon Dragon King pounded his cheek with one hand and pondered, have my abilities been digitized? The two skills, Mad Dragon Out of the Sea and Dragon King, have been enhanced by the props in the Novice Gift Pack. Crazy Dragon Out of the Sea originally only caused stun, and the damage was also capped. Now comes with Silence plus unlimited damage. No matter how many enemies there are, we are not afraid. Pull it over, and it's all done in seconds. The original racial skills are only immune to knockback and silence, but after strengthening, they are immune to any control. If I had this system back then, she would not be ambushed by Adikos, and the Dragon Clan would not be destroyed. The Demon Dragon King's initial level is 0, and she also used a strange item called Experience Pill to upgrade to 13. What is this trust value? Ding Trust Value is the host's trust in the contractor, with a maximum of 100. Given that the host contractor possesses a special magic weapon, the Mountain and Sea Seal, increasing the trust value can enhance combat power. The Demon Dragon King's eyes widened slightly. Isn't the Mountain and Sea Seal a magical weapon for enslaving spiritual pets? Ding Information Search in progress. Please wait. Ding Query completed. Magic Weapon, Mountain and Sea Seal. Rank, Tianxian 10 Secret Treasures. Function, Initial Trust Value plus 20. The speed of gaining trust value doubles. Trust Value 50. The host of the magic weapon obtains some of the abilities of the contracted beast to strengthen itself. Projection Transformation. Trust Value 70. The contracted beast gains the ability of the corresponding spiritual seal. Liang Shui uses the first spiritual seal, Flame Shock Blade. Trust rises to 100, and the magic weapon host can use all the abilities of the contracted beast. Second stage transformation, not unlocked. The information provided by the system is completely different from the Mountain and Sea Seal that the Demon Dragon King has heard about. The Demon Dragon King thought to himself, how could this be? I heard that the Mountain and Sea Seal is a magical weapon that can enslave all beasts. Ding Information Search in progress. Please wait. Ding query completed. The system slowly lists the panels. Trust 0. The pet can automatically terminate the contract. Trust value 30. The Beastmaster cannot perform star pattern engraving. Trust value 60. The pet can refuse some harassment orders from the Beastmaster. Trust value equals 100. The pet cannot disobey any order of the Beastmaster. The Demon Dragon King nodded, not quite understanding. It's quite convenient to have a system. With the current level of trust between her and Wei Qi, they can refuse harassing requests. The Mountain and Sea Seal has the effect of doubling the speed of gaining trust value, and in a sense it can indeed forcibly enslave spiritual pets. Humph, I won't let anyone easily fill up my favorability points. System, how should I sign in? Ding just touched the contractor's body to complete the sign-in operation. The closer the distance, the higher the reward. Demon Dragon King, do you always feel that this system is not very serious? But it gives so much. The house was dark, and Wei Qi and Liang Shui were fast asleep. The Demon Dragon King hesitated for a long time, and finally quietly rubbed to the other side of Liang Shui and quietly grabbed Wei Qi's hand. His hands are warm. So small. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a normal sign-in next to the cursed Shinrin Wei Qi. Receive today's sign-in gift pack 1, points plus 1,000. Today's discounted item, level 1 upgrade card, priced at 1,000 points, 50% off. The Demon Dragon King frowned in dissatisfaction. Why only 1,000 points? The items sold in the mall are all priced in tens of thousands. Ding, ordinary sign-in only gives 1,000 points. The host can try to improve the trust level to unlock intimate sign-in as soon as possible. What do you mean? Are you asking me to please humans? Ding, according to the information, frequent communication with the beast tamer can increase trust. How many points are there for intimate check-in? 10,000. 10 times the speed. The Demon Dragon King looked at Liang Shui with an innocent face, and a hint of jealousy appeared in his heart. It would be great if I could steal Liang Shui's trust. Closed check-in earns 10,000 points a day, 365,000 points a year. 3650 W in 10 years. The dragon race has a long lifespan, and the thing they have the most is time. If you can unlock the intimate check-in immediately, soon she will be able to recover. No, surpass her former peak. Unfortunately, the improvement of trust is not a one-sided favorability. It requires the gradual synchronization of the souls of both parties. In the previous life, Liang Shui and Wei Qi depended on each other and shared weal and woe, which is how they accumulated 100 points of trust. Let's take it one step at a time. The Demon Dragon King took a deep breath and sat back on the sofa, thinking about something. The cute little fox pricked up its alert ears. Liang Shui's eyes, which were narrowed into slits, slowly opened. What was the Demon Dragon King doing just now? Why do you touch your master's hand secretly? I've heard that female dragons have strong desires. Could it be that she is secretly coveting her master's body? Originally, Liang Shui thought that the arrogant Demon Dragon King must be the type who would be disobedient and unruly. The master has a natural immunity to this kind of cold woman. She didn't take the Demon Dragon King seriously either. Now it seems that something is wrong. Does it feel like there's a new competitor appearing out of nowhere? We just sent away a black dragon that drained its master dry, and now here comes another black dragon with ulterior motives. The coolest thing is that she brought this black dragon home herself. What kind of race is the Dragon Clan? A race that is even more Teddy than Teddy. Where did so many subdragons come from? Isn't it the work of these male dragons? This indirectly caused the long-term lonely mother dragon to become a grumpy and resentful woman. A general from the Western continent once said that many female dragons like to sneak into the human world to find mates. No, I have to find an opportunity to test her true intentions. If she thinks about her master's body, it will be a disaster. Chapter 75. Her name is Long Yan. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes, his head feeling dizzy. My right hand is numb. Master, are you awake? Do you want to eat something before going to sleep? Liang Shui's voice cleared Wei Qi's confused consciousness. Wei Qi took a deep breath, and his left hand became slightly out of control. Are you awake? The Demon Dragon King, with his arms folded and his legs crossed, slowly opened his eyes. Wei Qi then realized that there was a new companion in the house. Liang Shui pouted in dissatisfaction, and even a simple roll of her eyes seemed charming. The guy who was in the way. Wei Qi got out of bed and found toasted bread, a glass of milk, a sausage, and a peeled fruit plate on the table. Looking at the breakfast in front of him, Wei Qi suddenly became sad. From that day on, no one except Lu Suyu and Liang Shui made breakfast for him. I need a stronger power to consolidate my existing happiness. Liang Shui, who had put on her clothes, picked up the milk, and said, "Master, can Shuer heat it up for you?" "Need not." Wei Qi wolfed down the breakfast Liang Shui prepared for him. "It's so ordinary, yet so delicious. Only when you lose something will you know how to cherish it." The Demon Dragon King slowly stood up and took the initiative to ask, "Master, what are your plans next?" Wei Qi briefly explained his current identity and short-term goals to her. "Human Academy? Can I really become stronger quickly there?" The Demon Dragon King frowned slightly. Wei Qi explained with a smile, "Becoming stronger or not is secondary. If you don't join the Beast Taming Academy, you will always be an apprentice beast tamer, and your range of activities will be restricted. Connections are also an important resource. If you don't communicate with others, you will miss out on important information." The Demon Dragon King nodded, not quite understanding. From the moment she was born, she was a mythical spiritual pet and a candidate for the Dragon King. "Of course, I don't understand how much it costs to climb up from the bottom of existence." After breakfast, Wei Qi turned on his cell phone. 11:57. "I didn't expect to sleep so long. There are several red bubbles on WeChat. Qingning. Wei Qi, is everything going well? Qingning. If you see this message, please reply. The bodybuilding pill has been refined. Shinmiao. Have you found the dragon's lair? Xiaomei, congratulations. My old deskmate, you are the second most talented person in Pegasus City. Xiaomei, when you become rich, remember to treat me to a meal." Laugh. Wei Qi responded to the news that the three people were suitable. "Let's go, Liang Xue, let's go get the bodybuilding pills from consultant Qingning." Wei Qi glanced at the Demon Dragon King again. "Are you going back to the beast taming space or staying here?" The Demon Dragon King put his hands on his hips in dissatisfaction, and his plump breasts rose and fell with his emotions. "I have had enough of these dark places." Wei Qi felt troubled when looking at her dragon horns and tail. With the Dragon King's figure and appearance, he would definitely get 200% of the attention when he walked on the street. "Okay, you stay outside, but you have to follow my instructions." Wei Qi looked at the two women in front of him with very different styles and touched his chin. "When we enter Giant Snake City, I will buy you some clothes suitable for humans. You are too conspicuous now." Liang Shui transformed into a little white fox and landed on Wei Qi's shoulder, skillfully putting on a fox fur scarf. The Demon Dragon King was curious about human society and did not reject Wei Qi's proposal. Wei Qi packed his luggage and went downstairs to check out. The yawning lady at the front desk looked at the Demon Dragon King behind Wei Qi and couldn't help but complain. "Mr. S' girlfriend is so beautiful, and she can also cosplay." Yes. Wei Qi was embarrassed. "Check out and leave." The Dragon King, with his tall figure, long legs, and black silk dress, attracted the attention of men and women. Fuck. Beauty. A beauty wearing black stockings. Oh my god, why is she so tall? That's not the point to complain about, right? Look, she has horns and a tail. Damn, now that you put it that way, it really is true. When the smart man discovered that the Demon Dragon King was not human, he didn't dare to look at him any longer and quickly lowered his head and walked away. Bang! Bang! The surrounding cars collided with each other at the scene of the accident. The Demon Dragon King also gradually realized that the humans around her were staring at her. She whispered, "Master Wei, why do they always stare at me? You are so beautiful, and you have dragon horns and a dragon tail. Of course people will look at you. Then why did you not dare to continue watching after noticing that I was not human?" Wei Qi patiently explained. Because a pet that can transform into a human form is a symbol of power. Even low-level dragons wouldn't dare to offend the Dragon King, right? There's a huge gap between Beastmasters and ordinary humans. The Demon Dragon King frowned slightly. What did the woman in the store mean by the girlfriend she mentioned earlier? And cosplay? Wei Qi coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. Don't worry about those details. Speaking of which, how should I address you? I can't just keep calling you Demon Dragon King, right? The Demon Dragon King's eyes were full of confusion. I don't have a name. They all call me the Demon Dragon King. What's wrong with that? If you don't mind, how about I call you Long Yen from now on? Why is it called Long Yen? Wei Qi scratched his head and explained, you are a dark dragon. Yin and Yin sound similar, and it complements your beauty, so it's easy to pronounce. Long Yen turned her head with a bit of pride. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so good at naming. Putting aside the halo of the Dragon King, she is still a female dragon. As long as you are a female, who doesn't like to be praised for being beautiful? As long as you like it. Wei Qi eased the awkwardness with a faint smile. Unlike Liang Shui, Long Yin is not a natal spirit pet. Improving trust can be quite difficult, so you should think twice before answering questions. He couldn't say to Long Yin, I've been wanting to catch you for a long time and have been thinking about your name all night, right? A prompt popped up in front of Long Yan. Ding, trust value increased to 25. Huh. Why does changing your name increase your popularity? Could it be that I am actually very happy in my heart? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mere humans. Long Yan glanced at Wei Qi, who was leading the way in front of her, and felt a warm feeling in her heart. Everyone thinks that she is the cruel and bloodthirsty demon dragon king. Who else but Wei Qi would acknowledge her beauty? Ding, trust value increased to 27. Hello. This favorability level is rising too fast. I am the king of dragons. How could I be conquered so easily by a mere human? The man and the dragon were both guessing what the other was thinking, and they didn't dare to express what they were thinking. They were both afraid that their rash actions would cause the other party to dislike them. Chapter 76. Pride of the Ice Flame Vulpix. Wei Qi rushed to the location sent by Qing Ning. Wei Qi, who was bored on the road, wanted to check the beast taming panel. I haven't even seen the panels of Liang Shui and Long Yan after their promotion. 2 spiritual contracts light up in the beast taming space. 3 stars, and level 13. Wei Qi first checked Liang Shui's panel attributes. Name: Pride of Ice Flame Vulpix. Grade: Superior Epic. Level: 24. Race: Monster Tribe. Skill: Ice Leap. Normal active, attacks group targets and tears enemies to cause bleeding effect, and in ranged mode, replaces with number of tails, ice spears to attack single targets. Burn together, death rattle. After the Ice Flame Vulpix dies, it will cause irreversible freezing and true damage to surrounding enemies. Ice Cannon. Elite active. After charging, it causes penetrating damage and freezing effect to enemies in a straight line, and can be cast continuously for up to number of tails times. Chu Lian. General's Halo. Ice Dust 3-tailed fox has a 45% chance of being immune to any damage. Snowfall. The Emperor takes the initiative to create a snow river ice waterfall with the target as the center, causing a large-scale group attack, causing freezing and frostbite effects. The more tails there are, the larger the range of the snowfall. Charm. Racial skill. Charms a single target and makes it fall into an uncontrollable state. Increases the target's vulnerability by number of tails, 10%, and lasts for number of tails, seconds. Phantom Assault. The star pattern on the chest allows you to sprint 3 times in a short period of time. After each sprint, a fox phantom will be generated at the same place for 10 seconds. Yufeng. Riding skill. The speed will continue to increase in riding mode, up to 250%. Lone Fox Flying to the Moon. Epic passive. Ignores the enemies, number of tails, 10% of the ice resistance, and gains a shield immune to control effects every minute. Nirvana Kill. A first-level transformation skill that manipulates the tail to attack and tear apart a single target, causing a freezing effect. If the target falls into a frozen state, the damage is doubled. Wei Qi. By fighting Liang Shui, you can reach level 24, and each skill will be enhanced to varying degrees. The normal attack for melee combat remains unchanged, but the number of ice spears used for ranged combat is increased to 6. The number of times the ice cannon can be used, Chu Lian's chance of being immune to damage, and the attack range of the snow waterfall all become growth skills that increase with the growth of the foxtail. The most important thing is that Liang Shui's racial skill, Demon Capture, actually comes with a 60% vulnerability effect. Unbelievable. I've never heard of any fox clan using charm that makes them vulnerable. The newly realized epic passive has a 60% resistance ignoring effect. No wonder Liang Shui was able to damage Long Yan's defense. It turned out to be because of this new passive. The other enhancements are just minor. Charm damage increase and permanent penetration are the core effects. Say goodbye to the dilemma of having ice-type pets that only output scraping damage. Wei Qi was also shocked by Long Yan's outrageous panel. Although she doesn't have many active skills, her passive skills are more abnormal than each other. Immune to control throughout the entire process, with a permanent 40% damage reduction, and any attack will come with a random debuff. The combination of Crazy Dragon out of the sea and Wei Qi's Fiery Shock Blade can silence the enemy for up to 13 seconds. Wei Qi used to wonder why powerful monsters had the ability to destroy cities. Take Crazy Dragon out to sea as an example. After recovering her dragon form and level, Long Yan could probably use this move to turn half or the entire Bojiang city into ruins. Unlimited damage increase. Although Bojiang city is a small city, it has a population of at least several million. Hiss. Wei Qi didn't dare to think too much. If other people knew that Long Yan's mythical skills were so amazing, someone would definitely transform into a yellow-haired person and come to snatch her away. What surprised Wei Qi was that Long Yan's trust value was as high as 27 points. The book clearly states that the trust value of the new contracted pet is only 10 points. Could it be that Long Yin has a very high liking for me? Wei Qi stole a glance at the arrogant dragon queen standing beside him. The moment their eyes met, Long Yin quickly shifted her gaze and pretended to look at the scenery. Her reaction was so strange. The playful purple ahog on top of his head is still standing. Let's wait until the entrance ceremony is over and then slowly increase her trust value. It would be awesome if you could turn this proud and powerful dragon girl into a powerful weapon, right? Hiss, what am I thinking about? Want to eat meat before you even touch it? Wei Qi shook off the bitter thoughts in his mind and came to the coordinate point sent by Qing Ning. This is a huge square with tall and strong city walls standing in the distance. Guards patrolling on the walls can be vaguely seen. The flower beds next to the steps are colorful and very beautiful. The fountain in front is spraying clear water, forming a faint rainbow. A petite green-haired girl sat on a bench opposite the fountain, looking around. She raised her hand happily when she saw Wei Qi. Wei Qi, here. The light raindrops falling on Qing Ning's head did not make her look embarrassed, but instead highlighted her innocent and lovely smile. Wei Qi walked forward with Long Yin and Liang Shui. The men around were so angry that they banged their heads against the telephone poles. Fuck. This guy already has such a beautiful black stockings beauty, and he still wants to take possession of that green-haired little lowly. Why didn't I awaken my beast-taming talent back then? I'm so pissed. Wei Qi, I'm glad you're okay. Qing Ning stood up and greeted him. Her bright blue eyes swept over Long Yin, and she tilted her head and asked, "This?" Wei Qi glanced around and whispered, "That's the one." The dragon. Wei Qi quickly squatted down and covered Qing Ning's mouth. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Qing Ning opened her eyes wide and nodded as if to say, "I understand." Long Yin looked down at the little girl, and she felt so pity for her that she wanted to hold her in her arms. What a cute girl. The petite body also exudes a sweet scent. No, I don't have that kind of fetish. Long Yin found it difficult to feel disgusted with Qing Ning. Qing Ning's eyes swept over the two headlights, and her hands subconsciously touched the flat land on her body. Qing Ning, my fucking mind is broken. The originally cute expression instantly became extremely aggrieved. Wow, Grandma. It's over. Lime is beyond saving. Wow, Grandma. The difference between 1.9 meters and a little over 1.5 meters did not defeat her, but the difference between D and A made her cry. Simon in the necklace quickly comforted her. Don't cry, Ninger. You will grow up in the future. Really? Real? How old was Grandma? Woo-woo. Wow. Qing Ning even suspected that she was not her grandmother's granddaughter. Simon looked at the frosty and arrogant demon dragon king in front of him, and then glanced at the harmless Wei Qi standing beside him. How did he do it? It is said that the demon dragon king is brutal, capricious, and bloodthirsty. How did Wei Qi subdue this demon? Could it be the power of the mountain and sea seal? Wei Qi looked at Qing Ning, who was crying, and felt neither amused nor helpless. He took out some snacks from his space ring and shook them in front of Qing Ning's eyes. I still have 4 spirit-gathering pills in my pocket that I haven't sold yet, all thanks to the mature woman. So Wei Qi likes this legal lowly very much. Originally, these were prepared for Liang Shui, but Liang Shui, knowing how hard it was to make money, was reluctant to eat them. Consultant Lime, even though it's small, it's cute. Come have something delicious. Qing Ning stopped crying immediately when she saw someone coaxing her, and took out a small porcelain bottle from her arms and put it in Wei Qi's hand. Thank you, Wei Qi. This is the bodybuilding pill we agreed on. Wei Qi felt like a human trafficker trying to lure Lolita. Well, let's go back to Giant Snake City. Okay, Qing Ning will use this bonus to buy lots of delicious food and refine more pills to help others. Qing Ning smiled happily. Wei Qi looked at the mature woman jumping up and down, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Simon, will she know the location of the ruins of the Skara Church? Although there are many holes dug, I will speed up the process of filling them. The daily routine and foreshadowing are over, and the story of the third spirit pet will begin immediately. You can also write down the type you want in the comment area and filter it as appropriate. Chapter 77, Scarlate and the Mountain and Sea Seal. Bujiang City Transfer Station. Wei Qi and Qing Ning successfully boarded the inner-city train to Giant Snake City. During this period, when Long Yin was warned by the conductor that she was not allowed to transform into a human form in the train space, she almost turned into a terrorist and blew up the transfer station. Wei Qi risked his life to take her back to the beast-taming space. How dare you say that I am occupying social resources? You lowly insect really don't know how to live or die, Long Yin said, gritting her teeth. Wei Qi quickly tried to calm her down. Demon Dragon. Long Yin, didn't we agree at the beginning? You must obey my orders in human society. But I can't swallow this. How could the arrogant demon dragon king obey the orders of others? Except for Wei Qi, everyone else is no different from bugs in her eyes. We'll make it up to you when we get to Serpent City. The anger in Long Yan's heart gradually dissipated, and her voice changed a little. Really? More real than the real thing. My feet are a little sore. Long Yan intends to test Wei Qi's personal bottom line and make him serve her well. Let me give you a massage. Human clothes seem quite nice. If you like it, buy it. If you are a competent master, I will take a rest for a while. Long Yan felt much better after hearing this. She began to look forward to seeing Wei Qi squatting in front of her and massaging her feet. That expression of having to do something despite not wanting to do it must be very interesting. Since you have become my master, you must be bullied by me. Wei Qi wiped the cold sweat from his head and sat down on the seat. Finally done. Long Yan's temper was even worse than he had imagined. How can we live in peace in the future? Liang Shui squatted on Wei Qi's thighs and thought with her head down. It seemed necessary to teach Long Yan some basic skills of human society. Qing Ning happily swung her legs while holding the snacks. Baji finally going back to Shiyue Academy la la la. Legal Loli looks quite happy. Because Wei Qi made a lot of money from Qing Ning, he was very generous and bought a VIP box. The protagonist is a guy who is very stingy towards strangers. After all, he has always been at the bottom of society, and the transaction with Qing Ning is a gamble. Qing Ning's pills can't be sold at a high price because she doesn't have a business license. Ninger, eat less junk food. Because there were no strangers around, Simon's soul slowly floated out of the necklace. French fries are delicious. Qing Ning shook her head. Hey Wei Qi, you should also persuade her. These are all junk food. Simon sighed. Don't worry, senior. These foods are quite safe. Looking at the old woman in a gray robe in front of him, Wei Qi took out the gem that had exploded when Kyle died and said, Senior, do you recognize this thing? The old woman's body trembled slightly. She stretched out her dry hands to touch the gem, but couldn't. Where did you find it? She asked, her voice a little excited. On a knight named Kyle. Wei Qi answered truthfully. Brother, Wu. Simon's body began to tremble violently, and she seemed to be crying. Is the Simon that Kyle mentioned really Grandma Lime? It seems that the goddess cult and the Scarrat Church must be closely related. Wei Qi and Simon briefly recounted his experiences in the dragon's lair. Simon was so angry that he was speechless when he heard that his brother's soul had been enslaved by Atticus for thousands of years. After hearing this, the smile on Qing Ning's face gradually disappeared. She quietly put the potato chips on the table and grabbed Simon's arm and started acting coquettishly. Grandma, don't be sad. Ninger is feeling so bad. Simon's pain eased a lot. She touched Qing Ning with a kind face and said, Grandma is fine. It's not like she hasn't experienced life and death before. Wei Qi had long guessed that Simon was a dead person, and her soul, like the old man in the Panlong ring, was attached to the jewelry to keep her alive. The life of a Beastmaster is quite different from the impression of a monk in fantasy novels. The lifespan of a 4th-level Grandmaster is only 200 years. There are only a few Beastmasters whose lifespan exceeds 1,000 years. Therefore, some powerful monsters are willing to become human beings' spiritual pets, and would rather get star pattern enhancement for free than be enslaved by evil people for life. Wei Qi raised the question in his mind. Senior Simon, Kyle once mentioned the Scarrat Church. What kind of organization is that? Why is there no Scarrat Church in society now? Simon looked up at Wei Qi, then at Liang Shui, who was rolling around in a coquettish manner. Since the mountain and sea seal is on you, and the demon dragon king is your spiritual pet, you have the right to know everything. Simon's account was even more detailed than Kyle's. 5,000 years ago, the kingdom of God in the east that believed in light and the kingdom of demon in the west that believed in darkness were fighting each other. As the two sides fought fiercely, extraordinary forces swept the world. Many humans and beasts in the demon kingdom were affected by supernatural powers and turned into demons and monsters. The army of the kingdom of God could not withstand the strengthened demons at all. The front line collapsed, and they suffered repeated defeats. The humans on Tianxian Star were almost wiped out. This is not much different from the historical record of the birth of Aura. Perhaps hearing the prayers of the remaining humans in the kingdom of God, the goddess of hope and the witch of despair descended from the sky with angels, demons, and a black magic box. The magic box turned into 10 treasures with different abilities, which are the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian. With the help of the allied forces and the 10 secret treasures, humans easily defeated the demon army. The two goddesses worked together to teleport the demon kingdom, which was originally the West Road, into the demon realm. This is the original demon world sealing war. Although the kingdom of God eliminated the hostile forces, it still faced the witch of despair who fell from the sky and the demon behind her. The people of God's kingdom still cannot accept them. Before they could recapture all the lost territory, the coalition forces had already fallen apart. In the end, the witch of despair left the kingdom of God with her believers and the 5 secret treasures. The goddess of hope vaguely sensed that something was amiss, so she left behind the goddess cult composed of angels and the Skarat church composed of humans to search for the witch of despair and try to reorganize the coalition. Before leaving, the goddess handed the human emperor's sword to the Lord of the Kingdom of God, hoping that he could revitalize the human race. The seal of mountains and seas was entrusted to the first Pope Skarat, in the hope that he could use the power of all beasts to help the kingdom of God regain its glory. The 7 colored stones were placed in the Tianshan sect and handed over to fellow tribesmen for safekeeping. The goddess of hope disappeared in the long river of time with the cauldron of creation and the fountain of youth. The ambitious ruler of the kingdom of God wanted to dominate the world, but was betrayed by his subordinates. The kingdom of God, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was completely destroyed. The princes rose up, the heroes divided the country, and the world fell into chaos again. No one knows what went wrong with the seal of the demon world, and the demon has returned with more demons. Finally, a mysterious and powerful person organized the Tianshan Alliance, and the countries on the continent fought desperately to resist. Every 1,000 years, the seal of the demon world loosens. The war between humans and the demon world lasted for 4,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the demon of lies brought corrupted humans, demons, to the lair of the Skarat church. Pope Skarat ran away with the mountain and sea seal, and his whereabouts are unknown. Simon, one of the 3 elders, also died in that battle. Simon slowly closed his eyes. I only know the history of 4,000 years ago through church records. I can't guarantee its authenticity. But the Skarat church was indeed wiped out by the demons. The mountain and sea seal is a token of the successive popes, otherwise I wouldn't tell you this. Wei Qi. Chapter 78 Giant Snake City, Evil Moon Academy. Wei Qi's CPU burned out. The human emperor sword is the token of the Lord of the Kingdom of God, and the mountain and sea seal is the token of Pope Skarat. One is in Xun Miao's hands, and the other is in his own hands. Could it be that Dad is Skarat's last pope? Otherwise, how could the mountain and sea seal be in his hands? And he also knew that there was something inside the ruins of the Skarat church. No wonder the demon of lies was thinking about the seal of mountains and seas. It turns out that he has been thinking about it for more than 1,000 years. Wrong. If my father was the previous pope, why do I have demon blood? Could it be that my mother is the demon? A combination of a good man and a bad woman? He didn't think his stern father was a love-struck guy. Possessed by the devil, demon bloodline. Wei Qi. Could it be that Star turned into a girl to seduce the Pope in order to obtain the mountain and sea seal? Is my mom really a devil? Hiss, Wei Qi felt a chill on his back. Senior Simon, where is the ruins of Pope Skarat now? Wei Qi asked indirectly. Simon shook his head. Don't even think about it. The church ruins have long been occupied by demons. Even the Tianshan Alliance can't get close to them. Is there really no way to go back? Yes, but it's difficult. What method? Simon pointed to the necklace around Qing Ning's neck and said, the 3 elders of the Pope hold the necklace, ring, and bracelet of the first Pope Skarat. These 3 accessories blessed by the power of the goddess can be put together to open a portal to the church hall. Elder Qi Feng, who held the ring, died alongside me in battle. Morph, who held the bracelet, is a traitor who invited the wolf into the house. The ring and bracelet should be in Morph's hands. He should have already fallen into a high-level demon after defecting to the devil. Simon shook his head. Wei Qi sighed helplessly. The church ruins are outside the human territory. Let's wait until Long Yan's strength recovers to a certain level before trying to find it. There are many crises outside the human main city. Although Long Yan is very powerful, if she transforms back into a dragon, she will definitely attract a sneak attack from the old monster lurking in the forbidden area. The heart of the demon dragon king is a treasure that even the goddess cult wants to seize. By the way, why didn't Long Yan say a word to the Witch of Despair? Aren't they loyal believers of the Witch of Despair? Maybe she doesn't trust me enough, Wei Qi thought. Simon noticed Wei Qi's anxiety and asked, why are you going to the church ruins? The mountain and sea seal was given to me by my father. He once told me to go to the church ruins to find something. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and then took out the black key. Simon frowned slightly and studied the black key for a long time. I've never seen this key before. The ruins have long been occupied by demons. I really can't imagine what value they have. As compensation for saving my life, if you want to go to the Pope's ruins, I will go with you. Grandma, Ninger wants to go too. Qing Ning echoed. But Simon's expression suddenly changed. No, you can't go. She turned to look at Wei Qi. Wei Qi, it's true that your strength far exceeds that of your peers, but the Pope's ruins are filled with ferocious demons. I suggest you upgrade to a level 3 Mystic Master to strengthen your life and physical strength before trying again. Otherwise, there's a 9 out of 10 chance you'll die. Simon died in the Pope's ruins. She knew too well how powerful the demons there were. Even after 1,000 years, those demons were enough to easily destroy a human main city. Wei Qi nodded gently. Well, I won't seek death easily. Accepted the quest. Reach level 30 as quickly as possible. Objective: explore the ruins of the Scarrat Church. Reward: an unknown pet. Are you playing online games here? Liang Shui lay on Wei Qi's shoulder and looked at the endless plain outside the car and the monsters running everywhere. It turns out that the history of Tianxian Star is so exciting. The owner of the previous life is now desperately trying to make money to upgrade and has no channels to know the secrets of the world. Without the help of her owner, the little girl would not have the money to treat her grandmother. The inheritance of the Scarrat Church was cut off. Why did the mountain and sea seal end up in the hands of the Qin family in the previous life? And the black box in the old woman's story, could it be the key to enter the Axis? No wonder Shin Miao collected all 10 secret treasures in his previous life. Does she also want to explore the secrets within the Axis? If I were given another chance, I would rather be an ordinary fox than enter the Axis. Who can understand that the 10 tails are 10 kinds of extreme pain? This train has arrived at its final destination, Serpent Station. Please take care of the elderly and children traveling with you, and collect your luggage and prepare to disembark. Wei Qi and Qing Ning walked out of the transfer station square. Luxury cars are driving on the endless driveway, and skyscrapers on both sides are hung with neon lights. Beside the square are colorful buildings and leisurely strolling animal pets. This is a human city that perfectly combines ancient and modern technology. Qing Ning grabbed Wei Qi's sleeve and said, Let's go. Let's go to Shiyue Academy. Qing Ning skipped and pulled Wei Qi to the teleportation array next to them. The guard guarding the teleportation array was a young Beastmaster. He looked very proud as he wore the robe of the Tianxian Alliance Dragon Guard. He joined the Dragon Guard at such a young age, so his family must be extraordinary. Wei Qi, adhering to the principle of not causing trouble when going out, politely said, Hello, I'm a new trainee Beastmaster. How much does it cost to be teleported to Shiyue Academy? Haha, so you are a newcomer. Please pay the transfer fee of 20,000. The guard showed an expression that looked like he had decided to kill you. Damn, it costs 20,000 to ride the teleportation array once. Are you robbing me? Wei Qi couldn't help but curse. You look like a country bumpkin. Do you know how many spirit stones it takes to operate the teleportation stone once? The guard glanced at Wei Qi. Snort. Qing Ning took out his ID from his pocket and asked, Can I get a discount? The guard took Qing Ning's ID and his expression changed. His attitude became very respectful. So you're the consultant of Shiyue Academy. It's free. This order is free. That's pretty good. The guard looked at Wei Qi with disdain and muttered, You're walking with Xieyu's cutest and most adorable consultant, Xiaoqing. You're going to die. The underground magic circle flashed with a soft spiritual energy, and Wei Qi felt his vision go white. Finally back, Qingming smiled happily. In front of me is a very magnificent beast-taming academy. For statues of monsters of different shapes are crawling in front of the gate, and students and their pets are exercising together on the green grass. There were a few large birds circling in the sky, and human figures could be vaguely seen above them. A huge, pure black tower stands among the majestic buildings. The campus is well-greened, with emerald green willows swaying in the wind. Wei Qi walked along the comfortable and flat road and entered the academy. Is this Shiyue Academy? It's so impressive. Liang Shui also looked around with wide eyes. There is a huge gap between key colleges and ordinary colleges. A group of girls noticed Qing Ning next to Wei Qi and immediately surrounded her. Counselor Xiaoqing, you're finally back? I heard that someone named Wei Qi kidnapped you. The students miss you so much. Consultant Xiaoqing, this is the chocolate I made myself. Would you like to try it? Little Qingqing's so cute. Wei Qi. Chapter 79 Financial Crisis. Why do I always feel that Qing Ning is like a human mascot in Shiyue Academy? There are too many perverted Lilicon. Qing Ning's face flushed red as she reached out to cry for help. Let me go. Lime is a grown woman, not a child. In the end, Qing Ming was dragged away from Wei Qi's sight by everyone. Wei Qi, the reporting office is right in front. They are so enthusiastic. I didn't expect that consultant Qing Ning also has the attribute of being a heartthrob. Wei Qi walked into the academy gate with Liang Shui in his arms and a smile. A large number of students are doing high-intensity physical exercises on the playground. Beastmasters can easily become targets of concentrated fire, so physical training is a must for their survival. Some people also sit on the lawn with their eyes closed and meditate. There were also many newcomers who arrived at the college gate with trolley cases and confused looks on their faces. The enthusiastic seniors, the confused new students, and the tearful parents suddenly reminded Wei Qi of the university orientation in his previous life. It doesn't matter, I still have Liang Shui and Long Yan. At this time, a very familiar Maserati stopped at the entrance of the college. A purple-haired boy with a cold expression quickly got out of the car. Mom and Dad, don't send me off. Son, do you really want to join Shiyue Academy? The Zhou family is not short of money. You can obviously choose a better academy. The boy's mother said earnestly. Zhou Chang clenched his fists tightly, recalling the scene of being defeated by Wei Qi. Mom, please stop trying to persuade me. Dad said that you should get up where you fell. I must get back what I lost with my own hands. Wei Qi, just wait for me. I must win back. Wei Qi was filled with questions. Oh my God, why did this guy Zhou Chang come to Shiyue Academy? From the tone of his voice, it seems like he is here to seek revenge. Slip away. Several sharp-eyed senior students noticed the Maserati behind Zhou Chang. Good job. He is willing to drive such a luxury car when traveling. His family must be very rich. If you can become his girlfriend, why bother working hard? Several good-looking senior students took the initiative to approach Zhou Chang. Junior, shall I take you to the registration office? Zhou Chang's face was filled with black lines. Get lost. Okay. The other men shared the same hatred and despised Zhou Chang. The handsome senior has already taken action. Schoolmate, can I help you with your luggage? Thank you, senior. Which school are you from? He gave a very handsome and sunny smile. I am from the Flame Mansion. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Thank you. Let's add each other's contact information. No problem. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Wei Qi, with his tall figure and mysterious aura, quickly attracted the wolf's attention. A long-legged, dark-haired university student approached Wei Qi and asked, Are you a freshman this year? Do you want me to take you to the admissions office? Wei Qi has no plans to fall in love. It's a waste of money and energy, and a complete waste of time. Wei Qi politely waved his hand and said, Thank you, senior sister. I have a girlfriend. The enthusiastic senior student smiled intriguingly. Junior, your future college life won't be as wonderful as you imagined. Here's my contact information. I'll teach you how to survive. Wei Qi didn't refuse directly. Yeah. Bye, handsome junior. The senior student cast a charming glance at him. Wei Qi vaguely felt the jealous gazes around him. What a damn bastard. Yuhan from Earthfire Class 1 actually took a fancy to him. Why would a beautiful woman flirt with him? Isn't she just a little more handsome than me? Wei Qi put his hands in his pockets and sneered in his heart. If you let you see the appearance of Liang Shui and Long Yan, won't you kill me? Liang Shui, the master doesn't need a girlfriend. Shiyue Academy is a beast-taming academy that ranks among the top in terms of comprehensive strength in the northern part of Dragon Country. The popularity of the school remains high because it ranks first in the country in terms of student treatment. In order to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, Shiyue College only accepts 1,000 new students each year. The academy is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each grade is divided into 4 academies: Flame, Thunder, Wind, and Ice. Among them, the Fire Academy, which is the most recognized academy by the public, is the strongest. According to Qing Ning's narration, each academy has a chief elder in charge, and their strength is second only to the principal Zhou Tianhong. After asking a few passers-by, Wei Qi quickly found the admissions office of Bingji Mansion. Before your eyes is a unique building that looks like an ice sculpture. Even though it was a hot summer, the buildings of the Ice Palace were still covered with crystal-clear snowflakes. Moreover, the temperature is much lower than that of other colleges, and many students enjoy the natural air conditioning at the gate of the Ice Palace. Enter the gate of the Ice Palace. A middle-aged bald man dozed off in a seat in the admissions office. There are very few Beastmasters who specialize in ice-type spirit pets, and the Ice Academy has been ranked last among the 4 academies for 10,000 years. Wei Qi didn't mind. He joined Shiyue Academy for the generous personal benefits and Qingning's pills. Hello, teacher. I am a freshman at Shiyue Academy, Wei Qi said in a low voice. The bald man's snot bubble was popped. He opened his eyes drowsily, and quickly regained consciousness. New here? Here, fill out this form and give me your ID. Wei Qi filled in his personal information. The bald man handed Wei Qi a finely crafted wristband. This is your Beast Tamer certificate. Don't lose it. From now on, you'll enjoy a 25% discount on any purchase in Giant Snake City, and a 20% discount in other major cities. Wei Qi opened the wristband, which contained his personal information. Name, Wei Qi. College, Shiyue College, Ice Palace. Representative Beast, Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox. Points, 421. Take the receipt and go to the cashier's office to pay the fee. The tuition fee is 250,000 yuan. Teacher, what does this integral mean? You'll find out tomorrow. Wei Qi nodded thoughtfully. Teacher, after I pay the money, I will be officially hired? You are now a full-time employee and enjoy all the benefits of a beast tamer. The class will officially start at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Ice Mansion. Don't be late. Thank you. Wei Qi reluctantly paid 250,000 yuan and officially became a student of Shiyue Academy. The lady at the cashier's office added, Young man, what price range of dormitory do you want? What are the price ranges? A room for 4 people costs 100,000 yuan a year, and a room for 8 people costs 1,000 people x 30W equals 3 small goals of stable income every year. Wei Qi touched his chin and began to think. Although the price of an 8-person room is cheap, it is inconvenient to live with several men. Who knows if they are the ones who play games loudly in the middle of the night, are emo at 12 o'clock sharp, and snore when they sleep. Besides, Long Yin doesn't like dark and confined environments. Wei Qi looked at his balance, 637,000. Including the spirit beast materials and 4 spirit gathering pills worth 700,000 left by Hummer. The total net worth is about 2.34 million yuan, and with a 25% discount coupon, you can buy a house with good facilities. The feed I bought for Liang Shui last time has almost been eaten, and now there is another mouth to feed, Long Yin. There is a fiscal deficit. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui lovingly. You really are a 4-legged, gold-eating beast. Chapter 80, New Home in Giant Snake City. Wei Qi left Shiyue Academy and went to the Tianxin Chamber of Commerce in Giant Snake City to sell all the materials in the Hummer Space Ring, making a profit of 650,000. Because Wei Qi does not have an alchemist certificate, a 250,000 yuan deposit is required to put a spirit gathering pill on the shelf. After spending a few hours at the Tianxin Chamber of Commerce, Wei Qi's balance successfully became 2.3 million. I finally have money. Wei Qi wiped the sweat off his face while looking at the scorching sun. Long Yin, you haven't made any sound all afternoon. Are you okay? So boring of him. It's okay, I'm fine. There was a hint of panic in Long Yan's voice. Long Yin, bear with me for a while. Let me finish the house. Humph. You actually made me wait so long. A black light flashed beside her, and Long Yin appeared beside Wei Qi with her arms crossed. She was thinking about how to punish this stupid master. Giant Snake City is the transportation hub of the Northern Territory, and there are even blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners here. Spirit pets like Long Yin that can transform into humans are not uncommon in Giant Snake City. Don't I just want to give you a warm home? You don't like living with a group of men, do you? Wei Qi spread his hands. Long Yan's tail danced gently. Humph, you still look like a master. Liang Shui and his arms refused to give in. She transformed into a human form and hugged Wei Qi's arm as if to claim her sovereignty. Although you are the demon dragon king, the real owner of this house is him. Long Yin said nonchalantly, I will keep my word. Then call me sister. Long Yin clenched her fists tightly, veins popping out, and whispered, Sister, sister. Liang Shui straightened her back happily, and Wei Qi was so happy that he almost took off. Hee master. Long Yin felt very unhappy looking at the two people sticking together. As my master, you don't even speak for me? How is that white fox stronger than me? Isn't it just that she has bigger breasts, knows how to act coquettishly and cutely, and has a better temper than mine? Hateful. I am so angry. Wei Qi certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to increase his trust. He gently grabbed Long Yan's wrist and said, I apologize on behalf of Liang Shui and you, Long Yan. I'm sorry. Long Yin quickly turned her head away. I'm a man of my words. Calling you sister is nothing. Then call me good sister 10,000 times. Liang Shui knew the importance of finishing off the enemy. Long Yin blushed again, and white smoke began to float above her head. Wei Qi patted Liang Shui's head and said, Liang Shui, don't be so unreasonable. As the king of dragons, Long Yin's arrogance is understandable. She has done a good job. I didn't expect Liang Shui to be so bad and know how to break people's defenses. The black-faced and white-faced actors made Long Yin stunned. Long Yin, who didn't understand the wickedness of human nature, had a better impression of Wei Qi, and it was about to break through the 30 mark. At least he has a conscience. Otherwise, I will stomp his face hard with my feet tonight, and let him know the consequences of bullying me. In order to give Long Yin a warm home, Wei Qi stopped a taxi. While on the bus, he had already prepared a home buying guide online. Master, go to Baitangwan community. Hold on tight. When the master saw two beautiful women, one black and one blue, with the characteristics of spirit beasts on their heads in the back seat of the car, he realized that Wei Qi was a powerful Beastmaster. The master gave up the idea of taking a detour. According to his many years of experience in the martial arts world, the stronger the Beastmaster, the worse his temper. If he angers these big guys, his career will be over. The experienced driver drove very fast and very steadily. Wei Qi quickly arrived at the gate of Baitangwan community. Master, how much is it? The driver quickly shook his head. No money, my wife is about to give birth. Please get off the car. Wei Qi stood at the entrance of the community with his cell phone in hand, looking confused. Liang Shui complained. Master, he seems to be afraid of us. Long Yin said in a somewhat childish tone. He must have sensed my majestic aura. He's truly a clever human being. Wei Qi had contacted the landlord in advance. A middle-aged man ran up to the three people, waving his hands. Hello, are you the landlord? You guys are here to look at the house. The landlord was shocked when he saw Liang Shui's fox ears and Long Yan's dragon horns. Are they your spiritual pets? Wei Qi smiled faintly and said, Yes, didn't you say online that there's a discount for staying with a humanoid pet? The landlord swallowed his saliva. The information on the internet was just an activity he organized to promote the sale of the house. How many Beastmasters in reality can produce humanoid spirit pets? The mysterious and powerful label was deeply engraved in the landlord's mind. Okay, let's go. The landlord nodded and bowed. Wei Qi quickly chose a room with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a balcony. This one is nice. How much is it? The landlord held up 2 fingers and said, Handsome man, you have a good eye. This room is not expensive, for million. Our Baitangwan is a newly built residential complex with good surrounding facilities. It is one of the most upscale communities in the civilian area. For 4 million yuan, you won't suffer a loss or be cheated. Long Yin was still happily playing with the shower head in the bathroom, while Liang Shui was standing timidly behind Wei Qi. She knew Wei Qi didn't have that much money. Wei Qi calmly extended his hand and said, Excuse me, boss, your pricing is too rigid. Landlord. Wei Qi pretended to tidy up his leader. I have some knowledge of commercial properties. Properties with the same price as yours are only a little over 3 million. Isn't your 4 million a bit unreasonable? The landlord touched his nose and thought, this guy knows the market conditions very well. Okay, 3 million is 3 million. Wei Qi continued, our community's occupancy rate isn't very high, and its reputation isn't high enough. I can definitely buy a similarly priced apartment in the main district, which still has room for appreciation. Isn't your 3 million a bit? The landlord had a smile on his face, but was cursing in his heart. I really underestimated this kid. The moment he saw the 2 women, the landlord thought Wei Qi was a silly young master from a wealthy family. Wei Qi was right. The Baitangwan real estate project was aimed at the new students of Shiyue Academy. Beastmasters were indeed eligible to buy houses in the mainstream area. 2.5 million is okay? Is that sincere enough? Wei Qi clapped his hands. I can see your information online, which means it's fate. Since it's fate, can you make it cheaper? 2 million. Any lower, and I'll lose money. Wei Qi pulled out a long green ticket from his pocket and said, Look, is this a coupon for your property? It can give you a 10% discount, right? The landlord touched his nose, which was slightly red and warm. 180W. Wei Qi took out his phone and asked, Is it 10% off if I share a comment and like it on my moments? And if I share it to 10 groups for you, will it be 9.5% off? Yes. Is there a discount for bringing a humanoid pet? Yes. Well, does this mean I can enjoy a 25% discount when shopping in Giant Snake City? Wei Qi showed his beast tamer certificate. That's the number in the end. Liang Shui took out a calculator from somewhere. It says 92.34. The landlord leaned back and opened his mouth slightly. 92W? Wei Qi pointed at the room and said, Although your house is nice, the couple downstairs just had a baby, and the neighborhood next door is still under renovation. I really can't bear to continue bargaining. The landlord quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, 920,000 is 920,000. If you lower the price any further, I'll pack my bags and leave. I'm not selling it anymore. This is the top floor. Sign the contract quickly and stop reading it. The landlord was in tears. The sales of the Baitangwan property are not good, and most of the houses are idle. If you sell it, you make money. If you can't sell it, it's just reinforced concrete. Wei Qi reluctantly paid 920,000 yuan, and the landlord left with the electronic agreement in tears of humiliation. Long Yin sat on the sofa and rubbed her belly with satisfaction. Human nests are really exquisite. Wei, master, I'm hungry. Although he spent a lot of money, Wei Qi was still very happy looking at his two beautiful family members. I really can't do anything about you. Chapter 81 Wei Qi, a war without Gunsmoke. Wei Qi, who was moving daily necessities, put down the kettle and took out his phone. Are you hungry? Or some pet food? Liang Xue, take the wok to the kitchen and wash it. I'll order some fresh vegetables online. Liang Xue took the big black wok. Master, you've been busy all morning. Can you leave lunch to Xue? Long Yin looked at Liang Xue's back with a surprised expression. Liang Xue can also cook? Of course, Xue. Do you want to try it? Liang Xue plans to conquer Long Yin with her cooking skills. Wei Qi didn't want Long Yin to see her deceased grandfather, so he snatched the wok away and said, As a Beastmaster, I must take care of your daily life. I'm not a useless person. Seeing Wei Qi's tough attitude, Liang Xue smiled slightly and continued to do housework. Long Yin frowned slightly, thinking, is the food cooked by Liang Xue delicious? Of course, Long Yin didn't know that Wei Qi indirectly saved her life. Baleem, the riders from the food delivery platform were very fast and delivered the grains, oils, eggs, vegetables, and fruits that Wei Qi ordered in less than 10 minutes. Wei Qi tied on an apron, opened the refrigerator, and began to direct Liang Xue to work. Sitting on the sofa, Long Yin looked at the two people talking and laughing, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. The white fox is Wei Qi's natal beast, and the two are partners linked by fate and will never betray each other. After all, I am an outsider. Although Long Yin is powerful and seems to have no weaknesses, she is a woman after all, and is easily sentimental. Otherwise, she would not have been ambushed by Adikos and her soul imprisoned. Liang Xue washed the apples, cut them into pieces, and placed them in front of Long Yin with both hands. This is a special fruit cultivated by humans. It's delicious. Try it. Although Liang Xue doesn't like Long Yin in her heart, she is willing to take care of Long Yin for Wei Qi's future. Liang Xue was surprised by Long Yin's reaction. The arrogant demon dragon king actually lowered his noble head and took the plate, a trace of sadness flashing in his red eyes. Thank you. Don't eat too much. The food is still in the pot. Long Yin suddenly asked, what kind of person is he? Liang Xue tucked her scattered hair behind her ears and smiled warmly. Master is the most handsome, strongest, and kindest man to his pet in the world. You will definitely not regret becoming his spiritual pet. Long Yin looked at the apple on the plate and whispered, really? Liang Xue, help me open the window. The range hood isn't working properly. I need to replace it with a new one later. Wei Qi's cough was heard from the kitchen. Xue is here. Long Yin looked at the two people and their pet in the kitchen with happy faces, and secretly clenched her fists. The fate that the demon dragon clan bears, should I confess it to him? Wei Qi was an expert in cooking with 2.5 years of experience. He quickly prepared his signature dishes of stewed chicken with potatoes, scrambled eggs with persimmons, celery powder, and cold tiger salad. Liang Xue was eager to try and wanted to help him make a pot of seaweed egg drop soup, but was stopped by Wei Qi. Long Yin was stunned for a moment as she looked at the colorful, juicy, and tender dishes on the table. You did all this? Yes, eat it while it's hot. Wei Qi took off her apron and sat in the main seat. Looking at the two beauties on the left and right, the sense of satisfaction in my heart is about to overflow. Look for a spirit pet instead of a fox, watch VTB instead of Lianbao, eat hamburgers instead of Xlas, ride in a car instead of a convertible, play mobile games instead of, and you will only live a relatively failed life. Wei Qi's cooking skills are top-notch. Liang Xue immediately picked up the chopsticks and ate happily, shaking her fox ears. Being able to eat the food cooked by the host is such a pleasure. Wei Qi looked at Long Yin, who hadn't touched her chopsticks, with a puzzled look on his face. Eat? Why not eat it while it's hot? It won't taste good if it gets cold. Long Yin's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head to look at the chopsticks, and the thorny dragon tail gently tugged at Wei Qi's trouser leg. What is this? I don't know how to use it. The tableware in the Western continent is a knife and fork. Wei Qi picked up the chopsticks and demonstrated. First like this, then like this, then like this. Do you understand? Long Yin grabbed the chopsticks and squeezed them hard. Pa! The chopsticks are broken. Long Yin no longer relied on food for 1,000 years, and whenever she felt hungry, there were caring servants to feed her. Chopsticks, a difficult cutlery to use, are a huge challenge for her. Wei Qi took off his non-existent glasses. I really can't do anything about you. Open your mouth, huh? Although Long Yin was accustomed to being fed, this was the first time she was fed by a male. Her body trembled slightly. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the master has promised to take care of me, so he deserves to be fed. Why does my heartbeat feel faster and faster? Emu. Long Yin finally opened her mouth obediently to be fed. Wei Qi didn't have any psychological burden. Feeding a spirit pet is the first lesson for a Beastmaster. Delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. After finishing a bowl of rice, Long Yin felt a little ashamed and wanted to run away. Shouldn't feeding a spirit pet be a shameful act for a black-hearted Beastmaster? Why wasn't there any discomfort in his eyes? This king was left at a loss as to what to do because of him. Just a master. Don't get carried away. No, I have to find another way to humiliate him. From now on, all the clothes I have worn must be washed by him by hand. It will tire you to death. Long Yin had already imagined the scene of Wei Qi hugging her thighs and begging desperately. Long Yin pretended to be serious and said, Ahem, I'm full. The master's cooking was just SOSO. Please keep working hard next time. Well, I will try my best to take care of you. Wei Qi's inner thoughts. Long Yin's appetite is not as big as I thought. Ding trust value increased to 28. Looking at the prompt panel in front of her, Long Yin's pretty face turned red and she made no excuses. Wei Qi returned to his seat and immediately changed a pair of chopsticks. Long Yin frowned slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Do you dislike my dirtiness? Wei Qi smiled bitterly and said, In human cognition, eating each other's saliva is a very intimate behavior. Long Yin remained silent, but the look in her eyes revealed that if you dare to change the chopsticks, you will be dead. You actually dislike my saliva? You are just a mere district owner, yet you are so arrogant. I must teach him a lesson tonight. Wei Qi looked at the crystal-clear ambergris on the chopsticks. According to scientific evidence, ambergris is an expensive alchemy material. Taking it regularly can strengthen the body and enhance physical activity? Okay. Wei Qi was busy for a long time and his stomach was growling with hunger. A faint cry could be heard in the air. Master Shuer also wants to be fed. Okay. When Long Yin saw Wei Qi feeding Liang Shui, she felt a little unhappy. Long Yin's eyes. Don't you know how to use chopsticks? Liang Shui responded with her eyes. What's it to you? Long Yin, annoyed. Master, I suddenly want to eat another bowl. You won't refuse, right? Wei Qi thought to himself. It's poisonous. Are you two going to let me eat? But life must go on. He smiled brightly and said, No problem. Totally OJ 8K. The battle between dragon and fox officially begins today. Chapter 82. Liang Shui wants to attack the master. The jealous dragon and fox ate the remaining rice, and poor Wei Qi didn't dare to say a word. Liang Shui couldn't bear to see Wei Qi starve, so she had to end the war. After dinner, the three of them sat on the long sofa and watched a movie to relax. This is a movie full of love, action, suspense, and horror elements, called The Disaster of Sadako. The plot was pretty good, and Wei Qi and Liang Shui watched it with great interest. Long Yin, who didn't understand human civilization, was completely confused. She lay down on the right side of the sofa without any hesitation. Liang Shui, who was immersed in the world of movies, leaned on Wei Qi's left shoulder, and her 6 foxtails gently wrapped around Wei Qi's waist and neck. Movie time is over. Long Yin looked at Wei Qi, who was blushing a little, and nodded with satisfaction. This guy finally has some sense of shame. From now on, I will punish my master by making him massage my feet every day and tire him to death. Make his eyes full of white-haired foxes. Isn't my human appearance enough to charm him? Liang Shui came back to her senses, and her tail stood up. She pointed at Long Yin's thigh on the coffee table and asked, What? What are you doing? What? Are you not convinced? Long Yin smiled happily. Anyway, don't put your feet anywhere. Liang Shui pouted her red lips and frowned. Long Yin is such a bad guy. He actually wanted to take Schwenner's place by attracting the master's attention. We must not let her succeed. Long Yin slowly stood up, her long, black hair falling freely, and stretched lazily. I am going to practice and recover my strength as soon as possible. She glanced at Wei Qi again and said, Don't forget the conditions you promised me. I have to go to school and jail again starting tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if I take a day off today. Long Yin's figure gradually disappeared. With her heart pounding, she hid in the beast-taming space and faced the wall to calm down. After Liang Shui sniffed twice to make sure Long Yin had completely left, she threw herself into Wei Qi's arms. Wei Qi. Liang Shui, what's wrong with you? Liang Shui clung to Wei Qi like an octopus. Master, Shui is a little scared. What are you afraid of? The big fox's eyes were full of anxiety. Shui is worried that her master will be kidnapped by that female dragon and will never want her again. How could that be? You are all my wings. Oh no, mate. Wei Qi quickly added. Of course, Liang Shui is the most important person in my heart. Really? A hint of surprise flashed in Liang Shui's eyes. The current Liang Shui and the current Wei Qi have not experienced so many life and death ties. She is worried that Wei Qi will neglect her and prefer the stronger Long Yan. Wei Qi is not a fool. Long Yan's trust value has not even exceeded 30, and she cannot even perform star pattern engraving. A liar is a puppy. Master, you are so bad. Liang Shui shook her tail shyly. Wei Qi enjoyed himself while looking at the sky outside the window. What kind of clothes should I buy for Liang Shui, who has a graceful figure? Wei Qi has already begun looking forward to the process of receiving the star pattern to engrave for Liang Shui after school officially starts tomorrow. I went into the bathroom and washed my hair with cold water. Let's go shopping. Long Yan, you didn't even take me with you when shopping. I'm angry. Chapter 83 The Legend of Giant Snake City. The sun is hanging in the blue sky. It is the hottest season in Giant Snake City now, and the streets are full of women wearing miniskirts. A beautiful blue-haired girl wearing a white fox fur coat attracted the attention of countless men. The extraordinary beauty and sexy body are not as attractive as the furry tail behind. I'm so jealous. Damn it. Why can't my fox turn into a beautiful girl with big breasts and a nice butt? The unconscious man pointed at the husky at his feet and said, Era, I've never begged anyone in my life. Can you turn into? The husky broke free from the reins and ran away. Don't even think about it. A Beastmaster, holding a slime in his arms, pointed at Liang Shui not far away and said, My requirements are not high. Just a woman is enough. Slime. The old man sweeping the garbage shook his head and said, Why do young people these days like to dream during the day? Master, what's the difference between a man without dreams and a salted fish? You're already salty enough. Go take a shower and go to bed. Liang Shui ignored the comments of the people around her and grabbed Wei Qi's left arm. Master, are you hot? She continued to consume the spiritual energy in her body to help Wei Qi create an air-conditioned aura. Wei Qi rarely received so much attention and greetings from so many people. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Liang Shui, thank you for your hard work. As long as the master is happy, Shuiner's efforts will not be in vain. Liang Shui dreams of living with Wei Qi in human form. Now her wish has finally come true. It was also the first time for Wei Qi to go shopping with Liang Shui. Having never been in a relationship, he seemed as steady as an old dog, but in fact, he was very nervous. I have absolutely no idea what to talk about. The two of them leisurely came to the central square of Giant Snake City. There was a statue of a mighty man standing in the city, with 9 spiritual pets of different shapes standing beside him, among which a giant snake with a lifelike expression stood in the center. Wei Qi looked up at the majestic statue of the beast tamer and felt a sense of longing. Liang Shui asked, Master, what's so interesting about a statue? Wei Qi said, A true man is born in this world. I hope that one day I can become a hero admired by everyone and leave my name in history. Liang Shui nervously grabbed Wei Qi's arm and said, Master, Shui only hopes that you will live a peaceful, happy, and blissful life. Being a hero is too dangerous. Well, being a hero also requires strength. I don't have the ability to kill everything instantly yet. Wei Qi, who was curious about the statue, took Liang Shui to a nearby storyteller's tea stall to rest. It turns out that this statue is the savior of Giant Snake City. His surname is Qi, and his name has been lost. A long time ago, the giant serpent city was attacked by monsters just after it was built. This savior brought 9 extremely powerful beasts to repel the beast tide and saved countless people. In order to commemorate his kindness, people cast this statue and renamed the city Giant Snake City. After rescuing everyone, the Beastmaster did not stop, but went straight north and never came back. Following his disappearance, a legend has been circulating in the Giant Snake City. It is said that this person's name is Qi Feili, and his strength is unfathomable. His purpose of traveling north is to enter the demon world and suppress the devil. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. On his deathbed, Qi Feili sealed all his life's gains, including the 9 spiritual pets, in the tomb, hoping that after reincarnation, he could take back his previous life's legacy and suppress the demon world again. All of Qi Feili's spirit pets are extremely powerful and are guaranteed to be epic level. One can take off by inheriting a spirit pet. What's more, there are 9 of them. For hundreds of years, Whenever a great secret realm was refreshed near the giant serpent city, Beastmasters from the northern part of Dragon Country and even other countries would flock there. It is said that someone was lucky enough to find Chi Fei's tomb, but the ancient tomb of Danang was actually divided into 9 parts, and it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false. The storyteller closed his folding fan and said cheerfully, Chi Fei's story has come to an end. If you have money, please come and support us. The tourists at the tea stall laughed out loud. It's been hundreds of years, and there are still idiots who believe this legend. 9 Beastmasters. That means they are at least 8th rank Xian Emperors. Beastmasters of this level can vaguely sense destiny. Killing them is harder than ascending to heaven. Is Chi Fei an idiot? Going alone to the legendary demon world to die? I guess the Lord of Giant Serpent City created a void god and created an IP to make money. That's right. Neither the locals nor the tourists in the city believed the storyteller's tale. Wei Qi drank the cold tea in one gulp, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. It shouldn't be the case that the hero engraved on the monument is forgotten by the world. The storyteller clapped his hands and walked over to Wei Qi. If Chi Fei knew that he sacrificed everything only to be laughed at by future generations, would he regret it? I don't think so. How do you know? Guess. Ha. Little brother is really interesting. The storyteller took off his heavy black hood, revealing a smiling mask that made people feel extremely weird. What does this angel-like fox fairy think? Liang Shui pricked up her ears alertly and said coldly, I don't know. The red pupils beneath the mask shrank slightly, and he looked at Wei Qi. Little brother, do you want to know the whereabouts of Chi Fei's tomb? Wei Qi frowned slightly. You are not a salesman, are you? Bingo. The storyteller untied his black robe and took out a few small notebooks from his bosom. I see that my brother is also a sentimental person. The book also contains some funny stories between him and his spirit pet. It's worth reading as a dog food article. How much? The storyteller pleaded. 100 yuan. Since the tea is free, please help me, brother. Wei Qi slapped 5 yuan on the table. These 5 yuan are for listening to your story. Liang Shui, we should go now. Hey, brother, it's only 100 yuan, and it contains instructions on how to capture the beautiful fox girl. He was most likely a scammer trying to steal money, so Wei Qi didn't bother to pay attention to him. Liang Shui suddenly grabbed Wei Qi's arm and said, Master, do you want to buy a book? Shui wants to hear your story tonight. The fox girl's face flushed slightly, and she began to hope that her beloved master would come to her senses and take the initiative to win over her. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. Since Liang Shui wants to listen to a story at night, buy her a bedtime reading. You're lucky. Wei Qi took out his phone and scanned the code. The storyteller smiled and handed a yellow booklet to Wei Qi. Thank you, sir. Take care. Wei Qi threw the pornographic book into the space ring without even looking at it. Liang Shui, shall we go shopping at the clothing store? The storyteller looked at Liang Shui walking away and shook his head helplessly. Little fox, is this the past you chose by giving up the supreme godhead? We finally found a backup candidate, but he's just in love. Who will be the unlucky one to end up inside the shaft this time? At this time, a child holding a lollipop tugged at his clothes. Big brother, I only have 80 yuan, can I? The storyteller chuckled and pulled out a few secret manuals from his pocket. Child, 10 yuan each. From now on, the responsibility of maintaining world peace will be handed over to you. Chapter 84 Fox Pua Dragon. Wei Qi bought several sets of clothes for Liang Shui and Long Yin. Because Long Yin did not try on the clothes on site, and because of her height, several pieces of clothing did not fit her. Wei Qi could only drag Long Yin to the clothing store again to change to a suitable size. It took the whole afternoon to go back and forth. The sun has set, and night has fallen. Wei Qi plopped down on the sofa. Shopping is so annoying. Long Yin sipped her pearl milk tea and sat beside Wei Qi with her head tilted, her eyes somewhat resentful. Who told you not to take me shopping with you? Aren't I afraid of disturbing your practice? Humph. Long Yin was quite curious about the human city, so she dragged Wei Qi around for another 2.5 hours. Wei Qi looked at the clock in the living room. It's time. Now it's time for personal entertainment. He pointed to one of the bedrooms and said, Long Yin, you and Liang Shui can sleep in the big room. I'll sleep in the small one. Liang Shui, who was washing fruits, was the first to protest. No, Shui doesn't want to be separated from her master. She wants to sleep together. Liang Shui couldn't accept leaving Wei Qi and resting alone. She had had enough of that kind of life. Long Yin looked at the empty bedroom and shook her head. I don't want to sleep alone in a room. Finally, Wei Qi looked at the dragon and the fox lying on his bed and fell into deep thought. Tianendi, I didn't expect that Long Yin would never agree to sleep in a separate room. The single room that Wei Qi specially prepared for her is actually useless? I should have bargained with the landlord earlier. Landlord, don't come over here. Wei Qi turned on the desktop computer and said, Next, I'm going to have a tense and exciting polar brawl. If you have any needs, please let me know in advance. I won't be in charge of you later. Liang Shui shyly hid under the covers and raised her hand. Master, can you let Shui'er play with your phone? Here, take it. Liang Shui is very interested in mobile phones. What surprised Wei Qi was that Liang Shui actually liked watching programs like the Spirit Pet Arena. The bloodthirsty desire for killing ingrained in your bones. The scene was cruel and bloody, and Wei Qi sometimes felt sick after watching it. Long Yin sat at the desk with her legs crossed. She was particularly obsessed with the power of the Beastmaster and often exclaimed in amazement. What is this pava? There's this kind of pava? Match successful. Wei Qi randomly went to his favorite sword tomb to throw the pieces. The thoughtful Liang Shui did not forget to prepare fried eggs and hot milk for Wei Qi as dinner. Wei Qi looked at the heart-shaped fried egg. Fried eggs are so great, but why are they so difficult to make in a soup? Finish the mobile game activities. Wei Qi glanced at the time. MD, it's almost 12 o'clock. It's time to go to bed. Wei Qi turned off the computer. Long Yin shook her hair and closed the book. I want to take a bath. Wei Qi took off his pants and said, Then go ahead. I don't know how to use it. Once it sprays, my whole body gets soaked. Long Yin said shyly. She had not yet completely tamed the shower head. Okay, let Liang Shui teach you. Liang Shui took Long Yin into the bathroom and demonstrated. This is a faucet. Turn it to the left for hot water and to the right for cold water. You can adjust the temperature yourself. This switch adjusts the shower head. If you're too lazy to use the shower, just soak in this. She pointed to the bathtub. Warm water was poured on Long Yin's long hair. Voila! She didn't expect Liang Shui to give up her pride and serve her. I didn't expect you to be willing to help. We are all family, and it won't hurt to bathe you. It was Liang Shui's first time taking a bath with someone other than Wei Qi. Perhaps because of their same-sex relationship, she was not too shy. A family. Long Yin sat on a small stool with her eyes closed slightly, and her opinion of Liang Shui began to change. Is this guy easier to get along with than expected? When she opened her eyes again, she suddenly found a lifelike fox pattern on her chest. Liang Shui noticed the other person's gaze and shyly covered her chest. What is that? It looks so cool. Long Yin was a little curious. Liang Shui smiled happily. The star mark inscription is the power bestowed upon Shui'er by the master. It is also the evidence of our connection, both physical and mental. Is this the star mark inscription? Long Yin opened her eyes wide in surprise. She had just learned from a book that this was a method used by Beastmasters to strengthen their pets, and it was also one of the important reasons why countless pets were willing to become human partners. What ability does this engraving have? Phantom Assault, you've seen it before. It can quickly move in a short period of time, leaving behind an illusion to confuse the enemy. Liang Shui tucked her hair behind her ears. Long Yin gradually recalled the previous battle with Liang Shui. It turns out that the mysterious and unpredictable body skills came from Wei Qi. Liang Shui lifted her cheek and smiled. As long as you work hard to make the master happy, he will help you engrave it when he is in a good mood. If you continue to maintain this condescending attitude, the master might one day terminate the contract with you and seek out other dragons. Long Yin felt a pang in her heart and immediately retorted, Impossible. I am very powerful. There is no reason for him to abandon me. At this moment, Long Yin suddenly thought of a friend who had abandoned her. A tear flashed in the eyes of the arrogant demon dragon king. No, don't do this, don't abandon me. Don't. Liang Shui covered her mouth in surprise. She just wanted to scare Long Yin and make her treat Wei Qi better. I didn't expect that she would be scared to tears. Chapter 85 Long Yin's Resentment. When Long Yin was a child, her personality was not as arrogant as it is now, and she also made friends. As Long Yin gradually grew up, their values gradually diverged. On the day Long Yin officially became the Dragon King, the two had a big fight. In the end, the disappointed friend left quietly. After crying for a while, Long Yin understood one thing. When you put all your inner emotions on someone else, that person can easily hurt you. Since then, Long Yin has sealed away all her inner emotions and focused on her career, until she was ambushed by Atticus and fell into the nightmare world. Looking at the disappointed eyes of her former friend, Long Yin suddenly came to her senses. It turns out that I have never forgotten her. If I hadn't said that day, would the outcome have been different? After untying her heart knot, Long Yin meets Wei Qi. In order to leave the dark and sealed place, Long Yin humiliated herself and became a human spirit pet. She originally thought that Wei Qi was the kind of black-hearted capitalist who should be hung on a street lamp. The other party could obviously use the power of the mountain and sea seal to enslave herself, so there was no need to care about her thoughts. Unexpectedly, Wei Qi was willing to take care of her emotions and give her a certain degree of freedom. In her heart, Long Yin has actually accepted Wei Qi. The thought that he might be abandoned by Wei Qi in the future and replaced by someone of the same race made him feel uncomfortable. Emotions such as panic and humiliation instantly flooded into my brain. No, I will never fall in the same place twice. When Liang Shui saw the tears in Long Yan's eyes, she felt so happy. The legendary demon dragon king is nothing more than this. But she possessed the aura of Wei Qi's soul, so Liang Shui couldn't be cruel to Long Yan. The owner would definitely care if she saw her crying, and might even comfort her in private. What Liang Shui needs is the obedient and well-behaved thug dragon king, not Long Yan, who competes with her for the master. The white fox's ears and tail drooped down. I'm sorry, Shui'er, I was too harsh. After all, Long Yan is the Dragon King. She quickly adjusted her attitude, a relaxed smile on her lips. Nothing, just some bad memories came to mind. Looking at Long Yan, who recovered quickly, Liang Shui even wondered if she had seen it wrong. Long Yan quickly stood up. Well, I'm almost done washing. Liang Shui's words gave Long Yan a lot of inspiration. She wanted to find out what Wei Qi's attitude towards her was. Wei Qi lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. What happened? Liang Shui is fine, but why is Long Yan here too? Where is your reserve? Where is your pride? Wei Qi currently has no intention of pursuing Long Yan, as his trust level has not yet reached the required level. Long Yan's pretty face was close at hand. The resentment in my heart immediately dissipated by half. Hey, let's go to sleep. 12 o'clock midnight. Long Yan's eyes opened on time. Looking at the sleeping face so close to her, Long Yan was stunned for a long time. It's strange. How many years has it been since I had a good night's sleep? I could sleep so peacefully beside him. Was it the power of the mountain and sea seal? The reason why Long Yan opened her eyes on time was because of the system sign-in. She wanted to see what treasures would come out when she signed in today. Long Yan's eyes slowly moved to Wei Qi's left hand. Try somewhere else. She quietly took Wei Qi's hand. The rewards for ordinary sign-ins are far from enough. She wants more advanced rewards. The so-called intimate check-in should be a more intimate contact, right? Long Yan looked down at herself in her pink and white pajamas. According to human thinking, is this the place? He often peeks at the breasts here. Long Yan's old face turned red, and she felt a little ashamed. Well, I just wanted to recover my strength as quickly as possible. What's there to be ashamed of? He's already asleep anyway. After Long Yan hypnotized herself, she pinched Wei Qi's wrist and pressed it against her chest. But Long Yan found that no matter what she did, Wei Qi's palm could not touch her chest. Is this the trust limit the system mentioned? Arms can touch, but palms can't. What a strange setting. Long Yan looked at the trust value on the system panel and gritted her teeth in anger. Which bastard designed the Beast Tamer contract? Don't let me catch you. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a normal sign-in next to the cursed Shinrin Wei Qi. Receive today's sign-in gift pack 1, points plus 1,000. Today's discounted item, mid-grade star pattern, priced at 50,000 points, 50% off. A hint of surprise flashed in Long Yan's eyes. Star pattern. Is this the star pattern needed for the exclusive enhancement of the Beastmaster? Seeing the price at the back, Long Yan's tail slapped Wei Qi's thigh in disappointment. A 50% discount on a mid-grade star pattern requires 25,000 points, and a normal sign-in for 1 day only gives 1,000 points. It takes 50 days to strengthen a skill. Long Yan looked at the special price Xing 1 and bit the quilt anxiously, like a child who didn't get a toy. Hateful. Hateful. Why can't I unlock the intimate check-in? Long Yan looked at Wei Qi, who was sleeping soundly, and felt extremely angry. Why doesn't this guy show his affection towards me? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Even in my dreams I was hugging that big white fox. No, I have to find a way to charm him. Wrong. I am the Dragon King. How can I seduce a man for a little profit? Her eyes were fixed on the dazzling array of system malls. MD, they are all treasures. Finally, Long Yan poked Wei Qi's sleeping face angrily and said, "It would be better if you were a woman. I am not interested in women. It's all your fault." Wei Qi, zzz. Long Yan's heart became very conflicted. On one side is the pava she longs for, and on the other side is the dignity that is most important in her heart. Rather than abandoning her dignity for power and trying to please Wei Qi like a bitch, it would be better to kill her with a knife. But Long Yan has a very good impression of Wei Qi, so letting him take advantage of her doesn't seem as unacceptable as imagined. How can we increase the trust value as quickly as possible to unlock more postures? The first spiritual pet in history whose progress is more urgent than its master's because of the trust value bottleneck is born. Many years later, Wei Qi said, "Long Yin, don't come over." A certain supreme god tactically retreated. Who do you think I set the trust level to protect? Chapter 86, Huang Bing Class 7. The sound of birds singing woke Wei Qi from his sweet dream. Long Yin on the left has disappeared. Early morning is the best time to practice. Meditation is a method of spiritual practice. First, imagine the world of the beast taming space and the 10 black holes. Then imagine that all the spiritual power in your body turns into a river and flows into the black hole that is waiting to be broken through. As long as the spiritual power fills the black hole, the lid can be closed and the breakthrough can be completed. Every time he meditated, Wei Qi felt that his spirit was being drained out by a black hole, while his body organs would continuously create new essence and blood, and new spiritual power would continue to be born from the essence and blood. The constant circulation of qi and blood made his body feel slightly weak. Wei Qi gradually understood why senior students were working so hard to exercise. If you want to elevate your soul to a higher level, a strong body is the foundation. Fortunately, his body had taken the blood nether fruit and consumed a small amount of ambergris, making him several times stronger than beastmasters of the same level. Although it felt a bit offensive to Long Yin, Wei Qi needed more ambergris to temper his body. After finishing his meditation, Wei Qi let out a long breath. Liang Xue, wearing gauze pajamas, was cleaning the living room. Long Yin put down the book, How to Conquer Spiritual Pets of Various Races, in her hand and smiled slightly. Have you finished your training? Wei Qi nodded with satisfaction and began to get dressed. Well, 4 to 7 a.m. every day is the most efficient time for meditation. Long Yin noticed Wei Qi's gaze and puffed out her chest in satisfaction. Yes, as my master, you should have this awareness. She was very satisfied with Wei Qi's performance. If Long Yin had to choose her future partner, it would have to be someone strong enough to defeat her. Dong dong dong. The door rang. Liang Xue walked in with a cup of warm water in her hands. Master, are you awake? Well, the class officially starts today. I can now legitimately claim this month's resources and help you engrave the star pattern. Thank you, master. Liang Xue wagged her tail happily, like a puppy. The ahog on Long Yan's head instantly stood up like a reconnaissance radar. Star pattern engraving? Wei Qi noticed Long Yan's thoughts. Ahem, Long Yan, don't worry. I'll help you engrave the star pattern once I find the right one. That's more like it. Long Yan smiled, and her smile was very beautiful. Wei Qi changed into a clean short-sleeved shirt and shorts and immediately rushed to Shiyue Academy. Baitangwan Community is not far from Shiyue College, so just think of it as a jogging exercise. Students of Shiyue Academy can apply for training supplies from the Resources Department every month. Each person can receive a spirit crystal of the same level with any attribute of their choice, 3,000 points, and a small amount of spirit oil. You can receive one intermediate star pattern every year. What is the concept? Every graduate of Shiyue Academy is guaranteed to have 4-star pattern combat skills. The improvement of spirit crystals on spirit pets is self-evident. Wei Qi killed so many monsters, but only one Zerg spirit crystal was dropped. There are 4,000 people in Shiyue Academy, and the monthly expenditure in spirit crystals alone is a huge sum of money, not to mention that the points can be exchanged for rare cultivation resources from the elders. Shiyue Academy is definitely not the strongest beast taming academy in Dragon Country, but it is definitely the richest. This is also the reason why Wei Qi chose it. Strolling along the tree-lined path of the academy, Wei Qi kept looking around. Perhaps because there is no awakening system, Wei Qi did not obtain the rights that the protagonist deserves. No beautiful schoolgirl confessed her love to him, and no one came to pick a fight with him. Wei Qi arrived at the gate of Bingji Mansion smoothly. There was already a long queue before the agreed time. Oh my god, there are so many people in the Ice Palace. Didn't they say there were few people in the Ice Palace? Why are there still so many? At least 150 people, right? The fire, thunder, and wind are too turbulent. The Ice Palace is better. It's not turbulent. A man with glasses asked mysteriously, have you heard? This year, both Lei and Hua colleges have a campus beauty. What's the use of beautiful women? Can they be eaten? My opinion is that he is not even a hair worse than Green Lemon Consultant, said a Lolita control freak. Quiet. At this time, a middle-aged man with blue hair and wearing a blue robe fell from the sky. His face was very ordinary as that of an ordinary passerby. But Wei Qi could feel a very terrifying aura from the middle-aged man. Oh my god, who is this guy? How can he fly? Hush, this is the chief elder of the Ice Palace, Lan Ping. Elder? He sounds like a grandfather. This guy looks too young. Lan Ping glanced around. The whispering freshmen were too frightened to speak. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Being able to fly in the air and rejuvenate, the blue-haired middle-aged man in front of him is truly a 6th-level, Xuanwang-level powerhouse. The hallmark of a rank 6 beast tamer is rejuvenation and eternal youth, an ability that countless women dream of. The debut elders of the 4 academies of Yanlei Fengbing are all Xuanwang-level strongmen. The foundation of Shiyue Academy is even stronger than Wei Qi imagined. Lan Ping landed slowly and moved his fingers slightly. A slab of ice stood in front of everyone. Everyone, please prepare your beasts and identification documents. The homeroom teachers need to verify your identities. 10 class teachers also walked out from behind the door. Students whose names I call out go forward. Huang Bing's Class 1 Tian Zhun. Huang Bing Class 2 Zhang Fan. Huang Bing Class 3 Lin Xiao. Huang Bing Class 4 Wang Yanfei. There are not many new students in the Ice Palace. After the 10 classes are divided into different groups, there are only 10 students in each class on average. Huang Bing Class 7, Wei Qi. Wei Qi stepped forward immediately when he heard his name. Huang Bing's Class 7 teacher is a gloomy man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked up at Liang Shui on Wei Qi's shoulder and said, "Identification." Wei Qi immediately handed over the wristband. Lin Bu pushed his glasses and began to verify Wei Qi's information. Initial score 421. This harmless-looking black-haired young man is Wei Qi, who ranks 2nd in this year's overall ranking. Don't judge a book by its cover. Welcome to Shiyue Academy, Wei Qi. I'm your homeroom teacher, Lin Bu. Hello, Teacher Lin, hello. Wei Qi said with a smile. Take your little fox to the lecture hall on the 3rd floor of the main residence. The freshman meeting will begin soon. Chapter 87 2 Beautiful Schoolgirls. Wei Qi brought Liang Shui to the tiered classroom that Teacher Lin Bu mentioned. At this time, a large number of freshmen have gathered in the classroom, and those with strong social skills have formed new small groups. A guy like me who's too lazy to socialize is destined to have few friends, right? Wei Qi shook his head and walked towards the back of the classroom. The back row window seat is unparalleled in the world. Generally, the protagonists of anime or novels will sit in this position, with one hand on their chin and looking down on everything. Ahem, I can finally fulfill this middle school fantasy. Wei Qi closed his eyes and hadn't started fantasizing yet. Bang! Ouch! Rito Yuki calls him an expert. What? Soft. You can feel the smooth softness without any kneading. A beautiful red-haired girl with a stunning face was pinned down by Wei Qi. The red pupils were filled with murderous intent. What a beautiful woman. The other person's beauty was not inferior to Shen Miao, and the fine silk blouse could not cover up her innate noble temperament. This woman must be from an important background. He quickly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. The red-haired woman covered her chest with one hand, tears of humiliation welling up in her eyes. Asshole, I will kill you sooner or later. She covered her face and fled the classroom in shame, leaving Wei Qi with a back that made him daydream. Wei Qi scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that he accidentally offended the beautiful girl who was the son of an official, just like the protagonist in the novel? Isn't this the treatment that only the protagonist can have? Wei Qi stroked his chin and kept thinking. Wait, am I becoming more and more like the protagonist in Long Outyen's novel? Am I going to live my life pretending to be as cool as the wind and always being with me? When the people around saw Wei Qi, they gave way as if they had seen the god of death, fearing to have anything to do with him. Since you are the protagonist, you must sit in the back row by the window. I heard other students whispering. Look at that kid. Who is he? This guy is so awesome. He even dares to take advantage of Qin Shijue. Is he crazy? Isn't this courting death? Yes, Qin Shijue is the 7th princess of our Dragon Kingdom royal family, the apple of the Dragon Emperor's eye. If he offends her on the first day of school, TSK, he's dead. Let's stay away from him. Wei Qi didn't care about what people around him said. No matter how powerful Qin Shijue's background is, can he kill him in public? Liang Shui lay on the table and acted like a fox to Wei Qi. Dude, you're so awesome. You even dare to touch the princess' breasts. At this time, a boy with a flat head sat next to Wei Qi with a smile. I didn't mean to do that. Whether you did it on purpose or not, I admire you, the boy teased. Wei Qi's face was filled with black lines. My name is Sun Mingho, from Class 6 of Huangyan. What's your name? Wei Qi, Huang Bing Class 7. Wei Qi cautiously held Liang Shui back in his arms. Sun Mingho smiled obscenely. Wei Qi, how does the princess's breasts feel when you pinch them? Wei Qi, we're all men. There's no need to act noble, right? Wei Qi frowned slightly. Talking about this kind of topic, aren't you afraid of being killed by that woman? Sun Mingho nodded thoughtfully. I hope she doesn't find out. It's quite soft. Wei Qi said truthfully. Sun Mingho laughed and patted Wei Qi on the shoulder. Wei Qi, you are quite interesting. Wei Qi didn't want to continue talking with this sociable guy. That would easily expose his LSP nature in front of Liang Shui and Long Yan. I'll reveal in advance that Qin Shijue is the 7th princess of the royal family and is very favored. Her fiancé is from class Xianfeng and is very powerful. Sun Mingho said seriously. I suggest you buy some ignition breakthrough materials and go to that princess to make amends privately. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. As long as you are sincere, she will have no choice but to forgive you out of respect for the royal family. Wei Qi was silent. What he said seemed to make sense. Sun Mingho was a very outgoing person. He kept staring at the women who kept coming in and kept muttering to himself. Flat, boring. This girl has a nice ass. Hey, Wei Qi, look at that purple-haired girl's legs. They're so long. Wei Qi looked at him critically for a few seconds. This kid has quite a sharp eye. Wei Qi, look, look. Sun Mingho's eyes lit up as he looked at the classroom door. Having seen stunning beauties like Liang Shui and Long Yan, Wei Qi was too lazy to look at ordinary girls. Who is it? Is your butt sticking out? Wei Qi raised his eyes and glanced at them, his eyes widened. Black hair fluttering in the wind. A beautiful face full of confidence, just the right amount of tenderness, and straight and well-proportioned legs. Who else could it be if not the peerless beauty Shen Miao? Why is she here? Wei Qi thought Shen Miao would go to the royal capital to attend university, but he didn't expect her to come to Shiyue Academy. Liang Shui, who was squatting on the table and yawning, also stood up and looked out. How so? In her previous life, Shen Miao was admitted to Guanglong Academy with excellent grades. With the human Emperor Sword's ability to find dragons and locate tombs, how could she be interested in the personal treatment offered by Shiyue Academy? She is the woman who holds Feng Outyan's script. Could it be her target is the master? The little fox looked back at Wei Qi in disbelief. Sun Mingho's eyes were filled with envy. This girl's name is Shen Miao. I heard she's the top student in Pegasus City and the strongest freshman in our class. The standard long black hair, eh? Her spirit pet is a fox, just like yours. Wei Qi, look. She's coming towards us. Wei Qi. Soon, the charming black man walked up to the two of them. Sun Mingho adjusted his hair in a showy manner and gave a self-proclaimed handsome smile. Beautiful lady, do you want to sit here? Shen Miao smiled and nodded gently. It would be better if you could give up your seat. Sun Mingho. Wei Qi. Other boys. Then a series of screams erupted in the classroom. Eh. Wei Qi looked at Shen Miao, who was smiling beside him, and his relaxed brows gradually furrowed. Shen Miao's eyes, like clear spring water, were very bright and lively. Wei Qi, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy? Why are you here? Why can't I come? Wei Qi sighed softly. I thought you would go to Guanglong Academy. Shen Miao rested her small hands on her cheeks and tilted her head to smile. Of course I came to see you. Sun Mingho, who was hiding aside, had already started to imagine a melodramatic love comedy. Why me? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Wei Qi suddenly remembered the promise he had made to be friends with her. Well, we're friends. After a simple handshake, the unsociable Wei Qi did not continue the conversation. Shen Miao also shut up and waited for the meeting to begin. The surroundings were filled with people's discussions. Who the hell is that guy? Why is Shen Miao sitting next to him? They seem to still be friends? Could he be an ex? If I can shake hands with the goddess, I will never wash my hands again in my life, said a pervert. Damn it. Both Qin Shijue and Shen Miao, the two beautiful schoolgirls, fell victim to this guy's murderous hands. God, please send a thunderbolt to kill him. Wei Qi never expected that he, a little-known person, would become a well-known figure in the school on the first day of enrollment. Chapter 88, Ghost Tower. Quiet. A deep male voice came from the door of the lecture hall. A middle-aged man in a plain gray robe walked into the classroom. His face was not remarkable, and he looked as ordinary as a passerby, but his small eyes contained a terrifying power. The lecture hall that accommodated hundreds of people suddenly became silent. Thump, thump, thump. The man walked to the center of the podium in an orderly manner. Everyone, I am the founder of Shiyue Academy, Shui Tianhong. Although the principal did not summon any spiritual beasts, all the freshmen seemed to be able to see several majestic and powerful birds and beasts flashing faintly behind him. The bursts of golden light made Wei Qi's eyes blurry. Is this the pressure of a 7th level Xianhuang? I could feel the immense pressure even from dozens of meters away, and I didn't dare to whisper at all. I'm not one to be polite. Welcome everyone to join Shiyue Academy. From now on, you can go to the resources department every month to apply for training supplies. If you encounter any problems during cultivation, you can seek guidance from your class teacher and the chief elders. Shui Tianhong said slowly. The classroom was silent. In a month, the Dragon King Kingdom will hold the highly anticipated new dragon competition. You should practice hard to win glory for the school. I will give the contestants a lot of benefits. The rest of the detailed academy affairs will be explained to you by Elder Yan Ziyuan of Yinji Mansion. Shui Tianhong slowly turned around and left the classroom, completely lacking the airs of a master. 1 minute later, the principal is gone. Others whispered to each other. I was so scared. The principal is so f***ing terrifying. I can't even breathe when I hear his voice. Our principal is a rank 7 Beastmaster, a powerful Xinhuang. If he wants, he can conquer a piece of territory and establish himself as king. Is this the aura of a strong person? I will try my best to catch up with the principal. Wei Qi frowned slightly. The pressure exerted by a true master is so terrifying. The atmosphere is restrained and returns to nature. When will I be able to cultivate to this level? Da-da-da. A red-haired old man slowly walked into the classroom. He spoke in a kind tone. Children, I will now explain to you the essential knowledge you need for life in the academy. A certain girl looked at Yan Ziyuan and laughed softly. I didn't expect the elder of Yin Mansion to be such a hunchbacked old man. Boom. Without warning, a red laser struck the girl's forehead and knocked her against the wall of the classroom, making it impossible to get her out. You ignorant little fellow, do you really think I have a good temper? Yan Ziyuan's beast transformed into a young man and quickly comforted him. Master, please don't be angry. These are new kids, and they don't know much. Another XXN muttered. An old man of his age is not as sensible as an animal. Upon hearing this, Yan Ziyuan's Beastmaster instantly flashed to XXN's side and slapped her in the face, sending her flying. The latter's body slammed against the wall, and she couldn't get out. Fuck. Your great-grandfather wasn't even born when I was fighting the devil. The other students stood in awe. Legend has it that fire beast tamers and fire beast tamers have extremely bad tempers and are very belligerent. Seeing it today, I found that it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Never offend this seemingly kind old man in the future. The two ignorant XXNs were carried out by the teachers of the Flame Mansion. Yan Ziyuan once again returned to his amiable old grandfather's appearance. The biggest difference between our Shiyue Academy and other academies is that his finger pointed towards the academy's backfield. There stands a huge black tower that is nearly 100 meters high. This is the Ghost Sky Tower, forged by the hands of a divine craftsman. Time flows several times faster inside the tower than outside. You will achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating your spiritual power inside. All the students, including Wei Qi and Xin Miao, were extremely curious about the Ghost Sky Tower. It is very difficult to cultivate to the level of a spirit control master. Apart from meditation and spending money to buy elixirs, the only thing left was to activate the Xianling lamp to absorb the essence of the spiritual energy in the spirit oil. Xianling lamps and lamp oil are also extremely expensive items and extremely rare. Most people can only achieve enlightenment through meditation day after day. With the help of the Ghost Sky Tower, the boring training time will be shortened a lot, and Beastmasters can free up more time to accumulate practical experience. Who wouldn't be excited to know that Shiyue Academy has such a treasure? Yan Ziyuan coughed lightly and said, you can receive 3,000 points every month, which can be exchanged for 300 minutes of training time in the Ghost Heaven Tower. Some students raised their hands and asked, Elder Yin, how can we earn more points? That's a good question. As official Beastmasters, you have the responsibility and obligation to protect the human capital. The Academy will post various levels of tasks on the duty list every month. Completing the tasks will earn you training supplies and points as rewards. Yan Ziyuan said slowly. You can also trade points with others. The Academy will not interfere in your private affairs. Wei Qi immediately understood the basic operating rules of Shiyue Academy. Students work for the college to complete various tasks, and the college will reward the students with points. Points can not only be exchanged for training time in the Ghost Heaven Tower, but can also be used as an independent currency to trade with other students. As long as the content of the transaction is not too outrageous, the Academy will turn a blind eye. Rather than being an academy, it is more like a small society with a clear division of labor. As for whether the Academy's rules are fair and just, Wei Qi needs to verify it personally. Shiyue Academy holds combat experience classes in the lecture hall every morning. The elders from each class will impart combat experience and common sense. You can also spend a lot of points to have the elders give you one-on-one lessons. In the afternoon, professional training will be taught in various universities. Students who like involution can use their spare time to go to the Sutra library to learn amateur knowledge, or they can use points to purchase Beastmaster information. Today is the first day, the morning classes are over, everyone is free to do whatever they want. Yan Ziyuan slowly left the classroom. Wei Qi sighed softly. Finally, I can go to the resources department and get some free rewards. Shun Miao beside him suddenly grabbed his sleeve and said, Wei Qi, do you want to have lunch together? It's my treat. Chapter 89 Qi Fei's Tomb. Wei Qi smiled slightly. Let me treat you, I promised you last time. Then I won't be polite. Sun Mingho patted Wei Qi's shoulder and muttered with his eyes closed. You are truly a man of hidden talents. Come on, it's time for me to go find my destined other half. After saying that, he chased after the girl in front of him and confessed his love to her in a coquettish manner. Wei Qi couldn't help but admire Sun Mingho's innate shamelessness, which was an ability he didn't have. Wei Qi and Xin Miao left the classroom and headed to the cafeteria. Before I had taken a few steps, a large number of people gathered around the fountain in front of me to watch the show. I saw a feminine-looking boy with a middle-parted hair half kneeling on the ground, holding a bunch of expensive golden bamboo flowers in his hands to express his love to Qin Shijue. Beautiful Miss Qin, I was deeply attracted to you the first time I saw you. I like you. Can we date? The crowds of people were discussing. Who is this girl? She's so damn beautiful. Senior, are you a Martian? You don't even know Qin Shijue? She was on TV a few days ago. So she is the legendary 7th princess. This guy wants to seduce a princess? I think he's dreaming. Not really. I heard that Qin Shijue's fiancé is Wen Taoyuan from Xianfeng Class 1, the top-ranked super expert on the Xianling ranking. Wen Taoyuan. 1. He's from the Wen family in the royal capital. TSK. How dare this guy with a middle-parted hair compete with Grand Tutor Wen's grandson for a woman? He's asking for his own death. Wei Qi's face turned unhappy after hearing this, and he was considering whether to find an opportunity to apologize to Qin Shijue in private. He didn't want to make enemies on his first day of school. Qin Shijue crossed her arms and looked at the middle-parted woman half kneeling on the ground. She tried to control her emotions and said calmly, I don't like you. Stop making trouble for yourself. The onlookers commented, she is indeed a beauty with a princess's temperament. Although she will definitely enter into a political marriage after graduation, it's not impossible for her to find a handsome guy for fun, right? This middle-parted hairstyle is quite handsome. Shun Miao noticed Qin Shijue's back and teased with a smile. What's wrong? Do you like her? Wei Qi shook his head. No, let's go. Wei Qi looked at the cafeteria lady's hand, which looked like it was having an epileptic seizure, and was speechless. The boy at the next window asked, Auntie, is there something wrong with your hand? The cafeteria lady rolled her eyes at him. While chatting and laughing, he shook off another piece of meat. Wei Qi gave an unnatural smile. Sister, can I have some more boiled pork slices? Okay. Wei Qi hurried back to his seat with the food tray. The surrounding students, both male and female, stared at Wei Qi. Look, that's him. Who is this kid? How did you manage to win the new campus beauty on the first day of school? You don't look super handsome at first glance, do you? Why would Miss Shun like this gloomy-looking guy? I really want to kill him and take his place. Wei Qi helplessly sat across from Xin Miao. Hey, why did it become like this? Xin Miao held his chin with one hand and joked, let them gossip. I should thank you for being a shield. Otherwise, a swarm of flies would have come around again. Wei Qi slowly picked up the hot soup and didn't take her words seriously. I remember Miss Shin asked me to be her friend, not to use me as a shield. Xin Miao secretly glanced at Wei Qi. Doesn't he have any thoughts about himself at all? Could he really be gay? Women are such narcissistic creatures. She may not like you or have no feelings for you for the time being, but you must like them and have feelings for them. Otherwise, women will suspect that there is something wrong with you. A strange idea suddenly came to Xin Miao's mind. Or she could pretend to be a couple with Wei Qi so that no one would disturb her practice. No, I haven't avenged my master yet. How can I be distracted by love? Xin Miao, oh Xin Miao, you have fallen. I'm sorry, I will make it up to you. Xin Miao said with his hands clasped together. It's okay. This way I can be considered as helping you. This is what friends should do. In Wei Qi's understanding, friends are mutually beneficial. Xin Miao helped him find the dragon's lair and contracted the Dragon King, and Wei Qi acted as a shield for her. This is a good deal. When Xin Miao heard Wei Qi's answer, she suddenly felt strange in her heart, and she couldn't describe what that feeling was. She quickly shook off the feeling and got down to business. Actually, I have something I want to talk to you about. Wei Qi was not too surprised. What's up? Liang Xue also pricked up her playful little ears. Shen Miao looked around and moved closer to Wei Qi, whispering, "You should believe in the power of the human emperor's sword, right?" "Yes, I believe it. The thing is, I recently sensed a slight fluctuation of luck in the space near Giant Snake City. The great secret realm is about to appear." Wei Qi tilted his head. "Is there such a good thing?" Most of the copies controlled by the Tianxian Alliance are repeatable, secret realms. The real treasure had been taken away long ago. Only the great secret realm, that is randomly born between heaven and earth, is a true opportunity. In the great secret realm, you may obtain rare spiritual pets, natural treasures, spiritual weapons, Xianling lamps, and other cultivation materials that have never existed on Tianxian Star. Some people say that the great secret realms are all alien spaces formed after the fall of ancient powerful beings, and they are filled with the wealth they collected during their lifetime. Some people also say that the great secret realm is a reward given to mankind by the God who created the world. Some people also say that the great secret realm is a connecting channel to the world outside the universe. There are many different methods. Shen Miao nodded. The human emperor's sword can vaguely sense that this great secret realm contains 9 small worlds. It must be extremely dangerous, so I want to explore it with you. 9, could it be? Wei Qi immediately thought of the 9 tombs of Qi Feili mentioned by the storyteller. What? Do you have any idea? Wei Qi and Shen Miao briefly described what they saw and heard yesterday. Shen Miao touched his chin with a serious expression. If it's true, I need to verify it. Wei Qi, I'm going to the square first to investigate the legend of Qi Feili. I'll contact you as soon as I have any news. Shen Miao hurriedly got up and left the cafeteria. Wei Qi looked at Shen Miao's back, smiled, and shook his head. Every time she brings me good news. If what she said was true, the appearance of the great secret realm would surely attract countless Beastmasters to scramble for it. If Wei Qi can get on the car smoothly, breaking through to Xianshi is just around the corner. Qi Feili has 9 high-level beasts, so it's worth picking up any one of them. Being friends with Shen Miao is a sure win, but how can we maintain this friendship? How about tricking her into becoming your wife and letting her reveal secrets to you every day? Ugh, too evil. Suddenly, a fragrance came from the tip of my nose. Qin Shijue, with a bad look on his face, suddenly sat opposite Wei Qi. So big. Is the royal family's food so good? Chapter 90. Really good at judging people. Qin Shijue felt very depressed when he saw Wei Qi eating in front of him. With her strength, she shouldn't have been knocked to the ground by a boy, and her holy pride should have been offended. Although the other party apologized to her immediately, Qin Shijue still couldn't swallow this anger. After she got rid of the annoying fly, she immediately sent someone to investigate Wei Qi's personal information. It's okay if you don't watch it. The more you watch it, the angrier you get. Wei Qi, a survivor of Tiange City, later settled in Pegasus City. An ordinary background, nothing special about it. His initial score among the freshmen of Shiyue Academy was 421, ranking second. The first place is Shen Miao, with an initial score of 448. Qin Shijue's initial score was 418, ranking third. She looked at the information handed to her by the elder and felt angry and embarrassed. The 7th princess of the royal family is not as good as an ordinary refugee. Qin Shijue, unable to accept the reality, wanted to redeem himself in another way. Wei Qi looked at the angry Qin Shijue in front of him. His brain worked rapidly, and he already knew what the other party was here for. Common people. Qin Shijue just opened his mouth. Wei Qi quickly reached out to stop him. Wait, I know everything you want to say. Although I apologized to you before, you don't seem to have forgiven me. In that case, as long as I let you push back, we'll be even. Wei Qi stood up and unbuttoned his clothes, with an attitude of come and have sex with me. Qin Shijue's pretty face turned red in an instant, and she felt a strange feeling in her chest again. She really wanted to give Wei Qi a big slap in the face. But the education she received since childhood did not allow her to do so, as it would be an insult to the dignity of the royal family, and she would be ridiculed if she told others about it. Qin Shijue clenched her fists and trembled slightly. This princess refuses. Men and women have different body structures. Wei Qi scratched his head and sat down weakly. So what do you want to do? Qin Shijue looked carefully at Wei Qi in front of him. As soon as she entered the cafeteria, she discovered that Shen Miao and Wei Qi had an unusual relationship. Shen Miao looked at him and suddenly leaned next to Wei Qi and whispered something. They must have a very ambiguous relationship. Qin Shijue, who has never given up since childhood, is full of hostility towards Shen Miao, a commoner girl who is as beautiful and capable as her. So she thought of a good idea. He can attack Shen Miao while bullying Wei Qi for revenge. That's poaching. As the saying goes, if you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. According to the information, although Wei Qi and Shen Miao went to the same high school, they did not have much interaction in private. Qin Shijua's woman's intuition told her that Shen Miao cared a lot about Wei Qi. As long as she can snatch Wei Qi away, she can prove that her ability is stronger than Shen Miao. This princess is so smart. Qin Shijue smiled like a lady. Wei Qi, can this princess have dinner with you? The onlookers' eyes almost popped out of their heads. Fuck, where did this come from? First it was Shen Miao, then Qin Shijue. Why do all the beauties fall for him? Princess Qin, look at me. I have a big dick and I'm not clingy. Why would a princess take the initiative to eat with commoners? Wei Qi looked at the empty plate and said, I'm full. Are you sure you're full? Wei Qi looked at Liang Shui, then at Qin Shijue, who was smiling with his face, but not his eyes. All right. Although Qin Shijue looked very ladylike with a smile on her face, Wei Qi felt a chill on his back. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Not long after Qin Shijue sat down, a professional maid brought in plates of exquisite dishes. It has good color, aroma, and taste. Liang Shui in his arms was drooling at the sight. It's worthy of being a delicacy that only the royal family can enjoy. It's made with first-class ingredients and won't make you fat even if you eat it. Wei Qi said with some envy. Qin Shijue opened her eyes and said slowly, this princess can't finish it either. Do you want to eat some more? A man who eats someone's food should be grateful for what he has received. Wei Qi said coldly. Qin Shijue's pupils contracted and he stopped talking. He finished his lunch elegantly under Wei Qi's gaze. Wei Qi said tentatively, Princess, I should go back to Bingji Mansion for class. Is she no longer pursuing the matter? No. Wei Qi followed Qin Shijue to a bench in the square near the Ice Palace. There were fewer people in the Ice Palace, and the square was empty except for the affectionate couples. Princess, why did you bring me here? Qin Shijue confidently put her hands around her chest, and her plump breasts swayed back and forth. Wei Qi, if you are willing to do this princess a favor, what just happened will be written off. Wei Qi looked at the seventh princess in front of him and thought for a moment. Tell me about it. Qin Shijue said calmly. This princess doesn't want to date or even marry Wen Taoyuan, so I need a nominal boyfriend. Your overall ranking is second in the school, one place higher than this princess, so you are naturally the best candidate. Wei Qi sneered. So princess needs an obedient shield? Qin Shijue smiled confidently. Wei Qi is a very smart person. Yes, that's right. Wei Qi shook her head and said, Princess, please seek help from someone else. I don't want to attract attention anymore. As a commoner, I have no right to be dragged into the power struggles of your nobles. Qin Shijue narrowed his eyes slightly. If I tell everyone what happened in the lecture hall, guess what will happen? The corner of Wei Qi's mouth twitched. His purpose in coming to Shiyue to study was to get free resources and improve his strength, not to experience a life of being targeted by others. Qin Shijue continued. Classmate Wei Qi, do you feel uncomfortable too? Nothing. Qin Shijue's eyes turned as if he thought of something. She pulled a shiny coin from her pocket. Wei Qi's eyes were immediately attracted to the purple coin. Zishuan coin. The face value of one Zishuan coin equals 100 W Tianxian coins. Qin Shijue smiled slightly and threw the purple coin to Wei Qi. This princess will not control your daily life. One per day. Wei Qi took a deep breath and remained unmoved. Princess, please stop making such a fuss. Do I look like someone who is moved by money? Qin Shijue covered her mouth and smiled softly. Very similar. They say that the natal beast can reflect the inner portrait of the Beastmaster. Your little fox is much cuter than you. Liang Shui had already jumped out of Wei Qi's arms and picked up the purple Xian coin that fell to the ground. She didn't care too much about Qin Shijue. According to the developments in the previous life, Qin Shijue would die during the exploration of a great secret realm. Based on Liang Shui's understanding of Wei Qi, he doesn't like this kind of arrogant woman. The Qin Shijue in front of him is just the girl who brings wealth. Rather than letting another man make this windfall, it's better to let the owner make it. Wei Qi looked at the purple coin Liang Shui took and couldn't hold back. You are really good at judging people. Chapter 91 The Nature of Ice Spiritual Power. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Shijue's lips. Wei Qi held the purple coin in his palm and fell into deep thought. The value of countless ordinary people's lifetime earnings is only a few million Tianxian coins. Royal princesses can squander wealth that they could never earn in several lifetimes. Yesterday, I spent more than 100,000 yuan on buying clothes for the two girls and other miscellaneous expenses. Wei Qi still has more than 1.2 million yuan left. It's just a drop in the bucket compared to the Beastmaster's expenses. He looked at Qin Shijue, who was smiling in front of him. This woman probably just wants to take revenge on me. She'll get tired of it after 2 days. Every penny earned is a penny earned. Qin Shijue shook her red hair lightly. Wei Qi, do you know what to do from now on? Wei Qi bowed politely to the boss. I understand, princess. After saying that, he turned around and left with Liang Shui. Qin Shijue's brows were filled with shock. What's going on with this guy? Just take the money and leave? Isn't this princess pretty? Hey, where are you going? Wei Qi smiled and explained. Princess, I need to go to the resources department to collect daily resources. Is there anything I can do for you? Qin Shijue put his hands on his hips in dissatisfaction. What a blockhead. A question arose in her mind. How could Xin Miao like such a stupid guy? Princess, I may be your shield, but I also have my own life. Qin Shijue couldn't suppress her anger a bit. Idiot, now go with me to the playground in front of the main building. Wei Qi nodded. I understand. It turned out that she wanted to declare her relationship with her boyfriend in this way. Wei Qi walked to Qin Shijue and grabbed her soft little hand. Qin Shijue is a little over 1.7 meters tall, a bit shorter than Wei Qi. She was frightened by Wei Qi's actions and took 2 steps back. Idiot, what are you doing? Huh? It's normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to hold hands, right? Has the princess never had a boyfriend before? Wei Qi was a little surprised. Well, that's right. This princess is very popular and has plenty of boyfriends. Qin Shijue looked panicked and spoke nonsense. Liang Shui, who was lying on Wei Qi's shoulder, yawned. What a stupid princess. Wei Qi always thought that upper-class women were very extravagant and did not express anything. Just take the money, do the job, and play your role well. 100 WA day, that's 700 WA week. Hee hee. Qin Shijue looked down at Wei Qi's hand, an alluring blush appearing on her pretty face. Is this what holding hands feels like? His hands are quite warm. Etc. What am I thinking? Qin Shijue, don't forget your purpose. You have to make this bastard fall in love with you, and then kick him out hard. Only then can it be considered proper revenge. Wei Qi recalled the youth romantic comedies he had watched in his previous life, and tried his best to play the role of a qualified boyfriend. Although I had the urge to quit when I heard what Qin Shijue said in the middle. But she gave too much. Time flew to the afternoon. Wei Qi was glad that he was not a student of Yinji Mansion, otherwise it would be really painful to be entangled by her. Liang Shui, who was lying on his shoulder, took the initiative to ask, Master, do you like her? Wei Qi said truthfully, Qin Shijue? She's an arrogant and willful princess. Although she's very beautiful, it's quite exhausting to get along with someone like her. I plan to earn 10 purple mysterious coins and then say goodbye to her. Liang Shui shook her tail and said, Isn't it said that the more arrogant a person is, the more inferior they are in their heart? Whether she has low self-esteem or not is none of our business. Didn't you hear what she said about ordinary students just now? Commoner, this is how the superiors address the inferiors. That's right. In her heart, she actually looks down on us, ordinary people. She even wanted me to bark like a dog just now. Wei Qi said lightly. Liang Shui looked at Wei Qi and whispered in her heart, Master, you are not an ordinary person. Since the master has no good feelings towards Qin Shijue, there is no need for Shui'er to remind her that she might be in danger. Liang Shui's hostility towards Qin Shijue greatly decreased, and she was full of vigilance towards Xin Miao. Wei Qi entered the ice palace and came to Huang Bing Class 7. There were more than a dozen young and beautiful women gathered inside. Lin Bu, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked at his watch and said, Everyone is here, please sit down. The classroom was very large, and Wei Qi found a place to sit down. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Bu, and I will be the person in charge of your life at Shiyue Academy from now on. The principal and elder Yin have already explained the general rules, so I won't repeat them. Lin Bu pushed up his glasses and said, The course I'm in charge of is the explanation of spiritual power attributes. Ice spiritual power, the basic attribute derived from water spiritual power. What is everyone's understanding of ice? Some students raised their hands and answered, Teacher, of course it's the temperature. Water will freeze when it's below 0 degrees Celsius. Yes, water in nature is divided into gas, solid, and liquid states. The gaseous state of all things in the world is the most primitive nature of spiritual energy. The liquid state is the water we are familiar with, and ice is the solid form of water. Lin Bu smiled mysteriously. I believe everyone understands the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation and mutual restraint. But do you think ice can freeze fire? A girl said timidly. That shouldn't be possible, right? An ice-attributed spirit pet can't defeat a fire-attributed spirit pet. Linbu took out a flawless crystal ball from under the desk. He placed the burning lighter into the crystal ball and said, "Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Try it." The girl immediately summoned her natal beast, a top-grade elite ice scorpion. Judging from the stripes on the back and the body shape, it is level 13. At the instruction of its master, the ice scorpion tried hard to control its spiritual power to freeze the lighter in the crystal ball. Crack! The flame in the lighter was frozen. Wei Qi and other students opened their eyes wide in shock. Ah, this. Linbu smiled slightly. Of course it can be frozen. Ice condensed from spiritual power is not ordinary ice. It is spiritual ice. Of course it can freeze ordinary fire. Linbu took out a lighter and injected spiritual power into it. This time, no matter how hard the ice scorpion tried, it couldn't freeze the lighter, and even the ice that had just condensed was melted. Fire overcomes ice, and when ice melts into water, it overcomes fire. So the restraining relationship between ice and fire is determined by the strength of their spiritual power. Linbu explained slowly. High ice can restrain other low-dimensional elements because the core of ice is to transform other spiritual powers from a stable state into a unique solid state. If ice spiritual power can reach absolute zero, you can freeze spiritual power of any attribute, and even time. If ice spiritual power can break through the limitations of heaven and earth and surpass absolute zero, it can even reverse time. Liang Shui, lying on the table, stared at Linbu on the podium without saying a word. I didn't expect that this guy who looks even gloomier than his master actually knows so much. January will be updated irregularly. In appreciation of the author's efforts, please click a dime to generate electricity. Knock the bowl. Chapter 92. Arister, the Devil of Greed. Wow, teacher, is ice attribute spiritual power so strong? A boy asked excitedly. Linbu shook his head. The predecessor of ice is water, and the characteristic of water is to contain. Therefore, if you want to cultivate the ice attribute to the extreme, you must first learn to contain. After saying that, he took out a few peculiarly shaped bags from his space ring. This is a bag made of Yuanshi beast skin. It breaks very easily. Inject your spiritual energy into the yuan-devouring bag and find a way to make it bigger without breaking it. I'll do it. The first girl to try it volunteered. She slowly injected her own spiritual power into the yuan-devouring bag, and as a result, the small animal skin bag became more and more bulging, and finally burst with a snap. Ah, it's broken. Linbu pushed up his glasses and said, learning to accommodate characteristics is not that easy. From now on, everyone should try to control and improve their control. He injected his own spiritual power into the yuan-devouring bag. I saw the small animal skin bag quickly swell up to the size of a watermelon like a balloon. Wow, the teacher is amazing. My expectations of you are not high. It will be fine if you can reach this level within 3 years. As long as you can control the ice spiritual power at will, your spirit pets can naturally learn this skill, and the attack range will be increased by at least 1/3. Linbu gently turned the yuan-devouring bag. The ball-like yuan-devouring bag quickly solidified and fell to the ground and shattered. Wei Qi's eyes widened as if he had discovered a new world. It was the first time he heard that a Beastmaster could share his control over spiritual power with his spirit pet. There's a sense of shared brain experience. The Tsar and his Tsar's soldiers? Next, Linbu patiently teaches students how to improve their control. Ding ling ling. Linbu raised his eyes slightly and immediately closed the book. See you tomorrow, classmates. The classmates were also dumbfounded. Why don't the teachers of this class keep the class longer? We just got to the key point. Wei Qi looked at the exploded yuan-devouring bag in his hand, and then at Linbu's receding back. This guy would definitely be a writer's block if he were to write a novel. Wei Qi declined the boy's invitation and went to the resources department with Liang Shui in his arms. It's indeed a key beast taming academy. No one has ever taught me how to improve my control before, Wei Qi said to himself. Liang Shui patted Wei Qi's face with her furry tail, like a lover's caress. Liang Shui, are you anxious? I'll go get the star pattern to strengthen you right away. No. A blush flashed across the little fox's cheeks. The charm of a fox's eyes is ingrained in her bones. Wei Qi came to the resources department building. Hello. I'm here to apply for yellow level resources. Well, give me the wristband. The staff yawned. I want to receive annual and monthly bonuses. Let's choose the spirit crystal from the dragon clan. Wei Qi thought. We can't put all the resources on Liang Shui, otherwise Long Yin will be unhappy. Dragon spirit crystals need to be exchanged separately. You can download the Sheiyue app and place an order separately to change the attributes. The staff member looked up and glanced at Wei Qi. A fox absorbs the dragon spirit crystal? What a waste. Well, let's exchange it for beast tribe spirit crystals. Intermediate star pattern, primary mysterious spirit lamp, a set of spirit oil, and first level beast spirit crystal. The staff handed over the wristband and said, 3,000 points have been credited to your account. Please check it. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Wei Qi took the cultivation resources in front of him into his pocket. He turned and left the resources department door. Coming towards me was a handsome young man with brown hair, fair skin, and a pointed chin. He had the qualifications to debut as a trainee. Several good-looking freshman girls gathered around the brown-haired young man and chattered. Literature master, do you want to go to karaoke after school? Master of literature, I have some questions I don't understand. Can I ask you for help? When Taoyuan smiled gently. I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. The girls all became crazy about it. The literature director must like me. You're bullshit, you obviously like me. The other boys raged in unison. This Wen Taoyuan is so despicable. He's clearly engaged to the 7th princess, yet he's trying to steal our woman. That's right, this guy pretends to be so perfect, but there must be something dirty and shameful behind it. You lowly men. You can't compare to the senior literature student, and yet you're here to slander him. How disgusting. The other girls cursed. How can a bunch of country bumpkins possibly compete with the gentle and refined head of literature? Wei Qi. At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Wei Qi's shoulder and pulled him to the corner. Wei Qi frowned slightly after seeing who was coming. What are you doing? Sun Mingho raised his index finger. Shoo, Wei Qi, if you see him, why don't you hide quickly? Are you looking for death? Why should I hide? Sun Mingho dragged Wei Qi into the woods to avoid Wen Taoyuan's sight. Although I admire your ability to pick up girls, you are too brave. This Wen Taoyuan is the 7th princess's fiancé, and his grandfather is the current powerful official, Grand Tutor 1. Don't be fooled by Wen Taoyuan's gentle appearance. This kind of person is the most terrifying. Wei Qi smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern. Princess 7th is just playing around. I won't take it seriously. Sun Mingho scratched his neck with his hand. Don't sleep with her. It won't be fun if the higher-ups hold you accountable. Wei Qi turned around and glanced at Wen Taoyuan. The other person was looking at him with a smile on his face, his eyes full of tenderness. Just like a good senior who cares about his juniors. A dog that bites people never barks randomly. Be careful of this person in the future. Wei Qi and Sun Mingho left the resources department building. Wen Tao looked at the receding figure from afar, muttering, Wei Qi. A demon whispered from within him. What? Are you unhappy with him? I'll kill him. Wen Taoyuan smiled and shook his head. Those who achieve great things don't pay attention to trivial matters. We should focus on the overall situation. You're really a strange fellow. I've seen very few men who can suppress their anger after being humiliated like this. Wen Taoyuan walked into a room in the resources department and muttered to himself while setting up a certain spell. Lord Arister, isn't this what you taught me since I was a child? There is always gain when there is loss. Only by giving up small benefits can we gain greater and greater benefits. I like you more and more. The greedy demon chuckled. Lord Arister, what should we do with that old dog from the Qin family? Tianyu has sent people to assist, and reinforcements will arrive soon. That old dog is a 3-star Xian King. Wen Taoyuan looked worried. Arister's figure gradually became clearer under the special summoning ritual. Don't worry, the 2 guardians of the Heavenly Fate Palace will assist me. This matter will be absolutely foolproof. All we need to do is wait. Yes. Chapter 93, The Coquettish Long Yen. Wei Qi looked at Sun Mingho beside him and asked, Why are you here? The latter said aggrievedly. All the girls with good conditions are taken, and most of the remaining ones prefer to choose seniors. Why is it so difficult to find true love? Wei Qi, is there something wrong with this world? Wei Qi pursed his lips and said, Finding a girlfriend is easy. As long as you work hard to upgrade your pet to the Lord level or above, countless women will rush to bear your children. Sun Mingho was about to cry. What Versailles literature? Do you think Lord level spirit pets are like potatoes and cabbages? Wei Qi patted his shoulder and said, That's all I can do. How about you work harder for 2 more years? Once you become a senior, you'll be able to defeat the freshmen. Don't you have any tips for picking up girls you can share? What's the point of picking up girls? Shen Miao and I are just ordinary friends. 7th princess. Now I'm just paying back my debt. Wei Qi touched his chin. Damn it. Now the whole school knows about your relationship with the 7th princess. This is nothing but paying off your debt. Sun Mingho couldn't accept such Versailles words for a while, and went looking for other girls while crying. Wei Qi looked at his dog-licking behavior in silence. too lazy to meddle in other people's business. He was quite happy that someone was willing to talk to him. Ran quickly back to Baitangwan community. Wei Qi returned home. Long Yin. No one responded. He focused his attention on the beast-taming space and saw Long Yin sitting cross-legged and meditating on cultivating her spiritual power. People who are better than you are still working hard. So what reason do you have to give up? Wei Qi gave up the idea of turning on the computer to play games. Liang Shui jumped out of Wei Qi's arms and turned back in a human form. Master, will Shui prepare dinner for you? No for now, I'm not hungry yet. Wei Qi sat on the sofa and began to study the wristband on his hand. Teacher Linbu said this thing has many functions. Wei Qi turned on the side switch. A holographic projection panel slowly appeared, with 4 modules on it. Store, Forum, Task, and User. Wei Qi clicked to open the store. Ghost Heaven Tower Training Voucher, 10 points for 1 minute. Flame Dragon Halberd, rank 6 spiritual weapon. Infuse spiritual power to control the flame dragon to attack the enemy. Price, 100,000 points. Demon Armor, rank 5 spiritual weapon, greatly improves defense. After equipping it, you can cast Bone Barrier to absorb a lot of damage. Price, 80,000 points. Orc Spirit Bone, a level 6. This can only be equipped by level 5 spirit pets and above. It greatly increases the spirit pet's defense. The price is 200,000 points. Wei Qi was so shocked by the various treasures that he was speechless. High-level spiritual equipment, materials, and even extremely rare spiritual bones can be exchanged. Spirit bones are special bones that have a chance of dropping after the death of a level 5 monster. After being enchanted by a Beastmaster, they can be transformed into the external armor of a spirit pet, providing combat attributes. Unfortunately, only spirit pets above level 5 are eligible to equip it, which is equivalent to the symbol of being a boss. Where do Shiyue Academy get so many treasures? Wei Qi found the treasure he wanted through classification. Dragon Spirit Crystal, level 2. A spiritual crystal containing the power of the Dragon Clan, priced at 2,000 points. It's so damn expensive. A Tier 2 Beastman Spirit Crystal only sells for 500 points. Wei Qi hesitated for a long time and finally decided to buy it. We must not neglect Long Yan. She is one of Wei Qi's last trump cards. Looking at the remaining 1421 points, Wei Qi shook his head. I also need to exchange for Ghost Heaven Tower training coupons, so I can't spend them carelessly for now. Wei Qi clicked on Forum, which is the module where the Shiyue College News Department releases the latest news and students discuss. Huamiao shocking. The 7th princess of the royal family, Qin Shijue, has a boyfriend on her first day of school. Huamiao, a famous 5-star reviewer, commented that this guy is like an old man who hanged himself and committed suicide. Huamiao shocking. New school beauty, Shin Miao had lunch with Qin Shijue's rumored boyfriend. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Flame, a new secret realm has appeared west of Giant Snake City. Flame, the new dragon competition is about to begin. In just one afternoon, the news of Qin Shijue having a new boyfriend quickly spread in Shiyue Academy. Too many people scolded Wei Qi for overestimating his own abilities. Many people also scolded Qin Shijue for his improper behavior. Wei Qi flipped the page and discovered that many students were using the forum module to trade. For example, you can exchange points for spiritual pet materials, spiritual seals, elixirs, resources in the D drive, luxury cars and villas. With the rich woman Qin Shijue around, I am not short of money for the time being. Excess drops can be exchanged for points here in the future. Click Task Module. Assist lower-level district troops in maintaining public order. 1 star, no restrictions, reward points 500. 2000. Clear goblins near the Serpent City Trade Road. 2 star, unlimited, reward points 5,000 to 20,000. Escort. Escort the Crow City Caravan to the Ice Forest. 3 stars, only Heaven, Earth, or Mystic level players are accepted. Reward points 10,000 to 50,000. Expedition. Eliminate the Black Horse Gang active near Pegasus City. 4 star, Heaven and Earth level only. Reward points 15,000 to 50,000. Suppress and eliminate the Ghost Country Bandits outside Whale City. 5 star, only Heaven level can accept. Reward points 30,000 to 100,000. Star level tasks increase in difficulty. Freshmen like Wei Qi can only accept 2-star missions at most. The minimum score for a 1-star mission is 500 points, and the minimum score for a 2-star mission is 5,000 points. It should be quite difficult. Calm down and practice for a while before challenging. Wei Qi closed the wristband and took a deep breath. Swish. A dark shadow flashed behind Wei Qi. Long Yin slowly walked out of the void. She looked at Wei Qi with eyes full of resentment. Master, do you still remember to go home? I want to practice too. Long Yin looked at the mid-grade star pattern on the coffee table, feeling a little envious. She wants to gain more and stronger power. Wei Qi smiled and comforted the somewhat lost Long Yin beside him. Long Yin, I have ordered a second-level spirit crystal for you, and it will be delivered tomorrow night. Long Yin waved her tail twice, revealing her inner joy. Real? Then this star pattern. Long Yin's beautiful eyes were fixed on the sparkling star pattern. The little fox who was sweeping the floor pricked up his alert ears. She dove into Wei Qi's arms, her face full of vigilance. Master, we clearly agreed on this, and Schwerer came here first. Long Yin looked at the delicate and charming woman and thought to herself, she is indeed a vixen. She really knows how to charm men. She also wanted the mid-grade star pattern to enhance her power. Thinking about the past, Long Yin made a bold decision. If you don't grab it now, you may have no chance in the future. Long Yin grabbed Wei Qi's right arm with both hands and looked at him lovingly. Master, I also want that thing. Liang Shui hugged Wei Qi's left arm dissatisfiedly and declared her sovereignty. She said softly, Master, Long Yin can't usually help you solve your problems. Schwerer is the one who contributes the most. You should choose me. Long Yin also hugged Wei Qi's left arm in a similar manner. Master, she bullied me. Wei Qi really didn't expect that Long Yin would take the initiative to hug his arm and act coquettishly like a little woman. There is only one star pattern. How to choose? The data is so green that it makes people numb. Please, handsome and beautiful ladies, please give me some free electricity, otherwise the author will go crazy. Chapter 94, Liang Shui's second inscription. The author has received everyone's thoughts. The whole job. Grass, go, ignore. Long Yan's trust level has not yet exceeded 30, so star pattern engraving cannot be performed. The medium-grade star pattern can take effect fastest on Liang Shui. Wei Qi tilted his head and looked at Long Yin. Long Yin, your current synchronization value is not enough to engrave a star pattern. I guarantee you with my personality that the next star pattern will definitely be given to you. Inscribing a star pattern requires not only the star pattern, but also inscription annotations and a few materials. You are a noble dragon. I will find the whereabouts of the dragon's inscription as soon as possible. Okay. Long Yin lowered her head in disappointment, and the tail behind her slowly fell to the ground. Wei Qi immediately opened the Tianxian Alliance app. Click on the Fox Taming Heart Sutra. Please select the engraving area. Wei Qi glanced at Liang Shui, who was grinning foolishly beside him, then looked at the effects of various parts and chose the thighs with all his heart. 3 engraving spells and effect previews pop up on the mobile phone interface. Balance enhancement. Increase 2 number of tails, % ice resistance penetration. Burst enhancement. Shorten 6 number of tails, % of chanting speed. Ice thorn armor. Increases defense and grants fox pets, number of tails, times of absolute damage counterattack. The higher the rank, the longer the duration of the ice thorn armor. The number of tails of the star mark skill is determined based on the time of strengthening and cannot be increased later. Wei Qi touched his chin. Liang Shui, which skill do you want to choose? Liang Shui timidly pointed at the ice thorn armor. Schwerer wants to protect the master. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Although the ice thorn armor has 100% absolute damage reflection, it does not have any damage reduction effect, which conflicts with your control position. Cool snow. The multiplier of the mid-grade star pattern is limited. Wei Qi thought for a long time and finally chose burst enhancement to shorten the reading time. The 12% spell penetration of balance enhancement is certainly good, but Liang Shui's Lone Fox Flying to the Moon already comes with 60% spell penetration, and in the future it can be upgraded to 90% towards the Nine-Tailed Fox. Moreover, the engraving of balance enhancement needs to be done in the Ice Secret Realm, which is excluded. Wei Qi quickly placed an order to purchase the Okabe ice crystals, cold jade wood, and a large amount of spirit stones needed for star pattern engraving. More than 400,000 yuan left the account, and Wei Qi once again lamented that money was spent like water. Tianxian Chamber of Commerce has branches in cities around the world. In less than 10 minutes, the courier's voice came from the door. Hello, express mail from the Tianxian Alliance. Wei Qi touched Liang Shui's fox ears. Are you ready? The faint moonlight shines on the big bed in the bedroom. Long Yin sat at the desk with her hands on her chin, staring at the two of them. Liang Shui felt a little shy when Long Yin stared at her, and she covered her head with a pillow like an ostrich. The restless tail dances like water plants. Liang Shui's pain and Wei Qi's fatigue decreased. The furry tail wrapped Wei Qi in it like a blooming flower. Wei Qi had already put on his earplugs and was concentrating on engraving the star pattern. Long Yin was also shocked by the concentration in Wei Qi's eyes. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. A faint blue pattern appeared on the inside of Liang Xue's thigh. Wei Qi slowly released his palms. Done. When he was about to fall, Long Yin held Wei Qi's body firmly from behind. Seeing this, Liang Xue immediately stood up and supported Wei Qi. Thank you, Master. No, it's okay. I'm not as weak as last time. I'll be fine after a while. Master, please lie down in Xue's arms and rest. Liang Xue picked up Wei Qi's head and laid him sideways on the bed. Long Yin quietly left the bedroom and closed the door. She stood leaning against the door for a long time and finally sat down slowly. I really envy them. Long Yin always felt like an outsider. Just then, there were limping footsteps behind the door. Liang Xue was surprised and asked, Master, why don't you take a good rest? Long Yin seems to be in a very low mood. I'm worried. Don't worry about her for now. Your health is more important. Wei Qi insisted. No, I have to see her. Master, please slow down. Long Yin, squatting on the ground, had a blurry vision, and a long-lost warmth rose in her heart. Ding trust value increased to 35. Squeak. The door opened. The Demon Dragon King's heart, which had been closed for a long time, slowly opened. Long Yin quickly stood up and tidied her appearance. Being around this man didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. Ask for free gifts, ask for more updates. If you have any valuable opinions and ideas, please post them in the book circle and comment area and add them as appropriate. Chapter 95 The Long Road Ahead. Lying in Liang Xue's arms, Wei Qi felt an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. He occasionally had this feeling since he established a contract with Long Yin. This is the effect of the mountain and sea seal doubling the trust gained. It allows the Beastmaster to feel the inner emotions of the contracted pet at the first moment. Liang Xue looked at Wei Qi, who was struggling to get up, with a surprised expression. Master, why don't you take a good rest? Wei Qi touched his chest. Long Yin seems to be in a very low mood. I am worried. Don't worry about her for now. Your health is more important. Wei Qi raised his tired body and said, No, I have to see her. Liang Xue's slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The master is very good at taking care of the pet's emotions. I know this very well. Master, please slow down. Liang Xue supported Wei Qi and went to open the door. Squeak. Long Yin was standing at the door of the bedroom. When she heard the voice, she slowly turned around and asked, Why are you going downstairs instead of taking a good rest? Wei Qi saw that her mood was exactly the same as usual and scratched his head curiously. My chest felt uncomfortable just now, and I thought you were upset. Long Yin crossed her arms and said proudly, I am the king of demonic dragons. How could I possibly feel sad and upset over such a small matter? Could it be that Master is trying to attract my attention? Maybe I'm wrong. Wei Qi laughed. Liang Xue quickly grabbed Wei Qi's arm and helped him back to the bedroom. Master, what could have happened to her? You should get some rest. The bedroom door closed again. Long Yin stared at the bedroom door motionlessly. Why does my heart become unusually calm after being cared for by him? Have I always longed for his care? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This king only wants to use his bloodline to restore his strength, not to envy being able to rely on him like the white fox. Only those who possess the power to dominate everything are worthy of being called king. It must be the power of the mountain and sea seal at work. I will never become a slave to humans. Long Yin attributed her inner turmoil to the power of the mountain and sea seal. Shanhan. In the end, he took it all on his own. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Wei Qi slowly woke up from his dream. He had a dream. I dreamed that I died accidentally in a mysterious place. Liang Xue's sad roar was the last sound he heard. Why are you having a nightmare again? Wei Qi opened his eyes and found that the beautiful fox girl was lying on her side and sleeping soundly, with a faint fox scent coming from the quilt. Your body has returned to its best condition. Meditate. Wei Qi meditated for 2 hours, and his level rose from 13 to 14. I feel like my efficiency is getting slower and slower. Maybe I should go to the Sutra library and get some advanced meditation techniques to speed up my practice. There was a furry feeling on my knees. Wei Qi ended his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. I saw Liang Xue lying on her side, staring at him with longing eyes. Liang Xue noticed that Wei Qi had woken up and shyly wagged his tail. Master, are you done with your training? Time to get up, little lazy fox. Long Yin looked at Liang Xue and Wei Qi, her brows filled with surprise. Is this king not disturbing you? Even though Liang Xue is an ice-attributed fox, She is very thin-skinned and doesn't have the coquettish charm of other foxes. Yeah, Master, Shuer will go and prepare breakfast for you. Long Yin looked at Liang Shue's back with a triumphant smile on her lips. It's okay, it's not what you think. Long Yin put her hands on her hips and spoke in a teacher's tone. Since you're ready to become stronger, act quickly. You don't want to be called an incompetent Beastmaster, do you? Wei Qi's old face turned red, and he quickly got out of bed and put on his pants. Long Yin leaned over and whispered in Wei Qi's ear. Practice well, otherwise how can we talk about revitalizing the Demon Dragon clan? Liang Xue, where's my phone? Master, someone called you last night to harass you. Shuer turned off your phone and put it under your pillow. Oh. Wei Qi turned on his phone. More than a dozen missed calls. There are also several red bubbles on WeChat. Xin Miao. Wei Qi, I found some clues about Qi Feilei's ancient tomb. Let's talk about it tomorrow at school. Huang Bing Class 7 group chat. Classes start at 1:30 this afternoon. Service notice. The spiritual energy in the space around Giant Snake City is active, and a great secret realm may be born. Sun Mingho. Brother, I can only help you up to this point. Sun Mingho. Erotic picture.gif. Sun Mingho magnet, xt equals. Wei Qi clicked download and save very attentively, completing it in one go. In order to preserve precious combat footage, I should also equip Long Yin and Liang Xue with private cell phones to prevent them from rummaging through my phone. Master, Long Yin, it's time for breakfast. Liang Xue's voice came from the kitchen. Hey, another happy day? Here it comes. Evil Moon Academy. 7 o'clock in the morning. After finishing their morning exercises and meditation, the students who had just entered the academy all looked towards the door. A beautiful woman wearing the school uniform of the Flame Mansion, with bright red hair braided into princess braids, a broad chest, and a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, kept looking at the time on her wristband. There were black leg rings on her white and tender thighs, and a pair of luxurious leather boots on her feet. Wei Qi, you bastard, are you going to be late on the second day of school? This princess will not forgive you. Qin Shijue said angrily with puffed cheeks. That piece of wood went home alone after school last night, without waiting for his beautiful girlfriend? Qin Shijue, tossing and turning and unable to sleep, became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. How is this princess inferior to Xin Miao in terms of family background and appearance? Why didn't that bastard lick it like the other boys? Qin Shijue intended to contact Wei Qi by phone, but the other party didn't answer the call and turned off the phone. How could Qin Shijue, who had been spoiled since childhood, have ever been rejected like this? She plans to teach the other person a lesson today. Soon, a man and a woman came around the corner, talking and laughing. It was Wei Qi and her void rival Xin Miao, who had accidentally offended her yesterday. Qin Shijue's face immediately turned red. Chapter 96. Where is the axe of creation? Wei Qi didn't expect that he would meet Xin Miao when he was less than 200 meters away from the college gate. A purple and white school uniform, a short skirt with over-the-knee white stockings, and a pair of exquisite black leather boots. The never-before-seen purple hairpin and silver earrings further highlight Xin Miao's youthful beauty. Is this the uniformed JK girl from another world? Nice. Xin Miao spotted Wei Qi in the crowd and waved to him. Xiao Zi on her shoulder seemed very dissatisfied, and her hostile eyes swept over Wei Qi. Not willing to be outdone, Liang Xue fought back. Two foxes sniped at each other in the air over their master's shoulders. What a coincidence, Wei Qi. I thought you lived on campus. A girl living alone outside should be careful about her safety. Wei Qi greeted. Well, Xiao Zi is here to protect me. Xin Miao said with a smile, lifting her hair lightly. The pure Feng Outyin? Why didn't I get any news when I went to the Giant Snake City Square the day before yesterday? Wei Qi took the initiative to ask. Miss Xin, what message did you send last night? The smile on Xin Miao's face gradually disappeared, and his expression became very serious. I met the storyteller you mentioned. According to the book he sold, although there are 9 tombs of Qi Feili, there is only one real tomb where his body is buried. Well, the words of this kind of sales scammer are not very trustworthy, right? Not necessarily. Last night, while observing the celestial phenomena, I was surprised to find that the geographical location of Giant Snake City is an auspicious one. As long as we find the coordinates where the Earth's energy converges, we can deduce the hidden dragon's lair. I don't understand, but I feel powerful. Xin Miao grabbed Wei Qi's arm, and the two were almost sticking together. Give me a few days and I can find the coordinates. If what the storyteller said is true, Qi Feili's tomb may very well contain the axe of creation, one of the 10 secret treasures. Xin Miao said seriously. Otherwise, how would Qi Feili enter the sealed demon realm? I can't think of any other way except the axe of creation. Long Yin in the beast-controlling space suddenly opened her eyes. The whereabouts of the acts of creation? Wei Qi was a little surprised and thought to himself, Long Yin? Do you know the acts of creation? Long Yin nodded slightly. The acts of creation was originally one of the treasures guarded by the Demon Dragon clan, but it was stolen by a traitor during a riot within the clan many years ago. I never expected to hear its name again from a human's mouth. Wei Qi nodded. Are you sure that the Dragon Cave is Qi Feili's tomb? Shen Miao shook his head. Not necessarily. It was definitely not a coincidence that Qi Feili passed by Giant Snake City that year. I think there may be clues hidden in the Dragon Cave. How could a powerful being of this level allow so many humans to enter his burial ground? The probability of guessing the true tomb from 9 graves is too low. Wei Qi frowned slightly. You want me to go with you? Aren't you afraid that I'll stab you in the back? I believe you are not that kind of person. If everything goes well, and we find Qi Feili's inheritance, how do we distribute the benefits? Wei Qi said with a serious expression. Shen Miao smiled faintly. I want the high-level beast taming inheritance of Thunder attribute. The rest is up to you. Wei Qi thought about it carefully. Now I am still 6 levels away from breaking through to level 2. Even if I drink the goddess's fountain, I'm still 5 levels behind. It's broken. I have to find a way to speed up the upgrade. Otherwise, even if you find a suitable high-level beast tamer, you won't be able to sign a contract. I just need the right beast taming inheritance. Everything else is for you. I don't like owing others. Wei Qi said truthfully. Shen Miao knew that Wei Qi was very concerned about the last dragon hunt. He was indirectly hinting that he should make his demands as soon as possible to settle the score. Shen Miao smiled knowingly and said with his hands behind his back, I just want you to always owe me, so that you won't hurt me. Wei Qi smiled wryly. You are such a clever little ghost. My master said the same thing. Wei Qi suddenly found that the person in front of him looked more and more familiar. Red hair, pretty face, a granary where no child goes hungry. Is it her? Qin Shijue strode forward and walked in front of the two of them without saying a word. Wei Qi could sense the faint smell of gunpowder in the air. 7th Princess, good morning. Good morning, you big-headed ghost. A hint of displeasure flashed in Wei Qi's eyes. Qin Shijue's face almost turned green. My boyfriend actually goes to school with another girl and doesn't take me seriously at all. She took the initiative to grab Wei Qi's hand and tried to pull him away, but Wei Qi's lower body was very stable and he didn't move at all. Qin Shijue seemed to have thought of something and took out a purple coin from his arms. This is for today. All right, Princess. The displeasure on Wei Qi's face disappeared instantly. Princess, what would you like to drink? I'll go get it for you. Love may deceive you, but money never will. Money gate. Shen Miao looked at the backs of Wei Qi and Qin Shijue with a face full of question marks. What is going on? Is she Wei Qi's girlfriend? After entering the college gate, Qin Shijue changed the unhappiness on his face into a smile as warm as spring breeze. She smiled and hugged Wei Qi's arm, and the two of them walked into the yellow-level classroom like a couple in love. The squeezing sensation on his left arm made Wei Qi feel suffocated. What does she want to do? There's no need to give out benefits if it's just to humiliate me, right? Although he had many doubts in his mind, Wei Qi still played the role of the perfect boyfriend. Damn it, let's strike this Wei guy to death with lightning. I'm so happy to be hugged by the princess. Why does the princess like this kind of man? Wei Qi suddenly felt Qin Shijue's fingers pinching his arm hard. Princess, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Wei Qi followed her gaze. Wen Taoyuan, who is handsome, elegant, and easygoing, walked slowly towards us from the front. He bowed politely to Qin Shijue. Princess Shijue, good morning. Qin Shijue. Wen Taoyuan's gaze slowly swept over Wei Qi's face. You are the famous classmate Wei Qi, right? Yes, who are you? Wei Qi asked knowingly. Wen Taoyuan said calmly. I'm Wen Taoyuan from Xianfeng Class 1, and Princess Shijue's fiancé. I'll leave the princess to you for the time being. Don't make her angry, okay? Otherwise, I'll be sad. Wei Qi's pupils suddenly dilated. He had anticipated that Wen Taoyuan would bring his lackeys to play tricks on him. I also expected that the other party would hire some internet trolls to stir up trouble. Wei Qi never expected that the other party was not angry at all, but instead was calm as if he was telling him not to break the equipment. What a strange man. The crazy girl screamed. Wow, as expected of a literature professor. He has such a broad mind. He must love the 7th princess very much. The 7th princess is so lucky to have such a perfect fiancé. The boys all looked down on him. Fuck, turtle boy. Even if your fiancé is kidnapped, you won't get angry. What do you guys know? The love of the literature master is the greatest love. Qin Shijue immediately grabbed Wei Qi's arm and said, let's go. Oh, okay. Wen Tao looked at the two people's backs as they walked away, his expression not changing at all. The yellow level lecture hall is a large classroom that can accommodate 1,000 people at a time. The elders of the Thunder Palace were sharing their combat experience at the front. Wei Qi, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the absent-minded Qin Shijue and felt a little curious. If it were the ordinary Wei Qi, he wouldn't bother to care about other people's affairs. Out of his boyfriend's responsibility, Wei Qi handed over the breakfast he had just bought from the cafeteria. Princess, don't you want breakfast? Qin Shijue clenched her pink fists tightly. Damn it, why are there such hypocritical people? Why isn't he angry? Chapter 97 The Secret of the Celestials. Qin Shijue has a very wild temper. If it weren't for his royal image, he would have cursed in the streets long ago. He looks so sanctimonious, it really makes me want to vomit. Wei Qi, you saw it just now, right? Is there something wrong with this kind of man? But my father likes him very much and insists that this princess marry him. Wei Qi didn't bother to refute her and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yeah. Qin Shijue glared at Wei Qi in dissatisfaction. Don't just keep saying and yes, say something. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's true. Seeing that she didn't drink the soy milk, Wei Qi took a big gulp himself and said, I think your father is quite good at judging people. Princess has such a bad temper. Who knows what trouble she will cause in the future? Marrying Wen Taoyuan can stabilize the dignity of the royal family and strengthen the cohesion of the group. And he seems to be quite capable and very popular with girls. Isn't he the perfect boyfriend that girls like? Qin Shijue's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. I don't know why, but this princess feels sick all over when she sees Wen Taoyuan. I hate this kind of hypocritical liar. Wei Qi glanced at her and shook his head. Stupid princess, the so-called high emotional intelligence is essentially deception. As a high-ranking member of the royal family, hypocrisy and deception are the introductory courses. Do you think you can escape the fate of becoming a victim of a political marriage by just finding a rumored boyfriend? How naive. Wei Qi, this princess has been waiting for him to lose his temper so that I can ask my father to let me not marry him. Qin Shiju tempted him. If you can make him lose his temper with me, there will be a reward. Of course, don't try to take advantage of this opportunity to get promoted. This princess doesn't like you at all. We're just acting, understand? How can the fluorescence of rotten grass compare to the bright moon in the sky? Wei Qi said with a smile. Liang Shui glanced at Qin Shijue with cold eyes, sneering in her heart. Arrogant and conceited fool, you are not worthy of my master. Without any background or magical weapon, the master broke through the 6th level and became the Xian King in just a few decades, and never lost to those of the same level. Now he has the recovered mountain and sea seal, the demon dragon king with unlimited potential, and the future empress as his friend. I believe it won't take long. I will personally visit the holder of the mountain and sea seal in the previous life, your elder brother Qin Tianwei. I haven't forgotten this account yet. Qin Shijue was very satisfied with Wei Qi's answer. Finally, this unreasonable guy admitted his mistake. Let's see if you dare to offend this princess again in the future. The man this princess loves is an unrivaled strong man. One day he will wear golden armor and ride on a dragon to marry me. Qin Shijue said with anticipation. Good man, do you think you are fairy Zixia? And wearing golden armor? The golden saints are all Athena's lickers, they won't lick you. Wei Qi smiled and said, Princess's wish will come true. How come you, a piece of wood, can speak so nicely? Hope will come eventually. Qin Shiju pouted after hearing Wei Qi's words. You must think that this princess is an idiot who doesn't know her own limitations, right? A canary like me, who has been protected by my family since childhood, is ultimately just a vase. How dare I? Wei Qi waved his hands quickly. Qin Shijue's eyes flashed with numbness. My brothers and sisters are all gifted geniuses. Only I am a useless waste. In a sense, Qin Shijue is the least talented Beastmaster in the royal Qin family. Otherwise he would not come to Shiyue Academy to study. I thought the princess was forced to come here to strengthen her relationship with Wen Taoyuan. Wei Qi said with a smile. No, this princess chose Shiyue Academy herself. Qin Shijue's emotions were not stable. Liang Shue pricked up her little ears. If I remember correctly, the Qin family is also a celestial race with pure bloodline power. Although the children born to male celestial beings and those of other ethnic groups are not pure-blooded, as long as the female celestial being successfully conceives, the children born are all pure-blooded. Important, the celestial race's bloodline is inherited from females. The pure-blooded Tianren people, regardless of gender, will not intermarry with outsiders. No wonder the Qin family was willing to marry her to an outsider. Could it be that her bloodline power was not pure enough? Liang Shui thought that in the previous life, Qin Shijue was coveted by evil people for his celestial bloodline, and to prevent being captured and used as a reproductive tool, he chose to commit suicide to preserve his innocence. Since she was not a celestial being of pure blood, why did she die in the secret realm in her previous life? How strange. Qin Shijue seemed to realize that the topic had gone too far, and she quickly shut up. The morning classes are over. Qin Shijue's face turned a little red. She didn't know why she was so impulsive and exposed her weak side in front of Wei Qi. This princess is going back to the dormitory. You are free to move around. Goodbye, princess. Before they had gone far apart, Qin Shijue turned back. She stretched out her small, white hand and said, "Take out your phone." "Why? I'm just your respectable boyfriend, not your servant." "Ahem. This princess needs to add your contact information so that I won't be unable to find you at a critical moment." Qin Shijue's voice became much softer. "Oh, okay. Exchange contact information." Qin Shijue stared at Wei Qi's back in fascination. It turns out that it feels so good to find someone to talk to about the long-standing grudges in your heart. I'll chat with him when I'm bored next time. Just give him the money. Yes, people just like the money in your hands. Qin Shijue's mood became even more depressed. On the way to the sutra repository, Liang Shui suddenly raised her fox paw and touched Wei Qi's face. "Owner." Wei Qi was very happy. Liang Shui, is there something wrong?" The busy princess let him leave at noon and probably wouldn't come back to bother him in the afternoon. "I made 1 million yuan by being a mental trashcan for a while." Wei Qi's affection for Qin Shijue increased greatly. "Master, she might be a mixed-blood celestial being." Wei Qi touched his chin and said, "Aren't all royals celestial beings? How come there's a mixed blood among them?" Wei Qi already knew from Shun Miao that the kings who currently ruled over the human countries were all celestial beings who survived 5,000 years ago. Liang Shui nodded. The purity of the celestial race's bloodline is determined by the female. Female celestials have a low pregnancy rate, and the children they give birth to are all pure-blooded. Is there such a thing? Wei Qi was shocked. His understanding of genetics stopped at the level of XY chromosomes on the blue planet. Liang Shui couldn't directly tell Wei Qi what would happen in the future, so she hinted, pure-blooded female celestials are all top-notch reproductive tools. If Shun Miao's identity were discovered by others, it would be extremely dangerous. Wei Qi frowned slightly. "Liang Shui, how did you know? What Liang Shui dreamed about should be true, right?" Liang Shui smiled foolishly. Wei Qi looked at the little fox with a mysterious origin and extraordinary bloodline. Long Yen in the beast-taming space whispered, "She's right. The Sun Empire once tried to capture scattered celestial beings and cultivate a celestial being force. It was called the Holy Mother Project. I wonder if it was successful. Rebirth of 200,000 lives achieved. I want some free gifts. I need to live to more than 1 million this time." Chapter 98, Sutra Library. Wei Qi touched his chin. Shun Miao did mention his identity as a celestial being, but he did not mention the purity of his bloodline. It's normal for people to do this to protect themselves. If what Liang Shui and Long Yen said was true, Shin Miao might have some connection with the royal family. The origin of the human emperor's sword is explained. Wei Qi shook his head. Shin Miao has hidden herself very well. Qin Shijue must have protectors behind her. It's useless to worry about it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Liang Shui put her hands in her pockets and acted cute. The fact is just as Wei Qi expected. Qin Shijue has a 3-star Xianwang secretly protecting him. But he didn't guess that there was a demon god from the demon world hidden in the small Shiyue Academy. Wei Qi followed the signs to the legendary Sutra Repository. It is called the Sutra Repository, but it is actually a huge library. As we passed the central fountain, a familiar voice came from the crowd. "I'm sorry, I don't have any thoughts of falling in love for the time being." Wei Qi stopped and looked at the crowd. A group of onlookers gathered around, and the gentle Wen Taoyuan stood in front of Shun Miao and confessed his love. "In that case, one wants to make friends with Miss Shun. I shouldn't be rejected again, right?" Wen Taoyuan's confession was rejected, but he did not look panicked or embarrassed. Shun Miao, like a moon surrounded by stars, glanced at Wen Taoyuan and said, "I'm not interested. Please stop blocking my way." Wen Taoyuan's followers started to get sarcastic. "It's just a pretty pheasant, yet it's so arrogant. It's your honor to be chosen by the literary style. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. Who knows how many men she has played with behind her back." "Really? I feel the same way. Am I the only one who thinks she's not pretty?" Wei Qi looked at Wen Taoyuan's somewhat awkward smile, feeling a little confused. In terms of appearance alone, Qin Shijue and Shin Miao have their own merits, but they are both peerless beauties on the same level. In terms of body shape, Wei Qi prefers the plump ones like Qin Shijue, while Xun Miao looks a little thin. Wen Taoyuan is Qin Shijue's nominal fiancé, but instead of licking the princess, he pursues Xun Miao, who is of ordinary status. Do rich people like pure campus beauties? If Wei Qi were to choose, he would definitely take them all. In order to save his employer's face, Wei Qi tactfully left the scene. When Taoyuan stared at Xun Miao's receding back, a hint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. From the first moment he saw Xun Miao, he couldn't take his eyes off her. A pure and beautiful appearance, a slender and graceful figure, a confident smile, and eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Such a spiritual woman is more in line with his XP. The greedy demon god hidden within the body slowly spoke. Pure-blooded celestial being. Although I don't know which clan she is from, I can smell the disgusting odor coming from her. When Taoyuan was stunned for a moment. Lord Arist? What did you say? She is a pure-blooded celestial being. Well, don't tell anyone. If some old, reclusive people find out, they'll definitely come and snatch this girl away, and then I'll be discovered. When Taoyuan's heart was pounding when he heard this. If they could trick this girl into their hands, the Wen family would have a chance to be promoted to the Celestial clan, and would be able to break away from their subservience to the Qin family, and even replace them. Arister reminded, boy, don't forget our original purpose. As long as you can capture the half-blood princess, I can use her body to be resurrected. When the time comes, I can easily capture her and make her your wife and have children with you. Don't mess up your plans. Yes, Lord Arist. Wei Qi entered the sutra library. The huge room is filled with bookshelves that stretch as far as the eye can see, and books full of ancient charm are placed neatly and orderly on the shelves. The quiet Beastmasters gently flipped through books in the reading area. A white-haired old man with a peaceful expression sat at the door, slowly flipping through the documents in his hand. Seeing this, Liang Shui unconsciously lowered her voice. Classmate, is this your first time in the sutra library? The crisp sound scared Wei Qi so much that he staggered. Turning around, I saw a talking lark standing on the shoulder of the white-haired old man. Wei Qi quickly bowed and saluted. Old sir, I am a student of Huang Bing's Class 7. Dragon pets are too rare, so engraving techniques are not sold publicly on the app. The white-haired old man ignored Wei Qi. Old man. The lark flapped its wings and said, once my master enters the reading state, he will forget me. I am the one who is in charge of the sutra library. Good job. People are pendants of birds, right? Just call me Mr. Peter. Yes, Mr. Peter. The lark had no airs of sociability. It slowly combed its colorful feathers and said, Student, what book would you like to borrow? Wei Qi did not become arrogant just because the other party was a bird and remained polite. Student, what books do you want to borrow? Mr. Peter, I would like to borrow books about dragon inscriptions. Dragon clan inscription? The old voice slowly entered Wei Qi's ears. The white-haired old man who was reading a book slowly looked at Wei Qi, staring at him with the vicissitudes of life gaze. Seeing this, Peter obediently helped him put on his glasses. Thank you, Peter. You're welcome. The old man took in Wei Qi's features and scanned him several times from head to toe before slowly speaking. Ice Flame Pride, Dragon Clan Inscription. A demonic dragon has been born. If I'm not mistaken, the dragon pet you possess is the newly born Despair demonic dragon, right? Wei Qi's eyes were filled with shock. The feeling of having his underwear seen through made him feel a little scared. What kind of cultivation level is this person? His throat rolled slightly, and Wei Qi nodded gently. The white-haired old man slowly closed the book and said, Don't be surprised, my friend. Everything has its cause and effect. Once you break through the 8th level, you will be able to faintly sense the way of heaven. An 8th-rank Beastmaster, a legendary Xian Emperor-level expert. The Qi Fei mentioned by the storyteller is at the Xian Emperor level. Wei Qi could not sense any spiritual fluctuations from the old man. If he was pulled outside, ordinary people would think he was someone's newly retired old man. At such a young age, you can subdue the legendary Dragon King. You are gifted and kind-hearted. A hint of admiration flashed in the old man's eyes, and he glanced at Peter. The lark also nodded. After saying that, the white-haired old man stretched out his dry palm and flicked it lightly into the air. A hole immediately appeared in the space ahead. Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. 9th level. Let's go. What you want is at the very back. The old man slowly stood up and took a step forward, and the torn space in front of him slowly took shape like a door. The ripples gradually calmed down, and Wei Qi and Liang Shui also entered together. The strange feeling of traveling through space came over me again. Wei Qi took a step forward, and his vision became brighter. Chapter 99. Dragon Taming Technique and Mirror Flowers and Water Moons. Wei Qi and Liang Shui have arrived at the real sutra repository. Thank you for your help, senior. The old man led the way slowly in front and said, Haha, you are a student of Shiyue, so you naturally have the right to read. The sutra repository may seem small, but the road to it is very long. Wei Qi asked curiously, Senior, you have so much magical power, why don't you go and fight against the monsters? I am just a lucky sparrow, unable to fulfill the ambitions of a swan. The longer I live and the more books I read, the more I understand the differences between people. Guiding the right people at the right time is my destiny and my way. Wei Qi didn't understand what he said. Liang Shui's body on his shoulder was trembling slightly. Is this old guy talking about me? I don't believe in so-called fate. The old man suddenly stopped and saw a bookshelf next to him filled with books related to the Dragon Clan. There are 3 dragons in Tianxian, the Mad Dragon, the Azure Dragon, and the Demon Dragon. The only one who can tame them is the god who created the world. After that turmoil, the Demon Dragon clan was nearly extinct. Fortunately, the dragon taming art was not lost. The original ancestor risked his life to bring it back to the Dragon Kingdom and even hid a handwritten copy here for future use. Unfortunately, I don't know which book the dragon taming art is hidden in. In addition to the dragon taming art, you can also take away a book. Because the books here are all sealed with souls, the books that are destined to be with you will be unsealed automatically. Don't be too greedy, or you'll end up with nothing. After giving his instructions, the old man left Peter at the door and then slowly left the sutra library. Wei Qi probably understood why he left. Long Yin, come out. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Long Yin appears in Shiyue Academy. The proud demon dragon king looked at his surroundings with doubts in his eyes. Where is this? Wei Qi stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Stop talking nonsense. Long Yin was so frightened by Wei Qi's dominance that she dared not speak and let him pull her around the bookshelf. Wei Qi held Long Yin's soft little hand and used his spiritual power to sense the aura on the bookshelf. Soon, he felt the same aura as Long Yin on an ordinary book. That's it. Wei Qi reached out to touch the book, and the soul seal on the book snapped. Unlock. Glancing at the book cover. How to have a big fight with the Dragon Clan. Which good person hid the dragon taming art in a pornographic book? Long Yin looked at the slutty dragon girl on the cover of the dragon race pornographic book, and her hair stood on end in anger. Which bastard wrote this? I'm going to kill him. Peter, who was hanging up the phone at the door, poked his head in and asked, Chu, who's scolding me? Sure, go home and feed you baby. Wei Qi quickly took Long Yin back to the beast taming space. The dragon taming technique is already in hand. What other secret book should I pick? It's not easy to get into this place. It's definitely a great opportunity that can't be missed. Wei Qi ordered Liang Shui to check on one side while he went to the other side. Wei Qi was itching to read all kinds of books, such as meditation practice methods, inscriptions of all beasts, breakthrough experiences, legends and biographies, etc. Master, come here. Liang Shui's cry came from my heart. Following Liang Shui's instructions, Wei Qi found a torn book in the corner. Flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. Wei Qi reached out and touched the broken book, and the soul seal on the surface of the book suddenly collapsed. This is a book about projection talent written by a great person. A Beastmaster's talent will accompany him throughout his life and will only be sublimated once when he breaks through to the 6th level of Xianwang. Most talents and skills only have this one chance to grow. The projection that does not cause actual damage has a lot of room for development, such as Wei Qi's understanding of hiding his body in the grass, positioning himself with projection, and luring the enemy with phantoms. Wei Qi opened Mirror Flower, Water Moon, and was quickly immersed in it. Projection is the ability to materialize objects imagined in the mind. The author believes that his talent ceiling should be higher than SSS-Level, but he has always been despised by everyone. He condensed his carefully collected projection usage and development techniques into a book, hoping that future generations could improve it and prove that projection talent is not a useless talent. Wei Qi flipped through a few pages and felt that the author's ideas were a bit wild and imaginative. He even planned to break through the Shen King and use his own eyes to create the phantom eyes with his talent to continue developing new uses. All usages above level 6 have been destroyed artificially. Perhaps the old man was afraid that the young man would go crazy and blind himself, so he destroyed the rest of the content. However, the development of projection in the first half of the book is already remarkable. Well done, Ryuju. Just take it. Liang Shui nodded with satisfaction. After reading this book, the owner will become more proficient in the use of projection. When Peter the Lark saw Wei Chi had chosen the books, he flapped his wings and asked, "Have you chosen?" Don't talk to the owner again after you leave here. We won't tell anyone you were here." "Good." The lark saw Wei Chi off. Buzz! Wei Chi opened his eyes again and found himself in the square outside the Sutra Library. If I didn't have Mirror Flower and Water Moon and How to Have Fun with the Dragon Clan in my hands. He even suspected that everything that had just happened was a dream. Long Yan's voice came from his mind. "Master Wei, you are coming out? What's wrong?" "In the space just now, I couldn't sense your soul breath at all." There was a hint of uneasiness in Long Yan's voice. Wei Chi turned around and glanced at the Sutra Library. "I'm sorry, the situation was a bit urgent just now." Long Yan's voice was no longer so tough. I'm not worried about you. A mere master. Don't let your imagination run wild. The truth is, you are trying to cover up your mistake. You are just making people imagine things, okay?" Long Yan lost contact. Wei Chi lost interest in the afternoon classes. He couldn't wait to go home and try to develop new uses for projection, as well as the prerequisites for engraving the Long Yan star pattern. Good things come in pairs. Wei Chi, who had just returned home, bumped head-on into a delivery driver. The second-level dragon spirit crystals, ordered yesterday, have also arrived. Wei Chi sat on the sofa excitedly. "Long Yan, you are blessed." Long Yan, wearing a black stocking jumpsuit, shook her hair and slowly walked out of the void, with a hint of anticipation in her red pupils. "This king will not let your expectations down." Wei Chi patted his thigh and said, "Come sit on it." Long Yan. Wei Chi's face flushed, and he waved his hand to explain, "I don't mean to take advantage of you, but feeding spiritual crystals requires the guidance of a Beastmaster to maximize efficiency. How about we go outside the city to feed your body?" After changing back to human form, Liang Shui sat on Wei Chi's thigh and said coquettishly, "Shuer also wants to eat the Master's spirit crystal." Seeing this, Long Yan clenched her fists and said, "It doesn't matter. Just let me see what you can do." She sat down on Wei Chi's right leg. Don't be fooled by her appearance of high attack power. Her defense power is actually very low. "Oh, what is that?" A sweet cry came from the majestic Dragon King. "I am a new author, and I am looking for your support. The data of the book recently is greener than that of a game where the characters have their own lives. The author is so hungry that he can't even eat steamed buns." Chapter 100: The Secret of Lime. Wei Chi's family. A peerless dragon lady sat steadily in Wei Chi's arms. The delicate and beautiful facial features seemed to be carved by a master craftsman, and 10 slender fingers pressed firmly on the shoulders, with the light black nails reflecting a faint luster. "Master, what are you looking at?" Long Yan frowned slightly, and a faint fragrance emanated from her sweet red lips. Wei Chi shifted his gaze from the jailer and quickly placed the gleaming second-level spirit crystal on her legs. "Come on, open your mouth." Woo-woo. Long Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She didn't expect Wei Chi to come so suddenly. "Don't swallow it, it's very expensive." In order to avoid waste, Wei Chi concentrated on helping Long Yan digest the spirit crystal. Long Yan was quite resistant at first. This guy actually grabbed her horns without her consent. The spirit crystal in her mouth gradually transformed into refined spiritual power, and Long Yan became obedient. With the help of the mountain and sea seal in his body, Wei Chi gradually guided the pure golden spiritual power into Long Yan's heart. Long Yan's physical body has evolved to the top level, so there is not much change. But her complexion became better and better, her eyes became deeper, and her skin became smoother and whiter. Boo! Long Yan spat out a small portion of the spirit crystal that she had absorbed, which was still stained with precious dragon saliva. Wei Chi nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough for today. The leftovers can last for many days." Long Yan, sitting in Wei Chi's arms, took the opportunity to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a normal sign-in next to the cursed Shinrin Wei Chi. Receive today's sign-in gift pack 1, points plus 1,000. Today's discounted item, level 1 upgrade card, priced at 1,000 points, 50% off. Why is it still a normal sign-in? Long Yan thought that sitting in his arms was a sign of intimacy, but she was happy for nothing. Upgrade cards are also good props and should not be missed. Long Yan immediately used this upgrade card. The level was successfully upgraded to level 19. She noticed that Wei Chi kept staring at the saliva-stained spirit crystal, and her lively eyes moved twice. "Why do you keep looking at it?" Wei Chi was like a cat with its tail between its legs, and quickly waved his hands. "No." Long Yan smiled evilly and grabbed the spirit crystal and stuffed it into Wei Chi's mouth. "If you want to eat it, just say it directly. Why are you beating around the bush?" This time it was Wei Chi's turn to make a wuss sound. Ding, trust value increased to 40. Long Yin widened her eyes in surprise. How did the trust level increase so quickly? As the Dragon King, she had to maintain her pride. Long Yin immediately stood up and clapped her hands. Next time, don't suddenly put things into my mouth. From now on, when I'm in a good mood, I'll reward you with ambergris. After saying some pretentious lines, Long Yin quickly raised her tail and hid in the bedroom. This guy has some skills. Long Yin didn't understand human intimacy and missed an important opportunity to check in on intimacy. Liang Shui quickly pulled the spirit crystal out of Wei Qi's mouth. He kept muttering, "How dare this wicked Long Yin bully her master?" Wei Qi coughed twice. "It's okay. I won't lose anything." Name: Pride of Ice Flame Vulpix. Grade: Superior Epic. Level: 25. Race: Monster Tribe. Skills: Ice Ray, Burn Together, Frozen Cannon, Chu Lien, Snow Waterfall, Demon Capture, Phantom Assault, Wind Control, Lone Fox Flying to the Moon, Silent Kill. Trust: 100. Name: Fallen Dragon. Grade: Superior Mythical Grade. Level: 19. Race: Dragon Clan. Skills: Fallen Claw, Dragon Fall, Dragon Roar, Dragon King Domain, Demon Flame Devouring the Sky, Demon Dragon Coming to the World, Dragon Scale Armor, Mad Dragon Out of the Sea, Dragon King. Trust: 40. Good guy? Long Yin has reached level 18? You know, Wei Qi has never taken her to kill a monster. What kind of upgrade speed is this? It's cheating. I don't know when the trust value secretly rose to 40. I didn't attack her. If the trust value is increased by another 10 points, Wei Qi can activate the transformation of Shanhan into the dragon form. Just thinking about it is exciting. When you reach level 60, you can actively obtain dragon saliva. You need to upgrade to level 100 to unlock the hidden CG, Dragon Knight. Wei Qi touched his chin. If the rumors in the unofficial history were true, with his current fighting ability, he probably couldn't defeat Liang Shui alone, let alone the evil dragon. Spiritual pets like foxes can really devour a person's soul. Hurry up, get him. The phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. Liang Shui took the phone, and her frown gradually relaxed. She thought that it was that annoying Qin Shijue who came to steal her master. A woman is actually bigger than a vixen, so fucking awesome. Who is it? Lime. Wei Qi answered the WeChat call. Qing Ming's signature voice rang out slowly. Wei Qi, long time no see. It's only been 2 or 3 days. Wei Qi seemed to remember something and transferred 450,000 yuan to her. Qing Ming was a little surprised and asked, "What kind of money is this?" "Use it to buy some delicious food." Wei Qi touched his nose. This amount of money is a little more than half of the resale price of the spirit gathering pill. When Wei Qi bought the remaining 4, he was thinking of gambling to get rich. After all, Qing Ming still hasn't become an alchemist. Maybe it's because he's not old enough. Later, Wei Qi learned that this was Qing Ming's helpless choice to save her grandmother, and she was indeed nice to Wei Qi. Wei Qi didn't want to take advantage of her either. Simon's voice came from the phone. "Wei Qi, you don't have to be like this. Ninger is still young. She needs to suffer a little loss before she learns her lesson." "Oh, Grandma, it's so hard for someone to give me money. How could Ninger refuse it? It's all earned from bath water anyway." Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Wei Qi's expression changed. Rubbed out with bath water? Did she make the profit, or did I? Wait, isn't the point about bath water? Which kind person uses bath water to make elixir? Chapter 101 Abnormal Qin Shijue. Qing Ming called again. Her voice was unnatural. Ahem, Wei Qi, how was the effect of the last bodybuilding pill? I've been very busy recently and haven't had time to take it. Wei Qi said truthfully. What? You haven't eaten yet? Qing Ming was a little anxious. The medicinal properties of the pill will gradually fade after it is made. You should take it as soon as possible and then report the results. Wei Qi scratched his head in confusion. Can't things like elixirs be preserved for a long time if they're sealed? Okay, I'll go refine the bodybuilding pill now. Yeah, remember to send a message after you finish eating. Qing Ming hung up the phone in a hurry. Wei Qi always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Liang Shui took the initiative to pour a glass of warm water for Wei Qi. Master, are you planning to take the pill? Wei Qi took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. As the name suggests, the bodybuilding pill is a pill that strengthens the body. According to the description in the novel, it will expel dirty impurities from the body, so it is better to soak in water. Wei Qi opened the small porcelain bottle, and a special fragrance hit him. Sniff this smell. Is a bit like the smell of Qing Ming. Could she have added it to the bath water? Wei Qi's hair shuddered all over. Ollie gay done. The delicious little meatballs go down the esophagus and into the body. Not long after, Wei Qi felt his stomach getting hotter and hotter. Goo. Wei Qi quickly opened the toilet and drained the dark and smelly blood. A layer of sticky black liquid continued to ooze out of his pores. Wei Qi was surprised for a moment and then took a shower. The black liquor is almost discharged. Wei Qi discovered that the outline of abdominal muscles appeared on his stomach. It's not that muscles grow out of thin air, but that useless fat in the body is discharged along with the black fluid. The arms and legs became stronger, and even the mind became sharper. Wei Qi swung twice in the air. I feel like my body weight has become much lighter, and my punching speed has increased. The bodybuilding pill made up for Wei Qi's poor physical foundation in his early years. Holding the sacred lance, he could easily defeat monsters below level 10. Of course, it's still a long way from being able to dismantle a Gundam with bare hands. Wei Qi was already very satisfied. The only drawback is that the little brother is ready to make a move. Masturbation is harmful to the training of a Beastmaster, so Wei Qi quickly recited the mantra to calm his mind and calm his desire. I'm a completely different person now compared to before. Wei Qi looked at himself in the mirror. His height has quietly exceeded 1.8 meters, with a strong and sturdy torso, bright eyes, and a cool and handsome face. He pushed his bangs upwards and said, TSK, why do I look like a handsome villain? After taking a bath, Wei Qi reported the effectiveness of the elixir to Qing Ning truthfully. 2 days passed by in a flash. Wei Qi leads a fulfilling life, attending classes during the day, accompanying Qin Shijue in performances at noon, and practicing control at night. Liang Shui took the initiative to take on most of the housework and occasionally sat in the living room to watch TV. Long Yin gets up earlier than Wei Qi every day. She likes to stand on the balcony to watch the sunrise and think about life. Usually, she either practices meditation or daydreams. But Wei Qi found that she seemed to have become a little clingy. Long Yin asked Wei Qi to feed her meals by hand every day and massage and wash her feet at night. If it weren't for Liang Shui, Wei Qi would probably have to help her take a bath every day. Perhaps this is the little woman who appears arrogant and indifferent on the surface, but is actually soft and clingy on the inside. Wei Qi took a deep breath and slowly came out of meditation. Finally level 15. Sitting at the desk, Long Yin raised her tail and slowly closed the book. Are you finished practicing? Why don't you come over and massage my legs? Long Yin shook the water cup. Liang Shui brought washed fruits and milk. Master, it's time to replenish nutrition. Wei Qi felt very satisfied looking at the two beauties in front of him. Today is a holiday. Let's go out and have some fun together. Saturday and Sunday are rare days of rest, and Wei Qi finally has time to cultivate feelings with his two pets. Okay. Liang Shui clapped her hands happily. Long Yin glanced out the window and said, human cities are indeed prosperous. It would be nice to see them together. Today is an opportunity to improve your impression. Long Yin was thinking about the reward for the intimate sign-in while also thinking about Wei Qi's body. The phone rang at an inopportune time. Wei Qi took the phone from Liang Shui. It belongs to Qin Shijue. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Qi answered the phone. Princess, what's the matter? The fountain next to Tianqin Park. The princess is waiting for you. Qin Shijue said in a cold tone. We agreed yesterday that we would be closed on weekends. 2 pieces. It's not a question of money. 5 pieces. Wei Qi thought for a long time and finally decided to keep the appointment. There will be plenty of opportunities to take your pet out to play in the future, but there won't be many opportunities to earn 5 million yuan a day. Liang Shui drooped her ears. Is it Qin Shijue again? Long Yan's tail drooped to the ground, and she turned her head away. It doesn't matter. I'm not looking forward to it at all. Wei Qi nodded. This rich woman is really too rich. She can stop making money after a few more days. Then she can buy you nice things. Thank you, master. It's a deal. Long Yin turned into a black light and returned to the beast-taming space to continue practicing. Liang Shui turned into a white little fox and jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder, licking him affectionately. Tianqin Park is the most beautiful park in Giant Snake City. Many young couples like to date here. Wei Qi, dressed in black, attracted the attention of girls on the street. Wow, who is this guy? He has such a great body. He looks so manly from the side. The white fox on his shoulder is so cute. Why do I feel like this fox is staring at us? Some beauties who intended to strike up a conversation were frightened by the icy aura that Liang Shui quietly exuded and did not dare to act rashly. Although Liang Shui always appears cute and gentle around Wei Qi, she is actually very cold and even a little vicious when outside. A female classmate tried to secretly stroke a fox's tail, but ended up getting bitten on the arm. Wei Qi knew that Qin Shijue liked desserts, so he brought some handmade cookies that he had prepared for the two pets last night. Qin Shijue, who was wearing a floral dress and princess braids, was surrounded by a group of men who didn't know how to live or die. Wei Qi hurried over to help her out. Tisk, so you have a boyfriend? Qin Shijue raised his eyes and looked at Wei Qi in front of him, still without saying a word. Hey, what's wrong? Wei Qi frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Don't be angry. She is the boss. Don't bother with her. He took the bag and said, these cookies were baked last night. They're your favorite strawberry flavor. Would you like to try some? When Qin Shijue heard the word sweet food, her dull eyes slowly focused on the handbag. Wei Qi took her little hand and went to a corner of the park. Qin Shijue looked at the biscuit packaging with some confusion. Did you make this? Yeah, I made it for the occasion. I remember you like sweet food. Wei Qi said disapprovingly. Why did you ask me out today? Chapter 102 The Princess Who Just Falls in Love. Qin Shijue was no longer as unruly and headstrong as before. Instead, she seemed to have suffered a blow and said pitifully, this princess doesn't know either. It turns out that a princess with a noble status who doesn't worry about money can also suffer setbacks? I really can't help you. Judging from your appearance, you seem to want to find someone to talk to, right? Don't you have any friends around you? Qin Shijue shook his head. Seeing her distraught look, Wei Qi felt a little soft-hearted. I won't charge you any money today. Go ahead and tell me. I have some important things to do after you finish. After deciding not to take the money, he became much tougher. Qin Shijue's pupils suddenly dilated. Why? Wei Qi leaned on a park bench with his legs crossed. As a boyfriend, listening to a woman take out the trash is part of my job. I'm a professional. Qin Shijue chuckled, and it was a beautiful laugh. Why are you laughing? Nothing. This strange guy obviously agreed to become my boyfriend just for money. I didn't expect that he would just leave 5 million yuan in profitable. That's really interesting. Qin Shijue's understanding of Wei Qi has changed a little. Wow, so delicious. Qin Shijue was so shocked by Wei Qi's cookies that she was speechless. Delicious, right? My Liangxue also said the cookies are delicious. Wei Qi said confidently. Let's get down to business. I have something important to do. Qin Shijue rolled her eyes in a charming way. This guy is really a blockhead who has never gotten his mind started. Qin Shijue asked in a low voice. Wei Qi, if your parents force you to do something you don't want to do, what should you do? My parents disappeared a long time ago. Qin Shijue then remembered that Wei Qi was a survivor of the Tiange City incident and his parents had died long ago. I'm sorry. It's okay. The answer to this question is very simple. Wei Qi touched his chin. Submit or resist. If it were me, I would choose to resist. Qin Shijue almost buried his head in his chest. What if? There is no way to resist. You have hands, feet, and the ability to tame beasts. What do you mean you can't resist? Wei Qi glanced at her coldly. Those ordinary people in the lower districts who have been abandoned by fate, born into humble backgrounds, and lack the talent for beast control have no right to resist. Qin Shijue felt very aggrieved by Wei Qi's glare. But, my mother died after giving birth to me, and my father was very good to me. I have no reason and dare not disobey his will. Wei Qi, why did you choose Shiyue Academy? Qin Shijue's voice became much softer, and he was completely different from usual. I thought this method could anger Wen Taoyuan and help me break off the engagement. I didn't expect. Father was adamantly against it, telling me to enjoy my last 4 years of freedom. Wei Qi touched his chin. What a cliched plot. In order to sell their daughters, the superiors create the illusion of favor and thus achieve the ultimate goal of political marriage. After 4 years of college life, finding a new boyfriend to rebel was probably all planned out in other people's scripts. No wonder Wen Taoyuan seems to be indifferent. If Wei Qi really wanted to take the opportunity to push Qin Shijue down, he would probably be killed instantly by a master hiding in the dark. The only person who can break this situation is herself, the key chess piece. Wei Qi nodded. You still have 4 years. As long as you can gain the power to intimidate the Wen family and even the Qin family, who would dare to control your future life. Qin Shijue clenched his fists, but my talent is far behind theirs. Wei Qi shook his head. Your A-level talent, mine's eye. Although it doesn't have the ability to directly cause damage, it can see into the enemy's weaknesses. It's a very practical support talent. In my eyes, it's a very strong talent. Qin Shijue stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. Ever since the day she awakened her talent and her innate beast control, the opinions of people around her have become increasingly negative. Her brothers, who had doted on her, looked at her with contempt after learning that her bloodline was impure. A useless vase. A waste that brings shame to the Qin family. Just marry her and use her as a reproductive tool. Girls of the same age were either jealous of her or hated her, and 99% of the opposite sex who came around her were attracted by the seventh princess. Even boyfriends are bought with money. Qin Shijue fell deeper and deeper into a storm of self-doubt. Today was the first time that Qin Shijue was recognized by others. Really? Wei Qi shrugged. I didn't take any money. There's no need to lie. Qin Shijue looked at the handsome boy in front of her and felt a warm feeling in her heart. So he has always recognized me like this? So happy. How great would it be if he really was this princess boyfriend? Wei Qi's phone rang again. Oh, any news? Now. Okay, I'll be right there. Wei Qi hung up the phone with Shen Miao and looked at Qin Shijue, who was calm beside her. Princess, are you feeling better now? Much better, Wei Qi, thank you. Qin Shijue quickly turned her head away so as not to let him see her embarrassing tears. Then I have something to do, so I'll go back first. Qin Shijue didn't think much about it. She thought Wei Qi was anxious to go home and play games. Wei Qi had always used playing games as an excuse to refuse her after-school date requests. Qin Shijue looked at Wei Qi's gradually receding back, and his favorability towards him soared. He is very strong, a little money grubber but not greedy, handsome, of good height and good temper. Rather than marrying a hypocritical man like Wen Taoyuan, she would rather marry Wei Qi. At least the latter has always protected and taken care of her. Also makes delicious desserts. Qin Shijue unconsciously began to imagine the days of leaving the Qin family and growing old with Wei Qi, and her pretty face became redder and redder, etc. Why did this princess suddenly think of these scenes? How embarrassing. Self-attack is the most deadly. Just when Qin Shijue was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, an old man with a cane came up to her and whispered, "Seventh princess, please don't be fooled by this kid." Uncle Tai, what are you talking about? Qin Shijue said. Qin Tai glanced into the distance. He's just as full of nonsense as any other man. What he said just now was just to deceive you. Only His Majesty is the one who truly cares about you. Qin Shijue was obviously a little angry. Impossible, he confiscated my money. Why would he lie to me? Qin Tai nodded and said, Seventh princess, he wants to use hard-to-get tactics to win your favor, and then use your identity to gain more benefits. I don't believe it. I was the one who found him. This is his brilliance. He's turned passive into active. Princess, are you feeling attracted to him now? Qin Shijue lowered her head and stared at the remaining cookies in her handbag. Is Wei Qi the same as those other men? Are you approaching her just to cheat her of her money and sex? Qin Tai sneered. Seventh princess, Wei Qi just left after receiving a call from a woman, so he must be looking for a woman now. Qin Shijue glanced at Qin Tai coldly, his eyes filled with anger. What if it's fake? Seventh princess, I guarantee it with my life. If you don't believe me, just follow him quietly. Qin Shijue looked at the almost invisible figure in the distance, and his shoulders trembled involuntarily. No, definitely not. He won't leave me for another woman. Chapter 103. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, destroying it. Liang Shui swept Wei Qi's cheek with her tail. Master, where are we going? Wei Qi's face was filled with joy. Shen Miao has sent me news. She has found the location of the dragon's lair. If this trip goes well, we'll be able to find new partners on our next journey to the great secret realm. Long Yan, who is usually quiet, also took the initiative to ask, Oh, Shen Miao? Is she the holder of the human emperor sword you mentioned? Was she the one who calculated the location where I was sealed? Legend has it that only humans with great wisdom can possess this sword. I always thought that the human emperor's sword was in the hands of human rulers. Long Yin said in surprise. Is it that mysterious? Wei Qi quickly rushed to the south gate of Giant Snake City, where he had agreed to meet Shen Miao. Unexpectedly, Shen Miao was faster than him. A beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth stood quietly under the stone sculpture in Southgate Square. When she saw Wei Qi, she waved with a smile, and her soft hair fluttered instantly. Hey, Wei Qi, I didn't expect you to be so punctual. Wei Qi scratched his temple. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. Is the news true? I was planning to take Liang Shui shopping. Shen Miao looked straight at Liang Shui, with a hint of teasing in her beautiful eyes. Little White Fox must be a very beautiful girl, right? I didn't expect you to have such unique tastes. I like this. Xiao Zi, who was standing on Shen Miao's shoulder, was frightened by the strange laughter, and took 2 steps back. The news is authentic, don't worry. Shen Miao, wearing a blue field uniform, led the way, revealing a section of her snow-white legs. Okay, although wilderness exploration is dangerous, the rewards are extremely rich. Seventh princess, did you see that? Men understand men best. Qin Tai and Qin Shijue watched Wei Qi and Shun Miao leave the city. Qin Shijue's eyes were full of disbelief and a deep sense of powerlessness. Whether it's Wen Taoyuan or Wei Qi, why are they willing to take the initiative to get close to Shun Miao? In what way is this princess inferior to others? Qin Shijue clenched her fists and planned to go out of the city to find out what was going on. Qin Tai quickly stood in front of Qin Shijue and said, "Seventh princess, it's very dangerous outside the city. You'd better not leave the city without permission." This princess doesn't care. Qin Shijue, who was in a higher position, left Giant Snake City despite Qin Tai's obstruction. Qin Tai frowned slightly and hurriedly caught up with Qin Shijue. Since the princess wants to leave the city, he can protect her safety with his strength as a 3-star Xian King. The beggar squatting at the south gate begging immediately picked up his broken bowl and left the stall when he saw Qin Shijue leaving the city. Not long after, a muscular man nearly 2 meters tall and a thin man in purple clothes came to the south gate. "Ghost Hand, why are you following me here?" The strong man frowned slightly. Ghost Hand slowly put on the strange mask. Of course, it's the Palace Master's order." The burly man glanced at his watch and said, "The Palace Master asked Jiao and I to handle this mission together, but he didn't ask you to come along. Scorpion, you're still the same. Aren't 3 people more stable than 2? You and those junk are only holding me back." Xie patted his chest and said, "Tisk, it's just a vase abandoned by the Qin family. If it weren't for the need for concealment, I would have directly blasted the Evil Moon Academy and rushed in to rob her." Ghost Hand laughed heartily. "Then you underestimate Shiyue Academy. Shui Tianhong is not someone you can easily mess with." Snort. The Scorpion Guardian rubbed his hands in dissatisfaction. "Why hasn't the Jiao come yet? She's a beauty, so what's wrong with you going out slowly? Or do you miss her?" Ghost Hand said jokingly. "Who says beautiful women have to go out slowly?" Lu Suyu, wearing a purple robe and a mask, kicked Guisho on the butt, and the mask shattered, and the human face came into close contact with the ground. The beggar who was begging nearby was stunned when he saw the beautiful black silk legs under the wide purple robe. Black stockings and beautiful legs. If I could sleep with such a beauty for a night, I would die immediately. The fierce and ferocious man just now became at a loss when he saw Lu Suyu. "Jiao, long time no see. Where have you been hiding all these years? I can't find you no matter how hard I try." "Nothing." Lu Suyu grabbed the corner of Guisho's clothes and lifted him up. "Now that everyone is here, the mission begins. Remember, the Palace Master's order is to capture him alive." "Catch him alive? Then I have to stop." Scorpion curled his lips. Ghost Hand covered his butt and complained, "Jiao, even if you are a beauty, you can't just kick people." Bang! The Ghost Hand's body flew far away in an arc. Lu Suyu's eyes were filled with indifference. "Xie, you go and deal with that 3-star Xian King. It's easiest to capture him alive with my ability." "All right." Scorpion looked at the back of his beloved and dared not say anything. His arrogant and unruly attitude disappeared in an instant. He had longed for her for hundreds of years, but Lu Suyu had never looked at him straight in the eye. Apart from the mission, the other party didn't say a word to him. Ghost Hand crawled over and took out an injection from his arms. "Before I hand it over, can you let me do a test?" Lu Suyu glanced at him and asked, "Palace Master's order?" Ghost Hand made an exaggerated and showy gesture. "Well, that's a rare specimen that perfectly blends the blood of the heavenly demon and the devil. We should make the most of it before it disappears as a sacrifice." Lu Suyu looked at the mysterious Ghost Hand in front of her. Suddenly, the gentle and handsome boy came to my mind. When Lu Suyu heard that Wei Qi was successfully admitted to Shiyue Academy, she felt happy for him. She originally wanted to sneak into the college to find Wei Qi and see him again. But now she is no longer the ordinary proprietress Lu Suyu, but one of the 4 guardians of Tianming Palace. If the people in Tianming Palace discovered Wei Qi's secret, he would definitely be captured by the madman Guisho and used as a guinea pig for biopsy research. In order to protect Wei Qi's safety, Lu Suyu forcibly suppressed the urge to meet him in private. She looked towards Shiyue Academy, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Xiaoqi, you have to take good care of yourself. Let's see each other again if we are lucky." After the 3 left, the beggar who was begging suddenly collapsed. Purple dragons emerged from under his body. Passers-by nearby shouted in fear, "Snake! There is a snake!" Chapter 104 Bloody Secret Realm. The midday sun rises high, and the little skylarks are singing happily in the sky. The south gate of the giant snake was crowded with Beastmasters who were eager to try. Wei Qi followed behind Shin Miao. "Where are we going?" "Mysterious Spring, what level are you at?" 15. "That's perfect. After drinking the goddess's fountain, I'll be level 17. Wei Qi looked at the beautiful classmate with a graceful figure and said, "Oh my god, your leveling speed is too ridiculous, isn't it? You're not bad either. Why are we going to Shuana Spring? Aren't we going to find the dragon's lair?" Shun Miao chuckled softly and said, "The dragon cave is at the coordinates where the earth energy gathers, and the goddess Spring is one of the most obvious earth energy." "I see." Wei Qi pointed at the wristband and said, "Miss Shun, since we're already out here, why not take on a mission and earn some points? I haven't been to the Ghost Sky Tower yet." "Oh yeah, I forgot there were tasks to earn points. Thanks for the reminder." Wei Qi and Shun Miao together accepted the 2-star mission, clear the goblins near the giant Serpent City trade road. The mission is completed as long as the goblin leader who is wandering around and causing trouble is eliminated. Shun Miao looked around and whispered, "Wei Qi, your little fox has also reached the 2nd level, right? To be on the safe side, let's go and come back quickly." After she finished speaking, the Tsang-Lei 6-tailed fox on her shoulder transformed into a large fox with a graceful body and electric currents all over its body. "Well, Liang Xue, let's go." Liang Xue tilted her head and glanced at Xiaozi. The evil and domineering ice flame Vulpix Pride makes a brilliant appearance. Shin Miao looked at the big white fox under Wei Qi's crotch with a look of surprise, as if to say, "What the hell is this? How come it evolved into a 6-tailed fox after just a few days of not seeing it? Isn't this too perverted?" Xiaozi glanced at Liang Xue beside her, and the competitive spirit in her bones was immediately activated. Without saying a word, it carried Shin Miao and ran towards the south. Not wanting to be outdone, Liang Xue also followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Wei Qi drank the sweet goddess Spring in big gulps. The Beastmaster level was successfully upgraded to level 16. Shun Miao put the bloody goblin head into the space ring, and she stared at the sacred lance in Wei Qi's hand. "Wei Qi, this lance, isn't it an ordinary item?" Wei Qi did not hide it. "Well, the relics of the Western Knights have extra damage bonus against demonic beasts." Shin Miao had a vague feeling that the Holy Lance was at least at level 5, but he was too embarrassed to ask in detail. "That flaming knife in your hand is also a spiritual weapon, right?" Shin Miao chuckled and proudly showed off his sword skills. "Level 3 spiritual weapon, the Fire Draw Sword. The chopping and slashing effect has a fire attribute burning effect. Not bad, right?" "Amazing, awesome." Wei Qi looked around and urged, "Miss Shun, now's not the time for business boasting. Look where the dragon's lair is. We haven't even had time to harvest the fruits of today's mobile game." Shin Miao gave Wei Qi a somewhat resentful look. She put her hand into the goddess's fountain as if to feel something. 3 minutes later. "Let's go. I already know where the dragon's lair is." The two of them traveled south along the blood-red forest where the goddess's spring was located. Shin Miao's Tsang-Lei 6-tailed fox was enhanced by the SS-level talent, Thunderstorm. All its attacks were instant kills, and its brutal damage power made Wei Qi envious. Fortunately, after the advancement, Liang Xue's group attack ability is quite outstanding. The Ice Leap combined with the Ice Cannon can take away several monsters, and the number of kills is not much behind the opponent. Under the sweep of Liang Xue and Xiaozi, the wild monsters that just showed up were killed before they could even finish their lines, without even a name. All the monsters died too quickly, couldn't even get a chicken leg, ran away. As the two went deeper, the number of beast tamer teams around them became smaller and smaller. Half an hour later, Wei Qi looked at the endless mountain range in front of him and said, "Miss Shun, the level of the nearby monsters has exceeded the 2nd level. Going deeper may be dangerous." Shin Miao nodded. "We're here." Wei Qi inspected the surroundings with his sacred lance and saw huge moss-covered rocks everywhere. "Why don't I see the entrance?" Shin Miao clasped his hands together and muttered something. Buzz! A golden sword with an ancient shape and a mysterious aura slowly floated out from her chest. Liang Xue's pupils suddenly widened several points. The human emperor's sword. Its claws dug into the ground, leaving sharp scratches. Shin Miao grabbed the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling golden light that reached into the sky. The universe is boundless. Yin and Yang are in harmony. Dragon rises. The scene that shocked Wei Qi for 100 years was born. The human emperor's sword flew into the air with a whoosh as if guided by something. After completing the difficult 3.5 twists in the air, it landed firmly on the ground. Boom! A blood-colored portal slowly emerged from the void, and the spiritual power that was like dripping blood made Wei Qi feel a chill. Is this the power of the human emperor's sword? If you can get this treasure, you won't have to worry about lack of resources when upgrading in the future. Looking at the defenseless woman in front of him, Wei Qi had an evil thought in his mind. Forget it, they are not your enemies. He couldn't do something like killing his friends and stealing the treasure. Shen Miao couldn't help but frown as he looked at the blood-red portal. Blood dragon, very evil, hiding murderous intent. She hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Wei Qi. Wei Qi, this dragon cave is very dangerous. I can go there by myself. You should go back to the city. Wei Qi grabbed the corner of her clothes and shook his head. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. What kind of man is it if you go back on your word? Shen Miao stared at Wei Qi for a while, then took out a piece of worn talisman paper from his arms and stuffed it into his hand. Okay, take this. If you encounter any life-threatening situation, crush it immediately. Don't hesitate. Don't worry, who doesn't have a life-saving trump card when they're out there in the underworld? Wei Qi calmly placed the talisman paper into the space ring. Let's go. Shen Miao immediately pulled out the human emperor's sword that was stuck in the ground. She stretched out her jade hand and took Wei Qi's hand, and the two of them entered the bloody portal together. Buzz! As the human emperor's sword disappeared, the blood-colored portal immediately vanished. The forest returned to its former silence. At the same time, Qin Shijue commands a huge lion with flames all over its body and a single horn on its head. Qijiao, destroy the mechanical mantis in front first. Roar! A ball of pure flame cannon spurted out of the mouth of the red flame unicorn lion, and the alloy on the surface of the mechanical mantis began to melt due to the high temperature. The masked ghost hand stood behind and clapped continuously. As expected of the seventh princess, even the latest mechanical mantis is no match for you. Qin Shijue looked at the extremely strange mechanical monsters in front of him and the two black-robed men standing behind them, and a trace of panic appeared in his heart. Who are you? Qin Shijue didn't dare to continue wasting her spiritual power. She wanted to delay time and wait for Qin Tai to come to the rescue. Ghost Hand said with a playful smile. I wonder if the seventh princess has ever heard of the Tianming Palace? So it's you guys. Qin Shijue heard from his father about this mysterious organization that intended to subvert the Tianxian alliance. Lu Siyu looked at the princess who didn't know how to appreciate her blessings and said coldly, just follow me. Impossible. Qin Shijue flatly refused. The purple eyes beneath the mask were devoid of emotion. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the penalty. Chapter 105, Palace Master of Destiny. Qin Shijue felt an extremely terrifying oppressive force from the purple-robed man in front of him. This aura is several times stronger than Uncle Tai's. Despair and powerlessness quietly grow in my heart. Qin Shijue gritted his teeth and said, Red horn, burning flame, absolute heaven. Roar! The red flame unicorn roared angrily. The raging flames fell from the sky like a waterfall, locking onto Lu Suyu who was walking slowly forward. The intensity is good, but it's too slow. Shadow Thunder Flash. Lu Suyu turned into a purple light and instantly came behind Qin Shijue. With her right hand, she took out an injection like a magic trick and injected it fiercely into Qin Shijue's shoulder. You! Qin Shijue felt that something was wrong and wanted to dodge to the side, but lightning flashed behind her and a large amount of electric current rushed into her body, making her unable to move. When the red flame unicorn lion saw its master being attacked, it wanted to come up to help, but the swarm of mechanical monsters surrounded it. Lu Suyu whispered softly, go to sleep. Dying in sleep is also a kind of relief. Qin Shijue's body was paralyzed by the electric current, and he could only watch helplessly as the injection entered his body. The soul-sealing agent developed by Ghost Hand made the spiritual power in her body increasingly quiet. Because the spiritual power of its master was temporarily sealed, the red flame unicorn lion could only transform into a red light and return to the beast-taming space. Lu Suyu gently hugged Qin Shijue's waist. The latter's consciousness was completely dizzy due to the high-voltage electric shock. Seeing this, Ghost Hand ran over and said, Jiao, after not seeing you for more than 2 years, your skills are even better than before. So it was so easy to subdue the target? Lu Suyu remained silent. Just then, a man in a black robe and a smiling mask landed steadily on the mechanical beast's head. On his back was printed an arrogant word, Tan. Seeing this, Lu Suyu quickly knelt on one knee and said, This subordinate greets the Palace Master. Ghost Hand turned around belatedly and said, Palace Master, why are you here? Tianyu, who was high above, glanced at Qin Shijue and Lu Siyu's arms and said, Jiao, you did a good job. Ghost Hand, whose mental state was not entirely normal, showed no fear. He waved the injection carelessly. Palace Master, is it okay for me to draw a tube of her blood? What do you want to do now? The palace master's divine weapon design is indeed flawless, but machinery is, after all, inert matter and cannot flexibly manipulate spiritual energy. Tianyu said coldly. Madman, what do you want to say? Ghost Hand licked the corner of his mouth as he looked at the unconscious Qin Shijue. Although she is not of pure celestial blood, her mother was already abducted when she was pregnant with her. Doesn't the palace master want to see the ultimate power of the perfect fusion of celestial blood and demon blood? Tianyu snorted coldly, his hands behind his back. The ultimate goal of the Tianming Palace is to level the heavens and kill the gods and demons. Why should the human race rely on their power? Just help me rebuild the savior plan and don't mess around with other stuff. Okay. Goeisho did not dare to disobey Tianyu's orders. Jiao, I leave the dragon country to you. I have other things to do. Tianyu was about to leave. A dazzling golden light burst out from the deep forest. This aura, the human emperor's sword. Tianyu's face under the mask became a little distorted. He kicked his feet and disappeared in the forest in an instant, following in the direction of Wei Qi and Shen Miao. Seeing that the palace master of destiny had already left, Ghost Hand rubbed his hands together and said flatteringly, Jiao Protector, can you let me take a small puff? Lu Suyu said coldly. No. Ghost Hand looked at Lu Suyu's back and cursed in his heart. You and Tianyu are both inflexible bastards. Once I've thoroughly researched the blood of gods and demons, I'll give you a good smack in the face. Blood infant forbidden land. Wei Qi and Shen Miao fell heavily to the ground as soon as they passed through the portal. Bang! Xiao Zi, who came in later, bumped into Wei Qi hard. Ouch, it hurts. Shen Miao let out a soft moan. Liang Shui, who entered last, bumped into Xiao Zi again, and Wei Qi, who had just stood up, was pressed down on Shen Miao again. Are you stacking them here? 1 minute later. Shen Miao, with red ears, quickly brushed off the dust on his body. Wei Qi also looked away tacitly. Xiao Zi howled. What a pervert. He pounced on my master right away. You pervert. Liang Shui was not to be outdone. It was obviously your master who seduced my master first. At 84%. Sod. The two foxes howled like wild dogs quarreling. Wei Qi carefully looked around at his current surroundings. The surroundings were very quiet and dimly lit, and a peculiar smell of decaying corpses slowly drifted from the passage ahead. This smell is unforgettable once you smell it. The pupils of the two gradually adapted to the darkness in the secret realm, and with the help of the bright white light emitted by the sacred lance, they could roughly see the area 3 or 4 miles in front of them. Xiao Zi, stop arguing. Wei Qi also picked up the shrunken Liang Shui and tried to calm her down. The two people and two foxes became completely quiet. The whole space was dead silent, without any sound. Miss Shun, is this Qi Fei's tomb? Shen Miao shook his head in bewilderment. I don't know either. This place is where the earth's energy converges. It should be a blessed land that nourishes all things. Why has it become a dead and silent place of danger? Could it be that Qi Fei's visit here caused this blessed land to become a dangerous place? Wei Qi guessed. Should be. Let's move forward and take a look. Good. Wei Qi took out a lighting helmet from the space ring, and Shen Miao also wore the same helmet. I always feel like we're here to dig for spirit stones. Haha. Shen Miao has a positive personality and remains optimistic and calm even when in dangerous situations. The two men walked a distance before being stopped by a mechanism. There is a very narrow path ahead, which can only accommodate one person at a time. Below is a dark, bottomless abyss. If you fall in, you will probably never be able to climb out in your lifetime. The worst part is that the trail is broken. A large brick in the middle sank. Shen Miao frowned slightly. This road feels like there might be a trap. She squatted down, picked up a stone, and threw it onto the path. Boom. Several hidden arrows instantly shot out from the walls on both sides of the path. This road is too narrow. If you fall down, you will definitely die. Wei Qi picked up a stone and threw it hard towards the other side. The flying stone did not trigger any mechanism. Shen Miao looked at Wei Qi. Do you have a flying pet? If you can fly over, you can avoid these traps. Wei Qi looked up at the narrow passage ahead. Long Yan's body was at least 20 meters tall, and she immediately filled the place to bursting with excitement when she appeared. It would be terrible if it caused a landslide or an earthquake. The grappling gun's range was not enough to swing to the other side. No. Shen Miao sighed softly. I don't have a flying pet either. If I walk over directly, I'm afraid I'll be shot into a sieve. Liang Shui, who was in charge of the investigation, suddenly said in her mind, Master, come quickly. There seems to be a trap here. Thanks to the master certification and shower of Bu is a medal for challengers. The boss is generous. and the new year is prosperous. I will be going home for the new year in a few days, so I need to save up some manuscripts and try my best to finish the work during the spring festival. I can guarantee that this book is free of pornography, so please feel free to read it. I would like to ask everyone's opinion on Qin Shijue. This is the first time I write this kind of character, so I'm not sure about it. Let's see how the feedback goes. P.S. Although people have been complaining about the many plot holes, the following plot will start to fill in the holes like crazy. Ask for a free gift. I'll post another update in the evening. Chapter 106, How to Use Projection. Organ. Wei Qi hurriedly ran towards where Liang Shui was. There was a visible depression in front of Liang Shui. Should there be something placed here? Shen Miao came to Wei Qi holding the fire-drawing knife. Let me try. Wei Qi stepped on the depression of the mechanism, but there was no response. Both feet are placed in the grid. Boom! The crack in the road ahead was slowly filled. Wei Qi left the concave grid with one foot, and the broken gap fell again. Miss Shun, this mechanism requires about the weight of a person to activate, which means someone must stay here. Wei Qi frowned slightly. How so? Shen Miao's face turned very bad. The person who designed the mechanism was really malicious, forcing the intruders to split up and disintegrate before they even started exploring. Wei Qi smiled slightly. Leave this problem to me. He clasped his fingers together and kept recalling. A sense of weight, a sense of weight. That's right. The statue at the entrance of Shiyue Academy. Wei Qi's mouth curled up slightly, and a lifelike statue was reproduced by the spiritual power projection. Shen Miao's eyes widened in shock at Wei Qi's imagination. Can projection be used like this? Stop talking nonsense and move. The two men placed the stone statue in the recessed mechanism compartment. Boom. The road ahead is clear. Shen Miao immediately ordered. Xiaozi, go explore the way first. The body of the Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox burst out with lightning, and the speed of its movement in a short period of time surprised Wei Qi. What kind of skill is this? He runs so fast. Decisive and swift, engraved on Xiao Zi's leg. Shen Miao said with a smile. Oh. Xiao Zi said it's safe ahead, let's go. Wei Qi drew his sacred lance and said, Miss Shun, I have a bad feeling there will be all sorts of traps ahead. Hee. Thank you for your help then. Wei Qi. Let's go. The two men and the fox crossed the path one after another without triggering any mechanism. The most difficult part of this level is not the hidden arrows from both sides, but the human heart. If your teammate who is stepping on the ground behind you gives you a chance to get killed, you will die on the spot. This is definitely a mechanism that only humans can design. The two walked to the other side of the bridge, and Wei Qi removed the projection. Boom! Does this count as cutting off one's own retreat? Bah, you crow's mouth. This is called burning our boats. Shen Miao slapped Wei Qi in annoyance. Liang Shui is responsible for guarding the rear, and Xiaozi is responsible for leading the way. The two-man team slowly advanced forward. In front is a relatively open space, about the size of 4 to 5 classrooms. Mounds of earth similar to graves are arranged in an orderly manner in the space. The view from the door was eerie, like a mass grave. The damaged ground was stained with black marks, like dried blood. Shen Miao frowned slightly. What a strange space. Xiaozi, you come back first. Wei Qi, you also pay attention to safety. Wei Qi replaced the batteries in the lighting helmet, and the combined visual distance of the two of them was no more than 10 meters. Being in this dark underground palace is already a natural disadvantage. Boom! The road behind was suddenly blocked by a stone gate. Creaky. A series of extremely sharp spikes appeared on the ground ahead, and then advanced forward in a regular pattern. Liang Shui immediately retracted her forward claws and shook her tail in fear. If a flesh and blood body falls on these spikes, it will probably be punctured into pieces. Master, these ground spikes should have a pattern, right? Shen Miao observed for a long time, and then began to run forward. Dang. The sharp spikes didn't hurt her at all. Creaky. A withered hand appeared on the small grave that Shen Miao approached, and a rotten undead ghost crawled out from the ground. Xiaozi Lei Meng. The Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox was full of energy and glowed like Pikachu. It slapped the resurrected undead warrior away with one claw. Shen Miao led the Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox as they turned a corner in the hall. Wei Qi had to admit that she was a smart and beautiful Feng Outyin. Not long after, Wei Qi also discovered the pattern of the ground spike array in front. But he plans to use a cheating method to skip the level. Liang Shui, get on my shoulders. Good. Wei Qi took out a grappling gun with his left hand, and used projection with his right hand to create another grappling gun. The hook and chain gun used by the Beastmaster requires spiritual power to drive it. A normal person can only use one, and the limit of the hook and chain rope is 7 meters, and the maximum displacement distance does not exceed 17 meters. Wei Qi can use his talent to cheat and use 2 grappling guns at the same time. As long as his arms can withstand the huge load, he can fly like Spider-Man. Theoretically, as long as Wei Qi's physical fitness meets the standards, he can even project a 3-dimensional mobile device. Of course, this operation consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and it is not recommended except for showing off. Swish swish. Wei Qi aimed his first shot at the ceiling, kicked off with his feet to swing into the air, and aimed his right hand at the ceiling in front of him. The last time I used this thing to jump over monsters was in the novice trial dungeon against the Zerg Queen. After being strengthened by the body strengthening pill, Wei Qi's arm strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He moved 3 times in the air and then used the force to jump to the exit on the opposite side of the hall. It's just that the landing posture is not graceful enough, and he got covered in dust. Qi Feili, you skipped the tutorial level, right? Shen Miao and Xiao Zi cooperated very well. One lured the enemy, and the other stabbed him from behind. More and more undead warriors are revived. The characteristics of Thunder attribute spirit pets are high burst damage, single target critical hits, and few group attack methods. Otherwise Shen Miao would not have chosen a fire attribute spirit weapon. Boom. 7 or 8 monsters surrounded her. A blue laser instantly blasted away 2 undead with machetes raised. Another fireball hit Shen Miao 3 meters away, blowing away 2 newly resurrected undead. Shi and Xiao Zi seized the opportunity to quickly clear out the remaining undead around them. Wei Qi, how did you fly over there? Shen Miao looked surprised. Wei Qi swung the grappling gun in his hand and said with a smile, "It's 5,000 on Taba. You deserve it." Under Wei Qi's influence, Shen Miao developed a new understanding of the grappling gun, an auxiliary tool that everyone has. Xiao Zi looked up at the grappling hook on the ceiling, surprise and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Liang Shui raised her head proudly. Beastmaster is so awesome. Bang! It is possible that the 2 people reached the end point and triggered a new mechanism, causing the barb mechanism to suddenly stop, accompanied by violent vibrations. A monster nearly 2 meters tall slowly crawled out from the ground. Anyone who trespasses here will be killed without mercy. The 3rd pet is about to appear. There are 2. The 3rd update is completed. Chapter 107 Fighting Side by Side. Boom! An undead warrior in blood-red armor stood quietly in the center of the hall, holding a blood-red crescent-shaped blade in his left hand, and his dry long hair swayed down his helmet. Qi Tong, full of murderous intent, stared at Wei Qi and the others. The astonishment on Shen Miao's face slowly disappeared. So it's the resentful ghost. Wei Qi, should we flee or fight? Wei Qi rubbed his hands excitedly. The boss is here. I'm going to blast him full of gold coins. Are you scared? Shen Miao's eyes narrowed, and she clenched the fire blade in her hand. At worst, we can just consider this a wasted trip. What's there to be afraid of? As expected of you. Shen Miao stretched out his left hand, and the purple spiritual power was injected into Xiao Zi's body like a strong electric current. Come on, Xiao Zi. Thunder Baptism, Shen Miao's first spiritual seal skill, provides a 50% attack bonus and a 50% attack speed bonus to a single target, lasting for half a minute. The cooling time for the same target is half an hour. Although the duration is short, the cooling time is also short. Combined with her talent, the attack of the Tsang Lei Luwei Fox can reach its peak in a short period of time. The claws of the Tsang Lei 6-tailed fox flashed with increasingly bright electric currents. It rushed to the front of the undead warrior and hit him on the head with a series of fox claw attacks. Sizzle. The undead warrior was beaten back repeatedly, with a faint purple light emitting from his body, and he was unable to move for a short time. Wei Qi frowned and thought. Shen Miao's talent bonus is really high. 3 normal attacks will trigger a thunderstorm. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. When a thunder attribute pet triggers its own critical strike, it can also temporarily paralyze the enemy. Theoretically, every critical hit from a lightning attributed pet can trigger infinite paralysis, even leading to death. Of course, this critical hit and control feature is difficult to be effective against powerful monsters. For example, Long Yan's Dragon King passive ability can be completely immune to any control after being strengthened by the system. This is easy. After being repelled, the undead general growled, "For the human race." He suddenly raised the crescent-shaped sword, and the blade burst into a bloody light. Swish! Chopped down with one knife. 6 sharp and murderous sword auras swept across the front in a 180-degree fan-shaped attack. Even the agile Xiao Zi could not avoid being hit by a blast of sword energy. Ouch! Xiao Zi's for defense was about to break through the third level, but was still knocked away by a knife. If Liang Shui had taken this move head-on, she might have been seriously injured. Shen Miao quickly reminded him, this guy is at least level 35. Even Xiao Zi's thunderstorm attack can't seriously injure him. The critical hit attack of a thunder-attributed pet is basically the upper limit of the attack of pets of the same level. If Liang Shui's icy light hits it, it will probably just be a scratch. Do we have to summon Long Yan now? Wei Qi didn't want to expose Long Yan's trump card that could turn the tide, even if the other party was Shen Miao, a person of good character. Miss Shen, let me take control of the situation. You find a chance to give this grandson a hard time. Wei Qi drew his sacred lance and said, Liang Shui, let's go. Ouch. Wei Qi and Shen Miao brought their spirit pets to surround the undead warriors on the left and right respectively. Liang Shui, attack its feet first. Shuier understands. Liang Shui's reading speed was much faster than before, and the Azure Ice Cannon accurately hit the undead warrior's ankle. Successfully applied the slowdown and freezing effects. The undead warrior tilted his head and glanced at Liang Shui. You annoying fox. Flame slash. Boom. The undead warrior shifted his attention from Xiao Zi to Liang Shui and gathered his strength, with the crescent-shaped blade in his hand bursting out with raging flames. This was clearly an extremely domineering locking attack. Wei Qi quickly reached out and projected a refrigerator in front of Liang Shui as a cover. Zizizizi. Shen Miao slashed the undead warrior's back fiercely with his sword. Xiao Zi, break it with a thunder strike. The elite skill of the Zhang Lei's six-tailed fox was activated, and a bolt of lightning struck the undead warrior Juhua with lightning speed. The latter's body was violently impacted, and he was knocked away on the spot, hitting the stone wall so hard that the hall was buzzing. Miss Shun, thank you. You're welcome. We'll torture it to death with a combination of slowing kite and backstab attacks. All of Liang Shui's attacks have a slowing effect. Shen Miao, Wei Qi, and Xiao Zi stand in different directions and continuously harass the undead warrior. The most simple kite-beating tactics made the undead warrior sick. You young men have no moral principles and come to cheat and attack an old man like me. Do you dare to let me finish reading the ultimate move? Do you believe that I can kill you all with one blow? Wei Qi moved with great speed and stabbed the undead warrior's waist with his sacred lance, then quickly retreated to create distance. The slightly heavy crescent-shaped sword slashed against the ground, creating a crack. Sizzle. The two spiritual powers of ice and thunder hit the undead warrior's head hard, knocking his helmet off. The dead face, like a mummy, stared at Wei Qi intently. Give it all to me. Liang Shui's six tails took the opportunity to grab the ankles of the undead warrior and threw him away. Xiao Zi on the side was not willing to be outdone and also used the annihilation kill to help. Transformation skills can be thought of as a race's growth tree. Pets of the same race have a chance to comprehend similar skills. The two foxes who had been disliking each other now had an unusual tacit understanding, and the undead warrior's second stage ultimate move was forcibly interrupted. Wei Qi, well done. Just wait a few minutes, and the Thunder Baptism CD will be ready. Okay. Wei Qi also began to look forward to the reward for killing the undead warrior. This thing is a third-level monster, or even a fourth-level one. It would be a huge profit if it dropped any spirit crystals or star patterns. If it dropped a spirit seal, I can't even think about it. The undead warrior knew that if he continued fighting, he would be toyed to death by Wei Qi and others. He gripped his crescent-shaped blade tightly and slammed it against the ground, roaring, "Soldiers who protect the human race, join me, toward destruction." Rumble. The entire underground palace began to tremble violently. The unconscious response echoed around. As you command. Oh my god, this guy isn't going to want to summon his little brother, is he? The thing Wei Qi was most worried about happened. I'm not afraid of a strong boss. I'm just afraid of having too many subordinates. Shen Miao exclaimed from the front. Wei Qi, be careful behind you. What the hell? Wei Qi didn't look back and quickly bent down and stabbed the undead soldier behind him in the chest with a backhanded stab. Tianindi, if you can't beat them, summon your minions. Isn't this bullying? Do you want to summon Long Yin to clear the area? It also takes time for a Beastmaster to switch battle pets. Wei Qi shouted loudly and swung his arms upwards. The undead soldier whose body was pierced was thrown up by the brute force and fell heavily to the ground, knocking away the surrounding undead soldiers. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. The undead warrior summoned at least 20 or 30 of his minions with this shout. Drink. The undead warrior dropped his heavy crescent-shaped sword, drew the long sword from his waist, and slashed at Shen Miao fiercely, then kicked Liang Shui away. All of you who dare to lay your hands on the sacred objects of the human race must die. Chapter 108 Liangxue upgrades and obtains the Earth Spirit Seal. Seeing this, Wei Qi immediately took out his grappling gun, aimed at the ceiling, and flew to Liang Shue's side to act as a bodyguard. Now, Ryo Yuki, use Snowfall. Wei Qi ordered Liang Shue to hold on to the Emperor's skills and not use them. One reason is to save spiritual energy and physical strength to face the enemies behind. The second is to prevent large-scale monster attacks. With the cover of her master's firepower, Liang Shue began to chant with full concentration. Huff, huff, huff. Snow was flying all over the sky, and the terrifying ice storm engulfed half of the underground palace. A trace of astonishment flashed in Wei Qi's eyes. When did Liang Shue's attack range become so large? Is it because of my improved control? Perfect control of spiritual power is the basis for breaking through limits. In her previous life, Liang Shue had already realized this ability, but she did not use it deliberately in order not to arouse Wei Qi's suspicion. There is no need to pretend now. Let's be clear. The scope of the Snow River icefall became larger and larger, eventually engulfing all enemies. At this moment, the undead warrior raised his saber and shouted, "Destroy the Hell Red Lotus." The undead warrior shattered the ground beneath his feet, and a scorching heat wave began to spread around. If you are hit by this magma, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shen Miao was horrified. Oh no, the boss is about to use his ultimate move. Xiaozi, Wan Lei Tianyin. Boom. Purple thunder fell from the sky. The Emperor's active and only group attack skill of the Zhang Lei six-tailed fox slammed down. Endless lightning fell from the sky like arrows. The frozen undead soldiers were shattered by the lightning arrows, and bone fragments and ice fragments were scattered all over the ground. Oh no, he seems to be immune to paralysis and freezing, Shen Miao said anxiously. Wei Qi was not panicked. Liang Shue, Yao Shi. A faint golden light flashed in the undead warrior's eyes, and his raised right arm slowly dropped, while his body fell into a state of frozen paralysis and vulnerability. Thunder baptism. Xiaozi, tear it apart. Ouch. Liang Shue also charged towards the undead warrior who was unable to move. 6 purple and 6 white. 12 tails instantly locked the limbs and head of the undead warrior. Nirvana killing. Liang Shue and Xiaozi pulled separately from the left and right. The undead warrior, already at the end of his strength, could not hold on for more than a few seconds. His broken body shattered all over the ground like collapsing building blocks. Hualala. Shen Miao and Wei Qi also picked up their weapons in tacit understanding and struck the undead warrior in the chest. You lowly thieves. The undead warrior's body could no longer support itself and fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. His soul slowly flew out of his body and gradually dissipated. Liang Shue and Xiaozi were emitting a unique brilliance that was unique to their upgrade. Name: Pride of Ice Flame Vulpix. Grade: Superior Epic. Level: 28. Race: Monster Tribe. Skills: Ice Ray, Burn Together, Frozen Cannon, Chu Lien, Snow Waterfall, Demon Capture, Phantom Assault, Wind Control, Lone Fox Flying to the Moon, Silent Kill. If 2 people work together to kill, they can level up 3 times. The true level of this undead warrior is probably the peak of level 3. Along with broken bones, a large number of glittering treasures fell to the ground. Wei Qi and Shen Miao did not reach out immediately, but sat on the ground and breathed steadily. Miss Shun is so powerful. I didn't expect she has a hidden trick that can deal group damage. Wei Qi joked. Don't you have a trick up your sleeve? Don't I believe in your attack power? Wei Qi recovered faster. He stood up and stretched out his right hand towards Shen Miao. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at him and pouted her lips. Why can your Liang Shue interrupt the boss's ultimate move? My Xiaozi can't. Maybe my Liang Shue is more beautiful? Wei Qi scratched his head. Ouch. Xiaozi growled with some dissatisfaction. After Shen Miao stood up, his legs were still a little weak, and he almost fell down without paying attention. Wei Qi quickly hugged her waist, and his left thumb accidentally touched the slightly soft spot. The little beauty let out a charming moan, and Wei Qi quickly let go of his left hand. Shen Miao covered her chest shyly, with a blush on her pretty face. Wei Qi knew that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly changed the subject. It exploded with a fire attribute spirit crystal, a triangular star pattern, and an earth attribute spirit seal. Which one do you want? Shen Miao opened his eyes wide. Earth spirit seal? What do you want to choose? Spiritual seal. I lack defensive skills. Okay, I'll take the star mark and the fire spirit crystal. Okay. Wei Qi threw the brown gem into the space ring. The materials for breaking through to the Xianxue level have been collected. When you level up to level 20, you can unlock a new spiritual contract and can control 2 spiritual pets to fight at the same time. Liang Shui controls the scene, Long Yin clears the scene, and they are responsible for killing indiscriminately. I'm just responsible for haha. It's also nice to put on a shield when I have nothing to do. The Dragon King and her foot-washing servant? Shen Miao knew that Wei Qi deliberately let her go, so she smiled politely. Thank you. We're all family. Why are you being so polite? I don't have any use for the fire spirit crystal and the low-grade star mark. Long Yin has a strong sense of self-esteem. If you just use a low-grade star pattern to get by, you will probably lose trust points. Moreover, the drop rate of spiritual seals is very low, and many Beastmasters will be stuck in their levels due to this shitty drop rate. The two stayed in the underground palace for more than 10 minutes until the spirit pet recovered to its full condition. Wei Qi looked at the debris on the ground below her feet and said, Miss Shun, the undead warrior was mumbling about the sacred relic of the human race before he died. Could the acts of creation be hidden here? Shen Miao shook his head slightly. The blood dragon is a very vicious dragon. How could the Tianxian secret treasure possibly carry such a vicious aura? The undead general and his soldiers must have been brainwashed by some evil being. What kind of evil thing did Qi Feili leave here? Wei Qi speculated. Could it be that a demon is sealed inside? Shen Miao shook his head. I can't rule this out. The most important things about a dragon's lair are its shape and potential. This is one of the most blessed places in the northern continent. He might have wanted to use the feng shui here to suppress the evil spirit, but unexpectedly the evil spirit was too powerful and completely polluted the dragon's lair. Once the situation of the dragon's lair is reversed, the feng shui in the surrounding area will be in chaos. That is why the northern region often encounters monster attacks or once-in-a-century blizzard disasters. Hearing what you said, if we can kill the evil spirits, does that count as accumulating merit? Will we have good luck in the future? Wei Qi asked as they walked. Shen Miao nodded. Yes. Shen Miao used the power of the human emperor sword to secretly observe his luck. The originally calm surface of the well was now showing faint ripples. Wei Qi's situation has gradually changed from static to dynamic. In short, his fate was quietly changed invisibly. Shen Miao can only read fate, not change it. She was very curious about what exciting story happened behind Wei Qi. Don't lie to me. Wei Qi teased. We are friends, I won't lie to you. Then I'll go back and buy some lottery tickets. If I make a fortune, I'll give it to you. Shen Miao pursed her lips and smiled. Lottery, forget it. The 2 men and 2 foxes walked along the only road. Just moved into a new space. Shun. Before Wei Qi could speak, the lights above their heads suddenly went out at the same time. The darkness swallowed them. Chapter 109 The Mysterious Token That Frightened Liang Shui. Oh. No matter how powerful Shen Miao is, she is just a girl who has just reached adulthood for less than a year. The sudden darkness startled her. Wei Qi took off his helmet. What happened? Is the battery dead? Changed the batteries, turned on the flashlight, and nothing happened. I should have bought a 10,000 yuan spiritual power flashlight earlier. Wei Qi complained. The two tried for a long time and came to a conclusion. This place seems to block out the electricity. Any non-spiritual object that emits light cannot be opened. All the mobile phones and wristbands stopped working. Fortunately, I was prepared. Shen Miao took out a very retro torch from the space ring and lit it. Something creepy happened. Huh. The torch suddenly went out. Shen Miao and Wei Qi looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Damn it. Could it be that the evil creature here has been watching them quietly in the darkness? Ah. Xiao Zi, who is usually brave and aggressive, also hid pitifully in Shen Miao's arms and washed her face with milk. The seemingly weak Liang Shui jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder and lit the fox fire on her tail to serve as a lighting tool. Liang Shui is not afraid of any other living creatures except Zerg. Inspired by Liang Shui, Wei Qi raised his right hand and used the spiritual fire created by the flame gloves to light the torch. This time, the torch did not go out. As the Jihuan knife flashed, Shen Miao slowly let go of Wei Qi's arm. It seems that this place will automatically block all energies except spiritual power. Shen Miao touched his chin. Wei Qi asked, in other words, we have entered some kind of seal? That's understandable. Wei Qi, the space here seems very large. Let's explore separately. Good. Wei Qi held a torch in one hand and a sacred lance in the other, remaining alert. Master, there seems to be something on the wall. The sharp-eyed Liang Shui licked his cheek. Let me see what's going on. The wall was engraved with words and patterns that Wei Qi could not understand at all. Wei Qi, have you found anything over there? Shen Miao's voice came from afar. There seems to be some text written on this wall, and there are also some murals that I can't understand. Really? Shen Miao ran over holding the frightened Xiao Zi, and her pupils suddenly dilated when she saw the wall. Yes, that's it. Wei Qi was a little surprised and asked, "Do you recognize this text?" Shen Miao nodded excitedly. This is the writing of the ancient kingdom of God. My father is quite knowledgeable about the kingdom of God, and I have learned a lot from him. The ancient kingdom of God, the kingdom of God 5,000 years ago? By the way, wasn't Qi Feili a figure from 1,000 years ago? Can the lifespan of a Xian emperor-level figure exceed thousands of years? Wei Qi took a breath of cold air. Shen Miao concentrated on interpreting the words on the stone wall. An hour later. So that's it, we've come to the right place. Shen Miao's eyes were filled with joy. Wei Qi was confused, and Liang Shui also scratched her head. Seeing Wei Qi's confused look, Shen Miao quickly took out a purple token from her arms. The words Yaoguang are engraved on the token. This is, Shen Miao explained. Wei Qi, this world is not as simple as it appears. Do you remember Atticus? Wei Qi nodded. Yeah. According to Lord Zulong, the history of Tianxian Star itself is already more than 10,000 years old. The Yaoguang order in my hand is even older than the history of Tianxian Star. Isn't this a rare treasure? Yeah, but it's useless to us humans. Shen Miao shook his head slightly. The legendary gods, the demon gods in the demon world, and this token containing mysterious power are products of the birth of heaven and earth and can never be destroyed. Then what is the connection between this purple token, Qi Feili, and this dragon cave? Wei Qi asked puzzledly. Shen Miao pointed at the mural and then at the darkness. The gods have 7 supreme angels. The demons have 7 sinister and cunning demons, and there are also 7 of these tokens. Wei Qi nodded. I hope the goddess will descend to seal the western continent and the demon realm, and they will disappear forever. However, we humans have to reinforce the seal of the demon realm every 1,000 years. Humanity was somewhat powerless during the 3rd Demon Realm Sealing War. During the 4th Demon Realm Sealing War, which happened 1,000 years ago, the seal failed and countless demons flooded into Tianxian Star. Countless lives were lost at the hands of demons. Shen Miao stared at the wall and continued. In order to expel the descending demons, Qi Feili used his own daughter's flesh and blood and soul to forge a pair of evil twin weapons, the evil cherry blade and the evil cherry sword, and also fused the heavenly power order and Yuhing order into them to strengthen them. Shen Miao weighed the Yaoguang token in his hand and said, this token can greatly enhance the power of magical beasts. It has no effect on humans or spirit pets that already have owners. Wei Qi's eyes widened. Doesn't Qi Feili already have 9 pets? The contract limit has already been reached. Will sacrificing his own daughter's blood to the evil soldiers be of any use? It's useless. Even if he succeeds in forming a contract, he will not be able to kill all the demons. He will definitely not be able to defeat the 7 demon gods of the demon world with the heavenly power order and the Jade Balance Order. Wei Qi touched his chin and said, he probably doesn't know the side effects of the token, otherwise he would never have killed his daughter to refine weapons. After he mastered it, he discovered he couldn't form a contract, so he had no choice but to go to the battlefield. Shen Miao nodded. That should be the case. Only the parties involved know the actual situation. Qi Feili, who fled from the demon realm, was no match for the evil cherry blade. He sealed the evil cherry blade in the dragon cave, hoping to use the blessings of this place to suppress his eldest daughter's soul. He took the evil Sakura sword into his own tomb. The power of the 2 weapons, separated by the sword and the blade, will be greatly weakened. Wei Qi swallowed his saliva and said, so, there's a resentful weapon suppressed inside that even the big guys fear. Shen Miao nodded slightly. That's right. As long as we find the evil cherry knife, we can use it to sense the location of the evil cherry sword, and naturally, we can find Qi Feili's true tomb. My mission is to collect these tokens. I didn't expect Qi Feili to have 2 of them all. Wei Qi looked at the purple token in Shen Miao's hand and asked, since humans and pets can't use its power, why collect it? Shen Miao sighed softly. The destiny of every generation of the Emperor's sword holder is to collect all the tokens and then ascend the ladder of the gods to enter the divine realm. Liang Shui, who was lying on Wei Qi's shoulder, suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with infinite fear. In the previous life, Wei Qi died, and Liang Shui accidentally absorbed the Tianshu order when she fell off the stairway of the gods and entered the space turbulence. So she was able to escape from Wei Qi's consciousness and remain immortal. Any spirit beast that absorbs the token will be strengthened and dominated by the power in the token. Fortunately, Liang Shui did not lose consciousness. She used this transcendental power to ascend to the realm of gods. Eventually, he was bewitched by a mysterious being and entered the Axis to search for the missing Samsara jade. No, I can't let my master touch dangerous things. Ascending to become a god and transcending to the other side is a complete scam. The third update is completed. Please follow up. Ask for free gifts. Chapter 110 7-star order. Wei Qi smiled slightly. I don't understand why it's so powerful. My target is Qi Fei's beast control inheritance. I'll leave the token to you. Shen Miao opened her mouth in surprise, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally uttered 2 words. Thanks. We are friends. Wei Qi gripped his weapon tightly, his body full of energy. As long as we continue to move forward and kill the evil spirit of the Sakura Blade, we can obtain the key to Qi Fei's tomb, right? This evil Sakura Blade is forged from the legendary black gold meteorite iron and spirit crystal iron. It is indestructible and can cut through iron like mud. After its birth, it has merged with the vengeful spirit of the infant girl and the heavenly authority order. Its true rank is likely to be at the peak of saint destruction. Even if the blade is separated, this battle will be extremely dangerous. The 4 of us can't beat it alone? Shen Miao smiled bitterly. Qi Fei was worried that the evil cherry blade would be stolen by outsiders, so he built numerous traps inside the dragon cave. His men were willing to sacrifice their lives and let the evil cherry blade corrode their souls so that they could guard this place. There will be a fork in the road ahead, and only one of them will lead to the seal of the evil Sakura Blade. Wei Qi touched his chin. Could it be that this guy has already broken through level 95? Setting up so many levels to facilitate his reincarnation and retrieve the evil Sakura Blade. This possibility cannot be ruled out, otherwise he would not have sealed the evil Sakura sword separately. The 2 continued to move forward. The stone gate in front was broken open by Wei Qi's shot. The world behind the door was like a galaxy, which surprised him. The spiral staircases are like a perfectly closed Mobius strip, and the different intersecting staircases are dazzling. There are 9 entrances to the stairs ahead, each leading to a completely different direction. Shen Miao slowly took out the yellow talisman paper and said solemnly, Wei Qi, this is an escape talisman. If you encounter any danger to your life, tear it up immediately and flee from here. She didn't want Wei Qi to die here because of her. Okay. Wei Qi nodded. Although there are 9 entrances here, as long as we explore 2 entrances at a time, we will eventually find the true sealed place, right? Probably not. The probability of us finding the evil Sakura Blade is only 2 out of 9. Without hesitation, Wei Qi picked up his spear and took the cold water with him as he casually stepped onto the stairs. It's better than 1/9, so I'll go first. I wish us a successful meeting at the academy. Well, you have to be careful. Shen Miao looked at the other 8 crisscrossing stairs in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Xiao Zi, having recovered from the shock, shook her fox fur and said, Master, can't you find the right path even with the human emperor's sword? Shen Miao sighed. The rank of the 7-star order is the same as that of the divine angel and the demon god of the demon realm. The power of the human emperor's sword is useless against it. Master, can we just go with the flow? Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Shen Miao's figure slowly disappeared in the endless stairs. Wei Qi put away his sacred lance and climbed upwards. Liang Shui changed her usual intimate attitude and followed behind him silently. He has no psychological burden. Apart from the Scarrat ruins and the Black Key, the parents left no legacy. Wei Qi didn't care even if he didn't find the real tomb of Qi Fei. The inheritance of great power has always been something that only those with destiny can encounter. The total human population of Tianxian Star is over 10 billion, but Wei Qi does not consider himself the luckiest son of destiny. Besides, as long as you enter the great secret realm, you won't suffer any loss. With the luck of the human emperor's sword, Wei Qi successfully obtained the spirit pet level and the earth spirit seal for free, already making huge profits. Never be consumed by desire, as greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Only when you are content can you be happy. Wei Qi looked at the silent Liang Shui and asked, Liang Shui, what's wrong with you? Liang Shui's consciousness returned to reality from her memories. Wei Qi laughed and said, You suddenly became so quiet. I thought you were hurt by the monster just now. Liang Shui happily jumped in front of her master. No, I'm not. I'm worried that my barking will attract some unclean creatures. Our Liang Shui is so well behaved. The surrounding space flashed, and Long Yin, wearing classic black stockings, appeared quietly. Where is this? Wei Qi looked at the sci-fi starry sky around him and said, I'm not quite sure either. The The surrounding space is too mysterious. By the way, Long Yin, do you know the Yawang order? Long Yin shook her head slightly. Never heard of it. Liang Shui looked at the starry sky around her and the steps under her feet, and her uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. This strange feeling is exactly the same as the feeling of falling down the stairway of the gods. Liang Shui could feel herself getting closer and closer to the Tianquan order. In the previous life, Shen Miao and Wei Qi were not developing in Giant Snake City, so Liang Shui had no idea what might happen in the future. According to Liang Shui's memory, there seemed to be no Beastmaster who was good at dual-wielding swords in her previous life. Could it be that the Tianquan order and Yuheng order were not born? No, the prerequisite for opening the Axis Gate each time is to collect all the 7-star orders. Who recovered Tianquan and Yuheng in the previous life? How did it finally fall into Shen Miao's hands? Liang Shui thought for a long time and finally got an answer. Someone entered the dragon's lair through unknown means, found the evil cherry knife, killed the knife spirit, and retrieved the Tianquan order. He then used the power of the evil cherry knife to find the evil cherry sword and retrieve the Yuheng order. While wandering in the Axis, Liang Shui accidentally learned a cruel truth. The 7-star token, the key that acts as the Axis, loses its power every time the door is opened. They will then actively scatter around the world in search of suitable new hosts, slowly recharging themselves through the host's body until the next time they open the door. At that time, Tianchu Ling was also attracted by the resentment of Liang Shui, who was dying in the turbulence of space. If we reason like this, the reason why Qi Fei Li killed the girl to practice martial arts is revealed. Perhaps someone deliberately lured Qi Fei Li into doing this in order to allow the evil Sakura sword to nourish the 2 7-star orders? Liang Shui didn't dare to think about it any further. Owner, the little white fox took the initiative to block Wei Qi. What's wrong, Liang Shui? Let's not go any further. Are you scared? Long Yin crossed her arms and asked. Wei Qi picked up Liang Shui and held it high up. If you are really scared, you can let Long Yin take over the subsequent battles. Liang Shui shook her head desperately. Shui is not afraid. Shui is worried that the strange token will harm you. Token? If I'm lucky enough to find the evil cherry blade, I'm going to give it to Shen Miao as a favor. Wei Qi laughed out loud. Really? Liang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide. Well, since humans and spirit pets can't use them, why keep them? That's good. The stone in Liang Shui's heart slowly fell. She was worried that Wei Qi, who was obsessed with power, would be reluctant to give up the 7-star order, thus bringing disaster upon himself. The 2 men and the fox climbed up the last step and saw a wide square in front of them. Wei Qi's body was still not stable. All sorts of magical beasts suddenly appeared in the square and pounced on him at the same time. Master, be careful. Chapter 111 Lucky Cat. Wei Qi is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. He took out his sacred lance and aimed his left hand at the group of monsters that were about to get close to his face. You monsters are challenging me alone, right? Then I have to call people? Liang Shui go. Liang Shui, who had a keen combat awareness, quickly rushed to Wei Qi. Long Yin had no interest in this little Karami, and her body was affected by the rules and returned to the beast-taming space. Liang Shui's silent kill instantly swept away 3 bloodthirsty wolves, and Wei Qi, holding the sacred lance, swept through the army. The sharp lance burst out with brilliant golden light, and the 2 black wind bears, each nearly 2.5 meters tall, were shocked by Wei Qi and retreated repeatedly. As Wei Qi's overall strength continued to improve, he became more and more adept at using the holy lance. Flame. Wei Qi stretched out his left hand, and the scorching flames hit the center of the beast herd 3 meters away like a cannonball. The injured monster roared angrily, as if saying, NMBD. Brothers, let's rush him together. The 7 or 8 monsters in front of him locked onto Wei Qi at the same time and charged forward, their bodies emitting red halos. Liang Shui roared angrily and rushed forward. The phantom of the fox left behind by the phantom's sudden attack stunned the herd of beasts. Isn't it a fox? How come there is suddenly one more? Just when they hesitated. 6 sharp and slender ice spears accurately pierced the chests of the monsters. Wei Qi also shouted angrily and pierced the black wind bear's body with a spear. Ouch! The 2 bloodthirsty wolves seized the opportunity and rushed towards Wei Qi fiercely. Their wild charge made him see stars. When they opened their bloody mouths and prepared to eat the meat, Liang Shui's magic power held the 2 wolves in place, and they were unable to move. Bang! The ice cannon penetrated directly into the abdomens of the 2 bloodthirsty wolves, freezing them into ice sculptures. After recovering, Wei Qi continued to use fireballs to attack long-range enemies with low health. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Under the fire suppression of the Holy Lance's ice cannon, all the monsters in the square were killed. The last Black Wind Bear let out a howl and fell to the ground. Oops. Liang Xue, thank you. It's what Xue should do. Wei Qi sighed as he looked at the animal corpses scattered all over the ground. Although it was relatively easy to kill him, if it were a newcomer with poor equipment and a low-level pet, the end result would be to be torn into pieces by a group of beasts. These monsters are all above level 25, and their fur defense is close to level 3. Among the freshmen of Shiyue Academy, there are probably no more than 10 Beastmasters who can deal with them. Fortunately, I had the foresight to lower Liang Xue's level to 28. Wei Qi took out an exquisite short knife and began to cut the beast meat. These shameless monsters blocking the door were his dinner. Master, look there. Following Liang Xue's instructions, Wei Qi looked towards the center of the square. At some point, a white cat half a human's height was sleeping soundly in the center of the square. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. Could this be the legendary Lucky Cat? It has a slightly cartoon-like appearance, a snow-white body, a golden bell around its neck, a pure gold ring on its tail, and an ordinary sack in its arms. Liang Xue's mouth was also opened into an O shape, which was enough to fit a weapon. Wei Qi recalled the information about it in his mind. Lucky Cat, unknown grade, unknown level, demon beast clan. Immune to stun and immobilization. Naturally reduces control time by 50%. This big fat cat has very weak fighting ability and can't even beat the pheasants raised by Aunt Wong at the entrance of the village. But it has mastered the skill of traveling through space. The sack in the arms of the Lucky Cat is called the cornucopia by animal masters, and it contains treasures it has stolen from all over the world. A Beastmaster tried to kill the Lucky Cat and steal the treasure bowl. When the Lucky Cat dies, the bag in its arms will disappear. Therefore, it is difficult for high-level Beastmasters to snatch treasures from it, and low-level Beastmasters cannot even catch up with it. In history, someone used chain control to control the Lucky Cat for more than 10 seconds, and finally snatched all kinds of spiritual tools, spiritual seals, medicines, and even spiritual pet eggs from the cornucopia. A famous explorer once commented, "Shoo, look what I found. Here's a lone Lucky Cat." Liang Xue also excitedly grabbed Wei Qi's trouser leg. In their previous life, the two had encountered a Lucky Cat in other places and gained a lot of benefits from it. I didn't expect to meet this cute cat girl here. Wei Qi raised his index finger. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Liang Xue nodded quickly, her eyes full of surprise. "Wait for me to sneak over, then you can use the demon stun to charm it, and then I'll go grab the bag." Wei Qi showed an evil smile like Tom Cat. Liang Xue's demon capture determines the control time based on the number of tails. Even if the toughness is halved, it can still be controlled for 3s. Wei Qi planned to create a cardboard projection and then slowly move over. It is said that this is the most successful way to approach the Maneki Nico. Unexpectedly, Liang Xue waved her little paws desperately, and her body turned into a miniature form. "Master, do you have a lollipop with you? Let me see." Wei Qi kept searching in the space ring, and finally found a strawberry-flavored lollipop in the pocket of his leather bag. This was the prop he originally prepared to seduce the lowly spirit pet. Liang Xue has a strange sense of taste, and Long Yin doesn't like sweets, so Wei Qi didn't buy any snacks. "Master, Xue thinks you can seduce her with a lollipop." The Lucky Cat has seen so many treasures. Why would it like lollipops? Wei Qi frowned slightly. Liang Xue would never tell Wei Qi. In his previous life, he used a cat teaser to lure the Lucky Cat, and it actually worked. In fact, the Lucky Cat has a natural affinity for Liang Xue. Wei Qi thought for a moment and came up with a plan to punish him. He first projected a cardboard box, then extended a lollipop out of the box to lure the Lucky Cat. If the temptation fails, let Liang Xue charm you, and then grab the cornucopia. Wei Qi gritted his teeth and tucked his body into the cardboard box, enduring the cold floor as he crawled darkly and twistedly on the ground. Liang Xue stood on the cardboard box in pet form, waiting for orders. Rustle. The friction between the cardboard box and the ground woke the Lucky Cat from its sleep. Big eyes, a little doubt. "What is this? This little white fox is so cute." The Lucky Cat licked its paws, stood up, and walked towards Liang Xue. Liang Xue showed her harmless side. Kazalin opened her eyes and imitated a cat licking its paws and wagging its tail. Meow. The Lucky Cat's heart was hit hard. "What a cute little fox. The scent you exude is so nice." Meow. The Lucky Cat found that there was a big difference in size between her and the other party, so she twisted her body and turned into a naked white-haired loli with twin ponytails. She held the sack and approached Liang Xue. Meow, 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 meow. A woo, a woo. Wei Qi took a look through the gap between the wooden boards. Good job. If a physicist saw this, he would probably fly over in an electric wheelchair. Such a cute white-haired lowly. Wei Qi was a gentleman, not a copper smelter. He trembled as he passed the lollipop through the gap. The lucky cat felt something poking its lower abdomen and instinctively jumped 20 meters away. Liang Xue still looked cute and wagged her tail. Meow, meow, meow. It seems to be saying, come and eat. The lucky cat once again approached the cardboard box where Wei Qi was hiding. Please follow me for more updates and free gifts. After watching this, handsome guys, please send a message to Wei Qi to show your support. I'm not sure if I'll do a small event, and if the gift income on that day exceeds 40, I'll add another update. The main reason is that the income from reading is too low, only a few dozen yuan a day, so I took a gamble. I'm working on my manuscripts and will be back home on the 11th. Chapter 112 Breakthrough to Level 20. The lucky cat has never seen a lollipop. The round sugar cubes exude an enticing sweetness. She slowly squatted down and started eating the lollipop. Wei Qi, hiding in the box, held the candy handle in one hand, his brain thinking rapidly. She looks very happy. Should I use the silence of the double flame shock blade plus Liang Xue's demon capture to extend the control time? Looking at the defenseless white-haired Catwoman in front of him, Wei Qi hesitated for a long time and finally gave up the idea of using the fiery shock blade. The powerful spirit seal technique can easily kill the lucky cat, and the precious silence skill should not be wasted on her. 3 seconds is 3 seconds. Wei Qi was about to give an order. The lucky cat ate all the lollipops and jumped around happily. It was her first time to eat sweets. She opened the sack in her arms and struggled to feel for something. Meow, meow, meow. The lucky cat placed a fist-sized green fruit in front of Liang Xue. Meow, 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 meow. The lucky cat said a few words in cat language that Wei Qi couldn't understand, then changed into its original form and jumped off the square, disappearing into the endless galaxy. Master, you can come out now. Liang Xue jumped down from the cardboard box gracefully. Wei Qi patted the ice off his body and asked curiously, what did it say? It thanked its owner for the delicious food and for playing hide-and-seek with it. Wei Qi picked up the green fruit on the ground, his eyes almost popping out. Is this jade sunflower fruit? Jade sunflower fruit, a rare fruit that grows in the oasis of the Western Sahara Desert. Eating this fruit can strengthen the body, nourish the lungs and kidneys, delay aging, and improve the level of the Beastmaster. The most important thing is that anyone who eats this thing will add 100 years to his lifespan. If it is put up for auction, it will be a priceless treasure, and most ordinary wealthy businessmen also want to prolong their lives. The Sahara Desert is geographically remote and full of ferocious beasts. Few people can come out of it alive. Wei Qi finally understood why so many people felt that seeing a lucky cat was like seeing a peerless beauty without clothes. The silly big fat cat can easily take out this heavyweight treasure. I don't know if I can meet it again in the future. Wei Qi said a little distraught. Perhaps the lucky cat is a windfall for people, but people have always used it in the wrong way. I will. Liang Xue sometimes had to admit that everything was arranged by fate. In his previous life, Wei Qi worked as a mercenary and went to the Sahara Desert to look for this item. Although I didn't find the flowers and fruits of the sunflower, I found like-minded partners. Wei Qi was destined not to be a mercenary in this life. God used an abstract way to make him have a connection with the Sahara Desert. Will fate intersect again at the same place in different time and space? After Wei Qi looked around and confirmed that the place was safe, he made a bold decision. Liang Xue, please help me protect the law. I want to refine and absorb the jade sunflower fruit. Yes, master. The blue-haired, beautiful girl slowly appeared, with a smile full of attachment. Wei Qi's beast tamer level has reached level 16. If one can successfully break through the second stage by refining the jade sunflower fruit, he will gain new spiritual seal skills and can also summon Long Yin to assist in combat. 1 + 1 3. Another thing is that Wei Qi also has some ideas about the legendary evil Sakura knife. The magic weapon made of black gold meteorite iron and spiritual crystal iron may give birth to a new sword spirit after killing the vengeful spirit. What if the evil Sakura sword is successfully retrieved? Just thinking about it is exciting. The combination of sword and knife makes it at least an epic spiritual pet. There is an essential difference between the weapon spirit of the evil Sakura sword and Liang Xue Long Yin. Because they are initially set up as weapons, they are not subject to the rules of heaven and earth and can fight freely. The price is that it has fewer skills, and the training method is different from traditional spirit pets. Each upgrade requires physical Krypton gold, which ordinary Beastmasters cannot afford. Wei Qi picked up the green fruit and sat cross-legged on the ground. Please, help me reach level 20. Jade sunflower fruit. Please, don't eat me. Unfortunately, Wei Qi doesn't understand the language of vegetative people. Wei Qi opened his mouth and bit the sunflower fruit, and the sweet juice flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. So sweet. The flesh is very tender. Wei Qi took 2 big bites and found that the core of the jade sunflower fruit was very large, and there was a very strong fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from it. Could it be that the core of the fruit is the real body? Wei Qi threw the remaining half of the pulp into the space ring and gave it to Long Yin and Liang Shui to taste later. He stared at the core for a long time and finally swallowed it in one gulp. The spiritual energy absorbed by the jade sunflower fruit throughout its life entered Wei Qi's abdomen, and he quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body to begin refining it. Veins suddenly popped up on the young man's handsome face. Wei Qi felt the blood in his body boiling, and a swelling sensation that was neither painful nor painful was transmitted to his brain. Well, Wei Qi's originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. His skin began to turn redder and redder like a boiled crab. Long Yin, who was practicing with her eyes closed in the beast-taming space, was interrupted by the strange phenomenon on Wei Qi's body. She rushed outside anxiously. What's going on? Liang Shui, who was on patrol, also noticed something strange about Wei Qi. Owner, hiss, it's so hot. Long Yin pulled Liang Shui away and said, don't get close to him yet. Let me see what's going on. The characteristics of dark spiritual power are penetration and destruction. Long Yin's spiritual power easily entered Wei Qi's body. Liang Shui had never heard of a Beastmaster suffering from nose bleeding and hot body from eating rare treasures, and she was extremely anxious. Long Yin sniffed her nose lightly and smelled the scent of sunflower flowers and fruits. This is the fruit of the 1,000-year-old jade sunflower. It's impossible for a human body to absorb such a huge amount of power in one breath. Liang Shui looked at the ground in some astonishment. Millennium jade sunflower? A concept she had never heard of. Liang Shui quickly sat on the ground and circulated the spiritual power in her body to help cool down Wei Qi without hurting him. Long Yin shook her head. Don't blame me for taking away your opportunity. Sitting on Wei Qi's back, he pressed his 5 fingers into claws on the back of Wei Qi's neck. A large amount of spiritual power visible to the naked eye was absorbed into the body under Long Yin's guidance. The abnormality on Wei Qi's body subsided a lot, and his originally tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The expanding spiritual energy continuously circulated throughout his body along his spiritual veins. A careful observation revealed that his meridians had been damaged. Fortunately, Wei Qi's physical strength was already quite good, and it was further improved with the blessing of the blood nether fruit. The meridians that are constantly broken and repaired become more resilient. The worm-like blue veins kept surging, and Liang Shui felt heartbroken watching it. She felt very guilty. Liang Shui believed that it was her arrogance that caused Wei Qi to suffer. If she had contacted Long Yin earlier, this would not have happened. I can only say that the quality of the sunflower fruit given by the lucky cat is really good. 1,000-year-old sunflower fruit has never appeared in human history. Long Yin also heard about this kind of divine object from the desert overlord when he ascended the throne. With Wei Qi's current level of cultivation, it is impossible for him to absorb it all in one breath. 2 hours later, Wei Qi's complexion has returned to normal, and his level has been stuck at the bottleneck of 20. He quickly took out the Earth Spirit Seal and continued refining it. With the help of the jade sunflower fruit, Wei Qi easily integrated the Earth Spirit Seal into the second black hole. Buzz! The third black hole slowly opened. Once the internal state barrier is opened, the surging spiritual power rushes into the spiritual veins frantically. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. A golden light flew out from Wei Qi's crown, and he was promoted to level 8. For Star Xianxia Realm. 3 more completed. Looking at the increasing number of gifts, I feel a little panicked. Chapter 113, The Second Spiritual Seal, Vajra Indestructible. The author sees everyone's thoughts. Yesterday, I earned 34 yuan from gifts, and by 7 o'clock tonight, I can probably raise 6 yuan to generate electricity. Enough 40 more chapters. But I have to wait until I get home on the 12th to add it. The golden light slowly dissipated. The chaotic spiritual power in Wei Qi's body slowly converged and gradually stabilized. The necrotic skin on the face due to high temperature gradually falls off, and the new skin that absorbs the nutrients of the sunflower flowers and fruits is more delicate than that of a newborn baby. Long Yin slowly withdrew her jade arm and breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know why. When she found out that Wei Qi was in danger of his life, she was extremely panicked. Long Yin still lied to herself. This king is only using his hand to absorb most of the power of the jade sunflower fruit. That's why I didn't worry about his life or death. The panic in my heart was nothing but the power of the mountain and sea seal. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. It's so cold. Liang Shui took off his coat and threw it aside. This facilitates heat dissipation. The beautiful blue-haired fox girl's eyes were full of surprise. She pounced on Wei Qi and pressed him to the ground. While Master Schwer was so worried. I'll never see you again. It's all Schwerner's fault. Wei Qi grimaced in fear. It's so cold. I'm sorry, Master. Schwer has torn all your clothes. Liang Shui looked at the scraps of cloth on the ground and shook her fox ears embarrassedly. This is not your fault. It's my fault for being too impatient. I should have gone back to the city to find out how to take the jade sunflower fruit and then slowly refined it. Wei Qi stood up and looked at the beautiful dragon girl with a proud expression behind him. Long Yin tilted her head with a bit of arrogance. If the master dies, there will be no one to take care of my food, clothing, and daily life. No need to thank me. Wait, what are you going to do? Long Yin, thank you. Wei Qi took the initiative to open his arms and give her a hug. Long Yin subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the other person's embrace didn't seem as disgusting as she had imagined. Warm and comfortable. The dragon's tail, which had been raised high, slowly dropped to the ground. You. Long Yin let out a cute whimper and did not resist violently. Ding trust value increased to 45. After coming back to his senses, Wei Qi felt that he seemed to have offended Long Yin. It was the first time that he took the initiative to contact the other party without consent. Unexpectedly, Long Yin didn't resist too much. He quickly released Long Yang from his arms. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. As my master, it's okay for me to let you hug me occasionally, but don't be so sudden next time. Long Yin switched to a haughty state in a second, hiding the blush on her face very well. No one noticed. Oh, okay. Wei Qi focused his attention on himself. After successfully breaking through the Xianxia realm, what are the attributes of the new spiritual seal skills? Observe the beast taming space. The earth-brown spiritual seal under Long Yin's spiritual contract glowed slightly. Indestructible. Infuse spiritual power into the weapon and slam it into the surrounding enemies, causing a range of shock. You will gain the indestructible effect, immune to any damage and adverse conditions. The more enemies you shock away, the longer the duration, up to 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Wei Qi looked at the newly born Earth Spirit Seal and felt ecstatic. As expected of the Earth Spirit Seal that specializes in defense, it can be invincible for up to 10 seconds and protect the fragile body of the Beastmaster. If you are surrounded by enemies, you can use the range to repel them and get to a safe distance. Long Yan's own tankiness is ridiculously high. Most of her skills are group-wide and have a chance of knockback. When paired with indestructible, she is basically invincible for 10 seconds. The survivability is maximized. Long Yan's trust level has reached 45, and she is only 5 points away from activating the Shanghai Transformation Shared Spirit Seal skill. Wei Qi felt extremely happy. The next step is to contract the third spirit pet. He quickly took out his spare field uniform and put it on. Okay, upgrade complete. Target the third spirit pet. Long Yin rubbed his hands and said, I feel that the rules that restrict my freedom have disappeared. Now I can stay in the outside world for a long time. Wei Qi briefly explained to her the battle rules of the Beastmaster's pet. Long Yin shrugged. These monsters are too weak. I am too lazy to take action. Wei Qi checked Long Yan's panel and was so shocked that he was speechless. Name, Fallen Dragon. Grade, Superior Mythical Grade. Level, 29. Race, Dragon Clan. Skills, Fallen Claw, Dragon Fall, Dragon Roar, Dragon King Domain, Demon Flame Devouring the Sky, Demon Dragon Coming to the World, Dragon Scale Armor, Mad Dragon Out of the Sea, Dragon King. Hamstring Claw, a first-level transformation skill that concentrates all your strength to use Dragon Claws to cripple a single target, causing huge damage while causing the opponent to gain the hamstring effect, reducing their movement speed by half. Trust, 45. Long Yin, who has absorbed most of the power of the second-level Spirit Crystal and the Jade Sunflower Fruit, is about to break through to the third level. Because she was re-leveling, the transformation before level 70 did not require any materials, which in turn helped Wei Qi save a lot of money. Wei Qi had no objection. Because the general aura provided by Long Yin is already superb, the team's attack is increased by 20% and the enemy's attack is reduced by 20%. Besides, It is really a waste of talent to let the mighty Demon Dragon King be used as a tool to clear monsters. Liang Shui didn't have any objection, as she could get the buff and experience all to herself. Win-win means Liang Shui wins twice. Seeing that Wei Qi had no objections, Long Yin was very satisfied. Ding trust value increased to 46. An obedient master is a good master. Liang Shui, keep going. Yes, master. There are 3 passages around the square, and Wei Qi chose one of them to move forward. No surprise. At the end of the stairs is an almost identical square. A familiar monster blocked the door. One of the blind black wind bears set its sights on the Halo Tool man who was patrolling from the rear. Ouch! The bear's paw slapped towards Long Yan's chest. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Long Yan's eyes. A huge dragon phantom slowly emerged behind her. The warcraft on the field was so scared when he saw the phantom of the dragon that he peed his pants and knelt down to beg for mercy. Die, bug! The angry dragon let out a deafening roar. Roar! The powerful spiritual wave created ripples in the space. More than 20 monsters were shaken to the point of blood and flesh flying everywhere, and their bones shattered. All killed instantly. Liang Shui, who was reading the message, was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, what kind of output is this? He killed them all with one shout. The characteristics of Dark Attribute Spiritual Power are erosion and armor breaking. The attacks of Dark Attribute Spirit Pets can easily destroy the enemy's defense, coupled with the rapid increase in Long Yan's level and damage bonus. In her eyes, these level 3 monsters were no different from the ants in Wei Qi's eyes. Long Yan put her hands on her hips with some pride. How is it? My strength has lived up to your expectations, right? Wei Qi looked at the debris on the ground, his heart aching. This is all money. He was completely torn to pieces by the shout of that spendthrift woman Long Yan. Not even a hair was left. Long Yan, you'd better stay at the back and hang up from now on. Long Yan. Although he lost a huge sum of money, Wei Qi's confidence soared. It's about 3 or 4 stories high. Liang Shui's demonic vulnerability is combined with Long Yan's firepower output. Killing the sword spirit of the evil Sakura sword doesn't seem to be a problem. As for me, I'd better just use my calculator and add 666. Chapter 114, Undead Swordsman. Wei Qi and Liang Shui fought in the galaxy maze for more than 2 hours. After receiving the damage bonus, Liang Shui can kill a row of monsters in seconds with one ice cannon, greatly increasing the killing speed. With exclusive experience, she successfully reached level 29. Wei Qi, who broke through the Xianxue realm, had a life-saving trump card and turned into a workaholic, and his output ability was also quite good. Even if you accidentally get hit by the monster's death rattle skills occasionally, you won't lose your combat power. Ouch! A Gale Leopard was shot dead by Wei Qi, and Wei Qi wiped the cold sweat from his head. How many floors have we reached? Long Yan, who had been observing Wei Qi, held up 2 fingers, 27th floor. It's a pity that I never met a lucky cat again. The lucky cat has the ability to travel through space, and it may have been randomly teleported into this strange space. Liang Shui felt half happy and half worried. The master's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and Long Yan is not as wild and unruly as imagined. But the master was getting closer and closer to the aura of the token. Each square has 3 roads, and they have walked 27 levels. With so many permutations and combinations, the path Wei Qi chooses randomly is always the right one. Is there a divine will in all this? Is it Tianquan or Yuheng who merged into the body of the evil Sakura sword spirit? Tianquan is okay, but if it were Yuheng, the battle would probably be extremely difficult. Liang Shui was once a beneficiary of the Tianshu token, and she knew very well how much improvement the token would bring to the host. Wei Qi stepped onto the new square again. The unsportsmanlike frost bear and armored crocodile gave Wei Qi a warning. Take me a bear paw. Here you go. Wei Qi's physical strength combined with his standard battlesuit was comparable to the defense of the early 2nd stage. When he blocked with his lance, his blood would at most surge, but he was not under much pressure. Tubi, Nirvana kill. Liang Shui pounced forward with graceful steps, and her 6 tails moved smoothly to hold the frost bear in place. Wei Qi charged forward with his spear, and the sacred lance with holy light pierced the frost bear's anus. There were many enemies, so Wei Qi used projection to cover Liang Shui, and then used the flaming gloves to finish off the enemy. There are few enemies, so Wei Qi will help harass and finish off whoever Liang Shui attacks. More and more blood appeared on Wei Qi's face, and the dormant hunting instinct in his body was gradually awakened. After eliminating all the monsters in this square, a blood-red light burst out in the center of the square. The gradually emanating ferocity and hostility gradually attracted Long Yan's attention. Finally, a decent enemy appears. The king is itching to do it. Boom, boom, boom. A humanoid creature holding a rotten iron sword slowly walked out of the blood mist. His eyes were red and his armor was tattered like a defeated general. Master Chi, is that you? The undead swordsman slowly tilted his head and locked onto the three people in front of him. Visible blood suddenly erupted from his body. You are not Lord Chi, but a despicable thief who covets the sacred objects of the human race. The unique symbol of the secret realm boss slowly emerged above its head. Name: Undead Swordsman Chi Hao. Race: Undead. Introduction: Chi Fei's loyal subordinate, willingly sacrificed his life to be controlled by resentment, his soul unable to reincarnate. His goal is to kill anyone who intends to touch the sealed land. Skill: Chaos Sword. Attack all enemies in a straight line. Unyielding. Goes into a berserk state after death. Crescent Moon Slash. Attacks all nearby enemies with the target as the center. Violence. Enemies within the aura range will lose their vitality. Looking at Chi Hao's basic panel, Wei Chi frowned slightly. This guy is really tough as the boss guarding the level. Although any rare level Warcraft can awaken a death rattle skill, most of them are useless. As long as the Beastmaster keeps his distance, he will not be seriously injured. Therefore, Chi Hao's death rattle, which caused him to fall into a state of frenzy after death, seemed particularly disgusting. This guy's real rank is probably between a lord and an emperor. The aura of resentment that continuously deducts vitality is also disgusting. Fortunately, Wei Chi's Sacred Lance is specifically designed to defeat undead and demonic monsters. Wei Chi did not rush to attack, but took 2 steps back. Let's see if you can persuade him with just some words. There is a high probability that the undead will not drop any items after death. Wei Chi was unwilling to waste too much energy on a group of corpses. A sacred object of the human race, something that controls you with resentment, is also considered a sacred object. The red light on Chi Hao's body paused for a moment, and he stared at Wei Chi. Anything that can kill demons and protect our human territory is a holy object. Humph. So if a kind-hearted demon helps you kill demons, then it becomes a holy demon? Chi Hao thought for a moment, and the CPU burned out. He raised his arm and pointed at Wei Chi. You are a thief who stole the holy relics. You are my enemy. Wei Chi smiled helplessly. Tisk TSK mouth-talking is indeed the protagonist's patent. Liang Xuan nodded slightly. Master, let's adopt the method of winning people over with virtue. Long Yan strode to the front of the formation. You have a good fighting spirit. I can fight you for a few moves. Chi Hao's eyes fell on Long Yan. This aura, the demonic dragon clan? You are indeed not good people. Drink. Controlled by resentment, Chi Hao had no ability to think at all. He raised his sword and slashed at Wei Chi and the others. The dazzling blood-red sword light seemed to be able to split the sky above in two. Humph. Long Yan activates the active effect of the aura skill. Chi Hao, holding the sword in both hands, found that his body was out of control. He vaguely saw a majestic black dragon from the opponent. Liang Shui and Wei Chi no longer held back. The ice cannon and fireball hit Chi Hao's chest hard. Long Yan flashed to Chi Hao's side, and her right hand formed into a claw and moved up and down. Crack! The armor on Chi Hao's chest exploded on the spot, and the whole person flew backwards like a deflated ball. Boom! The fallen claw's blow sent him flying far away. Wei Chi gradually discovered some shortcomings of Long Yan's passive ability. If the knockback is triggered when focusing on the target, it is easy for other spirit pets' attacks to miss. Cough cough. Chi Hao, who was slapped away as soon as they met, coughed twice and stood up from a distance. He made full use of the undead's inability to feel pain. As a Lord-level boss, he was knocked away at the beginning and lost all his face. So Chi Hao got furious. His legs seemed to be riding on hot wheels, and the blood-colored spiritual power was like a booster. He rushed back with a long sword in his hand. The long sword wrapped in bloodlight is cutting through space, looking very powerful. Liang Shui, be careful. Yes, master. Seeing Chi Hao rushing towards him like a suicide infantryman, Liang Shui quickly used Phantom Assault to confuse her opponent. The 6 tails were fully released, and the Annihilation Kill successfully bound Chi Hao's hands and feet. Wei Chi was hesitating whether to activate the mountain and sea transformation and kill the opponent in one breath. The silent Long Yin suddenly took action. Looking at everyone's gift support, I'm already sweating profusely. I'm afraid I'll have to work overtime and ride on the way to the bus tomorrow. Chapter 115, The Invincible Cockroach. Long Yin snorted coldly, leaving an unclear black afterimage on the spot. and her sharp dragon claws flew in front of Chi Hao's face in the blink of an eye. Chi Hao's blood-red pupils suddenly dilated, and he thought, "Not good, what speed is this?" He quickly raised his sword to block Long Yan's tendon-breaking claw. But it was too late. Long Yan pierced Chi Hao's chest with one claw and swung her dragon tail fiercely. Chi Hao's body shattered on the spot, and his body exploded into pieces. The Dragon King stood proudly in the air, his graceful body not stained with any blood. Beautiful and powerful. Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at each other. Is Long Yan's damage already so exaggerated? He was completely different from when they first met in the Demon Dragon's underground palace. Long Yan looked at her arm covered with thin black silk, and then looked at Wei Qi lying on the ground. Is this the power of the system and the Beastmaster? If I could return to my peak, I would probably be twice as strong as before. Humph, a vulnerable ant. Long Yan landed steadily on the ground, acting calmly and pretentiously. She is now looking forward to what new power she will gain after the star pattern is engraved. Liang Shui's claws curled up slightly. As expected of the Demon Dragon King who dominated the world, his strength improved so rapidly that it was even more dazzling than in his previous life. I can't give up either. Wei Qi saw through Liang Shui's envy and gently stroked its fur, comforting it. Don't be impatient, Liang Shui. You still have a lot of room to grow. Master. The big white fox licked Wei Qi's hand affectionately. Wei Qi also didn't expect that Long Yan's output after absorbing the jade sunflower fruit would be so violent. With one move, the boss guarding the level was killed in seconds without leaving any trace. Etc. How come it doesn't trigger Death Rattle Rage? Wei Qi looked at the scattered body parts and said, "This is poisonous." Visible green spiritual power was seen floating from the steps behind the square. Chi Hao's broken body parts were attracted by the green spiritual power and began to reassemble. Ugh, I can't fall down here. I can't let that adult down. Chi Hao's body gradually condensed, and he slowly stood up holding the broken sword. The resentment emitted by the evil cherry sword spirit combined with Chi Hao's belief in protecting until death made him a very deformed guardian. As long as the evil Sakura sword spirit is immortal and Chi Hao's faith is immortal, he can be resurrected forever. Long Yin put away the surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be able to come back to life. I'm already dead, so what's the harm in dying again? Come on, Chi Hao challenged. As the Demon Dragon King, Long Yin naturally could not tolerate the humble undead challenging her dignity. Long Yin flashed to Chi Hao's side again. The deafening dragon roar made the undead swordsman see stars. The fallen angel claw and the tendon-breaking claw crossed left and right, sparks flying everywhere. Just as Wei Qi expected, Chi Hao's body, which had just been resurrected, was torn to pieces again. Only Chi Hao knew how perverted Long Yan's injuries were. Let's see if you can die or not. Long Yan looked at the debris on the ground and clapped her hands. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The green spiritual power resurrected Chi Hao again. Liang Shui's pupils suddenly dilated. Green. Could it be that the fourth-ranked Tianquan order is sealed here? Liang Shui hurriedly said, Long Yan, stop fighting. He will resurrect endlessly. I don't believe it. Long Yan had never heard of the 7-star order, and ignorance is bliss. Every time Chi Hao is resurrected, he becomes a little stronger than before, but he still cannot directly withstand the hamstring claw with extremely high single-target bonus. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, Long Yan looked at the monsters that kept resurrecting in front of her and felt a little hesitant. Is there something in this world that cannot be killed? Wei Qi gently pulled Long Yan's tender hand. Long Yan, stop hitting me. Let me try. Long Yan nodded slightly, and then punched and kicked Chi Hao 3 times, knocking him unconscious. Wei Qi clenched the sacred lance and pierced Chi Hao's chest. Are you going to die now? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chi Hao, who was stabbed to death by the holy lance, fell into a frenzy again and climbed up. Crumbling moon reincarnation slash. The blood-colored spiritual power turned into a giant sword and slashed towards Wei Qi fiercely. The terrifying spiritual pressure can tear ordinary beasts into pieces. Owner. Long Yin subconsciously moved forward to rescue Wei Qi, but her body refused to obey her. This was a death order issued by Wei Qi using the spiritual contract. The evolved Crescent Moon Samsara Slash has a very strong attack power, and he doesn't want Liang Shui and Long Yin to get hurt. Indestructible. Wei Qi roared angrily, and a brownish-brown airflow burst out from the sacred lance in his hand, and the weapon became incomparably light. Bang! The sacred lance and the corrupted broken sword collided violently. Puffa! The blood-red blade light emitted by Chi Hao was swept away by the earth spirit energy burst out by the sacred lance, and his body flew more than 40 meters away on the spot. The earth-brown spiritual energy slowly condensed into a 5-meter-tall giant shadow behind Wei Qi. This is the indestructible golden body created by the Earth Spirit Seal. Before the giant's shadow dissipates, Wei Qi will not be affected by any damage or negative status. Qi Hao staggered and climbed up again. I didn't expect that a thief like you would have such ability. Liang Shui responded to Wei Qi's order and joined the battlefield. Long Yan's damage is too high, and it is easy to kill the opponent and then revive him. Snowfall. The huge ice waterfall of the snow river swallowed Qi Hao's body. His movement speed and attack speed plummeted, and a freezing effect began to appear on his body. Wei Qi pierced Qi Hao's wrist with his sacred lance and knocked his broken sword away. I am not a thief. You want to steal the sacred object that Master Qi sealed here, and you still say you are not a thief. Qi Hao gritted his teeth and picked up the sword. How can something that turns you into something inhuman and unforgettable, and that will forever keep your soul from resting in peace, be a holy object? Under Wei Qi's command, Long Yan used the Fallen Claw, which had the lowest attack power, to inflict negative status on Qi Hao. He and Liang Shui rushed into the snow waterfall and started a mixed doubles match against Qi Hao. Lord Qi used it to kill countless demons and save countless Dawn people. How can it not be a holy object? I'm still asking the same question as before. If a demon with a heart for good helps humans kill demons, then it's a holy demon, right? Wei Qi was trying to win people over with his words while using his virtue to persuade others. Qi Hao's desperate resistance. If it truly protects the human race, I am willing to call it the holy demon. You, who polluted the dragon's lair and caused the people nearby to suffer blizzards and attacks from monsters, are you saints or demons? Wei Qi seized the opportunity created by Liang Shui and pierced Qi Hao's chest again. This time, Qi Hao's pupils slowly returned to normal. He began to think independently and could not accept the green resentment created by the evil Sakura sword spirit. Did I do something wrong? The third update is completed. The kindness of everyone is heartwarming. Kill me with ads. Currently one update behind. Chapter 116, Top Grade Star Pattern. Long Yan, send him on his way. Wei Qi ordered. Long Yan vented all her resentment on the unfortunate Qi Hao. The tendon-breaking claws, with all their strength, slammed hard into the chest of the undead swordsman, splashing a piece of bone fragments. Collapse. Wei Qi and Liang Shui heard the familiar sound of bones breaking at the same time. Qi Hao's body was torn into pieces and exploded all over the ground. The soul slowly floated out of the corpse. Qi Hao's pupils have returned to their normal blue color. He stared at his own corpse, muttering to himself, did I really do something wrong? Was Master Qi wrong? Qi Hao was also a 9-star great master during his lifetime. I also understand to some extent the impact of dragon caves on the nearby climate and ecological cycle. Wei Qi slowly put away his spear. To the human race back then, you did nothing wrong. You are the savior. For the sake of the people of the world, one sacrificed his own daughter to forge a sword to slay monsters, and the other willingly became a ghost to protect the divine weapon. His soul will never rest in peace. But to the sacrificed baby girl and the humans who will live here in the future, what's the difference between you and the devil? Qi Hao was left speechless by Wei Qi's words. Wei Qi smiled slightly while holding his gun. I am not a big shot, so theoretically I have no right to judge you heroes who have sacrificed your lives. It's just that my fists are a little harder. There is no absolute in the world, only relative. Qi Hao looked at the three people in front of him and sighed heavily. You are right. My existence will continue to pollute this dragon cave, and more humans will fall into misfortune because of me. Since you can subdue the legendary demon dragon clan, you must be from the Qin family, right? Wei Qi shook his head. I'm just a nobody. I came here today to retrieve the sealed weapon in order to use its power to find Qi Feili's true tomb and obtain his beast-taming heritage. I see. Qi Hao looked up at the endless starry sky and asked, 1,000 years have passed. What has become of the outside world? Although the city is constantly under attack from monsters, the country is generally peaceful and the people are safe. When Qi Hao heard Wei Qi's answer, the huge rock in his heart was completely put down. He also successfully fulfilled his ambition to successfully protect the country and people he loved. In that case, there is really no need for me to exist. Qi Hao pointed at his own corpse and said, inside my sword hilt are still the letters for Sister Yao and the gift she gave me. Brave man, if you still have a chance to go to Tianlong City, please help me deliver the letter to Sister Yao, if she is still alive. In return for awakening me, I advise you not to proceed any further. The power of that sword is too overwhelming. Even Lord Qi cannot control it at will. Go back. Qi Hao's soul turned into stars and dissipated in the sky. Liang Shui, who had transformed into a human form, picked up Qi Hao's broken sword and found a folded letter and a shining hexagram in the hilt. Master, there really is something here. Liang Shui presented the things with both hands. Wei Qi was shocked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a hexagram, a top-grade star pattern. The purple fur on Long Yan's head instantly stood up, and her tail also curled up. Master, that's great. Liang Shui was happy for Wei Qi from the bottom of her heart. Wei Qi did not pick up the top-grade star pattern immediately, but opened the letter instead. If someone can find this letter, could you please, for the sake of the Supreme Star Mark, deliver it to a dragon named Xiaoyao in Tianlong City? The following are Qi Hao's last words to Xiaoyao. The general meaning is, it was not my intention to force you to leave, but to let you live better. I hope you can find a more mature and reliable master in the future, and don't be as miserable as me. Good boy, I didn't realize that Qi Hao was also a dragon knight, and he was the captain of the Tianlong City's Imperial Guards when he was alive. Liang Shui asked, those undead soldiers in the hall are also his subordinates, right? It's very likely. What's the relationship between Qi Feili and the Qin family of Longhua? The captain of the Imperial Guards is willing to die for him. Wei Qi put the letter away. The Yao Mei that Qi Hao mentioned is a fire dragon, and it is possible that she is still alive in the world. When Long Yan heard that Qi Hao was a dragon contract holder who missed his old relationship, her attitude changed drastically. Although this man arrogantly challenged the Dragon King, he was still loyal to his beloved dragon. She folded her hands in front of her chest, her tall breasts swayed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Why did you force your order on me just now? Wei Qi took the initiative to help Qi Hao collect the bodies and build a cenotaph. Since you have taken advantage of him, you might as well give him a simple grave. If Qi Hao hadn't had good intentions, Wei Qi really wouldn't be able to deal with the constantly resurrected undead swordsman. I'm worried about you getting hurt. Crescent Moon Slash is a ranged skill with the target as the center. Long Yan's eyes suddenly widened. Most Beastmasters like to use their spirit pets as meat shields, and she never thought that Wei Qi did this to protect himself. So he cares so much about his spirit pet? The Dragon King's voice grew smaller and smaller. Using the contract to forcibly control you in subsequent battles is for the sake of the battle situation. Your attacks are too strong, and using skills will cause him to revive repeatedly and return to full health. If you're not satisfied, come home and I'll give you a foot massage. Humph, just a mere master, don't be so arrogant. Lord Dragon King, spare my life. Wei Qi built a cenotaph for Qi Hao and stood in front of the grave in silence for a few seconds. No matter how Qi Hao fell, he was a warrior who fought against the demon army for the human race during his lifetime, and he deserves admiration. Long Yan still felt a little unhappy. Even when giving birth to a child, I must occupy the dominant position. This self-righteous man kept mumbling and even tried to take the initiative. He is just a mere master, yet he dares to order me to do things. I really want to kick him so hard that he can't speak. All right, I'll forgive your rude behavior for now. From now on, I'll be the only one commanding you. Hey, what are you doing? Long Yan, who was talking to herself, was grabbed by Wei Qi's hand, and her Ahog was frightened to the point of standing still. Star mark inscription, haven't you always wanted to be engraved? Wei Qi scratched his head, looking puzzled. I always feel that Long Yan is not as cold as I imagined, and sometimes she is unexpectedly soft. Does the Dragon King also make this kind of sound? If this were a comic, Long Yan would be sweating profusely by now. She felt her heart pounding. Can it be engraved now? Wei Qi took out the field props he had prepared in advance, a camping tent, from the space ring. Yes, I have already prepared the materials. Besides, this is a secret realm full of resentment, which is suitable for engraving dark attribute spirit pets. If you miss it, you don't know how long you'll have to wait. Liang Shui, come and help me set up the tent. Yes, master. Long Yan looked at the man and the fox who were busy with their work, and her heart beat faster and faster. Can I finally perform star pattern engraving? I'm taking a bus back to my hometown today. I'll try my best to write 2 updates, and strive for 3. Please generate electricity, please follow up. Chapter 117 Long Yan's first engraving. Wei Qi looked at the camping tent in front of him and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Fortunately, I was prepared. Bang! The pile of firewood prepared in advance was ignited by the spiritual fire, and wisps of green smoke slowly rose. A small camp was built. Long Yan's eyes were full of doubts. Star inscription, why do we need to set up a tent and light a fire? Wei Qi explained with a smile. Everyone is tired from traveling all the way and needs to rest for a while while waiting for all skills to cool down. After saying that, Wei Qi threw the wolf leg meat, bear paw, pork tendon, and other ingredients on the ground. Seeing this, Liang Shui volunteered and raised her jade arm. Master, let Shui'er help you cut the meat. That's fine. I'll go help Long Yan with the engraving, and then we'll have dinner together. Wei Qi handed the kitchen knife to Liang Shui. Liang Shui, Nung 3, duang duang duang. The sound of chopping meat became louder and louder. Long Yan was pulled into the tent by Wei Qi. She rubbed her hands excitedly and said, "Is it finally time to engrave the star pattern on me?" Wei Qi took out the book of dragon taming technique and repeatedly confirmed the engraving prerequisites. 10 essence spirit stones, a secret space filled with resentment, a trust rating of 35 or higher, and a Beastmaster level of over 20. Okay, Long Yan's tail was almost reaching the sky. For her now, gaining new strength is more important than anything else. After Wei Qi carefully determined the location of the engraving, he couldn't help but blush. Blood flow accelerates. Wei Qi handed the dragon taming technique to Mei Long Yang and said, "Take a look at these 3 inscriptions. Which one do you want to choose?" Long Yan took a closer look. Dragon power, increase attack power by 20%. Balong, all attacks have a 30% chance to trigger 1.5 times the damage and a knockback effect. Mad Dragon, abandon dragon scale defense for a short period of time and gain 100% attack power bonus. The higher the grade, the longer the duration. The first type of engraving is a passive bonus, which does not bring high benefits, but is stable. The upper limit of the second type of engraving is very high, and it is triggered with random probability, which depends a bit on luck. The third type of inscription has the highest burst, which is almost equivalent to a critical hit with every strike. If used well, it can kill people across levels in 1 second. The flaw is also obvious, that is, during the duration, Long Yan's passive defense will be ineffective and she will be easily injured. Long Yan thought for 0.01 seconds. He said resolutely, "This king wants a third skill. But, if you activate this state, you will lose the dragon scale defense and your survivability will become very weak." Wei Qi hesitated. He originally wanted to engrave Balong on Long Yan to increase the output limit. I didn't expect Long Yan to be so eager for power. Long Yan raised the corner of her mouth slightly and lifted Wei Qi's chin with a smile. "Tisk tisk, didn't the master say that he would protect me? That being said, I have made up my mind. I will choose the Mad Dragon. Only the power to destroy heaven and earth is worthy of me." Long Yan's subtext is, "I leave my life in your hands." Seeing her determined look, Wei Qi said no more. When the trust value reaches 50, the synchronization of spiritual seal skills will be enabled. Long Yan, who has obtained indestructible Vajra, may be able to maximize the damage of Mad Dragon. 3 hours later, Wei Qi breathed a sigh of relief after looking at the exclusive engraving. The tense spirit is relaxed. Long Yan's grade is too high, and it takes a lot of mental energy to engrave it for her. Finally, it's over. Wei Qi sat weakly at the head of the bed, breathing heavily. Long Yan supported Wei Qi with a smile on her face. "Master, thank you for your hard work." She held her chin with one hand and looked at her master who had fainted beside her. Her eyes were no longer as arrogant as at the beginning, but instead contained a hint of attachment. The two were connected heart to heart and seemed to be able to feel each other's heartbeat. Humans are such a strange race. I don't hate it either. Laxative just got off the plane. I was shocked by the income from gifts yesterday. It was over 60. It seems I'll have to add another chapter after I get home and settle down. Currently owed 2 more chapters. Hold on to your seatbelts. Please follow me. Please add me to the bookshelf. Please add me to the free gift. Chapter 118, Wei Qi's Confusion. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. My head feels dizzy, as if my body has been hollowed out. There are still some limits to the strength of his spiritual power in engraving and strengthening the Demon Dragon King. How my head feels dizzy and I want to vomit. Long Yan. So it's considered a successful engraving? Long Yan clenched her fists, and the spiritual energy in her body ran at high speed along the engraved route. Buzz. A terrifying ball of black flames suddenly burst out from her body, and her anti-gravity skirt began to flutter. Long Yan looked at the black flames burning on her body, and the corners of her mouth curled up happily. Yes, this is the power of a Beastmaster? She glanced at the weak Wei Qi again, and a pang of pain suddenly flashed through her heart. He has put so much effort into this, so I should reward him. Liang Shui hummed a little tune outside the tent. Drink my soup, clean your intestines, be a good person from now on. The broth in the teacup was bubbling. Master, haven't you finished engraving yet? Liang Shui muttered to herself as she stirred the meat. Although she was a little jealous of Long Yan, these were minor issues for the sake of her master's future. Liang Shui, thank you for your hard work. Wei Qi walked out of the tent with a rosy complexion. Master, would you like to have a bowl of soup to nourish your body? But there is no excuse now, otherwise Liang Shui will be sad. Grandpa, I'm here to see you. With the determination to die, Wei Qi took the Mingpa soup, specially prepared by Liang Shui, and drank it all in one gulp. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. What the hell is this banana inside? The taste has improved a lot. Wei Qi gave a thumbs up. Why is there a banana in the broth? Liang Shui shyly lifted her cheeks and shook her ears. I heard that bananas are high in calories and can help the master restore his spiritual power. Wei Qi smiled slightly and fell to the ground with a plop. Although the strengthened stomach can now withstand such dark cuisine, the taste buds in the mouth have suffered. Liang Shui helped Wei Qi up with a panicked look on her face. Master, what's wrong with you? Wei Qi showed a peaceful expression. It's okay. I'm full and a little sleepy. Liang Shui's big tail slowly drooped. Shui thought that the master didn't like the broth Shui made. It's so scary. It seems that he will have to eat these dishes made with love with the intention of dying. Wei Qi, who was immersed in the service of the big fox's lap pillow, suddenly discovered. Although the food made by Liang Shui is extremely unpalatable, it is extremely good at replenishing energy. I'm not hungry anymore, and my headache is gone. Long Yan slowly opened the tent, her nose twitching slightly. What's that smell? It smells so good. Liang Shui gently stroked Wei Qi's forehead while looking at the boiling broth. Sister Long Yan, Shui just made a big pot of soup. Would you like to try it? A hint of a victorious smile appeared on Long Yan's lips. Then I won't be polite. Gulp. One bowl down. Long Yan's eyes turned white, and she fainted. Master? Long Yan. Liang Shui widened her bright blue eyes with an expression of disbelief. She fell asleep because she missed her deceased compatriots. Liang Shui held her chin up and smiled foolishly. That's the good thing about being young. You can fall asleep right away. Records of the Grand Historian, 5024th year of the Tianxian calendar. The evil flame fallen demon dragon king was attacked by an unknown biochemical weapon from the ice vortex nine-tailed demon emperor. Wei Qi looked at the sky, feeling satisfied. The intimacy between the two pets is steadily increasing. His beast tamer level is also far beyond his peers. The third spiritual pet is about to be obtained. If I had to say there was anything I regretted, all that was left was a message to Sister Lu expressing my feelings and my father. The reason why Wei Qi was not in a hurry to eat Liang Shui was because he still had a mature and charming big sister in his heart who cared for him in every way. He also understood that he and Liang Shui did not have a deep relationship, and it was more of an instinctive desire that was at work. He was worried that if he fell into the fox's arms, he would slowly forget Lu Suyu and Bai Yue Guang, whom he once had a crush on. If God gave him another chance, he would definitely choose to go to the appointment. Even if Sister Lu ruthlessly rejects me, it is better than harboring illusions now. At least he didn't have any psychological burden to eat the big white fox. Liang Shui had been with him day and night for so long, so she naturally knew how important Lu Suyu was in Wei Qi's heart. The smart fox will not choose to fight actively. She chooses to use time to slowly change her master. Anyway, Liang Shui's charm tactics have been successful, and the master has been bewitched by her and is uneasy. Long Yan, who was lying beside him, slowly opened her eyes and cried, Cody, Luoya, please don't leave me. Wei Qi pinched Liang Shui's cheek and said, Long Yan is awake, and I've recovered. We should go and deal with the vengeful spirits that polluted the dragon veins. Yes, master. Liang Shui smiled happily. I'm going blind from typing on my phone. Today's update ends. I hope everyone will support me. Currently, owed 2 more chapters. Chapter 119, The Evil Renzi. What is this, my king? Long Yan, who was slowly waking up, shook her dizzy head. Wei Qi quickly explained. Ahem, you fell asleep after eating just now. Now we have to deal with the last boss. Long Yan was stunned by the poisonous food. Well, I also want to try out my new power. Wei Qi and Liang Shui took back the camping tent. This thing costs several thousand yuan, and Wei Qi is reluctant to waste money. Okay, everyone is in top form. Wei Qi put on his gloves, gripped the sacred lance tightly, and took Liang Shui and Long Yan with him as they stepped into the portal that was glowing green. Evil Sakura sword, I'm Reiner. Step into the portal. The space vibrated violently, instantly sweeping over the 3 of them. Wei Qi's eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found a magnificent pagoda in front of him. The tower door was wide open, and a heart-pounding power slowly flowed out from inside. The ground beneath my feet was extremely wet, and blood rained continuously from the sky. Wei Qi, holding his sacred lance and accompanied by his 2 spirit pets, stepped onto the dilapidated steps of the demon-suppressing tower. After thousands of years, the stones used to cast the steps have weathered, and every step you take will shatter them into pieces. The gate of the demon-suppressing tower has been eroded by time, and green moss has grown on it. The seal originally used to seal it has long been broken. The power of the evil Sakura's sword spirit had already broken through the critical point of the tower's suppression. I've heard for a long time that babies who die turn into vengeful spirits that are full of hostility. What follows is bound to be a tough battle. Liang Shui stretched out her fox claws, seeming a little hesitant. Long Yin, with her powerful aura, kicked the rotten tower door into pieces. Boom! There were no undead blocking the door as imagined, nor were there gusts of cold wind. The silence was eerie. Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at Long Yin at the same time. It seems to be asking, what are you going to do? The corners of Long Yin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. It's not my style to be timid. If one comes, I'll kill him. If 2 come, I'll kill them both. Wei Qi could only pick up his gun and step forward to the first floor of the demon-suppressing tower. The 3 of them had just entered the first floor. Woo woo woo. A sad cry of a woman came from the top of the tower. Wei Qi felt like he was in a horror movie, and his back felt cold. Rustle. Along with the crying of the evil Sakura sword spirit, huge strange insects with human faces and insect bodies emerged from the stone wall of the first floor of the demon-suppressing tower. The insect's entire body was green, with a small lantern hanging from its butt, iron thorns growing from its wings, and a long poisonous stinger extending from its mouthparts. Liang Shui was so frightened by this that she raised her tail and even forgot to hide behind Wei Qi. I hate bugs the most. Wei Qi sensed the panic in Liang Shui's heart, and he aimed at the swarm of insects with one hand. Flame. The essence of the fireball flew out and landed steadily on the insect swarm, causing a violent explosion. Ugh, hi. It hurts. I want to go home. The strange insect man groaned in pain on his face. Long Yin, be careful of their death rattle. Just a disgusting bug. Long Yin closed her eyes slightly, and the roar of the evil dragon instantly covered the first floor of the demon suppression tower. The strange insect that was about to get close to his face was instantly shattered into pieces by the powerful spiritual pressure. Some lucky ones who were not killed instantly had stars on their heads and stood there in a daze. Liang Shui's body stopped shaking. She looked at the domineering demon dragon king in front of her, and the fear in her heart was gradually replaced by fighting spirit. I can't lose to her. Ice cannon. Flame. Liang Shui and Wei Qi worked together to use the 9 heavens of ice and fire to kill all the remaining stunned monster insects. Finally free. Thank you, stranger. Human souls flew out of the strange insects and floated towards the sky. Could they be the souls of those undead warriors at the beginning? After death, he was controlled by the power of the evil cherry sword spirit and merged with the insects, becoming neither human nor insect. Wei Qi gripped his lance tightly. We must kill the evil cherry sword spirit and liberate the souls of these warriors. Their ending should not be like this. Wei Qi's fighting spirit has increased. The 3 of them cleared a layer of human-faced monster insects and continued to move upwards. The obstacles that appear on the 2nd floor are 6 giant centipedes with human faces, which can easily scare children and women to death. The 6-tailed fox phantom created by Wei Qi and the demon fox phantom created by Phantom Assault constantly confused the opponent, and the scene formed a 7v6 situation. Long Yin and Liang Shui, full of fighting spirit, compete with each other. The cross-use of Snowfall and Dragon Roar can greatly shorten the vacuum period. The ice-attributed spirit pet's control over the field, combined with Long Yan's explosive single-target output, is almost like the king of hell calling out to anyone who sees it, and whoever it is will die. The 6 human-faced centipedes failed to create numerical dominance, and were no match for Long Yin at all. Wei Qi ran behind a centipede with a human face, and with the power of a dragon, he shot through the back of the opponent's head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the human-faced centipede dies, a ball of green venom bursts out. Long Yin quickly moved and hugged Wei Qi's waist, saving the hero beautifully. Thank you, Long Yin. Long Yin said with some arrogance. Beastmaster, just stay back and hang out. You don't need to get involved in battles. I'm saying, if someone gets hurt, who will take care of everyone's daily needs? Just a mere master. Don't let your imagination run wild. You are my partners, not my slaves. I can't hide in a safe place and let you take risks. Wei Qi insisted. Tisk, just don't hold me back. Ding trust value increased to 48. Walk up the spiderweb-covered stairs to the top floor. The green spiritual energy visible to the naked eye became increasingly dense, and a rotten smell wafted into the nose. Whoa, father, is that you? A female voice, seemingly far away, came from the front. Wei Qi took a closer look. A figure emitting green light was kneeling on the top floor of the demon-suppressing tower. Its limbs were bound by black chains, and its long pink hair was spread on the ground, making it impossible to see its face. Judging from the outline, it looks like a woman. Wei Qi stepped onto the third floor. Gugu, is it finally here? The sound of chains dragging on the ground was heard, and the evil Sakura sword spirit slowly raised its head, staring at Wei Qi and others with two blood-red eyes. Kill you. She curled her fingers on her right hand. Buzz! A phantom wrapped in a blood-green long sword quickly condensed and slashed towards Wei Qi's neck. Long Yan's pupils dilated slightly. She flew forward and slapped the long sword phantom with one claw. This is easy. Long Yan discovered that the opponent's sword energy was very destructive, and a blood mark appeared on the palm of her hand. Her attack power is very strong. You must be extra careful. Seeing that the evil cherry sword spirit did not kill the enemy instantly with one move, she slowly climbed up from the ground, and the huge evil rose and fell. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Didn't Qi Feili use a baby girl when he killed women to refine his sword? How come it has become so big now? This one is the biggest one Wei Qi has ever seen, no doubt about it. Second brother. I just don't know what he looks like. Wei Qi quickly blocked out his second brother's thoughts. Please follow me for more updates and free gifts. After watching this, handsome guys, please send a message to Wei Qi to show your support. Chapter 120 The Powerful Evil Sakura Blade. Woo. The green light on the evil Sakura sword spirit became stronger and stronger. Kill. She hooked her 5 fingers, and several green knife shadows slowly condensed. Wei Qi immediately ordered, disperse. We have no treatment, and if we are seriously injured we will lose our combat effectiveness. Boom! 5 sword energies slashed towards Wei Qi in a fan shape. Sizzle. The space seemed to be torn apart by the sword energy, causing ripples. Liang Shui quickly used the displacement effect of Phantom Strike to avoid the sword attack, while Long Yin chose to face it head-on. The enemy was too fast, and there was no time to use the grappling gun to escape from the battlefield. Wei Qi had no choice but to create 3 huge stone sculptures in front of him, holding guns in both hands and protecting them tightly against his chest. Boom! The green blade energy easily penetrated the 3 stone sculptures and then slammed heavily into the sacred lance. Bang! Something happened that left Wei Qi dumbfounded. The sacred lance broke with a sound and shattered into 2 pieces on the spot. Oh my god! This guy is N times stronger than Kyle was back then. Wei Qi felt a heat in his chest, and his body flew backwards like a ball and hit the wall hard. Owner! Liang Shui wailed. Ahem, don't mess up the formation, I'm fine. When Long Yan saw Wei Qi injured, a subtle anger flashed in her eyes. She flashed to the side of the evil cherry sword spirit, and her right claw burst out with dazzling black light. Broken sinew claw. Puff. The evil Sakura blade spirit has no combat experience and can't even dodge. Her body was pierced by Long Yan's claw. Cut. There was no hesitation in the eyes of the evil Sakura blade spirit as she waved her left hand. A uniquely shaped evil sword phantom slashed towards Long Yan from the left. Die. Liang Shui's ice cannon in the back was fully charged, and the azure light curtain pierced the chest of the evil Sakura sword spirit. But she was like a ghost without any sense of pain, completely ignoring the injuries on her body. The evil sword phantom was not affected by the slowing effect and was about to chop Long Yan's body. A golden light suddenly appeared. 3 foxtails hooked around Long Yan's waist and pulled her to safety. The evil sword chopped the right wall, directly blasting a hole in the demon-suppressing tower. Owner. Long Yan was so shocked by the opponent's destructive power that she was speechless. What level of power is this? Could it be the Saint Destroyer level? Wei Qi, transformed into a 6-tailed demon fox, became unusually calm. I'm the only one who can withstand this guy's attack. Liang Shui, follow my instructions. Long Yan, find your own opportunity. Don't rush to use the crazy dragon mode. Wei Qi's eyes flashed with several golden lights, and 2 fox phantoms, 1 golden and 1 white, appeared on the field. Liang Shui, come on. Yes. Projecting the ability to lure the enemy and test them is the most basic tactic. The evil Sakura sword spirit had never experienced a proper battle, and she thought that there were 3 more enemies out of thin air, so she used the evil sword to slash again. The huge evil sword slashed horizontally, targeting all targets except Long Yan. A trace of panic flashed in Wei Qi's eyes. Doesn't this guy have a built-in CD for his ultimate move? Liangxue, be careful, step back. Unfortunately, it's too late. As a Saint Destroyer level evil Sakura sword spirit, it becomes stronger with each battle. This time the attack speed is much faster than before. Phantom, Wei Qi and Liangxue did not dodge the attack. A mysterious blue light flashed on Liangxue's body. Chu Lian was triggered and completely immune to the sweeping slash of the evil cherry sword spirit. Puff puff puff. As the phantom exploded, several layers of faint green shields appeared on the surface of the evil Sakura sword spirit. Hit the enemy to gain a shield? What a disgusting skill. Liangxue, leave the front to me. Don't use the snow waterfall you have in your hand. Feel free to do the rest. Taking advantage of the distraction of the evil Sakura blade spirit, Long Yin went around behind the enemy. The fallen claw and the broken tendon claw were wrapped in a thick black halo, and they stepped on the Dragon King's domain and hit the top of the head of the evil Sakura blade. Puff, puff, puff. The shield on the surface of the evil Sakura sword spirit shattered like bubbles, and its head was smashed by Long Yan's claw. Is it over? No, her life state is very strange. Long Yin retracted her arrogant attitude and successfully attacked Liangxue, taking advantage of her slowing down and hamstring effects to quickly escape from the battlefield. Wei Qi was also stunned. Even though the attack of this big sword spirit was reduced by 20%, it was still like a ghost. Its head was blown off, but it did not die immediately. How can I defeat her? Kyle, who had made him feel pressured at the beginning, was nothing compared to her. Fortunately, Wei Qi has a ferocious DPS under his command. Otherwise, it would take a long time to rely on Liangxue's attack power to wear down the opponent. The only way to defeat her is to find an opportunity to use Demon Capture plus Mad Dragon plus Focus Fire. If you still can't kill him, use the talisman given by Shun Miao and run away. Long Yin also felt a little suffocated. Devil Flame devouring the sky, which can absorb long-range spiritual attacks, is ineffective against materialized sword energy. Crazy Dragon out of the sea is a group damage skill, and is not as good as Hamstring Claw in single combat. The body of the evil Sakura blade spirit is just a sword, so naturally it has no control skills, and its passive control-free function is not effective. The previous advantage over the enemy no longer exists, just in terms of attack power. Without activating the Mad Dragon, Long Yin would definitely not be able to defeat the current evil Sakura sword spirit. Don't worry, Long Yin. Liangxue and I will create opportunities for you to attack. All you need to do is stay calm. We all believe in you. The evil Sakura blade spirit's vitality was enhanced by the Heavenly Authority Order, making it extremely powerful. Even Shi Feili couldn't kill her in her childhood, so he used sealing magic to seal her on the top floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Fortunately, Liangxue has strong control ability. The evil Sakura blade spirit was covered in ice, and its movement speed was greatly reduced, making it difficult to find an angle to attack the three scattered people at the same time. Wei Qi, who has the immortality effect, acts as a meat shield and fights her head-on. Liangxue threw a slowdown weapon at the back, and Long Yin looked for opportunities to hit her back from time to time. It's like a group of TM fighting a boss. 10 minutes later, the golden flame on Wei Qi's body gradually weakened. At his current level, the mountain and sea transformation can last for a maximum of 20 minutes. The attack speed of the evil Sakura blade spirit is getting faster and faster. Before Long Yin could retreat, she was targeted by a newly emerged skill. The evil Sakura sword spirit's entire body burst out with a green light that shot up into the sky, and its figure instantly transformed into countless swords, forming a sword formation on the ground. Long Yin subconsciously raised her arms to block. Boom! Even with 40% damage reduction, she was still knocked away by this powerful move, and her body was thrown high into the air. Boom! The exploding sword shadow directly pierced through the top of the demon-suppressing tower, and the entire tower began to crumble. The sword shadows in the sky gradually merged into one, and the eyes of the evil cherry sword spirit, which was gaining momentum, were filled with murderous intent. She leaped high into the air, her right arm transforming into a giant sword. Weep. Ghost. Shock. Heaven. Collapse. Seeing that Long Yin might be attacked fatally, Wei Qi roared and used the most crucial flame shock blade. A huge fire knife fell from the sky and pierced through the body of the evil cherry sword spirit. The huge spiritual power knocked her away. The crooked weeping ghost Jingtian split the demon-suppressing tower into two halves. Liangxue immediately retreated and jumped to the ground with Wei Qi's body hanging on her. Wei Qi steadily caught the flying Long Yin, who was in a state of paralysis. Boom! This demon-suppressing tower that had stood for 1,000 years was reduced to ruins. Long Yen looked at the flying, evil cherry blade spirit and said through gritted teeth, "Crazy dragon." Buzz. The clothes on her body were torn into pieces, and a terrifying black flame enveloped her graceful and enchanting body. The braid that Wei Qi had worked so hard to comb was scattered and fluttered in the wind. The Demon Dragon King was completely enraged by the evil Sakura sword spirit. Chapter 121 Collecting the Evil Knife. This was the first time in Long Yan's life that she was beaten to the point where she couldn't fight back. It's not that she has become weaker, but that the evil Sakura sword, which has integrated the power of the Heavenly Power Order, is too strong. If she were to fuse any one of the 7-star orders, she would be able to defeat the current Tianquan evil cherry knife. Unless the opponent could combine the sword and the knife, he would have no power to fight back. The Dragon King's dignity made Long Yen give up defense. When she enters the Mad Dragon state, her strength doubles. Falling Claw. The sharp dragon claws directly shattered half of the evil Sakura blade spirit's body and triggered the stun effect again. Puff, puff, puff. Continuous claw strikes, each one causing fatal damage. Liang Shui also took the opportunity to step forward to supplement the control. The evil Sakura sword spirit, which had just awakened, was once again immobilized by the silence killer. Wei Qi cooperated with Long Yin to stretch out their claws on the chest of the evil Sakura blade spirit, pressing her hard to the ground, unable to pull her out. The green light on the evil Sakura sword spirit's body dimmed, and it was controlled and beaten by the 3 men. Kill. The evil cherry sword, which was filled with anger, wanted to use the move of transforming into a sword formation again to knock the 3 people in front of it away. Then use the second stage of the ghostly tier to kill the enemy instantly. Unfortunately, Wei Qi was well prepared. Liang Shui, Fiery Blade Shock. Wei Qi in the Shanghai transformation state can obtain the size of a designated spirit pet, and the spirit pet will also obtain the spirit mark under its own spirit contract. Liang Shui is the first spiritual contract, corresponding to the fiery shock blade. The second flaming knife followed. The precise silence perfectly interrupted Xie Yingdao's ultimate move and knocked her away again. Boom! The body of the evil Sakura blade spirit flew backwards, knocking over countless trees. She was seriously injured and revealed a fatal flaw. A emerald green token emerged from the broken body. The sharp-eyed Liang Shui immediately discovered that it was the Tianquan Order. The Tianquan Order burst out with a brilliant green light, and the broken spirit of the evil Sakura sword spirit was restored again. The concentrated fire damage caused by Wei Qi and others seemed to be all in vain. Long Yin frowned slightly. What kind of monster is this? Why can't I kill it? Wei Qi was also a little panicked. He had used up both of his flame shock blades, and there were less than 5 minutes left for the Shanghai transformation. Now, whoever of the 3 gets hit by that flying knife formation will die. The most sensible thing to do now is to retreat. Liang Shui took a step forward and took the initiative to say, "Master, there is still one chance. Shui's demon capture can still be used." Then she tilted her head and looked at Long Yin. "Long Yin, use your highest output on the green token that will appear soon, and leave the rest to Shui and the master." Long Yin saw the determination to face death in Liang Shui's eyes and nodded silently. Wei Qi probably understood what Liang Shui meant. He immediately canceled the transformation effect and rushed over from behind. "Liang Shui, you don't need to risk your life as bait. I have to do this job." Wei Qi's lance was broken, and he took out a mass-produced saber from his space ring. Liang Shui was a little surprised. "Master, the opponent has a group shield skill. Your projection tactics may not be effective." "It doesn't matter. I believe in Long Yan's output." The evil cherry sword spirit quickly climbed up from the ground, and several sword energies slashed towards the 3 people. Wei Qi clenched the saber in his hand and roared as he launched a charge, while at the same time creating phantoms of himself and Liang Shui on the left side of the battlefield. The evil cherry blade spirit slightly turned sideways, adjusted the angle, and slashed horizontally with the evil blade again. Wei Qi clenched the knife in his hand, muttered something silently, and then activated the Vajra Indestructible. The saber and the huge evil sword collided. A smaller indestructible golden statue appeared behind Wei Qi. Because it did not hit any enemy, its invincibility time was only 3 seconds. But this is enough for him. The horizontal evil sword shattered the 2 phantoms, and the evil cherry sword spirit gained a double shield effect. Wei Qi observed for a long time. Although this group attack plus shield refresh trick is very disgusting, it has a fatal flaw. That is, the post-swing time is very long. The evil Sakura blade spirit can only use one skill at a time. Her intelligence is not as good as that of mature humans. She does not hide her moves and fights completely based on instinct. This move will be used all the time when facing fan-shaped enemies. The circular flying knife formation that Wei Qi was most worried about would not be released at this moment. Liang Shui instantly understood what Wei Qi meant. She moved to the left instantly, trying to keep as much distance from the evil Sakura sword spirit as possible. The evil Sakura blade spirit looked at the enemies, one far away and one near, who were not in the same direction, and naturally prioritized attacking Wei Qi, who was closest to it. Boom, boom, boom. Her body once again transformed into a sword array, intending to knock Wei Qi away and kill him here. Wei Qi, who was immune to damage, was thrown high into the air, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Liang Shui used the magic trick at this critical moment. The pupils of the evil cherry sword spirit slowly turned golden, and it stood there in a daze. A huge snowstorm engulfed the body of the evil cherry blade spirit, and Jimiaisha twisted off the evil cherry blade spirit's limbs on the spot. Long Yin naturally would not give up the precious output opportunity created for her by Wei Qi. Drink. The tendon-breaking claw hit the location marked by Liang Shui. Collapse. The evil Sakura sword spirit, whose spiritual body was destroyed, once again revealed the heavenly power order in its body. Long Yin struck the Tianquan order with another claw. The green token was forcibly blasted out of the body by external force. Buzz! The green light on the surface of the evil Sakura sword spirit's body greatly decreased and rapidly faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo woo woo. Kill. The resentment in her body also leaked out as the Tianquan order left her body, and her overall strength began to plummet. Long Yin released the mad dragon and slowly landed on the ground. Liang Shui stretched out several tails to catch Wei Qi, who was falling freely. The evil cherry sword spirit's body gradually collapsed, and a blood-red sword weighing more than 100 pounds fell from the air and stuck into the ground. The blade was filled with a murderous aura, and a faint bloody light continued to emanate from the blade. Even cooler than the 999 level sword on the webpage. Wei Qi panted and gripped the hilt of the knife. Get up. The consciousness of the evil Sakura blade has not been completely destroyed, and it seems that it does not want to die. Blood-colored spiritual power slowly seeped out of the hilt and penetrated into Wei Qi's body through his palm. Wei Qi discovered Xia Yingdao's faint consciousness and hesitated whether to sign a contract with him. But she is really big. Let's try signing a contract first. If you are not strong enough, you can cancel it. Wei Qi manipulated his spiritual power to control this wisp of blood-colored consciousness and pulled it into the beast-controlling space. The third black hole sensed the soul breath and began to absorb it frantically. In an instant, the third black hole was half filled with blood-colored spiritual power. The consciousness of the evil Sakura sword spirit was prevented from further collapse, thanks to Wei Qi's spiritual contract. The blade hummed, as if moaning with joy. Wei Qi suddenly felt that the weight of the blade was no longer heavy, and it was very easy to use. The outline of exquisite swordsmanship suddenly appeared in my mind. Congratulations to the master for successfully taming the third spiritual pet, evil Sakura blade. Liang Shui wagged her tail happily. Wei Qi hurriedly checked the panel of the beast taming space. Hiss. Yesterday's gift 15.5. I will try to add the next chapter in the evening. Please follow me, add me to your bookshelf, and give me free gifts. Chapter 122. Her name is by Rome. 40 gifts plus 1/2. Name evil Sakura sword knife. Rank, lower epic level, medium legendary level. Level 0. Race, spiritual weapon. Skill, soul chaser, normal active. After a short charge, it will cause physical damage to all enemies in a straight line. Upon hitting, it will gain a layer of evil fury effect. Consuming evil fury will add an additional stun effect. Deadly sword. Unlocked by obtaining the evil Sakura sword. Horizontal demon slash. Elite active, causing range slash to all enemies within the fan-shaped range, hitting a target to gain a layer of evil rage effect, consuming evil grudge to increase the attack range. Dark moment break. Unlocked by obtaining the evil Sakura sword. Weeping ghosts shocking the sky. The Emperor takes the initiative. After using it, he enters an invincible state and causes devastating damage to targets within 3 meters of himself and knocks them away. After successfully knocking them away, he can lock onto a single enemy and attack them additionally. Mad Demon Sword Slash. Unlocked by obtaining the evil Sakura sword. World-destroying sword. Epic passive. Ignores enemy defense attributes. Unlocked by obtaining the evil Sakura sword. Rage and resentment. Legendary passive. Each time the evil Sakura blade gains the evil rage effect, it provides the master with a high shield. Unlocked by obtaining the evil Sakura sword. Soul-destroying cold edge. Obtain the evil Sakura sword. Unlock after your trust value reaches 50. Ghost dance breaks the sky. Obtain the evil Sakura sword and increase the trust value to 75 to unlock. Sword and blade. Obtain the evil Sakura sword and unlock it when your trust value reaches 100. Trust value 20. Wei Qi took a breath of cold air. The power of the evil Sakura knife far exceeded his imagination. Although she has no death rattle skills, all of her active skills consist of 2 sets of skills. Unfortunately, due to the lack of the evil Sakura sword, the passive skill can only obtain half of its ability. No wonder this guy could smash the sacred lance with 1 sword and even break Long Yan's level 6 dragon scale defense. It turns out to be the noble 100% physical penetration. Misunderstanding resolved. Wei Qi summoned the evil Sakura blade from the beast taming space. Change for me. The evil cherry knife in his palm slowly broke free and turned into a human figure. A pink-haired girl, about 1.7 meters tall, slowly appeared in front of Wei Qi. She had a fair and flawless face, long eyelashes, curved eyebrows, light green eyes full of innocence, and a rosy little mouth that exuded a faint fragrance. It's hard to imagine that she is a sword spirit that grew up with resentment. It's really a machete. Liang Shui was deeply shocked. After Wei Qi had finished looking at everything, he immediately took out the white shirt he was going to change into from his space ring and draped it over the shoulders of the evil Sakura blade spirit. The pink-haired girl stretched out her arms and hugged Wei Qi, smiling happily. Master! Master! Liang Shui could no longer sit still upon seeing this, and she quickly reached out to try to pry away the evil cherry sword spirit. Let go of your master. Long Yan, can you say something too? Wei Qi, who was enjoying it, tilted his head and looked at Long Yan. He, who never had a nosebleed, felt a heat in his nasal cavity. Long Yan stretched lazily with her hands propped up against the sky, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Human clothes are too easy to tear. Hey, master, can you help me change my clothes? Master, I like it. The evil Sakura sword spirit is very close to Wei Qi because of the soul contract. The resentment that originally dominated the body almost disappeared, and the Tianquan order also left the body. The consciousness that now controls the evil Sakura sword is the result of the remaining kindness in the baby girl's heart after she grew up. Really whitewashed and 3 points weaker. But she is big. Skip the dressing part that everyone loves to watch. Wei Qi looked at the pink-haired girl who was hugging her right arm and smiling foolishly. Very excited. May I have your name? The evil cherry sword spirit smiled innocently. I don't know, master. My sister and I were thrown into the blazing furnace by our father when we were born. Sitting on a tree enjoying the breeze, Long Yan pouted and said, why does this guy seem so stupid? My sister's soul and I merged continuously during the sword forging process and eventually separated. What remained in me was the hope for a better future, while what remained in her was an extreme hatred for the real world. Liang Shui shook her head. Let's call him Watermelon Knife. It's the most suitable nickname. No, I don't want it to be called a watermelon knife. Wei Qi shook his head. How about calling you Bai Rong? Fair and tender, beautiful. Bai Rong is the type of person who is very brainless. She looks dull and is easy to deceive. She didn't resist at all. This indirectly led to the sister almost turning against Wei Qi because of the naming issue when she returned. Bai Rong jumped up happily. Bai Rong. I have a new name. I don't have to be locked in the corner drawing circles anymore. Baiyu. Wei Qi's shirt was in trouble, and the poor buttons were stretched open and flew into the sky. Buttons. I am free. Mao Dun once said, the greater the mass, the greater the attraction. In order to make Satan calm down for a while, Wei Qi changed Bai Rong back to her original form and held her in his hands. Master Bai Rong is a little hungry. Can you give me that to eat? Bai Rong's gentle and pleasant voice came to my mind. That. The evil cherry knife pointed at the ruins of the demon-suppressing tower. Wei Qi searched in the ruins for a long time before he found his brother, the Holy Lance, who had been with him for a while. It looks delicious. Master Bai Rong is hungry. All right. A broken spiritual weapon is difficult to repair. Holy Lance, if I were a girl, would you still love me? Bai Rong broke free from Wei Qi's control and turned into her original form. She took only 2 steps barefoot before she fell to the ground. No one knew how she fell, but Wei Qi's trousers were pulled down by some mysterious force. Bai Rong smiled innocently and scratched her head embarrassedly. Master, I'm sorry, Bai Rong has been tied there the whole time and has hardly walked. She smiled and held out her hand. The blood-colored spiritual power flew out along the jade arm and grabbed the broken lance. They completely devoured the holy lance like sentient tentacles. A unique upgraded light flashed on by Rong's body, and her equipment was upgraded from naked to a majestic and handsome blood-red robe. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to like her swordsman's attire and prefers old clothes that are stained with the scent of her master. Rong, who absorbed the remaining power of the holy lance, reached level 19 in one go. The trust value also soared from 20 to 30. Wei Qi took the green token handed to him by Long Yan. The words Tianquan are engraved on it. Is this the 7-star order that Shen Miao mentioned? Rong, do you know where your sister is? Under Liang Shui's patient instruction, Rong put on the dress with the teddy bear pattern that Wei Qi had chosen for her, feeling very reluctant to part with it. Of course, master. Rong smiled slightly, with a bit of a naive look. I added one more chapter when it reached 40, and there is one chapter left. Phew, I'm so tired. Chapter 123 Hook and Hang. Are you okay? Wei Qi bent down and helped her up. The demon-suppressing tower has been destroyed by Rong. The Tianquan order also separated from the host. The space where everyone was located gradually collapsed. Long Yin yawned and returned to the beast-taming space to recover. Liang Shui changed back to her mini-form and jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder. The stupid Rong was also forcibly taken into the beast-controlling space by Wei Qi. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. Wei Qi took out the talisman from the space ring. Go. Tear up the talisman. His body gradually turned into faint star spots and left here. Southern part of the Scarlet Forest. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the empty plain. Ouch! Wei Qi felt like he suddenly bumped into an unknown object, something soft. After seeing the appearance of the girl under him, Wei Qi swallowed his saliva. Broken. He knocked Shen Miao to the ground again. Will she think I'm a pervert? Wei Qi, how long are you going to watch? Shen Miao pouted. Ugh. Sorry. Wei Qi quickly straightened up as if he wanted to explain something. Shen Miao didn't mind too much. She brushed off the dust on her body and said, Alas, I didn't find the evil Sakura blade. How about you? I have fulfilled my mission. Wei Qi threw the heavenly power order in his trouser pocket to Shen Miao. Miss Shen, this is for you. It's useless for me to keep it. Shen Miao obviously didn't expect that Wei Qi would successfully obtain the Tianquan order and even give it to him voluntarily. Her seductive little mouth opened slightly, her eyes full of disbelief. Are you really going to give it to me? Ahem, just think of it as a ticket to a football game. Wei Qi complained softly. Shen Miao's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. She punched Wei Qi with a smirk. Humph. You bad guy. How could the 7th princess choose a pervert like you as her boyfriend? What's wrong with men being lustful? Shen Miao has a good impression of Wei Qi, more than friends, but less than lovers. Her ignorant emotions made her not have any psychological resistance to Wei Qi's teasing behavior. She retorted angrily. You can make lust sound so refreshing and refined. It's a real skill. Wei Qi argued with Li Ji. That's wrong. Lust is determined by men's genes, which have been passed down for thousands of years. For thousands of years, there must have been gentlemen who could remain calm even when a woman's sensual pleasure was offered. The result is that their genes have all become extinct. What you said makes so much sense that I am speechless. Shen Miao's face turned red like an apple after being teased, and she stomped her feet like a little woman in anger. Wei Qi also knew when to quit. Actually, I was just kidding. Miss Shen has helped me a lot. If I find a 7-star token again, I will give it to you. Real? Wei Qi said disapprovingly. Well, liars are puppies. Then let's make a pinky promise. Shen Miao stretched out her slippery little hand. Let's make a promise and stick to it for 100 years, or we'll never see each other again. 100 years won't do. It's too short. Okay. Then 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. Shen Miao seemed to have thought of something and quickly reached out to cover Wei Qi's mouth. Don't say such absolute words. What if? Wei Qi said with a firm look in his eyes. No matter what happens, you will always be my friend. The two completed the children's pink hook and hang. Shen Miao could never forget Wei Qi's firm and innocent eyes. Her initial purpose in making friends with Wei Qi was to win over the holder of the mountain and sea seal. Obviously, the goal has been achieved. Why do I feel a little sad? Liang Shui, we should go back to the city. Ouch. Wei Qi turned over and rode on Liang Shui's fox back. Miss Shen, see you on Monday. I have to go home and get a good sleep. Well, be careful on the road. Shen Miao nodded slightly and watched Wei Qi leave the bloody forest. Xiaozi shook his fox fur and asked curiously, Master, Since you have successfully recovered the heavenly power token, why do you feel a sense of loss? Nothing. Master, do you like him? Shin Miao held the Tianquan order in his hand and looked up at the vast starry sky. Although I also want to have a passionate love affair and experience the life of an ordinary woman, I can't do that. Master's body is still warm, and we have only recovered 2 7-star tokens. We still have a lot to do. Master, don't be sad. Xiaozi will always be with you. Wei Qi hurried back to Giant Snake City under the moonlight. Glancing at the time. Weekend. 1:55. Happy times are always short. I have to go to school again tomorrow. Wei Qi returned home and lay on the sofa. Enter the dragon cave with Shun Miao. Purify the souls of the soldiers, subdue Bai Rong, and purify the dragon cave. This is a good thing that will benefit the local people and benefit thousands of people. Liang Shui transformed into a human form and took the initiative to help Wei Qi boil water, cut fruit, and clean the house. Long Yin stretched lazily and said calmly, Haha, I'm very much looking forward to the next star pattern. You have to work hard. What's wrong with me? Why do I like him more and more? Why should reward him? It must be the fault of Shan Han and that intimacy system. System, you blame us for your low defense. How can you be so selfish? Shan Han, how many floors can you carry a bag of rice to? Wei Qi, who had a rare moment of free time, lay on the sofa and took out his cell phone. First open Uryo to collect the vegetables, then click on the WeChat message. The troublesome 7th princess did not harass him. I think they're getting tired of this, and they're just going to make as much money as they can. Wei Qi's current total assets are approximately 4.4 million, plus the 2-star academy mission that has not yet been delivered. He is already a leader among his peers. After spending some time together, he found that Qin Shijue and Shun Miao were both good candidates for girlfriends. Unfortunately, the beautiful spirit pet beside him is no less beautiful than the 2 women, so Wei Qi has no need to lower himself to please them. What's more, Liang Shui was thinking of coming over to be his wife. Wei Qi, who is not a local, said, Fox Knights and Dragon Knights are not a problem at all, the more the better. Twilight Eyes, no you don't. Satan, the Desert Death God, and the others. God, hee. The author usually doesn't go to crowded places. The ride home might have been filled with a common cold. I wanted to ask for leave to start working backstage. Think about it carefully or more. There were more than 30 gifts yesterday. Inner thought. It's all Mate One's conspiracy. Chapter 124 by Roan likes to eat metal. Master hug. Because of the soul contract and the identity of a savior, Byron becomes extremely clingy. It's simply a human-shaped pendant. Byron, you're too close. I still want to play games. Byron sucked her fingers curiously. Master, do you hate Byron? Then she looked down, searching for something. Wei Qi quickly stood up and placed her on the other side of the sofa. I don't hate it, but Byron was like a piece of leather bag that couldn't be thrown away, and she refused to let go no matter what. At this time, Liang Shua walked into the classroom with hot milk and a fruit plate. The big fox couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he saw the new machete being so clingy. She clenched her fists and tried to comfort herself. As the master's natal spirit pet, you must be generous. Don't be angry. Liang Shue showed a gentle smile and patted Byron's shoulder gently. Byron, as your master's pet, you must be obedient and not willful. But Byron doesn't want to leave her master's side. Byron answered naively. The master also needs personal space. It's impossible for him to accompany you all the time. Really? Wei Qi rubbed Byron's head. Yes. Liang Shue asked with a smile. Come, Byron, sister will take you to have fun. All right. Looking at Byron with a silly smile on her face, Liang Shue sighed repeatedly in her heart. Having too many female spirit pets is not a good thing. It is very troublesome to manage them. Wei Qi took advantage of the time when Liang Shue was teaching Byron common sense to return to the bedroom. Long Yin, who was sitting at the desk reading, slowly raised her head. Why are you so proactive today? Could it be that you've finally gotten the hang of it? 2 warm black silk stockings slapped onto his face. Wei Qi quickly waved his hands. Wait a minute. You misunderstood. I'll look up the information first and help you wash it later. Long Yin, sitting on a chair with her legs crossed, looked at him with interest. I'm going to take a shower. The beautiful dragon girl left the bedroom on her own. Wei Qi immediately turned on the computer to check how to upgrade the spirit pet. Byron is interested in painting. Liang Shue looked at her back and wiped the sweat from her head. Long Yin walked towards the bathroom barefoot. Long Yin, you have to wear slippers at home. If you want me to wear it, but I won't. Do you want to take a shower? Liang Shue asked. Byron, who was painting, put down her watercolor pen and said, Take a bath? I want to take a bath. Long Yin glanced at Byron, who looked innocent, and smiled mischievously. Little sister, do you want to take a bath together? Want? Wei Qi operated the mouse and clicked on the search engine. A weapon spirit pet is a weapon spirit born from a top-grade divine weapon. The spiritual power attribute is mostly gold, representing extreme physical damage, and normal attacks can cause bleeding effects. Not affected by the rules of pets' battle positions. The only downside is that upgrading is very expensive. The upgrade and breakthrough of the weapon spirit pet requires devouring other high-level spiritual weapons. The Holy Lance is not a common wooden stick. Where can we get the upgrade materials for Byrone and her sister in the future? Metal, eh? Wei Qi suddenly thought of the mechanical monster in Tianming Palace. These mechanical beasts seem to be weapons from the kingdom of God. Can they become Byrone's breakthrough dog food? Everyone in Tianming Palace, don't come over here. Wei Qi closed the browser and opened another one to play mobile games for a while. I wanted to update last night, but unfortunately my body couldn't take it and I felt dizzy. I haven't fully recovered from the fever yet, so there may only be 2 updates today. The total number of gifts in the last 3 days is 70. I will add another chapter after I recover. Currently 2 chapters are due. Chapter 125, The Princess in Distress. The next morning. Oh no, I'm late today. I'm afraid the willful princess will scold me again. Wei Qi, wearing a blue and white uniform, ran to the gate of Shiyue College carrying the famous breakfast. Strange, where is Qin Shijue? The little fox lying on his shoulder also rubbed his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shijue would stand at the entrance of the academy every day waiting for Wei Qi to bring breakfast, and then the 2 of them would walk arm in arm like a couple to the classroom to listen to the elders' lectures. But where is the hot and sexy Qin Shijue now? Did she get up late? Wei Qi didn't think much about it. He stood at the gate of the college like a plant, carrying his breakfast. Sun Mingho, with dark circles under his eyes, ran to the door. He was stunned for a moment. Why are you still standing here like an idiot? You're going to be late. But the 7th princess hasn't come to school yet. I have to wait for her. Why do you care about her? You'll lose points for being late. You go in first. Wei Qi shook his head. I'll go in first. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of class starting came from the classroom. Wei Qi looked at the sparsely populated street and murmured to himself. Could it be that Qin Shijue asked for leave for something? Turn on your phone. There is no message on WeChat. Wei Qi took the initiative to click on Qin Shijue's profile picture and typed, Princess, we're almost late now. Where are you? No one replied. Da-da-da? A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. Looking back, I saw that she had long, straight black hair and was confident and beautiful. Shin Miao's face looked very bad. Wei Qi, why are you still standing here like an idiot? You're already late. The 7th princess hasn't arrived yet. Have you received a reply? Without. Shin Miao herself didn't realize that the haze in her heart caused by being late had quietly dissipated. She's a royal princess. You've probably been dumped. Maybe. Wei Qi didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Let's go to class together. Shin Miao smiled happily. Wei Qi looked at the extra snacks in his hand and nodded. In the dim underground space. The mysterious magic circle completely seals the spiritual power of this place. Qin Shijue slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, she was no longer the noble and glamorous phoenix as usual, but more like a hen about to be slaughtered. She wanted to move her limbs and escape from here. The unique menstrual pain came from her lower abdomen, and her limbs were bound by the magic shackles and could not move, but her body was completely out of control. There were several syringes that had been pushed all the way down scattered around at the feet. Hateful. Ding ding ding. The vibration of the mobile phone seemed particularly loud in the quiet space. Has anyone discovered that this princess has been kidnapped? Qin Shijue raised his head with difficulty. A long-haired woman with a devilish figure took Qin Shijue's phone and said, Tisk tisk, I didn't expect the princess to be in a relationship. Bang! Lu Suyu exerted a little force, and Qin Shijue's mobile phone was crushed into scrap parts on the spot. Qin Shijue gritted her teeth and stared at the evil woman in front of her, who didn't look like a good person. She cursed. What do you want to do, you bunch of thieves? Kill me if you dare. She knew that if she fell into the hands of Tianming Palace, she would be doomed to death. It would be better to be stabbed to death than to be humiliated to death. Lu Suyu showed a hint of sneer at the corner of her mouth. She slowly squatted down and pinched Qin Shijue's dirty face. What a beauty. This princess advises you to act quickly, otherwise when Uncle Tai comes, you will all die. Little Xianwang, just a piece of dirt. Do you think he can save you? Lu Suyu giggled, slid her fingers down, and gently pulled open Qin Shijue's shirt, revealing her plump and ample breasts. Guyu. Lu Suyu touched her pride and made another simple comparison. Tisk Tiske, you are truly a demon that brings disaster to the country and the people. Fortunately, you are not a pure-blooded celestial being. Otherwise, the end that awaits you would definitely be more painful than death. Qin Shiju naturally knew the secret of the celestial clan. She said with a firm look in her eyes, Father will definitely send someone to rescue me. Humph Emperor Qin has already married you off to the Wen family, and you still expect them to send someone to rescue you? Silly sister, you're too naive. Qin Shijua. Dong dong dong. The sound of ghost hands came from outside the door. Jiao, how is her condition? One more injection, and you can skip this period. Lu Suyu said lightly. Ghost hands said anxiously. Arist has urged us several times. The demon god resurrection plan is ready. The only thing missing is this little girl. Lu Suyu shrugged. Who told you not to calculate her period correctly? I was only following the palace master's orders. Okay, use the injection quickly to avoid any more trouble. Lu Suyu waved her hand impatiently. Go down. Qin Shijua's eyes were fixed on the last injection on the table. Although she couldn't understand what they were saying, she had to delay the injection. Oh my god, someone come and save me. I don't want to die yet. Chapter 126, Falling into the Quagmire. Wei Qi and Xin Miao lost 100 college points for being late. The impatient Yin Zuan hurriedly urged, You too. Hurry up and find a seat. I still have to continue teaching. I'm sorry, Elder Yin. Xin Miao's pretty face turned red and she hurried away. Sun Mingho, who was sitting at the edge of the classroom, waved desperately at Wei Qi. Take a seat. Wei Qi, what is your relationship with Sun Miao? Sun Mingho, who was very gossipy, asked in a low voice. Good friend. Really, there's no adultery? How is that possible? Who told you that? Sun Mingho smiled awkwardly. The other sisters are complaining. By the way, how far have you and the seventh princess progressed? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Have you done anything else? If you can really get her, you will be very successful. Of course not. Huh? What a pity. There was no one sitting where Qin Shijua usually sat, which meant she didn't come to school. Wei Qi vaguely remembered that Qin Shijua's relatives seemed to have come these days. I overheard it by accident when I bought her ice cream last time. Maybe she wasn't in class because she wasn't feeling well? Time flies, and the bell rings for the end of Get Out of Class. Get Out of Class is finally over. Wei Qi, let's go have lunch together? Okay. When the two of them went to the cafeteria, a group of dragon guards wearing armor and golden cloaks quickly surrounded the two men. The leader was a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and an unshaven beard. He showed his ID and said slowly, You are Wei Qi, right? Yes, what is it? Sun Mingho was so frightened that he dared not breathe loudly. These are members of the Tianxian Alliance Dragon Guard, and their actual power is higher than that of the city guard officers of Giant Snake City. Not even the Dragon Emperor has the authority to command the supreme commander of the Dragon Guard. Long Yin looked at Wei Qi, who was silent. Wei Qi, the seventh princess left the city on Saturday and hasn't returned yet. Wei Qi's pupils suddenly dilated. No wonder there has been no news from the rich young woman. Why did she go out of town by herself? We received a report from Mr. Qin Tai that you are suspected of colluding with the thieves from Tianming Palace to kidnap the seventh princess. According to Mr. Qin Tai, the seventh princess followed you out of the city that day, which is why they were attacked by the Heavenly Fate Palace. You were the last person to come into contact with the seventh princess, so you are listed as the #1 suspect. Please cooperate with the investigation. Long Yin's tone was heavy and imposing. Wei Qi felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Follow me out of town. A not-so-good script came to mind. Qin Shijua thought that he and Xin Miao were having an affair, so she secretly left the city to molest Wei Qi. As a result, he was caught on the spot by the evil organization that had been planning for a long time. He didn't dare to think about the subsequent plot. Sun Mingho immediately retorted, Captain Long, are you mistaken? Wei Qi is the seventh princess's boyfriend. How could he harm the princess? Long Yin glanced down, and the dragon guards beside him immediately stepped forward and locked Sun Mingho. Don't talk too much if you're not involved. Wei Qi said coldly. The person you are looking for is me. It has nothing to do with him. That depends on whether you cooperate or not. A report from a dragon guard soldier came from behind. Captain, Xin Miao has been brought here. Wei Qi looked back. The beautiful woman with long black hair was also taken to the center of the playground by several dragon guard soldiers. With the arrival of Xin Miao, more and more people gathered around to watch the fun. Look, isn't he the princess's gigolo boyfriend? Why was Wei Qi detained by the dragon guards? Look, isn't the girl next to you Xin Miao from the Thunder Palace? Aren't you guys really that out of touch? I heard the seventh princess is missing, and it seems like Wei Qi and Xin Miao are responsible. Could it be that the princess was killed because she discovered their affair? Wei Qi looked at Shen Miao, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Why were you also arrested?" Shen Miao shrugged. "They said I was suspected of kidnapping the princess. There's nothing I can do." Long Yin nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Take them all away." "Yes." "Captain Long, wait a minute." Just then, the temperature in the center of the playground plummeted. A large green bird flew over the crowd's heads, and a man in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses fell from the sky and landed steadily. "It's Linbu, Wei Qi's homeroom teacher." Wei Qi was a little surprised. "Teacher Linbu?" Linbu pushed his glasses up and said, "Captain Long, Wei Qi and Shen Miao are students of our Shiyue Academy. Isn't it a bit overstepping your authority to take them away without a word?" Long Yin sneered. "Does the Tianxian Alliance need to report to a teacher like you?" Linbu said coldly, "Our Shiyue Academy is a key high-level beast taming academy. If you want to arrest someone at will, you need a city-level arrest warrant. Do you have one?" Long Yan's face looked a little ugly. The city-level arrest warrant is still under application and has not yet been reviewed. But rescuing the princess is urgent, and we should not waste time now. If Captain Long doesn't have an arrest warrant, please go back. I trust my students. Long Yin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If anything happens to the seventh princess, who will bear the responsibility? I will take responsibility. A deep male voice came from the sky. A beam of fire slowly flew from far away to near. Yan Ziyuan, flying in the air, flicked his sleeves and landed steadily in front of everyone. The seventh princess was a student at Shiyue Academy. She disappeared during school hours, so the academy naturally needs to bear the relevant responsibility. Yan Ziyuan stroked his beard and said, "Long Yin, you are also an old man. Why are you in such a hurry to finish your task after arresting 2 little kids?" Old man Yin, this matter has nothing to do with your Shiyue Academy, so don't get involved in this mess. There seemed to be some conflict between Long Yin and Yan Ziyuan, and their words were filled with tension. This is Shiyue Academy, not a place for you to run wild. Yan Ziyuan waved his hand, and the scorching air wave pushed back the Dragon Guard soldiers behind him. A majestic, blue-eyed, fire-scaled beast appeared behind him, glaring at the Dragon Guards. "Drink!" Long Yin roared angrily and stomped his feet. A 7 or 8 meter tall steel stone giant crawled out from the ground, scaring the surrounding students so much that they fled. "Old man Yin, are you determined to go against the Dragon Guards?" Long Yin, without an arrest warrant, don't even think about taking anyone from Shiyue Academy away. These 2 are serious suspects of colluding with the Heavenly Fate Palace. Bringing them back for a thorough interrogation will definitely yield results. Long Yin said sternly. "You will only harm the 7th princess by doing this." Yan Ziyuan shook his head. Shiyue Academy has already lost the princess and cannot afford to lose 2 more talented students. "Old man Yin, you are such an old fool." Unexpectedly, Yan Ziyuan suddenly burst into a curse. "Long Yin, you idiot. I love you, Em. How could 2 outstanding students with a good family background collude with the Heavenly Fate Palace to kidnap the princess?" When the 2 were about to have a passionate argument. "Wait a minute, both of you." The gentle one Taoyuan and Long Tai, who was wrapped in bandages, came to the college playground. Following behind them were an unidentified man in black robe and the pot-bellied lord of the giant snake city. Wei Qi and Shen Miao looked at each other. Why is he here too? Chapter 127, Self-Destructing Truck. When Taoyuan entered the room and quickly bowed to both sides, saying with a smile, "Seniors, please calm down. I am Princess Shiju's fiancé, Wen Taoyuan. I am willing to trust the princess's judgment and believe that Wei Qi and Shen Miao are innocent." The moment Long Yin and Yan Ziyuan saw Wen Taoyuan, I thought of Master Wen, who had once saved the country from collapse and turned the tide. The 2 men each took a step back and stopped arguing, giving Master Wen a favor. Wen Taoyuan took the initiative to show a kind smile to Wei Qi and Shen Miao. "You 2 may wish to go with Captain Long and cooperate with the investigation. I have found the Lord of Giant Snake City to be the supervisor. The Dragon Guards will not do anything to you." The nymphomaniacs around them squeezed their legs together, covering their mouths and screaming, "Mr. Literature is such a gentleman. He'd even take the initiative to help his love rival out of trouble. Qin Shijue is completely blind. What good is Wei Qi then?" "That's right. If it were me, I would definitely choose the literature major." The pot-bellied Serpent City Lord wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave an awkward yet polite smile. "I, the City Lord, can be the supervisor and ensure fairness and democracy." Wei Qi looked at Wen Taoyuan in front of him, his brain thinking rapidly. Qin Shijue's mysterious disappearance is most likely related to Tianming Palace. Wen Taoyuan did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury, but instead pulled the Lord of Giant Snake City to supervise. Is this guy a turtle man? Wen Taoyuan stared at Wei Qi for a moment, then said coldly, but if you are truly spies from the Tianming Palace, don't blame me for being ruthless. If he came up and started to slander and throw dirty water, Wei Qi would be sure that he was involved in this matter. However, Wen Taoyuan's current reaction is normal. As the grandson of the Grand Tutor, what he cared about was not Qin Shijue as a person, but the marriage with the 7th princess of the royal family. Long Yin, lying on the throne chair, held her cheek with her hand. You look like you are in trouble. Do you need my help? Long Yin, what are your chances of winning? Tisk, if I want to leave, they can't stop me. If Long Yin, who is immune to control throughout the whole process, recovers her true form and performs Crazy Dragon out of the sea, the Giant Snake City will probably be demolished in half. In that case, Wei Qi would be trapped in a life of being wanted and hunted. Don't go to extremes unless it's absolutely necessary. Take one step at a time and see what happens. He and Xun Miao unknowingly became the #1 suspects, and there was no way they could escape. Qin Tai, bandaged and limping, jumped out from behind and said, Master One, why don't you take them back? The arrest warrant has been issued. When Taoyuan frowned slightly. Mr. Qin, I know you are anxious, but I am more anxious than you. Princess Shijue is my fiancée. I will definitely find a way to find her. Wei Qi and Xin Miao are both students recommended by Mr. Longmu. They should be fine. Master One, you are confused. Qin Tai was a little anxious. They are both from Pegasus City. I heard them chatting when I was fighting with the Scorpion Guardian. It seems that the Jiao Guardian of the Heavenly Fate Palace has been lurking in Pegasus City for several years. Maybe they have already defected to the Heavenly Fate Palace at that time. Liang Shui, whose hair stood on end as if facing a great enemy, opened her eyes wide. Dragon Guardian? Pegasus City? Could it be Lu Suyu? Or is it a coincidence? Qin Shijue was originally destined to die, but was killed prematurely because of the appearance of his master. Did Tianming Palace capture her to study the bloodline of the celestial beings? Unfortunately, it was doomed to be in vain, as the princess was not of pure blood. Liang Shui, how can you help your master clear himself of suspicion? Xin Miao, unable to bear it any longer, finally spoke out. You have been saying that we are colluding with Tianming Palace. Do you have any evidence? Qin Tai pointed at Wei Qi and cursed. This is all your fault. As the 7th princess's boyfriend, you went out of town with this woman on weekends without her knowledge. You used this to lure the 7th princess out of town, and then you teamed up with the guardians of Tianming Palace to severely injure me and kidnap the princess. Xin Miao clenched her fists and tried to explain. It's not what you think. We just went out of town together to complete the academy mission and stopped by the Xinshe Spring in the south of the city. Wei Qi also took out the goblin's head and the mission record on the wristband. In order to save Qin Shijue's face, he chose not to make their transaction public. Qin Tai simply didn't believe it. Even if what you said is true, with your strength, it would only take half a day to deal with the goblins. Why didn't you return to Serpent City until the early hours of last night? Xin Miao was about to retort, but couldn't utter a word. The human emperor's sword, entering the dragon cave, the evil Sakura sword, Chi Fei's tomb, and the 7-star order are not secrets that can be spoken out loud. It's like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express himself. Wei Qi stopped Xin Miao, who was about to speak, and signaled her not to speak. Old man, Xin Miao and I did have a tryst outside for a day and a night, so what? What makes you say that we colluded with Tianming Palace to kidnap the princess? Wei Qi could only learn from the great teacher and use the self-destruction tactic of sacrificing the car to save the king. He never cared about his personal reputation. Once by Rong's affairs, Chi Fei's news, Xun Miao's human emperor sword, and her pure-blooded celestial identity are leaked, they will fall into a greater crisis. Xun Miao immediately understood Wei Qi's intention. In order to protect my secret, he took the blame for most of it. As for the secret meeting that lasted for a day and a night, in order to conceal the dragon cave and the human emperor sword, Xun Miao could only admit this fact to the outside world. After all, reputation is nothing compared to life. Xun Miao's favorability has increased significantly. Everyone was shocked to hear Wei Qi's personal admission. Oh my god, this kid Wei Qi has relationships with both of those beautiful schoolgirls. Damn scumbag. Go to the spa. Why do all the beautiful women in this world like scumbags? Sun Mingho looked at him with admiration. Lin Bu was silent. The corners of Yan Xuan's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a helpless expression. Wei Qi Xin Miaoyu, the princess, sigh. You bastard. When Taoyuan felt a surge of anger in his head after hearing this. He naturally knew that Shen Miao and Wei Qi were both wronged, and he acted so magnanimously in order to gain Shen Miao's favor. When Wen Taoyuan heard Wei Qi's scumbag remarks and Shen Miao's acquiescence, he could no longer hold back. Wen Taoyuan could tolerate his nominal fiancé dating other men. After all, he didn't like women with Qin Shijua's personality. The white moonlight in my heart actually had sex with another man outside the city for a whole day and night. My heart is bleeding. Wen Taoyuan rushed to Wei Qi with swift steps, wanting to punch him. Wei Qi's reaction speed was even faster. He took a step back to avoid Wen Taoyuan's long fist and quickly counterattacked with his left elbow, knocking Wen Taoyuan to the ground. Master! The black-robed man behind Wen Taoyuan immediately helped him up upon seeing this, his pupils beneath the black robe emitting bursts of anger. Master 1. Literature Master. How dare this scumbag hit someone? Wen Taoyuan was brought back to his senses by the pain. Asshole! You deceived the princess's feelings. I won't forgive you. Wei Qi glanced at him coldly. I am indeed partially responsible for the princess' disappearance. If you have any tricks, come at me. Liang Shui, who was lying on his shoulder, also entered combat mode. Qin Tai looked at Wei Qi and gritted his teeth. Because he had no actual evidence, he just followed his inner thoughts and believed that Wei Qi, Shen Miao, and Tianming Palace were in cahoots. If Wei Qi is really not from Tianming Palace, Qin Tai can only leave the world with guilt towards the Qin family. Everyone calm down and listen to what I have to say. A deep and powerful male voice came from a distance. In less than a moment, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in front of everyone with incredible steps. It was Principal Xieyu, Zhuo Tianhong. The fever is gone, but I've had diarrhea all day. Woohoo, damn virus. Chapter 128, Zhuo Tianhong. With the appearance of Zhuo Tianhong, a gray aura visible to the naked eye enveloped everyone present. Wei Qi frowned slightly upon seeing this. This is the mark of a Xuanhuang level master, domain aura. A closer look revealed that Zhuo Tianhong had an ordinary appearance, with loose black hair, and was kind and elegant. He did not look like the Xianhuang who had the power of life and death over mortals, but rather like a single middle-aged man in the secular world. The student has met Principal Zhuo. Sun Mingho, Shen Miao, Wei Qi, and the surrounding students who were watching the show hurriedly saluted to show their respect. Zhuo Tianhong said calmly, Long Yin, it's been hundreds of years since our last fight. Did you come here today just to start a fight? Long Yan's face turned pale as he clenched his fists. Zhuo Tianhong, you've reached the level of a 2-star Xianhuang, comprehended the supergravity realm, and can easily control gravity within your range. I'm certainly no match for you, but I didn't come here today to fight you. Why did you bring in and arrest our students if you weren't looking for a fight with me? Huh? Zhuo Tianhong's eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent, and Long Yan had no choice but to avoid his sharp edge. He immediately took out his phone and showed the arrest warrant he had just approved. This is an arrest warrant jointly passed by the Northern Alliance Parliament. I now have the authority to bring Wei Qi and Shen Miao back for investigation. Zhuo Tianhong was stunned, as if he didn't expect the other party to be so well prepared. The black-robed figure behind Wen Taoyuan also stepped out of the queue. Zhuo Tianhong, the case of the 7th princess disappearance is related to the order and stability of the country. I hope you will not cause trouble for the Tianxian Alliance. Wen Qinghe, you've become a lot braver. Qin Tai limped to the front and said, Principal Zhuo, if you are determined to protect the Tianming Palace spy, I wonder if the 3 of us can kill you together. Wei Qi faintly smelled the smell of gunpowder that was about to explode. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Zhuo Tianhong smiled lightly. It might be difficult for the 3 of you alone. The black-robed Wen family member pressed the issue. Zhuo Tianhong, you are openly shielding a Tianming Palace spy. Wen Qinghe, 1,000 years have passed, and you're still the same. You stand at the back of the pack when fighting, and you're the first to make accusations. Zhuo Tianhong was not afraid at all. He was a Xuanhuang-level Beastmaster, and was accompanied by 4 Xuanhuang-level elders. Even if the Lord of Giant Snake City transferred the city defense troops, he would not be a match for Shiyue Academy. Lin Bu pushed up his glasses and suggested, Principal, the other party has an arrest warrant. It's better for us not to escalate the conflict. Wen Taoyuan also put on a smile to ease the atmosphere. Principal Zhuo, the Lord of Giant Snake City, is willing to be the supervisor. They will not lynch Wei Qi and Shen Miao. Zhuo Tianhong listened carefully to what Brin and Yin Ziyuan said. He slowly turned his head and looked at Wei Qi and the other 2. Wei Qi, this emperor asks you, have you ever colluded with the people of Tianming Palace to secretly harm the 7th princess? The students don't dare. Wei Qi said truthfully. Zhuo Tianhong glanced at Liang Shui on Wei Qi's shoulder again. After a moment's thought, he looked at Long Yin, who was always ready for battle. Long Yin, for the sake of the arrest warrant and the commander-in-chief, I can only allow you to take one person away. Otherwise, anybody will come to Shiyue Academy to demand someone else by fabricating a false charge. Qin Tai was so angry when he was called a cat and dog that his blood rushed to his heart, but he did not dare to openly target Zhuo Tianhong. The other party is a powerful man who is one level higher than him. The Dragon Emperor had let Qin Shijue come to Shiyue Academy without any guards because he believed in Zhuo Tianhong's ability. Long Yin had to consider Zhuo Tianhong's face. When a Xuanhuang-level expert gets angry, his power is even more terrifying than a level 7 monster attacking a city. If the commander-in-chief blames him, his career will be almost over. Long Yin took advantage of the situation and said, "Okay, one by one, I am just following orders." Zhuo Tianhong nodded in satisfaction. "I am also partially responsible for the disappearance of the 7th princess. Elder Yin, please cooperate with Captain Long to investigate this case and rescue the princess as soon as possible." "Yes, Principal." The hot-tempered Yin Ziyuan was like a helpless little lamb next to Zhuo Tianhong. Wei Qi and Xin Miao, who among you is willing to cooperate with Captain Long's investigation? Xin Miao, who had been silent the entire time, raised her hand first. "Principal, let me go. Wei Qi knows more about the 7th princess than anyone else here. He might be able to find the princess's location with a few clues." Wei Qi was a little angry. "Xin Miao, this matter clearly has nothing to do with you. Why are you still accepting inexplicable investigation?" Xin Miao turned around and smiled slightly. "Wei Qi, if you are trapped in the police station, you might play into someone's hands." Everyone. Before Xin Miao left with the others, she tiptoed to whisper in his ear, "Be careful with Wen Taoyuan. There's also this. Take it." She quietly put a strange talisman into Wei Qi's pocket. Long Yin took the dragon guards and Xin Miao back to report. The Lord of Giant Snake City and Teacher Linbu act as supervisors to protect Xin Miao's personal rights and interests. Zhuo Tianhong glanced at Wei Qi and said, "Wei Qi, the disappearance of the 7th princess is closely related to you. You and Wen Taoyuan will team up to investigate the princess's whereabouts. I will also send other elders to search for the whereabouts of Tianming Palace." Wen Taoyuan said anxiously, "Please rest assured, Principal. After receiving the news of Princess Shi Ju's disappearance, we contacted the city lord to strengthen security checks on northern transportation. Giant Snake City is the transportation hub of the Northern Territory. They should not have left the Northern Territory of Dragon Nation for the time being." Wei Qi casually asked, "What time do you mean by the first time?" Wen Taoyuan replied, "This morning." "Who gave you the news?" Wen Tao glanced at Qin Tai from afar. Qin Tai, covered in gauze, shook his head in bewilderment. "Why are you all looking at me?" Wei Qi said coldly, "If the princess disappeared on Saturday, why did you only report it today?" Qin Tai stammered, "I fought the Scorpion Guardian for 300 rounds, but was ambushed by another mysterious person. When I woke up, it was already Monday morning. How could he have the nerve to say that he was severely injured by Tianming Palace, stripped naked, and hung on a cliff somewhere in the south? If this matter gets out, he will no longer be able to be a Beastmaster. Hurry and find a place to bury yourself." When Taoyuan suddenly realized, "Could it be that you are the real culprit who colluded with Tianming Palace to kidnap the princess?" "I didn't. I am loyal to the Qin family of Longhua, and the sun and the moon can testify to that." Qin Tai quickly waved his hands to deny it. Qin Tai's entire body was covered in bandages, and the way he limped along didn't look fake. Zhuo Tianhong waved his hand. Qin Tai certainly wouldn't betray anyone from the Qin family. The Tianming Palace deliberately spared his life in order to pass on false information. "I'm afraid the princess was transported out of Giant Snake City by them last weekend. I will immediately dispatch additional personnel to investigate the recent 2 days' records of leaving the city and will definitely bring the princess back." After saying that, Zhuo Tianhong turned into a streak of crimson light and flew out of the campus. Qin Tai knelt on the ground in despair as if struck by lightning. "Your Majesty, I am so sorry." After saying this, he gathered a violent spiritual power in his hands and planned to commit suicide. Seeing this, Wei Qi kicked his wrist away and said, "Old man, don't you think I'm the murderer of the 7th princess? Why are you trying to commit suicide now? Even if I convict you, what's the point? The princess has already been secretly taken out of Serpent City. You're just being self-indulgent and foolishly loyal. You didn't even intend to rescue Qin Shijue. You just wanted to shift the blame for your own failure to protect her." Wei Qi no longer paid any attention to the old dog of the Qin family. If he wanted to commit suicide, then go ahead and do it. When Taoyuan said anxiously, "Wei Qi, I won't argue with you about those personal matters right now. Rescuing the princess is the most important thing right now. Okay, if I don't rescue her, I will have to bear this blame for the rest of my life. Wei Qi said with a smile. Qin Tai, who had originally planned to escape by committing suicide, slowly stood up and said, I will go with you. Wen Taoyuan quickly flattered him. Thank you for your help, senior. Wei Qi glanced at Qin Tai. The old guy still has some value. There is no need to argue with him now. How to find Qin Shijua's whereabouts. Chapter 129, Meeting the Blind Nun Again. Liang Shui, who was lying on Wei Qi's shoulder, licked his cheek and said, Master, do you have anything on you that has Qin Shijua's scent on it? Liang Shui, do you have any ideas? Shui heard on TV that the nuns of the goddess cult are proficient in finding things by using qi. Maybe we can give it a try. The people from the Palace of Destiny will definitely not leave any clues. Liang Shui said. Is purple coin okay? Liang Shui scratched her head. Not very good. It's better to be a personal item. The nuns and priests of the goddess cult all have some strange skills. For example, healing wounds, purifying guilt, finding objects with qi, treasure exploration, and so on. However, the goddess cult is not welcomed in the Eastern continent, and it is quite difficult to find a proper priest or nun. Wei Qi glanced at Qin Tai coldly. Old man, do you know where Qin Shijua lives? Qin Shijua's residence should have a lot of personal belongings contaminated with scent. Qin Tai still believed that Wei Qi was a spy from Tianming Palace and refused to speak. When Taoyuan smiled and said, Mr. Qin Tai, there is no evidence to prove that Wei Qi is the criminal. We should put the overall situation first. You are right, Master One. Qin Tai seems to trust Wen Taoyuan very much. When everyone went to the villa area where Qin Shijua lived, Wei Qi quietly took out the talisman from his pocket. This talisman has the same function as the previous one and should be used for directional teleportation. Wei Qi turned it over and saw a line of small words engraved on it. Wei Qi, I suspect this was all deliberately set up to make you take the blame. If the subsequent developments are extremely unfavorable to us, use this talisman to return to Pegasus City and hide. I have the human emperor's sword, so they won't dare to do anything to me. Don't get carried away, remembered? It turned out that this was the life-saving teleportation talisman left by Shen Miao for directional teleportation back to Pegasus City. Although he didn't know where she got this thing, Wei Qi was deeply moved by Shen Miao's behavior. She risked the human emperor's sword being exposed to go to jail for Wei Qi. This favor is probably hard to repay. Wei Qi looked at Wen Taoyuan and Qin Tai, who were talking nonstop, and followed behind them silently. His brain began to continuously organize all the current information. 1. Qin Shijua was attacked when he followed him out of the city on Saturday, and Qin Tai just woke up from his coma this morning. The first thing he did after waking up was to inform Wen Taoyuan, and then the Dragon Guards of the Tianxian Alliance, and then there would be follow-up events. 2. The people who appeared in Tianming Palace this time were a Scorpion Guardian with super combat power, a masked man who controlled a mechanical monster, and a mysterious man. 3. Shen Miao asked herself to be careful of Wen Taoyuan. 4. Shen Miao is temporarily detained and monitored by Long Wei. Although Wei Qi is currently free, his whereabouts are actually being indirectly monitored by Wen Taoyuan and Qin Tai. Wei Qi got several doubts. 1. Why didn't the people of Tianming Palace kill Qin Tai, but let him come back instead? Kill him directly. Almost no one will know the time of Qin Shijua's disappearance. Shouldn't this be the safest approach? Release him, accuse Wei Qi, someone takes the blame, or divert attention. 2. The purpose of kidnapping Qin Shijua. 3. Wen Taoyuan's performance is quite normal. If Shen Miao's prediction is true, and all the events are somehow connected to Wen Taoyuan, then the above doubts seem to make sense. The first person to take the blame for Qin Shijua's disappearance is Wen Taoyuan. The Dragon Emperor will definitely not let him off easily, so he needs a scapegoat to bear the Qin family's anger for him. If Qin Tai was killed to silence him, who would openly testify that Qin Shijua chose to leave the city in order to track down Wei Qi? Even if they wanted to put an accusation on him, at most they would say that he had bad personal conduct, which had nothing to do with him kidnapping the princess and colluding with the Tianming Palace. This matter turned from a conspiracy theory into an accident, and Wen Taoyuan, the princess's husband, had to take the blame. The other party really knows how to play chess. He kept a lingering Xian Wang and replaced Wei Qi with Wen Taoyuan's scapegoat. It's a pity that Wei Qi didn't know the purpose of Tianming Palace kidnapping Qin Shijua, otherwise he could have guessed who was the mastermind more quickly. From Wen Taoyuan's perspective, Shen Miao and Qin Shijua both have a good relationship with Wei Qi, so he does have reason to set up a plan to completely kill Wei Qi. If everything was planned by Wen Taoyuan, the current situation should not be his ultimate goal. Otherwise, he should have taken Qin Tai to arrest people on Saturday instead of waiting until Monday. Why deliberately delay for 2 days? The purpose of creating a time difference, is it to draw everyone's attention to the area surrounding the giant snake city? An even more outrageous idea came to Wei Qi's mind. For people walked out of Qin Shijue's private villa. Wei Qi held the cup that Qin Shijue often used to drink water. I heard that the Western goddess cult has the ability to find objects by using aura. This cup is heavily imbued with the princess's aura, so perhaps we'll have an unexpected gain. Qin Tai snorted coldly. Goddess cult? Just a bunch of fictitious charlatans. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Wen Taoyuan's forehead. He smiled his signature smile and said, using qi to find objects? Uncle Wen, have you ever heard of such a skill? The mysterious man in black robe shook his head slightly. Master, I have never heard of it. Qin Tai said sarcastically, Wei Qi, it's useless to delay any longer. Your companions will confess everything soon. Wei Qi sneered. Haha, your old bones are not good at fighting, but your ability to slander others is as high as a 3-story building. If I were really a spy from the Tianming Palace, would I have spared your life and allowed you to come back and report the situation? When Taoyuan continued to smooth things over, stop arguing for now. Let's try to find clues according to your method. If there is no result, we can try Mr. Qin Tai's method. Wei Qi and the other 3 quickly rushed to the goddess church in Giant Snake City with their cups of water. A typical Western building comes into view, with 7 white marble columns in front of the door and a statue of a goddess of unknown meaning standing on the roof. A nun in a white robe feeds pigeons by the fountain at the church entrance. Wei Qi greeted him in a friendly manner. Hello, are there any nuns in the church who can use qi to find things? The nun squatting on the ground feeding the pigeons slowly raised her head, with long, smooth golden hair, a beautiful fair face, and a black ribbon wrapped around her eyes. Huh? Mr. Wei Qi. Su Chan, why are you here? Wei Qi was shocked. The beautiful blind nun in front of him was Su Chan, whom he met by chance in the car that day. The latest plot is a group portrait, which I am not good at. The main purpose is to connect the contextual characters and pave the way for Lu Suyu's plot and the demon god's plot. I'm almost well again. I'll try to resume posting 3 updates tomorrow. Yesterday, I earned 80 from gifts, which is even higher than reading. Currently 4 chapters are owed for gift editions. Thanks again to Boo is a medal for challengers for the certification of being a master. Bang bang bang. Please follow the update, please give me a bookshelf, please give me a free gift. Chapter 130 Su Chan's Eyes. The blind nun stood up carefully. The bishop said that my faith was loyal and that I shouldn't be buried in a small place like Bojong City, so I was transferred to Giant Serpent City to serve as a nun. A faint blush appeared on Su Chan's pretty face, and she was obviously proud of her promotion. Wei Qi smiled politely. Then I really want to congratulate you, from being a trainee nun sent from outside to becoming a clergyman of Giant Snake City. So embarrassing. Qin Tai urged dissatisfiedly. Wei Qi, what on earth are you playing? Even the goddess cult can't protect you. Su Chan was a little surprised when she heard Qin Tai's words. Mr. Wei Qi, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Wei Qi shook his head. It's just a small matter. Please go into the church and inform them. I need the help of a nun who can find things by qi. Don't worry, there are plenty of cash. Unexpectedly, Su Chan trembled all over after hearing this. She hurriedly tugged at the sleeve of her sweatshirt to signal him to keep his voice down. When Taoyuan, pretending to be a good guy, quickly calmed Qin Tai down. Don't be angry, Mr. Qin Tai. The dragon guards will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will they let a bad person go. I believe Wei Qi is not a spy from the Tianming Palace. Master Wen Yu, alas. Qin Tai shook his head. At this point, he could only hope that Long Yin and others could get clues about Qin Shijue from Xin Miao. Wen Tao looked at Wei Qi, who was talking to the nun in the distance, and then looked at Qin Tai, who was running around in a panic. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Arister, who was hiding in Wen Taoyuan's body, nodded. Boy, your human plan is very sinister. It can be said to kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Not only can you kill Wei Qi, who is competing with you for the woman, but you can also gain Xin Miao's favor. The transaction between the king and Tianming Palace can also go smoothly, and you can also get rid of your identity as the grandson of Grand Tutor 1. When Taoyuan laughed in his heart. Of course, I have been planning since the Dragon Emperor granted me the marriage a year ago. Lord Arister can use Qin Shijue's body to return to the human world. The human souls in this giant snake city are all in your pocket. When I become the great demon god, I will make you the emperor of the world, and you will enjoy all the glory and wealth. Thank you, Lord Arist. Arist felt extremely happy. The Demon Realm Sealing War 1,000 years ago shattered the Demon Realm's plan to devour Tianxian Star. After 1,000 years of endurance and wandering, he finally saw the dawn of hope in Wen Taoyuan. As long as he is resurrected with the help of Qin Shijua's body, Arister's strength will be more powerful than any demon god who sneaked in. In essence, the demon gods that appeared on Tianxian Star were all fusions of their physical puppets and demon souls. Their true physical bodies were in the demon realm, so they were not in their full prime. Wei Tianqiu was an exception. No matter how much Wen Tao planned, he never expected that Qin Shijue would have her period at this critical moment. If Arister takes over a body and resurrects during a woman's menstrual period, he will only be able to move with a weak buff in the future, which is considered a permanent weakening. It's a loss. Therefore, Wen Taoyuan and Tianming Palace did not immediately organize the resurrection ceremony after they succeeded. So they deliberately spared Qin Tai's life and passed on false information, hoping to distract Zhuo Tianhong and others' attention to the entire northern territory. Things turned out exactly as Wen Taoyuan had planned. As the number one suspect, Wei Qi attracted most of the attention for him. Next, all we have to do is find an opportunity to kill Wei Qi and Qin Tai at the same time. The Qin family's old slave and Wei Qi colluded with Tianming Palace to murder the princess, but were caught red-handed by Wen Taoyuan and others and executed on the spot. When Lord Arister destroyed the giant serpent city, Wen Taoyuan came to the rescue of Shun Miao as a show of justice, which greatly increased his favorability. Then find an opportunity to kidnap her and turn her into a reproductive tool. From now on, the Wen family will have the final say in the world. So Wen Taoyuan has been enduring it. As long as Wei Qi can't find Qin Shijue, he and Qin Tai will be the perfect scapegoats. Su Chan stretched out her slender white index finger and put it to her mouth, signaling Wei Qi not to speak. She pulled Wei Qi to the side of the goddess church. Su Chan, what are you doing? Mr. Wei Qi, who told you that the nuns in the goddess church can use qi to find things? Wei Qi looked at Liang Shui, who was wagging her tail in his arms, in confusion. Liang Shui stretched and scratched her head in confusion. What? Is there a problem? Su Chan nervously grabbed his sleeve and said, using qi to find objects is an ability that only high-ranking nuns can comprehend. In Dragon Country, where theocracy is relatively weak, I'm afraid there are less than 10 people who can do this. High-ranking nuns are so rare. Well, only churches in key urban areas have high-ranking nuns. Wei Qi touched his chin and said, what should I do? I still want to borrow this cup to find the whereabouts of the 7th princess. 7th princess? Su Chan asked with her head tilted in confusion, looking very cute. Wei Qi briefly told her that Qin Shijue was missing and that the entire giant snake city would be affected. Is it so serious? Well, I'll go find a solution somewhere else. Mr. Wei Qi, if we can't find the 7th princess, will you be in trouble? Wei Qi scratched his head in distress. If I can't find her, I'll probably become a fugitive, right? Su Chan hesitated for a long time, as if she had made up her mind. Since Su Chan grew up, Wei Qi is one of the few strangers who is willing to protect her. When she was in Bojiang City, she was also provided with a considerable income from sales. Otherwise, Su Chan would not have been promoted from Bojiang City to Giant Snake City so quickly. Plus, she is a girl with overflowing love, otherwise she wouldn't have become a nun. Su Chan really couldn't bear to let Wei Qi wander the streets like a rat and experience that miserable life. Mr. Wei Qi, I can help you, but you must keep it a secret from outsiders. Su Chan lowered her head and whispered, real? Su Chan slowly took off the nun's hat on her head, revealing her wavy golden hair. She gently untied the ribbon that was tied around her eyes, revealing a pair of bright and clear golden eyes without any highlights. Wei Qi felt that his soul was attracted by some indescribable power, and his gaze fell involuntarily on her deep and lifeless eyes. One look at it, and you'll be captivated. Although her facial features are not as stunning as Shun Miao and Qin Shijue's, but her beautiful face seemed to be covered with a dreamlike filter, which made people obsessed and unforgettable. Wei Qi was sure that he would never forget her face and her dazed eyes. Su Chan couldn't see anything. She stretched out her hand and felt around. Where's the thing? Wei Qi lowered his head and handed over the cup of water. Su Chan fumbled for a few times, then began to stroke the water cup carefully. Her eyelids began to tremble and tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. Su Chan, are you okay? Why are you crying? It's okay, I can do it. Su Chan's left eye gradually lost its light, and the water cup in her hand gradually emitted a faint golden light. Su Chan's body fell forward without warning. Wei Qi was quick to hold her in his arms. A refreshing and pleasant body fragrance penetrates into the nose. Suchan must be a girl who takes a bath every day. Suchan, are you okay? Woo-woo, Mr. Wei Qi, I'm fine. Could you please help me tie the ribbon? Good. Wei Qi helped her tie the black ribbon without any distractions. Suchan blushed and hurriedly left Wei Qi's arms. Use your spiritual power to carefully feel the water cup, and you will find its owner. Don't tell anyone, or I'll ignore you. Wei Qi quietly put a purple coin into her hand. Thank you, Suchan. Looking at the blind nun who was fleeing in panic, Wei Qi touched his chin. Liang Xue, who do you think she is? Shuer doesn't know either. Liang Xue's voice was a little abnormal. It actually felt the power of the gods in Suchan just now. It is not the diluted divine power of the celestials, but pure and flawless divine power. There is divine power in this girl's eyes. Chapter 131, An Unexpected Reunion. Wei Qi held Qin Shijua's water cup and slowly injected the spiritual power into it. Buzz! He vaguely felt a faint golden cyclone appear in his sight, pointing to the north of Giant Snake City, and there was no end in sight for the time being. If Suchan was not joking, the cyclone was clearly pointing towards the north of the city. Could it be that Qin Shijue is still in the city? When Taoyuan walked forward with a smile, Wei Qi, what's the result? Wei Qi looked at Wen Taoyuan, who was smiling but not smiling, and shook his head. Only high-ranking nuns have the ability to find objects with qi. There are no high-ranking nuns in Giant Snake City. Qin Tai snorted coldly and didn't respond. When he saw Wei Qi and Suchan hugging each other, he subconsciously equated him with a scumbag. In my opinion, it would be better to leave the city and explore south. Perhaps we can find the princess. Mr. Qin Tai is absolutely right. Wei Qi glanced at Wen Taoyuan secretly. If he was really the mastermind behind everything, he definitely wouldn't want me to find Qin Shijue. Have you conducted an investigation in the city? Wei Qi asked. Qin Tai said angrily. Young master Wen contacted the lord of Giant Snake City and searched the city thoroughly, but still found no clues. Wen Taoyuan shook his head. These are all things I should do. Princess Shijue disappeared unexpectedly, and I am also responsible. Qin Tai licked it instead. You are too polite, Master Wen. No one will blame you. The most important thing now is to rescue the seventh princess, and then settle accounts with certain people later. That's right. Wei Qi looked at the two people in front of him who were singing the same tune. He finally understood what class antagonism was. To put it bluntly, Qin Tai looked down on Wei Qi, who came from a plain and cold background, from the bottom of his heart, and always looked at him with tinted glasses, so he would not believe anything he said. Instead, he blindly flattered Wen Taoyuan, who came from an aristocratic family, and whatever Wen Taoyuan said was right. Because Wen Taoyuan's grandfather is the famous Master Wen, he is a second-generation official with a good family background. Oh no, 3 generations. What a good dog raised by the Qin family. Wei Qi thought to himself, Long Yin, do you have the confidence to kill that old man in the black robe behind you in 1 second? It's a small matter. Long Yin, who has her own crowd control ability, is not inferior to high-level Beastmasters in a fight. The human body is still too fragile. With her level 6 claws and level 6 dragon scale defense, she won't be killed instantly when fighting against high-level spirit pets. As long as she is not killed instantly, Long Yin has plenty of ways to kill the Beastmaster with a fragile body instantly. So Wei Qi planned to use the 36 stratagems to defeat the enemy at their own game. Only by understanding the enemy's purpose can we fundamentally undermine their plans. Let's see what Wen Taoyuan will do. Wei Qi shrugged. Okay, let's go outside the city to look for clues. Humph. Qin Tai took the other 3 people and rushed to the south gate of Giant Snake City. Wei Qi was surprised to find that the golden cyclone emitted from the water cup was actually pointing towards the most prosperous commercial street in Giant Snake City. Will Qin Shijue really be in the commercial street? Could Suchan have made a mistake? Wei Qi and others left the south gate of Giant Snake City. At this time, the entire city entered an emergency search state, and all travel was subject to strict scrutiny. As he entered the bloody forest, Qin Tai spoke less and less. Qin Tai jumped down from the Black Wind Panther and pointed to the devastated area in the distance. On Saturday, I met the Scorpion Guardian of the Heavenly Fate Palace here. Where is Princess Shiju? Which direction did she escape to? Wen Taoyuan asked. Qin Tai pointed to the west and said, there were too many enemies at the time, and I could only hold back one of the Scorpion Guardians. The 7th princess fled in this direction. Wei Qi rode Liang Xue and went several hundred meters further west. Broken stones, burnt trees, and pits of various sizes. Fierce fighting once took place here. Wei Qi confirmed that Qin Tai was not lying. and this general direction was indeed the direction he and Shin Miao were heading south. A few hundred meters further diagonally is the place where the goblin leader was killed. Qin Tai looked at Wei Qi, who was searching carefully, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. If Wei Qi really wasn't a spy colluding with Tianming Palace, wouldn't he be wrongly accusing a good person? But the enemy was obviously well prepared. It was definitely not a coincidence. Just then, a violent spiritual power fluctuation came from behind. Although Qin Tai is injured, a lean camel is bigger than a horse and is not a random cat or dog that can fall down easily. He subconsciously rolled to the left, but a paralyzing electric current sounded through my body. Zzz. Puff. A dark figure suddenly appeared behind Qin Tai like a black lightning, and the sharp, long knife chopped Qin Tai's right arm fiercely, cutting off his right hand on the spot. Ah! Qin Tai let out a painful wail. You old dog have some skills. Lu Siyu was wearing a plain black tights, a very beautiful Tianming Palace uniform, a thick black dragon embroidered on the back, and a mask that only guardians were qualified to wear. She gently dropped the long knife in her hand, clenched her left hand, and a small transparent purple snake flew to Qin Tai's neck, splashing a ball of blood. Wei Qi, who was searching for traces ahead, turned back quickly when he heard the sound of thunder and lightning behind him. What he saw shocked him. Qin Tai's right arm was chopped off, blood was gushing out, and he was lying on the ground twitching as if he was dead. Wen Taoyuan and the mysterious man behind him stood at the back with their hands in their pockets, watching the show like spectators. A purple-robed man, about 1.7 meters tall, whose gender was unknown, stood in front of them. He was obviously Wen Taoyuan's accomplice. Qin Tai coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Wei Qi, run away. They are Wen Taoyuan still had that sickening fake smile on his face. Mr. Qin Tai, Wei Qi, go on your way with peace of mind. I'll help you burn paper on this day next year. Jiao Protector, I'll leave this kid to you. Lu Suyu's eyes slowly focused on Wei Qi, who was 20 meters away. Her breathing stopped instantly. Xiaoqi, why is it you? Chapter 132, Sword Cutting Wenqingha. After their last separation, Lu Suyu thought they would never meet again in this life. In order to fulfill his brother's last wish and to keep him away from the dangerous Tianming Palace, Lu Suyu has been restraining her inner desire to see Wei Qi again. I never expected this. The world is so big, they will meet again. And we met in such an awkward way. Looking at the young man's resolute face that had shed its childishness, Lu Suyu wanted to tease him with a smile, as usual, and see his blushing face in helplessness. Looking at his profile as he didn't dare to reveal his feelings and concentrated on his work. Watching his back as he took care of himself regardless of the wind and rain. Look at his smiling face full of hope as he talks about the future. After putting on the mask, she is no longer a free person, but one of the 4 guardians of Tianming Palace, Jiao. Why? Why did Wei Qi unknowingly stand on the opposite side of Tianming Palace? Her mission is to assist Tianyu in rebuilding order in the human world on behalf of her brother. There must be something wrong with this world. A hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune only finds the unfortunate. Life only bullies the poor, and Buddhism only saves the rich. Lu Suyu felt a sense of collapse in her heart. Wei Qi looked at everything behind him and immediately took out the evil Sakura knife and entered combat mode. Qin Tai's arm was cut off and his throat was severely injured. It was obvious that he was not far from death. Wei Qi took a deep breath. Wen Taoyuan, do you know what you are doing? I know exactly what I'm doing. Wen Taoyuan stared at Wei Qi and smiled faintly. If Qin Tai and I die accidentally, you will definitely not be able to escape responsibility. Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Emperor's revenge? The mysterious figure behind Wen Taoyuan spoke. Haha, you 2 spies colluded with the Tianming Palace to assassinate my young master, and then I easily counterattacked you. Then, an unprecedented disaster will erupt in Giant Snake City. Everyone will be slaughtered by the summoned demons, and the blood will be stained for thousands of miles. Who will have the time to investigate the cause of your death? Wen Taoyuan said politely, Jiao Protector, please kill this guy. We should start the second phase of the plan. Scorpion from the Palace of Destiny has appeared in the north of Giant Snake City with the fake princess as planned. Most of the attention of Dragon Guard and Shiyue Academy should have been diverted away. Next, all they need to do is resurrect Arister and use the demons from the underworld he summoned to turn the Serpent City into a living hell. With this letter of allegiance, Wen Taoyuan can officially join Tianming Palace and become one of the 8 Hall Masters and acquire shares in advance. Lu Siyu shook his head slightly to adjust his voice, imitating his brother's voice. The Palace Master's order is to assist you in killing Qin Tai. The matter has been completed. The duty of this protector is to guard the hostages. This brat is not worthy of my personal attack. You guys deal with it yourselves. After saying that, Lu Suyu's figure flashed and turned into countless lightning bolts and disappeared into the ground. When Taoyuan smiled and shook his head, alas, we can't guess the temper of important people. In this case, Uncle He, please send classmate Wei Qi on his way. I obey your orders. Xiexi. The old slave behind Wen Taoyuan gave a characteristic strange laugh. Boy, if you just stand still and don't move, I'll give you a quick death. Although Wei Qi couldn't figure out what had happened, the enemy with the strongest aura had already left. There is only one hipster left, and maybe he can still do it. Liang Xue, we are being underestimated. Master, let them pay the price for looking down on others. By Rome, it's time to go. Go. Liang Xue let out a howl and leaped high into the air, transforming into her original form. The evil and awe-inspiring six-tailed fox's body was covered with curling icy flames. When Taoyuan rubbed his eyes in surprise, six-tailed demon fox? I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to have such skills. Humph, I'll make it into a fox scarf. Wen Qinghe, Qin Tai, Zhuo Tianhong, and Long Yin are almost contemporaries. His cultivation level was the lowest, only a 7-star grandmaster, level 47. So he was doing the worst and worked as a servant in the Wen family. Beastmasters who break through to the Xianshi level will gain a strengthened physique and immense strength. Ordinary swords and low-level beings cannot hurt them at all. So Wen Qinghe didn't take Wei Qi seriously at all. Come out, Thunder Maniac. Wen Qinghe planned to summon the Thunder Rhino with the strongest single-target damage to kill Wei Qi instantly. He never expected that his consciousness would suddenly fall into a trance. The goddess in my dream seemed to whisper to my ear, "Come and play with me." The vision gradually blurred. Demonic photo. Facing an extremely powerful enemy, Wei Qi did not dare to be careless and used one of his strongest trump cards right from the start. In the Vulpix form, Liang Xue's Yaoshi can control the enemy for 6 seconds. Wen Qinghe's level is more than 10 levels higher than Liang Xue, so his control time is greatly reduced. That's enough. In a life-or-death battle, every minute can determine the final outcome. Wei Qi projected a grappling gun, aimed at the tree on the left, and swung it high. Liang Xue rushed forward and used her tail to throw Wei Qi high into the sky. He experienced a fairy from the sky. When Taoyuan smiled disdainfully, the racial skills of the fox tribe? It's useless. With your attack, you can't. Thunder Rhino quickly determined that the real threat was the aggressive six-tailed fox. The flying clowns in the sky couldn't even scratch their masters. A mere mystic and a great mystic were engaging in hand-to-hand combat. It's like carrying a lantern to the toilet, looking for death. If Wei Qi hadn't found the evil cherry knife, it would have been useless against Wen Qinghe. However, the sacred lance was so powerful that it was obvious that it was no ordinary item, and it would surely alert the enemy. The evil Sakura sword, which had not yet broken through to the 2nd level, was already a defective item and had lost the blessing of the Heavenly Authority Order. There is absolutely no flame effect that an epic spirit weapon should have. Wen Taoyuan and Lei Ting Guangxi both regarded Wei Qi as a clown. Wen Taoyuan even turned around and waved back to the city. I don't like to see bloody scenes. Uncle He, get rid of him and then contact me. Drink. Bang. The slightly reddish evil cherry knife slashed fiercely on Wen Qinghe's head, splashing several streams of blood, but it did not cut him in half. Oh my god. Is the Great Master's skull so hard? An ordinary knife couldn't even cut his body open. Wen Qinghe wailed in pain, his eyes becoming clearer and clearer. Wei Qi gritted his teeth and said, "The ghosts are crying and the sky is shaking." There was only one chance, and Wei Qi risked being exposed to use by Rome's Emperor's active skill. Buzz! The evil Sakura blade hummed after absorbing a large amount of Wei Qi's spiritual power, and the blade light suddenly lengthened by 1 meter. Wei Qi's figure flashed and turned into countless evil sword phantoms. Puff! The sword formation transformed by the evil Sakura's sword shot towards Wen Qinghe like a red laser. Thousands of knife shadows cut madly on the latter's body, and his body was blown high up by the irresistible force. Wei Qi held the evil Sakura knife in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Puff, puff, puff. A destructive blood-red knife shadow fell from the sky, and Wen Qinghe's body was split in half on the spot. Lu Suyu, who was hiding in the dark, was startled by the scene before her. Is this still the Wei Qi I remember? Chapter 133, Battle with the Demon God, Part 1. Bang! Wei Qi experienced the feeling of cutting in half with one stroke, Rui Divine Sword. Wen Qing and Wan stared with their eyes wide open, unable to close them until death. The great master was split into two pieces by a kid who appeared out of nowhere. You little devil. Wen Qinghe, with only half of his body left, did not die immediately. He chanted a spell as if he wanted to use the spiritual seal technique. Don't try to be so pretentious in your next life. Wei Qi shouted angrily, raised his knife, and chopped Wen Qinghe's neck. Puff. The blue and white uniform was stained with blood. In fact, Wen Qinghe was also wearing equipment with good defense. Unfortunately, it looks very funny in front of the evil Sakura sword's defense-ignoring effect. Do you understand the value of 100% penetration? With Wen Qinghe's death, Thunder Rhino's soul contract became invalid. It didn't have a high level of trust in its owner, so without saying a word, it turned around and ran into the depths of the bloody forest. Only a fool would avenge a slave owner. The calmness on Wen Taoyuan's face disappeared in an instant. He couldn't understand why Wei Qi was able to kill enemies of higher levels. Since Wen Qinghe couldn't beat him, I might not be his opponent. Lord Arist, thank you for your help. I can't wait any longer. A strange sound that did not belong to a human came out of Wen Taoyuan's mouth. The sharp and piercing sound seemed particularly abrupt in the silent forest. Wei Qi felt his heart skip a beat, and his feet began to feel cold. An indescribable fear suddenly appeared in my body. It was not an illusion attack like Atticus's, but a sense of suppression from absolute power. Liang Shui jumped in front of Wei Qi to act as a cover and slowly observed the enemy. Master, he doesn't look right. Buzz. At this moment, a strong black light burst out from Wen Taoyuan's body. This dark aura represents pure evil, a darkness that even light cannot illuminate. Wen Taoyuan's body twisted strangely a few times, his pupils turned completely grayish-white, and his nails became longer and longer. This weird image made Wei Qi think of the devil image in animated movies. Ha 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 boy, are you scared? Accept my soul brand, and I'll spare your life. Wei Qi gripped the evil cherry knife tightly, and took a step back involuntarily. Who are you? Don't humans these days even recognize me? Listen carefully, I am the great demon god of greed, Arister. I am the combination of all desires in the world, and I will be promoted to the ultimate existence of the great demon god in the future. It's not too late to surrender now. Liang Shui's eyes widened as she quickly reminded Wei Qi, Master, don't listen to his lies. Once you accept the demon god's brand, your soul will be enslaved. Boy, what is your desire? A peerless beauty that can overwhelm a nation? Supreme power? Or unrivaled strength? As long as you submit to me, you will gain 10 times, or even 100 times, more power than you have now. The greedy demon can easily increase the abilities of his servants by several times, or even 100 times. He is the most powerful demon in the demon world. The words of the greedy demon god penetrated into Wei Qi's ears like magical sound waves. Before his eyes appeared all kinds of naked beauties, mountains of gold coins, and scenes of thousands of people surrendering. Isn't this the ultimate pursuit of men? The dark desires in Wei Qi's heart suddenly surged. Seeing that Wei Qi was about to fall into the trap of desire, Liang Shui reluctantly grabbed Wei Qi's body with her tail and threw him away. Bang! Wei Qi felt pain all over his body and slowly crawled out of the forest. It was a close call. The desire in my heart almost took over my body. Arister glared at Liang Shui fiercely. You ignorant beast! Disappear! Arist waved his hand lightly, and a large ball of dark and terrifying energy suddenly burst out from his palm. The brightness of the entire forest dimmed a bit, and the sunlight was swallowed up by the darkness of the energy ball. No, Liang Shui, hide! Wei Qi roared angrily after coming to his senses. He cursed himself in his heart for being so useless that he could be bewitched by the words of the devil. Liang Shui didn't expect that the small giant snake city actually hid a demon god. At her current level, she is definitely no match for Aristotle. All she could do was pray. Boom! The destructive power of the exploding demonic energy blew away everything around it, and the place was directly razed to the ground. This? Wei Qi, who was blown away by the shock wave, spat out a little blood. Ha ha! He could clearly feel that Liang Shui's soul aura was very stable, and she had not suffered any harm. This is impossible. How could a mere six-tailed fox possibly withstand my attack and survive? Liang Shui slowly opened her trembling eyes. God is always on her side. It no longer hesitated and immediately started to head towards Wei Qi. Arister's eyes were filled with shock. Since his true identity had been revealed, he had to kill him to silence him. He used his hands and feet like a nimble monkey to chase Liang Shui and Wei Qi. Roar! The terrifying roar of a dragon pierced the sky. Even Qin Shijue, who was far away in the basement in the city, heard the roar of a dragon. The only thing she could do now was wait. If an enemy appears after the door opens, bite your tongue and commit suicide. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Arister saw a demon dragon that was nearly 30 meters tall, covered with scales for protection, with an extremely ferocious look in its eyes and an aura like a surging river. Is this the Dragon King who escaped from Atticus? Damn it! It has the protection of the Witch of Despair within it. My power has no effect on it. Long Yin, who had regained her dragon form, sneered. As my master, you are still too young. I will not run away from a stronger force. Long Yin turned around casually, and the ground began to shake violently. The domineering dragon roar covered the entire blood-red forest. Ariste felt unwell, and his attack power was directly weakened by 20%. Wei Qi's Liang Shui was inspired by Long Yan's power, and her morale and attack power increased significantly. Wow, it's really big. Liang Shui raised her head and looked at the giant black dragon. Fallen Claw. The black dragon swung its claws and slapped forward. Bang! Arister's body was imprinted on the ground like a flattened dough. The surrounding forests suffered again, and a large number of trees were broken on the spot due to air fluctuations. Wei Qi widened his eyes. Is this the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Clan after it recovers its original form? This is outrageous. Chapter 134, Battle with the Demon God. Arist was knocked into the ground and couldn't be dug out. He climbed out of the pit angrily and could only look up at Long Yan with his gray eyes. Because this body was not as strong as Long Yan's, Arister felt the oppressive force that made him sweat profusely. When the seal exists, the combat power of the demons is proportional to the physical container, so it needs Qin Shijua's body as a container. This feeling of being suppressed in power made Arist very unhappy. Long Yan flapped her wings, and a strong wind blew the 3-meter-tall Arister back more than 10 meters. Dragon Roar. The spiritual power fluctuations visible to the naked eye spread outward with Long Yan as the center. The monsters covered by the dragon's roar either exploded and died on the spot, or knelt down and surrendered. When Taoyuan's level is not as high as Long Yan's, and Arister had to endure the stun effect of Long Shao with frustration. Broken Sinew Claw. The sharp dragon claws flashed a black light, and the spiritual pressure like sword energy hit Ariste's chest. The latter hit the ground like a bouncy ball, and the ground shattered on the spot. Liang Shui's ice cannon attacked from the left and hit Ariste, but hard. Arister was a powerful demon god. He took the attacks of Wei Qi's 2 war pets without dying on the spot. His body accelerated in the air as if he had been given a cheat to avoid Long Yan's subsequent combo. Without saying a word, he clapped his hands to the ground. Boom! The broken stones were like bullets with eyes, wrapped in bursts of black flames, and bombarded Long Yan. The level 6 dragon scale defense took Aristotle's gravel attack without any damage. Arist kicked his feet and burst out with superhuman strength, stepping on the rubble and rushing towards Long Yan. His right arm gradually showed the form of a demon, strong and powerful, with blue veins bulging. Damn reptile, you actually made me lose face. When I arrive at Tianxian Star in my true form, I will definitely pull out your dragon tendons and use them as rubber bands. Boom! Long Yin turned quickly and whipped Ariste away with her barbed tail. The dragon claws transformed into tentacle-like spiritual power to lift the latter up and hammer him. Then after a series of smashes, he threw him to the ground and stepped on him. The pressure that Ariste brought to Long Yin was far less than that of the evil Sakura blade before it was whitewashed. One is the entity and the other is the projection. There is a big difference. The more it fought, the more confident and comfortable it became, and it took out all its resentment for being backstabbed by Atticus on arrest. Ariste, who was beaten into a groundhog, became more and more angry, but when Taoyuan's physical strength was not strong enough to allow him to exert his full strength. Aristotle flew out of the ground with a bang and patted the dirt off his body. Not bad for a powerful being. As expected of the demonic Dragon King, one of the 10 great heavenly mysterious beasts. Your strength is recognized by this king. No matter how powerful you are, you can never surpass the limits of this planet. Follow me, and you will gain the power to destroy the gods and surpass everything. The greedy demon can easily see through the true desires of other creatures, and with a little temptation, he can corrupt them and use them for his own purposes. Long Yin stared down at the dusty demon god and slowly opened her dragon mouth. Anyone who goes against my way will be killed. Then don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Ariste leaped high and raised his hands above his head. Desire Magic Ball. Buzz. A black cyclone slowly emerged in his palm, and the vortex grew bigger and bigger. The desires of all living things from all directions are sucked into it. The black cyclone grew rapidly like a snowball, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a huge black ball 7 or 8 meters high. There was no panic on Long Yan's face. It opened its dragon mouth and spit out a ball of purple-black flame. This purple-black flame is somewhat similar to the Desire Magic Ball, starting from the height of a person and gradually growing larger. Arister didn't know how powerful the demonic flame devouring the sky was. He roared angrily and threw the full-powered demonic ball of desire at Long Yan. This magic ball, which embodies the desires of all things, has extremely amazing destructive power and can easily crush the body of a 5th-level spiritual pet. Even if Long Yan is immune to the negative effects of this move. If you don't dodge and take the hit with your face, you will definitely be seriously injured. Taste the power of desire. Devil Flame devours the sky. Long Yan immediately displayed her signature skills. An incredible move that can absorb long-range spiritual attacks and rebound them completely. Purple-black flames spurted out and swallowed the magic ball of desire. A sweat-inducing purple flame hung in the sky. Arist's eyes widened. What? The magic ball of desire was actually swallowed. How could this demon dragon king be so rebellious? Arist was really panicking this time. Endless desire. The gate is wide open. He also used his real trump card. Materialized black desires mixed with the howling of ghosts and wolves converged from all directions. This is the suppressed desire in the hearts of humans in the nearby main cities. Arister wanted to use them to strengthen himself, completely erase Long Yan's consciousness, and then occupy her body. Wei Qi, who was hiding in Long Yan's mouth, saw that the situation was not good. Arist has escaped the attack range of the demon capture and the flame shock blade. If he succeeds in using this trick, I'm afraid I'll be killed. Long Yan devoted herself to controlling the sky-devouring magic flame to absorb the power of the Desire Magic Ball and was distracted from interrupting Arist. Long Yan, open your mouth. Liang Xue, it's our turn. Wei Qi couldn't open his eyes because of the strong wind from high altitude. Even though he was extremely scared, he still wanted to give it a try. Liang Xue, who was on standby, sprinted towards Arist. Fuck, let's fight. Wei Qi looked at the almost invisible ground, gritted his teeth, and did a ropeless bungee jumping. Mountains and seas transform. A golden fox appeared out of thin air in the sky. Arist frowned slightly and said nothing. Liang Xue rushed forward and cast snowfall on the greedy demon who was standing still and reading the bar. Even if Arist is frozen into an ice cube, it can still gather all the desires in the body. It is not afraid of physical pain or even death. Liang Xue risked her life and used the annihilation kill to throw Arister's body high into the air. Wei Qi, who fell from the sky, locked onto Arist who was getting closer and closer. If you want to use all your strength to interrupt me, it's useless. I am a pure being in this world. Your fiery blade shock. Wei Qi shouted angrily. A huge blazing fire knife fell from the sky and hit Arister's head hard. The endless desires that had just condensed into shape shattered on the spot, and the desires that gathered in the sky were shattered on the spot by the shock wave generated by the flaming sword. Arist, Long Yan, and Liang Xue were all stunned. Long Yan's attacks on Arister had no effect, but Wei Qi's move actually shattered the greedy demon's unstoppable forbidden move. Is this scientific? Long Yan used the completely absorbed heaven-devouring demonic flame to blast Arister. Boom! A huge purple flame engulfed half of Arister's body, and even its soul was severely damaged. Puff! Arister's body flew backwards, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. This power. Cough, cough. Didn't the Xianren tribe die a long time ago? This is impossible. Aristotle knew he had lost. A complete loss. He didn't lose to an unknown person, but to the Xianren clan who once punched the God King and kicked the demon god. He had lost all his fighting spirit and wanted to escape from here and make long-term plans. Long Yan used her tail to catch Wei Qi's falling body and whispered, "Did the king let you go?" Chapter 135 Defeat the Demon God. The black dragon's tail slammed into the ground. The dancing dark spiritual power shook all the white clouds in the sky down. Nearby mountains collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and large areas of forest were uprooted. Long Yan's roar dimmed the sky and earth, and the sun even hid in the clouds. As Arister was about to escape, he was pulled back into Long Yan's claws by the suction created by the mad dragon coming out of the sea. Not only Arister, but all the magical beasts and even rubble within 300 meters were pulled to Long Yan by the crazy dragon out of the sea. Long Yan's momentum suddenly climbed to the peak. Arister felt that his body was completely suppressed by the opponent's power, and he could not resist at all. The silver-gray eyes suddenly widened. This is a power that surpasses the demons. How is it possible? Tianxian Star is just a shelter for a group of humble creatures. How could any creatures gain power beyond their limits? Arister, stunned and silent, became like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Long Yin raised her left foot and caused the earth to shake. Disappear. Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at the imposing Long Yin and involuntarily took a step back. If Long Yin had used this trick at the beginning, they would have had no chance of winning. The dragon's foot suddenly stepped down, and the dark spiritual power suddenly rose. Boom! The mad dragon comes out to sea, and the myth strengthened by the system automatically comes with a group damage bonus with no upper limit. If Long Yin activates the crazy dragon and combines it with the crazy dragon out to sea in the city, the high attack will be combined with an unlimited damage bonus. Everyone in Serpent City must die. The surging spiritual power almost blew the two foxes away. Oh my god, is this the combat power of a mythical pet? Isn't that too exaggerated? Wei Qi couldn't believe that such a powerful demon dragon king was actually his spiritual pet. Without any surprise, Arist and the group of monsters lying down in shot were crushed to pieces by Long Yin. The earth collapsed and deep pits appeared. The wreckage of Aristotle was flying all over the sky, and sharp dragon claws were dancing in the air. Broken sinew claw. Fallen claw. Boom. Aristar's remains turned into countless blood foams that splattered all over the ground. When Taoyuan's body could not withstand the damage beyond the Saint Destroyer level. Ah! Aristotle let out a horrifying scream, and the soul of the demon god who had lost his body was suddenly exposed to the seal of the demon world. The divine power that appeared out of nowhere between heaven and earth tied up the soul of the greedy demon god like a dumpling. Its body was bound by chains of holy light, and its soul emitted bursts of white smoke. The mighty demon god howled as he was corroded by the power of the seal. No matter how Ars struggled, it could not escape the seal of the demon world that Chi Fei completed with his life. A crack suddenly appeared in space, and Aristar's soul would be exiled forever. The ferocious demon stared at Wei Qi and roared, "I will remember this grudge. When I return to Tianxian Star, I will kill all the Xianren people. Kill all of you bastards." The humiliated greedy demon was dragged into the space turbulence by the holy light chains. The sealing spell slowly dissipated into the sky, as if it had never appeared. Wei Qi looked up at Long Yin and slowly canceled the Shanghai transformation. Long Yin gently placed Wei Qi's body on the ground, flapped her wings happily, turned into a black light and drilled into Wei Qi's beast-controlling space. The move of Crazy Dragon out of the sea just now completely exposed her soul aura. If you were spotted by the old man who lives in seclusion, the situation will be very dangerous. A warm touch came on my cheek. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. Liang Shui, who was lying beside him, wagged her tail and said, "Master, let's get out of here quickly." Good. Wei Qi jumped onto the fox without any hesitation and rode on Liang Shui's back. Ride the wind. The agile six-tailed fox ran rapidly towards the Giant Snake City with its master. At the same time, north of Giant Snake City, Sunset Slope. The scorpion with its upper body exposed transformed its arms into sharp pincers to fight against Zhuo Tianhong's pet, a legendary ice-feathered crane. Zhuo Tianhong, Yin Ziyuan, and others all felt the deafening dragon roar coming from the south. Such a violent, dark, spiritual power. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. The ferocious-looking scorpion shouted coldly. "Want to escape from me? No way," he shouted, and a giant red scorpion phantom appeared behind him. The giant scorpion, nearly 10 meters tall, seemed like the ruler of heaven and earth, and Zhuo Tianhong's side looked very small. Paksu, the scorpion guardian, controlled the giant scorpion and grabbed in both directions. Two small hills were uprooted, which was quite exaggerated. "My Luo Tianyi, what kind of power is this?" Zhuo Tianhong was shocked. "Smash it." The giant scorpion phantom and the scorpion guardian were thrown to the ground. His strength was even more outrageous than Xiang Yu's hitting the tripod. It seemed that he really had the power to shatter mountains and swallow stars. Zhuo Tianhong activated the field to manipulate gravity and slowed down the enemy's offensive. "Ziyuan, please return to the city quickly. We have fallen into a trap set by the Tianming Palace." "Brother Zhuo, let's die together." Yan Ziyuan spat. "Stop talking nonsense. Their goal is not to kidnap the princess, but to destroy the entire Giant Snake City. Once Giant Snake City is destroyed, the connection between the Northern Territory and the royal capital will be cut off." Zhuo Tianhong's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "If you don't go back, tragedies like the one in Tiange City will happen again, and countless people will be devoured by monsters every day. The Scorpion Guardian laughed heartily. Old man, none of you can leave today. As the Scorpion Guardian laughed wildly, a group of mechanical monsters of various shapes suddenly appeared around him. The Scorpion Protector's momentum soared again, and his strength was comparable to that of a 5-star Xinhuang. It seems that this emperor has to show his true ability. Zhuo Tianhong slowly opened his eyes, and a small stone tower filled with a mysterious aura slowly appeared in his left hand. Oh, the Haoyan Tower is in your hands. Scorpion was stunned. No wonder Mr. Ghost Hand told me to be careful of Zhuo Tianhong. You old men are really capable. Come on, little Scorpion. The aura released by the two peerless masters caused the surrounding monsters to flee in panic. A long red rainbow rose out of nowhere, eclipsing the sky and the earth. At the same time, in the giant snake city, mechanical monsters appeared out of nowhere in every corner of the city, and a group of mysterious people in black robes took the opportunity to burn, kill, and loot in the city. The residents were frightened by the mechanical beasts of various shapes with extremely strong defenses and fled in all directions. A good-looking female high school student sprained her foot when she fell flat on her face while running away. Please help me. Don't go. The mysterious man with red eyes raised his arm towards the helpless high school girl, revealing a withered arm that did not belong to a human under his sleeve. No! The girl screamed. Ouch! A domineering purple fox demon descended from the sky and flattened the man in black robe on the spot. Laugh! The dazzling sword beams flashed and crisscrossed among the crowd. Shun Miao gently brushed her long hair and slowly shook off the blood on the human emperor's sword. Without even turning her head, she said, Hurry up and gather at the square in the main city. The students from Shiyue Academy will help you. The girl looked at the heroic man with long black hair and swore that she would never forget the scene in her life. Thank you, sister. Shen Miao, who possessed the human emperor's sword, teamed up with Xiao Zi to easily kill this group of mysterious people of unknown origin. She gently raised her sword to check the true appearance under the black robe, and her pretty face became very confused. What kind of monster is this? A demon. The girl slowly put away her sword and looked towards the commercial street in the main city. A 7 or 8 meter tall iron giant was wantonly destroying buildings. Xiaozi, let's go. Yes, master. Shen Miao looked at the devastated giant snake city and felt a little worried. Wei Qi, are you still alive? Chapter 136, Reuniting with Shen Miao. Wei Qi lay on Liang Shue's back, gently hugging its neck. Liang Shue, faster. Yes, master. Wei Qi looked at the giant snake city with flickering flames, feeling extremely anxious. The Jiao Guardian of Tianming Palace has already rushed back to the city. Coupled with the thick smoke and flames rising from the sky above the giant snake city, it is not difficult to guess that they want to cause trouble in the city. Since there is a demon lurking in Wen Taoyuan's body, Wei Qi can probably guess his purpose. History books record that every demon god that descends upon Tianxian star brings with it an inhumane disaster. Qin Shijue's disappearance is most likely related to Arist. I'm afraid it also intends to invade her body, just like Star invaded his father's body. The most important thing is, I just bought this house and haven't lived in it for a few days. Damn Tianming Palace. Wei Qi and Liang Shui rushed back to Giant Snake City as quickly as possible. The originally harmonious South Square has become a mess. The unarmed refugees hid outside the city and shivered. The defenders summoned their spirit pets to resist the bloodthirsty monsters and the mysterious black-robed men who were destroying the city. A girl, help, a wealthy man said. We were just eating hot pot and singing songs, when suddenly a bunch of metal monsters and weirdos appeared. A priest, I hope this is all a dream. A rich second generation, my new Rolls-Royce Phantom. The city defenders spotted Wei Qi, who was riding so fast that he left the crowd in a cloud of dust. The middle-aged man who looked like the leader quickly reminded them. Are you a Beastmaster? Don't enter the city now. Please help us protect the civilians. Wei Qi did not answer. Liang Shui strode forward, ignoring the strange men blocking her way, and rushed straight into the city. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp ice spear pinned the mysterious man who intended to attack Wei Qi to the wall. The defenders looked at each other in bewilderment. What a powerful fox. The situation in the city was much better than Wei Qi had imagined. Because the main human cities in this world will be attacked by monsters, the humans who survive are more orderly and obedient. A large number of civilians hid in bunkers or air raid shelters under the protection of the beast tamers, and there were no large-scale casualties. One after another, huge mechanical monsters with super strong defense appeared on the streets. It is difficult for ordinary spirit pets to break through their defenses. Coupled with the attack by a group of black-robed men of unknown origin, the giant Snake City area is currently in chaos with everyone fighting each other. Wei Qi grabbed a passerby who was fleeing and asked, "Brother, how is the situation at the goddess church?" The refugees were rescued by Wei Qi and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. The goddess church is under the protection of the knights and is very safe." Wei Qi's heart slowly settled down. Su-chan is definitely not an ordinary nun. She must be hiding some secret. Since she is safe now, there is no need for Wei Qi to go out of his way to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. He immediately rushed towards the commercial street. When Tao Yuan's body was destroyed and Ariste's soul was sealed. Logically speaking, Qin Shijue should not be dead yet. She was kidnapped by Tianming Palace because of her actions. If Qin Shijue died, Wei Qi would always feel guilty. Whether it is to relieve his guilt, to continue to earn gold coins, or to clear his name, he must try his best to rescue Qin Shijue. "Master, look." Liang Shue's voice interrupted Wei Qi's thoughts. Wei Qi looked into the distance. "Is this a Gundam?" A steel giant about 7 or 8 meters tall appeared on the commercial street. The iron giant seemed to be fighting with someone, and a large part of the nearby buildings collapsed due to the impact of spiritual power. Liang Shue sensed Wei Qi's anxiety and continued to grit her teeth and increase her speed. "Long Yin, thank you for what you did just now. Are you okay?" Wei Qi thought to himself. Long Yin, who killed countless monsters in seconds and a crazy dragon out of the sea, jumped from level 27 to 30. Her tone seemed nonchalant. "Humph, how could this king be in trouble? Instead, it's you. Don't let an unknown person kill you." Pa, I won't die. I want to live well." To be honest, that guy just now was too strong. I can't continue fighting in the short term," Long Yin hesitantly said. At her current level, it was too extreme for her to perfectly absorb and rebound Arister's moves. Coupled with the consumption of Crazy Dragon out to sea, Long Yin is in a short-term state of lack of mana. Currently, the status can only be restored in the beast taming space. Forcing a fight will only bring unnecessary trouble. Bairong, who was sitting on the windowsill of the Magic Dragon Castle, smiled innocently. It doesn't matter, Bairong still has her full strength left to use. Wei Qi and Liang Shue are in pretty good personal condition, and together with Bairong, they can fully handle the subsequent battles. Liang Shue drifted handsomely and rushed to the tallest building in the commercial street. "It's her." Shen Miao was seen flying flexibly in the air with the human emperor's sword in his hand, while Xiao Zi on the ground was constantly leaving lightning marks on the body of the mechanical giant under the blessing of thunder baptism. Decisive and swift, the signature passive of Tsang Lei Luwei Fox. Each attack leaves a thunder mark effect on the enemy. The higher the number of thunder mark layers, the higher the trigger rate and paralysis rate of thunderstorm. With Shen Miao's talent for increasing damage, the man and the fox easily destroyed this powerful mechanical giant. Squeak. The energy of the mechanical giant was pierced by Shen Miao's sword, and the light in its eyes slowly disappeared. Like an Ultraman without energy, he slowly lay on the ground. Can't rise again. Shen Miao made an elegant mid-air turn and landed steadily on top of the collapsed building. The white stockings under the exquisite little leather boots were spotless, without a trace of ash on them. Shen Miao covered her mouth and smiled faintly. "Wei Qi, how did you find me?" Wei Qi's brain raced as he made up a ridiculous lie. Haha, maybe we have telepathy. He didn't know why he didn't answer that he was looking for Qin Shijue. When Shen Miao heard Wei Qi's answer, she was stunned for a moment, and her eyebrows curved into a pleasing arc. "You're a bit of a mouthful, but you found the right direction. The 7th princess should be underground." You can even calculate this." Wei Qi was shocked. Shen Miao proudly puffed out her perfectly sized chest, a proud smile on her face. "Hey, I'm pretty awesome, right?" "That's awesome." Wei Qi applauded from the bottom of his heart. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go down and rescue Qin Shijue. Otherwise we will become scapegoats for someone and die together." "It's an honor to die with Miss Shun." "Humph, you wish for it. I don't want to die." When Shen Miao heard that Wei Qi was willing to die with her, she felt a little happy. Bah. I hope this guy is a jinx. Chapter 137 Lu Suyu's Decision. In the dim basement, Qin Shijue opened his tired eyes. The arm hanging in the air had lost all feeling. I'm so hungry, my stomach hurts." Her eyes slowly focused. Only then did she discover that the Jiao guardian of Tianming Palace was holding a syringe and drawing blood from her body. "What are you going to do? If you don't want to die, shut up." Wow. Lu Suyu was concentrating on collecting blood samples from Qin Shijue. When Taoyuan died, Arister's soul was exiled by Wei Qi, and Scorpion was still in the north, attracting the attention of the main force of Giant Snake City. The plan for Giant Snake City was completely aborted. She originally planned to take Qin Shijue back to Tianming Palace to make amends. The last time she injected Qin Shijue with medicine, Lu Siyu heard Wei Qi's name from the unconscious Qin Shijue's mouth. Lu Siyu knew that she had become soft-hearted again. The time 2.5 years ago, when he left Wei Qi, when they just parted, and this time when he deliberately let Qin Shijue go. Whenever there was an incident involving her and her son, Lu Siyu would ruin the plans of the palace master of Tianming because of her momentary weakness. Lu Siyu knew that Qin Shijue was a royal princess, beautiful, rich, and powerful. If she could be with Wei Qi in the future, the latter would enjoy a life of wealth and glory. I'm just a bad guy living in the shadows and have no right to happiness. In order to fulfill her brother's last wish, Lu Siyu had to take Qin Shijue's blood into her arms. Squeak. The basement door slowly opened. Ghost Hand, looking panicked, rushed into the basement and said, "Jiao, why did Aristo lose contact?" Lu Siyu slowly stood up. "To be honest, it's all my fault. The Wen family kid and Arister were killed by that kid's Demon Dragon King. I didn't expect that the Demon Dragon King would fall into his hands." Lu Siyu knew clearly how abnormal Tianyu's strength was. Not to mention Wei Qi and the Demon Dragon King. Even the 4 guardians of Tianming Palace combined are not enough for Tianyu to defeat alone. The absolute gap in strength made her dare not betray Tianyu and elope with Wei Qi, as the result would be that they would both die. The failure of Giant Serpent City was too big a deal, and the news that Wei Qi exiled Arister's soul would soon be transmitted from the demon realm to Tianyu's intelligence network. Hiding Wei Qi's existence would only put Lu Siyu in danger of death. All she could offer was vague intelligence. Ghost Hand was shocked. So he found the Demon Dragon King first. No wonder your last mission failed. I heard when Taoyuan mentioned that this Wei Qi is from Pegasus City. Lu Siyu was shocked. Fortunately, she had a plan and cut off all ties with the organization. Except for the palace master who subsequently handed over the intelligence. No one knew that Lu Siyu had been secretly in contact with a 17 or 18-year-old boy for 2.5 years. No, I have to go back and find a way to get rid of that palace master. If Tianyu knew about this, both she and Wei Qi would die. Lu Siyu frowned slightly. Pegasus City. Could it be that the mountain and sea seal is also on this kid? Ghost Hand folded his arms and thought, it's very possible. I don't believe that an ordinary little boy can subdue the Dragon King and defeat the legendary greedy demon. He made a decisive decision. Since the demon god revival plan has failed, we can only bring Qin Shijue back to Tianming Palace for research and report the situation to the palace master. Scorpion is attracting the attention of a large force in the north. How can we escape safely with her? It's easy to be exposed. Lu Siyu retorted. The palace master only ordered me to ensure your safety, but he didn't ask me to take care of a little girl. Ghost Hand was whirling around anxiously. The plan failed. We lost contact with the Wen family, and this operation attracted the attention of the Dragon Emperor. If we don't bring anything back, how can we report back? And I've already deployed my latest development, the Iron 7 Killers, and the Demon Experiment. It's a huge loss. Lu Siyu thought for a moment and said, don't worry. We have found the whereabouts of the Demon Dragon King on this trip. Their value to the Palace Master is higher than that of Arister. Indeed, our Palace Master is a lunatic even more terrifying than I am. He despises both the gods and the demons from the bottom of his heart. The Ghost Hand glanced at the trembling Qin Shijue and licked his lips. As long as we can get this perfect little white mouse back, the Iron 7 Killers will have died a worthy death. Hee. Lu Siyu looked at Qin Shijue with a very conflicted look in her eyes. At this moment, a Tianming Palace assassin hurried over and said, Report. Jiao Protector, Mr. Ghost Hand. A young man and woman broke into the building and appear to be looking for the basement. Stupid, send someone to kill them. Ghost Hand cursed angrily. We can't win. A bunch of gluttons. Ghost Hand hurried back to the main control room and looked at Wei Qi and Shen Miao on the surveillance screen with a surprised look on his face. So it's them. Lu Siyu raised her eyebrows. Why? Do you know them? So he is Wei Qi. This damn fox even stepped on me. What's going on? Ghost Hand said gloomily. I met this woman when I was deploying the test product on the outskirts of Pegasus City. She took apart some of my scrap metal, and then I ran into this man again. This is the perfect base I designed back then. How could it be discovered? Lu Siyu threw the blood sample in her arms to Guisho. This is the blood of the princess you've been thinking about. Don't worry about her for now. The enemy is already attacking us. I'm going to retreat first. Ghost Hand's eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh, beautiful Jiao Protector, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. My admiration for you is like the endless torrent of the river and the unstoppable flood of the Yellow River. Retreat quickly and stop talking nonsense. Lu Suyu didn't want to fight with Wei Qi and just wanted to leave. Yes, the most beautiful Miss Jiao in the world. Huh, you've said that to snakes a lot, haven't you? Hey, Ghost Hand is just a mad scientist, not a Beastmaster, and has no ability to protect himself. Although he was very greedy for Qin Shijue's blood, his first priority was to leave here alive. Precious blood samples have been obtained. The value of the fallen palace master has been greatly reduced. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Ghost Hand looked at the blood in his hand, and then looked towards the room where Qin Shijue was imprisoned. Damn, you're lucky. The profits yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday were all 10 to 15. It seems like I received a big update today, so I have to update again. I want to play games, whoa. Chapter 138 by Rong's Transformation, Destruction / Wei Qi looked at the Iron 7 killers lying on the ground, while Bai Rong in the beast-controlling space was ready to make a move. Master that. I want to eat. Wei Qi summoned the evil cherry blade, and the faint red light attracted Shun Miao's attention. Wei Qi, is this the evil cherry blade? Well, this big thing contains high-quality metals. I'll try to recycle it. The evil cherry knife flew into the air with a buzz. The crimson spiritual power slowly wrapped around and swallowed the steel 7 killers. Squeak squeak. Spiritual weapons all complete their advanced transformation by consuming rare metals. The scrapped mechanical giant is a great tonic for Bai Rong. Buzz. The surface of the evil Sakura blade glowed with an even brighter red light, and the patterns on the blade became even more mysterious. Name Evil Sakura Sword Knife. Rank, Lower Epic. Level, 21. Race, Spiritual Weapon. Skills, Soul Chasing Sword, Deadly Sword, Horizontal Ghost Slash, Dark Moment Break, Weeping Ghost Shocking the Sky, Crazy Demon Sword Slash, World Destroying Sword, Rage and Resentment, Soul Destroying Cold Edge, Ghost Dance Breaking the Sky, Sword and Sword combined. Destruction Slash, a first-level transformation skill that uses huge resentment to strengthen the sword energy to cause huge damage to all enemies in the front range, and causes double damage to controlled enemies and gains 5 layers of Evil Rage effect. Trust value, 40. The mechanical giant created by Ghost Hand using countless refined iron ores became Bai Rong's advancement material. After the transformation, the evil Sakura sword becomes more evil and domineering. The ability of Destruction Slash to cause double damage to controlled enemies, combined with Liangshue's freezing effect, makes the method extremely cruel. Those who are stabbed by the sword will be destroyed both physically and spiritually, and there is no cure. Bai Rong's successful transformation to the second level made Wei Qi full of confidence. He really had to thank Tianming Palace for the breakthrough materials. Shen Miao looked at the evil cherry knife in Wei Qi's hand and was slightly surprised. It really is a good knife. Can you control it as you wish? No problem. Wei Qi took out the water cup and sensed the golden cyclone above him. He glanced at the closed safety passage. Here. The evil cherry knife flashed by. The indestructible passage gate was shattered by a single blow, sending stone chips flying. Shen Miao opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of surprise. Things happened exactly as she had guessed. In fact, the human emperor sword could not calculate Qin Shijue's position at all. Just now, Shen Miao deliberately changed the subject in order to cover up what he had said wrong. As a girl of luck, her sixth sense is very accurate. Shen Miao vaguely sensed Wei Qi's presence during the battle with the Iron 7 killers. Maybe this is telepathy? Of course she knew that Wei Qi's real purpose was to find Qin Shijue and clear himself of suspicion. But her nature as a woman made her subconsciously ask such meaningless questions. After hearing Wei Qi's answer, Shen Miao felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. This unprecedented feeling made her very alert. Wei Qi, our enemy may not just be the Tianming Palace, Shen Miao said as he moved forward. Oh. Shen Miao and Wei Qi briefly described the identity of the mysterious man in black robes in the city. They are neither human nor demonic, with red eyes, hideous faces, unable to communicate, and their bodies showing varying degrees of demonization. It is much more powerful than the small monsters in Nightmare Attack. A mysterious army that is stronger than demons but cannot understand human language. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Could they be the secret forces of the Tianming Palace? Shen Miao shook his head. I don't know either. You have to be careful. I always feel that things are not that simple. The two of them followed their spirit pets down the stairs into the underground. Who are you? The Tianming Palace soldiers stationed there discovered the whereabouts of the two and immediately summoned a large number of mechanical monsters to block the passage. Shen Miao expressionlessly summoned the human emperor's sword. It's these scum blocking the road again. Why? Are you familiar with them? Kill them first, then we'll talk outside. Good. Don't you two take us seriously? Iron Wolf, tear them apart. The leader-like assassins from Tianming Palace immediately gave the order. Buzz! The 7 or 8 mechanical monsters blocking the two of them emitted a faint red light in their eyes, like robots that had just been started. Cool snow waterfall. Xiaozi, 1 Lei Tianin. 2 six-tailed foxes, 1 purple and 1 white, charged at each other. The temperature in the stairs suddenly dropped, and the assassins shivered subconsciously. The snow waterfall with a radius of nearly 10 meters swallowed up all the mechanical monsters that blocked the way. They were frozen and became steaks to be slaughtered at will. The 10,000 thunders of the six-tailed fox Tsang Lei fell with a loud bang. Wei Qi and Shun Miao charged at the same time. He took a step forward and raised his sword to chop away the Tianming Palace assassins who were rushing in front of him. A bloodthirsty color bloomed on the evil cherry knife. Horizontal ghost slash. A huge sword shadow swept across the enemy in front. The defense that the mechanical monster was proud of was like tender tofu in front of Byron. Bang, bang, bang. With a single move, the 3 mechanical beasts in the front were swept away. The assassins of Tianming Palace all gasped. It would be fine if it was chopped into pieces by a big boss who had practiced for many years, but the invincible mechanical beast was killed instantly by an unknown student. Anyone who sees it will wonder if there is something wrong with their eyes. Soul Chaser. While the assassins were dazed, Wei Qi's attacks followed one after another. The evil cherry knife, which had been charged for a short time, chopped down on the head, and the assassin at the front came to his senses. Fuck, this guy is so strong. Fuck him. The two of them immediately used their spiritual seal skills to attack Wei Qi. Boom! A blue light froze one of them into an ice cube. Liang Shui seemed to have anticipated their actions and fired the ice cannon in advance to support her master. Wei Qi's reaction and perception are many times higher than those of ordinary people, coupled with their tacit understanding. The evil cherry knife was raised and chopped diagonally, and the sharp blade directly cut off the other person's head. The leader of the death squad turned pale and immediately gave the order. Go and report quickly. We'll hold on here first. With Byron, Wei Qi was like the unparalleled Zhao Zilong. He wielded a knife and defeated all the assassins of Tianming Palace. The evil Sakura Blade's ability to ignore defense makes it the natural enemy of mechanical monsters. Sizzle. 10,000 thunders ended. The last mechanical monster was knocked down by Shun Miao and Xiao Zi. With nowhere to retreat, the leader of the death squad took out a sharp knife from his arms and shouted, "For a new future." Then he stabbed the knife into his abdomen. It has the flavor of someone who lives a good life. A trace of disappointment flashed across Shun Miao's face. Sure enough, we failed again. These guys are so brainwashed that it's almost impossible to capture one of them alive and extract information. I thought they were some important people, but they turned out to be 2 ignorant rats. The Dragon Guardian, wearing a thick black robe and a mask, slowly appeared in the raging electric current. Shen Miao held a sword in front of him and said, "Wei Qi, be careful. The guardians of Tianming Palace are very powerful." Lu Suyu. Chapter 139 Qin Shijua's Life Experience. Lu Suyu slowly raised her eyes and glanced at Shen Miao. Long black hair, female, holding a sword spirit weapon. Are you the guy who injured the snake a few days ago? Shen Miao sneered. You, the Tianming Palace, have disrupted order, trampled on life, and kidnapped the 7th princess. Everyone has the right to kill you. Tisk, stop getting carried away, little girl. What do you know? I don't need to understand anything. The Tianming Palace framed me and wanted to kill me. How should this be settled? Shen Miao's tone became heavier and heavier, and she pointed her sword at Lu Suyu and said coldly, "You defy fate and deserve to die." Lu Suyu slightly curled her fingers, and the thunder's spiritual power in the narrow space hummed, turning into several thick lightning beams that slashed toward Shen Miao. Shen Miao is also a Beastmaster who specializes in thunder and is very sensitive to fluctuations in thunder's spiritual power. She quickly raised her sword to block. Sparks are flying. Shen Miao's body was impacted, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Lu Suyu flashed behind Shen Miao and kicked Shen Miao on the back of the head with a thunderous kick. If this kick hits, thunder shakes the 9 heavens. Shen Miao calmly activated the 2nd spiritual seal technique, and the raging thunder forcibly repelled Lu Suyu, rendering her unable to move. This is... Lu Suyu was very surprised. Unexpectedly, this beautiful girl was not the vase role I imagined. Wei Qi, go in quickly, Shen Miao urged. Okay, be careful. Wei Qi didn't say much nonsense. He glanced at Jiao Hufa and Shen Miao and immediately continued to move towards the basement with Liang Shui. Sizzle. Several lightning bolts collided back and forth in the air. One was the thunder strike from Xiao Zi, and the other was the crazy thunder technique performed by Lu Suyu. The extremely young and strong thunder spiritual power collided in the air, making a sound like cloth tearing. Even the space was about to be shattered, and the entire building was shaking. Lu Suyu's purpose was to attract attention and buy time for Ghost Hand to retreat. Every time I saw Wei Qi's distracting thoughts, he didn't even think about killing Shen Miao. Boom! Shen Miao and Xiao Zi were shocked and took several steps back, swaying for a few times before they could steady themselves. Lu Suyu said with a cold look, "Little girl, the sword in your hand is not an ordinary one. No wonder you have the confidence to guard the rear. Evil cannot prevail over good. Huh, stupid guy." Boom, boom, boom. The deafening collision sounded particularly harsh in the silent underground passage. Ghost Hand was packing up the computers and collecting data files. Just then, there was a sound of light footsteps behind him. Thump, thump, thump. A mechanical arm patted the Ghost Hand's shoulder. The Ghost Hand was so frightened that it staggered and sat down on the ground, trembling. Master Craftsman Ghost Hand, long time no see. A mysterious man wearing a red devil mask and a black robe appeared from behind the door. You are Phantom Wolf. The Ghost Hand deduced the identity of the opponent based on the opponent's mechanical arm. Your memory is pretty good. Impossible. You died decades ago. Nothing is impossible. Where is the 7th princess? The masked man named Yulang glanced around the secret room. Still imprisoned in the basement. What do you want to do? By the master's order, take her away. Ghost Hand's pupils widened several times, and he shook his head in disbelief. Master? Is it impossible? How can a human live that long? You are not Tianyu's confidant, so it's okay to tell you. The master has cracked the secret on the immortal monument and has become an existence that both gods and demons fear. Yulang laughed. No wonder he needs the blood of the 7th princess. Take me to see the 7th princess. Ghost Hand shook his head. Here's the key for you. If you want to go by yourself. Ghost Hand was quite sensible and nodded in satisfaction. If you want to continue your research, don't mention the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to anyone. I see. The Ghost Hand fled in a hurry, holding the research data that was more important than his life. Yulang looked at the key in his hand and licked his dry lips with his gray tongue. I heard that the 7th princess is a sexy little beauty. This mission is really not in vain, he. I haven't touched a woman in several years. Qin Shijue was awakened from his coma by a deafening noise. My mind is very confused, my body is very weak, and I am thirsty. I don't know if it was an accident or someone did it on purpose. Bang! The magic binding shackles that imprisoned her accidentally fell off. Looking at his hand with bloody marks, Qin Shijue was stunned for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and opened all the magic shackles on her body. The restrained spiritual energy in her body began to flow along her spiritual veins. Buzz! A red unicorn lion covered in flames walked out of the void. It was heartbroken when it saw its dying master. Master, please hold on. Qin Shijue bit her pale lips and crawled towards the door in front. It was only a few steps away, but to her it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Squeak! The door opened. Bright light shone into the dim basement. Qin Shijue subconsciously closed her right eye. Her pupil had not seen the light for a long time, and the sudden strong light almost blinded her. TSK, isn't this the famous beauty 7th princess of Dragon Country? Why are you lying on the ground helplessly? A hoarse male voice came into my ears. Qin Shijue opened her eyes slightly, and in front of her was a man about 1.77 meters tall, wearing a black robe and a red, evil ghost mask. The mechanical arm under his sleeve made her alert. A mask never seen before, a voice never heard before. Who are you? Qin Shijue struggled to get up. The red flame unicorn lion bravely protected its master and bared its fangs at the enemy. Me? Yulang touched his chin. The future emperor who will rule the eastern continent. Yulang of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Qin Shijue was first detained and then had her blood drawn. She realized that she seemed to have become a guinea pig in the eyes of some people. Hidden Dragon Pavilion? What is that? This princess has never heard of it. Even the Dragon Emperor doesn't know about the existence of Hidden Dragon Pavilion, so it's normal that you don't know. Yulang swayed his body and took 2 steps forward. Princess, as a celestial, you are able to absorb the blood of the demon and remain immortal. Do you know how lucky you are? Demons. Qin Shijue widened his eyes in surprise. The celestial blood in her body comes from her father, and her mother is just a melancholy beauty with no talent for taming beasts. This guy in front of me suddenly said something about demon blood. What does he mean? Yulang looked at the dumbstruck Qin Shijue and licked his lips. Sure enough, she inherited your mother's big breasts and no brains. She is the perfect product carefully cultivated by the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Her original mission was to secretly collect the blood of the Qin family, but I didn't expect that a strange combination of circumstances would cultivate such an outstanding woman like you. Qin Shijue's mind went blank. I don't believe it. It's impossible. Yulang chuckled. You and your daughter have exactly the same demeanor. When she saw me back then, her expression was just as devastated as yours. What did you do to her? Qin Shijue recalled the groundless rumors in the palace and her father's expression of unwillingness to recall the past. A very scary thought came to my mind. Tisk, Tisk, she betrayed the master who gave her everything. So of course I turned her into a mad demon. I never expected the baby she gave birth to would be perfectly fused with demon blood. You bastard. When Qin Shijue heard that her mother had died in childbirth due to conspiracy, she became so angry that she lost her mind. Go to hell. Dense bloodlines began to appear on Qin Shijue's body, which looked very scary. Chapter 140 Destiny. Qin Shijue let out an indistinct roar of anger. Her father's disdain and her mother's tragic death turned her from a high-ranking princess into a prisoner. It turns out that there has always been a mastermind behind the scenes manipulating her life. Yulang was shocked by the red spiritual power bursting out of Qin Shijue's body and took 2 steps back. What's going on? A layer of strong spiritual pressure visible to the naked eye appeared on Qin Shijue's body, and her eyes of the red flame unicorn lion turned red, and she completely lost her mind. Dense and terrifying blood-red curse marks spread outward from Qin Shijue's chest. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shijue's beautiful face was instantly completely engulfed by the bloody curse. The long red hair grew rapidly from the waist, and the whole person's body shape and style began to become distorted. Yulang's pupils suddenly widened, and he raised his arms excitedly. That's right. This is the ultimate power. Qin Shijue was detained for 3 days and became malnourished, and a tube of his blood was drawn out. Upon learning that the mysterious man in front of him was the murderer of his mother, resentment and anger awakened the demonic power in Qin Shijue's body. The fusion of the celestial bloodline and the demonic power caused a violent spiritual reaction. Qin Shijue was completely unable to control such a huge amount of spiritual power, and thus went into a state of madness and rampage. Kill. Revenge. The scarlet flame unicorn lion, his natal beast, was also strengthened by the Xuanren's energy. Its body shape began to change, and a pair of extremely powerful and exaggerated black flesh wings grew on its back. The single horn on its head became dark and evil. Roar. The shrill roar shook the sky, as if only someone suffering from hellish torture could make such a wail. The phantom wolf summoned a powerful 6th-level bone rebellious demon wolf. Kill this fire lion. The eyes of the bone rebellious demon wolf, covered in spikes, emitted a sharp, blood-red light. It let out a long howl and raised its sharp claws to pounce on the red flame unicorn lion. The red flame unicorn lion was extremely strange, and the same blood-colored curse mark as Qin Shijue's appeared on its body. The strengthened red flame unicorn lion bravely protected its master. This time it wants to avenge its previous humiliation and protect its master's safety, even at the cost of its own life. Wei Qi, who was running wildly, heard a deafening roar. The special energy surging in the space made him feel excited. My heart was pounding in my chest. Liang Shui smelled the spiritual power in the air and frowned. How come this ominous aura is so similar to the legendary world demon in the divine realm? Even before direct contact, you can feel the other person's anger, pain, despair, and even the will to destroy everything. How could a world demon be born in Tiangshuangsing, a world without gods? Liang Shui, we must be extra careful. The enemy underground may be even more powerful than Aristotle. Well, Shui will protect the master. The golden cyclone is getting thicker and thicker. This shows that he and Qin Shijue are getting closer and closer. Boom! Suddenly, the wall in front suddenly collapsed and shattered. A black shadow was violently knocked away by the red spiritual power, crashing into a wall more than 10 meters away, splashing a trail of blood. Ahem. This power is too terrifying. Who can subdue her except the master? Ouch! The howling of wolves continued to echo in the basement. Half of the bone rebellious demon wolf's body was thrown out from behind the wall like garbage, and the gushing blood was evaporated by the domineering fire's spiritual power before it had time to flow. Yulang crawled up in a panic, holding his chest. He didn't expect that Qin Shijua seemed to be on a high, not afraid of pain or death. In the end, he actually tore his bone-rebellious demon wolf apart alive. If the fight continues, he might die here. Humph, if you forcefully activate the forbidden power, you won't survive for long. Let Emperor Qin personally lead his men to deal with her precious daughter. Yulang said a few tough words and started to escape in the thick smoke. Wei Qi looked down at the wolf corpse that had been burned to charcoal. There are thorns growing on its back. This is probably a level 5 or higher, powerful in close combat, and has a strong rebellious wolf. Liang Shui looked at the wall where thick smoke was coming out with an uneasy look on her face. Master, the enemy is coming. Thump, thump, thump. Qin Shijue, who used the power of curse to burn his lifespan and overdraw his strength, stumbled out covered in blood. Her personal consciousness has been offline and her body is completely controlled by hatred. Whoever is within her sight is her enemy. Wei Qi looked at the demon in front of him, who was emitting red spiritual power, had long hair dragging on the ground, and was covered in wounds and bleeding continuously. Qin Shijue, is that you? Qin Shijue turned his head slightly when he heard some sounds from the right. Master, be careful. Liang Shui immediately changed back to her original form and stood in front of Wei Qi. A flash of bloodlight passed by, and the temperature of the surrounding space rose. Puff! Liang Shui's body was slapped away by the violent Qin Shijue's claw, and her body fell on the iron gate 30 meters away like a cannonball. Liang Shui. Wei Qi had no idea what was going on. Qin Shijue's speed is as fast as a ghost. Liang Shui's abdomen was pierced by a claw, revealing a huge bloody hole, and her vitality was rapidly fading. The peak power of the Xianren race far exceeds that of the gods and demons. Even though Qin Shijue is not a pure-blooded Xianren, her strength has increased by leaps and bounds after sacrificing her life to enter a rampage state, making her invincible. Even after recovering her strength, Long Yin could not last more than 3 minutes in her hands. Therefore, this forbidden power will be feared by all gods and demons in the heavens. Wei Qi felt that Liang Shui's vitality was getting weaker and weaker, and he ran to Liang Shui in panic. The empty hole made Wei Qi feel like he was struck by lightning. Liang Shui. Liang Shui, don't die. The young man with a blank mind hugged Liang Shui's body and prayed frantically. Wei Qi never thought that Liang Shui would leave him one day. Liang Shui spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Wei Qi, whose eyes were filled with tears, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry, master. In her previous life, Liang Shui experienced the pain of losing loved ones, being unable to love, not getting what she wanted, being wronged, losing her freedom, losing her health, and so on. This was the first time in her life that she faced the threat of death. So this is what it feels like to be dying. Did the owner back then also experience such pain? Chu Lian's protection of her was ineffective. Maybe this is fate. Liang Shui remembered what the mysterious man in the axis had said to her. Those who go against the will of heaven and change their destiny will be punished by heaven. She used the Samsara Jade to restart the reincarnation cycle and change Wei Qi's originally mediocre life. That's why fate backfired on him, and he was killed instantly by the demon from nowhere. Liang Shui never feared death. With Long Yin and Bai Rong accompanying Wei Qi, he will sooner or later become the world's top Beastmaster. She was only worried that when she was gone in the future, Wei Qi would be trapped in the same agony as she once was, unable to live or die. Master, run away. This is a world demon, feared by both the gods and demons. We are no match for it. Wei Qi looked at Liang Shui, who was dying, but still remembered to give instructions. Sadness and grief gradually turned into self-blame and anger. 2.5 years ago in Tiange City, my parents left one after another to protect me. I thought that after becoming a Beastmaster, I would gain the ability to protect others and no one would leave me due to accidents. What's the result? In order to protect herself, Liang Shui risked her life to resist the opponent's attack. Wei Qi, look at what you have protected. Too weak. Why am I so weak? Wei Qi's emotions were out of control, and some restrictions in his body seemed to loosen because of his anger. Buzz! The manic power flowed into Liang Shui's body along the soul contract. Liang Shui, who was halfway to the gates of hell, was forcibly filled with the vast and enormous spiritual power. Liang Shui looked at the changed Wei Qi in front of her and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. World demon. I don't mean to hurt the master intentionally. I don't have that habit. The power of the Xianren race is sealed by a curse. Only violent emotional fluctuations can awaken the instinct in their blood, and then they go berserk and self-destruct. It can be understood as a weakened version of the kaleidoscope eye-opening method. The protagonist is invincible among his peers and lives a happy life. It's impossible that all the skills will be lost or that someone will be cheated on, right? Some people may say that my plot is old-fashioned. That's just my level. I can't write an invincible story where you can hit 999 enemies with one blow. If I could write, I would have sold this book to make money long ago. Chapter 141 Fatal Weakness. Wei Qi's hair instantly grew several centimeters longer, and his originally thick black hair turned into miserable white hair. The dark and bright eyes turned red, and the skin on the left side of the body and even around the left eye turned black, the kind of black skin that only demons would have. A mysterious bloody curse slowly emerged from the body. Unlike Qin Shijue, his demonic power was concentrated and sealed in his left arm. Now Wei Qi's left hand has turned into a demon arm emitting blood marks. With the help of the sealing technique, the extreme anger did not control Wei Qi's brain consciousness. Wei Qi also discovered that the blood-colored curse mark on his body seemed like some kind of sealing technique, and the power of the mysterious man passed into Liang Shue's body along the soul contract. Liang Shue, who was originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, was affected by the power of Xianren, and the pure white fur on her body was glowing with a terrifying blood-red light. In this state, Liang Shue transformed from a quirky silver fox into a bloodthirsty and brutal blood-red fox. "Master, are you okay?" Liang Shue looked at Wei Qi, whose appearance had changed drastically, with love in her eyes. Although she didn't understand why the world demon mentioned by the gods was the Xianren tribe on Tianxian Star. She also didn't understand why her master in the previous life didn't unleash the power of the Xianren race. But Liang Shue knew very well that she had been reborn thanks to the power of her master. "Master, Shue will always love you." Wei Qi's expression was cold, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or not. He looked at his devilish left arm, then turned back to look at Qin Shijue, who was staggering. "It's okay. The power I longed for has appeared in my body. First, deal with the enemy in front of us and rescue Qin Shijue." "Yes, Master Redheart." Wei Qi slowly stood up and summoned the evil Sakura blade in his left hand. The evil cherry blade was very sensitive to negative states. When Bai Rong smelled the scent on Wei Qi's left hand, the blade emitted a cheerful ringing sound. At that moment, Wei Qi achieved the legendary state of man and sword becoming one, and his control over the evil Sakura sword was greatly enhanced. Qin Shijue, whose eyes were blinded by hatred, felt the breath of death from the white-haired man in front of him. The red flaming unicorn lion pounced towards Wei Qi on the raging flames. Not willing to be outdone, Liang Shue opened his 6 tails and pulled the red flame unicorn lion to the side of the battlefield for a duel. The two beasts are both the Xianren clan's natal beasts, and can enjoy the Xianren clan's power bonus. For a while, the fight was difficult to determine. The raging flames shot up into the sky, transforming into a phantom of a lioness that crushed Liang Shue to death. Liang Shue was not to be outdone. Her body, which looked like it was cast from blood-red steel, burst into bursts of blood-red light, and her 6 tails were like prison chains as she charged towards the red flame unicorn lion. Boom, boom, boom. The exploding spiritual power shook the basement to pieces. There was a huge burst of blood, and a lion and a fox smashed the ground and flew out. Plants that come into contact with the bloody ice and flames will die instantly. Fortunately, the nearby refugees had already taken refuge in the shelter under the guidance of the Beastmaster. Long Yin, who was hiding in the beast-controlling space to recover, looked at the battle between the two blood-colored beasts, and her blood boiled rapidly. She also wanted to join the fight. However, the beast-controlling space was completely blocked by a layer of blood-colored spiritual power, and it was impossible to enter or exit freely. Opening the Xianren state will disable all spirit pets except the natal beast. The exception is those who have the mountain and sea seal, and the trust value reaches 100. The determination of spirits is different from that of living creatures, so they are not restricted. Wei Qi wiped the evil Sakura knife, and bloodshot eyes flashed. He kicked his feet and charged forward, and the evil cherry knife that swallowed a lot of resentment swept out. Qin Shijue resisted with both hands, but his arm was cut off on the spot. Her body grew rapidly, and new arms grew in the blink of an eye. "Drink." Qin Shijue used the power of her mind to see through Wei Qi's weakness. She was very fast, and turned around in an instant, and kicked Wei Qi away. Boom. The roads within 100 meters around collapsed on the spot, and dense cracks and bottomless black holes appeared on the ground. Giant Serpent City Lord. You two are demolishing the house here, right? The battlefield on the other side also gradually became intense, and the fire lion and ice fox smashed the surrounding high-rise buildings into pieces. Kill. Qin Shijue was not afraid of the pain in his body. The blood on his body glowed even brighter, and his violent spiritual power continuously smashed the mechanical monsters. However, he was still at a disadvantage when facing Wei Qi, who was holding the evil Sakura knife. The evil cherry knife's ability to ignore defense, combined with the soul-chasing knife, could penetrate Qin Shijue's body every time, splashing a large amount of blood. But the latter's life force seems to be inexhaustible, making it difficult to kill it completely. Wei Qi blasted Qin Shijue away with a terrifying move, and only after breaking through the opponent's spiritual power code could he see the true face of the demon. The extremely beautiful cheeks, fair, plump, and big body, were exactly the Qin Shijue he was looking for. What is going on here? Why is Qin Shijue's power form 70% similar to my own power? Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. The furious Qin Shijue clapped his hands, and a blood-red seal fell from the sky in an attempt to suppress Wei Qi. Buzz! At this moment, a brilliant golden light shot out from the ground. The sharp and invincible sword light hit Qin Shijue's right hand, knocking her away on the spot. The curse marks on Qin Shijue's face became increasingly dense, obscuring her appearance once again. Shen Miao, with blonde hair and holding the human emperor's sword, jumped behind Wei Qi with the help of an unknown force. She did not ask Wei Qi why he became like this. Who is it? Where is the seventh princess? I don't know the specific situation, but the monster in front of me who attacks everyone indiscriminately is the seventh princess. Wei Qi said lightly. How so? It might be the work of the people from Tianming Palace. How do you plan to stop her? Shen Miao asked. Wei Qi didn't know what to do. This guy can heal himself automatically when he's injured. He's practically invincible. The more enemies Qin Shijue saw, the more out of control his emotions became. The red flame unicorn lion was summoned by its master and quickly returned to Qin Shijue. Her body began to strangely merge with the scarlet flame unicorn lion. Qin Shijue's soul is self-destructing. This was also Shen Miao's first time seeing the legendary Xianren tribe. She shook her head and said, Wei Qi, let's retreat quickly. Her will is unable to control her power, and her body is beginning to merge with the beast. She will soon become a more powerful monster. We can't save her, Liang Shui said in her heart. Master, let's not continue to entangle with her. Let's retreat quickly. The gods and demons used the immortal monument to suppress the ancestor of the world demons. All the Xian people in later generations would be cursed by the immortal monument and eventually become neither human nor beast and self-destruct. Wei Qi calmly looked at Qin Shijue, whose body was twitching slightly. Shen Miao couldn't help but glance sideways. Although I don't know what happened, her situation is exactly the same as the cursed Xianren people in the legend. This power is envied by the heavens, and those who use it will become monsters sunk into desire. Wei Qi gripped the evil Sakura knife tightly. Qin Shijue was originally a princess who enjoyed all the glory and wealth, but because of her behavior, she was imprisoned in Tianming Palace and eventually turned into a half-human, half-ghost appearance. He didn't want to abandon Qin Shijue. If we leave it alone, it will eventually turn into a vicious beast and be killed by the top masters of Dragon Country, right? Master, you may try to attack her seabed acupoint, which is the weak point of the Xianren race. Bairong spoke slowly. Bairong, how did you know? Dad is also a Xianren. Back then, during the expedition to the demon clan, we were defeated due to a weakness. Wei Qi gripped the knife tightly. Okay, then attack her seabed acupoint. Wow, yesterday's gift was 45. I'll update in the evening. Don't go away. Please give me free gifts and follow me for more updates. Chapter 142 Xiaoqi, Sister will take you home. Qin Shijue's body gradually merged with the red flame unicorn lion. If they were allowed to completely merge, even the golden immortal would be unable to save them. Liang Shui, you only have one chance. Schwerer understands. A man and a fox stepped on the gravel and charged towards Qin Shijue. The latter raised his hand and crushed it. A spiritual fire dragon about 20 to 30 meters long was controlled by Qin Shijue and bit towards Wei Qi with manic anger. Shen Miao stood behind and stared at Wei Qi's left arm for a long time. She wanted to figure out what had happened to Wei Qi. Xiaozi. Ouch. A powerful and mysterious force burst out from Shen Miao's body, and the brilliant sword light shot straight into the sky. Boom! Thunder rumbled and dark clouds gathered in the sky. A majestic and domineering fox phantom fell from the sky, and the extremely masculine and powerful thunder shocked the red flame dragon summoned by Qin Shijue, making it unable to move. Wei Qi looked back. Shen Miao Xiaozi had somehow evolved into a nine-tailed fox, and its appearance was more than twice as cool as before. Ha! Destruction slash. Wei Qi raised his sword and slashed horizontally. The evil cherry blade light turned into a ghostly, evil spirit that tore the red flame fire dragon into pieces while charging forward. The 5th level of evil rage spiritual power circled around Wei Qi like a soul lamp and protected his body. Qin Shijue was knocked off his feet by Wei Qi and was hit by several flying kicks, with blood spurting out of the corners of his mouth. Shen Miao widened her beautiful eyes upon seeing this. She had not expected Wei Qi to be so strong. The legendary Xianren was beaten so badly by him that he lost his way for a moment. That demonic arm, is he a demon? Wei Qi was able to suppress Qin Shijue because his bloodline power was more refined, and the evil Sakura blade had the effect of ignoring defense. If it weren't for Bai Rong, it would be difficult for him to seriously inflict heavy damage on the runaway Qin Shijue with his current attack skills. Liang Shui found the right opportunity to use the magic capture. After experiencing life and death, she gained more insights and her spiritual strength reached a new level. Qin Shijue's personal consciousness had already fallen into a dead sea, and his mental resistance was almost zero. Qin Shijue's body paused briefly. Right now? Wei Qi leaped up and retracted the evil Sakura knife, while the flaming glove on his left hand released a ball of red flame. Taking advantage of the moment when Qin Shijue's body was stiff and unable to defend himself, he aimed the flame in his palm downwards and slapped it. Boom! The scorching flames tore through the heavy defenses and hit the vital points. The red spiritual power on Qin Shijue's body suddenly rose, and then began to weaken rapidly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. We must succeed. With Wei Qi's low roar, red flames rushed into Qin Shijue's body. The out-of-control power found the only outlet, and instead went through Wei Qi's arm and into his body. Boom! The blood-colored spiritual armor on Qin Shijue's body gradually dissipated. The red flame unicorn lion gradually regained his sanity. The crimson energy enveloped Wei Qi and her. Qin Shijue slowly opened her eyes, and in front of her was a white-haired man with disheveled hair and blood on his face. There was a hint of tenderness in his cold eyes. Qin Shijue slowly raised his arm. Wei Qi. Thank you for your hard work recently, princess. Qin Shijue looked at the expressionless man in front of her and slightly raised her lips. Although the man who risked his life to save her was not a peerless warrior wearing golden armor and stepping on a dragon, she was still very happy. Qin Shijue opened her red lips and wanted to say something, but her body could no longer support her. Wei Qi did not hesitate. He stuffed the Qingqing Dabu Dan that Qing Ning gave him into Qin Shijue's mouth. The mysterious elixir entered Qin Shijue's body and emitted bursts of green light. The vital wood spiritual power began to repair Qin Shijue's scarred body. Wei Qi, can you hold me for a while longer? A trace of tears appeared in the corner of Qin Shijue's eyes. She felt a surge of vitality in her body and thought she was experiencing a last burst of vitality and was about to die. If this princess encounters danger in the future, will you descend from the sky like you did today? Wei Qi looked down at her and didn't answer. Qin Shijue clenched her fists and wanted to hit him like usual. This princess, ahem, you've seen my body naked. Will you marry me? Be good, just get some sleep. Qin Shijue hugged Wei Qi fearfully. No, I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, you'll leave me too. Wei Qi. The violent energy generated by Qin Shijue's bloodline was completely absorbed by Wei Qi, and she fainted in Wei Qi's arms due to exhaustion. Wei Qi landed steadily on the ground and took out a blanket from the space ring to cover Qin Shijue's body. Dong dong dong. His heartbeat gradually stabilized. The Xianren power that was running wild in his body calmed down as Wei Qi's emotions stabilized. The black on the left side of his body and face gradually faded, and his hair returned to its original black. However, his left hand turned into a demon's arm, with black skin, hard as armor, long fingers, and sharp nails. Shen Miao, take Qin Shijue home and hide him for 2 days. Shen Miao gently picked up the unconscious Qin Shijue. She looked at Wei Qi, who had recovered as normal, and hesitated for a long time. Wei Qi, you should leave quickly too. It will be difficult to explain if someone finds out. Okay, thank you for your help. Shen Miao took Qin Shijue away from the devastated commercial street. Wei Qi had just stood up when the chaotic forces in his body began to collide. He felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Master, are you okay? Liang Shui immediately changed back into human form and helped the unstable Wei Qi up. I'm fine, just a little dizzy and want to vomit. Wei Qi's eyelids were very heavy, and every step he took was very difficult. 10 minutes later, the sound of the rescue team came from behind. Survivors found here. The man was seriously injured and covered in blood. Hurry up and lend a hand. Tianming Palace has completed its secret retreat. The destructive mechanical monsters were defeated by the Beastmasters of the giant snake city. The rescue team quickly launched a rescue operation. Liang Shui smiled and declined the Beastmaster's kindness. Wei Qi limped out of the commercial street with Liang Shui's support. Home, how far is it? Wei Qi felt a little uncomfortable. Liang Shui looked anxious. Master, please hold on a little longer. We will be home soon. Whoosh. A cool breeze blew by. Lu Suyu, wearing a black tights, appeared quietly and gently held Wei Qi's waist on the left side. Xiao Qi, hold on a little longer. Sister will take you home now. Wei Qi thought that his body was overloaded and his brain was hallucinating. He raised his head slightly and looked to the left. It was his first love goddess that he had been dreaming about. Sister Lu. Wei Qi's consciousness went dark and he completely fainted. Chapter 143 White Moonlight, Gift Plus. Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. Familiar ceiling. My head feels dizzy. A series of events almost caused his CPU to burn out. Liang Shui was almost killed by Qin Shijue's claw. First, a strange power suddenly erupted from his body, and then he cooperated with Shun Miao to rescue Qin Shijue. Is it all a dream? Wei Qi frowned slightly and raised his left arm. Demonic arms, hardened skin, sharp nails. Are these all true stories? Then Sister Lu. Xiaoqi, are you awake? A gentle and royal sister's voice came to my ears. Wei Qi tilted his head and took a look. Sitting on the chair beside the bed was a very familiar figure, with a stunningly beautiful face, a slender and graceful figure, and the beauty mole under the eye that highlighted the unique charm of this mature beauty. This seductive mature beauty in tight clothes is Wei Qi's first love, Lu Suyu. The unique and elegant temperament makes people fall in love with it. Sister Lu, why are you? A heartbreaking smile appeared on Lu Suyu's lips. She leaned over gently and stretched out her index finger to block Wei Qi's mouth. Xiao Qi, how have you been lately? Wei Qi was secretly surprised. Although I am an LSP, my concentration is not that bad, right? Why do I want to pin Sister Lu down and ravage her the first time I see her? I am fine. Lu Suyu smiled with satisfaction. She came to see Wei Qi secretly at the risk of her life. Now that he has recovered, Lu Suyu should leave Giant Snake City and return to Tianming Palace to report. Lu Suyu is a peerless beauty with a natural charm that men can never forget. The seal in Wei Qi's body began to loosen, and a dark desire was growing in his heart. He had the idea of completely possessing Lu Suyu and never letting her leave him. Lu Suyu finally managed to calm down and was ready to completely break off this evil relationship, but she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was staring at her infatuatedly, openly admiring the charm that she was proud of. Lu Suyu felt that if she continued to stay with Wei Qi, she would be even more reluctant to make up her mind to leave. Just about to get up, Wei Qi grabbed Lu Suyu's hand. Sister Lu, can you listen to my explanation? Lu Suyu felt a pang of pain in her heart after hearing this. She didn't dare look back, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Qi, sister was just joking with you that night. There is a big age gap between us. She mustered up the courage to slowly turn around and handed Wei Qi a ring. Xiao Qi, listen to me. Take this and go live in the Sun Empire across the ocean. The girls there have big breasts and slim waists. Don't live in Giant Snake City anymore. Wei Qi had a premonition in his heart. If I let Sister Lu leave this time, I may never see her again in this life. Sister Lu, I was attacked outside the city that night. I couldn't keep the appointment due to health reasons. Lu Suyu shook her head in self-deception. Xiao Qi, don't lie to your sister. The past is the past. Wei Qi felt a little annoyed when he saw this. Looking at the sad-looking Lu Suyu, Wei Qi suddenly reached out and pressed her shoulders, and the two looked into each other's eyes. I can't have any more regrets. Wei Qi's hands trembled slightly. Sister Lu, I've actually liked you since the first time I saw you, but I didn't dare express it because of the difference in our social status. With the help of strength, I finally dared to say the words that had been suppressed in my heart for many years face to face. I don't mind Sister Lu's past or her identity. Can you please not leave quietly again? I am now a Beastmaster of some strength, and I can definitely afford to support you. Lu Suyu was shocked into a statue by the sudden confession. She always thought that Wei Qi hated her and felt that she was being too sentimental. Feelings of joy, happiness, and excitement quietly grow from the bottom of my heart. Is this considered mutual love? Xiao Qi, are you telling the truth? Real. I wrote more than 8,000 words today. I'm tired. Chapter 144 Separation. Lu Suyu, with a blank mind, wanted to push Wei Qi away to regain the initiative. Wei Qi's embrace was warm and strong, and she tried for a long time, but still couldn't break free. Lu Suyu discovered a frightening fact. She did not feel any rejection or disgust in her heart, even still looking forward to it. Sister Lu, please don't leave, okay? Lu Suyu felt a pang of pain in her heart, and the lightning gathered in her right palm quietly dissipated. Lu Suyu hopes that time will stay at this moment forever. Since her brother passed away, Lu Suyu has been living alone. Now she has a new support in her heart, so she is very happy. But what next? The demon god's revival plan has completely failed, and she will definitely be punished accordingly after returning to Tianming Palace. Lu Suyu held Wei Qi's strong left arm in her arms and gently stroked the blood-red veins on it. Wei Qi discovered that the chaotic and violent Shinran power in his body gradually became stable, and there was also a faint thunder spiritual power mixed in his spiritual veins. Lu Suyu has a rather special physique. She absorbed Qin Shijue's mysterious power into her body and refined it. Wei Qi used the light to absorb Lu Suyu's spiritual power to temper his body and gain a large amount of resistance to lightning. He opened his left arm and hugged the beauty beside him. Sister Suyu, let's get married? Lu Suyu lowered her head slightly and did not answer. She and her brother were originally from the Xian Lei Jiao clan who lived in an uninhabited restricted area, leading a peaceful life. Unable to bear the loneliness, the elder brother sneaked into human society and became the guardian of Tianming Palace. The Black Thunderflood Dragon had a low reproductive capacity, and the strength of the tribe became increasingly weaker, until it was eventually exterminated by other beast tribes. Upon receiving the news, her brother rushed back to his hometown and found the newly adult Lu Suyu among the corpses of the dragons. So Lu Suyu had to join human society under the leadership of her brother. Later, my brother was unfortunately killed in an operation. In order to carry on her brother's last wish, the Lord of Tianming Palace usually took great care of the brother and sister. Lu Suyu resolutely replaced her brother and became the Jiao of Tianming Palace. Later, Wei Qi quietly walked into her inner world. Lu Suyu's task completion rate also declined. She also wanted to give up everything and live with Wei Qi, but Lu Suyu knew too many secrets of Tianming Palace. With Tianyu's personality, he would never let her leave Tianming Palace alive. Lu Suyu raised her head and wanted to tell Wei Qi the truth. Given his personality, he will definitely become an enemy of Tianyu in order to protect himself. But Tianyu's strength is too strong and too terrifying. Lu Suyu didn't want Wei Qi to die in vain. She had just been lying on the bed with her pillow in her arms, thinking about the solution to the problem. The final answer is to leave Wei Qi and send him to live in the Sun Empire. Because of the goddess cult, the Palace of Destiny has not yet established an intelligence network in the West. So Lu Suyu fell into deep confusion. She didn't know how to get to the future she wanted. Thinking of this, her nose felt sore and she started crying like a little woman. Xiaoqi, I'm really confused and don't know what to do. I will protect you, Sister Suyu. Wei Qi knew that Lu Suyu's identity was not ordinary, but he was not clear about the details. Xiaoqi, I'm sorry. Lu Suyu gently raised her head and kissed Wei Qi on the neck. The raging thunder spiritual power knocked the defenseless Wei Qi unconscious on the spot. She slowly stood up and stared at her palm in a daze. These hands have been stained with the blood of too many innocent people, and perhaps they are no longer worthy of embracing happiness. The most important thing at the moment is to return to Tianming Palace to report and divert Tianyu's attention from Wei Qi to the black-haired woman. Xiaoqi, I like you too. Forgive my sister. Lu Suyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, changed into new clothes, and left the bedroom. Just push the door open. Liang Shui, folding her arms and looking out the window, said coldly, Are you going to leave him again? Lu Suyu looked at Liang Shui's back and felt a little ashamed. I don't want to hurt you. You've already killed him. Liang Shui's voice was a little angry, and her blue eyes were devoid of any emotion. Lu Suyu shook her head helplessly, and her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to explain something. The tail behind Liang Shui was fully extended, and the animal pattern on her face flashed with a faint red light. She was jealous that Lu Suyu had received Wei Qi's love before she was born, but did not cherish it. Liang Shui glanced at the bedroom and said, Since you've decided to leave him, don't ever come back. You've exploited your master's emotions wantonly. I won't forgive you. Lu Suyu knew what Liang Shui meant. She hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. Please take good care of him. Liang Shui snorted coldly. If it weren't for the master's feelings, do you think I would let you in, Black Dragon? After hearing Liang Shui's words, Lu Suyu felt that she was very selfish. Xiaoqi's natal beast is also a stunningly beautiful fox girl who can suppress her inner emotions for Wei Qi's feelings. And I indulged my personal desires and made them suffer. Lu Suyu was so ashamed that she shouldn't have shown up casually and destroyed other people's world of two. Liang Shui looked at Lu Suyu's helpless and confused figure and felt bad. Although Lu Suyu was the woman who indirectly killed her master in the previous life, her relationship with Wei Qi was indeed a two-way relationship. If we insist on saying first come first served, it seems that Liang Shui is the outsider. Liang Shui looked in the mirror and felt like a clown. Although he had all the advantages, Lu Suyu got there first. Let's see the master's condition first. Liang Shui patted her face and tried to return to her usual gentle and smiling look. Chapter 145, Conjecture of Power. Wei Qi had a confused dream. He dreamed that his parents were leaning against the bed and seemed to be saying something to him. Then Dad's face gradually collapsed and turned into a demon, and Mom's figure gradually disappeared. Ah! Wei Qi suddenly woke up from the bed. Master, are you awake? Liang Shui, who was sitting by the window with her knees hugged and looking at the moon, glanced sideways, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Wei Qi slapped his face and said, "How I seem to have had a terrible dream." Liang Shui, where is Sister Suyu? The big fox smiled and shook his head. She said she had some important matters to deal with and might be away for a while. After experiencing death, Liang Shui's understanding of fate became even deeper. She had tried every possible way to separate Lu Suyu and Wei Qi, but fate made them meet again in another place. The reason why I warned Lu Suyu just now was because Liang Shui was jealous. I kneaded the dough bit by bit, and after a lot of hard work, I finally made it into buns after the dough fermented. In the end, it was snatched away and eaten in one gulp by the guy who came from the sky. Who wouldn't be angry? Liang Shui's feelings for Wei Qi are not possession, but silent giving. What she hated was not Lu Suyu, but Bad End, who was involved with Wei Qi and died unexpectedly. Wei Qi could vaguely feel that Liang Shui was lying to him. The reason why a woman leaves you is ultimately because you are not strong enough. If I were the only one in the world, which woman who loves you would leave on her own initiative? Wei Qi clenched his left fist. One more reason to become stronger. Liang Shui smiled softly and hugged Wei Qi's left arm, saying softly, Master, what kind of person is your mother? The mother I remember was the head nurse at the children's hospital. She was patient, gentle, and always smiling. Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Wei Qi asked puzzledly. Master, your profound human power has awakened. Your parents are definitely not ordinary people. They may still be alive in this world. Master, please keep up the good work. Shui will always support you. Wei Qi looked down at his left arm and said, this power should be the mysterious power that Atticus once mentioned, the cursed power. Whether it's cursed or not, Shui was reborn with the help of this power. She's very grateful to it, and even more grateful to its owner. The big fox became even more clingy. Wei Qi looked up at the bright golden moon and sighed. The mountain and sea seal is a token of Pope Scarrot, and the Pope has a close relationship with the goddess of hope. Who are my parents? It turns out that both my parents are kings. So I should be the protagonist, right? Can there be a system or something like that? Click 999 to overturn everything and find my parents and Sister Lu back? System Tathagata. Liang Shui leaned on Wei Qi's shoulder and thought, if the master is truly the world demon that all gods and Buddhas fear, why didn't he awaken this power until his death in his previous life? According to the legend of the gods, the ancestor of the world demon was sealed at the end of time by the gods and demons. This end of time refers to Tianxian star? Are the cursed Xianren tribe on Tianxian star the descendants of the ancestor of the world demon? But the demon of fear once said that his master was a cursed Xianren. Behind the celestial beings and demons are clearly the gods and demons. The gods and demons hate each other and are in opposition to each other. How could they possibly marry and have children? Liang Shui thought for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. 1. Qin Shijue and his master are both from the Xianren tribe on Tianxian star. 2. The characteristics of the world demon in the legend of the gods are, hair grows longer, strength becomes stronger, and ominous flames burn on the surface of the body. 3. Whether the Xianren and the Jima are the same creatures remains to be verified. Master, do you still remember why your arm became like this? Liang Shui said softly. Wei Qi nodded and put his arm around her slender waist. When Liang Shui was severely injured by Qin Shijue, I felt so useless. Why didn't I protect you? I want to gain more power to protect Liang Shui, even if it means falling into an irretrievable state, even if the price is my soul. I will not hesitate. Liang Shui's heart beat wildly after hearing this. It turns out that I am so important in my master's heart. I'm so happy that my master cares about me so much. Liang Shue's words became a little stammering. Can you still find the feeling you had before? I'll try. Wei Qi closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. Where did Qin Shijue's violent Xianren power go? Why can't I find anything? Wei Qi shook his head in confusion. No, I can't feel that power now. Liang Shue frowned slightly and stroked her chin. Could it be that the power of the runaway Xianren was sucked away by Lu Suyu's black dragon? Although Liang Shue didn't know what kind of dragon she was, she had the impression that Wei Qi would always be exhausted after practicing dual cultivation with her, as if his body had been hollowed out. Liang Shue suddenly recalled the experiences of her previous life. Although the masters are all small figures on Tianxian Star, they occasionally encounter class oppression and life-and-death crises. But he never experienced any unforgettable pain in his life. In the previous life, Wei Qi and Lu Suyu had been together for a long time. They often had secret meetings and had good emotional communication. Although Liang Shue at that time was far inferior to what she is now, she was at least a general-level spirit pet. The ability to make money is considered to be in the middle of society. Wei Qi himself, without any external help, took several decades to rise to the level of a one-star Xianwang and can be considered a well-known figure. Social recognition is also good. The cursed power. Perhaps the Xianren will only awaken their abilities when they lose the most important thing, and then self-destruct. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shue's ears lovingly. If that's the case, I hope I never have to use this power in my lifetime. Liang Shue was very happy after hearing this. She threw herself into Wei Qi's arms and said, Master, when you have rested well, go find that Busta princess and ask her about the situation. Qin Shijue's father is the head of the Qin family and the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Her mother is a demon? The emperor and the witch, no matter how you think about it, are a combination that only appears in melodramatic dramas. That's right. There is another person who may understand the Xianren tribe. Byron, come out. Hey, Master. Master Byron wants to eat. She stared at Wei Qi's left arm, her eyes shining and her mouth watering. Long Yin walked out of the void with a pout. She raised her foot and wanted to step on Wei Qi as usual to declare her sovereignty. The sight before her shocked her. How dare a mere master lock me up in the beast-taming space? Are you trying to? Why aren't you wearing pants? Chapter 146 Trust 50. Unlock the second transformation, gift plus more. Wei Qi was hit by the ball and saw stars and had difficulty breathing. Sure enough, it is much bigger than Sister Suyu's. The silly Bairong had never come into contact with humans, so naturally, she didn't understand the difference between men and women. The smell emanating from Wei Qi's left arm was her favorite. The last time we fought side by side, our trust value skyrocketed, and now it has reached 42. Wei Qi helped Bairong button up her loose pajamas. Bairong, make sure you button up your clothes, otherwise others will see you naked. Collapse. The button held on for a few seconds, then jumped up into the sky. Button, it's so hard for me. Bairong. Oh, I buttoned it. Wei Qi took a deep breath to clear his mind and asked seriously. Bairong, is your father from the Xianren tribe? Bairong hugged Wei Qi's left arm and sniffed. Sniff him. Daddy's hair has grown really long, just like the master. It's amazing. If you were so powerful, why did your father lose back then? Bairong was stunned for a moment, her lips pouting. My sister hates her. Dad couldn't completely control our power, and there were several dark guys besieging him. Then a short rag doll appeared and said the Xianren tribe's weakness was in the sea cave. Then Dad lost. He sealed me in the tower and took my sister to a very far place. Bairong has been waiting for him to come back. Back then, Qi Feili did not completely control the evil Sakura sword that was integrated with Tian Quan Yuan, and he could not defeat the army of the demon world. It wasn't until a rag doll appeared and revealed the weakness of the Xianren tribe that Qi Feili was defeated. What is this rag doll? Since Qi Feili is also a Xianren, the evil Sakura sword is hidden in his tomb. You have to leave the tomb and go there. If Wei Qi wants to understand the abnormality of his left arm, he must find out what kind of curse the Xianren race carries, and how to lift the curse. It would be best if he could control this power at will, so that he could protect his family and friends around him. Bairong stayed with Wei Qi for a while before being sent away by Liang Shue to learn painting. She was very interested in painting. Master, are you hungry? Wei Qi touched her stomach and said, Shuer, I'm a little hungry. Could you please make me a bowl of instant noodles with a poached egg? The dried sausage is in the second drawer of the fresh-keeping layer. Okay, Master. Liang Shue happily hummed a little tune and ran to the kitchen. She suddenly turned around and asked, Sister Long Yin, do you want to have a midnight snack? Long Yin put down the book. Master, don't leave. Let's continue fighting for 300 rounds, and shuddered all over. Is this smiling fox trying to send me away with poisonous food? Long Yin pointed out the window and said, Humph. Even if I starve to death, die outside, or jump from here, I will never eat a single thing from you. Wei Qi looked at Long Yin, who was constantly gesturing, and a man in red clothes appeared in his mind. Liang Xuan knew that Long Yin was just a stubborn and arrogant person, so she didn't argue with her. I'll let the master eat me. The only people left in the bedroom were Wei Qi in pajamas and Long Yin in home clothes. The low-defense Dragon King sat down on the bed, crossed his legs, and swayed gently, his crystal clear and tender breasts reflecting the light. High-level spiritual pets can convert impurities in nature into spiritual energy for absorption and do not have the metabolic function of ordinary women. No poop, no farts, no period. Ask Long Yin again and knock on your door tonight. A noble Dragon King like Long Yin is very concerned about his own hygiene. Wei Qi held his chin up and thought, maybe the smell of leather was from the boots he wore? Wait, I've seen too much smelly feet recently. Why does the brain subconsciously think about what it smells like? Master, what are you still doing standing there? Oh, as Long Yin's Beastmaster. Wei Qi provides her with massage, reading, chatting, and other services on a regular basis every day. Where is the contract certificate that the king gave you? Maybe it's covered by black. Wei Qi shook the back of his left hand. Long Yin suddenly stood up without saying a word. She used brute force to drag Wei Qi onto the bed and violently ripped off his clothes. Long Yin, what are you doing? Wei Qi was pushed down by his own pet and felt a little panicked. With the current level of trust, dual cultivation shouldn't be supported, right? This posture. The shocking blood-red curse mark on her left arm stung Long Yan's eyes. She sat down on Wei Qi's waist and said condescendingly, don't move. Long Yin raised her right hand to control the spiritual power, and her barbed tail gently stroked Wei Qi's chest. The dragon contract pattern originally on the back of her left hand was transferred to Wei Qi's chest. Long Yin you. The hair on Long Yan's head turned back and forth, and her eyes were a little evasive. You are my thing. The mark on it must not be covered. Wei Qi touched the black dragon pattern on his chest. Okay, Long Yin. Ding trust value increased to 50. A system prompt popped up in front of Long Yin. Finally 50 trust points? I will slowly study how to unlock intimate check-in later. Wei Qi, lying on the bed, looked at the stunningly beautiful black-haired dragon girl. It turns out that Long Yin cares a lot about this soul contract. Does this mean I can take the initiative? As his strength continues to grow, Wei Qi becomes more and more confident. The book says that a trust value of 50 can complete most normal interactive actions. If you want to kiss a pet, you need 60 trust points. Wei Qi exerted a little force with his legs, and the defenseless Long Yin fell over with a "ya" cry. Oh, why are you moving around so suddenly? Looking at Long Yin, who was almost touching his face, Wei Qi wanted to kiss her, but his body became uncontrollable. The book does not deceive me. First try to see if you can fix the bug. Long Yin, didn't we make an appointment? Where is my reward? Wei Qi said with a wicked smile. Chapter 147. Long Yin tasted the sweetness. Long Yin was stunned for a moment. Actually, they did make an agreement. Well, I haven't finished signing in today. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing an intimate sign-in next to the cursed Shinrin Wei Qi. Receive today's sign-in gift pack 1. Points value plus 10,000. Today's discounted item, top grade star pattern, priced at 500,000 points, 50% off. Is it really considered an intimate check-in? Wait, today's discounted item is actually the top grade star pattern that Long Yin has been dreaming of. After seeing the price of the top grade star pattern, Long Yin couldn't help but complain. 500,000 points? Even after the discount, it still costs 250,000 points. Why don't you just rob someone? Ding, top grade star patterns are the top level enhancement materials on Tianxin Star. With the host's current sign-in points, it only takes 50 days to redeem them. 50 days is too long. After experiencing the added benefits of the Star Mark skill, Long Yin never planned to leave Wei Qi again. I heard from the master that Beastmasters above level 50 can use spiritual equipment to strengthen their spiritual pets. Long Yin at that time was probably even stronger than she was 1,000 years ago. The system recited ruthlessly like a robot. Ding, intimate sign-in only gives 10,000 points. The host can try to continue to improve the trust level and unlock the super intimate sign-in. Long Yin's reaction was not as intense as last time. How many points will I get for super intimate check-in? How many points are there for intimate check-in? 20,000 points. 20,000 points a day, more than 7 million points a year. The future is bright. But with his current physical strength, can he hold on for 3 hours? You can't become fat in one breath, so you need to find a way to improve his physical fitness first. Ding trust value increased to 55. Long Yin smacked her lips in satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, I will assist you in physical training. The human body is too weak. Of course, Wei Qi didn't know what Long Yin was thinking. He naively thought that Long Yin was taking the initiative to help him improve his strength, and he was deeply touched. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Wei Qi discovered some bugs in the trust value settings. Long Yin glanced at Wei Qi's arm and squeezed it gently. Through physical contact with Wei Qi, Long Yin felt a more familiar aura of the devil on the devil's arm. Master, the Xianren clan is the hybrid offspring of the celestial clan and the demon clan, right? Wei Qi pursed his lips and nodded. According to the intelligence collected so far, this should be the case. Long Yin brushed away the hair on her head, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If my prediction is correct, the demonic power within you has been sealed in your left arm by someone using a strange technique. What is his purpose in doing this? Wei Qi asked curiously. Long Yin said calmly. The incantations on your left arm are complex and intricate. They must be the second stage of the seal, and the first stage has been broken. The caster's goal was to suppress your bloodline and innate abilities. Have you seen your beast tamer level improve? Wei Qi's pupils suddenly dilated, and his gaze shifted away from the vaguely visible bottom of the skirt. Meditate and enter a state of concentration. Wei Qi was surprised to find out. In the beast-controlling space, 6 dazzling stars were already flashing under Long Yin's spiritual contract. Level 26. Your soul aura has become more vigorous. Long Yin pressed her body against Wei Qi's face and sniffed his nose gently. If I am not mistaken, your talent and ability should be even better. My talent? C-class projection? Wei Qi looked intently at the floor under the bed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 identical-looking Wei Qi phantoms stood in front of him like wooden figures. Wei Qi. The illusions created by the projection talent are generally not repeatable. The illusions he created had physical effects and were even repeatable. Wei Qi thought about it and created 2 projections of Long Yan's appearance. The spiritual energy consumption of maintaining 4 projections at the same time is exactly the same as the original consumption of maintaining 2 projections. Wei Qi tried to project other things. Finally, a conclusion was reached. The cost of projection talent was reduced by half. Long Yin looked at the 2 projections that looked exactly like her, feeling very dissatisfied. What an ominous ability. From now on, you are not allowed to create projections of me without my permission. Wei Qi panted and dismissed the 8 humanoid projections. Okay. Originally, he wanted to try to develop the tactics of multiple shadow clones like Naruto. As a result, the number of projections consumed increases linearly, and the consumption becomes increasingly higher. In actual combat, the humanoid projection can only be used as a tool to lure the enemy. Long Yin looked at the breathless Wei Qi and gently kicked his thigh with her jade foot. I now know the purpose of the caster's seal on you. Oh. Long Yin touched Wei Qi's left arm with admiration. Master, didn't you notice? What did you find? Do you remember the fallen leader of the knights? Long Yin asked with a smile. Her words were like a heavy hammer that woke Wei Qi up. At first, Atticus wanted to take over his body, and now Ariste wants to take over the body of the red-haired princess. It seems that the demons are brewing some plan. People like you with special physiques are the demon world's primary targets. The fallen knight Kyle is a Templar knight baptized by the goddess cult. Qin Shijua has the blood of the Qin family flowing in his body. Their bodies possess a power that the demon gods never possess, the power of the gods. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Will the soul of the demon god not be devoured by the blood of the gods? Long Yin said coldly. Since they are immortal and their real bodies are not on Tianxian Star, they will not die in the experiment. The Xianren race is so powerful because they can fuse the blood of the gods and demons. However, because the human soul is weak, it cannot control the body and eventually leads to self-destruction. The red-haired princess is a living example of this. Wei Qi pointed at himself. What about me? Long Yin glanced at Wei Qi's left arm and said, perhaps this is the true purpose of the seal engraved on your left arm. It seals all the demonic power in your body into your left arm. If you ever come to hate the Xianren race, perhaps you can cut off your arm and give up this cursed power. Wei Qi. There's a high probability that the demon gods have already known the secrets of the Xianren race. They want to occupy the bodies and souls of the Tianren race to conduct some kind of experiment. Long Yin looked out the window and recalled the past, her expression becoming more and more excited. The The goddess knights and the demon dragon clan were all used by Atticus. The hatred of genocide is irreconcilable. Wei Qi clenched his left fist. I will help you get revenge. Liang Shui, wearing an apron, walked into the bedroom with a spoon in her hand and a smile on her face. Dong dong dong, master. It's time to eat. Okay, I'm hungry. Master, why is your mouth swollen? Fine. Wei Qi quickly pulled Liang Shui into the kitchen. Long Yin looked at Wei Qi's back, gently stroked her tender red lips, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 148 Daily Life at Wei Qi's house. Early the next morning, the clanging sound of the excavator woke Wei Qi from his sleep. Wei Qi threw Bai Rong, who was unwilling to let go, back into the beast-taming space. Quickly get up, dress and wash up. Fortunately, the flaming gloves could cover the non-human left hand, so Wei Qi himself did not feel any discomfort. Open the bedroom door. Long Yan, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, put down How to Make a Man Last Longer and raised her eyes slightly. Are you awake? Wei Qi nodded and put on his headphones. Well, let's go out and exercise. Let's go. Long Yin turned into a black light and returned to the beast-taming space, becoming Wei Qi's fitness coach. After Tianming Palace retreated, the restless beasts outside the city dispersed like a tide. Under the leadership of the city lord and Zhou Tianhong, Giant Snake City quickly began reconstruction work. The most severely damaged area in the city was the commercial street. The tallest Jinbao building in the city was turned into ruins due to Qin Shijue's efforts. Excavators, cranes, 7 or 8 meter tall orcs, and a large number of beastmasters are rebuilding the building. The residential complex where Wei Qi lives is far from the city center and was not affected too much. It's just that the old men and women who squatted at the entrance of the community every morning to sell vegetables and buns disappeared. Wei Qi ran along the path while listening to music. If Long Yan's guess is true, he had already guessed who had cast the sealing spell. When Wei Qi was about 8 years old, his mother once took him to the children's hospital in Tiange City for a vaccination that left a unique impression. After the vaccine, Wei Qi's left arm felt painful and itchy. He even complained at the time. How can vaccines from another world cause allergic reactions? Combined with the depressed expressions on Wei Qi's parents' faces when they heard that he wanted to become a Beastmaster when he was a child. The sealing technique was most likely secretly planted by his parents when he was a child. Is the demonic power in the left arm a blessing or a curse? Was Star already in my father's body when he gave birth to me? And where is he now? Is Mom still alive? And Sister Suyu, why did she suddenly appear in Giant Snake City? Is she necessarily connected to the attack on Serpent City, or is it just a coincidence? How strong do I have to become to find them? After running for 3 hours, Wei Qi returned home panting. Liang Shui, wearing gray cotton shorts and a blue short-sleeved shirt, opened the door with a smile to welcome Wei Qi. Master, you're back? Breakfast is ready. Wei Qi couldn't help but give her a gentle touch. Thank you for your hard work, Shui. Liang Shui twisted her waist happily, and her furry fox tail swayed like seaweed. Master, please go and have dinner. Doesn't Shin Miao want to see you for something? Shin Miao sent a WeChat message to Wei Qi last night. This shows that Qin Shijue's physical condition is gradually returning to normal. The two of them will escort her back to school together to prove her innocence. Bai Rong, who was painting with watercolor pens in the bedroom, became very excited when she smelled Wei Qi's scent. Master, look, this was drawn by Bai Rong. She ran to the entrance with the painting in both hands without even wearing shoes. As a result, there was a snap. Bai Rong fell flat on her face under the blessing of a senior from Yuki and knocked Wei Qi to the ground. Since Wei Qi awakened his Shinran power, his overall desires have increased a lot. Liang Shui hurriedly covered her face with her hands and secretly observed through the gaps between her fingers. Bai Rong smiled, revealing her white teeth and sweet dimples. I'm sorry, master. Bai Rong is clumsy and fell again. Wei Qi quickly helped her up, bent over, and hurried into the bathroom. Bai Rong scratched her temple curiously. Sister Liang Shui, why is the master walking with a hunched back? Was he injured by Bai Rong? The big fox shook its tail and hurriedly buttoned up Bai Rong's third button. You must wear slippers when walking around the house from now on. Bai Rong, smiley face okay. Wei Qi tied his belt and walked into the kitchen. Bai Rong pushed Liang Shui's hand away. Master. Hey, why aren't you wearing pants, you bastard? How can you walk around in just your underwear? Long Yin yawned, put down the book, How to Get Along with Fools, in her hand, and walked into the kitchen. I am hungry too. Wei Qi spit out the half-eaten fried egg and passed the instant noodles to Long Yin. Would you like to have some? It smells really good. Real. Long Yan's pupils dilated slightly. Her purple fur began to spin, and her tail swung out every few seconds. Well, try it. Tulu Tulu. Human food is surprisingly delicious. The chewy noodles paired with the rich soup are so fragrant. Wei Qi's face was filled with black lines. Who said yesterday that he would rather die than eat the food cooked by Liang Shui? The law of true fragrance also applies in the other world, right? In fact, Long Yin was not hungry at all. She just wanted to humiliate Wei Qi and declare her sovereignty. The playful dragon smiled mischievously. I am full. Do you want a reward? Liang Shui, who had chosen shorts for Bai Rong, walked into the kitchen. The explosive scene in front of her almost made Liang Shui's CPU burn out. Do you understand first come first serve? The temperature in the air suddenly plummeted. Liang Shui stretched out her slender fingers and placed them on Long Yan's face. Her eyes filled with coldness. Sister Long Yan, are the noodles I made delicious? Long Yan felt unhappy. This white fox seemed to have seen through my plan to restore the clan. I've heard for a long time that the Fox Demon clan likes to absorb human essence. Is she protecting her food? Snort. He is mine. The daily life of Wei Qi's family begins. You may not believe it. I had a gout attack yesterday. That sour feeling, I can't walk. Chapter 150. Do you want to continue being this princess boyfriend? Wei Qi walked on the rebuilt streets of Giant Snake City and looked around. Hey, aren't those construction workers really capable? The surrounding buildings have been mostly restored. Office workers living in working-class areas have already started going to work. Liang Shui, who was lying on Wei Qi's shoulder, wagged her tail and said, Actually, the construction team has been working since last night. You slept too soundly. Ahaha, is that so? All teachers and students of Shiyue College assisted the Giant Snake City's garrison in security checks. The college has 3 consecutive days off. Wei Qi hailed a taxi and drove around the city center for more than 10 minutes before arriving at his destination. This community has a beautiful environment and abundant greenery, but the West Gate was attacked by mechanical monsters and is now impassable. Wei Qi found the corresponding residential building and took the elevator upstairs. Dong dong dong. The door opened slowly. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment, because the person who opened the door was Shun Miao, who was wearing home clothes. The snow-white legs exposed under the shorts were still stained with raindrops, and it looked like she had just taken a shower. Shun Miao raised his brows, as if he didn't expect Wei Qi to come so quickly. Come in. Shun Miao's house is about the same size as Wei Qi's. The rooms are neat and tidy, and there is a faint smell of meat in the air. Master, it's time to eat meat. A tall, beautiful woman with purple hair and a ponytail came out of the kitchen skipping and jumping. When Xiao Zi saw Wei Qi, he unconsciously took a step back, his big ears swaying from side to side, and his 9 tails spinning anxiously. What are you doing here, you pervert? What are you planning? Wei Qi looked at the purple-haired, fox-eared beautiful girl in front of him with a hot body and a fierce face, and didn't react at first. Who are you? Xiao Zi nervously pulled Shun Miao behind her. Shun Miao showed a gentle smile. She took Xiao Zi's hand. Xiao Zi, I asked him to come over. Xiao Zi was very wary of Wei Qi. She always felt that this seemingly harmless man was full of danger. Humph. Xiao Zi transformed into a purple fox and jumped onto the sofa without saying anything. Liang Shui glanced at her, yawned, and jumped onto the coffee table in Shun Miao's house. The 2 foxes stared at each other. Wei Qi, do you want to have breakfast together? I cooked some extra beef. Shun Miao said with a faint smile. I don't eat beef. I'm sorry. It's okay. I've eaten at home. Where's the 7th princess? Behind you. Wei Qi turned around immediately. Qin Shijue, with her red hair loose and wearing pink cartoon pajamas, was standing at the bathroom door like a statue. My dear princess, how are you? Qin Shijue lowered her head in despair and quickly fled into the bedroom like a little girl in a bad mood. Shun Miao very tactfully picked up Xiao Zi and said, Wei Qi, go and comfort her. We'll talk about business after I finish my meal. Wei Qi slowly pushed open the door. Qin Shijue hid under the quilt and dared not show his head. What to do? What to do? After what I said yesterday, how can I look him in the eye in the future? Moreover, he and Shun Miao always talked and laughed, and their relationship was extraordinary. My heart hurt so much. Wei Qi knew that it was time to tell Qin Shijue the truth. He gently lifted the quilt. The usually capricious and arrogant princess clung to the quilt like a frightened cat and refused to let go. Princess, are you feeling better? Qin Shijue slowly stuck his head out. Her beautiful cheeks were as red as ripe apples. Yeah, I'm fine now, thank you. Please explain to Principal Zhuo when the time comes that Shun Miao and I are not the murderers who kidnapped you. Wei Qi said solemnly. Sorry. Wei Qi bowed to her and apologized, his tone sincere. As the princess's boyfriend, I secretly met other girls, which caused this series of unnecessary events. I'm really sorry. Qin Shijue looked at the back of Wei Qi's head, and his originally anxious heart gradually calmed down. It's not your fault. After all, we are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Wei Qi simply narrated to Qin Shijue what he had seen and heard. Qin Shijue became angrier as he listened, and the buttons on his chest broke unnoticed. His proud expression made Wei Qi dare not look directly at him. What? The instigator of this incident is Wen Taoyuan. Well, he was possessed by the demon god from the demon world at some point, and eventually he teamed up with the Tianming Palace to complete this kidnapping. Wei Qi nodded. As for the purpose of the kidnapping, Princess, you know better than anyone else, right? Qin Shijue leaned against the head of the bed in a daze. She had a few conversations with Zhao Protector during her captivity. He learned that the ultimate goal of Tianming Palace was to overthrow the Tianxian Alliance and become the new leader organization to guide mankind. The purpose of the cooperation between Tianming Palace and the Demon Realm is to attack the Tianxian Alliance and weaken the opponent's strength. Wen Taoyuan used the marriage contract granted by the Dragon Emperor as a token of his loyalty to Tianming Palace. As a member of the Xianren tribe, Qin Shijue is the perfect vessel for the arrival of the devil. The demon world even agreed wholeheartedly, and the two sides hit it off. No matter how much they planned, they still couldn't have expected that the heir of the human emperor's sword and the demon dragon king, who had disappeared for 1,000 years, would suddenly appear in the giant snake city. In the end, the Palace of Destiny lost a large number of troops, and Arest's soul was exiled back to the demon world. Qin Shijue also exchanged the information he knew with Wei Qi. Wei Qi was struck by lightning after hearing this. Are you saying that the man in the red mask is the enemy who killed your mother? The Hidden Dragon Pavilion was able to kill people in the Dragon Emperor's harem without his knowledge more than 10 years ago. Even Qin Shijue's birth was taken into account by them. What level are the leaders of Hidden Dragon Pavilion and Tianming Palace? Kyle 1,000 years ago, Qin Shijue 1,000 years later. Wei Qi has already seen 3 of the 7 demon gods. I wonder if the other 4 have successfully occupied the bodies of the celestial beings? Wei Qi stood up and planned to talk to Shen Miao. A white and tender little hand suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Can you please stay? Qin Shijue covered his chest with one hand. His eyes looked very pitiful, without any of his usual arrogance. Wei Qi looked down at her. As a mixed-blood Xianren, she suffered contempt and doubt in the Qin family before she was finally married to Wen Taoyuan by the Dragon Emperor. Belongs to the abandoned. Qin Shijue's past was similar to what Wei Qi had guessed. Since her bloodline awakened, she had gone from being a beloved princess to an object of contempt by everyone. Because he didn't feel recognized, Qin Shijue became more and more inferior. In order not to expose her inner vulnerability, she acts arrogantly in front of outsiders, fearing that others will look down on her. All right. Wei Qi also planned to talk to her and end this complicated relationship. Qin Shijue had a panicked expression, his hands groping each other nervously, and his head lowered shyly. That is, I have something to tell you. What is it? Wei Qi. What is your relationship with Shen Miao? Wei Qi said without hesitation. Friend. Are you really not boyfriend and girlfriend? No. Qin Shijue was delighted. She didn't even dare to look up at Wei Qi's eyes to confess her love. Her fingers gently twirled the ends of her hair that fell on her chest. Well, although we were just pretending to be together before, you saved me, and you saw my body naked. If you're willing, would you like to continue to be this princess boyfriend? The kind that doesn't require money. Chapter 151. My dear husband, let's get married. Wei Qi is not a fool. Of course he can hear Qin Shijue's disguised confession. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment, then gave a polite smile. I'm sorry, princess. I lied to you. I was willing to be your fake boyfriend for the money. Even if we become real boyfriend and girlfriend, I won't be around you all day like before. I can't continue to deceive you. Qin Shijue's face turned red with shame as if she was struck by lightning, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lost their luster. She grabbed Wei Qi's hand anxiously, her expression very anxious. I can give you money. Wei Qi gently shook her hand off and shook his head, saying, Princess, the power in your bloodline has gradually awakened. It won't be long before the Dragon Emperor takes you back to the capital to live. We are not from the same world. You can come back to the capital with me. You are so strong. Dad. Qin Shijue came to his senses and suddenly discovered a terrible fact. What would the Dragon Emperor do if he knew that a young man from a small town possessed such terrifying power? Should I invite him to be beheaded or accept him as a dog? Wei Qi doesn't seem to be someone who is willing to eat dog food. The final ending is self-evident. As the ruler of a country, the The Dragon Emperor will never allow uncontrollable forces to appear in his territory. Wei Qi slowly stood up and left the bedroom. Although the princess has a somewhat arrogant personality, I believe you are a good person. I don't want to break your neck with my own hands. Take care of yourself. Bang! The bedroom door is closed. Qin Shijue sat at the head of the bed, petrified. Am I being warned or threatened? It turns out that it is so embarrassing to muster up the courage to confess and then be rejected. What did I do before? Qin Shijue really wanted to carry the train and escape from Giant Snake City, and never set foot here again in this life. It turns out that everything I imagined was just my wishful thinking. He agreed to be a fake boyfriend just to make money. He risked his life to save me just to clear his name. From what he said, if I tell anyone else what happened last night, he will kill me. Qin Shijue fully believes that Wei Qi has this ability. Why did it turn out like this? I finally have someone I like and can rely on. Why does he want to draw a line between me and me? Qin Shijue vaguely remembered that he had once injured Wei Qi's white fox. Is that why he hates me? It must be like this. Qin Shijue knew that her life was given by Wei Qi, and she was unwilling to let go no matter what. As long as I work hard to make it up to that fox, he will definitely forgive me. Qin Shijue wiped away the tears that were falling with the back of her hand. She managed to survive even when she had one foot in the gate of hell, so nothing else could stop her will. Wei Qi didn't know that he was in the hands of the future queen of Dragon Kingdom. He felt that what he had said just now was indeed harsh. For both parties, the best outcome is for each party to be well. Thinking from the perspective of an ordinary man, it must be easy to play with Qin Shijue for 4 years and then find an opportunity to knock her down. But Qin Shijue is a princess of the royal family, so it would be very troublesome if they really wanted to be together in the future. Even royal servants like Qin Tai look down on Wei Qi, let alone the real royal family. Wei Qi is not the righteous partner Emiya giant warrior, so he is too lazy to provoke princes and nobles. Besides, Qin Shijue might just like you temporarily. Who knows, after a few years, months, or even days, he might change his mind. 'Tis too much trouble. It is impossible to pursue it, and it is impossible to pursue it in this lifetime. He is too embarrassed to chase girls, so he can only maintain his life by lying on Liang Shue's thighs every day, enjoying her knee pillow, and occasionally enjoying Bai Rong's facial cleanser. Entering the beast-taming space is as happy as coming home. Every one of the people there is a beauty, with big breasts and slim waists, and they won't get angry with you. I love being in there. In the future, I will focus on developing the emotions with the spirit pets. Wei Qi returned to the living room, and Liang Shue, who was squatting on the coffee table, jumped back onto his shoulder. Is it done? Yes, I explained it clearly to her. Wei Qi nodded. Liang Shue nodded with satisfaction. She knew Wei Qi's temper very well, and expected him to actively pursue girls. It is impossible for Tianxian Star to be destroyed. So Liang Shue never regarded Qin Shijue as an enemy from the beginning. Could it be possible that such a proud and arrogant princess would pursue her master? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The only person we need to be wary of for now is Shen Miao, a woman who knows how to maintain a sense of distance. Although Lu Suyu temporarily took over Xiankuan, at least I received the master's first kiss. I'll find a chance to look through my master's study materials and seduce him. Liang Shue, why are you so quiet today? Are you sick? Wei Qi touched Liang Shue's forehead. Oh no. Shuer just suddenly wanted to play computer games. When you get home, you can play as much as you want. Wei Qi said generously. Liang Shue, carrot, plan pass. Wei Qi walked into the kitchen. After finishing her meal, Shen Miao was wearing an apron and washing dishes. After adjusting herself, Qin Shijue changed her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Shen Miao, Wei Qi, thank you again for saving my life. I will explain the situation to Principal Zhua and clear you of suspicion. Shen Miao said politely. Thank you, princess. Qin Shijue lifted her long hair and walked slowly to Shen Miao, then hugged Shen Miao's right arm in a very familiar manner. No need to be so distant. Just call me Shiju from now on. Xiao Zi, who was lying on his owner's shoulder, was so scared that he almost fell down. Shen Miao was a little bewildered and said, not so good, right? Qin Shijue chuckled. How could that be? You saved my life, so you're my sister from now on. I'm 19, how old are you? I'm 19-03. Sister Shen Miao? Qin Shijue called her sister so sweetly that Shen Miao was stunned. Shen Miao is about the same height as Qin Shijue, both over 1.7 meters. When the two of them hug each other, it's like a ball game. Unfortunately, Shen Miao's development seems a bit pitiful compared to Qin Shijue. A grade C by Earth standards wouldn't even rank high in this other world. Shiju, your breasts are so big. I can't breathe. Shen Miao stretched out his hand for help with difficulty. After Qin Shiju had dealt with Shen Miao, she opened her arms and hugged Wei Qi. My dear husband. Wei Qi raised his hands above his head and saluted. Princess, are you crazy? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Qin Shijue covered her face with her hands, seemingly shy, but in fact she was asserting her sovereignty. You saved my life, so from now on you are my husband. Stop calling me princess. Just call me Shijue or Xiaojue. Shen Miao, Xiaozi, Liang Shui, and the fox looked at each other in shock. My dear husband, let's get married. Qin Shijue smiled and took Wei Qi's hand. No, Shen Miao said subconsciously. Qin Shijue's smiling face suddenly became a little scary, and his red eyes, which were obviously full of smiles, were filled with strong, murderous intent. Shen Miao, do you know what you are saying? Wei Qi was filled with black lines. Director, did you get the wrong script? Why do I feel like I'm in the Shura field of love? Isn't this a script for killing monsters and leveling up? I don't want to become an impotent Yasasi, Kono. Liang Shui frowned. Oh no, the female character who is supposed to be killed wants to become the heroine? Chapter 152 Qin Shijue's initiative. Shen Miao didn't know why he stood up and said no. She fumbled with her black hair, combing it down in front of her chest, her tone a little flustered. I mean, the Civil Affairs Bureau has been smashed to pieces and hasn't been rebuilt yet. Qin Shijue stared at Shen Miao closely and suddenly smiled cheerfully. What? I thought you liked my husband. Shen Miao's tongue was a little tied, and she didn't dare to look Qin Shijue in the eye. Impossible. We are just ordinary friends. Little Z, who was lying on my shoulder, kept crying. Even if Master likes him, he has to pass my test first. Qin Shijue didn't pursue the matter any further. She leaned her head on Wei Qi's shoulder and said coquettishly, My dear husband, let's go to another city and register at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wei Qi was shocked and reached out to touch Qin Shijue's forehead. The temperature is normal, and you don't have a fever? He wanted to pull himself out, but Qin Shijue held him tightly like a vice, not letting him pull out. Princess, how about you let me go first? Qin Shijue didn't react at all. My arm is numb. Still no response. Shiju, can you please let go first? My hands are numb from being pressed by you. Qin Shijue smiled and narrowed his eyes. Okay. She felt a surge of joy in her heart. Qin Shijue has died once. If I had to watch Wei Qi leave with another woman again, I might as well kill her with a knife. But coercion and inducement were of little use to Wei Qi. Qin Shijue thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to give up her dignity as a princess and pursue him. I didn't expect that just changing the name would have such an obvious effect. Wei Qi is obviously not a heartless person. At least he can't be cruel to this princess. Although he would definitely not agree to get married immediately, Qin Shijue retained her nominal status. Thinking of this, Qin Shijue glanced at Shen Miao, who was at a loss and could only retreat. This guy is very thin-skinned. He has feelings but doesn't know how to express them. You must strike while the iron is hot and build a good relationship with your husband Redheart. If it doesn't work out, then let it be a done deal. I'm not even afraid of death, so what's the point of having this face? Qin Shijue knew very well what he wanted. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Qin Shijue, who is as beautiful as a fairy and has a hot body, kept calling Wei Qi husband and made her confused. This feeling of being pursued by someone is so cool. No wonder those so-called goddesses in the previous life liked to be sea kings and keep bootlickers. A Shiju Wei Qi is organizing his words. Qin Shijue tilted her head slightly, revealing a gentle smile that Wei Qi had never seen before. My dear husband, my previous behavior did leave a bad impression on you, but that was also the fate that brought us together. You saved Shiju's life. I will always be yours. Please give me a chance. I will try my best to be a good wife. Qin Shijue is worthy of being a royal princess. Her acting skills are natural and flawless. A pitiful expression matched with body language. The soft tone and expectant eyes captured Wei Qi's heart. But I'm not even 20 yet, and I have no intention of getting married and having children. Wei Qi scratched his head and made up a lame excuse. He can't possibly say something like, it's none of my business whether you live or die, right? The main reason why Wei Qiwan rejected Qin Shijue was the power behind her, not her as a person. There's nothing you can do about it. If you're good looking, you can do whatever you want. When a beautiful woman turns evil and starts hacking people, she is called a crazy beauty. The ugly guy who turns evil and hacks people indiscriminately is called a terrorist. Qin Shijue showed a triumphant smile on her lips, and she grabbed Wei Qi's hands with both hands and held them to her chest. My dear husband, can we start as boyfriend and girlfriend? Dating is too troublesome. I still need to practice. Wei Qi shook his head. Tisk, then there's nothing I can do then, I can only be a unilateral pursuer. Can my husband have the heart to refuse such a humble request? Shen Miao looked at Qin Shijue, who was getting better and better, and felt inexplicably irritated. It must be the principle of like repels like. She quickly changed the subject. Wei Qi, 7th princess. Let's hurry back to school to report that we're safe. The principal and the others are looking for you all over the world. Qin Shijue smiled and said, Miao Miao, we are good sisters. Why do you address me so strangely? Just call me Xiaojue from now on. Okay, Xiaojue. Shen Miao looked at Qin Shijue, who was smiling like a flower and always felt something was strange. The murderous look in her eyes just now was very real and definitely not fake. What exactly happened between Wei Qi and her? Qin Shijue's attachment to Wei Qi is not only because he is a hero who saves the beauty, but more because of his admiration for Wei Qi's strength. The power erupting from the Xianren bloodline completely suppressed Qin Shijue's consciousness, but was absorbed by Wei Qi without any burden. My husband is the strongest and most powerful in the world. Wei Qi wiped the cold sweat from his head. He was really afraid that Qin Shijue would use emotional blackmail like, if you don't marry me, I will die. Let's go. Qin Shijue deliberately stood between Shen Miao and Wei Qi, holding his left arm tightly. Wei Qi also reluctantly enjoyed the soft massage service. My dear husband, Liang Xue is so cute. Can I hug it? Qin Shijue suddenly said. It depends on its wishes. Liang Xue, who was unusually aloof outside, jumped onto Wei Qi's right shoulder without giving him any face at all. Qin Shijue's hands hung in the air, and she gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry I hurt you before. These are just a small token of my appreciation. Qin Shijue took out a golden Jinxian coin from the space ring. Wei Qi and Shen Miao were both stunned. 1 gold Xian coin equals 100 purple Xian coins equals 100 million Tian Xian coins. Wei Qi felt a little regretful. A beautiful, rich and beautiful woman with a sexy body, good ability, and a great family background. This soft rice is big and fragrant. He quickly shook his head. Shiju, this money is too much. I can't accept it. Qin Shijue covered her mouth and smiled lightly. This is compensation specifically for Liang Xue. Please accept it, my husband. Wei Qi's right hand was ready to move. Satan, why are you still pretending to be a saint at this point? Just accept it and eat her up. Do it big time, and get gold coins every day? God, no. You should be grateful to the one who has given you the favor. Satan, do you want to hear the second brother's judgment? God bowed his head slightly. Second brother, I want them all. JPG. Qin Shijue looked at Wei Qi's conflicted expression and smiled secretly in his heart. My husband's little expression is so funny, he still loves money so much. Go ahead and take it after you take it. People will have more reasons to meet you. After a closer look, my husband's muscles are really strong. He must be very powerful, right? How many children will you have in the future? When Qin Shijue's plan was about to succeed, Liang Xue took action. It had to admit the human princess's meticulous thinking. Taking advantage of the master's inability to refuse beautiful women and his greed for money, he created incidents. If we let her go, she'll probably move in and live with the owner within a month. In her current state, she will definitely attack her master at night. Liang Xue stretched out her tail and snatched the Jinxian coin away, her blue eyes filled with seriousness. I appreciate your kindness. Qin Shijue was shocked when he heard Liang Xue's voice. It turned out to be a female fox. 1 man and 1 fox, sniping each other at the middle gate. Chapter 153, Meeting the Principal. Since your goal is to make the master owe you something, Xue will never let you succeed. Liang Xue whispered in her mind. Master, rejecting her directly doesn't necessarily mean she'll give up pursuing you. If you accept it, the amount of money is too huge. Xue will save it for you first, and then find a chance to return it to her later. Wei Qi nodded, thinking to himself that he was useless. But she gave too much. It's really not my fault that I have poor concentration. That's fine. The ways of the world require courtesy and reciprocity. Qin Shijue has a very thorough understanding of compromise. Unconsciously, Wei Qi had been tricked by Qin Shijue into forgetting his original intention of distancing himself from her. Liang Xue wanted to remind Wei Qi not to forget his original intention. She suddenly remembered that she was just a monster and could not help her master to pass on his family line and give birth to children. Lu Suyu is not human either. Shen Miao's path destined her not to revolve around her master every day. From a human perspective, Qin Shijue is indeed qualified to be the master's spouse. Although high-level spirit pets can transform into human form, they cannot produce offspring by marrying humans. unless a huge amount of wealth is spent to improve human physical fitness to the point where the other party can become pregnant. Liang Shui conservatively guessed that Wei Qi would have to wait until he reached the Xianhuang or Xuandi realm before he would have the chance to enter the ancient forbidden area. She never expected that the Demon Dragon King had been thinking about Wei Qi's health on the first day he joined the group. Long Yin naturally had a way to improve Wei Qi's physique and lifespan. If Liang Shui had reached a consensus with Long Yin earlier and resolutely formed a united front, Qin Shijue and others would not have existed. This incident tells us a truth. Before we can resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. Liang Shui doesn't plan to spend the 100 million. If Qin Shijue suddenly falls ill and keeps pestering her, she will return the money and officially draw a clear line with him. Liang Shui treated Qin Shijue as a tool for having children, and her vigilance towards her was greatly reduced. When Qin Shijue saw Liang Shui accept the golden Xian coins, he felt much happier. Shen Miao, who was silent on the side, lowered her delicate head and clenched her fists secretly. She also couldn't figure out what her feelings were towards Wei Qi. Ordinary friends? Why do I feel so unhappy when I see Wei Qi being pursued by other women? Treat him as a love interest? Although Shen Miao occasionally thinks of Wei Qi, the main theme of her life is still cultivation and revenge. It was impossible for her to abandon the responsibilities she carried and enjoy a peaceful life with Wei Qi. So Shen Miao was very confused. What kind of feelings do I have towards this man? At this moment, Shen Miao was actually a little envious of Qin Shijue. Although the other party is a princess of noble status, she dares to give up what she has to pursue what she wants. Shen Miao asked himself if he would dare to do such an extraordinary thing. The three of them strolled to Shiyue Academy. The playground, which is usually crowded with people, was empty. The old man in the duty room was lying on the bed watching Country Love Story. Qin Shijue looked at the gate of Shiyue Academy, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. When she first came here, she was down and out and helpless. Returning here again, Qin Shijue became more confident and found the meaning of life. The awakening of the Xianren bloodline allowed her strength to advance by leaps and bounds, and she leapt into the ranks of Xianshi. My dear husband, I love you. Shen Miao was shocked when he saw this. She couldn't tell whether she was angry or jealous, but she was very upset and wanted to kill someone. Shijuyu. Qin Shijue threw her a charming and seductive look. My dear husband, my life belongs to you. Qin Shijue feels that his current words and actions are like crazy compared to before. But she is very satisfied with the current situation. The power of the mysterious person gave her the ability to control her own destiny. Wei Qi is the beacon that illuminates the way forward for her, and he is also the man who pulls her back from hell. If Wei Qi hadn't existed, when she was captured by Tianming Palace, she might have chosen to commit suicide. She died by suicide in her previous life. If it weren't for her desire for life, she wouldn't have awakened the power of the Xianren race. What reason does Qin Shijue have not to love Wei Qi? Wei Qi looked towards the main building of the college and said, let's go. The principal should be in his office. Qin Shijue tactfully let go of Wei Qi's left arm. She probably guessed the reason why Wei Qi temporarily rejected her. Since he is afraid of trouble, this princess will clear up the trouble herself. Qin Shijue, who has never cared about family affairs, suddenly had the idea of returning to the family to seize power. She wants to give everything she has to the one she loves, hoping to be loved in return. Is it possible that the subsequent plot will be filmed into the legend of Empress Shiju? Lin Bu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, descended from the sky. Wei Qi, Shen Miao, I didn't expect you to actually rescue the princess. Teacher Lin, where's the principal? Wei Qi nodded. Come with me. Wei Qin and the other followed behind Lin Bu. Miss Shen, why are you standing back there? Let's go. Shen Miao, who had been distracted, suddenly woke up. Oh, here it comes. The three of them entered the office building at the back of the academy. Climb up to the 7th floor and turn right. Lin Bu stopped in front of the office door at the end of the corridor. The principal is waiting for you inside. I'm leaving first. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and pushed up his glasses. Wei Qi, the new Dragon Championship will open in a week. Lin Bu handed Wei Qi a booklet and said, practice well. The teacher's bonus depends on you. Wei Qi gestured towards him. Totally OJ8K. Lin Bu left. Qin Shijue seemed to have turned back into her usual arrogant princess, and her eyes were more confident than before. Shen Miao stood at the back and didn't know what he was thinking. Wei Qi reached out to knock on the door. In one high flash, come here. B has packed it. Can you play? If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The past is the past. Wei Qi. Knock, knock, knock. Principal, I'm Wei Qi. The seventh princess has been found. Oh, Wei Qi. Wait a moment. There was a crackling sound coming from inside the house. 1 minute later. Ahem, come in. Wei Qi slowly pushed open the door. The principal's office is beautifully decorated. Luxurious and comfortable chairs, an extra-long desk, a desktop computer that looks really cool, and goldfish swimming in the fish tank. Zhuo Tianhong, who was dressed simply, was very excited when he saw Qin Shijue. He immediately stood up and walked to Qin Shijue. It's great that Princess has returned safely. Qin Shijue nodded slightly. This series of events is all caused by this princess. I'm sorry, Principal Zhuo. Zhuo Tianhong looked at Qin Shijue, who bowed her head to apologize and leaned back slightly. Was the seventh princess possessed by someone? Why is there such a big gap between before and after? When she first entered the school, she was extremely arrogant and didn't take him, the principal, seriously at all. Wei Qi let out a long sigh. The incident was over and he was finally cleared of the charges. Next, we will wait for news from the Great Secret Realm to find Qi Feili's tomb and retrieve the evil Sakura sword. Principal, I'm leaving first. Wei Qi waved his hand. Zhuo Tianhong immediately said, No, you can't leave. Please follow me for more updates and free gifts. After watching this, handsome guys, please send a message to Wei Qi to show your support. Chapter 154 Shin Miao is also a princess? Is there anything else, Principal? Wei Qi was a little surprised. Zhuo Tianhong nodded slightly. Wei Qi, I felt that you looked very familiar when we met that day. What are your parents' names? Wei Qi slowly closed his eyes. My father's name is Wei Wuqiu, my mother's name is Wei Wuxin. They have been missing for 2.5 years. P.S. Wei Qi doesn't know his parents' real names. No hatred, no heart. Zhuo Tianhong was feeling a little depressed. Principal, Wei Qi asked curiously. Oh, nothing. I recognized the wrong person. Zhuo Tianhong quickly adjusted his mood. After saying that, he looked up at Shen Miao again, with a hint of guilt and indescribable emotions in his eyes. Shen Miao, what are your parents' names? Shen Miao frowned slightly. My father is Shen Wanhe, and my mother died early. I don't even know her name. Zhuo Tianhong sighed. Your mother's name is Tianlan. She is my junior sister. Shen Miao. The principal turned and looked out the window, not daring to show his sadness. I wasn't sure at first, until I sensed a familiar aura in the city last night. You used that power yesterday when you were fighting the guardians of Tianming Palace, right? Zhuo Tianhong suddenly turned around, his eyes full of anticipation. Shen Miao was shocked. Her true trump card has been kept hidden. Even Wei Qi doesn't know it. How could the principal know this after only meeting him twice? Could it be that he really knew the mother he had never met? Qin Shijue frowned when he heard the name Tianlan. Tianlan. Qin Shijue remembered that there was an ink painting in his father's study that looked like an artist's, and the signature on it was Tianlan. When she was a child, she once complained, why should such an ugly painting be placed here? As a result, her father punished her by making her stand for 3 hours, and she was not allowed to set foot in the study room again. It was also the first time that Qin Shijue's father, who had always been kind and gentle, got angry. Could it be that Shen Miao is related to the Qin family? Qin Shijue pricked up his gossipy little ears. Shen Miao glanced at Wei Qi and nodded. Yeah. Zhuo Tianhong's body trembled slightly with excitement. He was silent for a long time and then slowly said, Someone wants to see you. Shen Miao seemed to know something, and his expression became increasingly ugly. Just then, Wei Qi suddenly discovered that a large group of Beastmasters wearing iron armor, riding horses, and carrying swords appeared on the academy playground. The civilians around the academy were so frightened that they hurried away and did not dare to stay. Thump, thump, thump. There was a sound of orderly footsteps outside the house. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock on the door. Come in. Zhuo Tianhong said lightly. A white-haired old man wearing a luxurious brocade robe and golden-forged boots walked into the office. Although the old man had white hair on his temples, his face was ruddy and his breath was steady. He walked with a vigorous momentum and was intimidating without being angry. His brows exuded an air of tolerance. Wei Qi always felt that this person looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where. Shen Miao and Qin Shijue's expressions became more and more serious after seeing the white-haired old man. The atmosphere in the office suddenly dropped to freezing point. Tianhong, long time no see. The old man extended his hand to the principal without any airs. Mr. Qin, you don't have to be so polite. Zhuo Tianhong shook hands with him slowly, with a neither humble nor arrogant look. The old man looked like he was meeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Tianhong, you still hold a grudge against me? What happened with Tianqiu back then? I really had no choice. Zhuo Tianhong shook his head. Mr. Qin, Don't mention the past anymore. Tianhong, we're not in the imperial court. There's no need to be so distant, right? The Dragon Emperor looked somewhat lost. We're all old. I often wake up in dreams, reminiscing about when we were young and followed Master to defeat the demon realm. We were trapped by a horde of demons and nearly died in the freezing cold. In the end, you abandoned a pet as bait and fled into the bloody demon cave with me on your back. The Dreadlord's chief general led 50,000 gargoyles in pursuit of us, and in the end, it was Tianqiu who came to rescue us with Tianqin and Tianlan. The Dragon Emperor grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Back then, we were brothers, united as one, yet why is there now a barrier between us? I don't want to die alone in the palace. Zhuo Tianhong gave him a cold look and said, Qin Tianqua, you caused Tianqiu and Tianqin to disappear, and you didn't take good care of them either. I will never forgive you. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Tianqiu is a spy of the demon clan. If I don't get rid of him, I will lose everything I have. Zhuo Tianhong swung his sleeves and turned around. Humph, you're still the same. Let's not talk about the past anymore. The 7th princess has been successfully rescued by Shun Miao and Wei Qi. Mr. Qin should bring her back to the capital as soon as possible. The Dragon Emperor's attention slowly shifted to Qin Shijue, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Jue, are you okay? Qin Shijue is no longer the naive and gullible little princess she used to be. She believed that her mother was killed by the hidden dragon pavilion, and her father, as the ruler of a country, did nothing and even concealed the news. What a useless father. Father. The Dragon Emperor was, after all, a man in power who had seen the world. He could tell at a glance that his adopted daughter was not as clingy as before. When the Dragon Emperor learned that Qin Shijue had been kidnapped, he knew what Tianming Palace was trying to do. Now that Qin Shijue is unharmed and has even awakened to a more powerful power, he naturally won't treat Qin Shijue as trash. Jue, everything that happened before was my fault. Come back to Longdu with me, and I won't let anyone hurt you again. The Dragon Emperor said from the bottom of his heart. A mysterious person whose awakened power was not backfired by the curse. The deterrent power of this thing is 100 times stronger than a nuclear bomb. Qin Shijue is his biological daughter. If he takes her home and coaxes her with some sweet talk for a few days, she might calm down. Qin Shijue really wanted to hold Wei Qi's arm and make the official announcement, but doing so would only cause trouble for her husband. She also wanted to take this opportunity to return to the capital to investigate the truth of that year. Qin Shijue glanced at Wei Qi reluctantly, then nodded after hesitation. As you command, father. The Dragon Emperor saw through Qin Shijue's little thoughts at a glance. In order to calm his daughter's emotions, he turned and looked at Wei Qi and Shun Miao. Are you the warriors who saved the 7 princesses? Would you consider joining the royal capital? When the Dragon Emperor saw the outstanding temperament of Shun Miao, his eyes almost popped out. Tianlan, is that you? Shun Miao glared at the Dragon Emperor with a gloomy expression and did not respond. Seeing this, the Dragon Emperor wanted to grab Shun Miao's hand. Nianlan, what happened back then was all my fault. I feel sorry for you and your daughter. Shun Miao dodged and retreated behind Wei Qi. Mr. Qin, my last name is Shun, not Qin. You have the wrong person. Wei Qi, dementia.jpg. Liang Shui, surprise.jpg. The two of them stood aside and ate melon until they were petrified. According to the usual melodramatic development, Shun Miao should be the Dragon Emperor's illegitimate daughter? No wonder she is involved with the human emperor's sword. Qin Shijue was also dumbfounded. Are they really sisters now? Chapter 155, Temporary Farewell. Shun Miao's previous name was Qin Nianlan, and she lived in the palace of Tianlong City since childhood. She didn't know who her biological mother was. She was imprisoned in a house surrounded by walls, and her daily activities were very limited. The only person she knew was the Dragon Emperor Qin Tianqua. When he was 8 years old, the divine power in Shun Miao's body gradually awakened. The 3-meter-high wall could not stop her at all. Every night, she would secretly climb over the wall and play freely in the palace. Inadvertently, Shun Miao breaks into the palace where the Songlong King is resting and accidentally awakens the ancestral dragon who has been sleeping for thousands of years. Shun Miao's bloodline power is noble and pure. Zulong passed the human emperor's sword, which had been silent for 1,000 years, to her, then stretched out his legs and died. At that time, Qin Tianqua led his troops to resist the invasion of bandits in the northern part of Longhua. The Qin family members in the royal capital who were unaware of the situation believed that Shun Miao had trespassed into the forbidden area, which led to the demise of Lord Zulong. So they planned to execute her by slow slicing. At the critical moment, Shun Miao's master descended from the sky, and took her out of the palace. Shen Miao didn't know what her master's name was. She only knew that she was a very beautiful woman. With the help of her master, Shen Miao changed her name and became the adopted daughter of Shen Wanhe, the richest man in Pegasus City, and warned Qin Tianqua that he was not her father. The master taught Shen Miao since he was young that since he became the master of the human emperor sword, he should shoulder the mission of revitalizing the human race and never fall into the illusion of love. Since then, Shen Miao knew how precious the women of the celestial clan were, so she secretly decided not to have any emotional entanglement with any man from now on, and would not become a reproductive tool for the Qin family. She wants to inherit the will of her master and Lord Zulong and fight for all living beings. As Shen Miao grew more and more beautiful, her master became uglier and uglier. In just a few years, she turned from a peerless beauty into an old woman, and finally left her forever. As the master of the human emperor sword, Shen Miao knew that sooner or later he would have to face the Qin family of the Dragon Kingdom. I just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Looking at the young and beautiful Shen Miao, the Dragon Emperor subconsciously thought of the woman who had obsessed him all his life. Opportunity is fleeting. This time he can't miss the opportunity to possess her. The Dragon Emperor took a half step back, a kind smile on his face. Okay, Shen Miao, is your master still alive? I want to see her. Shen Miao clenched her fists. Master has passed away long ago. In that case, why don't you and Shiju go to the Holy Dragon Academy in Tianlong City together? Shen Miao subconsciously glanced at Wei Qi. She had been away from the royal capital for 10 years and wondered how the Songlong clan was doing recently. Zulong originally begged Shen Miao to protect the Songlong clan and not to repeat the same path as the Demon Dragon clan. No one else knew about the ancestral dragon's passing on of the sword, and Shen Miao had benefited greatly from the human emperor's sword, so it was only right that she should go to the capital to see the Songlong clan. The purpose of forming an alliance with Wei Qi has been achieved, and there seems to be no reason for her to continue staying in Shiyue Academy. Shen Miao is not a hesitant person. Wei Qi, I have something to tell you. Okay. The two left the office and came to the corridor. Wei Qi, what do you think of Wangdu? There are many turtles in shallow water, and there are big brothers everywhere. I don't like places with too many people. Wei Qi said truthfully. Shen Miao's expression was a little relieved. I'm sorry, I have some personal matters to attend to in the capital. I can't go with you to explore Qi Fei's tomb. Is she leaving? Wei Qi thought about it carefully and realized that he had no right to keep the other party. Logically speaking, the Beastmasters graduating from the royal capital have much greater development potential than those graduating from Serpent City. Wei Qi is not a particularly utilitarian person and does not like to bow his head and serve others like a dog. Everyone has their own privacy and their own life. I wish you all the best in the future. Call me if you need anything. I still owe you a favor. Wei Qi said with a smile. When Shen Miao saw that Wei Qi didn't try to persuade him to stay, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. He clearly didn't stop me from developing. So why do I feel so sad? Am I really hoping that he will shamelessly beg me to stay and not leave? Scare. Master is right. Love between men and women is simply a disaster. Shen Miao put her hands on her hips and said casually, Humph, you're always thinking about repaying favors. I'm leaving now. Do you have anything to say? Wei Qi shrugged. All good things must come to an end. Unless you become my wife, you will definitely leave me. Bah, who wants to be your wife? Shen Miao's pretty face turned red and she clenched her pink fist and knocked on Wei Qi's shoulder, like the interaction between an ambiguous couple. No matter how she suppressed her emotions, her body had its own ideas. Wei Qi grabbed her wrist and said with a half smile, Miss Shen, go ahead and don't worry. I will help you capture a thunder-attributed pet as compensation. What compensation? Shen Miao was a little surprised. Last time we went to the Dragon Cave together, I took the evil Sakura blade. I remember we agreed to go on an adventure together to help you catch a lightning attribute pet. I was just saying it casually. A man's word is as good as his words. Shen Miao smiled and said, It's hard to catch up with the old man. Wei Qi planned to go back to the office to say hello to the principal and leave the office building. Shen Miao looked at Wei Qi's back and suddenly had the urge to chase him and ask him, Are you really willing to marry me? The idea was extinguished by her as soon as it was born. Shen Miao, who was feeling a little complicated, was still thinking about something when Wei Qi came back and handed the third-level beast spirit crystal with the highest single value in his space ring to Shen Miao. You left so suddenly, and I don't have any good gifts for you. Next time we meet, I will fulfill the agreement between us. Wei Qi is not good at expressing personal emotions. When he spoke, he didn't even dare to look directly into Shen Miao's beautiful eyes. Wei Qi quickly changed the subject. If you go to the capital, we might have a chance to compete in future matches. Come on. I'm really good. Humph, don't underestimate men. He. Liang Shui squatted quietly on Wei Qi's shoulder. She now somewhat understood the concept of it's impossible to defy fate. Shen Miao shouldn't be in Giant Snake City. The royal capital is where she should go. So no matter what happens, she will eventually leave her master and go to the capital to complete her life. According to the development of the previous life, Qin Shijue was already a dead person and should not live in Giant Snake City. So if she continued to live, she would be taken away by the invisible big hand and would not be able to revolve around her master. If this is true, can I change the ending where my master died on the stairway of the gods while trying to save Lu Suyu? Is everything I do in vain? Liang Shui was confused about the subsequent developments. Wei Qi and Shun Miao returned to the office. The Dragon Emperor was very satisfied with the answers from Shun Miao and Qin Shijue. Zhuo Tianhong was a little surprised. Wei Qi, are you sure you don't want to study at the Holy Dragon Academy? It's the best beast taming academy in the entire dragon country. Just then, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Wait a minute, you can't leave Serpent City. Liang Shui, who was doubting her life, suddenly raised her eyes. Is there any hope for this? Can destiny be changed? Chapter 156 Commander-in-Chief, Long 2. More than 10 armored artillery vehicles stopped at the gate of Shiyue Academy, and one after another, dragon-tail warriors holding heavy weapons and carrying standard spirit pets jumped out of the cabin. The most advanced psychic rocket launchers, anti-armor bullets, and armor-piercing sniper rifles flashed with a faint cold light. Tianming Palace was unable to defeat the Tianxian alliance on the front battlefield, so it could only use harassment tactics to cause trouble in various major countries. More than 100 of the most elite dragon guards, the Songlong Guards, were dispatched at once so that all the reactionary forces in Giant Snake City could be suppressed within one day. Don't underestimate these 100 people. The most elite troops usually consist of a small number of people. The Dragon Kingdom, with a population of billions, has only 500 Songlong Guards. All the powers in the world are terrified when talking about the Songlong Way, because the weakest members of this army are at the 5-star Xianzhu level. With more than 100 Xuanzhi-level Beastmasters present, Wei Qi found it difficult to breathe. Qin Tianque frowned slightly when he saw this. He had already guessed who was outside the door. Squeak. A middle-aged man with black hair, wearing a pure black uniform and a resolute and attractive face, strode into the office. Seeing this, Zhuo Tianhong had to bow and salute. Commander Long, long time no see. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhuo Tianhong, then glanced at Qin Tianque, and nodded slightly in greeting. Mr. Qin, Principal Zhuo, long time no see. Qin Tianque closed his eyes slightly and stroked his beard. What brings the busiest commander-in-chief in the entire dragon nation here? Wei Qi looked at the various medals on his shoulders and was speechless at the sight of Commander Long, who often appeared on TV. Tianxian Star is not quite the same as Blue Star. Every country has its leaders such as Emperor, King, and Chief. Although they are the upper-class rulers of this country, they cannot monopolize power. The Tianxian Alliance will select a commander-in-chief in each country to specifically manage the Beast Tamer organization in the corresponding country. For example, the Dragon Guards of Dragon Country, the Ghost Martial Sect of Ghost Country, the Holy Martial Sect of Free Country, etc. Qin Tianque has no power to order the commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief cannot interfere in the private affairs of the royal family. The two check and balance each other, which prevents the common people from being exploited to death by the upper class. Ordinary people are bound by the laws set by the royal families of each country. Beastmasters are also bound by the relevant laws formulated by various organizations. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Because the chief commanders of the Tianxian countries are selected from the people, their popularity and prestige surpass those of the royal family. The chief commanders of the Dragon Kingdom throughout the ages shared a unified name, Long Tu. The current commander-in-chief's strength has reached a peak, and no one knows his exact level. More than 10 years ago, the Warcraft Legion, an alien organization from the bottom of the Central Ocean, attacked the mainland. The people in coastal areas are suffering terribly. Long Tu rushed to the east coast with his iconic beast, Ancient Tyrant Dragon. The man and the dragon killed the vanguard troops of the underwater alien race on the spot. More than 10 years have passed, and the alien race in the sea dare not even fart. They hide quietly underwater and dare not take a single step beyond the line. The Ancient Tyrant Dragon of Long Tu is the only top-grade Saint Destroyer-level spiritual pet publicly available in the world. As long as he lives one day, the overlord of the continent will always be the Dragon Kingdom, truly invincible and unrivaled in the world. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmasters, the Dragon Map is a beacon in the darkness, a weather vane on the road ahead. Wei Qi had heard of his deeds and admired this legendary commander. Long Tu's cultivation has returned to its original state, and his temperament is restrained. Wei Qi does not feel any sense of oppression from him, but his shrewd eyes seem to be able to see through the other person's inner thoughts, which was awe-inspiring. Mr. Qin governs the country well, making Longwa prosperous. I, Long, am just a military man, busying myself for nothing, ha. Long Tu said with a smile. Qin Tianqua did not have a good face towards Long Tu, and there seemed to be a grudge between the two. Commander Long, please spare the polite words. What's wrong with me bringing both daughters back to the throne? What does Commander Long mean? The smile on Long Tu's face slowly disappeared, and his eyes glanced at the back door. Behind him was a 1.8-meter-tall, righteous-looking, long-legged beauty with a high black ponytail and wearing a black uniform. The two looked somewhat similar and were obviously decent people from novels or film and television dramas. The long-legged beauty nodded and closed the door casually. Okay, I won't waste any more time. Everyone here is the protagonist of the Giant Snake City incident. Long Tu tilted his head and glanced at Shen Miao and Qin Shijue. The news of the two fighting in Giant Snake City yesterday has spread. One is a celestial being who awakened the power of the holy heaven, and the other is a mysterious being who unleashed the power of the curse without being backfired. The people present were all outstanding Beastmasters and had already known the information about the Tianrin and Xianren tribes. Shen Miao's mother is the disciple of the Dragon Warrior. It is normal for her to awaken the holy heavenly power. I'm afraid that Zhuer's body has been tampered with by the Destiny Thief. I plan to take them back to the capital to meet the Blue Dragon King. Qin Tianqua said slowly. Does Commander Long think there's something wrong with them? Long Tu smiled and shook his head. Mr. Qin, the news that the 7th princess is from the Xianren tribe has been blocked in time. Bringing her back to Wangdu at this time is not a good choice. What do you think, Commander Long? Based on the information provided by Principal Zhua, this commander has roughly deduced the purpose of Tianming Palace's action. They intend to use the 7th princess's special physique to reincarnate as a demon god, and then use the demon god's blood to sacrifice to Giant Snake City, severely damaging the northern transportation hub of Dragon Country. The northern Rakshasas are ready to make a move. Once Giant Snake City falls, the Rakshasas will surely take the opportunity to flood into our country and encroach on our territory. The two are working together internally and externally. If we focus on one and neglect the other, we will surely suffer a great loss of vitality. Long Tu looked at Wei Qi and the others with gratitude. Thanks to these two heroes, Shen Miao and Wei Qi, for stepping forward to save Giant Snake City and saving countless Dawn people. They are the real heroes. Qin Tianqua nodded non-committally. The new dragon contest is about to begin. I intend to use this opportunity to announce it to the world and reward the two heroes handsomely. Wei Qi frowned after hearing this. The battle between Qin Shijue and I destroyed countless buildings, but I was actually rated as a hero? He never dreamed that he would be honored as a young hero. Long Tu said hesitantly. This commander has received a tip from an informant that Tianming Palace's next target is Tianlong City. Bringing Shen Miao and the 7th princess back to the capital together is too risky. Qin Tianqua understood Long Tu's true intention. Shen Miao and Qin Shijue are both top combat forces of the future Dragon Kingdom. The royal family swallowed up two people in one breath, and the Tianxian alliance naturally disagreed. Qin Tianqua didn't want to give up. He raised his eyes slightly and asked, what does the commander-in-chief mean? The power of the Destiny Thieves is growing stronger and stronger. The capital is definitely not as safe as we think. Qin Tianqua remained silent, as if recalling unpleasant past events. Mr. Qin can choose to take one person back to the capital, and the Dragon Guards will protect the other person with their honor and their lives. Long Tu closed his eyes and said, if a great chaos occurs in the future, we still have a chance to reverse the situation, right, Dragon Emperor? Wei Qi didn't understand politics, but he could see that the two top forces were competing for people. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that Qin Shijue was his shield. In fact, the person who unleashed the heaven-defying power that day was Wei Qi, not Qin Shijue. If he was targeted by the Tianming Palace, the Qin family in the royal capital, and the Tianxian alliance, it would definitely not be a good thing. Besides, I won't be able to enjoy Bai Rong's facial cleanser and Liang Shue's lap pillow service in the future. Thinking of this, Wei Qi's favorability towards Qin Shijue and Shen Miao greatly increased, because neither of the two women revealed his secret to anyone. I appreciate Commander Long's kindness, but I cannot leave my daughter alone in the dangerous Giant Snake City. Qin Tianqua obviously did not want to abandon his two extremely valuable daughters. I believe in the honor and determination of the Dragon Guards, but I still. Long Tu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I have sent my daughter, the deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Guard, to guard the giant snake city. Don't worry." The very heroic, long-legged beauty behind him stepped forward, saluted towards Qin Tianqua, and said, "Long Yuxuan, the deputy commander of the Canglong Guard, greets His Majesty the Dragon Emperor." Qin Tianqua remained silent, sweating profusely. "I received gifts from everyone and wrote one more chapter. I'll see if I can finish a chapter. Please follow me and give me free gifts." The new character appears and teaches the hero to control his power. Then he starts to play the dungeon and collects the evil cherry sword. Chapter 157, The Commander-in-Chief's Enlistment. Wei Qi's gaze slowly locked onto the woman in black in front of him. She was about 23 years old, with medals of various sizes hanging on her black uniform, and her tight leather pants perfectly outlined her mature and well-proportioned figure, especially those long and straight thighs, which were longer than any other woman Wei Qi had ever seen. Although Long Yuxuan's appearance is not as stunning as Qin Shijue and Shen Miao, with the difference being about 12 points and 10.5 points, she can definitely be called a phenomenal beauty. A closer look reveals that the dark blue high-hanging long ponytail exudes heroic spirit. Her small oval face, bright eyes, straight nose, and delicate light makeup give her a unique charm. Qin Tianqua knew Long Yuxuan's true strength and no longer had a suitable excuse. "Since the deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Guard has spoken, I am completely relieved. Shen Miao, Xiao Ju, who among you is willing to stay in Shiyue Academy to continue practicing? For the stable development of Long Country, I have to adopt Commander Long's proposal," Qin Tianqua said with difficulty. Qin Shijue almost laughed out loud after hearing this, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Dolly Wang and Brother Li are trying to hold back their laughter. JPG. She had to think of the grievances and pains she had suffered in her life and forced herself to hold back her smile, and 2 tears immediately slid down her cheeks. "Father, Shiju plans to stay at Shiyue Academy. Uncle Zhua has been very kind to me, and I don't want to leave here either." Zhua Tianhong tactically retreats. How did the arrogant 7th princess become so sweet-mouthed? Like father, like daughter. Zhua Tianhong is also a tsundere character. Although he did not say that he forgave his former junior brother, after Qin Shiju had disappeared, he led the main force and fought the scorpions of Tianming Palace in the Northern Territory for 300 rounds. Hearing his nephew call him Uncle Zhua, he was very happy. Zhua Tianhong didn't dare to confess his love to his junior sister Tianlan, which led to him missing out on his true love. It was too late for him to regret, and he could only hide this love deep in his heart. He really wanted to persuade Shen Miao not to get involved with the Qin family, but he found that he had no evidence and had to give up. When Qin Tianqua saw his daughter in tears, his numb heart was slightly tightened. He suddenly felt that he was totally unworthy of being her father. But this idea was quickly suppressed by Qin Tianqua. Compared to Qin Shijue, he cares more about Shen Miao. Shen Miao politely thanked Qin Shijue. "Xiaojue, thank you. You're welcome, we are sisters after all." Qin Shijue wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled sadly. Shen Miao's main purpose of going to the royal capital was revenge, and she didn't want to involve Wei Qi. Qin Tianqua was worried that Long Tu would do something else, so he used the excuse of important matters to rush back to the capital with Shen Miao. Wei Qi looked at Shen Miao's firm expression as he was leaving. "I always feel that she is not going to enjoy herself, but to the execution ground." After the Dragon Emperor left, the royal guards quickly withdrew from the Evil Moon Academy, as if they had never appeared. Wei Qi scratched his head and said, "Principal Zhua, now that things are over, I'm going home to rest." Zhua Tianhong nodded. He was not sure whether Wei Qi was Wei Tianqiu's son. There are billions of people in the vast dragon country, and it is not uncommon for people to have the same name and surname, and look 80% similar. He was able to determine Shen Miao's identity based on the extraordinary power that erupted from his body and the extremely similar face. Since Qin Shijue continues to study at Shiyue Academy, he plans to pass on everything he has learned throughout his life to her to prevent her from following the same path as the Dragon Emperor. "Thank you for your hard work, Wei Qi. Go back and have a good rest. We have distinguished guests today. We can discuss this in detail another day." Wei Qi nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Principal Zhua even knew to give him benefits. This guy is great. Long Tu smiled and waved his hand. "Principal Zhua, Yuxuan will be in charge of the next matter. It's time for me to leave." "Commander Long is so anxious?" Zhua Tianhong was a little surprised. "Well, there's been a barbarian invasion in the western region, and I'm afraid it's related to the Tianming thief. Commander Long, take care. Wei Qi left the office building with his hands in his pockets. Liang Shui looked very happy, and her big furry tail kept tickling Wei Qi. Shui, what are you so happy about? Liang Shui saw hope for a complete change of fate from Qin Shijue's stay or departure, and she was of course happy that her competitor had voluntarily withdrawn. He Shui thinks the master is so strong and handsome. At such a young age, he can stand in the same room with the two most powerful leaders of Dragon Country. The master is indeed the best. Wei Qi blushed a little at the compliment. How could that be? It's a sect reunion, a father and daughter recognizing each other as relatives, and I'm the only outsider. Master could have used your status as the red-haired princess to quickly ascend to power, but you didn't do that. Living off a woman is a skill. My self-esteem doesn't allow me to rely on a woman to get to the top. Wei Qi shook his head. He doesn't trust anyone but his own fists. Making good use of interpersonal relationships is also part of improving your strength, Wei Qi. A magnetic and steady male voice came from behind. Wei Qi and Liang Shui suddenly looked back. Long Tu put his hands in his pockets and looked at them very gently. Commander-in-Chief, do you know me? Long Tu quickened his pace and walked to Wei Qi's side. Of course you know me. The main reason I came to Giant Snake City this time is you. The smile on Wei Qi's face froze. What's the meaning? How could a civilian like me with no background remember my name by a figure like the Commander-in-Chief? Long Tu noticed the micro-expression on Wei Qi's face. He smiled and raised his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. Wei Qi, you and Shun Miao have made great contributions in rescuing the princess and saving Giant Snake City from danger. You are rare talents. This commander hopes that you can join the Dragon Guard and contribute to the Tianxian Alliance and the entire human race. It turns out that he wanted to recruit me into the gang. Wei Qi's heart slowly relaxed. Commander-in-Chief, I am just an ordinary 6-star Xianshi. The main credit for rescuing the princess this time goes to classmate Shen Miao. I am just a bystander. Long Tu smiled and said, keeping a low profile is the best way to survive. However, you are so capable. Are you really not considering joining the Tianxian Alliance to show your talents? To be honest, I don't have such grand ambitions. The meaning of my life is to find the important people and protect them, and then enjoy an ordinary life. Wei Qi declined. Well said, Wei Qi. This commander also thought so when he was young. But do you know the pain of not having enough strength to protect those who matter to you? Wei Qi. Long Tu gently patted Wei Qi's left shoulder and said pointedly, are you really not considering how to properly utilize the power of the Xianren clan? The Chaos Seal will only suppress your bloodline and your talent. Wei Qi Liang Shui. Chapter 158, 4 Mysterious People. Is the Tianxian Alliance's intelligence network so strong? Was Wei Qi's transformation into a mysterious human discovered during his first emotional outburst? Long Tu bent his right index finger and said, don't overthink it. No one knows your identity except this commander. Wei Qi. Because we are the same kind. As soon as the words fell, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Suddenly, a strong wind blew across the campus. Long Tu's short hair instantly turned into waist-length blonde, fluttering in the wind, and his pupils gradually turned gray, without any emotion. His height also increased from 1.9 meters to 2.1 meters, and the black spiritual pressure visible to the naked eye rose like a flame. This Pava. Wei Qi had felt it on Qin Shijue before. However, the Xianren power in Long Tu's body did not run away and leak out like Qin Shijue's, which was out of control and leaked out accidentally. Instead, it is like a quiet, tamed cat, with a gentle aura but hidden murderous intent. Wei Qi was so shocked by this powerful spiritual pressure that his whole body became stiff and unable to move. What is the true level of the Commander-in-Chief? Level 90? Level 95? In short, it's even scarier than my dad back then. Long Tu took the initiative to stop transforming into a Xianren, casually shattered his torn outer clothes, and quickly took out a new set from the ring and put them on. Wei Qi confirmed that there was no demonization on his upper body, unlike his own demonic left arm. This commander can order Yushuan to teach you how to control the power of the mysterious man. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Deputy Commander Long? Is she also a Xian person? Well, the main purpose of this commander, sending her to guard the Giant Snake City, is to let the 7th princess learn to control her power and prevent further rampages. Long Tu said. Liang Shui looked at Long Tu suspiciously. Isn't the Xianren race cursed? Awakening power equals death. How did he stay sane and harness the power? Could it be that the top leaders of the Tianxian Alliance have mastered the method to break the curse? Wei Qi lowered his head and said nothing. If what Long Tu said was true, he also wanted to perfectly control the power of the mysterious person in his body. Who wouldn't use a cheat if there is one? Long Tu took out a gleaming golden badge from his bosom and said, Wei Qi, this is the Holy Dragon Badge. Only Tianxian warriors who have achieved outstanding achievements are eligible to receive it. Please accept it. After saying this, he forced the badge into his right palm. Commander-in-Chief, you. It doesn't matter. You and Shun Miao are qualified to wear this badge. If you ever figure it out, the door of Dragon Guard will always be open to you. The leader of the Tsunglong Guard at the academy gate waved vigorously at Long Tu. Long Tu nodded in response, then tilted his head to look at Wei Qi beside him. Goodbye. Long Tu hurriedly left the gate of Shiyue Academy with the Tsunglong Guard army. The old man in the guard room was so scared that he turned off the TV and lay on the bed pretending to sleep. Wei Qi carefully examined the golden badge on his palm. It's actually a rare item made from melted heavenly spirit stone. Liang Shui also excitedly sat up and sniffed the badge. Tianling stone is an extremely rare mineral with a very high affinity for spiritual power. Beastmasters can wear heavenly spirit stone jewelry to increase their training speed. Wei Qi closed his eyes and felt it for a while. The cultivation speed has at least doubled. Putting aside the honor attribute, this thing can be easily sold alone to break in the Tianxian Chamber of Commerce. Wei Qi looked in the direction where Tsunglong Wei was going away. The commander-in-chief and his daughter are also from the Xianren tribe? Are they trustworthy? Just then, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind. My lord, Qin Shijue, who was so happy that he almost took off, pounced from behind. Wei Qi wanted to dodge, but if he did that, Qin Shijue would fall heavily to the ground. Bang! Wei Qi turned his gaze away and was knocked to the ground by Qin Shijue. There is no seal in Qin Shijue's body. The awakened Xianren bloodline will continuously generate powerful abilities for her, and she can even upgrade rapidly without hard training. Wei Qi under normal circumstances is definitely not her match. Wei Qi grabbed Qin Shijue's small legs and said, Hurry up, this is the school playground. There's no one else anyway. Seventh princess? Wei Qi, aren't you too bold? The two turned their heads and looked. Long Yuxuan stood behind him with a look of shock on his face, covering his mouth with his delicate hands. Wei Qi helped Qin Shijue up without leaving any trace. Shijue, you are a princess of the royal family after all. Don't let outsiders laugh at you. What do you mean, husband? As long as we're alone, it's fine. A beautiful woman has a fever and only has it with you. It's really unbearable. Wei Qi leaned forward slightly. Hello, Deputy Commander Long. Long Yuxuan cupped his fists and smiled. Don't be so polite. Defending the giant snake city and repelling the heavenly fate palace, just based on these two achievements, I, Long Yuxuan, am willing to be your friend. Deputy Commander, you are too polite. I am just an ordinary student. I am afraid I am not qualified to be your friend. Long Yuxuan smiled and shook his head. The purpose of our hard training is not to seek benefits, but to protect the people of Liming and do justice. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. He originally thought that Long Yuxuan was the kind of strong woman who was high and mighty. I didn't expect him to be so approachable and without any official airs at all. Long Yuxuan looked Wei Qi up and down. With his handsome appearance and strong strength, he is indeed a talent favored by the commander-in-chief. Wei Qi, seventh princess, are you willing to accept training on how to control the power of the mysterious man? Qin Shijue's eyes lit up after hearing this. Is there anything better in the world than being able to practice and improve my strength while being with my husband? Good. Wei Qi thought of Long Tu's words, and also of the powerlessness Liang Shui felt when she was seriously injured while trying to protect him. He secretly clenched his left fist, as if he had made some kind of decision. Liang Shui was even happier in her heart. Master, come on, Shui will always support you. Then I'll trouble the deputy commander. Don't be so polite, you can just call me Senior Sister Long. I was also a graduate of Shiyue Academy. Yes, Senior Long. The smile on Long Yuxuan's face gradually froze, replaced by seriousness. Come on, both of you. Let me see your power forms. After saying that, Long Yuxuan bent down and took a defensive stance. The wind was blowing hard and the temperature dropped suddenly. Long Yuxuan's high ponytail was blown away by the strong spiritual energy. His bangs floated in the wind. Red spiritual flames burned from his body. His pupils gradually turned gray, and his hair gradually turned golden, giving him an almost weird beauty. Her strength has not yet reached the level of a commander-in-chief, and the occasional leakage of spiritual pressure makes Wei Qi feel short of breath. Very strong. Her strength is even stronger than Principal Zhua. Second update is completed. Everyone's gifts are great. I pulled it instead. I'm trying hard to write one more chapter tonight. Chapter 159, The Strong Senior Sister Long. Want a fight? Qin Shijue was stunned for a moment. At this time, Long Xuanyu said nothing and nodded silently. Qin Shijue closed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. The red flaming unicorn lion slowly emerged from the void, stepping on bursts of flames. She tried to communicate with the black spiritual power in her body. Buzz! Qin Shijue's hair began to grow wildly, and the red flame unicorn lion let out a painful wail, its body constantly eroded by the power of the devil. Husband, quick! Qin Shijue discovered a horrible fact. As long as she mobilizes the spiritual power in her body, the black spiritual energy will flow along the spiritual veins again. The ominous flames on Qin Shijue's body grew stronger and stronger, and her sanity grew weaker and weaker. Wei Qi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. That day, he spent a lot of effort to defeat Qin Shijue and absorb the power of those runaway Xian people. I didn't expect that she would continue to go berserk. Was all my efforts that day in vain? Kill! Qin Shijue fell into dementia again and attacked Long Yuxuan in front of him. Long Yuxuan sneered. Anger brings impulses. First of all, we must try to control our emotions. The red flame unicorn roared angrily, and black flesh wings grew on its back again. Its eyes were red, and it rushed towards Long Yuxuan. Roar! Scorching flames fell from the sky. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the fire meteorite smashed a large hole 7 or 8 meters wide in the college playground. Wei Qi was forced to retreat quickly by the scorching air wave. Zhuo Tianhong playing video games in the principal's office. What happened? Long Yuxuan exerted force with his right foot, the ground cracked, and he shot towards Qin Shijue like an arrow. The red flame unicorn lion wanted to stop the enemy. It flapped its wings and gathered strength to create a blood-red sun with a radius of more than 10 meters behind it. Long Yuxuan blew a handsome whistle. Boom! A rhinoceros with flames all over its body walked out of the void. She and Qin Shijue are both fire-attributed Beastmasters. Ouchigogo! The huge armored rhinoceros, which was nearly 5 meters in size, roared to the sky, and a high wall of fire formed by red spiritual power surrounded the academy playground. The fight between the three will not affect the innocent people outside the playground, but poor Wei Qi will be grilled. The red flaming unicorn lion clapped its claws downwards, and the sun made of flames fell to the ground with a loud bang. The scorching airwaves spread outward like a tsunami. Zhuo Tianhong, who was standing on the roof of the office building watching the battle, took out the Haotian Tower and sealed the entire Shiyue Academy inside it. The 7th princess's move is incredibly destructive. If it's not restrained, half of Giant Snake City might be destroyed by this one move. Zhuo Tianhong was not bragging. The Xianren people, once in the state, are the embodiment of destruction, and killing enemies of higher levels is as easy as drinking water. The price they paid was that their consciousness could no longer control their bodies, and eventually their life force was exhausted, and they died of exhaustion. The commander-in-chief and Long Yuxuan are among the few powerful people who can control this power. Wei Qi didn't dare to stay on the playground. He used his hook and sickle spear to swing behind Long Yuxuan via the flagpole. Aren't you guys coming together? Long Yuxuan stretched out his right arm and used his stronger spiritual power to disperse the waves of fire in front of him. Wei Qi shook his head. My situation is rather special. Good. Long Yuxuan put his palms in a stance, and 2 flames, one black and one white, ignited in his palms. Tiger fist. Double fist, no frills. He swung his right fist, and black spiritual power roared out and condensed into a tiger with white fur and black stripes in the air. Roar! The tiger, transformed by spiritual power, slapped the red flame unicorn lion away on the spot. Liang Shui, who was watching the show on the side. It had fought with the scarlet flame unicorn lion for hundreds of rounds with both sides winning and losing, and it knew the strength of its opponent in this state. Even if he receives a fatal injury, his violent spiritual power can heal him rapidly, making him impossible to kill. The pressure this person brought to her was more terrifying than any enemy Liang Shui had seen on Tianxin Star in her previous life. The red flame unicorn lion was knocked away, and Qin Shijue could no longer sit still. She roared and grabbed forward. Long Yuxuan grabbed Qin Shijue's right wrist with his left palm and lifted it up. Then he forked his right fingers and hit Qin Shijue's waist hard. Qin Shijue has not received any physical training, and his body is completely controlled by instinct. The enemy is stronger than her and has more than 1,000 times more combat experience. She groaned, and her body flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the flaming wall 50 meters away. This is easy. The blood started flowing, and in an instant it formed a scab and broke. Qin Shijue and the Red Flame Unicorn Lion launched a fierce attack on Long Yuxuan from the left and right. The latter retreated calmly, hitting Qin Shijue with shoulders and kicking him with knees, leaving him unable to fight back and forcing him to retreat again and again. Wei Qi, who was hanging on the flagpole, nodded. Strength and momentum are not on the same level. Brute force can win. When facing enemies of equal strength, combat experience and skill combination are more important. A red light flashed in Qin Shijue's eyes. She picked up the kicked Red Flame Unicorn Lion and threw it towards Long Yuxuan, while she gathered her strength and poked Long Yuxuan's left armpit. Long Yuxuan's pupils contracted, and he kicked the poor Red Flame Unicorn Lion with his feet, sending it flying backwards to avoid Qin Shijue's attack on its weak spot. Good. Long Yuxuan gathered his palms together and slapped the ground, and the transparent and tangible spiritual pressure hit the ground like a giant hammer. Qin Shijue was knocked away on the spot by this brute force. Long Yuxuan used the spiritual seal skill, Stunning Dragon, which increased his movement speed dramatically. He caught Qin Shijue while she was flying backwards. His right hand held her head very lovingly. Well, Qin Shijue's breathing was obstructed, his body rhythm became disordered, and the rage behind him rose and fell. In the end, she was pinched so hard by Long Yuxuan that she went into shock. The power of the mysterious man is the mutated energy produced by the fusion of blood. Once the breathing is cut off, the strength will weaken. Long Yuxuan threw the unconscious Qin Shijue into the mouth of the giant rhinoceros with one hand, and hooked his middle finger at Wei Qi hanging on the flagpole. Overwhelming force. Wei Qi knew that he had no chance of winning against her now. If it really comes to a life-and-death fight, he can only use his indestructible time to throw his body to Long Yin, let it take him away, and he can use the immunity to damage of the mountain and sea seal to fight back. Master, do you want to fight? Liang Shui lay on Wei Qi's shoulder without any fear. As long as the enemy is not the Zerg, she is not afraid of anyone, even the Lord. By Rome, grit your teeth. Buzz. Long Yin, with a look of joy on her face, slowly walked out of the void. This king likes strong opponents. Master, you must go all out in this battle. Be careful not to get beaten to tears. This guy is really strong. Humph, didn't you say you would protect me? The warlike Long Yin couldn't resist the desire to fight with the peerless master, and she was not a coward. Long Yin appeared, and an invisible aura covered the entire Shiyue Academy. Long Yuxuan suddenly felt suppressed by an indescribable will, and his overall strength was forcibly weakened by about 20%. Good boy, you have a top-grade spiritual pet. Wei Qi fell from the sky holding the evil Sakura knife in his left hand. Snowfall. Faced with such a master, Wei Qi didn't dare to test him and had no chance to do so. At the beginning, use a control move to calm the opponent down. Long Yuxuan also wanted to see what level of Beastmaster the man her father had specifically asked her to take care of was. She kicked off with her left foot and began to swim. The snow waterfall's deceleration effect is already excellent, but the opponent's movement speed is as slow as a ghost. 30% deceleration is like nothing. The slender jade fingers, carrying a terrifying spiritual pressure, pointed at his chest. 3 more. Tired. Free gifts. Chasing books support it. Thank you so much. Chapter 160, Autistic Liang Shui. Long Yuxuan's speed was so fast that his afterimage could not be seen clearly. The fierce energy was unstoppable, and Wei Qi had no time to defend himself. Zhuo Tianhong on the roof of the office building broke into a sweat. Could it be that Long Yuxuan would kill Wei Qi with one punch? Liang Shui and Wei Qi are connected by fate, and she can feel the threat of death from Long Yuxuan's fingertips. Swish. It jumped off Wei Qi's shoulder and transformed into its original form, taking the attack for Wei Qi without hesitation. Buzz. Liang Shui's body suddenly flashed with blue light. Chu Lian's passive effect is triggered. When Long Yuxuan thrust his fingertips forward, he always felt like he was hitting a soft sponge, and he couldn't release any subsequent strength. She clenched her fingers into a fist, trying to push Liang Shui back and create some distance between them. Nirvana kill. The tail behind Liang Shui attacked swiftly and immediately restrained Long Yuxuan's body while he was attacking. The ice cannon with penetrating effect aimed at Long Yuxuan's shoulder and knee joints and suddenly blasted away. The Xianren race is powerful, but that doesn't mean they won't be controlled. What's more, Long Yuxuan didn't try her best. She just wanted to see the strength level of Qin Shijue and Wei Qi. The hard ice froze Long Yuxuan's important joints, and the 3 foxtails locked Long Yuxuan's neck and legs, preventing her from escaping the attack range of Long Yin and Wei Qi. Long Yin would not miss the opportunity to attack created by Liang Shui. Without any hesitation, she activated the Mad Dragon and gained an astonishing attack bonus. The spiritual pressure bursting out from his body made Long Yuxuan secretly admire him. Stem-breaking claw. Long Yin formed her right hand into a claw and struck Long Yuxuan's right knee. Clang. The sound similar to that of metal colliding surprised Long Yin. Why was the enemy's defense so strong? Isn't this outrageous? Long Yuxuan felt pain from the attack, and her right eye twisted slightly. She suddenly exerted force with her left hand to break free from the foxtail and try to fight back. Wei Qi held the evil cherry knife in his hand and slashed at the enemy's waist. The red resentment turned into a fierce ghost and pierced through Long Yuxuan's body on the spot. Puff. The double damage of destruction slash is not to be underestimated. The noble disregard for defense caused a lot of damage to Long Yuxuan. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been cut in half and killed by Wei Qi. Drink. Long Yuxuan clenched his fists and began to gather energy in his body. The black spiritual power suddenly repaired the injury on his waist. Roaring mountain and river. The time of nirvana killing is over. Because of his injury, Long Yuxuan lost control of his consciousness and actually wanted to use his ultimate move to severely damage all the enemies in front of him. Oh no, the knife in Wei Qi's hand is very strange. Long Yuxuan can't control his strength. Zhuo Tianhong jumped up with the Haoyan Tower in his hand and tried to rescue him. Wei Qi noticed something strange happening to Long Yuxuan, but it was too late to stop him. I can only take back the two women and then use my indestructible strength to withstand it. At the critical moment, Liang Shui immediately used the magic trick. Long Yuxuan's pupils changed from gray to golden, and the powerful move he was preparing to launch was forcibly interrupted. Liang Shui thought to herself, the Xianren people's physical strength is unparalleled, and they can even regenerate severed limbs, but their mental will is not as strong as imagined. Once injured, they will go berserk and crazy. They are definitely not the kind of demons that the gods fear. The soul-stealing demon is their nemesis. Master, it's now. Wei Qi slowly put down the evil Sakura knife. He didn't want to hurt Long Yuxuan. In the mad dragon state, Long Yin locked Long Yuxuan's neck with one hand and threw her hard in the center of the playground. Several ice cannons were aimed at Long Yuxuan's major joints again, temporarily blocking her ability to move. Long Yin slammed the ground with her right palm, and the domineering black spiritual power surged out like a mad wave. The flying rocks, trash cans, flagpoles, flowers and plants on the playground, and even the huge rhinoceros watching the show on the side were all pulled to Long Yan's side by Guanglong Chuhai. Drink. Long Yan's fists broke through the air and hit Long Yuxuan, who was unable to resist. Bang, bang, bang. The force of the punch penetrated the body and made the air buzz. The fighting spirit in Long Yan's eyes was unquenchable, and her long hair began to stand up. She knew that her attack could not seriously injure the monster in front of her. As the Dragon King, he had to deliver his highest output even if he knew he would lose. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 seconds of output time, Long Yin whipped Long Yuxuan away with a whip. The latter's body flew high and hit the football hoop 100 meters away. Zhuo Tianhong, who was floating in the air, widened his eyes in surprise. This aura and power, could she be the legendary Demon Dragon King? No wonder Wei Qi was able to find the seventh princess. It turned out that he subdued the legendary Dragon King. His white-haired fox only has 6 tails. How could it possibly control the deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Guard? And there is that strange knife with a restrained aura. This kid's strength far exceeds mine back then. Long Yin stopped the crazy dragon mode and looked back at Liang Shui, as if to express her gratitude. Liang Shui, your racial skills can actually control this kind of monster. Yeah, I'm very strong. Liang Shui wagged her tail and smiled a little foolishly. Long Yin looked at the thick smoke rising into the sky 100 meters away. She had also been controlled by Liang Shui's racial skill, demon capture, before, and had experienced the strange feeling of being unable to control herself. Unexpectedly, even the legendary cursed Xianren tribe was not immune to her control. Long Yin always felt that an ordinary 3-tailed fox should not be qualified to have damage immunity and absolute control. Thump, thump, thump. Long Yuxuan slowly walked out of the thick smoke and dust. The gray eyes looked at the 3 people. Yes, the terrifying control combined with the extreme output can hurt me even without the magic blood transformation. Her hair slowly turned back to its original dark blue color. The hostility in her body gradually dissipated, and the ominous flames were absorbed into her body through her pores. Why don't you continue the attack? Long Yuxuan's clothes were tattered, so she took out a robe and covered her graceful figure. The giant fire rhinoceros gradually shrank in size, and at the same time, it spit out the unconscious Qin Shijue. Long Yin lifted her hair from her chest and slowly returned to the beast-taming space. You are very strong. I look forward to fighting you next time. Long Yin, pretending to be cool and then running away. How exciting. Wei Qi took Bai Rong into the beast-taming space to accompany Long Yin, shrugged, and said, "It's just a sparring match. I don't want to hurt Senior Long. The other side has already released a Pacific Ocean. If they really fight, Wei Qi will definitely not be her match." Zhuan Renyua's rapid recovery ability is so abnormal that even a serious injury like being cut in half cannot be fatal. Liang Shui turned back into her mini form and jumped on Wei Qi's shoulder, feeling a little autistic. She was originally an ordinary white spirit fox. After Wei Qi's death, she received the power buff of Tianshu Order and began to transform rapidly, eventually evolving into a ten-tailed fox. Now she has only inherited some of the abilities of the ten-tailed fox. In front of the top combat forces of Tianxian Star such as the Shinran clan, the Demon Dragon King, and the evil Sakura sword, it seems a bit weak. Although her predetermined fate had been changed, she was slowly consumed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The charming Lu Suyu and the resurrected Qin Shijue begin to break into Wei Qi's world. Fundamentally speaking, Liang Shui was afraid that she was not competitive enough and would gradually be neglected and eventually abandoned by Wei Qi. She hopes that Wei Qi will be happy and carefree every day, but she is also worried that this happiness is not provided by her. Perhaps this is a common problem among women? If possible, she definitely hopes that there will be no other females around Wei Qi, and that her master will always belong to her alone. But she is willing to sacrifice her own selfishness to help her master. Liang Shui hid this anxiety caused by the imbalance between desire and action perfectly, and no one has discovered it so far. She gradually hated her incompetent self. How great would it be if I could be reborn with invincible strength and pamper my master alone? Liang Shui gradually understood why Long Yin kept mumbling incomprehensible words like power, pava, plastic chair, etc. Wei Qi felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety and sadness in his heart. He pulled Liang Shui into his arms and massaged her. "Shuer, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Oh no, that's not the case. Shuer is very happy. Really? If you have any psychological problems, you must tell me. Wei Qi gently stroked its soft and smooth fur. "Thank you, master, for your concern for Shuer." Long Yuxuan nodded in satisfaction. "It seems that you and your natal beast are getting along very well. This is a necessary condition for practicing the demon blood transformation." The author's crazy plot. Some readers told me that Liang Shui's impression was not very good, and she was weak and troublesome. I also found that my writing skills were not good enough. This is my first attempt at writing a heroine with personal desires, which may make some people uncomfortable, and I can't change her character now. In a sense, the protagonist of this book should be Liang Shui. She was slowly trained from a pure love party too. It is said that the heroine kills indiscriminately, while the protagonist is only responsible for giggling. Some people also say that the protagonist is pure 24K Iron FW. It's hard to satisfy everyone, so just make do with what you have. I'm just a loser with less than 100,000 students. Next time I'll write about the mindless and obedient first heroine. Chapter 161, Xuanren's 3 Transformations. Demon blood transformation? What is that? Wei Qi was confused by the new words. Wei Qi remained calm, his eyes slightly closed, and silently recited the mantra of meditation in his mind to keep his mind focused. Ahem. Qin Shijue slowly woke up from her coma and took out a windproof cloak from the ring to cover up her leaked spring light. Long Yuxuan walked up to Wei Qi and said, "Wei Qi, take off your clothes." "Oh, don't talk nonsense." "Oh, all right." Although Wei Qi was a little shy, he still took off his black windbreaker and shirt. Qin Shijue's eyes sparkled as she approached like a female gangster, greedily caressing Wei Qi's chest and abdomen. "Husband, he's so handsome." The autistic Liang Shui squatted on the ground, unable to stop the female hooligan. Long Yuxuan immediately noticed Wei Qi's dark left arm and the mysterious curse mark on his shoulder. "This is it." Long Yuxuan picked up Wei Qi's left hand and slowly examined it. As the two beauties touched his muscles and admired him, Wei Qi's face became redder and redder. 1 minute later, Long Yuxuan frowned slightly and said, "I see. Senior Long, do you know what's wrong with my arm?" Wei Qi put on a new white shirt. Long Yuxuan shook his head. "Just like my father guessed, someone has placed some kind of seal on your body, preventing you from practicing the demon blood transformation." Qin Shijue secretly collected the clothes that Wei Qi had dropped. Ahem. Long Yuxuan glanced at her, and Qin Shijue's ears turned red. She did not expose the seventh princess's little trick, but instead attracted Wei Qi's attention and explained, Wei Qi, seventh princess, let me explain it to you briefly. Wei Qi listened very carefully and did not notice Qin Shijue's actions. The Xianren race is a cursed race. Every time we use forbidden power, our lifespan will be reduced by a small amount. Therefore, we should not use this power recklessly unless it is a critical moment. Long Yuxuan stretched out 3 fingers. The transformation state is divided into 3 stages, namely Demon Blood Transformation, Divine Martial Transformation, and Heavenly Mysterious Transformation. Seventh Princess, the demonic blood in your body has been stimulated and is beginning to awaken. After the transformation, your hair will grow longer and spiritual flames will ignite on your body. Your body will be controlled by power. This is the demonic blood transformation. If you cultivate the demon blood transformation to the extreme, you can use reason to control your body and harness strength like me. However, if you are seriously injured, you will still easily go berserk and hurt your teammates. Long Yuxuan said with some self-blame. Wei Qi didn't blame her, but instead asked, Senior Long, does using the power of the mysterious person necessarily mean losing control? Long Yuxuan smiled bitterly. Demon blood transformation, as the name suggests, uses the demonic power in our blood to strengthen our bodies for combat. It's difficult for human souls alone to suppress the demonic power. Do I need to use the power of heaven and man to control my consciousness in order to stay sane? Qin Shijue said subconsciously. The second stage of the divine martial transformation is to extract the celestial power in the bloodline and condense it into a dedicated weapon. Then, use the spiritual power continuously emitted by the divine martial transformation to suppress the demons in the body and fight. Unfortunately, the training method has been lost. Long Yuxuan clenched his fists. My father and I have only reached the peak of the demonic blood transformation. Our hair turns golden, symbolizing divinity, and our eyes turn grayish-white, symbolizing demonic nature. The princess is now at the first level of enlightenment. Her power is leaking out and she attacks recklessly. If she wants to control her power, she must undergo training. Does this princess have the chance to become as strong as senior sister? Qin Shijue's eyes were full of hope. If she could use the power of Xianren as she pleased, she could ignore other people's opinions and be with Wei Qi. Those old fogies in the Qin family in the royal capital could no longer marry her off to anyone else. Her destiny can be firmly controlled by herself. Long Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. She didn't want to hide the truth and said truthfully, the power of the celestial being in the princess body is too strong, and it is difficult to reconcile the yin and yang. You can only cultivate to the peak of the devil blood transformation at best. Going further is very dangerous. Your body can't withstand the erosion of the divine martial arts. How strong is the peak of demon blood transformation? Can it defeat the people of the Heavenly Fate Palace? Long Yuxuan smiled confidently. A mere thief is nothing to be afraid of. With the princess's current blood purity, if she cultivates to the peak of demonic blood, she can defeat a Xian Lord or even a Xian King-level Beastmaster. Is it that amazing? Qin Shijue covered her mouth happily. She is now level 31. If she uses the power of Xianren to the extreme, she can cross 3 major realms and defeat Xuanwang-level strongmen. Isn't this ridiculous? Can I really become that strong? Long Yuxuan reminded. However, fighting across levels will cost you a lot of spiritual blood, which will greatly reduce your lifespan. Don't clash with high-level Beastmasters unless it is absolutely necessary. Sister Yuxuan, I will study hard with you. Her originally bleak life was met with rainbow-like happiness after experiencing pain, and she began to be grateful to the mother she had never met. Qin Shijue bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and said in a soft voice, My dear husband, please give me more guidance in the future. Wei Qi didn't dare to lower his head to admire the moon, so he changed the subject and said, Senior Long, why can't I practice demon blood transformation? This sealing technique will only be triggered when you awaken your Xianren bloodline. It will seal all the demonic blood in your body into your left arm. The demonic blood cannot strengthen other parts of your body, so it cannot affect your sanity. Am I right? Wei Qi recalled the last time he fought with Qin Shijue. His body was filled with a peaceful force. Therefore, there is no situation where demonic blood enters the brain and causes loss of sanity. Demons are the embodiment of desire. Their power is triggered by various desires, at the cost of losing their sanity. The core of the god's power is self-control. The power is directed inward, not outward. Therefore, It must be withdrawn from the body and condensed into a weapon before it can be controlled by the Xianren. Wei Qi looked at his left arm and said, Senior Long, can I use my left arm as a whole and use it to practice demon blood transformation alone to increase my combat power? Chapter 162 Avengers. Long Yuxuan was shocked by Wei Qi's guess. Wei Qi, I know you may need strength, but this is unrealistic. The one who sealed you didn't want you to use your cursed power. Perhaps they wanted you to live an ordinary life. After hearing this, Wei Qi unconsciously clenched his fists. An ominous power that consumes lifespan if used. He could understand his mother's painstaking efforts, and he had no intention of blaming his parents. After all, living an ordinary life can also be considered a kind of happiness. It's a pity that when he was just beginning to fall in love, he encountered the most fragrant wine and the most gorgeous pink peony in the world. If Wei Qi had not met Lu Suyu, had no money to attend beast taming high school, and had no skydrop system, he might have only lived an ordinary life. Wei Qi felt a little hesitant. Although my father usually has a stern face and is very strict, he always meets his real needs. My mother is even more caring towards Wei Qi. Since they have a powerful background, they deliberately conceal their identities and live like small people, and even set seals for themselves. Is the pursuit of power right or wrong? Wei Qi didn't know whether he should follow his heart and remove the seal, or trust his parents who loved him and keep the seal. Long Yuxuan thought Wei Qi was disappointed, so he patted his shoulder and comforted him. Wei Qi, don't be too disappointed. Power has a price. Our fragile souls alone can hardly withstand the power of demons. The prerequisite for practicing demon blood transformation is to increase the trust of your natal spirit pet to above 70. The higher the trust value, the higher the success rate. The result of doing this is that you will have neither the mind nor the conditions to care for other spirit pets. Historically, most Xianren people have specialized in cultivating their own spirit pets. Most Beastmasters and their natal pets have a trust value between 50 to 70. 70 to 90 is rare, and 90 or above is rare. Liang Xue is a self-attack strategy and has a good impression at the beginning. Other spirit pets are affected by the passive amplification of Shanhan. Shanhan, I am so awesome. Put your hands on your hips. Your natal spirit pet will be baptized by demonic power just like you. Its body and soul corrupted by pain and desire. If the fusion of demonic blood fails, your fallen natal spirit pet will break free from the rules and constraints, escaping your control and becoming an avenger. Are the side effects of failure so strong? Qin Shijue picked up the red flame unicorn lion reluctantly. She vaguely recalled the painful howl of the red flame unicorn lion as it was eroded by the demonic power. If failed, the Beastmaster will lose his natal pet forever. Qin Shijue hesitated. Wei Qi picked up the distraught Liang Xue who was squatting on the ground, and thought of the gentle and obedient Liang Xue. What's the use of this power if I lose Liang Xue for Pava? Wei Qi was unwilling to gamble with his pet's life. Liang Xue is my important partner. I don't want it to suffer unnecessary pain. Forget it. Just then, Liang Xue turned into a blue light, and the beautiful blue-haired fox girl wearing fox fur appeared in front of everyone in human form for the first time. Qin Shijue looked at the fox beauty with a melancholy face and was greatly shocked. No wonder my husband turned a blind eye to my love confession. It turns out his fox is so beautiful. Swipe down. Fortunately, my breasts are a little bigger. Liang Xue clenched her fists and looked up at Long Yuxuan. Sister, is there no other way for the master to obtain the power of the mysterious man? We really need this power. Long Yuxuan was conquered by the beautiful big fox with a melancholy temperament and was stunned for a moment. In theory, yes, but almost no one has succeeded. Wei Qi grabbed Liang Xue's wrist and said, Xue, that power is really dangerous. I don't want you to take risks for me. Liang Xue knew the importance of strength. She looked at Long Yuxuan firmly and said, Sister, please speak. Long Yuxuan sighed softly. The curse of our Xianren race seems to be related to our spirit pets. Currently, only our natal spirit pets can withstand the power of Xianren and remain undead. The usual practice of demon blood transformation is for both the person and the pet to bear 50 of the demonic power, thus achieving a delicate balance. Because of the seal in the master's body, he cannot withstand 50 of the devil's power, right? Liang Xue said softly. Long Yuxuan closed his eyes slightly and expressed his guess. According to my guess, Wei Qi can only bear 15 at most, which is the limit. You need to bear 85 and then give him the remaining 35. Wei Qi shook his head after hearing this. No, it's too risky for her to bear 85 of the demonic power alone. The failure rate is too high. What does it feel like to be eroded by demonic power? Liang Shui asked calmly. The last time Wei Qi started to transform into a mysterious human, she also felt the violent spiritual power surging out of the spiritual contract. Those powers were nothing to her and could not erode her will at all. Long Yuxuan looked up at the sky, as if recalling something. Pain and extreme happiness. If you can't bear the pain, or are tempted by the illusions in your heart, you will fail. In the past few hundred years, my father was the only one in the vast eastern continent who successfully cultivated the demon blood transformation. I almost went astray during my first cultivation, and it was my father who saved me. After saying this, Long Yuxuan touched the nose of the armored rhinoceros beside him, with endless pity in his eyes. Wei Qi, princess, go back and think carefully about your future. I'll be waiting for you here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Countless pets have been corrupted by demonic power and degenerated into avengers. Long Yuxuan stretched lazily and walked away. The playground is blown to pieces. I have to trouble the Alliance soldiers for help again. Liang Shui lowered her head and clenched her fists. She has the confidence to endure any pain. Relieving her master's worries is her destiny as a natal spirit pet. Liang Shui would never let Wei Qi beg for food with a mountain of gold in his hand. The third update ends. Seek more, seek free gifts. The most perverted Xianren in history is about to be born. Chapter 163 Wei Qi, Tianxin Change? Liang Shui looked at Long Yuxuan's departing back, and the last scene of the Stairway of the Gods flashed before her eyes. That scene will be unforgettable for me forever. At that moment, I was thinking, if I could go back in time, I would definitely win it all. Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, I have to consider whether this will be my only chance in this life. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui's head and said, let's go home. For the first time, Liang Shui disobeyed Wei Qi's will and chased after Long Yuxuan without hesitation. Sister, I want to try the demon blood transformation. Long Yuxuan tilted his head in surprise. Have you really thought it through? Failure is no joke. Wei Qi and Qin Shijue caught up with Liang Shui. Swear, you don't need to take such a big risk. Liang Shui looked back melancholy, her deep blue eyes filled with a hint of sadness. It was the first time that Wei Qi saw Liang Shui with such an expression. Master, you are willing to give up everything to protect Shuer. Isn't Shuer thinking the same? Wei Qi could feel Liang Shui's sadness and determination directly from his heart. Although he didn't know why she suddenly became emo, Wei Qi didn't feel anxious or upset. There are people who are willing to sacrifice themselves to help you. How happy is this? I understand, but I won't let you suffer and grieve alone. Liang Shui smiled with relief, and it was a beautiful smile. The pent-up anger in my heart was instantly relieved. Wei Qi raised her eyes and looked at Long Yuxuan. Senior Long, can we practice demon blood transformation today? Of course, I didn't expect you to make up your mind today. Qin Shijue gently stroked the head of the red flame unicorn lion, smiled faintly, and stood beside Wei Qi. My life was saved by my husband. I will do whatever you do. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Shiju, do you really want to practice the dangerous demon blood transformation? Wei Qi frowned slightly. My dear husband, are you worried about me? Wei Qi looked at the beautiful red-haired girl with a smile as beautiful as a flower beside him, and felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Don't worry. Long Yuxuan looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. The momentum is very good. Cultivation is to cultivate the mind. Being timid will never lead to the path to the upper level. What's the trust value between you and your natal pet? Qin Shijue looked down at the scarlet flame unicorn lion. 58. Wei Qi concealed Liang Shui's trust value. They have only known each other for less than half a month, and no one would believe it if they told others that their trust value is 100. Wei Qi chose a compromise value. 80. Qin Shijue showed an expression of sudden realization. She lightly raised her foot and gently hit Wei Qi with her full granary. My dear husband, no wonder you don't like women. It turns out you're secretly playing with fox beauties at home when you have nothing to do. Wei Qi's old face turned red. Long Yuxuan smiled helplessly. 7th princess, your trust value is not up to standard yet, so you can't practice the demon blood transformation for the time being. Damn it. This princess also wants to become stronger quickly. Wei Qi took the initiative to hold Liang Shui's hand. Senior Long, we are ready. The huge armored rhinoceros once again cast a fire barrier to seal off the Evil Moon Academy, and not even a mosquito could fly in. Wei Qi and Liang Shui sat on the playground as Long Yuxuan requested. Demon blood transformation is when the demonic power in the bloodline is stimulated by extreme emotions and enters an extreme state. This power comes from the blood in our bodies, so we must maintain a steady breathing rhythm. If our breathing becomes disordered, the the demon blood transformation may be forcibly ended. Wei Qi nodded. He saw with his own eyes that Qin Shijue was squeezed into a state of shock by Long Yuxuan. Long Yuxuan explained while patting Wei Qi on the shoulder. Think carefully about the most infuriating thing in your life. Wei Qi tried hard for a long time, but his body didn't respond at all. Liang Xue, squatting on the ground, licked his paws. He didn't feel any strength. It doesn't seem to be working. Wei Qi opened his eyes and complained. Long Yuxuan looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Wei Qi. She suddenly raised her right fist and hit Wei Qi in the chest. Bang! Bright blood splattered all over Liang Xue's face. Qin Shijue, who was accompanying him more than 10 meters away, stood up immediately upon seeing this, a hint of madness in his eyes. What are you doing? Long Yuxuan quickly retracted his right fist. His demonic blood is sealed in his left arm. This is the only way I can stimulate his potential. Wei Qi suffered fatal injuries, and the pain penetrated into his brain along his nerves. Ugh hi! The curse seal on his left hand seemed to be activated and instantly spread to the other half of his body. Wei Qi's left eye, left arm, and chest turned pitch black. Buzz! The seal on the arm flashed with a faint blood light. Wei Qi's hair grew very long and instantly turned a miserable white, and his pupils also turned scarlet. Long Yuxuan's eyes widened as he murmured in disbelief. This aura is impossible? Wei Qi gradually regained his senses and tilted his head to glance at Long Yuxuan. Don't tell me I have to stab myself to transform. Well, I hope not. Wei Qi raised his hands, and his body was emitting blood-red flames, a color different from that of the others. Well, Liang Xue, who was lying on the ground, began to twitch, and her body size uncontrollably changed from a mini fox to the pride of the ice flame, six-tailed fox. Its body is covered with a layer of blood-colored spiritual flame that is exactly the same as Wei Qi's. Long Yuxuan slowly opened her eyes and entered the state of demonic blood transformation, and her tone became very cold. You've saved me a lot of trouble by staying rational. Now, try to inject the demonic power in your spirit veins into your natal spirit pet through the beast control space. Good. Wei Qi closed his eyes slightly and injected the blood-colored spiritual power surging in his spiritual veins into the first spiritual contract. Rome, who was lying in the Dragon Emperor castle, saw the blood-colored spiritual power appearing out of nowhere and ran happily. Sister Long, look. It's delicious. The rich snow fat rises and falls. Long Yin slowly stood up from the throne, looked up at the first spiritual contract that looked like a blood moon, and said nothing. Wei Qi did not have any adverse reactions. Liang Xue in front of him began to roll on the ground because of the pain. When the spiritual power that is integrated with the blood of gods and demons enters the body, a rejection reaction will inevitably occur. The power of manic desire penetrated into Liang Xue's soul along the spiritual contract. Ouch! The fur on Liang Xue's body gradually turned blood red, and a blood-colored curse mark similar to Wei Qi's appeared on her back. Wei Qi felt very distressed when he saw Liang Xue rolling on the ground in pain. He wanted to stop injecting strength. Unexpectedly, Liang Xue's spiritual contract unconsciously absorbed the mysterious power in Wei Qi's body. Long Yuxuan stared at the man and the fox in front of him, not daring to breathe. She developed a strong interest in the seal on Wei Qi. White hair all over the body, blood-colored spiritual power. This is clearly the highest level form among the three transformations of Xianren, Tianxin transformation. The upper limit of Zhuan Renbian's power depends on the strength of his bloodline. Qin Shijue can only cultivate to the peak of demon blood transformation at most. Long Yuxuan can only cultivate to the peak of the divine martial transformation at most. The blood power in Wei Qi's body is so strong that the aura he exudes is almost the same as that of a demon. Which demon god in the demon world is his father? His mother must be more powerful, otherwise she would not be able to seal the blood of the demon in her left arm. Long Yuxuan seemed to understand why his father sent him to guide Wei Qi in his practice. If this person goes astray, it will be a huge disaster for the entire Tianxian star. Chapter 164 Liang Xue's Inner Demon. Liang Xue lost consciousness and fell to the ground with a thump. A pleasant fragrance began to emanate from its body, and its tail spread out limply. Liang Xue. Long Yuxuan held down Wei Qi, who was about to stand up, and said, "You can't help it. Keep calm and breathe steady. If the demon blood transformation is interrupted now, the Xianren power that has entered its body will never be taken back." After hearing this, Wei Qi could only close his eyes, concentrate his mind, stabilize his breathing rhythm, and create a comfortable environment for Liang Xue to survive the tribulation. is the next step to experience excruciating pain. Liang Shui gritted her teeth and slowly stood up from the world of consciousness. Buzz. The surrounding environment changes instantly. Liang Shui vaguely returned to that rainy day. A gnashing voice came from his heart. Kill her. Kill Lu Suyu, and the master will be yours forever. Liang Shui felt a splitting headache. She squatted on the ground and cried with her head in her hands. Woo-woo. No, Shui knows clearly that they are not at fault. The fault lies with me, who is powerless. The camera switches again. Liang Shui saw Wei Qi, who was handsome in a suit, holding the arm of Shun Miao, who was wearing a pure white wedding dress. The host appeared out of nowhere and shouted on the stage. Let's congratulate the newlyweds. A vicious voice came from the bottom of my heart again. Kill her. Kill Shin Miao. Will it be okay? As long as you kill her, the master will be yours forever. Liang Shui bit her lips until they bled. No. No. Shin Miao helped the master to contract the Demon Dragon King, and he is the master's benefactor. Shui can't be so selfish. The camera switches again. This time, Wei Qi and Long Yin were standing in the Dragon Emperor castle. Liang Shui was just a little white fox, standing quietly at the door. Kill her. If she hadn't appeared, you would always be the master's most powerful trump card. The voice in her heart continued to seduce Liang Shui. One of Liang Shui's eyes had turned grayish-white. She raised her right claw and condensed an ice cannon towards Long Yin, who was lying on the ground. That's right, that's it. I'll kill anyone I dislike. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who disobey me will perish. The voice in my heart laughed out loud. Liang Shui listened carefully and found that it was her own laughter. The ice cannon aimed at Long Yin was delayed in firing. What are you doing? Kill her quickly. Kill her. Isn't your desire to monopolize him? Cut off your cowardly self and control him with your strength. You can get what you want, Ryakshu. The voice in my heart kept urging me, fearing that Liang Shui would go back on her word. Liang Shui hesitated for a moment, finally lowered her right hand, turned around, and left the castle. I thought the so-called pain would remind me of the unpleasant memories of my previous life. It turns out that my pain is no longer about worrying about my master's death. But he might abandon me and ignore me. I'm so stupid. Liang Shui touched her chest. She could faintly sense Wei Qi's worry from the spiritual contract. High trust function, conveying emotions. It was obvious that the master unlocked this forbidden power in order to save me. His feelings for me are automatically blocked by my desires, which is why new pain and jealousy arise. I have lived my whole life as a fox, unable to love and unable to ask for what I want. What if I live another life? At least the owner is still alive. The voice in my heart continued to roar. You idiot. You can have more. You are entitled to more. Everything he has now is given by you. Without you, he would be nothing. Why should I let other bastards take a piece of the pie? Liang Shui smiled slightly and stroked her chest gently. Red spiritual power shot out from her chest. No, if we hadn't met in the previous life, I would have been nothing more than an ordinary white fox. Just pretend I didn't have a past life. Just pretend I'm a lucky white fox. After experiencing the cycle of life and death, Liang Shui easily broke free from the vortex of desire. She keeps her desires within a reasonable range. The power of Xianren was also adjusted by Liang Shui into a relatively perfect balance. Qin Shijue anxiously circled around Wei Qi. She didn't want anything to happen to Liang Shui, as Wei Qi would definitely be very sad if that happened. Long Yuxuan was always ready to take action to suppress the violent Wei Qi. Something she never expected happened. The red spiritual power on Liang Shui's body was gradually absorbed by it. Wei Qi's aura was full of vigor, and the aura he exuded made her feel a little uncomfortable. Successful so quickly? This fox is amazing. Back then, with the help of Long Yuxuan finally found the balance point of his desires after a day and a night. Liang Shui only took about half an hour. It is incredible that a spiritual pet has such understanding. Wei Qi's first spiritual contract slowly opened, and a flood of spiritual power flowed back from Liang Shui's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The seal on his left arm began to spread. Wei Qi's chest and even upper body were covered with blood-colored curse marks of unknown meaning. Long Yuxuan thought Wei Qi had gone insane and hurried over to him. Her arm just touched Wei Qi's left arm. A huge suction force sucked her in tightly. Wei Qi's left hand began to absorb the mysterious power in Long Yuxuan's body, just like when he absorbed Qin Shijue's violent power. The power is. Long Yuxuan's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his body softened, and he fell directly on Wei Qi and fainted. Liang Shui passed the test of black desire perfectly. Wei Qi's power would not bring her any pressure, but would greatly enhance her combat effectiveness. Wei Qi absorbed the finished power of the mysterious man and could use it as he pleased. He slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Liang Shue's eyes became much clearer. Master Shi? Wei Qi discovered that a large amount of Shenren power appeared in his body out of thin air. It was different from Qin Shijue's violent and chaotic run that time. Under the guidance of Wei Qi's body, Long Yuxuan's power was transmitted into his sealed left arm in an orderly manner. What's going on? Did Senior Long get knocked unconscious by me? I am not feeling well, so I will update twice today. Chapter 165 Avengers and Blood Inheritance. My dear husband, Qin Shijue, who was told not to get close, saw Liang Shui wake up and ran over holding the red flame unicorn lion. Wei Qi looked down at the unconscious Long Yuxuan in his arms. I'm fine, but Senior Long. Through the cracks, Wei Qi could vaguely see the delicate snow-white skin. Owner. Liang Shui jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder and licked his cheek affectionately. Shiju, please take care of Senior Sister Long first. Wei Qi was not in the mood to admire the beautiful woman's delicate body at this moment. He picked up Long Yuxuan and handed him to Qin Shijue. My dear husband, what are you going to do? Wei Qi took a deep breath, and his hair gradually turned black. I suddenly remembered something and need to go home and rest. Senior Long, I'll leave it to you. Qin Shijue saw that Wei Qi's mental state was a little abnormal, so he chose to obey and shut up. Long Yuxuan's armored rhinoceros took a deep breath, and the flame barrier was lifted. Wei Qi casually took out a coat and put it on. Then he carried Liang Shui and left Shiyue Academy. Shuer, let's go home. Wei Qi closed the door of his house. Liang Shui did not transform back into human form or jump onto the sofa and roll around as usual. Wei Qi sat on the sofa holding Liang Shui in his arms, not saying a word. The man and the fox were like statues, motionless. Buzz, Long Yin, wearing a white casual t-shirt and light yellow shorts, walked out of the beast taming space, stretching lazily as usual. Oh, are you two meditating? Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked up at the same time. What's wrong? Could it be that your cultivation has caused a drastic change in your temperament, Master? A playful smile appeared on Long Yan's lips. Master Hug. Byron, who was wearing cool pajamas, pounced on him, and Liang Shui quickly climbed onto Wei Qi's shoulders. Hey, nice smell. Master, what's wrong with you? Byron widened her eyes and asked curiously. Wei Qi then slowly shifted his gaze from the living room floor to Byron. Oh, I'm fine, just remembering something uncomfortable. Wei Qi smiled and tucked Byron's uncombed hair behind her ears. Wow, Byron thought the master was sick. The knowledgeable Long Yin seemed to have noticed something. She used her ruthless iron hand to lift Byron off Wei Qi and said with a smile, Didn't you say you can draw? This king wants to see what you can draw. The inexperienced Byron was taken back to the bedroom by Long Yin on an excuse. Only Wei Qi and Liang Shui were left in the living room. Seeing that there was no one around, Liang Shui turned back into human form and leaned on Wei Qi's shoulder. Her furry ears swayed from side to side, and she stretched out her jade hand to gently stroke Wei Qi's cheek. Master, what are you thinking about? Are you sad? Wei Qi was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Oh, nothing. Maybe it's a side effect of the demon blood transformation? Wei Qi did not tell the truth to Liang Shui. Some fragmented memories appeared in his mind out of thin air. The protagonists in his memory are him and Liang Shui, but Liang Shui was not as beautiful as she is now, and there were bloodstains and scars on her body. Wei Qi didn't know that these memories were Liang Shui's memories from her previous life. On the roof of a building somewhere, several men and women dressed differently gathered together. Black Jack, long time no see. Long time no see, Dire Wolf. I don't know why the princess summoned us here. Are you going to introduce new companions? Isn't that unlikely? After Qi Feili's death, there are no more Xianren in the world. Who else is qualified to join our blood succession? Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of high heels came from the rooftop door. The people who were whispering to each other immediately shut up. A beautiful pink-haired girl wearing a pure white princess dress and princess braids slowly pushed open the door to the rooftop. She smiled innocently and simply. Is everyone here? The man in a black suit and hat bowed and saluted. Princess, all the members of the bloodline have assembled. Please give the order. The woman named Princess raised her hands high, as if admiring her freshly painted manicure. I made a deal with the Tianming Palace, exchanging the 7th princess of the Dragon Kingdom for the Tianxian Divine Tree. The man in the hat nodded. The 7th princess on TV? Remember, catch them alive. The people who inherited the blood looked at each other, but no one spoke. Just then, A beautiful, mature woman with a seductive face and a flirtatious figure frowned slightly and shouted, "Princess, the purpose of the bloodline is to rescue more companions who have been harmed by the Xianren tribe, not to be your tool." The princess still had an innocent smile on her face. She stared at the seductive, mature woman and said, "Lady, what do you want to say? Don't think that everyone doesn't know your little plan. You want to use the Tianxin divine tree to save that half-dead little girl, right?" The beautiful, mature woman said sarcastically, "We've spent so much effort to integrate into human society and achieve a high social status. Why should we offend the Qin family in the capital for your own selfish desires?" The princess said slowly, "If that's the case, who else objects?" Several more men and women stood behind the beautiful, mature woman. "Princess, don't blame us. We are all equal Avengers. This mission is ridiculous. I worked so hard to climb to the position of City Lord. It would be terrible if I was exposed." The princess's expression turned very cold and looked a little scary. "Very good. All of you disappear." Boom! A ball of blood-red light suddenly burst out from the top of the building. The princess licked the blood that splashed on the corner of her mouth, looked at the other members who were watching, and snorted coldly. "What are you still standing there for?" "Yes, sir." The man in the hat glanced at the blood-stained wall, quickly lowered the brim of his hat, and left the rooftop. Chapter 166. Clever Wei Qi. Wei Qi quickly stood up and helped Bai Rong, who had fallen to the ground. "Bai Rong, walk carefully." "Master He, look at Bai Rong's painting. Isn't it beautiful?" Wei Qi picked up the paper next to Bai Rong. "There is a sketch of Long Yan on it, which is very lifelike. This is a really good painting. It perfectly depicts Long Yan's pride and beauty." Long Yan on the side shyly shook her tail. Ding trust value increased to 57. Wei Qi didn't have a system, so naturally he didn't know that Long Yan's favorability had increased. Otherwise, he would definitely find a way to continue praising the arrogant Dragon King. Bai Rong received praise from her master and became even more excited to practice painting. Wei Qi looked at her back and nodded with satisfaction. "Master, the power of the mysterious man, can I use it?" As a Pawa, Long Yan is fascinated by powerful strength. She felt a little jealous inside. They are both spiritual pets, both female. I am stronger than Liang Shui and taller than her. Why can't I become a carrier of mysterious power? Is it because my breasts are not as big as hers? From now on, the power of the mysterious person will be referred to as the mysterious power to avoid people complaining about the word count. I also feel awkward typing it. I'm so angry. When can non-natal spirit pets stand up? Wei Qi scratched his head. Senior Long said that only my natal spirit pet can bear the profound energy in my body. If I rashly pass it on to you, it would be very dangerous. Long Yan clenched her fists, and the hair on her head drooped limply. The word disappointment is almost written on his face. Long Yan, this power is not as easy to use as you think. Once it gets out of control, it will hurt your companions. Wei Qi comforted. If it weren't for protecting you, I would rather give up this ominous power. Long Yan tilted her head proudly. This king is very powerful. How could it be your turn to protect me? Ding trust value increased to 58. On the contrary, you should avoid using that profound energy that shortens your lifespan. I have worked so hard to train you to be a master who can massage feet. If you die, I will have to replace you, which will be very troublesome. Long Yan, are you concerned about me? Care? How is that possible? I'm just too lazy to change people. Like you, I will take good care of myself and fulfill my promise to you, don't worry. Long Yan's pretty face flushed, and she reached out and touched Wei Qi's hair. Her affection for Wei Qi is growing stronger and stronger. Maybe because Wei Qi's abilities are getting stronger and stronger? Liang Shui walked out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of steaming hot noodle soup. When she saw Long Yan and Wei Qi hugging each other, she did not feel jealous as before. "Master, it's time to eat." Liang Shui smiled gently and said, "Long Yan, do you want to try it? Shui'er can feed you. I just need to keep working hard to make my master like me and love me. That's enough." After the test of desire, Liang Shui became much more generous. Liang Shui thought about it for a long time and decided to become the king of Wei Qi's pets. So her battle with Long Yan will continue and will never stop. Long Yan looked at Liang Shui standing at the kitchen door holding hot soup noodles and felt a sense of superiority in her heart. My charm is not inferior to that of this white fox. I won't eat unless my master is willing to feed me. Both of them focused their eyes on Wei Qi at the same time. The phone rang. Bai Rong, barefoot, handed over the phone. Wei Qi took a closer look. Why is it her? The unlimited firepower is on. I can't help it. In fact, I haven't thought about the key rhythm and exciting points of the subsequent plot. I want to be a driver, but I'm afraid of the traffic police. There will be a few days of updates during the Chinese New Year, starting at 8K per day. We can't let the audience down with this free gift. Chapter 167 News from the Secret Realm. Wei Qi answered the call from Qingning Consultant. Hello? Consultant line? Wei Qi, I'm so glad you're okay. The energetic voice of Legal Loli came from the phone. Why do you sound like you're hoping something happens to me? Idiot. How could Lord Qingning hope that something bad would happen to you? Wei Qi is such a big idiot. Qingning's voice sounded a little anxious. Wei Qi quickly comforted him. It's just a joke. I have to thank Consultant Qingning for the Qing Boudin he gave me last time. Did you eat it? How did it taste? Qingning's voice softened instantly. I didn't eat it. In order to save the 7th princess, I fed the pill to her. Wei Qi answered truthfully. Fool. Woo-woo. Qingning screamed wow, dropped her phone, and lay on the bed crying and making a fuss. Simon, in his spirit state, looked at Qingning and shook his head. She leaned close to the receiver and explained, Wei Qi, Ninger just misses you. Wow. Grandma, don't talk nonsense. Crackle. There was a noise in the receiver. Qingning picked up the phone again and changed the subject. Ahem, Wei Qi, Lord Qingning needs your help with something. The image of this lovely Legal Loli emerged in Wei Qi's mind. From Pegasus City to Serpent City, Wei Qi had been taken care of by her. If it weren't for that strange pill, Qin Shijue would probably still be in the ICU receiving in 4 drip. No problem, your business is my business. Do we really need to be polite with each other? Qingning said, when you go to explore the Great Secret Realm, please help Lord Qingning keep an eye out for a herb called Iron Cage Flower. It's best to collect more. Great Secret Realm? Wei Qi frowned slightly. Yeah, didn't you know? Qingning looked very surprised. I've been having a lot of things lately, so I'm a bit busy. Wei Qi suddenly remembered what Xin Miao had said before, that Qi Feili's tomb might be hidden in the Great Secret Realm. Perhaps the Great Secret Realm that appears now is the same one that Xin Miao mentioned? Wei Qi asked curiously. Iron Cage Flower? I've never heard of this herb before. Master Green Lemon will send you the picture in a moment. The flowers of this herb unfold like an iron cage, making it very recognizable. Okay, no problem. Do you want to come to the academy? Grandma seems to have something to say to you. Qingning said. Next time, I definitely won't know where the Great Secret Realm is. Okay, be careful on the road. Bairong's sister, Xia Yingjian, is buried in Qi Feili's tomb. The Xieying sword and the Xieying knife are needed to complete the weapon spirit pet. Besides, Wei Qi also promised to help Xin Miao capture Qi Feili's thunder spirit pet inheritance. Thinking of Xin Miao, Wei Qi smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, her father was the legendary Dragon Emperor. I don't know whether others will still recognize me as a friend in the future. Liang Shui gently stroked Wei Qi's chest. Master, are you planning to go out and do something again? Wei Qi said in his mind. I don't like to owe others favors. She helped me find Long Yan, so I should give her a similar pet in return. Shuier understands. Long Yan hugged her chest with her arms, her plump breasts undulating, fragrant, and attractive. Going out again? Well, I want to find Bairong's sister. I have never been to the secret world, so it would be nice to take a look. Let's go. Wei Qi didn't want Long Yan to faint, so he could only enjoy this bowl of Yanwang noodles alone. He had just put on his shoes when his cell phone rang again. Open it and take a look. Xin Miao, Wei Qi, I'm almost at the capital, don't worry. Xin Miao, a great secret realm has appeared near Giant Snake City. It's a pity I can't go, you must not miss this opportunity. Qin Shijue sent a cute selfie and left a message. Big Rabbit, my dear husband, this is the photo I am most satisfied with. Big Rabbit, my dear, Senior Long has woken up. Big Rabbit, my dear husband, a great secret realm has appeared near Serpent City. Let's go explore it together. You'll definitely take care of Shiju, right? Big Rabbit, woo-woo my dear husband, Senior Sister Long will not let me leave Shiyue Academy at all. Big Rabbit, Shiju also wants to go on an adventure to the great secret realm with you. The rest were Qin Shijue's coquettish greetings. Asking for hugs, kisses, etc. Wei Qi opened the history log and looked through the chat logs from a few days ago. I couldn't help but sigh that Qin Shijue's personality change was so exaggerated. Wei Qi thought for a long time and replied, you should practice the prerequisites for the demon blood transformation in the city. It is very dangerous outside. Qin Shijue replied immediately, I will listen to my husband and practice in Uncle Zhuo's Haoyin Tower. Wei Qi muttered to himself, wait, Haoyin Tower? If I remember correctly, Haoyin Tower is also one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianqian. What are its capabilities? Wei Qi didn't dare reply to Qin Shijue, for fear that she would keep talking to him endlessly. Long Yin nodded. Yes, that should be the Haoyin Tower. It was once one of the treasures kept by the Demon Dragon clan, but was later lost due to a series of events. A series of events? Wei Qi frowned slightly. Long Yin did not answer, but hid in the beast-taming space to practice. She seemed reluctant to mention the past of the Demon Dragon clan. Master, shall we set out to find my sister? The simple-minded Byron giggled foolishly. Her looks and figure clearly belonged to that of a mature and steady queen-like beauty. But in fact, she is an extremely simple and a little naive person. Liang Shui turned into a blue light and jumped to Wei Qi's left shoulder. After Wei Qi finished organizing, he immediately opened his phone to look for news about the Great Secret Realm. So here we are. We can stop by and visit an acquaintance. Chapter 168 Encounter with the Saint. Wei Qi's phone has been flooded with pop-up windows. The Great Secret Realm reappears, and classic exciting battles are waiting for you. A 5-star admiral on the other side of the ocean once commented, "If a Beastmaster who hasn't ventured into the Great Secret Realm joins my army, I'll send him home to sell sweet potatoes. Cheese seal, cheese relic, cheese secret place. I'll test your QR codes." The airship tickets to Yunlin port were sold out in half an hour. The thief's ambassador, the first person to discover the Great Secret Realm, was from our thief's country, so all the treasures in the Great Secret Realm belong to us. An expert pointed out that everyone could take their own flying pet to Yunlin port and take flight orders to boost GDP. Why are flying pets so expensive? Has the price always been this high? Can you reflect on whether you've been diligent in killing monsters and collecting materials over the years? The entrance to this Great Secret Realm is deep in the Blood Forest near the Yunlin port stronghold of Longhua. Less than half an hour after the Tianqian Alliance announced the entrance to the Secret Realm, all tickets to Yunlin port were sold out. Wei Qi glanced at the news release time and saw that it had been 40 minutes. Although the entrance to the Great Secret Realm will be open for 12 hours each time it appears, the opportunities and treasures inside are fixed. If you go too late, you won't even be able to drink soup. The Great Secret Realm of Tianqian Star is divided into 3 levels, from high to low: Sky Burial, Earth Ceremony, and Human Tomb. According to the information released by the Tianqian Alliance, the level of the Great Secret Realm that appeared this time was the Human Tomb level. Level 50, Xianju Realm. Beastmasters are prohibited from entering the Human Tomb level Secret Realm, but there are no restrictions for others. Wei Qi sighed softly. Oh, it's over. We're already 40 minutes late. The treasures on the first floor should have been swept away. Time is money. Wei Qi is no longer keeping a low profile. Step out of the community gate. Liang Shui transformed into a 6-tailed fox and carried Wei Qi towards the Goddess Church in Giant Snake City. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The streets leading to the Serpent City transit station were crowded with people. The population density is even more outrageous than the awakening ceremony at that time. When Beastmasters from all walks of life heard that the Great Secret Realm had appeared, they all wanted to enter it and get a piece of the pie. Although they cannot obtain a rare opportunity with their qualifications, they can still make a lot of money by picking up the junk that the big guys don't like. If you are lucky enough, you can get some small opportunities by licking someone else's urn. Wei Qi sighed. Long Yin, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. There are too many people and the tickets are sold out. I can only trouble Long Yin to fly me to Yunlin port. If you queue up to buy tickets, you might not even be able to get in the door. Long Yan's voice sounded very tax-evading. Hump finally need my help. Long Yin has always expected Wei Qi to rely on her, but she has never had the opportunity. I finally have the chance to make my master beg me. No matter what, I must make him kneel on the ground and lick my feet like a puppy, so that he knows who is the master. Yes, I need you, Long Yin. The Demon Dragon King raised his head proudly. Beg me. Wei Qi. Please, Long Yin. You are the most beautiful, most gorgeous, most powerful, and most generous dragon in the world. Long Yin didn't expect him to leave so easily. She couldn't even say the dirty words and conditions that were in her mind. Hearing Wei Qi's praise, Long Yan's tail almost reached the sky. Okay, since you're asking me so sincerely, I'll mercifully help you. The Rockets called him an expert. After receiving Long Yan's reply, Wei Qi completely put his anxiety to rest. He rushed to the gate of the Goddess Church as fast as he could. The originally beautiful park was completely destroyed. The blind nun who usually feeds the pigeons here is nowhere to be seen. I don't know what happened to Su Chan. She's so capable. Nothing should happen to her, right? Wei Qi wants to join the church. The armored knights in charge of the guard stopped Wei Qi and shouted, "Stop! Are you a follower of the goddess cult? Are you rushing in?" Wei Qi's time is precious, and he is too lazy to bother with these small fry. He casually took out several $1,000s worth of Warcraft materials and quietly stuffed them into their hands. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. These are my little gifts. Please help me call Sister Su-chan out. I am her friend. Su-chan. I don't know him. Wei Qi resisted the urge to slap the two men to death and gave them some snake gallbladder. The two guards grinned and said, "You are a very smart kid. Wait a minute." One of them entered the church and called out to people. Wei Qi asked another person indirectly, "Brother Weebing, no one in the church was injured in the terrorist attack 2 days ago, right?" Garby glanced around. Our church is lucky. Only a few insignificant nuns died. As for Simon's church, I heard the bishop was killed by a missile fired by a mechanical monster. Wei Qi's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Although he and Su-chan were not close friends, she was at least an acquaintance who had accompanied him throughout his upgrades. What if she dies, ugh? I hope this doesn't happen. Thump, thump, thump. The church door slowly opened. A beautiful pink-haired girl wearing a white princess dress and princess braids walked out of the church wearing white long boots. She was stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and rosy cheeks, and her lavender eyes held an indescribable sadness. Thump, thump, thump. The woman gradually walked away. Garby looked at the princess as she walked away, his eyes filled with infatuation. Our Lady Saint is so beautiful. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. She's a saint? Shouldn't a saint have blonde hair, big breasts, and look like someone who's easy to bully? Garby gave him a look that said, "You know what I mean," and licked his lips. I'm going to tell you this woman's true identity. Don't have any thoughts about her. Well, I just took a look at it with the attitude of appreciating a beautiful woman. Wei Qi said, "Stop pretending, we're all men." Garby looked up at the sky, his eyes clear. Her name is Tashia. She's the saint assigned to our country by the goddess Archbishop. So she's the holy maiden. Wei Qi suddenly realized. Our beautiful women are all owned by the upper class. Listen to my advice and don't ask about her affairs. The countries in the East continent do not believe in the goddess cult. In order to win over these countries, the goddess cult will select a group of beautiful and clean women from the headquarters and send them as hostages. The countries of the East continent will also select a hostage from their royal family to study in the goddess church. The religious differences between the East and West continents were gradually softened by this behavior and no longer sharp. To put it bluntly, these appointed saints will eventually marry into the Qin family of the Dragon Kingdom, and the royal hostages must also stay in the West to get married and have children. This is a political marriage in disguise. Just when Wei Qi was lamenting the short life of beautiful women, a shrill female voice came from the church door. Who is looking for Su-chan? Chapter 169, Meeting Su-chan again. Wei Qi looked back. A good-looking nun frowned and followed Garde out from behind the door. Hello, I'm an acquaintance of Su-chan, and I'd like to ask her for help in praying for a blessing. Blessing prayer is an exclusive buff skill possessed by the clergy of the Goddess Church. It is said that praying before clearing dungeons and exploring the wild can increase the explosion rate. Because this thing is too metaphysical, it was rated as an IQ detector by a folk animal tamer organization. When the nun heard that Wei Qi was here to offer a blessing prayer, the sadness on her face instantly disappeared. The cost of blessing prayer is 50,000 Tianxian coins. The cool and handsome man in front of her was so generous that the nun wanted to have some relationship with him. She walked over flatteringly and enthusiastically grasped Wei Qi's right hand with both hands. Hello, handsome fellow, my name is Tang Li, and I'm a high-ranking nun from our giant snake city. I'll only charge you 100,000 Tianxian coins for blessing and praying for me. How's that? No, the person I'm looking for is Su-chan. Wei Qi shook his hand away coldly. Tang Li's mouth twitched slightly. She walked around Wei Qi and persuaded him. Handsome boy, you want to go to the great secret realm near Yamon Port, right? The young masters and young ladies of the local noble families in Giant Snake City are praying here with me. Last time, the young master of the Jin family dug up the sky meteorite during an expedition in the wild. Tang Li proudly showed Wei Qi the results of her prayers. Wei Qi has no good feelings towards the goddess cult. He just wants to have a good relationship with Su-chan. I'm sorry, I can't afford to pray for 100,000 times. Could you please tell me where Su-chan is? When Tang Li heard that Wei Qi couldn't come up with 100,000 yuan, her opinion of him dropped significantly. Oh, Su-chan is the nun who was just transferred here. She is now assigned to the shelter to treat the wounded. Thanks. Wei Qi ignored Tang Li, turned around and whistled. Liang Shui, who was lying in his arms, instantly turned into a majestic white six-tailed fox, carrying Wei Qi to the shelter. Tang Li was so shocked by the handsome appearance of the six-tailed fox that she was speechless and wished she could travel through time and space to lick Wei Qi's ass. Regret. I regret it so much. The lowest grade of spiritual pets that can freely control their forms is Lord Level. What's more, it was a six-tailed fox with extraordinary momentum, probably between the Emperor level and the Legendary level. Beastmasters who possess such spiritual pets are all outstanding people, and at the very least they can get a regular job and make a living in the future. The purpose of these ordinary women joining the Goddess Church and becoming nuns is to meet more outstanding men through the platform. A high-level Beastmaster can marry 5 wives. Even if you can't marry and become a mistress of a big boss, it's still 100 times better than being a nun and listening to the complaints of ordinary people every day, right? Wei Qi is young, but his face is rosy and his eyes are bright. At first glance, it's obvious that this is a newbie who has not had much experience with sexual matters. Tang Li is confident that she can use her unique skills to control Xiao Weiqi and thus achieve the goal of making a profit from the investment. If I had known this, I would have taken him into the church to strengthen our relationship. She clenched her fists in hatred. This blind bastard really knows how to seduce men. When you come back, I will deal with you. Liang Xue moves very fast. Because of the attack by Tianming Palace, many low-income people were injured, and the houses they bought with loans were smashed by mechanical monsters, causing them to lose their homes. Wei Qi looked at the overcrowded shelter and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. A little girl who had lost both legs was lying on a stretcher and cried, "Mom, it hurts so much." The dusty lady looked haggard as she kept feeding the little girl liquid food. "Good boy, the pain will go away after you eat." "Okay." Wei Qi watched silently for a long time before saying, "If I could do better, would they not have to suffer this?" Liang Xue patted Wei Qi's cheek with her tail. "Master, there's no need to blame yourself. If you hadn't intervened, the out-of-control Qin Shijue would have razed Giant Snake City to the ground. Think about it from another perspective. You are the savior who saved the entire city." "But," Liang Xue rubbed Wei Qi's chin. "Master, everyone has their own destiny. You can't save everyone." Wei Qi felt much relieved after being enlightened by Liang Xue. He doesn't want to be a partner in justice, nor does he want to be a savior. Wei Qi just wants to protect those close to him and let them live a happy and ordinary daily life. Many nuns were treating patients in the shelter, and many were insulted and even beaten by the agitated victims. Fuck. All you do is say sorry all day. What are you Beastmasters for? I worked so hard to pay taxes to support a bunch of losers like you. My wife and daughter were killed by mechanical monsters. How are you going to compensate me? Wei Qi looked in the direction of the quarreling sounds. I saw a middle-aged man with a crazy look forcibly pushing away a frail nun. A middle-aged woman supported Su Chan, who was almost pushed down. What are you doing? The nuns are exhausted from treating everyone continuously. Why are you hitting people? I've lost my home. How can I be rational? Miss Su is blind, and you still bully her. That's right. The disaster victims who were watching on the sidelines denounced the middle-aged man. CNMD, just shut up. The man with a broken expression cursed angrily, took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at the middle-aged woman. You are the one who said that I am, right? Go to hell. Ah. The appearance of guns caused panic among the mentally unstable victims. Su Chan pushed the old lady away firmly and stretched out her hands to block her. Mr. Su, tomorrow will definitely be better. Please don't give up hope. Hope? There's no point in living anymore, the man roared. Your wife and daughter must want you to live well. Please don't do this. Su Chan still persuaded. Shut up, the man fired into the air. Bang! The gun went off. The surrounding disaster victims began to flee, and a severe stampede occurred in the shelter. The man looked at Su Chan, who had fair skin and a pretty face, and dark desires arose in his mind. The man was a businessman working hard outside. He hurried back when he learned that the Giant Snake City was attacked by unknown forces. When they came to the shelter to claim their family members, they only found the bodies of their wife and daughter, who had lost too much blood due to ineffective rescue efforts. The man no longer wanted to live, but Su Chan kept telling him hope. He was completely crazy and planned to have some fun before he died. Take off your clothes, you bitch. The man wanted to force Su Chan to submit. Wei Qi came up behind him like a ghost, grabbed his neck with one hand, and hung him up. You are the most useless person. Your family was murdered, but you took your anger out on strangers who cared about you. A beast like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. His pupils turned slightly red and his hands became stronger and stronger. Su Chan heard Wei Qi's voice and turned her head blankly. Mr. Wei Qi, is that you? Please don't hurt him, he's a poor man too. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The man with a broken expression was shot with a tranquilizer gun and his body lay limp on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, light footsteps were heard outside the door. Wei Qi looked back, his pupils suddenly dilated. Why is it her? Last month, I didn't get the 6K daily attendance pay due to illness. I'll try hard this month to see if I can make 6K a day. Chapter 170. None of the Shinran clan is a good person. Thump, thump, thump. Pink-haired Tasia and the Beastmaster in charge of security rushed to the scene. The enraged man was shackled and quickly taken away by the others. Wei Qi, thank you for your help. Su Chan clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed to Wei Qi to express her gratitude. There was still a faint trace of blood on her fair and tender face, and the smiling corners of her mouth gave people a sense of pure divinity. Wei Qi took a deep breath and said, Su Chan, people like him must be subdued by force. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Su Chan was a little confused. Mr. Wei Qi, I still don't quite understand. The goddess warned us to treat everyone with tolerance. Is the goddess wrong? Su Chan is a girl who is able to endure hardships and still believes in hope. She rarely thought about herself, so she didn't understand what Wei Qi said. Thump, thump, thump. Tasia walked up to Su Chan with a smile on her face and took her hand. Your name is Su Chan? What this gentleman means is that you must first have the strength to protect yourself before you can tolerate others. Don't do such dangerous things again. When Su Chan heard Tasia's voice, her expression became panicked. Lady Saint. Tasia smiled and said, Don't be nervous, Suchin. Su Chan quickly lowered her head, her tone becoming very humble. Su Chan understands. Tasia slowly turned around and looked at Wei Qi, her lavender eyes showing neither sadness nor joy. This is a person who is good at hiding his personal emotions. Sir, on behalf of the goddess cult, I thank you for your help. Otherwise, the situation could have deteriorated further. Tashia's figure is not the hot and sexy type. She has a graceful figure, a slender waist, and pink hair draped over her shoulders. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Shen Miao. Her facial features are delicate, and the beauty mole at the corner of her mouth gives people a feeling of pure desire. Rather than being a saint full of divinity, she is more like a princess from a fairy tale. Wei Qi said modestly and gently, It's okay. Tasia still smiled. Sir, what is your name? Wei Qi. Mr. Wei Qi, can I ask you a question? Excuse me, Saint Lady. Tasia glanced at the departing security personnel and asked, If they hadn't shown up in time to quell this incident, how would you have chosen to help Su Chan? I will strangle him until he goes into shock, and then hand him over to others. Wei Qi thought. Tasia covered her mouth and chuckled. What an unexpected answer. I thought Mr. Wei Qi would kill that person. Wei Qi was stunned. His emotions were indeed out of control just now, and he even wanted to strangle the crazy middle-aged man to death. It is reasonable for a Beastmaster to kill a madman who is actively attacking clergy with a gun. But killing people at will clearly goes against Wei Qi's original intention. He vaguely discovered that since awakening his profound strength, his ability to suppress his instinctive desires had weakened. When I sit at home, I am often forced to run to the toilet by the silly by Rome. Tasia smiled and asked another question. If killing that person can perfectly resolve this incident, will Mr. Wei Qi choose to kill him? Wei Qi shook his head. It depends on the actual situation. If he hurts Su Chan, I think I will kill him without hesitation. Mr. Wei Qi is such an interesting person. Isn't your logic based on Su Chan, not the overall situation? Of course, I don't know the others well. Tasia nodded. Thank you for the answer, Mr. Wei Qi. It turns out that everyone thinks differently. Then I'll take my leave. Tasia had no airs of a superior saint at all. She nodded to Wei Qi and Su Chan to express her gratitude before leaving. Su Chan patted her chest and said, How the saint lady is finally gone. Why? Are you afraid of her? Su Chan's tone was tinged with admiration. I'm just a newly ordained nun. It's my first time meeting this legendary figure. I'm a little nervous. Haha, you didn't do anything bad. Why are you so nervous? I can hear the sadness in the saint's tone. She must understand the man's sorrow for losing his loved one, right? Oh, you can hear the emotions in other people's hearts. Wei Qi asked in surprise. Su Chan lowered her head embarrassedly. Well, although Mr. Wei Qi's heart is a little sad, the overall melody is a vision of the future. Sister Su Yu's leaving without a word made him feel anxious and worried. But the overall rhythm is almost the same as what Su Chan said. It is said that blind people who have lost their sight have a keen sixth sense. Wei Qi had no choice but to believe this statement. He smiled and said, Su Chan, you helped me a lot last time, so after the incident in Giant Snake City was over, I came to confirm your safety as soon as possible. Don't come to this kind of place to do hard labor next time. It's a thankless job. When Su Chan heard that Wei Qi actually cared about her safety, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wei Qi. I would rather help the suffering people in person than stay in the church and pray. As expected of a nun, she is born with a kind heart. Su-chan, let's talk next time. I still have to go to Yunlin Port to explore the secret realm. Is the purple Xian coin I got last time enough? Although Su-chan is blind, she is not a fool. When she heard Wei Qi mention the purple mysterious coin, she knew why Tang Li was targeting her everywhere in the church. She also heard the news that a secret realm had emerged near Yunlin Port. Su-chan was unwilling to tell Wei Qi about the oppression and injustice she suffered. We must not waste Mr. Wei Qi's time. It must be that my faith is not strong enough. Goddess of hope, when will Su-chan be able to see a future full of hope? There will definitely be that day, right? There will be. Su-chan smiled sweetly. Well, Mr. Wei Qi, Su-chan will pray for you every day and wish you all the best. After receiving the verbal blessing from the nun, Wei Qi felt very happy. He always felt that Su-chan was his benefactor. The two met for the first time at the Konglan stronghold, where Wei Qi obtained all the wealth of the leader of the Black Horse Gang without bloodshed, consolidating his starting stage. The second time they met at the prayer hut in Bojiang City, Wei Qi met two peerless beauties, Shen Miao and Qin Shijue, and won their favor. The third time they met was when Qin Shijue was missing. Wei Qi used her power to successfully rescue Qin Shijue and got a free wife. He began to wonder whether there might be some amazing opportunity hidden in Qi Feili's tomb. Liang Shui said softly, Master, is everything settled? Well, let's go. Master, do you like this little nun? I guess I like it a little bit. Wei Qi scratched his cheek. Su-chan has beautiful eyes and a pretty face, which can arouse the desire to destroy her in men's hearts. If you don't like this kind of beautiful girl, Tianantong is definitely the choice. Master, if you like her, just pursue her. Maybe it will be a two-way relationship. Liang Shui said with a smile. The pursuit is impossible to pursue. Wei Qi turned over and rode on Liang Shui. There was no emotion in the big fox's heart. She knew Wei Qi very well, and he was very passive, so it was almost impossible for her to actively pursue girls. Even Lu Suyu, the white moonlight in his heart, was the one who was kind to her master first, and it was the correctness and distinction of the XP system that won his initiative. This time, the advantage is mine. Liang Shui carried Wei Qi and rushed towards the south gate of Giant Snake City. Su-chan stood at the door of the shelter and looked at Wei Qi, who was riding away at a speed of dust, feeling more worried. Everything was visible to Tasia, who was sitting on the top of the rooftop. The pink-haired princess let out a cruel smile. I didn't expect to find such an unexpected gain after coming to Serpent City. The seal on him seems to be the legendary Chaos Seal. The princess looked up at the sky and talked to herself, swinging her feet in the air. Wei Qi, your answer surprises me. The man in the hat knelt on one knee. Princess, you are not going to kill him? How can we save our companions if we kill him now? The fox is very attached to him. The princess shook her head. What do you mean? No one in the Xianren tribe is a good person. Sooner or later, he will be exposed. Tashia combed her braids that were blown away by the strong wind and smiled slightly. Lionheart, let's go. The Tianxian divine tree is the purpose of this trip. As you command, princess. The two figures disappeared from the rooftop in an instant. Please follow me. Please add me to your bookshelf, and please give me free gifts. February 1st, 2024. Chapter 171 Senior Sister. The security in Giant Snake City has been very strict recently, and there are long queues to leave the city. The Yunlin Port secret realm has been open for almost an hour. Let us out of the city quickly. Shit, if you keep on wasting time, you won't even get to drink the soup. Among the people queuing up, there are many Beastmasters who share the same idea as Wei Qi. Wei Qi looked at the long queue in front of him, feeling somewhat anxious. The mission started off badly. If I had known this, I wouldn't have secretly drunk coconut milk at home. Wei Qi slapped Liang Shui's butt hard, and the little fox looked back with a resentful look that said, it's all my fault. At this moment, Long Yuxuan's voice came to my ears. Junior brother, you are here indeed. Wei Qi looked back. Long Yuxuan, with his hair in a dark blue high ponytail and dressed in a handsome black suit, fell from the sky. She stepped on the ground and created cracks visible to the naked eye. Senior Long, are you awake? Long Yuxuan nodded. It's urgent, we can talk about it later. Let's leave the city first. As the deputy commander of the Canglong Guard, Long Yuxuan took Wei Qi and left the Giant Snake City through the express passage in broad daylight. Wait, Senior Sister Long, weren't you ordered to protect Shiju? Long Yuxuan spread out his hands, a hint of helplessness appearing on his pretty face. Junior brother, this is a secret. I promised others not to reveal it. She couldn't possibly tell Wei Qi. Qin Shijue learned that Wei Qi was going to explore the secret realm alone and was worried that he might encounter an accident. So he threatened Long Yuxuan with his life and forced him to be Wei Qi's bodyguard. Long Yuxuan originally refused to agree. Her mission was to ensure Qin Shijue's life safety. Qin Shijue said that she would stay in Shiyue Academy all day under the protection of Zhuo Tianhong and Haoyan Tower, and Wei Qi's personal situation was somewhat unique. Long Yuxuan was afraid that Qin Shijue would go to extremes, so he had no choice but to follow Wei Qi. Senior sister? Isn't that senior sister? Wei Qi was a little curious about this retro name. We are from the same school and practice the same technique, so of course we are brothers from the same school. Long Yuxuan was generous and didn't mind at all. Who was the master? Long Yuxuan said. The person who wrote the Tianxian Gong did not leave his name. This technique was obtained by my father in a secret realm when he was young. You can regard my father as your master. He will definitely be willing to accept you as his apprentice. Wei Qi frowned and thought for 0.01 seconds. It's not a loss to have a beautiful and strong woman as your senior sister. Why bother about who your master is? Okay, senior sister. When Long Yuxuan heard Wei Qi call her senior sister, she was so happy. The sense of closeness was immediately created. Long Yuxuan blew a whistle, and a black eagle circled above their heads. Wei Qi opened his eyes wide. Black Wind Eagle, a top-grade general-level spiritual pet with wind attribute. The combat effectiveness is average. Its flying speed and reconnaissance capabilities are stronger than those of ordinary Emperor-level spirit pets, and it is a flying spirit pet of the unified standard of the Songlong Guard. Junior brother, you want to go to the great secret realm near Yinlan Port, right? Senior sister will take you there. The Black Wind Eagle slowly landed on the ground, looking at Wei Qi with sharp eyes and a hint of disdain. Liang Shui opened her eyes and showed her teeth while enjoying the caress. The originally majestic Black Wind Eagle was frightened by Liang Shui's breath and became stunned. Wei Qi stared at Long Yuxuan's pretty face and said mysteriously, "Good senior sister, can you please agree to a request of mine?" "What request?" "Don't tell anyone what you saw today." Long Yuxuan showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Senior sister, I almost forgot. Don't worry. Long Yuxuan, will keep my word and will not disclose my privacy to anyone. Maybe it's because the other person is a beauty, or maybe it's because the other person is willing to sacrifice her life to teach Wei Qi how to transform into magic blood. Plus, she also knew about Long Yan's existence. So there was no need for Wei Qi to hide anything. Come out, Long Yan. Roar. The Dragon King's roar made the nearby monsters dizzy and made them urinate and excrete. The huge magic dragon, more than 30 meters tall, is like a mobile fortress in the forest. Its sky-covering dragon wings can stir up a gust of wind with a casual wave, and its domineering dragon claws can shatter the ground with a slight force. Wow, is this the true form of the Demon Dragon King? So handsome. Long Yuxuan looked up and praised. I have already made an agreement with Long Yan. She is willing to take us to the Blood Forest near Yinlan Port. Wei Qi nodded proudly. It's really fun to show off. No wonder masters like to collect dragons as mounts, and it makes them proud to tell others about it. Long Yuxuan squatted down and gently stroked the petrified Black Wind Eagle. Xiaohei, you have worked hard. Go back and rest. The Black Wind Eagle nodded and disappeared. Long Yan shook her head. Wei Qi heard her proud and awe-inspiring voice in his mind. The king only agreed to take you with him, but not others. She really likes this feeling of being superior. Long Yan, she is my senior sister. Can you help her? Wei Qi said with an apologetic smile. Wei Qi has become accustomed to the way he gets along with Long Yan. Talk some dirty talk and pinch some beautiful feet, you won't lose anything. If I only recognize you as my master, and I don't recognize her as my master. No way. Long Yan said coldly. Please be flexible, Lord Dragon King, the wisest demon king in the world. Ahem, it's not impossible. Tell me your conditions. Wei Qi struck while the iron was hot. As punishment, from now on you will have to bathe and change clothes for me yourself, and you will also have to. Wei Qi thought, this is also called punishment? Seeing Wei Qi's hesitation, Long Yan became furious. She was about to speak. Wei Qi took out his hook spear and aimed it at Long Yan's front paws. Senior sister, let's go. Long Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. What do you want to use this for? Don't trample on my Long Yan. That's right. The dignity of the dragon race cannot be violated. Senior sister, please follow your advice. After saying that, she raised her hands to show her well-proportioned waistline. Junior brother, thank you for your help. Wei Qi's face was full of question marks. Long Yuxuan said helplessly, his plump body rising and falling slightly. Senior sister never uses the hook sickle spear. You can't let senior sister climb up bit by bit, right? Third update. Tired. Chapter 172 Senior sister, I'm sorry. Wei Qi carefully put his arm around Long Yuxuan's slender waist and whispered, "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Long Yuxuan didn't think much about it and nodded. Her body had a faint fragrance. Wei Qi aimed his feet at Long Yan's front paws and fired the sickle spear. Swish swish. Wei Qi held Long Yuxuan in his arms and swung him in the air several times before landing steadily on Long Yan's dragon back. Long Yuxuan quickly left Wei Qi's arms and looked around. "Junior brother, your technique of using the hook spear is really perfect. Because it's really useful." Long Yan straightened her hind legs slightly and whispered in her mind, "Take off." "Wait a minute, have you mastered the riding skills?" Wei Qi was stunned for a moment and quickly checked the panel of the beast taming space. Host, Fallen Dragon. Grade, Superior Mythical Grade. Level, 32. Race, Dragon Clan. Skill, Fallen Claw, Normal Active, attacks lock onto target and causes area damage, cannot be dodged. Dragonfall, Death Rattle, after death, causes massive true damage to all nearby enemies and an irreversible curse that lasts until death. Dragon Roar, the elite takes the initiative to cause stun effects and dark attribute damage to all enemies around it regardless of their level. Dragon King Domain, General Aura, enemies in the domain have their attack power reduced by 20%, and friendly forces gain a 20% attack power bonus. When activated, it has a deterrent effect on pets below the Lord level, and they cannot move freely within 10 seconds. Demon Flame Devouring the Sky. The Emperor takes the initiative to absorb the long-range spiritual attacks of nearby enemies and reflect 50% of the effect and damage. Dragon's Descent, Epic Passive. All attacks are randomly accompanied by any of the following effects: fear, knockback, bleeding, silence, stun. Dragon Scale Armor, Legendary Passive, increases 40% of the 10 basic spiritual power resistances except Light System, and reduces damage received by 40%. Crazy Dragon Out of the Sea, Mythical Active, pulls all nearby enemies in front of you, causing 10 seconds of dizziness and silence. For each enemy pulled, the damage increases by 10%, no upper limit, and a 3-hour cooldown. Dragon King strengthens racial skills and becomes immune to any control effects. Hamstring Claw, a first-level transformation skill that concentrates all your strength to use dragon claws to cripple a single target, causing huge damage while causing the opponent to gain the hamstring effect, reducing their movement speed by half. Mad Dragon, Hip Star Pattern, abandons dragon scale defense for a short period of time, gains 100% attack power bonus. The higher the grade, the longer the duration. Wings of the Sky, riding skill, riding mode can gain 400% movement speed bonus. Trust value, 58. The moment Long Yan agreed to let Wei Qi ride her, she automatically mastered the riding skills, and her flying speed increased dramatically. Wei Qi touched his chin. Long Yan hasn't fought many times, so how come she is already level 32? Even higher than Liang Xue's level. I accidentally overwrote Liang Xue's data when copying and pasting. I think she was level 30. Does anyone remember? Is the effect of Dragon Spirit Crystal really that strong? The speed at which she upgrades is a bit outrageous. Long Yan raised her head with some pride, flapped her wings, kicked off her hind legs, and flew into the air. The team of Beastmasters who were killing monsters to make money near the giant snake city felt a tremor under their feet. A dragon shadow flew across the sky. The captain, who was fighting, opened his mouth and nearly dropped his weapon. The other team members were knocked to the ground by the wild big bear and roared. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" The captain pointed to the sky and said, "Excuse me, a dragon just flew over." "Where's the dragon?" "Big brother, you have no moral integrity. You're out adventuring and distracted, yet you're still making excuses." Others condemned it. The captain's face flushed with anger, and he pointed to the sky and said, "There really is a black dragon flying over there. Big brother is lying again. I guess he's still thinking about Xiaohong from the nightclub last night." Ha ha. The other team members didn't believe him. What kind of dragon can fly so fast? Not even a shadow was left. Long Yuxuan was almost shocked by the speeding Long Yan and fell down. She was not Long Yan's master, so naturally, she could not enjoy the protective effect of the riding skill. "Senior sister, hold my hand tight." Wei Qi, his whole body flashing with a faint black light, reached out his hand to her. Well, the Demon Dragon King flies too fast. Long Yuxuan couldn't open his eyes because of the strong wind. Any other ordinary person would probably be thrown off the dragon's back by the extremely strong wind pressure, but fortunately, she has excellent physical fitness. Wei Qi had no choice but to hold Long Yuxuan's waist with both hands and hold her in his arms. The two of them sat on the dragon's back to ensure that Long Yuxuan would not fall off. A faint black light enveloped Long Yuxuan, and she slowly opened her eyes. What a fast speed. Junior brother, how much speed increase can your riding skills achieve? Long Yuxuan slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Wei Qi said, 4 times. So fast. Junior brother really is a master dragon tamer. Long Yan's flying speed was already ridiculously fast, and with the help of her riding skills, it had surpassed the speed of sound. Thank you, junior brother. Long Yuxuan leaned on Wei Qi's back and said, By the way, junior brother, who are your parents? Long Yuxuan quickly changed the subject. My parents hid it very well. All I knew was that they were ordinary town workers. Wei Qi said somewhat disappointedly. Even the concept of the Xianren race was only known after a series of events. Long Yuxuan had already guessed that Wei Qi's parents were not ordinary people. His transformed state is somewhat different from the others. Junior brother, even if you can use the demon blood transformation as you please, try to use it as little as possible. I'm worried that the people from the Heavenly Fate Palace will target you. Tianming Palace. Well, remember the attack on Serpent City? Wei Qi nodded. Upon receiving the news, the Azure Dragon Guards immediately rushed to Giant Snake Town to suppress the rebellion. Senior sister encountered a suspicious figure wearing a red mask. Red mask. Wei Qi suddenly recalled the mysterious man he had met at that time. Qin Shijue's rampage is directly related to him. Long Yuxuan nodded. This man calls himself Yulang. Senior sister suspects that he is not from the Tianming Palace. Yulang can manipulate the fallen demons in the city to attack us and the Tianming Palace. A fallen demon? Wei Qi was shocked. Arister has been sent back to his hometown in the demon world by Wei Qi and Long Yan. How could there be a fallen demon in the city? An indescribable chill surrounded Wei Qi. Could there be other demons hidden in the Giant Snake City? I asked for leave in the background today, so I didn't need to update. After careful consideration, I decided to write another chapter. Chapter 173 Heading to the Secret Realm, Senior Sister's Concern. Long Yuxuan hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, Junior brother, the Tianxian Alliance has discovered numerous cases of civilians turning into demons across the world in recent years. After our diligent investigation, we've finally uncovered some clues. Wei Qi didn't interrupt. There's a secret organization selling a banned drug called Bliss Water to the public. Initially, injecting Bliss Water can indeed increase spiritual power, but it's highly addictive. Long-term use can cause violent dementia. We extracted demonic fluids, poppies, hallucinogenic grass, and other banned drugs from the blissful water. Demon fluids, could it be? That's right. People who inject the bliss water for a long time have a chance of becoming a fallen demon, and their race will change. That phantom wolf. Senior sister saw with her own eyes how he used a strange technique to transform the victims into demons. Wei Qi's eyes widened. How is that possible? Long Yuxuan said with a heavy heart. Senior sister suspects that many residents of Giant Snake City have secretly injected the water of bliss. This phantom wolf may be able to use some means to catalyze the demonic fluids in their bodies. Although senior sister doesn't know the name of that mysterious organization, they are absolutely beasts who have lost their humanity. My father sent me to guard the 7th princess because he didn't want her to fall into the hands of these beasts. The demon's body fluids can turn ordinary people into time bombs. If our blood were used by the bad guys for research, it would definitely be an unprecedented disaster. Long Yuxuan clenched her fists. She had seen too many of her juniors unfortunately die while on missions. Junior brother, do not reveal your Xianren identity unless it is absolutely necessary. You haven't yet reached the Xinsha realm, so your physical strength is still a little lacking. If you encounter an old monster who likes to attack by surprise, it will be quite dangerous. Long Yuxuan's only relatives are his father and this newly recognized junior fellow apprentice. So she didn't want Wei Qi to have any accidents. A warm current came from Wei Qi's heart. I didn't expect that my senior sister, who is the deputy commander of the Canglong Guard, actually cares about my safety from the bottom of her heart. Wei Qi's liking for Long Yuxuan increased greatly. Long Yuxuan tilted his head and looked at the shining clouds. Don't worry, junior brother. Senior sister will protect you. Senior sister, I am very strong. You have to believe me. Really? Senior sister won't take the initiative to help you on this journey to the secret realm. Everything depends on you. Wei Qi smiled confidently. Sister, just wait for your surprise. Isn't it said that the human tomb's secret realm prohibits Beastmasters above level 50 from entering? Senior sister was stuck at level 49 for a while, so it's totally fine. Level 49? Senior sister's fighting power and aura are even stronger than Principal Zhuo's. This is the value of the demon blood transformation. Long Yuxuan said with a faint smile. Once a Beastmaster breaks through the 5th level, the mysterious Lord Realm, he can fly at low altitudes, becoming extraordinary and otherworldly. A Beastmaster who breaks through the 6th level, Xianwang Realm, can remain forever young and regain his youth. At the same time, his innate skills will have a chance to be sublimated and evolved. Not everyone likes the image of a handsome young man. Principal Zhuo Tianhong and Principal Yan Ziyuan did not deliberately try to look like their younger selves. Beastmasters who break through the 7th level, Xianhuang Realm, can learn exclusive domain skills. For example, Zhuo Tianhong's gravity field allows him to control the gravity effect within the field at will. Beings at the 8th level, Xian Emperor Realm, basically never appear in the world. It is said that they can deduce the will of heaven to seek fortune and avoid disaster, and because of their great strength and longevity, they are difficult to kill. Qi Feili is a Xian Emperor-level Beastmaster. Only with the buff of the Xian human bloodline and the buff of the 7-star order did he dare to single-handedly enter the demon world. Unfortunately, the result ended in failure. As a strong man who is half a step away from being a Xian lord, Long Yuxuan is even stronger than Zhuo Tianhong, who does not use the Haoyan Tower after activating the demon blood transformation. This shows the importance of bloodline buff. Long Yan's speed is ridiculously fast. While Wei Qi and Long Yuxuan were chatting, it carried them from Giant Snake City to the Blood Forest near Yunlan Port in one breath. Almost there. At Long Yan's reminder, Wei Qi stopped chatting and looked into the distance. I saw a colorful glow in the sky above Yunlan Port. A buzzing sound came from the distance. The towering mountains and steep cliffs seemed to transform into faint and ethereal illusions. Wei Qi clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy around him was very rich, hundreds of times higher than in the early morning. Long Yan, prepare to descend. The demon dragon king flapped his wings and began to land. Breaking through the clouds and descending, Wei Qi and Long Yuxuan gradually saw the familiar ground. Above the blood forest stood a gate that was taller than the sky, and rich spiritual energy emanated from inside the gate. Is this the great secret realm? Wei Qi's eyes were full of anticipation. Long Yuxuan glanced at the sky and said, "Junior brother, if I don't compete with you for this opportunity, the rules of heaven and earth will force me out as soon as I break through, and I won't be able to protect you. Sister, please tell me what you like. I'll keep it for you and give it to you after we leave the great secret realm." Long Yuxuan tied her ponytail back into place and said, "I'm very happy that you're so kind." She looked at the gate in the distance and explained, "Junior brother, this secret realm is a large secret realm that has been discovered for the first time. Judging from this gate, we can infer its huge scale, and the treasures inside are countless. I've heard that masters from the Ghost Nation, the Stolen Nation, the Curry Nation, and other nations have also set out for Yunlan Port. If you unfortunately break through and are forcibly sent out, you must keep a low profile and avoid direct confrontation with high-level Beastmasters." "No problem. Long Yuxuan is a peak powerhouse at level 49. In the great secret realms where the highest level does not exceed 50, it is invincible. Wei Qi can experience the thrill of bombing a fish pond with a shark." At this moment, the area below the secret realm gate was already crowded with people. Although the young geniuses from various forces in Dragon Country have already entered, this secret realm is too large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. How many top-level genius forces are there? They couldn't possibly take everything away, could they? Most ordinary Beastmasters just want to pick up some bargains and make a fortune by picking up the trash that the big guys don't like and reselling it. Therefore, the total number of people participating in this secret adventure reached a rather terrifying number. Standing on the dragon's back and holding Long Yuxuan's little hand, Wei Qi looked at the light curtain door that was getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. "Take the invincible senior sister in to collect the evil Sakura sword. I have never fought such a prosperous war in my entire life. Let me just ask, who else?" Liang Xue emerged from the hood of his windbreaker, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. "Master, is this the great secret realm that Shun Miao mentioned?" Sister, father, master, by Rome, I'm so happy." Long Yuxuan looked at Wei Qi beside him and said, "Junior brother, senior sister won't be your thug for free this time in the secret realm. You need to train yourself and can't rely on senior sister for everything." "No problem." Wei Qi was already satisfied that he had a protector to back him up. Long Yan, who was standing under him, suddenly said forcefully, "If you find the star pattern, you must give it to me." Okay, whatever you say." Long Yan said proudly. "Humph, you only know how to make empty promises. You still haven't made up for the rest you owed me last time. I will definitely play with you this time. Once we get the evil Sakura sword back, I'll play with you to my heart's content. That's more like it. Chapter 174, Entering the Great Secret Realm. On the east coast of Dragon Country, in the Bloodwoods. Originally, this place was just an ordinary mountain forest and wilderness with poor resources and no minerals. The Palus that live here also lead a leisurely life. However, the appearance of strange phenomena in heaven and earth broke the ecological environment of the Blood Forest, and the nearby monsters fled from their homes with their tails between their legs. Countless armored buses and private airships came from all directions. What's worse is that some of them ride on giant beasts as big as mountains and flying pets. Without exception, the Beastmasters who were able to arrive here first were all people with some skills. Look, those are people from Guanglong Academy. Look, that's the Wangdu Wen family. I didn't expect them to come to this secret realm to compete for opportunities. Wow, how can these people fly? Colorful figures floated across the sky above the blood glade. Some old men from hidden sects and families brought their young people to participate in this opportunity. Individual Beastmasters and small forces can only hide in the back and watch the fun. If they offend these SSS-Level strongmen, they may be killed on the spot. There was also a group of idle people who came just to watch the fun. Some perverts held up binoculars and said, "Look, the beauty from Hanwha College is really pretty. Long legs, slim waist. I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life just to spend a night with her. Tisk, her chest is as flat as an airport. What's there to see? Look at Lu Ruyin from Mingyue Academy. She has big breasts and a slim waist. She's what you call a top-notch beauty. They're so weak. The most famous beauty in our country is still the little princess of the Qin family. I wonder if she will come. You're so out of touch. I heard there's a beautiful schoolgirl named Shun at Shenglong College. I guarantee you, if you see her from behind, you wouldn't be a man if you don't do it a few times tonight." Roar. The loud dragon roar made everyone feel as if they were in another world. Most of the spirit pets began to show varying degrees of panic. Everyone looked up. Holy shit. What the hell is that? Dragon Clan. The black flying dragon. So handsome. Looking from a distance, a black dragon shadow flashed across the sky. The broad wings flapped continuously, and the hard scales reflected dazzling black light. Domineering shape and supersonic flight speed. The appearance alone made the crowd below envious. The crowd erupted in chatter and discussion. The Beastmasters looked at Long Yin, who was gradually approaching, their eyes full of heat. The Demon Dragon clan has been silent for thousands of years, and some people have no idea that there are such handsome flying dragons in the world. A simple comparison. Just now, those private airships and flying pets looked as pitiful as clowns compared to the mysterious Dragon Clan. So weak. Oh my god, Songlong doesn't look like this at all. Could it be that another powerful person from the hidden family has emerged? Such a powerful dragon's might. Our spirit pets are so frightened that they dare not move. The young talents and noble gentlemen who were about to enter the secret realm all looked at Long Yin in the sky. They became hostile towards this dragon tamer whom they had never met before. How dare you show off in front of me? Long Yin flew into the center of the gate, carrying Wei Qi. Buzz. The moment he entered the gate of the secret realm, Wei Qi felt the terrifying spiritual energy surrounding his body. The closer you get to the secret realm, the more you can feel the abundant spiritual energy of the world inside the door. The geniuses from other forces also quickened their pace to enter the great secret realm. Wei Qi opened his eyes again and took a deep breath. The faint mint fragrance penetrates the mouth and nose, and the turbid air in the lungs is cleared away. What comes into view is a vibrant green forest. Long Yin landed casually on a flat ground, surrounded by towering trees and fruit bushes. Boom! In the distance, a giant tree reaching into the sky stands out in the secret realm, its branches and leaves like an open umbrella. "Senior sister, we're here." Wei Qi let go of Long Yuxuan's hand. "This place is rich in spiritual energy. It's a good place to practice." "What a pity." Long Yuxuan leaped and landed steadily on the ground. Collapse. The flat ground beneath their feet was trampled by her and Long Yin, leaving visible cracks. Wei Qi didn't dare to bungee jumping, so he used his hook gun to slowly land on the ground. "Long Yin, thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest first." Long Yin shook her wings comfortably, turned into a black light, and returned to the beast-controlling space. Wei Qi looked around, his eyes almost popping out. Fuck! Golden Spirit Stone. There are many golden spirit stones growing near the plains. They can be used as materials for refining weapons or as energy crystals. 1 gold spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 essence spirit stones. Wei Qi really wanted to pick up a hoe and start digging, but he had more important things to do. Long Yuxuan looked around and said, "Junior brother, you can explore the opportunities on your own." After saying that, Long Yuxuan began to explore the nearby minerals and herbs with Wei Qi as the center. Wei Qi opened his phone and compared the surrounding plants, but he couldn't find the iron cage flower that Qingming needed. Liang Shui jumped off Wei Qi's shoulder and talked to herself while patrolling. Is this the Great Secret Realm? Such rich spiritual energy. This was also her first time entering the Great Secret Realm. Wei Qi didn't have any cheats in his previous life, and Liang Shui's rank was not outstanding, so he didn't dare to take any risks. Byron walked out of the beast-controlling space, shook the exquisite big jade, and sniffed. Sniff, master the smell of resentment, and blood here is so strong. Sniff. There was a hint of joy on her face. Younger sister? Wei Qi looked at the corpse of the demon beast lying in front of him and frowned slightly. Byron, can you sense the aura of the evil Sakura sword? I can sense it a little. Cute dimples appeared on Byron's face. Wei Qi was delighted. Great. You will be responsible for leading the way from now on. Byron lowered her head nervously and pointed at the golden spirit stone not far away. Master Byron is a little hungry. Can I eat something first? Good. Wei Qi stretched out his left hand and grabbed at the air, and Byron transformed back into her original form and landed steadily back in his palm. Drink. The soul-chasing sword easily hit the unavoidable golden spirit stone. Jin Lingshi, A-. The spiritual energy in the golden spirit stone was gradually absorbed by the evil cherry knife, and the originally shiny stone turned into slag that shattered at the touch. Wei Qi was like a player who was mowing the grass with his invincible skills, harvesting all the nearby golden spirit stones. Byron's level was successfully raised to level 22. The Great Secret Realm is great. The stones you see everywhere are all valuable. Wei Qi performed fancy knife moves with satisfaction. Liang Shui reminded him, Master, the evil Sakura sword should be at the final checkpoint of the Secret Realm. We've finally come here, so we should get as much benefit as possible. Wei Qi patted Liang Shui on the back and said, You're right. There are treasures everywhere here. We can't waste the opportunity. Let's go. The Great Secret Realm is not the human world. There are no laws or morals here, only the law of the jungle. Wei Qi no longer has to worry about hurting civilians. He had already constructed an excellent leveling plan in his mind. Long Yan's trust value has exceeded 50, and Wei Qi also wants to experience what it feels like to be a Dragon King. Chapter 175 Long Yan. Master, it's time to fulfill your promise. After feeding Byron, Wei Qi rode on Liang Shui with a knife in his left hand and headed deep into the forest. Gently pat Liang Shui's neck and its body will accelerate. How cool is that? Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Liang Shui moved forward, the giant horned spider hiding in the old tree poked its head out slightly. A bunch of sticky spider webs suddenly attacked Wei Qi. Before Wei Qi could take action, Liang Shui made a phantom attack and carried Wei Qi to avoid the sneak attack of the despicable spider. The six tails behind her were raised high, and the ice cannon with condensed icy breath pierced through the huge giant horned spider. Hiss! The giant horned spider, frozen into an ice sculpture, died on the spot. Wei Qi looked at the corpse of the giant horned spider, his pupils dilated slightly. The giant horned spider is a lower-level general-level dark attribute monster that excels at web control and venom attacks. The sticky spider webs they spray out of their mouthparts contain dissolving liquid. If a Beastmaster is caught in the spider web, he will be in danger of death. There are 3 patterns on the back of this giant horned spider. Its level is probably around level 30. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui under him lovingly. Shuier is getting stronger and stronger. Even a level 3 monster can't withstand a single attack from you. Liang Shui was flattered and said, No, not really. Shuier still needs to work hard. Wei Qi didn't need to defend himself against the enemy at all while riding on Liang Shui's back. The attackers in the jungle were either frozen into ice sculptures by the ice cannon or torn into pieces by the annihilation kill. Although Liang Shui is an ice-type spirit pet with average damage, her strength is far superior to that of monsters of the same level. 1v3 doesn't even need Wei Qi's help. Liang Shui becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on, and seems to have regained her former confidence. The greedy demon god Arister and the blood demon Qin Shijue are both among the top combat forces of Tianqian Star. Liang Shui, who has not yet broken through the mythical level, is indeed a little weak in a battle of that level. She once doubted herself and fell into mental exhaustion. Today's battle made Liang Shui understand a truth. It's not my fault, it's those freaks. Liang Shui brought Wei Qi to a lake. Several brightly colored birds were strolling by the lake in spacewalks, and fat fish and shrimps were jumping out of the lake, wanting to embrace nature. A flower with petals resembling a closed iron cage bloomed in the grass by the lake. Liang Shui reminded. Master, is this the iron cage flower you are looking for? Wei Qi jumped off the fox's back and took out his cell phone to compare repeatedly. Yes, that's it. Let's go pick them. Liang Shui wagged her tail happily, as if asking for credit. Wait a minute. Qing Ning said there's a high probability that there will be guardian spirit beasts near the iron cage flower. If we approach rashly, there's a high probability that we'll be ambushed. Wei Qi read the note message sent by Qing Ning. These scoundrels are nothing to be feared. Long Yin walked out of the void with charming steps. Wei Qi's eyes lit up and he lingered on her fullness for a moment. Long Yin, have you rested well? Long Yin sniffed lightly and opened her arms. I've never been to the great secret realm before. It turns out this is a small world. That's why rare species can grow on Tianxian Star. Long Yin folded her arms and stomped her feet hard. The Dragon King's territory is actively expanded. Suddenly, a group of bubbles appeared in the lake. It turned out that a large group of swamp lizards were hiding in the lake and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wei Qi could tell from the patterns on their backs that these lizards were around level 31. The level is not very high. Wei Qi, who has many years of online gaming experience, roughly guessed that his current location was on the edge of the secret realm. The closer you get to Qi Feili's tomb, the stronger the monsters inside. Senior sister should be searching for treasure nearby. There is no need to bother her with these lizards. Let me experience it for myself. Long Yin had no intention of taking action. These lowly little karamis were not worthy of her attack. Wei Qi pointed his right hand at the lake, and the scorching fireball hit the center of the lake, stirring up clouds of mist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Provoked, the swamp lizards all crawled out of the lake. More than 20 dark brown swamp lizards crawled onto the shore one after another, and their red eyes had already spotted Wei Qi. Shuer, do you have the confidence to defeat them? Certainly. Let's go. With nothing to do, Long Yin took off her black stockings and sat by the lake to soak her feet. The monsters in the seabed were suppressed by the Dragon King's aura and didn't even dare to fart. Shuer, swamp lizards are monsters with specialized defense. Their skin defense is as high as level 4. You must be careful and don't be attacked at close range. Wei Qi warned. Don't worry, master. After giving his instructions, Wei Qi gripped the evil Sakura knife tightly and rushed into the lizard group. No matter how high the defense is, it is as weak as paper in the eyes of Bairong's machete. Horizontal demon slash. The evil cherry knife emitted a strange glow and slashed across 6 swamp lizards. Puff. The sound of sharp blades hitting flesh rang out repeatedly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The other uninjured lizards rushed to open their mouths and wanted to swallow Wei Qi to avenge their companions. At this moment, 6 layers of strange blood-colored spiritual flames were floating on Wei Qi's body. The shield with 6 layers of evil rage effect helped Wei Qi resist the attack of the first swamp lizard. A blue light flashed, and the straight ice cannon pierced through the swamp lizard group. The 2 swamp lizards attacked by the horizontal demon slash and the ice cannon at the same time died on the spot. Bairong's injuries were somewhat outrageous. Liang Shui, who came to support from the rear, used his signature snowfall skill, and the remaining swamp lizards were caught in the ice storm. Without exception, all were frozen and slowed down, unable to move. Wei Qi swung his left hand. Destruction slash. The blade light was like a ferocious ghost tearing swamp lizards into pieces one after another. Liang Shui used his long-range ice spears to target the enemy's eyes, PY, and other vulnerable parts. Although Long Yin did not directly join the battle, with the blessing of her incredible aura, Wei Qi Liang Shui easily killed all the swamp lizards. Bah, a bunch of poor bastards, they can't even produce a single spirit crystal. Long Yuxuan, who was secretly guarding Wei Qi, widened his eyes. Junior Brother's spirit pet combination is so powerful. One for group control, one for single target output, one to enhance the Beastmaster's output, and then an assistant or a nurse will make it perfect. Most Beastmasters will never be able to form a self-contained lineup until their death, as it takes too much effort to train pets with different attributes. Everyone is looking for different types of partners to form teams and complement each other. There are very few Beastmasters like Wei Qi who have their own system. The tank pet felt wronged after being beaten, the control pet was complained about for its poor output, and the nurse pet was accused of slacking off. It is difficult to take into account the emotions of all the pets at the same time. However, Long Yuxuan did not point out the potential hidden dangers of Wei Qi's all-around lineup. Because his spirit pets seem to communicate quite well with each other, there shouldn't be any civil unrest. Wei Qi used a sickle to cut off the iron cage flower, leaving the rhizome. Qing Ming once warned, all things have spirits. Even if the roots are not dug out, the iron cage flower can continue to survive and grow. Done. Qing Ming will be very happy if she knows. Wei Qi smiled and put the iron cage flower into his pocket. The third update is completed. Please follow the update and add it to your bookshelf. I've lost a few hundred points in the past few days while following the updates. Could it be because of the map change? Chapter 176 Pregnant Spiritual Cow. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment as he looked at the picturesque demon dragon king. Now, Long Yan moaned comfortably. Yes, do you want to regret it? Wei Qi looked at Long Yan's expectant eyes and her plump and well-proportioned legs, and a strange excitement arose in his mind. Liang Shui, who was squatting nearby, had her nails dug deep into the soil and her body was trembling slightly. Finally, she turned into her original form, stopped thinking, and patrolled near the lake to protect Wei Qi's safety. Slurp, slurp. The barbs on Long Yan's tail gradually retracted and hung limply on the ground. At this moment, she covered her mouth with one hand as if she was trying to hold back something. Ding trust value increased to 60. Ding congratulations to the host for completing an intimate sign-in next to the cursed Shinrin Wei Qi. Receive today's sign-in gift pack 1. Points value plus 10,000. Today's discounted item, level 3 upgrade card, priced at 5,000 points, 10% off. Ding congratulations to the host for receiving the rare reward in the sign-in gift package, Star Seal Tianlong. Star Seal Tianlong. After refining, you can gain a mysterious power item, doubling your vitality and lifespan. Long Yan curled her toes and thought to herself, System, what is this? Ding in reply to the host. The Star Seal is a star power that only Saint Destruction level monsters are qualified to refine. This system can help the host refine this power in advance. Oh, sounds like something very precious. Ding, the probability of getting a Star Seal in the daily sign-in gift pack is 0.78%. The host's luck has surpassed 99% of people. Is his luck so high? Ever since she became Wei Qi's spiritual pet, she has been able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and someone has been serving her in her daily life. How happy she is. The copy card, opened in the daily gift pack, can copy more than 10 dragon spirit crystals, plus the daily discounted upgrade cards. That's why Long Yan's level can rise so quickly. When drinking water, one should remember the person who dug the well. Long Yan knew that the so-called system points all came from Wei Qi. Through this period of time together, she vaguely regarded Wei Qi as her future husband. Good master, not bad. I will reward you. A hint of joy flashed across Long Yan's slightly blushing face. The crystal clear lake water is shimmering with colorful light. Can this Star Seal be used by the master? Only the magical beasts on Tianxian Star can refine the Star Seal. Humans cannot. Alas, what a pity. Long Yan began to think about how to quickly improve Wei Qi's physical strength and lifespan. Wei Qi calmed himself down and sat up from the ground. He checked Long Yan's panel data. The trust value successfully broke through the 60 mark without any wasted words. According to the textbook knowledge in the book, the current trust value is enough to kiss and hug Long Yan openly without being disturbed by the rules. Wei Qi temporarily gave up his bold idea. Because this is a secret place full of dangers. Long Yan quickly stood up from the lakeside. Her cheeks flushed with an intoxicating blush, and her eyes were a little evasive. Wei Qi always felt that the look in her eyes when she looked at him had become much gentler. Long Yan, what's wrong with you? The ahog on Long Yan's head twirled around, and she said nothing. Is she shy? Wei Qi swallowed his saliva and was just about to try to strike while the iron was hot and get closer to her. A miserable howl was heard from the forest. Some familiar male voices echoed in the jungle. Don't go too far, you guys. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment, but couldn't remember when he had heard this voice before. Liang Shui ran to Wei Qi's side with fox steps. Master, there's a fight 100 meters ahead. Shall we avoid it? Wei Qi gave Liang Shui an answer that she had never expected. This voice sounds familiar. Let's go check it out. Okay, master, please ride Shui. Long Yan didn't want Liang Shui to see her shy look, so she quickly hid back in the beast-controlling space. Wei Qi rode Liang Shui to the scene of the incident with doubts. Long Yuxuan, who was guarding in secret, saw everything that happened just now. The dragon clan are all extremely proud spirit pets. I didn't expect that junior brother would use such a shameful method to please the demon dragon king. Just pretend you didn't see this scene. If my junior brother knew, he would definitely lose face. In the official history of Tiangshuangsing in the year 5024, there were only a handful of recorded dragon knights. Female dragons are a race that admires strength extremely, and their desires are particularly strong. So Long Yuxuan didn't think about their relationship in that way. I didn't expect that my junior brother has such a chivalrous heart and is willing to help others. I will guide him onto the right path in the future. The upright Long Yuxuan's affection for Wei Qi increased significantly. Wei Qi didn't expect that going to watch the fun could invisibly increase his senior sister's favorability. Invisible strategies are the most deadly. Wei Qi rode Liangxue through the forest. A cow with a completely white body and a star pattern caught his attention. Pregnant Spirit Bull, a top-grade elite magical beast. Even though it is only elite grade, its rarity is no less than that of epic warcraft. Because the main value of the pregnant spiritual cow is not fighting, but producing milk rich in spiritual energy. Drinking milk for a long time can improve spiritual power level, strengthen the body, and is beneficial to humans without any harm. The pregnant cows on Tianxian Star are on the verge of extinction due to the characteristics of their milk. If you can catch one and raise it in captivity to produce milk, your future upgrades will be much more efficient. Wei Qi glanced at the pregnant cow. It's a cow. Unfortunately, its body had been pierced by a spear, and it was completely dead. Pregnant cattle have been hunted and kept in captivity at will, and have now become endangered species. The nobles in the royal capital had to provide the remaining pregnant cows with good food and water so that they would give birth to more calves. This wild pregnant cow is priceless. Oh shit. What a waste. It would be fine if these guys just fought over the pregnant cow, but why did they kill it? Which bastard did this? Don't let me catch you. Only then did Wei Qi understand the reason for that heart-wrenching howl just now. Billions missed. Chapter 177 Apologize to me. Wei Qi looked at the people around the pregnant bull. A group of Beastmasters wearing expensive brocade robes with golden holy dragons embroidered on their backs surrounded a purple-haired boy with a ferocious and angry expression. The very familiar black-haired giant bear was lying next to the purple-haired boy, covered in wounds, obviously suffering from severe injuries. Zhou Chong looked at his beloved red flame demon bear, anger and unwillingness bursting out from his chest. Ever since he lost to Wei Qi in the simulation match, Zhou Chong has never had a good night's sleep. Zhou Chong, who had never failed in his life, suffered a Waterloo in his life and became a laughingstock. Fortunately, he was determined and did not give up. So Zhou Chong went to Shiyue Academy for further studies despite his parents' dissuasion. He wanted to challenge Wei Qi again and take back the glory he had lost. Wei Qi is in love with the princess, and Zhou Chong is practicing. Wei Qi was almost taken away and convicted by Long Wei's men, but Zhou Chong was still practicing. The Zhou family is one of the largest families in Pegasus City and is very well informed. When the Great Secret Realm first appeared, while Wei Qi and Liang Shui were being affectionate with each other, Zhou Chong was still practicing. Zhou Chong, who was the first to enter the Secret Realm, finally found the legendary pregnant bull and was filled with surprise and joy. As long as he can get this pregnant spirit bull, Zhou Chong is confident that he can defeat Wei Qi within a few months and avenge his previous humiliation. Unexpectedly, a group of Chengyejians appeared halfway. The group of students from the Holy Dragon Academy in front of them wanted to snatch the pregnant spirit cow that was about to be obtained. The confident Zhou Chong and Wen Taowu from Shanglong College had a fair solo competition to decide the ownership of the pregnant spirit cow. In the end, he won by risking his life. He really didn't expect that the students from the Holy Dragon Academy in the royal capital would go back on their word. The pregnant bull that was about to be obtained was shot dead by Wen Taowu's flying spear. As the saying goes, blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Zhou Chong has become a mortal enemy with Wen Taowu. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The enemies are stronger than him, and there are more of them. Wen Taowu adjusted his curly bangs, a mocking smile on his face. A country bumpkin dares to snatch this opportunity from me? Mr. One, you go back on your word and launch a sneak attack. Are you a man? Zhou Chong said with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Chong, a bastard like you deserves to be born in a dark garbage dump like Pegasus City. I don't think you understand the principle of winners and losers, do you? This is a great secret realm, not a human society that values relationships and face. I won't be held responsible for killing you now. Your Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is quite capable. If you're willing to kneel down and shout, "Young Master Wen is magnanimous" 3 times, I will spare you and transfer you to the capital for further development. How do you do that? Wen Taowu's attitude is very arrogant. His grandfather was the popular grand tutor one of the time. He played the carrot and stick game very well. According to common sense, it would definitely be beneficial for Zhou Chong, who was born in Pegasus City, to be able to rely on the strong support of the Wen family in the royal capital. Wen Taowudao felt in his heart that the conditions he offered were good. It was an honor for Zhou Chang to be a dog for the grandson of the Grand Tutor. The Wen family's dogs are all top-notch figures when they are seen outside, and the cow just now is dispensable to Wen Taowu. A red-haired man in the crowd stopped Wen Taowu and said, "Taowu, you've gone too far. You should apologize to him." "Fifth Prince, this kid hurt my beloved pet. I must vent my anger," Wen Tao said in a martial arts way. The fifth prince glanced at the scarlet flame demon bear and Zhou Chang, who were covered in wounds, and said nothing. Zhou Chang is also a person with a different way of thinking. You are a defeated general, a piece of trash who can only attack by surprise. I would rather die than surrender to you. When Tao Wu's sore spot was touched, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then go to hell. The wild demon ape summoned by Wen Tao Wu beat its chest and stamped its feet, making a terrifying ape roar. A violent aura was suddenly released, and the hair on its body turned dark red. Each hair was like a steel needle, looking very scary. The current red flame demon bear is no match for the wilderness demon ape. Zhou Chang gritted his teeth and stood in front of the red flame demon bear to buy the last time for the spirit pet to counterattack. Roar! The wild demon ape's fist ignited with twisted flames, and it leaped high, wanting to kill Zhou Chang with one punch. Long Yuxuan, who was observing secretly, could no longer bear it. She is an upright and chivalrous person, and there is no way she would stand idly by in the face of such a thing. Otherwise, he would not have become the second-in-command of the Canglong Guard at the age of 29. Long Yuxuan was about to rescue Zhou Chang. A curtain of ice-blue light shot out from the other end of the forest. The ice cannon accurately hit the wild ape's elbow and froze it. The wild demon ape retreated back to his master and waited for the next order. Who dares to meddle in other people's business? When Tao Wu's face became darker and darker. He originally wanted to go on an adventure with the fifth prince to enhance their relationship and discuss secret matters. As a result, every time he tried to show off, he was slapped in the face. When Tao Wu, who had a bad temper, could no longer pretend. Wei Qi made a Dior jump out of a car pose in the air and landed steadily. Tisk posing is really hard. Zhou Chang, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. In front of him were the white-haired fox and Wei Qi, whom he had been thinking about day and night. The only difference is that the white fox's tails changed from 3 to 6. Wei Qi, what's wrong with you? Zhou Chang's CPU burned out. Why is he here? Why did he save me? Wei Qi didn't look back. He summoned the evil Sakura knife from the void and held it in his left hand, leaving Zhou Chang with a back view that he would never be able to surpass in his life. When Tao Wu looked at Wei Qi and Liang Shui, who suddenly appeared, and his frown slowly relaxed. So he's your rescuer? Wei Qi shook his head. No, I don't know him. Then why did you jump out? Do you like to play the hero? The names of heroes are often engraved on tombstones. When Tao Wu said with a forced smile. Zhou Chang pointed at his own face and raged. Hey, are you kidding me? I'm Zhou Chang. I don't know what the hell it is. Wei Qi shook his head in confusion. Zhou Chang? Who is that? I lost to you in a mock match. Zhou Chang's nails dug into his palm, splashing a trace of blood. Purple hair, a big black bear, and a familiar voice. It turned out that this person was Zhou Chang, who had made him fight hard for a long time. Wei Qi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, it's you? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so upset? Zhou Chang, aminos. When Tao Wu snapped his fingers lightly, and the flaming bird behind him shot a series of red flame beads towards Wei Qi. I'm asking you a question. Wei Qi did not dare to be careless. He easily dodged a series of fireballs with the help of his hook and sickle spear. Zhou Chang quickly used the flowing light shield to escape danger. Wei Qi glanced coldly at everyone in the Holy Dragon Academy, pointed the evil Sakura blade at Wen Tao Wu, and his eyes were full of seriousness. Pegasus City is not a gloomy garbage dump. Apologize to me. Otherwise I'll smack your mouth. Chapter 178, The Powerful Wei Qi. Wei Qi is also a strange person. If someone deliberately mocks him, he won't take it to heart at all. He doesn't care much about personal honor and doesn't care about other people's opinions. If someone makes a fuss about something that is important to him, he will get angry. Although Pegasus City is not Wei Qi's hometown, it is where he and Sister Suyu live, and it was also where he spent his carefree high school years. When Tao Wu's unintentional arrogance insulted Pegasus City and the paradise in Wei Qi's heart. That's why Wei Qi stepped forward and wanted Wen Taoyuan to apologize to the city and its people. Wen Taowu felt like he had heard a huge joke. He was the second young master of the Wen family, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He grew up in Tianlong City, which was under the feet of the emperor. From the moment he was born, Wen Taowu has already beaten more than 99.5% of his peers across the country. In his eyes, The little-known Pegasus City was a garbage dump where dark rats bred and a doghouse where inferior people lived. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not make such arrogant remarks. Otherwise, he would inevitably be caught and reported. But this is a secret place that follows the law of the jungle. He will kill anyone who dares to go against his will. Haha, apologize? Are you talking to me, you idiot? Wentawu laughed. My name is Wentawu, the second young master of the Wen family. Are you sure you want me to apologize to you? Wei Qi said expressionlessly. Yes. Wentawu laughed heartily. Haha, this is what it means to be a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger, right? Why are you still standing there? Come on together. The students of Holy Dragon Academy summoned their own spirit pets one after another to demonstrate their strength in front of their future masters. There are a total of 8 students in Shenglong, and each of them has reached the level of Xianshi. 16 spiritual pets of various shapes appeared and instantly surrounded Zhou Chang and Wei Qi. Wentawu's expression was very arrogant. Are you trying to act like a hero or speak up for your hometown? I admire your courage, but in the world of Beastmasters, courage alone won't get you there. Now, if you just kneel down and yell 3 times, Pegasus City is a garbage dump, I'll pretend this never happened. How about you hang out with me from now on? Wentawu still admires people like Wei Qi who love their hometown. If trained well, he will definitely be a loyal and obedient dog. I think the capital is a garbage dump. It educated someone like you who looks down on others. Wei Qi's expression was very calm. He secretly lamented in his heart that he had not controlled his emotions well. People cannot understand each other, so perhaps he shouldn't jump out to correct other people's mistakes. But facing the guy who insulted Pegasus City and the lower-class people, Wei Qi couldn't just stand by and watch. I'm still too young. Naked murderous intent flashed in Wei Qi's eyes. Most of the Beastmasters in the Tianxian alliance came from poor backgrounds, so they stood up against the nobles in the royal capital and fought for the rights of more people. Long Yuxuan, who was hiding in the back, was deeply relieved to hear Wei Qi's self-examination and was happy for his junior brother's growth. Let my junior brother vent his anger first, and then I will step in to calm the situation down. The person next to Wentawu seems to be the 5th prince. Why are they together? Kill. More than 10 spirit pets, under the orders of their masters, bared their claws towards Wei Qi. Wei Qi didn't take this group of miscellaneous soldiers seriously at all. Come out, Long Yin. Roar. A 30-meter-tall black dragon suddenly stood behind Wei Qi. The aura that makes people kneel down and worship spreads all around. Wei Qi has 2 trump cards, Mountain and Sea Transformation and Demon Blood Transformation, so there is no need for him to be timid and hide his identity as the Demon Dragon King. His future enemy is the demon god living in hell, so it's not too much to take a Dragon King as his pet, right? Long Yin still prefers her original dragon body, so that she can unleash the peak combat power of the Dragon Clan. The human female body is not suitable for combat. All the spiritual pets within a radius of 100 miles that have not broken through to the Lord level are put into a deterrent state and cannot move freely within 10 seconds. Wentawu and the 5th prince opened their eyes wide in shock. Damn, what's going on? That extremely cool black dragon is actually the pet of the black-haired young man in front of him? Who is he? Long Yin looked down at the ants under her feet and shook her head impatiently. The Dragon King's dignity made her unwilling to attack minor enemies. Who's willing to use a nuclear bomb to blow up a soldier? Liang Shui no longer blamed herself for being useless like she did before. She changed her mind and realized that Long Yin, who was the most powerful person in the world, was just a pet under the control of her master. And I, the future 10-tailed demon fox who will surpass everything, will never lose to her. It didn't happen in the last life, and it won't happen in this life. If you think about it carefully, Shui, as the master's natal spiritual pet, is the only one among all the master's spiritual pets. Only I can understand the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness in my master's heart. Liang Shui, becoming more and more confident, opened his 6 tails and formed a super large snow waterfall. Without exception, all 16 spirit pets were captured by the snow waterfall. Liang Shui is a 3rd-level spirit pet. Its level is not lower than that of its opponent, but its grade is much higher than that of its opponent. Plus Long Yan's damage-increasing aura. The terrifying Snow River Icefall summons countless shards of ice to attack all enemies caught in it. Puff! Countless ice spears pierced the bodies of the spirit pets. The snowstorm instantly turned into a blood-red storm. A low-level golden monkey had its brain pierced by an ice spike and fell to the ground with its eyes wide open, turning into an ice sculpture. Zhou Chang, who was standing behind Wei Qi, had a blank mind. Oh my god. Damn it. Wei Qi, he tamed a dragon? Playing him? I'm losing my mind. Zhou Chang couldn't believe his eyes. The snowfall had not yet ended, but Liang Xue re-entered the snowfall with the belief that he would win. Wei Qi also rushed in with the evil Sakura knife. Swords flashed and ice spears danced wildly. A third-level fire lion demon wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Wei Qi, and its sharp claws pierced through Fu Bing and tried to pierce Wei Qi's body. Liang Xue's eyes flashed, and her six tails locked the flame lion demon like chains that imprisoned the sky, making it unable to move. The weeping ghosts shocked the heavens. Wei Qi seemed to have anticipated the enemy's actions, and the evil cherry knife was stuck in the ground. The powerful force knocked all the enemies in the snow waterfall away. Wei Qi transformed into a sword energy and danced continuously in the air. TSK, TSK, TSK. Snowfall's duration effect ends. Long Yuxuan stared at everything in front of him in amazement. All 16 spirit pets died, most of them killed by Liang Xue's claws. Silent Kill deals double damage to frozen enemies, and is combined with her demon capture to increase damage by 60. It's like he's possessed by Medusa, and whoever he glares at will die. The natal spirit pets of the 8 holy dragon students were killed. They all spat out blood, became listless, and fainted on the spot. When Taowu slowly recovered from the shocking effect of the Dragon King's domain. In 10 seconds, 8 subordinates and 16 pets all lay down. Who is this black-haired young man? Evildoer. Freak. Abnormal. Wei Qi silently pulled out the evil cherry knife, stained with countless blood, and said in a cold voice, "Die." When Taowu came to his senses and wanted to resist, but Wei Qi's figure was already rapidly approaching him. The evil cherry sword that could cut through iron like mud was raised high. Spare his life. A flash of light flashed across the forest. A black python that was more than 10 meters thick rushed over, and on the python stood an old man in a gray robe whose face could not be seen clearly. Wei Qi had long guessed that the other party was exploring the secret realm with bodyguards, just like him. Long Yin, I'll leave this loud deng to you. Long Yin opened her dragon eyes and said, "Finally, I have a decent opponent. The war is about to break out." End of chapter 3. Liang Xue's dominance has begun to take shape. Large-scale damage plus deceleration plus freezing combined with the evil Sakura sword's range-bound invincibility and knockback. I really don't know what kind of villain can compete with the protagonist. The subsequent plot is to fill in the truth about the Xianren tribe and 1,000 years ago. Preview. The protagonist is about to obtain a very powerful magic weapon, and his projection ability will also develop in the direction of heaven. Chapter 179 The Legend of Senior Sister. When Taowu is not a vegetarian either. The first thing he did after regaining control of his body was to use the spirit seal technique to create distance. Bang! The evil cherry knife seemed to have hit a protective shield that was invisible to the naked eye and could not move forward any further. Wei Qi's pupils trembled slightly, and he quickly put away his knife and retreated back to Liang Xue's side. Has Wen Taowu ever received death threats? He was so angry that he wanted to order the protectors of the One family to kill Wei Qi and take away the majestic and domineering dragon. The fifth prince restrained the uncontrollable Wen Taowu and said, "Taowu, stop. That black dragon has a domineering appearance and extraordinary aura. I have never seen one like it before. This person is definitely not someone you can easily mess with. He looks extremely young, yet he was able to obtain the dragon contract and form a pact with the dragon clan in such a short time. We shouldn't become enemies with him." Wen Taowu was silent. Although he is an arrogant and conceited young man, he is not the kind of tactless idiot. It would be embarrassing to admit defeat on the spot, but you won't gain any advantage by fighting the opponent head-on. At this time, Wen Tao and Wu were in a dilemma and urgently needed a way out. The old man of the Wen family was extremely impressed when he saw that the second young master, who was arrogant and domineering in the past, could control his temper at the critical moment. He leaped down from the giant purple snake and landed in front of the two. Long Yan's appearance attracted a group of onlookers who were eager to watch the show. What kind of person is worthy of being the master of this dragon? The Wen family is one of the most prominent families in Longhua. They are very curious about the cause of this incident and how it will end. Passerby. Captain, who is this boy? How dare he confront someone from Holy Dragon Academy head-on? Passerby B. I don't know either. Passerby C. Oh my. I didn't expect such a young man to be the master of this black dragon. A middle-aged man pretending to be profound stroked his beard and said, "If my guess is correct, this person has an extraordinary background and a distinguished family. Even the Wangdu Wen family doesn't take him seriously. I listened to your words as if they were mine. Nonsense literature." Some young women with ulterior motives stared at Wei Qi with shining eyes. "Oh my God, what a handsome young man." I really want to give birth to his child. Handsome guy, are you still in need of a girlfriend? A lover is fine too. Putting aside Wei Qi's family background, this domineering dragon represents tremendous power and countless gold. Wei Qi's presence drives the nearby female Beastmasters crazy. If more and more people hadn't gathered around, some of them would have wanted to take off their clothes and rape Wei Qi on the spot. If you can successfully get pregnant, because of their sons, mothers will never have to worry about food and clothing in their lives. Long Yin noticed that there were more and more people around, so she snorted coldly and flapped her wings. The wind was raging, and some lower star level Zunists and Zunists were blown away on the spot. The other Beastmasters were frightened when they saw this, and the style of the film switched from comedy to thriller. The usually aloof group favorites or school beauties suddenly turned into nymphomaniacs, moaning and saying shameful dirty words to a man they met for the first time. The Fianjiangs were so angry that their legs were almost lame. Stinky Xiaobi, I'll buy you whatever you want. I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. Get out of here, you worthless piece of shit. Wen Taowu and Wei Qi did not fight, but the onlookers who came to watch the show started fighting first. Something happened that surprised everyone. The old man from the Wen family bowed and came to Wei Qi, saying with a smile, "Little brother, I apologize to you on behalf of my young master. Please forgive me for my mistakes and don't bother with him." The onlookers looked at each other. I was dumbfounded. Why did the master of the Wen family apologize to the other side? According to the usual script, shouldn't he find a place to beat up the other person for his young master? Wei Qi was also stunned. I remember that the protagonist of the novel has an aura of sarcasm and low intelligence, right? Why do these guys act like mice seeing a cat when they see Long Yan? The old man from the Wen family took a peek at the Holy Dragon badge on Wei Qi's shoulder and confirmed that it was genuine. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Wei Qi no longer had any reason to get angry. The fifth prince walked forward while elbowing Wen Taowu to signal him to apologize. My dear, I, Xiao Wang, would like to apologize to you and Zhou Chong on behalf of Master Wen. It's all my fault that I didn't intervene in time. Wei Qi's eyes were fixed on the red-haired man next to Wen Taowu. He was a strong man with a strong face and a genuine smile on his lips. He seems to be a very easygoing person. Whoosh. Long Yuxuan, dressed in cloth, landed in front of Wei Qi without anyone noticing. She said with a half-smile, "Fifth Prince, how are you?" The fifth prince's pupils dilated slightly when he saw who was coming. She is tall, has a righteous demeanor, a pair of long, powerful yet beautiful legs, and a high dark blue ponytail. So he's the famous deputy commander of the Zonglong Guard. The fifth prince didn't give Long Yuxuan a chance to interrupt. Commander Long, we are in the wrong today. Please spare Master Wen. Long Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. Your Highness, you are too polite. I, Long, have been ordered to protect my junior brother and will not interfere in any extraneous matters. Long Yuxuan's words were also very interesting. On the surface, there was no direct statement. What he meant was, he is my junior fellow apprentice. You guys should take care of it yourself. When the Wen family master saw Long Yuxuan, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He is a top master at the half-step Xian Lord level, so he was ordered to protect the second young master of the Wen family. Although both are level 49, his strength is not at the same level as Long Yuxuan's. The master of the Wen family is already 112 years old this year, and he has barely reached this level. Perhaps he will never be able to break through the Xianzhu realm in his lifetime. The long-legged beauty in front of him is a legendary figure known as Dragon Tiger Fist Yuxuan in the martial arts world. At the age of 19 and level 27, she killed the 4th level beast, Dark Demon Wolf King, and saved a small town from the hands of the demons. At the age of 24 and level 35, she led 3,000 dragon guards to launch a surprise attack and kill 100,000 enemy invaders who intended to invade the Central Plains and won the hearts of the border countries over them. He once won the National Dragon Racing Cup and was an invincible hero. Long Yuxuan is now 29 years old and is said to have reached the peak of the great mystic master. He is only a step away from a breakthrough. How could the old man from the Wen family dare to conflict with her? Put aside the facts. The Holy Dragon badge on Wei Qi's chest also made him dare not act rashly. Wen Taowu had also heard of Long Yuxuan's name. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted Pegasus City. The fifth prince felt a little relieved when he saw that Wei Qi did not say anything bad to him. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Hey, young man, my name is Qin Yao, and we're students from the Holy Dragon Academy. How about we become friends and resolve this feud? Friend. Wei Qi turned around and glanced at the pregnant cow that had been dead for a long time, with a hint of contempt in his tone. If you can't get it, you'll destroy it. Would you be willing to be friends with such a person? Chapter 180, The Fifth Prince in the Void Game. When Tao felt uncomfortable under Wei Qi's gaze, as if he had not yet recovered from Long Yan's suppression, the Fifth Prince's face froze for a moment. Everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. Wei Qi pointed at the dead pregnant cow and asked, "Who killed that cow?" The Fifth Prince and Wen Tao looked at each other and fell silent. They could never imagine that a small pregnant bull could involve the deputy commander of the Songlong Guard. The other onlookers noticed that the mood in the field was becoming increasingly strange. Even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to continue listening to gossip. One is the second in command of the Songlong Guard, and the other is the fifth prince of the current royal family. None of them is a force that these individual people can afford to offend. The originally enthusiastic Long Yan became listless and turned into a black light and returned to the beast-taming space to rest. Zhou Chang retrieved the injured Scarlet Flame Demon Bear and pointed at the bewildered Wen Tao. He was the one who killed it. I challenged him to a duel to decide the ownership of the pregnant spirit ox. I didn't expect this guy couldn't stand losing. He killed the pregnant spirit ox and wanted to kill me to silence me. I don't want to kill you, don't talk nonsense. Wen Tao looked very panicked. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Why was this guy sweating profusely when he saw his senior sister? Could it be that he has a crush on his senior sister? The fifth prince's CPU burned rapidly. He bit his lip and took out a transparent round pill from his sleeve. This is the true red pill that Xiao Wang collected. After taking it, you can unconditionally increase your cultivation level by 2. It can also strengthen your body and increase your resistance to fire. The fifth prince's heart was also bleeding. He originally planned to give this true red pill privately to his sister Qin Shijue to improve her favorability. Now, in order to calm the situation and quickly get rid of the evil spirit Long Yuxuan, the fifth prince is willing to take any risk. Bang! He flicked it lightly, and the pill flew out. Zhou Chang subconsciously caught the true red pill. Apologies were also made. Compensation for slaughtering the cattle was also paid. The fifth prince hurriedly pulled Wen Tao, whose mind was blank, away from here. Before leaving, he did not forget to be polite. "Commander Long, we have something to attend to, so we will take our leave first." "No." The old man from the Wen family escorted the two of them away in a hurry, his tail between his legs. Wei Qi still checked the body of the pregnant cow without giving up. Why? The value of the true red pill is definitely higher than that of the pregnant spirit bull. Wei Qi has nothing to say. If he were to choose, he would still choose the pregnant bull. If you can raise a pregnant cow at home, and then use the spirit transforming elixir to turn it into a beautiful girl with huge milk. It's so comfortable to lie on the sofa and drink milk every day. Damn it. Zhou Chang looked at the heartbroken Wei Qi and thought he was a caring person who particularly loved nature. He limped towards Wei Qi and patted him on the back. "Here, take it." Wei Qi, still feeling sorry for his cow mother, turned around and asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Without your help, I would have died in their hands." Zhou Chang closed his eyes slightly and had to admit the fact that Wei Qi saved his life. Wei Qi was worried that there would be no benefits to gain, but he didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. "Then I won't be polite to you." He grabbed the true red pill into his palm. The corners of Zhou Chang's mouth twitched a few times. "Why don't you play by the rules? Generally speaking, there is no mutual refusal or just a few polite words. Then I'll pretend to accept the true red pill?" Why did Wei Qi accept it directly? "We are from the same hometown. Why are you being so polite to me?" Wei Qi laughed. Zhou Chang looked at the black-haired young man in front of him with a sly smile and couldn't help laughing. "Fuck, I'm still waiting for you to say something polite. I have one advantage, which is that I have no shame." He sniffed the true red pill. There is absolutely no scent of the elixir made from lime. There is also an indescribable strange smell. Wei Qi showed a disgusted expression. "Since you are not willing to give it to me from the bottom of your heart, I will give it back to you." Zhou Chang waved his hand. "Once words are spoken, they can be taken away. I exchange one pill for one life, so I am making a huge profit." Wei Qi carefully looked at the handsome, purple-haired young man in front of him. I didn't expect that although Zhou Chang talks a lot of trash, at least he is a man who keeps his promises. Those two guys just now looked like dogs, but their words sounded like farts. Especially the fifth prince. Wei Qi really hates people who never look angry and always laugh. Zhou Chang felt that the gap between himself and Wei Qi was getting bigger and bigger. He was only slightly better in the mock battle that day. When they met again, he already possessed a mysterious dragon pet and had a close relationship with the second-in-command of the Songlong Guard. Zhou Chang looked at Wei Qi and spoke word by word. "Although I lost to you in that battle, I won't admit defeat. When I become stronger, I will continue to challenge you. Hey, we're from the same hometown. Can't we just calmly talk about the beauty of Pegasus City? Wei Qi, who has lived alone for many years, knows very well what it is like to meet fellow villagers in a foreign place. My name is not He, my name is Zhou Chong, Zhou Chong said, gritting his teeth. Haha. Wei Qi smiled from the bottom of his heart. The fifth prince and Wen Taowu quickly left the forest. Wen Taowu was wiping the sweat off his face while panting. The smile on the fifth prince's face completely disappeared. He leaned against the tree next to him and asked, "Why is Long Yuxuan here? Has the Dragon Guard discovered this? How is that possible? Wen Taowu, swear to heaven that I have never told anyone else about this. Why are those Dragon Guards here? And it's Long Yuxuan." The fifth prince looked very nervous and even started biting his nails as he thought of a solution. The old man from the Wen family bowed to the fifth prince and said, "Fifth prince, I was specially sent by the Grand Tutor to assist you too in seizing the treasure. This old servant and I have never mentioned that incident to anyone." The fifth prince punched the tree, and the trunk broke. Wen Taowu was like an obedient dog in front of the fifth prince, completely devoid of his usual airs. "Fifth prince, what exactly is the goal of our mission? Why are you so anxious?" The fifth prince's face showed a worried look. "The palace master ordered us to retrieve the Yuhing order from Qi Feili's tomb as soon as possible." Wen Taowu glanced at the old man from the Wen family. "Fifth prince, are you overthinking it? The two of us, plus Wen Ji and a few experts from the Tianming Palace, can't we take down Long Yuxuan? What do you know? She's Long Tu's daughter, a Xianren who practices demon blood transformation. Xianren tribe? What is that?" Wen Taowu had never heard of the concept of the Xianren clan. The fifth prince's eyes were filled with fear, and he said impatiently, "It's hard to explain in a few words. In short, her strength is unbeatable in this restricted secret realm. If she's really spying on us under the orders of the commander-in-chief, that would be terrible. I'm afraid, even if all of us put together, we can't beat her. He plans and wins battles thousands of miles away. No wonder the palace master is so wary of him. I never thought the commander-in-chief had already calculated this." The fifth prince is frantically imagining and playing a game in the void. In fact, Long Yuxuan did not receive any so-called orders at all. She just followed along to protect Wei Qi. Wen Taowu's eyes turned. "Fifth prince, I have an idea." Chapter 181, The Gradually Expanding Desire. The fifth prince is Qin Tianqua's youngest son. Not as talented as the elder brother. Not as scheming as my second brother. The worst one is Sonda. You are not as good as fourth brother in pretending to be stupid. But he still wanted to be emperor. Enjoy all the wealth and glory, and firmly grasp the money, power and beauties in the secular world. Tianyu, who was secretly colluding with the Wen family, took advantage of Qin Tianqua's absence from the royal capital to secretly find the fifth prince and reach some kind of agreement with him. If he could successfully take out the Yuhing order from Qi Feili's tomb. After Qin Tianqua's death, Tianyu will use the reputation of Tianming Palace in society to support the fifth prince to the throne. The fifth prince was deeply moved. As an unappreciated prince, he had nothing to lose. What's more, Tianyu has already assigned many masters from the Tianming Palace to assist him. The appearance of Long Yuxuan almost shattered the fifth prince's dream of becoming emperor. He thought the commander-in-chief had heard some news, so he secretly sent people to monitor him. When Wen Taowu said he had a way, the fifth prince's heart stopped beating in an instant. "What's the solution? Tell me quickly." Wen Taowu chuckled. "This is a great secret realm. What are you all here for? Look for opportunities and break through levels. The fifth prince has the core map of the secret realm and the methods to open the doors on each level. We just need to find a way to lead Long Yuxuan to a place with a large number of treasures and let her break through and advance." The fifth prince showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and slapped his thigh. "You're quite clever, kid. As long as Long Yuxuan successfully breaks through to the Xianzhu level, she will be repelled by the rules of the secret realm and forcibly sent out. Naturally, she will be unable to interfere with or obstruct our subsequent actions." When Taowu sneered, "That's right. I don't believe any Beastmaster could resist the temptation of such a great opportunity and not take it. That's a good idea." The fifth prince turned to look at Wen Ji. "Wen Ji, if it weren't for Long Yuxuan's protection, would you have the confidence to defeat that young dragon master just now?" The old man from the Wen family nodded slightly, his voice full of confidence. "Little Xianshi, this old slave can kill him hundreds of times at will." The fifth prince stroked his chin. "I've always felt that dragon resembles the demonic dragon clan from the dragon taming art. The demonic dragon clan mysteriously disappeared 1,000 years ago, and there's been a rumor going around lately about the demonic dragon king being resurrected. Could that dragon be the legendary demon dragon king?" Wen Ji sneered. That guy is just a Beastmaster at the Xianxia level. No matter how powerful his pet is, it can't exceed its master's level by 10. Even if it's the Demon Dragon King, we don't have to be afraid. It's definitely not above level 40. Can't this old slave and the masters of the Heavenly Fate Palace easily capture this winged lizard? The fifth prince possesses noble celestial blood. If the Demon Dragon King is not a fool, he will definitely take the initiative to cancel the soul contract and willingly become your mount. The fifth prince felt comfortable with the flattery. No dragon emperor in history has ever successfully contracted the Azure Dragon King. On the contrary, he, the useless prince, has the best chance of contracting the Dragon King and becoming the true emperor. No matter how powerful the Demon Dragon King is, he is not as powerful as he was 1,000 years ago. We must kill him while he is weak. The royal Qin family possesses the orthodox dragon taming technique, so they don't have to worry about the Demon Dragon King being disobedient. Very good, let's do as you say. To be on the safe side, I will leave the secret realm and contact the Tianyu Palace Master, asking him to send a few more experts for support. When Tao Wu swears to follow the fifth prince until death. When Tao Wu and the fifth prince are both gambling with their lives. If you win the bet, you will enjoy wealth and glory for the rest of your life. If you lose the bet, you die? They are not afraid of death. What they are really afraid of is losing their current class and being liquidated by others. The most ruthless are the imperial family. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Wei Qi didn't know that when Tao Wu had already hated him. After Zhou Chong handed the true red pill to Wei Qi, he left resolutely. Junior brother, I admire you for standing up and confronting the evildoers without regard for your own safety. Wei Qi waved her hand. Senior sister, please stop teasing me. I won't meddle in other people's business next time. Long Yuxuan smiled and said, Senior sister, I am serious. In modern society, people are becoming more and more utilitarian and will do anything to achieve their goals. I am very happy that you have such a chivalrous heart. It takes strength to fight violence, uphold justice, and protect the good. Long Yuxuan didn't know that Wei Qi still had the trump card of Shanghai transformation. She thought that Wei Qi would not be able to escape unscathed in the situation just now. She said sincerely, Junior brother, we all have devilish desires in our bodies, so we must do good deeds. It is easy to be devoured by desires if we follow our will. Wei Qi didn't like being lectured, nor did he want to reveal his cards or explain the reasons to his senior sister. I felt an inexplicable irritation in my heart. Okay, I got it. Long Yuxuan noticed Wei Qi's impatience. She was stunned for a moment and then disappeared with a smile. Liang Shui transformed into a white fox and jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder. Master, you don't have to listen to her. Live your life as you please. For Liang Shui, as long as she can make Wei Qi happy, she can kill anyone without hesitation and do anything morally evil. Long Yan, who rarely spoke, reminded him, Master, she is right. I have learned a lesson from my short life as a dragon. Your true enemy is never someone else, but yourself. Suppressing desires and controlling desires are compulsory courses for every living being to grow. Bairong. Master Bairong misses her sister ABA. Wei Qi only reacted after hearing the 3 women's thoughts. My senior sister's intention in admonishing me was for my own future, so why did I become so upset? Wei Qi raised his left hand. Ever since his arm became like this, he couldn't control his desires as well as before. When I see the beautiful Liang Shui, I want to possess her. When I heard about the rare spiritual pet, I also wanted to possess it. The body instinctively rejects the advice of others. The power of desire? It's really scary. Wei Qi said to himself, as my strength grows stronger, can I really control my desires and not be a slave to them? Wei Qi plans to find a place to refine the true red pill. Senior sister has checked it, and there is no problem. It is absolutely safe. With the help of ambergris, Wei Qi's spiritual power level is about to rise to level 27. Successfully refining the true red pill will allow you to reach level 28 to 29. Upgrade at will. After breaking through the Xianxia realm, you can contract a new spiritual pet and learn new spiritual seal skills. Wei Qi suddenly remembered the spiritual pet that his father had told him about. Now I have mastered the 2 life-saving trump cards, Demon Blood Transformation and Mountain and Sea Transformation. After taking back the evil Sakura sword and participating in the new dragon tournament, we should consider gathering intelligence on the Skarat Church. A blind pink-haired wild boar blocked his way. TSK Tisk, let's eat roast suckling pig tonight. Wei Qi smiled evilly. Inside the demon-suppressing tower where evil beasts are suppressed, a pink-haired girl about 1.6 meters tall slowly raised her head. A hint of ferocity flashed in the dark red eyes. She slowly stood up, her snow-white body covered with bloodstains, not a single spot intact. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sniff, sister, are you finally here? I miss you so much, sister dad. If you look closely, you can see that her state is completely different from Byrome's when she was going berserk. The evil Sakura sword possesses complete self-awareness. Her hair was spread out, and a faint green shimmered on her forehead, with the word Jade engraved on it. The third update is completed. Tired. Asking for free gifts and reading. Yesterday, I received over 30 gifts, plus the ones I accumulated over the past few days. I'll try to add another chapter tomorrow. Complaint. The upgrade pace of this book is much faster than that of Angel. The protagonist is almost level 30 in less than 200 chapters. Chi Fei's tomb-filling pit will take a while to write He. To be honest, I haven't decided yet whether the next contract position will be the doll mentioned in the introduction or the second spiritual pet from the previous life. Chapter 182, The Itchy Senior Sister. Humph. The pink-haired wild boar let out a miserable howl. Wei Chi wiped the blood off the blade and threw the boar man into his backpack with satisfaction. He and Liang Shui continued to move forward. The plain ahead is a safe area similar to a square, and there are no monsters nearby. If you look closely, you can find that there are passages on the plain leading to underground palaces, mountaintops, underwater mazes, fire areas, and other places. A large number of Beastmasters gather here. Freshly baked general-level spirit pet egg, selling for money. A little dinosaur girl asked in a sweet voice, "Is there a brother who can take care of me?" Underground Palace Exploration 4 is equal to 1 powerful output. Treasures to be shared equally. Unlimited collection of level 2 materials. There were people reselling, seeking to bring goods, forming groups, and booking the whole place. It was a very lively scene with all kinds of people. Wei Chi doesn't plan to team up with others, so why would he bring a burden with him when clearing the dungeon? Wei Chi once again confirmed that there were enough supplies in the space ring, and he took Liang Shui to choose a path with the least people. Liang Shui, who was standing on Wei Chi's shoulder, frowned and said, "Master, what's wrong? How about we take the plane instead of the underground palace passage?" Wei Chi was a little confused. Could it be that Shui likes the planes? Liang Shui shook her head. "Master, do you still remember that storyteller?" "What storyteller?" "The masked man in the story of Chi Fei, the general of Giant Snake City." Wei Chi nodded. Liang Shui lowered her head and took out a small yellow booklet from her tail. The story that must be told between the unknowing father and the slave teacher. Wei Chi then remembered that he had spent 100 yuan to buy a bedtime reading from a storyteller. I didn't expect the content to be so explosive. Wei Chi took the yellow booklet handed to him by Liang Shui, and it did not contain the pictures or plot that everyone had imagined. There were a few lines of crooked small handwriting in the booklet. Travel through the forest, find the tunnel, open the teleportation array, overcome the trials, and find the real ancient tomb. It also comes with a soul map that most people can't understand. Through the forest? Does that mean? Wei Chi looked at Liang Shui with doubt. The white fox nodded. "I'm afraid so." Shui had read the words in the book a long time ago, so she has some impression of it. Storyteller, Chi Fei's tomb. Shin Miao also found information about the nearby dragon veins from the storyteller. Who is that mysterious storyteller? Okay, let's try it according to the instructions in the booklet. Wei Chi took Liang Shui towards the road leading to the forest. A wild satyr beast has appeared. In front of me was a wolf that looked a little thin with a golden body and loving eyes. Wow, I didn't expect there were really pervert beasts in this world. Liang Shui. Satterman is a top-class elite Digimon, Bushi, of the monster clan. He is very lustful and his special move is Lift Your Skirt, which can lift up any woman's skirt. Hundreds of years ago, a pervert king and a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament became a couple. Later, the story was adapted into the film and television drama, The Pervert and the Beauty, which had good box office reputation. Wei Chi immediately warned Liang Shui, when fighting the Satterman, "You must not transform into a human form, otherwise its strength will increase exponentially." Shui understands. The swaggering satyr beast looked up at Wei Chi. "So it's a man? That's okay. Satterman has no interest in creatures other than human women." Swish. Wei Chi raised his hand and cast a fireball. "I'm sorry." Boom. The blazing fireball hit Satterman's head accurately, and Liang Shui immediately used an ice spear to attack Satterman's eyes. "Satterman, before I died, I experienced the legendary 9 heavens of ice and fire. It was worth it. Awoo, I will be back." The Satterman howled as its health points were emptied, and its body fell limply to the ground. What is wolf? Satterman's death rattle is to summon allies. The wolf monsters near the forest quickly gathered and surrounded Wei Qi. Ouch! 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 All of you die! Wei Qi shouted, and a red light flashed on the evil Sakura knife. The soul-chasing blade, with unstoppable force, struck directly into the pack of wolves, killing 3 fang-shaped bone wolves on the spot. Ice cannon. Boom! The temperature dropped suddenly, followed by blue lightning. Before the wolves could react, they were frozen by Liang Shue's ice cannon. Cut! A bloody evil ghost flew out from the evil cherry knife. The bloodthirsty wolf charging in the front row let out a wail and was beheaded before it had time to dodge. Wei Qi swung his hand. 2 cold snow projections appeared out of thin air in front to lure the enemy. The wolves, with red eyes, bit Liang Shue with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. Liang Shue's snow waterfall support arrived immediately, and the machete's ability to ignore defense chopped the wolves, making them howl. 5 minutes later, Wei Qi, covered in wolf blood, spat. These wolves are too stingy. They won't even give me a single spirit crystal. Despite the scolding, Wei Qi took out the skinning knife and happily peeled off the wolf skin. Wolf skins are still good goods that can be sold at a high price. Wei Qi killed more than 10 demon wolves in a row and felt extremely happy. The curse mark on his left arm was faintly red. The evil Sakura blade is mainly used for group attacks, and all its skills are group damage. When combined with ignoring defense, killing monsters of the same level is as easy as drinking water. Wei Qi is increasingly looking forward to how perverted the skills he will unlock after taking back the evil Sakura sword will be. Swish! Long Yuxuan appeared silently behind Wei Qi. Junior brother, you haven't received any professional combat training, right? Well, I just hacked it randomly. Long Yuxuan is a responsible person. Since he calls her senior sister, she wants to train Wei Qi well. Junior brother, come with me. Long Yuxuan whistled. Her armored rhinoceros slowly emerged from the void, releasing an aura of over 40 levels. The nearby monsters were frightened and fled. Long Yuxuan brought Wei Qi to the entrance of the cave she had just selected. Senior sister? Junior brother, ordinary beastmasters can rely on their beasts to fight, but when we enter the demon blood transformation, we can only summon our own beasts. It is inevitable that we will have to fight ourselves, so I want to teach you some basic body training techniques. Wei Qi smiled and said, Thank you, senior sister. Seeing that Wei Qi showed no sign of disgust, Long Yuxuan was very impressed. Her expression was very serious. Battle and killing enemies can be roughly divided into 2 types, spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation. Spiritual cultivation is a beastmaster who can use spiritual seal techniques, talents, or skills attached to spiritual weapons to fight and kill enemies. Wei Qi nodded. Martial arts practitioners use the simplest physical damage to inflict death on their enemies. For example, assassins in the secular world, any beastmaster who hasn't broken through to the Xianshi realm, could be assassinated by martial arts practitioners. The assassin takes the initiative to attack and kills the summoner instantly. Those who understand will understand. Long Yuxuan continued, the demon blood transformation is equivalent to the dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts. We can use spiritual techniques to fight, and we can also use our powerful physical bodies to attack the enemy. Martial arts training is mainly divided into 4 categories: eye skills, ear skills, leg skills, and hard skills. Eye skill, improve your vision. By observing carefully, you can discover the enemy's weaknesses. Ear skills, improve your hearing. The hearing and location technique mentioned in martial arts novels is not groundless. Practicing it in the Mahayana stage can help you predict enemy attacks and evade them. Leg skills are also called Qinggong. If you can't beat me, I'll run away. If you can, I'll chase you and beat you to death. Hard work, improve your body's ability to withstand blows, and you can improve it repeatedly by being beaten like a spirit pet. Senior sister was beaten a lot in the past. Long Yuxuan smiled a little weirdly. Wei Qi felt something was wrong. Could it be that senior sister is itching to beat me up? Chapter 183 Senior Sister's Shock. Wei Qi smiled awkwardly. Senior sister, you are not going to beat me up, are you? Long Yuxuan smiled lightly. It's just a sparring match between fellow disciples. How can it be called a beating? Wei Qi. Junior brother, I'll teach you a little trick for cultivating spiritual power. When you meditate, you can focus your consciousness on the Baihui acupoint. This will increase your meditation efficiency. Baihui acupoint. Wei Qi looked confused. Long Yuxuan is 1.8 meters tall, about the same height as Wei Qi. She reached out and patted Wei Qi's crown. The Baihui acupoint is where all the spiritual meridians in the body converge, and it's connected to the brain. Opening up the Baihui acupoint can increase your lifespan. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wei Qi meditated on the spot with half belief and half doubt. He felt relieved with Liang Shui and his senior sister guarding him. Putting aside all distracting thoughts and entering a meditative state, Wei Qi focused his consciousness on the top of his head. He could feel that there seemed to be an acupuncture point above his head, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was sucked into his body through the acupuncture point. Wei Qi suddenly opened his eyes. My cultivation speed has really increased. Thank you, senior sister. Long Yuxuan felt sweet when he was called senior sister all the time. Junior brother, we don't need the demon blood transformation this time. She smiled like a flower and pinched her waist confidently. To be fair, senior sister will use this level 25 Night Shadow Phantom Bowl to spar with you. Although Wei Qi was a little afraid of pain, he fully agreed in order to become stronger and to protect his beloved. Come out, Xiaoying. Mare. A giant black bull, nearly 3 meters tall, with strong muscles, sharp black horns on its head and red eyes, walked out of the void. It lowered its head and rubbed Long Yuxuan's arm to show affection. Junior brother, my senior sister's talent is SSS-Level, Bloody Battle. You have to be careful. Wei Qi rubbed Liang Shui's fox ears. My talent is C-level projection. Liang Shui, prepare to fight. Shui will do her best. Liang Shui transformed into the ice-cold Ice Flame's six-tailed pride and stood in front of his master, protecting him tightly. A hint of confusion flashed across Long Yuxuan's eyes. Junior brother's bloodline potential is even better than hers. Why is his talent level only C? Long Yuxuan didn't want to hurt her junior brother, so she gently rolled up her sleeves and began to explain. The Night Shadow Ox is a melee pet that excels at strength and speed. Be sure not to get hit by its horns. Senior sister, I have a question. Huh? Long Yuxuan was a little surprised. Wei Qi smiled and said, Senior sister is obviously a beautiful lady with outstanding temperament. So why do the spirit pets she chooses are all huge melee-type spirit pets? Girls should like cute and pretty ones. Because they are powerful and reliable, they are partners worth entrusting your life to. Long Yuxuan was not as delicate as other women and laughed heartily. I see. Come on, junior brother. The smile on Long Yuxuan's face gradually disappeared, replaced by absolute seriousness. Wei Qi also wanted to test his limits. How long could he last without using Long Yin, the evil Sakura blade, the mountain and sea seal, and the demon blood transformation? Long Yin stood silently at the top of the cave, staring at Wei Qi and Long Yuxuan with her beautiful red eyes. Come on, master. Liang Shui, are you confident of winning? Wei Qi asked in his heart. As long as you are here, Shui can do anything. Good. Wei Qi took out a spear made of fine steel from the space ring. He really likes the lethality and offensiveness of long weapons. The silencing flame shock blade and the 6S charming demon shot are his killing trump cards. Sister, it might hurt if you get poked by this thing. It's okay, come on. Liang Shui arched her body and flew out, launching the first fierce attack. Several sharp ice spears flew towards the huge Night Shadow Bull first. Moo. The Night Shadow Ox growled, and the fur on its body shone with a dark luster, and its fur defense was obviously enhanced by the skill. Snap. As expected, Liang Shui's icy light leaped and hit Yang Yunyu's body, but did not cause any major wounds. Soul-locking charge. The painful Night Shadow Yunyu locked his eyes on Liang Shui and kicked forward with his hind legs that had already accumulated strength to launch a charge. The horns on the top of the head flashed with red light. The melee spirit pet was indeed thick-skinned and tough, and Wei Qi quickly cast a projection in front of Liang Shui. As Wei Qi's level continued to rise, the power of his bloodline gradually awakened. It only takes a thought to cast a projection. Boom. A cement wall 7 layers thick appeared out of nowhere to block Night Shadow Yunyu's soul-locking charge. Its horns had pierced the cement and it had lost its target. Swish swish. Liang Shui seized the opportunity to perform Phantom Assault and flashed behind the Night Shadow Ox. Her 6 big tails grabbed 3 of the Night Shadow Ox's limbs and easily tripped it. Seeing this, Long Yuxuan frowned slightly. My junior brother had so much combat experience that he could see at a glance that Night Shadow Ox's weakness was its 4 legs. Given its physique, if it falls, the time it takes to get up is enough for it to be killed several times. Wei Qi doesn't have much combat experience now, but Liang Shui does. Jimmy Aisha tripped Yang Junyu and fired the ice cannon at Yang Junyu's butt. Junior brother, you fought well. Long Yuxuan's body instantly moved in front of Yang Yunyu. She clenched her fists and shouted, Jue Tianin. Her first spiritual seal can cause ranged knockback, slow down, and stun to all enemies around her. Boom. I saw the phantom of an ancient giant elephant flash behind Long Yuxuan. The giant elephant stomped down, and her fist landed at the same time. The explosive force caused Liang Shui and Wei Qi's vision to turn white, and their bodies flew backwards like cannonballs. Bang! Both of them were blown away 30 meters away. Wei Qi, with stars in his eyes, understood for the first time the disgusting feeling of being knocked back and dizzy. The bangs on Long Yuxuan's forehead were slightly spread out and fluttered in the wind. She raised one of her straight, strong, and extremely voluptuous legs and struck a handsome and cool pose. Junior brother, my talent can support my spirit pets, absorbing the damage they take and counterattacking them at the same time. You have to be careful. Wei Qi climbed out of the deep pit, his face covered in dust and dirt, and said, Senior sister, your talent is too poor. Night Shadow Yunyu launched an elite initiative. Embers charged towards Wei Qi, who had just stood up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Night Shadow Ox's body instantly turned into 3 identical black cows. Each cow had the same expression, and it was difficult to tell the real one from the fake one. Junior brother, pay attention to Night Shadow Yunyu's movements. Do you want to test my eyesight? I'll just skip class. Wei Qi waved his hand, and 2 identical projections appeared around him. Seeing this, Long Yuxuan opened his mouth in surprise. This. 3 Wei Qi, 3 Liang Shui. Which one is true? She had never heard of any projector that could create living projections. Chapter 184 The Legend of the Dragon King. Wei Qi and Liang Shui's real bodies have separated. They rushed towards Long Yuxuan in 2 directions, bypassing Yang Yunyu's attack. Nightshade Phantom's Ember Charge creates 2 phantom clones that deal 50% damage to confuse the opponent. But it cannot control the illusion and act independently, as Wei Qi does. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Night Shadow Bulls can only choose to crash into 2 groups of enemies that are closer. The real Wei Qi held a gun and protected his chest as he withstood the charge of Yang Yunyu. His chest was filled with blood and energy, and he was almost blown away. With the help of Wei Qi's cover, Liang Shui successfully raided to the left side of Long Yuxuan. She was about to use the ice cannon to end the fight. Unexpectedly, Long Yuxuan made a tactical roll and came to the feet of Wei Qi's phantom. He blew the phantom with a standard whirlwind kick and successfully avoided Liang Shui's ice cannon. How is that possible? Liang Shui was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she had encountered a human being with such quick reaction. Long Yuxuan quickly recalled Yang Yunyu to defend Liang Shui. She slowly approached Wei Qi with satisfaction in her eyes. Junior brother, although your projection is a little strange, it's still not hidden perfectly. Your little fox likes to run with its right foot, but the phantom foxes you control all run with their left foot. This is the importance of ear skills. Senior sister, you should go play CF. CF? What's that? Long Yuxuan tilted his head slightly. Junior brother, using your true form to lure the enemy is a good tactic, but the prerequisite is a strong body. She stretched out her right hand towards Wei Qi. The sparring is over. Get up, junior brother. Wei Qi was originally right-handed, but after his left arm turned into a demon arm, he gradually got used to using his left hand. Unexpectedly, this subconscious habit allowed the senior sister to recognize his true identity. Old Ginger is still spicy. Wei Qi stretched out his right hand and held Long Yuxuan's small hand. Senior sister's hands are very long and beautiful, suitable for playing the piano, not fighting bloody battles with Warcraft. Long Yuxuan nodded. The purpose of the sparring just now was to let you know the advantages of martial arts and combat. I will teach you slowly in the future. Liang Shui raised her right paw and looked at Wei Qi's left hand. Should Shui become left-handed for her master? Wei Qi slowly calmed the surging blood in his chest. It seemed that he still needed to exercise a lot. Long Yuxuan looked at Wei Qi's back, then at the half-broken concrete barrier. A projection with the ability to materialize. This was an ability she had never heard of before. If my junior brother can break through the Xianwang realm and sublime his talent, and if he awakens a projection with the ability to cause actual damage, that would be extremely abnormal. If there wasn't a slight difference in the steps of Liang Shui and the fake Liang Shui, Long Yuxuan wouldn't be able to tell which one was real and which one was fake. She was hesitating whether to tell her father about Wei Qi's talent, so that her father would pay more attention to his junior fellow apprentice. Senior sister. Wei Qi, who was walking in front, suddenly turned back. What's wrong? Senior sister, could you please not tell other people about my affairs? Wei Qi asked with his hands clasped together. Oh, my talent is a little special, and I don't understand it myself, so I hope senior sister won't tell anyone else. It would be terrible if it causes misunderstandings. Little brat, why are you still using your talent in front of your senior sister? Long Yuxuan covered his mouth and smiled. I trust senior sister. She said she would protect me, so she won't tell anyone, right? Long Yuxuan straightened his back and said, "Of course, but you must also promise senior sister that you can't use this ability to deceive the weak." "Don't worry. Long Yuxuan knows that everyone has the right to privacy. Since her junior brother trusts her so much, she cannot let him down. After all, she is Wei Qi's senior sister." Wei Qi touched her belly, then tilted her head to look at Long Yin, who was sitting with her legs crossed and her chin in her hands above the cave. "Long Yin, are you hungry?" "Humph, I won't be hungry." He tilted his head and looked at Long Yuxuan again. "Senior sister, are you hungry?" A hint of curiosity flashed across Long Yuxuan's brows. Junior brother, after breaking through to the great mystical master, the beast tamer no longer relies on eating to complete basic excretion. Senior sister is not hungry. Liang Shui's face was filled with black lines. "You have such low EQ." She happily came up behind Wei Qi and said, Master Shui is hungry." Wei Qi touched Liang Shui's head and said, "My Liang Shui is hungry. I also want to take a break. Senior sister, would you like to try my cooking?" "Can you cook?" "Of course." Wei Qi has not yet cultivated to the level of a great mystic master. Controlling a spirit pet to fight consumes a lot of mental energy, and the body's energy is consumed quickly, so it will naturally become hungry. It's very safe with my senior sister's armored rhinoceros nearby. Wei Qi summoned Long Yin, Bairong, and Liang Shui. "Wow, Master Bairong misses you so much." Watermelon Knife, who didn't like wearing pants, ran over and hugged Wei Qi's head, crying like a child. Long Yuxuan looked at the beauties with different body shapes and styles beside his junior brother and subconsciously touched his chest. "Oh my God, what did you eat to grow up?" "Senior sister, what did you say?" While Wei Qi was directing Liang Shui to help set up the tent, he freed his head from Bairong's t-shirt. Long Yuxuan's face turned red, and he tilted his head, not daring to look directly at her. "Junior brother, everyone is busy fighting for the treasure. Are you really not anxious if you don't work hard?" "There's no point in being anxious. Some things can't be rushed. It is said that Qi Feili has 9 tombs, and the evil Sakura sword is buried in only one of them. So Wei Qi is not in a hurry. He had only 2 purposes for this trip. 1. Take back the evil Sakura sword. 2. Help Shin Miao find a thunder-attributed spirit pet to fulfill the original agreement." Wei Qi lay beside Long Yin and whispered a few words. The seemingly aloof demon dragon king raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you?" "It's a deal." This king has been looking forward to new clothes for a long time. Long Yin walked away muttering to herself, then transformed into the arrogant demon dragon king and flew into the sky. Long Yuxuan was a little curious. "Junior brother, what is she doing alone? Isn't this too dangerous?" "Oh, that's right, senior sister. I asked Long Yin to clear out the nearby monsters and bring back the most valuable items." "Oh." Long Yuxuan was stunned. The secret realm is full of monsters. Can Long Yin solve it alone? She followed with some concern to protect Long Yin. As a result, Long Yuxuan saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Long Yin flew to the center of the secret realm in a flash. With a simple move, the crazy dragon out of the sea pulled 1/3 of the monsters in the first floor of the great secret realm to his front. The ground beneath Long Yin's feet was devastated and blood flowed like a river. The shattered corpses of monsters, the crushed trees, and the blood-red lotuses soared into the sky. The end of the world is just like this. The highest level monsters in the first level of the mythic realm are only a little over level 30. How could they possibly withstand the overwhelming force of the mythic dragon king's most powerful skill? On this day, countless monsters saw their grandmother at the same time. That day, the monsters in the secret realm recalled the fear of being dominated by the Dragon King, who knew that this spendthrift woman, Long Yin, did not destroy the corpses of the monsters. The mountains of wealth attracted countless Beastmasters to take action, resulting in countless casualties. While Wei Qi was eating hot pot and singing, his companions were already fighting over a piece of 3rd-level spirit crystal, with their heads broken and bleeding. Since then, Tianxian Star has had a new strange story. Every time a secret realm is born, someone will see a giant black dragon flying across the sky, and then all the monsters will die suddenly and mysteriously. This is how later generations evaluated it. It only needs to make a slight move to kill most of the monsters in the secret realm. That day, it put its hands in its pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. That's right, it is the evil flame fallen dragon. General Yu's evaluation of it is, even 5-star reviewer York Arthur commented in this way. So how powerful is the evil flame fallen dragon? The large-scale documentary, Dragon King Legend documentary, continues to be broadcast for you. The 3rd update is completed. A simple daily transition, followed by continuous battles. I like more daily deductions. If you like fighting more, give it a 2. I like the main line to be faster than 3. I like the 4th deduction with more branches. I would like to collect everyone's ideas and synthesize them. Chapter 185 Objects. Master Hug. The unique fragrance of a young girl penetrates into my nostrils. Duang duang duang. Liang Shui was chopping pork with a kitchen knife and didn't look happy. Wei Qi asked Long Yin to clear out the monsters near the cave, and her senior sister was not around because she was worried about her safety. Sister Master hee. Bai Rong showed a natural smile, and she stretched out her little hand to touch Wei Qi's hair in a friendly manner. Bai Rong, just sit here. Good. Wei Qi placed Bai Rong on a small plastic stool and quietly walked behind Liang Shui. Liang Shui, who was chopping meat vigorously, was frightened by Wei Qi and her tail stood up straight. Ah, Master. Wei Qi stuck close to Liang Shui's back and slowly snatched the kitchen knife with his right hand. Shui, you must be tired after fighting all the way, right? Shui is not tired. Wei Qi looked down at Liang Shui, whose pretty face was flushed, and her pair of wilted fox ears, and felt like playing with them. Is this the temptation of a vixen? No wonder King Zhou was unwilling to leave his embrace of beauty, even though he knew Daji was a vixen. I understand. Liang Shui shuddered all over, and her big tail swung restlessly. Bai Rong is still over there. Don't mess around. She turned a blind eye. Liang Shui is a fox spirit with ice attributes, and she doesn't have the coquettish temperament of a normal fox spirit. But the inherent gentleness and cold temperament give Wei Qi a sense of conqueror. Pa. The kitchen knife fell to the ground. Master, the meal will be ready soon. Don't make trouble. Okay. Bai Rong, who had nothing to do, heard that there was food to eat, so she walked to Wei Qi excitedly. Master, what is a watermelon? It's a delicious melon, sweet and very thirst-quenching. Bai Rong doesn't like sweet things. Ziguideo frowned slightly, as if wondering why watermelon is sweet. Roar! A huge black dragon descended from the sky and transformed into a dragon beauty with a perfect figure and black stockings after landing. Long Yin clapped her hands. Just a few magical beasts, all taken care of. Shocked, Long Yuxuan also returned to the cave entrance. She covered her cherry lips and said, Junior brother, the power of the Demon Dragon King is too abnormal. With one move, he killed all the nearby monsters instantly. Huh? Junior brother, why is your face a little red? Wei Qi lowered her head and split the prepared watermelon with a knife, then took out a slice and handed it to Long Yuxuan. Maybe it's watermelon juice? Senior sister, try it. These are all melons from the greenhouse. Thank you, junior brother. Long Yuxuan took the watermelon and took a small bite. So sweet. Long Yin had no interest in watermelon. She held a handful of glittering spiritual seals in her palm. So beautiful. Wei Qi knew that the dragon clan liked shiny things, so he did not take back the large number of spirit seals to sell. Let's increase Long Yan's trust first. Long Yin looked at the beautiful fox girl who was chopping meat happily, and a hint of doubt arose in her heart. She always felt that Wei Qi had deliberately sent her away. The sensitive and suspicious little fox noticed the gaze behind her, her tail raised high, and her brain was extremely excited. Bai Rong's beautiful pink eyes swept across Long Yuxuan and then at Long Yin. She tilted her head and pointed at Long Yin. Master, eat. With her ears erect, Liang Shui instantly wrapped her tail around Bai Rong's mouth and pulled her into her arms. Bai Rong, go draw a beautiful picture for the master to see. Bai Rong nodded like a simple child. Yeah. Bai Rong, suddenly inspired, immediately pulled out a drawing board and paintbrush from under her skirt, swinging her arms wildly, her eyes full of seriousness. Long Yin, who had nothing to do, walked behind Bai Rong. Master, what do you think I'll give you as a reward next time? Do you want to go steal melons with me? Long Yuxuan threw the watermelon rind on the ground and wiped his mouth. Junior brother, this watermelon is really good. It's really good. The sound of Liang Shui chopping meat became louder and louder. Chapter 186 Long Yan's Love. After eating the melon, Long Yuxuan invisibly helped Wei Qi out of trouble. Long Yin pursed her lips and continued to admire Bai Rong's painting. Wei Qi immediately stopped Liang Shui, who was about to start cooking. He was worried that his senior sister would fall asleep after eating the food cooked by Liang Shui. Stir-fry with crackling sound. The stir-fried pork with fragrant peppers is ready. Long Yuxuan sniffed and leaned over unconsciously. Junior brother, I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious. Bai Rong hardly eats, and Long Yin feels a little uncomfortable in front of outsiders. Liang Shui set the table and sat beside Wei Qi with a smile on her face, looking like a good wife. Wei Qi threw her apron aside and sat opposite Long Yuxuan. Senior sister, please try this. It's pure wild pork. Then you're welcome, senior sister. A hint of anticipation flashed in Long Yuxuan's eyes, and she picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. The tender slices of meat paired with the delicious sauce constantly stimulated her taste buds. Long Yuxuan shuddered all over, and his eyes became a little moist. Master Schwer will help you pick up the food. Wei Qi had just taken 2 bites when he noticed that something was not right with Long Yuxuan. Senior sister? Long Yuxuan quickly closed her eyes and forced back her tears, but the slightly red corners of her eyes still betrayed her. What's wrong, junior brother? You seem crying? Can't you eat spicy food? Wei Qi scratched his head in self-blame. Could it be that this little farm pepper really makes people cry? Long Yuxuan wiped his nose, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. No, not really. My junior brother made delicious fried pork with chili peppers. I just miss my mom. Senior sister's mother. Wei Qi slowly put down his bowl and chopsticks. He died very early. Long Yuxuan smiled bitterly. Father has been very busy. This is the first time that senior sister has eaten a hot meal made by her family. I am quite happy. Wei Qi frowned slightly. Senior sister, is the commander-in-chief really that busy? He should have time to cook a meal for his daughter, right? My father taught me since I was young that one should be open and honest, have a sense of justice, and do good deeds. The nature of his job meant he couldn't take care of his family. His mother died early, and I've long been accustomed to this kind of life. Senior sister, do you hate this kind of life? Long Yuxuan smiled and shook his head. No, I like this kind of life. I'm very fortunate to be the daughter of the Dragon Guard Commander-in-Chief. Like my father, I can fight for the people of Dawn and for a better tomorrow. But senior sister sacrificed her original life. Wei Qi sighed lightly. Long Yuxuan devoured a large bowl of rice and said with a smile, Senior sister may not be able to become a man of integrity like my father, but I can protect those who are useful to the people of the world. Liang Xue's fox ears stood up slightly. Based on Long Yuxuan's words and attitude, it is not difficult to guess that Commander-in-Chief Long too wants to train Wei Qi to be his successor. The Tianxian alliance of the previous life eventually collapsed under the encroachment of the Tianming Palace. The final outcome for Long Tu and Long Yuxuan is probably death. What would Schwer do if her master joined the Tianxian alliance? Liang Xue fell into thought. After hearing what Long Yuxuan said, Wei Qi felt sincere admiration from the bottom of his heart. There is absolutely no way he would give up everything he has to fight for the common people. People always yearn for the beautiful things they don't have. After dinner, Long Yuxuan took the initiative to help Wei Qi Liang Xue wash the dishes and tidy up the sundries. Long Yin stretched gracefully and said, I feel a little tired. I will go back and rest for a while. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember to call me. Wei Qi said, Long Yin, I don't plan to let go. I want you to be my eternal spiritual pet. Long Yin, as usual, was arrogant. She crossed her arms and looked at Wei Qi. Huh? I am the lord of the demonic dragons who controls chaos. How could I possibly be your pet? Huh? Wei Qi reached out and hugged her graceful body. I will defeat Adikos to avenge you, and I will also help you revive the dragon clan. Since you're so eager for me, then do your best and let me see what you're capable of. Long Yan's tail danced restlessly. She hurriedly broke free from Wei Qi's arms and ran back to the beast-controlling space, as if escaping, rolling around on the bed with her pillow in her arms. Ding trust value increased to 62. The Demon Dragon King raised his head in panic. How is that possible? Is this the enslavement effect of the mountain and sea seal? It must be like this. It's not that my body needs him. Yes, it's all Shanhain's fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be conquered by him so easily. You're just a human. Don't be so arrogant. This king will not let you conquer me so easily. Long Yin looked at the crystal white middle finger, wondering what she was thinking. Shanhain. Yes, it was all done by me. You are so noble, and you are amazing. If you want to truly conquer Long Yin, you must completely defeat her. The current strength is far from enough. Liang Xue seemed to be able to feel Wei Qi's inner emotions. Master, believe in yourself. Schwer will always support you. Just then, Long Yuxuan on the side suddenly said seriously, If you don't come out, don't force Long's men to be ruthless. Wei Qi was brought back to reality by a voice. A figure flashed by not far away in the forest. Wei Qi took a closer look and found that it was the old man riding a snake from the Wen family. What is he here for? Wen Ji saluted with both hands. Commander Long, don't shoot. They are one of us. Long Yuxuan slowly released his fighting stance, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. It's you? What do you want to do? Chapter 187 Tianxian Blessed Land. When Liang Shui saw a stranger appear in the distance, she immediately transformed into a fox and jumped onto Wei Qi's shoulder. As a mature and virtuous wife, the first thing to do is not to cause trouble to the master. By Rome, go back to the beast-taming space obediently. Liang Shui's voice, which was intimidating without being angry, made the simple-minded Bai Rong obey her. When the natal spirit pet and the Beastmaster's spirit intersect, ordinary spirit pets will instinctively fear them. Oh, Sister Liang Shui. Bai Rong stuffed the drawing board into her white shirt and turned into a red light and flew back to the beast-taming space. Wei Qi scratched his head in surprise. What is another dimension? By the way, Bai Rong's trust value has unknowingly increased to 50. He also wanted to be a domineering pastry chef and use simple techniques to knead dough. There is still a long way to go. Wen Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly raised his hands above his head. Long Yuxuan's perception is too terrifying. He originally wanted to secretly observe the movements of Wei Qi and others for a while. I didn't expect to be discovered directly. As he looked at the handsome and beautiful woman who gradually became clearer, a glimmer of longing flashed in Wen Ji's eyes. Long Yuxuan is a tall and well-proportioned beauty, although her dressing style is very conservative and she doesn't reveal anything. But the perfect figure that can only be achieved through years of exercise and the natural beauty of her bloodline highlight her unique style and beauty, especially those long, stylish, and strong legs. If she could put on some extremely seductive thin black stockings, she would definitely make countless men kneel down at her feet. Wen Ji is very old and has never come into contact with a decent beauty in his life. After he became a dog of the Wen family, he could no longer enjoy the beautiful girls in the secular world. He quickly suppressed the lust rising in his heart and lowered his head. How could a handsome and heroic lady like Commander Long be interested in a mediocre person like him? If I could spend a night happily with such a beauty, my life would be worthwhile. Wen Ji suddenly had the urge to defect to Long Wei and change from being a dog for the Wen family to being a dog for Long Yuxuan. What if I can lick the goddess? Thinking of this, he quickly erased the terrible thoughts in his mind. Wen Ji has been a dog for the Wen family for more than 20 years, and the sunk cost of changing owners is too high. Moreover, the power of Tianming Palace is growing stronger and stronger, and it is only a matter of time before the Tianxian alliance collapses. Commander Long, my name is Wen Ji, and I am the second young master's protector. Long Yuxuan is kind to others and will not ridicule or curse his enemies. Oh, it's Mr. Wen. What can I do for you? Wen Ji clenched his fists and struggled for a long time before slowly saying, Commander Long, something unpleasant happened between my young master and your fellow apprentice. To express my apology, my young master wants to compensate you. The head of the Wen family is the legendary figure of Longhua, Master Wen. This person has a very high level of cultivation and is said to be about to break through to the 8th level of Xian Emperor. He is upright and kind, often doing justice, and is deeply supported by the people. He is known as the Tianlong hero and is the right-hand man of the Dragon Emperor. Wei Qi once told Qin Shijue not to tell anyone the news that Wen Taoyuan had betrayed the human race. Long Yuxuan, Dragon Emperor Qin Tianhua, and Principal Zhui Tianhong were all unaware that Wen Taoyuan had a greedy demon hidden within him. Therefore, Long Yuxuan's overall impression of the Wen family is quite good. Just now, I didn't teach Wen Taowu a lesson just for the sake of Master Wen's face. I see. You can discuss this with your junior brother. Long Yuxuan secretly praised in his heart. He is worthy of being the grandson of Master Wen. He knows to apologize and make compensation after doing something wrong. Who can be without mistakes except saints? The friendly Long Yuxuan didn't take it too seriously. Wei Qi's brain was thinking rapidly. Wen Taoyuan's protector is Wen Qinghe. Wen Taoyu's protector is Wen Ji. Could these two brothers have something to do with Tianming Palace? Be bolder. The entire Wen family is secretly working for Tianming Palace? Or maybe the palace master of Tianming Palace is Grand Tutor Wen. Otherwise, how could Tianming Palace know all the information about Qin Shijue? Wei Qi and Liang Shui looked at each other. The weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chicken. It has no good intentions. Let's use one of the 36 stratagems to use the opponent's strategy against them. Wei Qi smiled and took a step forward. What's the matter, Mr. Wen? Wen Ji smiled kindly. My young master found a blessed place on the 2nd level of the Great Secret Realm. You are Commander Long's junior apprentice. Our Wen family would like to make friends with you, so we are offering this blessed place to you too. Long Yuxuan exclaimed in surprise. Tianxian blessed land? Yes, it is Tianxian blessed land. Long Yuxuan desperately winked at Wei Qi, signaling him to agree. Seeing this, Wei Qi agreed. Okay, for senior sister's sake, let's put this matter to rest. Wen Ji smiled and said, The new dragon tournament is about to begin. The Wen family welcomes Brother Wei and Commander Long to visit the capital. I will take my leave first. Goodbye, Mr. Wen. Long Yuxuan said politely. When Ji left happily, Wei Qi looked at his back, a hint of doubt in his eyes. What is Tianxian Fudi? After Wen Ji left, Long Yuxuan smiled and patted Wei Qi on the shoulder. Junior brother, we are blessed. Wei Qi. Junior brother, you may not know that within the great secret realm of Tianxian Star, there are small spaces with rich spiritual energy hidden within them. Beastmaster's cultivation speed in these small spaces will increase exponentially. Even someone like me who is stuck at the peak will find it easier to gain insights and achieve breakthroughs. These small spaces are the so-called Tianxian Blessed Land. Well, it is said that the Tianxian Blessed Land was transformed from the ancestors of the human race after their death. Only humans like us who enter it can enjoy the buff of accelerated cultivation. Liang Shui didn't feel any loss after hearing this. Long Yuxuan was right. Some of the Tianxian Blessed Lands were only effective for humans. There are also some Tianxian Blessed places in the world that are only effective against monsters. In her previous life, she had found a blessed land beneath the abyss of the ancient forbidden area. It was there that she broke through the Saint Destruction and became the master. In this life, Liang Shui cannot use the power of Tianshu Order to enter the ancient forbidden area. She planned to wait until Wei Qi broke through to the Xianhuang or Xuandi realm and then lead her master there, allowing all his spirit pets to enter the blessed land for training. By then, Long Yin would definitely be able to recover her original strength, and maybe with luck, she could even break through to the Saint Destroyer level. The Holy Destroyer Dragon is the peak combat force on Tianxian Star and is an invincible existence. Should the owner's dreams come true one by one? Wei Qi naturally had no idea of the little fox's thoughts on his shoulder. He smelled an indescribable weirdness. Is Wen Taowu crazy? I almost killed him with one blow, but instead of biting back, he offered me an opportunity? It is not ruled out that Wen Taowu wants to use Wei Qi to establish a relationship with Long Yuxuan. But isn't this slide too fast? Could it be that all this was the intention of the fifth prince who was beside him? Unfortunately, Wen Taoyuan left Wei Qi with a strange impression that the Wen family can even tolerate being cuckolded in public to achieve certain goals. He always felt that there was something fishy about the so-called Tianxian Blessed Land. However, we cannot completely rule out the possibility that Wen Taowu wanted to make friends with Wei Qi and thus get to know Long Yuxuan. Should we go to this blessed land? The third update is completed. I think I understand what everyone is thinking. Everyone knows me, I can't drive at all. By the way, which heroine do you like more? Cool Snow, Long Yin, Bai Rong Sisters, Lu Suyu, Shin Miao, Qin Shijue, Su Chan, Small Lime, Long Yuxuan. During the Chinese New Year, I will add 1 to 2 chapters of extra stories based on popularity to improve the heroine's character without spoiling the plot. Chapter 188 Long Yin secretly upgrades. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Long Yuxuan smiled and shook the yellow booklet in his hand. Nothing, I was just thinking that Tianxian Fudi is a really good place. Long Yuxuan handed the map, left by Wen Ji, to Wei Qi. Don't worry, junior brother. With senior sister here, they won't dare to have any bad thoughts. Wei Qi took the yellow booklet with shock in his eyes. The yellow booklet left by Wen Ji and the story between the unknowing father and the slave teacher that Wei Qi bought from the storyteller for 100 yuan are extremely similar in texture. Wei Qi quickly opened the map, left by Wen Ji. How can they be so similar? Liang Shui also widened her eyes in shock. Wei Qi closed the yellow booklet, and a strange idea came to his mind. The storyteller in Giant Snake City is related to the Wen family in the royal capital. Because the map left by Wen Ji did show some rough forests and tunnels. This coincides with the code word left by the storyteller. Travel through the forest and find the tunnel. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and decided to confess to his senior sister to see what she thought. Senior sister. What's wrong? Wei Qi took the initiative to pass the story between the unknowing father and the slave teacher to Long Yuxuan. You may not believe this, but the 7th princess's kidnapping is related to Wen Taoyuan. He has a greedy demon lurking within him. Long Yuxuan's pupils suddenly dilated, and she took the booklet from Wei Qi's hand with a questioning look. Junior brother, what is this? This is a piece of junk I bought from a mysterious storyteller in Serpent City. I thought it was just graffiti or a prank, but I didn't expect it to match the map sent by the Wen family. Senior sister, I suspect Wen Taowu has other intentions. Long Yuxuan is not a fool either. She immediately grasped the accidental superposition of the whole incident. How could the wares sold by the vendors in Giant Snake City be connected to the Wen family in the royal capital? This secret place appears in the world for the first time. How could anyone know the levels and the final treasure? How does the storyteller know that there must be an ancient tomb deep in the secret realm? Junior brother, is what you said true? Is Grand Tutor Wen's grandson really a spy from the Tianming Palace? Long Yuxuan said with a serious expression. Well, there were no witnesses to this incident. I saw with my own eyes that when Taoyuan's body was devoured by the devil. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Wei Qi spread his hands. One side is the descendant of a world-famous hero. The other party is a junior fellow student whom I have just met for a few days. Long Yuxuan didn't know who he should trust. She thought for a while, then slowly raised her eyes and said, Junior brother, this matter is too unbelievable. Please allow me to take my time. Wei Qi's expression was calm. What I'm trying to say is that this gift from the Wen family is too strange. Although I know that Wen Taoyuan is a spy from the Tianming Palace, no one knows that I'm the only eyewitness. Long Yuxuan clenched his fists. If Wen Taowu is a spy from Tianming Palace, does the fifth prince beside him know about it? She didn't want to think badly of things or turn them into conspiracy theories. If the prince of this country and important officials in the court secretly collude with the rebels, there will definitely be a disaster in the future that will affect the lives of countless people. Junior brother, let's go to Tianxian Blessed Land and take a look. If they really collude with Tianming Palace to rebel, the people will be plunged into dire straits again. Wei Qi nodded. I also hope this is just a coincidence. If Wen Tao Wuzhen has an affair with Tianming Palace, the following tomb exploration journey will be extremely dangerous. Tianming Palace is in the light, and Wei Qi is in the dark. Therefore, Wen Taowu definitely did not set a trap for Wei Qi because of the Giant Snake City incident in order to kill him and silence him. So what is their purpose? Is it the treasure in Qi Feili's tomb? Not really. If they really were after the treasure, why would they deliberately reveal the news of Tianxian Blessed Land to us? Why add competitors to yourself? Could it be that because of the previous feud, Wen Taowu was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge, so he deliberately spread false news to ambush Wei Qi? Wrong. Wen Taowu clearly knew that the deputy commander of the Canglong Guard was my senior sister. If they could have defeated Long Yuxuan, they would have done it just now. There was no need to run away in shame. Unless Wen Taowu got kicked in the head by a donkey. The possibility is very small. Wei Qi thought for a long time, but still couldn't guess the other party's true purpose. Never mind. Don't think about useless things. Putting aside the invincible Long Yan, senior sister's combat power is almost invincible in this secret realm. Even if it was really an ambush by the other party, Wei Qi was not afraid. No venture, no gain. I want to see what chess you are playing. Wei Qi packed his luggage and then headed to a towering tree not far away. According to the markings on the Wenji map, Tianxian Blessed Land is at the end of the tunnel, near the second-floor entrance of the Great Secret Realm. The towering tree in front that looks like an umbrella is the landmark of the first level of the Secret Realm. As long as you find the marker and follow the map, you can find the tunnel leading to the second level of the Secret Realm. Long Yuxuan, whose CPU was red and hot, followed Wei Qi silently. Master Wen and her father are both heroes in her mind. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. How could the descendants of Grand Tutor Wen be spies who collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country for their own selfish desires? The education that Long Yuxuan received since childhood was, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As a member of the Xianren tribe, one of the rarest among millions, she has always worked hard for the happiness of all mankind and strived for a peaceful and harmonious society. When Long Yuxuan grew up, he gradually realized that his beliefs had been laughed at and mocked by countless enemies. They say they don't understand human nature at all. The only thing Long Yuxuan can do is stick to his beliefs and keep moving forward. Wei Qi left the remote cave and returned to the forest avenue. Liang Shui transformed into a big white fox, crawled onto Wei Qi's lap, and carried him towards the huge ancient tree with a unique shape. Wei Qi suddenly noticed that there were more and more passers-by ahead. The green grass ahead was dyed red by the dirty blood. The others heard the sound and turned to look. Liang Shui, with its handsome appearance and built-in hoof flame special effects, is like the top-quality mount sold for 888888 in the online game. The return rate is full. Holy crap, this guy's fox is so handsome. Nima, it comes with athlete's foot special effects. Brother, are you selling your spirit pet? Oh my god, this white fox is at least at the emperor level. Let's stay away from him. Wei Qi sniffed the bloody scent in the air and thought to himself, Long Yan, was this your doing? Uh-huh. What did you say? There was a hint of panic in Long Yan's trembling voice. Wei Qi's consciousness entered the beast taming space to check her panel data. Name, Fallen Dragon. Grade, Superior Mythical Grade. Level, 34. Race, Dragon Clan. Skills, Fallen Claw, Dragon Fall, Dragon Roar, Dragon King Domain, Demon Flame Devouring the Sky, Demon Dragon's Descent, Dragon Scale Armor, Mad Dragon Out of the Sea, Dragon King, Hamstring Claw, Mad Dragon, Wings Covering the Sky. Trust, 62. Wow, I secretly upgraded 2 levels again. Ahem, didn't you say you wanted to clear out the nearby monsters? I was in a good mood, so I used my ultimate move. Wei Qi's face was filled with black lines. The skill Crazy Dragon Out of the Sea is 2 IMBA, so he usually doesn't want to use it. I didn't expect that Long Yin would use Crazy Dragon Out of the Sea on small monsters. Okay, just use it. What about the valuable things? Wei Qi asked curiously. The bloody smell around was very strong. At least hundreds of monsters had died. There should be at least some valuable spirit crystals or spirit seals, right? Long Yin hurriedly put her legs together and lifted her long, inky hair. Huh? How could I have the time to search through all the corpses? I only took some shiny little stones. Wei Qi. What a spendthrift woman. If he had known this, Wei Qi would have gone with her. There are so many monster corpses, the total value is at least a small target. Wei Qi kept his words of blame to himself. A rebellious spirit pet like Long Yin would never be obedient. The more you scold her, the more rebellious she becomes. Hey, Wei Qi looked at the crowd fighting in front of him and sighed. Liang Shui comforted him. Master, please don't be angry with her. A blessing in disguise. These short-sighted fellows have been drawn here by the monster corpses. Let's quickly find a tunnel to the 2nd level to try to find a higher level opportunity. Shui is right. The white lightning quickly disappeared from people's sight. It's so painful to chase the price, and it's falling. Chapter 189 Wei Qi does good things. There are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. Most of the Beastmasters were attracted by the pile of corpses created by Long Yin. Thanks to her, the monsters that were supposed to be wandering on the roadside died early. Wei Qi successfully arrived at the landmark of the 1st level of the secret realm, under the giant umbrella-shaped tree. The vendor shouted at the top of his lungs. Freshly made staff. Using it to cast spirit seal skills will grant additional amplification. Don't miss it if you're passing by. You won't be cheated or outbid for 5 million. Just caught these longhorn beetle ants, top grade elite, great for melee beastmasters, selling for 600,000. You can sell them for 700,000 or 800,000. 3-star Shinsher looking for a job. Professional thugs are dropped by all bosses. Don't bosses need teammates when adventuring in secret realms? 100,000 an hour. Wei Qi, who was looking at a map, was attracted by a vendor selling longhorn ants. There are many strange and bizarre pets in the Great Secret Realm. Beastmasters can use the Soul Catching Ball to collect defeated monsters into the ball and bring them back to the main city to sell for money. Wei Qi is carrying a 1st-level Soul Catching Ball bought in Pegasus City. You can only catch wild monsters up to level 10. What if Wei Qi really encounters a rare spiritual pet like the pregnant spirit cow next time? Wei Qi must be crying to death because he missed out on a rare spirit pet because he didn't have a suitable spirit catching ball. Wei Qi lowered his hat and squatted in front of the other person. Brother, do you want to sell me the soul catching ball? The peddler glanced at Wei Qi. Exquisite clothes and shoes, and a pair of gloves that emit red light on their hands. He must be a rich man. If I extort a good sum of money from him, I will have enough money to go home and marry Xiaofeng. Little brother, where can we buy the soul catching ball separately? If you want the soul catching ball, why not buy the longhorn ant? The top grade elite one is only 600,000. It's a steal. Wei Qi lowered his voice and said, Brother, my pet is still a white fox. How can I afford to buy longhorn ants? After saying that, Wei Qi took Liang Shui off his shoulders. Rub it and act cute. Ouch. Liang Shui showed a pitiful expression. The peddler glanced at Liang Shui and probably guessed that Wei Qi was an ordinary person who came to the secret realm to try his luck. He said somewhat dejectedly, a 3rd-level soul catching ball would only cost a few thousand yuan if sold on its own, but in the secret realm, the soul catching ball's value could increase tenfold. Since you're a student, I'll give you 100,000 yuan each. Will you buy it? The vendor was reluctant to sell the spirit catching ball alone. He is the most powerful beast tamer in the village. In order to marry a wife, he used all his belongings to buy a batch of spirit catching balls and entered the secret realm to become a gambler. After dealing with the longhorn beetle ants in your hand, go catch a new spirit pet and sell it for money. Although he could earn a lot of money from selling the spirit catching ball now, it was not enough to marry a wife. Wei Qi smiled friendly. Brother, 100,000 for a soul catching ball? This must be your first time doing this, right? The vendor scratched his head. How do you know? 100,000 for a soul catching ball. Aren't you disrupting the market? What do you mean by disrupting the market? I don't believe a third-level soul-catching ball can't sell for 100,000 yuan in the secret realm. Brother, let me calculate it for you. One ball costs 100,000 yuan. Failure is equivalent to wasting money. Based on the official 20% success rate, you need at least 5 balls to catch a monster, which is 500,000 yuan. Wei Qi smiled faintly. Most of the monsters in the Great Secret Realm are low-level monsters. It costs 500,000 to catch a spirit pet. Would you buy it? Only a fool would buy that, the vendor said subconsciously. Wei Qi said coldly. Then this is not considered disrupting the market? The peddler's face turned red, and he snapped his fingers. Selling something worth a few thousand yuan for 100,000 yuan is indeed too high a price. 50,000. 50,000 each should be fine, right? The cost of catching one is only 250,000. As long as it's an elite level or above spirit pet, you can make money. Wei Qi shook his index finger. 250,000 is just the expected cost. If we sell the money, we still need to feed these spirit pets. We can't let them starve to death, right? Spirit pet feed is much more expensive than human food. If they get sick, it will cost even more. The vendor knew that low-level monsters were hard to sell in the Great Secret Realm. With his strength and capture efficiency, the soul-catching ball would be useless if he kept it in his hand. It's better to sell it for money. After saying that, he looked at the sack beside him. 20,000 yuan a ball, it can't be any cheaper. Brother, buying and selling things also requires transportation costs, right? Carrying such a large sack like you is like a walking ATM. If you go out on adventures without a space ring, you'll easily be targeted by robbers. Wei Qi whispered, as if possessed by a demon. Brother, take a closer look. How many people are staring at you? The vendor frowned slightly and began to look around. When I saw this, my heart sank. Sure enough, there were men wandering around the stall with nothing to do. The men's eyes occasionally swept over the vendors. The peddler was so frightened that his pants felt hot, and he almost peed himself. Oops. He came here to catch pets and sell them for money, completely forgetting that this is not a human society with laws and regulations. I'm afraid I've been targeted by a gang of robbers. The worst thing in life is, the money is still there, but the person is gone. In the face of life and death, wife and money are small issues. He just wanted to get out alive. Little brother, you have to help me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a hungry son. I can't die here. How can I help you? Wei Qi spread his hands and said, My pet is just an ordinary white fox. The vendor was almost crying. Don't you want the longhorn ants and the spirit-catching balls? I'll give them all to you. I don't want any of them. The city is too scary. I want to go back to my hometown in the countryside. Trembling, he handed the sack filled with spirit-catching balls to Wei Qi and shouted to all around. He has all the things. Don't kill me. Wei Qi just wanted to lower the price, but he didn't expect that the vendor from a small rural town was so timid. He actually threw all his belongings to Wei Qi in order to escape safely. Wei Qi did not accept all of them. He quietly stuffed the soul-catching ball containing the longhorn beetle ants into the compartment on the side of the peddler's backpack. After all, it is the result of other people's labor. Wei Qi only wants a third-level soul-catching ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 38, that's enough. Wei Qi threw the sack into the space ring and turned to leave the tree. The robbers who had originally targeted the street vendors naturally turned their target to the seemingly harmless Wei Qi. Wei Qi smiled and said, I earned 38 soul-catching balls without spending a dime. He even has to thank me. Master, are you too kind? This guy clearly wanted to make a killing from you, but you actually left him a longhorn beetle ant and saved his life. Liang Shui praised. If it were Shui, she would just kill him and then take the soul-catching ball away. Shui, we are good people who win others over with our virtue. How can we steal other people's things? Wei Qi looked at the shining space rings on the thief's fingers with a smile. He said to himself, Senior sister is right. Doing good things will be rewarded. Long Yuxuan, who saw everything? This seemingly harmless junior fellow apprentice was even worse than she had imagined. He got the peddler's spirit-catching ball for free, and now he has his eyes on the robber's ring. The most amazing thing is that Wei Qi actually saved the life of that unscrupulous vendor. Was what my junior brother did a good thing or a bad thing? Long Yuxuan's CPU is overheating. Chapter 190, reaching the second floor. Wei Qi wiped the blood off his face and kicked several steaming corpses at his feet. Tisk, I thought they were some powerful people, but they turn out to be a group of low-star Xianshi. Liang Shui killed them all with one move, Snowfall. Wei Qi squatted down and pulled out all the thieves' space rings. Very disappointed. Their space rings combined are not as big as the one left by Hummer, and there is nothing valuable inside. One of the strange injections caught Wei Qi's attention. He took out the injection. Bliss, water? Where have you heard this name? Long Yuxuan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly appeared and snatched the water of bliss from Wei Qi's hand. Xiao Qi, this is the bliss water that's been circulating among the people lately. It's very dangerous. Long Yuxuan's expression was full of panic. She was afraid that Wei Qi would secretly inject this banned drug out of curiosity. The latter has long been aware of the dangers of DP, and Wei Qi has never touched this kind of thing. Is this the blissful water that senior sister mentioned? No wonder they're so poor they can't even afford a pair of leather shoes. It turns out this stuff emptied their wallets. Long Yuxuan kicked the bottle of water of bliss and broke it into pieces. The transparent liquid begins to vaporize rapidly when exposed to sunlight. When Tao Yuan's betrayal, the unknown Tianxian blessed land, and what Wei Qi had just done made Long Yuxuan fall into self-doubt. She suddenly realized now, there is no clear definition of so-called good and evil. In Long Yuxuan's opinion, Wei Qi did not spend money to use rhetoric to extort most of the hawker's belongings, which should be considered an evil deed. But Wei Qi indirectly saved the peddler and secretly placed the most valuable longhorn beetle ant on him. This is definitely a good deed. What is good? What is evil? Are the things that the gods do necessarily good? Are the things that demons do always bad? Wei Qi noticed that Long Yuxuan's expression was not right. Senior sister, are you feeling unwell? Long Yuxuan shook his head. Senior sister is fine. Let's hurry to Tianxian blessed land. Wei Qi continued along the path on Wenji's map. Sure enough, a cave leading downwards was found in the mountains at the end of the forest. He and Liang Shui looked at each other. The monsters in the cave are not very powerful, and their levels are around level 25. Before Wei Qi could draw out the evil Sakura sword, Liang Shui's continuous ice cannons and snow waterfalls had already completed the clearing operation. These monsters could not withstand Liang Shui's output at all, and they turned into broken ice and died without leaving any trace. Seeing this, Wei Qi simply let Bai Rong rest in the beast-taming space, and Liang Shui happily enjoyed the experience alone. About 2 hours later, Wei Qi and Liang Shui, covered in blood, walked through a dark cave where few people had ever been. Leave the exit. There is an endless grassland before my eyes. The sky has turned into a dark purple curtain. Meteors fell repeatedly like computer screensavers. Another contractor has fallen. The monsters on the grassland are not as aggressive as those on the first level of the secret realm. Fat sheep, chubby palu, cute slimes, and a few cows grazing. Long Yuxuan, who was following behind him, couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the second level of the secret realm would be such a beautiful grassland. Perhaps because the first level of the secret realm has been divided, the main force of the forest road is still on the first level, snatching endless beast corpses. There are only 2 people in the entire second level grassland, Wei Qi and Long Yuxuan. Wei Qi looked into the distance. In the night sky and the galaxy, there are several bright and dazzling beams of light reaching into the sky. Travel through the forest, find the tunnel, open the teleportation array, overcome the trials, and find the real ancient tomb. If the little yellow book left by the storyteller is not deceiving, then that should be the teleportation array. The 5 items indicated that Wei Qi had completed the first 2. Next, as long as you pass a certain trial, you should be able to find Qi Feili's ancient tomb. Evil Sakura sword, here I come. Junior brother, where is the Tianxian blessed land? Long Yuxuan asked. Let me see. A low roar of a monster came from the left. Sharp and violent. Wei Qi opened the map and pointed to the left. Go this way. Maybe there will be a basin ahead. Let's go. Sasasa. It was a long time after the 2 left. A strange noise came from a tree far to the right. Wen Taowu jumped down from the tree with a special telescope in his hand. 5th Prince, they went in. The 5th Prince took off his special camouflage uniform, got up from the ground, and spat out 2 mouthfuls of grass. I hope this plan will succeed. Wen Taowu pointed to the teleportation array in the distance and said, 5th Prince, it is said that 9 kinds of beast control inheritance are hidden in Qi Feili's tomb. How about we quickly follow the palace master's instructions and go in to hunt for treasure? The 5th Prince looked towards the direction where Wei Qi left with concern. What if Long Yuxuan fails to break through? You don't have to worry so much. This deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Guard is a gifted and proud daughter of heaven. If she can't break through to the Xian Lord realm in the Tianxian blessed land, it means that she is not as amazing as the world says, and is just mediocre. Wenji and the masters of Tianming Palace can easily take her down. She won't be a problem for us. The 5th Prince could not devote all his energy to defending Long Yuxuan alone. Such a huge secret realm can accommodate tens of thousands of people. What if a lucky freak appears somewhere else and takes what they want first? The fifth prince who fails in his mission will not receive support from the Tianming Palace. Okay, let's go. When Tao Wu looked at Wen Ji, who was kneeling beside him, and ordered, "If you hear any sound, report it to us immediately." Yes, second young master. The third update is completed. It's Chinese New Year. Chapter 191 Monster Girl and Brother Beast. A straight and bright aurora of daylight hangs down from the endless galaxy ahead. Wei Qi frowned slightly. He had never seen such a magical natural phenomenon. Long Yuxuan's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It's actually Tianxian Huaguang. There really is a treasure up ahead. It is said that things that contain blessings and treasures can influence the surrounding environment and even celestial phenomena. Tianxian Huaguang is a very unique, auspicious phenomenon. After the reminder from my senior sister, Wei Qi closed his eyes and could feel a gentle breeze blowing slowly from the basin not far away. Liang Shui, who was lying on his shoulder, also stood up in surprise. Master, what a beautiful light. Well, let's go. Wei Qi and others followed the natural trail into the huge basin ahead that exuded an auspicious atmosphere. Sniff, sniff, brave Sama. Wei Qi had just entered Tianxian blessed land when he heard a woman's cry. A wild slime girl appeared. A transparent blue slime squirmed and stood in front of Wei Qi. It transformed from an indescribable lump into a beautiful girl with a perfect figure. Seeing this, Wei Qi's mind slowly emerged with a small yellow book called Monster Girl Evaluation Guide. Slime Girl, whose ultimate grade is top elite level, has a soft body that gives people a strong sense of wrapping. It is said to be a fantasy creature that traveled from another world and has a combat power of only 4. If you are defeated by them, a rare defeat CG may be triggered. Signature skill is, "I caught you, please come in." Looking at the slightly plump slime girl in front of him, Wei Qi suddenly thought of a shooting RPG, Brave fights Monster Girl. "Brave Sama, please come home with me and give birth to a child." The slime girl was very excited when she saw the legendary human for the first time. She opened her arms and rushed towards Wei Qi quickly. Liang Shui's eyes on his shoulder became stern, and he leaped down and turned into an evil, cold, and arrogant six-tailed fox. "Go to hell, you wishful thinker." The big furry tail stood up high. The azure ice cannon shot through the slime girl's body like a laser beam. Slime girl is a standard weakling in combat, good-looking but useless. She stretched out her arms towards Wei Qi pitifully, and her body began to freeze rapidly. Brave Sama. Such a disgusting feeling. The slime has a strong soul-sucking ability. If a human is sucked into its body, they will gradually suffocate and die slowly with happiness. Wei Qi gave up the bold idea in his mind. Liang Shui mercilessly smashed the slime mother to pieces with a palm, muttering softly, "Don't even think about it." Wei Qi continued to move forward. Rare feminine pets such as the Slime Girl, Python Girl, Centaur Girl, Zombie Girl, and Ghost Girl attacked Wei Qi like crazy. Wei Qi originally wanted to use the spirit catching ball he had just bought to catch them all in one fell swoop and then go back to train them slowly. But Liang Shui beside him became more and more ruthless, leaving no chance for the other party to survive. Even Long Yin, who never got involved in anything, personally stepped in to clear the obstacles. The dragon and the fox, who had always been fighting openly and secretly, reached some kind of consensus for the first time. They believed that these low-quality magical beasts were not worthy of staying with Wei Qi. The choice between monster girls and trust, Wei Qi chooses their trust. Liang Shui and Long Yin are both stunning beauties. Losing the big for the small is not worth it. Long Yuxuan looked at the monster girl that kept wandering in his sight and slowly analyzed. These weak monsters are originally incapable of transforming into human form. How strange. Wei Qi speculated. Senior sister, could it be that they became human because of the influence of Tianxian blessed land? It's possible. As everyone continued to move forward, the monster girls became increasingly rare. Instead, there are muscular brothers with a philosophical air. A huge bear man, nearly 2.5 meters tall, blocked Wei Qi's way. Last year, he was still domineering. The combination of the muscular man and the black bear looks very eye-catching. Maybe there are some pretty girls who like this type? Long Yuxuan had never seen this strange half-human, half-beast creature before. Wei Qi waved his hand and created his own projection, cannon fodder number 1. Without knowing the enemy's strength, lure the enemy first and then stab him in the back. Long Yin pinched her nose and waved her hands. Hurry up and deal with it. This guy stinks. I don't want to be contaminated by this smell. Wei Qi controlled cannon fodder number 1 to advance head-on, while his main body took Liang Shui to make a detour from the side. The black bear man made a philosophical sound. Come on, let's go. You are also a Cantonese. Then he raised his arms high and pressed cannon fodder number 1 to the ground and pushed him madly. Wei Qi observed a second of silence for cannon fodder number 1. These monster girls and monster boys are so weird. Yeah, is that enough? The projection created by Wei Qi was completely shattered by the bear man. He seized the opportunity and rushed out from behind with Liang Shui in hand, holding the evil cherry knife. The soul-chasing sword aims at the softest point on the opponent's back. One knife penetrates the soul. The bear man let out a howl of pain from his buttocks, shivered a few times, and died. A glittering beastman's spirit crystal fell to the ground. Liang Shui stared at the spirit crystal with an extremely disgusted look, as if to say, even if I die outside or jump from here, I will never eat this spirit crystal. Wei Qi patted Liang Shui's head and put the second-level spirit crystal into his pocket. Long Yin also covered her mouth with a look of regret in her eyes. I will never eat this kind of spirit crystal. Since they don't want to eat it, just exchange it for money. Snap! Wei Qi Liang Shui used the same trick again to kill 3 more brother monsters. A gorgeous light curtain bloomed from Liang Shui's body surface. Level 31. Wei Qi closed his eyes and felt the rich spiritual energy in the blessed land. If you continue to meditate and practice here, it shouldn't be a problem to reach level 30 within 3 days. Long Yuxuan also closed his eyes and felt the spiritual energy in the blessed land, muttering to himself, what a pure spiritual energy, more than 100 times richer than that outside. If I can stay here for a while, I can successfully break through the bottleneck and enter the Xianzhu realm. Wei Qi said regretfully. In that case, senior sister, why don't you stay in Tianxian blessed land and slowly cultivate and break through? Junior brother has other tasks to complete and cannot stay here for too long. Long Yuxuan looked at the white light of polar day above his head and was very excited. She has been stuck at level 49 for more than half a year, and there is no sign of a breakthrough in the 6th spiritual contract. The Xianzhu realm is the second threshold on the path of cultivation for a Beastmaster. Throughout history, there have been many brilliant geniuses who were stuck at level 49 and unable to break through, and eventually became mediocre in the world. Breaking through the Xianzhu realm is almost equal to transcending the mundane. Beastmasters can break the laws of physics and fly through the air, thus entering into true practice. The maximum lifespan of a great mystic master is only 200 years. The minimum lifespan of the Xian Lord is 500 years. After breaking through the Xianzhu realm, you will have a deeper understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, and each breakthrough will increase your lifespan. If possible, who wouldn't want to live 500 years longer? Long Yuxuan was slightly moved. I've been busy all day on New Year's Eve, and I'm so tired. There are still 5 hours left before the Chinese New Year. I wish all the handsome men and beautiful women all the best, good health, and a prosperous new year. Chapter 192. Meet Lucky Cat again. Long Yuxuan summoned her armored rhinoceros. He closed his eyes and began to meditate on the spot, sensing the vague opportunity. Senior sister's armored rhinoceros is a level 5 spiritual pet. With it helping to protect us, we are very safe. Wei Qi knew that Long Yuxuan needed quiet at this moment. So he continued to move forward with Liang Shui and Long Yin. As Wei Qi went deeper, there were fewer and fewer brother monsters around him. Long Yin sniffed her nose lightly. The aura of spiritual energy is getting stronger and stronger. We are getting closer and closer to the core of Tianxian blessed land. Roar! A blind one-horned black horse discovered the uninvited guest. It gathered all its strength and charged towards Wei Qi with its sharp horns erect. Long Yan's eyes flashed, and she opened the Dragon King's territory. The unicorn black horse, which was sprinting at high speed, suddenly froze and fell to the ground with a bang. Liang Shui let out a woof and pounced towards the opposite side. Wei Qi licked the tip of the knife. We're having horse meat tonight. How could the poor dark horse be a match for Liang Shui and Wei Qi? It let out a mournful wail, and its head was chopped off by the evil Sakura sword. Wei Qi cooperated with Liang Shui to kill the unicorn black horse and dismembered its flesh. After picking up a dark attribute spiritual seal, they continued to move forward. The grades and levels of the surrounding monsters are getting higher and higher. It would be impossible for anyone else to get this deep into the game solo. However, Wei Qi can use cannon fodder number 1 to pull the monster without taking any damage, and then use Liang Shui's snowfalls to slow down a large area. Finally, use the flame gloves and Bai Rong's domineering group attack to kill the remaining blood monsters. Long Yin lazily followed Wei Qi with her arms folded across her chest, silently absorbing the spiritual energy from the blessed land. Wei Qi didn't blame her for her laziness. The general's halo's power reduction and damage increase has been a great help. Wei Qi controlled the projection, Liang Shui, Long Yin, and Bai Rong at the same time, and the battle consumed his spiritual power very quickly. Thanks to the fact that this place is a blessed land of Tianxian, the spiritual energy is rich and the mana recovers quickly. Just sit in meditation and rest for 10 minutes to recover. If other Beastmasters want to kill monsters here, they must form a high-quality T plus high attack group damage, C plus single target, C plus recovery treatment. In other words, an elite team of at least 4 people is required. Wei Qi is fighting against 4 people alone, and the current team configuration still lacks functional support and recovery treatment. The T that attracts hatred, cannon fodder number 1 is pretty good, but not needed for the time being. Wei Qi touched his rumbling stomach and said, "I'm getting hungry so quickly." The sharp-eyed Liang Shui pointed excitedly into the distance. About 300 meters ahead, there is a mysterious white object. Wei Qi took out the telescope and took a closer look. A white cat with a slightly cartoon-like appearance, snow-white fur, and a sack in its arms. That's it. The lucky cat. Long Yin also opened her cherry lips in surprise. Isn't Wei Qi's luck value too high? Many people never encounter a lucky cat in their lifetime. He has met 2 lucky cats in a row, and they seem to be the same one. Liang Shui is very fond of this lucky cat girl. Maybe it's because they look similar and both have white hair. The clever Liang Shui has transformed back into a mini pet fox. The evil Wei Qi took out the potato chips, lollipops, and fat water that he had prepared in the space ring. Hee. Wei Qi even came up with a very bold idea. Use the spirit ball to catch the lucky cat and get its gold coins every day. Wanting to make her presence felt and wanting Wei Qi to lick her ass, Long Yin straightened her proud and plump body, raised her chin, and volunteered. Do you need my help? Wei Qi gave Tom the same wicked smile. No need. This guy is immune to stun and immobilization. Long Yin was so angry at Wei Qi that she stomped her feet. Damn, master, I finally fell in love with you. But you made me lose so completely. She secretly opened the system mall. I searched for a long time in the punishment props. Sensitive handcuffs, specially used for the master, making him lose the ability to resist and increase his sensitivity for 1 hour. Trust value will be reduced by 1 point after use. Price, 35,000 points. Long Yin looked at her few points, gritted her teeth, and bought it. If a young tree is not pruned, it will not grow straight. If a person does not repair it, it will become rusty. Finally, a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Go back and give it to me sweetly. Wei Qi certainly didn't know that he had been regarded as the personal property of the Demon Dragon King. He was so heartless that he fantasized about successfully catching the lucky cat and getting a lot of gold coins. Wei Qi, who was completely unprepared, was seduced by Long Yin repeatedly in the following days and gained a lot of sign-in points. The boomerang finally hit himself. The last time they met, the lucky cat left Wei Qi with the sunflower fruit that was good for his health. Although most of the energy was absorbed by Long Yin, Wei Qi's lifespan was actually increased by 100 years. What treasure will be revealed this time? Wei Qi rubbed his hands excitedly. This time he planned to use the lollipop to tempt the lucky cat directly. Make yourself familiar to others. What if we meet again in the future? If the best strategy doesn't work, try the worst strategy, which is open robbery. Beings of the level of the greedy demon and Long Yin are unable to resist Liang Shui's racial skill, demon capture. If soft tactics don't work, try hard tactics. Kitten, here I come. The sleeping lucky cat heard footsteps. It opened its eyes alertly and looked around. The soft and cute Liang Shui immediately attracted all its attention. Meow, 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 meow. The lucky cat jumped excitedly. It's this cute little fox again. She smells so good, so good. Lick her, twist her, soak her. The lucky cat transformed into a cute, slim, white-haired lowly with twin ponytails. The gold collar around her neck sparkled. She lifted Liang Shui high in her arms. Meow, 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 meow. Wei Qi tried his best to calm his slightly excited heart. He took out a lollipop and shook it towards the lucky cat. The lucky cat came to its senses and saw Wei Qi was so scared that his tail stood upright, and he quickly retreated 20 or 30 meters. Bad humans. So scary. Liang Shui stuck out her tongue and licked the lucky cat a few times to show her friendliness. Awa? Meow? It seems to be saying, he is my master and a very good man. Wei Qi raised his hands above his head and held the sweet lollipop high. Lucky cat, I have no ill intentions. I came to thank you for your gift last time. These are all delicious. The lucky cat timidly hugged Liang Shui. Is he the guy who hid in the cardboard box last time? Sweet stick. It tastes delicious. The lucky cat raised the crystal jailer and took a step closer to Wei Qi. It's time to have the New Year's Eve dinner. Have you eaten dumplings? Chapter 193, Immortal Meteorite. The sweet candies give off an enticing aroma. The curious lucky cat stretched out its tongue and licked Wei Chi's lollipop. Slurp, slurp. It still tastes the same as last time. It slowly squatted down and began to enjoy the food. Wei Chi looked at the cute cat Meow that looked relaxed and shook its cat ears, his brain thinking rapidly. Should we use the soul-catching ball to catch her? If I fail, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to benefit from her again. Let's just forget it. Meow, thank you. Lucky cat. Wei Chi stretched out his right hand, and the lucky cat didn't seem to have any resistance. He gently stroked the cute ears of the lucky cat with his trembling right hand. Meow won. The lucky cat groaned happily. Wei Chi gradually let go of the desire in his heart. He really couldn't bear to hurt such a cute cat-eared loli. Wei Chi picked up the plastic bag on the ground and stuffed the snack gift package he had prepared for Qing Ning into the little loli's hands. It's all yours. The lucky cat patted Wei Chi's waist happily. She smiled and took out a small black tower model about the same height as a drink bottle from the sack. Meow, this is for you. Wei Chi looked at the small black tower in Loli's hand and scratched his head curiously. What's the use of this thing? The lucky cat licked the corner of her mouth. Then she changed back to her original form and disappeared into the void with Wei Chi's snack gift package. A bag of snacks for a black tower model. Doesn't seem like a bad deal. Liang Shui looked at the black tower model in Wei Chi's hand, her eyes filled with shock. When she was wandering in the Axis, she seemed to have seen a black tower very similar to this tower. Wei Chi bit it with his teeth. Very hard. The black tower model does not have any spiritual power fluctuations. Thrown on the ground, it's no different from a children's toy. Long Yen, her face slightly red, took 2 steps forward and said, "What is this? Something that can be collected by a lucky cat is definitely not an ordinary thing." Wei Chi nodded. "I'll try injecting spiritual power into it." Wei Chi concentrated his mind and injected spiritual power into the black tower. Buzz. The sounds of dragons roaring and tigers roaring came from inside, and brilliant lights flashed faintly. Whoosh. The small black tower disappeared out of thin air. A stone tower base suddenly appeared in Wei Chi's beast-taming space. A string of notes slowly emerged in the beast-taming space. Immortal Meteorite. Originally the Buddha Meteorite Tower, a divine artifact that could capture the souls of all beasts, it was later refined into the Axis of Inheritance. The broken meteorite has been transformed into an immortal holy object after the baptism of time. Wei Chi frowned slightly. A divine artifact that inherits the world, an axis that inherits the world, an immortal holy object? If we take the literal meaning, this Futu Meteorite Tower was originally a magical instrument that supported the operation of the world, but it was tragically refined. Will the remaining meteoric iron become immortal meteoric iron after being baptized by time? What is going on? It sounds awesome, but is it actually just a pile of scrap metal? Liang Shui froze after reading the explanation of immortal meteorite. The axis of inheritance? Could it be that axis? So, the mysterious black tower inside the axis is the original Fu-2 meteorite tower? Liang Shui frowned slightly. Master, this tower may have been a very powerful magic weapon. Although it has become a pile of scrap metal and may be useless now. If we can rebuild this magic weapon, won't it become very powerful? Wei Chi nodded. Generally, the protagonist of a novel will pick up a magic weapon left by the gods. Now that the seal has been lifted, I can be considered a protagonist at least. Even if he is not the protagonist, at least he is the son of destiny who was born for the sake of destiny, right? Wei Chi stared at the mountain and sea seal and the immortal meteorite iron hanging in the air. Silent long, Yin looked up at the base of the tower that exuded the breath of time. The Fu-2 meteorite tower that can enslave the souls of all beasts. The legendary mountain and sea seal that enslaves the souls of all beasts. Put them together, what will it become? Master, please try to fuse them together. Long Yin suddenly said. Merge together? Wei Chi frowned slightly. Liang Shui's eyes rolled around. The 10 secret treasures of Tianxian are transformed from the Changtian artifact, Pandora's box. As both are Changtian divine artifacts, maybe they can really be integrated together? Wei Chi knows nothing about magic weapons and refining equipment. He was not taught how to use the true power of the mountain and sea seal. Fortunately, both magic weapons belong to him, and Wei Chi manipulated the spiritual power in his body to merge the 2 treasures. I saw the golden mountain and sea seal slowly flying to the base of the stone tower. Wei Chi gathered the gods and made them merge together. Buzz! Wei Chi's left arm suddenly burst out with monstrous demonic energy. He had to pause the beast taming space and constantly adjust his breathing to control the magic blood transformation. Liang Shui and Long Yin stood by in tacit understanding, worrying about Wei Qi. Wei Qi lightly shook the white hair that fell on his chest. Although I don't know why the demon blood transformation was automatically triggered, fortunately, after the guidance of my senior sister, it is not a problem to maintain a stable state of mind. Liang Shui silently watched her master's back. The bloodline of the fusion of gods and demons. A divine artifact inherited from the past. The axis of inheritance. The owner obtained 3 things that are theoretically impossible to appear in the same person. Is he the one chosen by the will of the world? If this is true, why did the owner of the previous life become just like everyone else? Liang Shui stared at Wei Qi's back, her eyes slowly locking onto the seal on his left arm. Could it be that the master's parents had anticipated this? So they deliberately used a seal to suppress his talent and luck. Under my influence, the master of this life contracted the Demon Dragon King. With the help of the Demon Dragon King, he crushed the conspiracy of the Palace of Destiny and saved Qin Shijue, who was supposed to die in this secret adventure. Finally, under Qin Shijue's stimulation, the abilities of the Xianren race were awakened. Qin Shijue, the Xianren clan, is cursed. The Changtian artifact, the legendary world demon. The wild instinct told Liang Shui. The reason why Wei Qi automatically triggered the demon blood transformation must be related to that piece of immortal meteorite. Boom! After the transformation of demon blood, Wei Qi can easily fuse the 2 treasures together. A golden ray of light rose straight into the sky from the Tianxian blessed land. Deep in the blood forest, at the entrance to the secret realm. Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot out from the crowded secret gate. Seeing this, the people who were fighting all retreated. Fuck! What's going on? I'm afraid the opportunity in the great secret realm has been taken away by someone. Fuck! I haven't even gone in yet. Yunlan Port, thousands of miles away. A lazy man in black robe sat on the tallest tower of Yunlan Port. He casually threw the storyteller's mask aside. Strands of white hair danced gracefully in the wind. The storyteller looked at the rays of light reaching into the sky, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Fate has made its choice. But are you really capable of enduring this eternal pain, little fox? Let me wait and see. The storyteller picked up the mask beside him and then slowly stood up. The red eyes beneath the mask were calm and devoid of any emotion. The protagonist's exclusive magic weapon has appeared, and he is about to transform into a Tianxian capitalist and madly exploit the poor Paulus. Finish the 3rd update. So tired. I have to go out and visit friends tomorrow. Please give me gifts. Please follow me. Chapter 194 Immortal Mountain and River Tower. The immortal meteorite iron and the mountain and sea seal gradually merged under the control of Wei Qi's spiritual power. The empty black tower base slowly glowed, gradually forming a golden tower body. This pagoda has no top. The tower has only 1 room and is obviously a semi-finished product. Long Yin looked at the small tower that was beginning to take shape and frowned slightly. I didn't expect it to be successful. Wei Qi didn't turn around and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Long Yin slowly spoke. The secret traditions of the demonic dragon clan record a spiritual weapon that only exists in fantasy, called the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower. To successfully refine the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower, one must possess 10 high-quality spiritual artifacts. Using extraterrestrial meteorite iron as a foundation, these 10 spiritual artifacts must be integrated into a single 10-layer structure. 10 spiritual beasts must then be restrained as core energy to maintain the operation of the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower. Each floor of the tower is a small world, capable of absorbing countless living beings to live within it. The faith and offerings of these beings can strengthen the power of the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower. If one could cultivate this legendary spiritual weapon, it can only be described as having boundless magical powers and the power to suppress all directions and intimidate the ancient world. Long Yan's face was rarely serious, and she spoke word by word. Our ancestors even suspected that we lived in the small world of the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower. Otherwise, how could such a mysterious spiritual weapon be passed down to us? Wei Qi perked up after hearing this. Long Yan, do you know how to refine the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower? The Demon Dragon King shook his head and said, "No, the method for refining this tower has long been lost. That's why I was surprised to see you succeed without a teacher. It is impossible for Wei Qi to refine the 10-Spirit Meteorite Tower at his current level. Even Wei Tianqiu and the old man in the library could not refine this tower. because this is not a magical weapon that humans can refine. Unless Tian Yu, the sleeping king of the ancient Forbidden Land, the saint of the goddess cult, the commander-in-chief Long Tu, and other top masters of Tianxian Star work together and spend a lot of time, there will be a certain chance of refining the 10-spirit meteorite tower. Wei Qi looked at the half-finished product with only one layer in silence. He clasped his hands together, channeled his spiritual energy, and used his projection ability to create the remaining 9 floors of the tower. Liang Xuan nodded. It looks much better now. Let's call it the Immortal Mountain and River Tower from now on. Wei Qi said casually. Since the 10-spirit meteorite tower that Long Yan mentioned can create a small world to house tens of millions of lives. This Immortal Mountain and River Tower, which is condensed from the mountain and sea seal and immortal meteorite iron, can at least suppress a spirit beast, right? Wei Qi is a whimsical person. He took a deep breath and slowly lifted the demonic blood transformation. Let's go, Schwer, Long Yan. Let's go catch a spirit beast and try. Wei Qi rode Liang Xue and continued to move towards the landing point of Tianxian Huaguang. An unlucky thunder ape blocked his path, thumping its chest. A wild Palu has appeared. Liang Xue understood what he meant and rushed forward. The blue-purple thunder monkey screamed and swung its arms to hit Liang Xue. Demonic photo. The thunder ape's body froze, and he almost fell to the ground, falling into a state of loss of control. Wei Qi jumped down from the fox's back and kicked the opponent to the ground with a standard series of kicks. Liang Xue summoned 2 eye spears to pierce the thunder ape's legs, blocking its ability to move. Hiss, 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 ah. The recovered thunder ape howled in pain from the bleeding. Wei Qi held his sword against its neck, holding the spirit-catching ball in one hand. You only have one chance. Do you want to live or die? The thunder ape can understand human language, and its eyes are full of fear. Go, catch the spirit ball. Wei Qi threw the soul-catching ball like a Pokemon trainer. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. The thunder ape didn't dare to resist at all, and turned into a white light and drilled into the soul-catching ball. Great, it worked. A hint of joy appeared on Wei Qi's face. It is said that the success rate of the soul-catching ball is very low, but I didn't expect it to hit the target in one shot. Wei Qi raised his left hand, and the Immortal Mountain and River Tower slowly appeared in his palm. He said to the soul-catching ball, "You know what to do." After saying that, Wei Qi pushed with his left hand. The Immortal Mountain and River Tower turned into a glittering tower about 3 meters high. The 9 layers above are all virtual entities condensed by Wei Qi using projection. Boom! It exploded into rubble. TSK Tisk fake is fake. After Wei Qi finished complaining, he threw the soul-catching ball into the tower formed by the mountain and sea seal. Buzz! The small tower emits a unique golden light. The thunder ape hiding in the soul-catching ball felt an irresistible thought. Either surrender to this tower or be killed by the golden light. The cowardly thunder ape immediately surrendered. Whoosh! A ball of golden light burst out from the first-floor gate of the Immortal Mountain and River Tower, and the thunder ape knelt on the ground and was sucked into the tower. Wei Qi suddenly felt the soul breath of the thunder ape appear in his beast-controlling space. He could set it as the first-level spirit of the Immortal Mountain and River Tower and use it for himself. Long Yan's expression changed in the beast-taming space. The rumor that the mountain and sea seal enslaves all beasts is indeed true. Wei Qi clearly possesses such a powerful magic weapon, but he did not use force against me. Instead, he was willing to humble himself and please me. Oh no, is this the feeling of being moved? Ding trust value increased to 65. Invisible strategies are the most deadly. Wei Qi tilted his head and looked towards the demon dragon castle in the beast-taming space. Long Yan, what should I do next? Long Yan hid in the quilt of her boudoir in shame, biting her tail. Seeing that Long Yan didn't react, Wei Qi could only put his consciousness into the Immortal Mountains and Rivers Tower. I saw the thunder ape kneeling devoutly in the tower, as if praying for something. Soon, golden drops of water began to flow out of its head. These golden water droplets fell to the ground and turned into small golden stones. Before Wei Qi gave the order, the thunder ape picked up the golden stone and climbed towards the upper level, as if he wanted to build the 3rd level of the Immortal Mountain and River Tower in this slow and steady way. Wei Qi had an idea. The golden stone produced in the thunder ape's brain may be a concrete manifestation of its spiritual power. Wei Qi took a deep breath and injected most of his spiritual power into the Immortal Mountain and River Tower. A large amount of golden ore fell from the sky, scaring the thunder ape so much that it screamed, "Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me." Wei Qi suddenly realized that he could understand what the thunder ape said. He asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" "I am only building this pagoda in accordance with the emperor's wishes. I have no ulterior motives. Please have mercy on me." The immortal mountain and river tower was constructed by Wei Qi's spiritual power and naturally carries part of Wei Qi's will. The thunder ape who has submitted to the mountain and sea seal will subconsciously follow Wei Qi's idea of completing the immortal mountain and river tower. Wei Qi touched his chin, his eyes becoming increasingly sharp. Is it true that as long as I do enough hard work, the immortal mountain and river tower will be refined faster? It's not easy to find a good employee who is willing to work overtime 365 days a year. Wei Qi looked at the remaining soul-catching balls in the space ring and smiled like a capitalist. Chapter 195. Every capitalist must kowtow to Long Yen. Wei Qi pretended to be dignified and asked, "What's your name?" The thunder ape knelt on the ground and trembled. "I don't have a name. From today on, you will be called Number One." Wei Qi continued to deceive. "I am the reincarnation of the Star Domain Emperor, and this tower is one of my natal spiritual weapons. As long as you work hard and help me rebuild the immortal mountain and river tower, you will be rewarded greatly." Coolie Number One prostrated himself. "How dare I ask for a gift from your majesty? Being able to live in your majesty's spiritual artifact and cultivate in peace and quiet is already what I wish for." A small tower mark has appeared between the eyebrows of the thunder ape. That is the sole contract between it and Shanhayan. The thunder ape can absorb the supreme spiritual energy emitted by the mountain and sea seal to strengthen itself. In a sense, the benefits that the thunder ape gained from the mountain and sea seal were better than those gained by Liang Shui's Long Yen. But as a price, it must completely obey the will of Shanhayan. Wei Qi wanted it to die. It was just a thought. "Keep going, work hard. When my spiritual weapon fully recovers its power, you can choose a small world and be crowned king." Wei Qi started to paint a rosy picture for Coolie Number One. Coercion will only provoke resistance. Only by tempting it to arouse its inner desires can it work for Wei Qi sincerely from the bottom of its heart. "Your Majesty, are you serious? The thunder ape is just a level 32 elite monster. Even if you work hard in your life, you can only reach the general level at best, and it is very difficult to break through to the lord level. Its fate is to be captured by the Beastmaster as a slave or to contribute its brain. Now working for Wei Qi can not only upgrade safely, but also make him the Monkey King. How can it not be tempted? Why would I lie to a little monkey like you?" Wei Qi muttered in his heart. Cheating a monkey is not cheating a person. Cheating a monkey is not cheating a person. If it can really survive until that day in the future, let it be the Monkey King. Do your best, and I'll find you a female monkey to keep you company. If the thunder ape originally had some resentment in its heart, now it is working overtime completely voluntarily. Just a salary increase would be fine. And assign a wife to him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Coolie Number One started to move the golden or transformed from Wei Qi's spiritual power without saying a word. What it is building is not the immortal mountain and river tower, but its future happy monkey life. Seeing it working so hard, Wei Qi couldn't help but think of himself when his boss fooled him into giving him shares if the company went public. The dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon? Wei Qi thoroughly understood the basic operating model of the immortal mountain and river tower. First, capture some stronger monsters and send them into the tower, then use the power of the mountain and sea seal to sign a contract with them to work for you. The souls of the laborers, oh no, the spirits of the weapons are affected by the immortal mountain and river tower and will produce golden or regularly. Wei Qi secretly observed for a long time. He took the ore born in Coolie Number One's brain out of the tower. When the ore leaves the immortal mountain and river tower at a certain distance, it will turn into golden spiritual power and flow into the third spiritual contract in the beast-controlling space, becoming Wei Qi's cultivation. TSK Tisk, as long as I catch enough weapon spirits, I can automatically upgrade without doing anything every day. What capitalist simulator? Wei Qi also discovered that a core spirit can be set up on each floor of the immortal mountain and river tower. Does this count as an extra spiritual pet slot in disguise? If I can complete the refining of the immortal mountain and river tower in my lifetime, then I will have 10 more controllable spirit pets than others. It's a pity that Wei Qi doesn't have a system. The immortal mountain and river tower does not come with an instruction manual. The precautions regarding the core spirit can only be explored slowly. However, Wei Qi has already selected preliminary candidates for the core spirit weapon. It would be best to have beautiful pets that can transform into human form. It would also be nice to form a maid group. 10 beautiful girls with different styles serve him in uniform. Unfortunately, the immortal mountain and river tower currently only has one floor. First recruit enough laborers on the first floor, Then consider recruiting suitable mates. Wei Qi withdrew his consciousness from the immortal mountains and rivers tower. Master, Liang Shui kept circling around Wei Qi, wagging her tail. Let's go, let's catch the magical pet. Wei Qi smiled happily. There is no need for him to go on a killing spree in the future. After defeating the enemies, you can collect them and put them into the immortal mountain and river tower to work. Good, good. I am such a kind and good person. Wei Qi now understands why Buddhists like to save others. So this is what put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha instantly means. A few hours later, Wei Qi gripped the evil Sakura knife tightly and found the right opportunity to chop off the head of the Golden Thorn Duck King with one blow. The level 35 general class monster trembled twice and fell heavily to the ground. Wei Qi shook his head. This young man refuses to admit defeat until his death. It's a pity that he has the qualities of a general. The immortal mountain and river tower, which only has one floor, currently has no attack and suppression capabilities. Wei Qi must use the soul catching ball to capture the monster and then put it into the tower. This golden spiked duck king wasted more than 10 of Wei Qi's soul catching balls and would rather die than surrender and even wanted to bite back. Wei Qi could only bear the pain and kill it. Wei Qi threw the golden thorn duck king's body into the immortal mountain and river tower to feed the newly recruited laborers. A purple cloud snake, a 100-eyed ant, and a female thunder ape. These 4 coolies have high IQs, so they will submit to Wei Qi. Some low-level young men are rebellious and would rather die than surrender. When coolie number 1 saw that Wei Qi had really found him a mate, he was almost about to write Wei Qi into the family tree. Wei Qi didn't even need to help the other 3 coolies. Coolie number 1 personally came out to help Wei Qi with psychological counseling. Follow His Majesty and work hard. Look, we can eat the flesh and blood of general-level monsters now, and maybe we can even eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow in the future. The purple cloud snake and the 100-eyed ant were moved by the corpse of the golden-spined duck king and started to show off. Then he followed the advice of coolie number 1 and took the initiative to take up the post, wanting to show his loyalty in front of Wei Qi. Wei Qi lay on Liang Shui's warm legs and rested with a worried look on his face. Master, what's wrong with you? Wei Qi looked at the purple galaxy and whispered, how are we going to solve the problem of food for the hard laborers? Master, can we go out of the city regularly to hunt monsters? If you're really lazy, you can find a secluded area and use Long Yan's ability to reap the lives of the little monsters. How could such cruel words come out of Liang Shui's sweet little mouth? Leaning against a tree, Long Yan closed the book, How to Become a Qualified Sadistic Person. You don't need to feed them food at all. Just squeeze out the valuable laborers and exile them to fend for themselves. Then just recruit a new batch of laborers. Wei Qi couldn't help but complain in his heart. All capitalists have to kowtow to you when they see you. Liang Shui rested her finger on her cheek and thought. Master can quickly select a manager, then hand over the feeding rights and distribution issues to the manager, and let them play on their own. I didn't expect that the plan devised by these 2 beautiful beauties would be so realistic. Wei Qi had been a beast of burden before, and had experienced the pain of cattle and horses, so naturally he was unwilling to abuse these working beasts who worked hard for him. Bairong said, Master, please give them something good to eat. They look so pitiful. Although Bairong is silly and cute, her heart is absolutely pure and sincere. Monsters, as long as you break through the Lord level, you won't have to eat. Wei Qi slowly stood up and placed Bairong on his thighs, rubbing her cute dimples with both hands. Okay, I'll listen to our Bairong. Bairong sat in Wei Qi's arms, pointing to something not far away, and said with a smile, Hee Master Nyo. Upon hearing the news, Liang Shui turned around and looked into the distance. I saw a pregnant cow with white skin and black spots leisurely grazing on the grassland ahead. The Tianxian divine light kept flashing around it. Chapter 196 The Crisis of the Pregnant Spiritual Cow. Wei Qi followed Bairong's gaze and looked into the distance. I saw the cute and adorable pregnant cow eating grass with its head down. The Tianxian divine light emanates from it. Wei Qi frowned slightly and opened the sack left by the vendor. There was only one soul-catching ball left inside. Hiss, this is bad. If I had known there was a pregnant spirit cow in Tianxian blessed land, I would have. Wei Qi brought Liang Shui with him, lying in the grass holding the evil Sakura knife, not daring to breathe. The fighting power of the pregnant spirit bull is very poor, and it can't even beat an apprentice Beastmaster who is no more than level 10. Wei Qi was in a dilemma. Liang Shui, Bairong, and I both have very high attack power, and we can kill it with just 2 kicks. There is only one soul-catching ball left. What if I fail and scare away this spotted pregnant cow? It would be such a loss. Master, it's moving, Liang Shui reminded. Wei Qi looked into the distance. The well-fed pregnant cow swayed its body as it walked towards the small pond in front. Its body seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, and the magical beasts wandering around were unwilling to attack it. Moo. The body of the pregnant cow gradually emitted a milky white light. An extremely hot figure slowly emerged by the lake. The elegant long legs are white and plump. The plump and perky buttocks are of proportions that humans cannot possess, and the black and white cowtail hangs freely. I thought Bai Rong had reached her limit, but I didn't expect that this pregnant bull was even bigger than her. A greedy look appeared in his eyes. It's not because the pregnant cow is so beautiful, but because of the horns on her head. The pure white horns and black and white short hair attracted Wei Qi's attention. Ordinary pregnant spirit cows have black horns, and their milk is effective for humans, but not for spirit pets. The pregnant bull with pure white horns in front of you is a mutant. Although their milk is no longer effective on humans, it is effective on pets of any race. Even skeletons without digestive organs can absorb the energy of the mutated pregnant bull, making it easier to upgrade and break through. If this cow is brought to Tianxin Chamber of Commerce and sold, its market value will be at least 10 E. If you have her, you will never have to eat industrially produced feed again. Pure natural, drink with confidence. Liang Shui, Long Yan, and Bai Rong can all benefit. It's just a pity that Wei Qi can't drink its milk, which is a complete waste. Of course, he could also be shameless enough to snatch food from his pet. Wei Qi clenched his fists and blamed himself. Tianindi, if I had known there was a mutant pregnant spirit cow here, I wouldn't have wasted those spirit-catching balls. Even though its human form is not good-looking, Wei Qi has reason to take it down. Even Long Yan, who rarely played, lay down obediently on the grass, her eyes blazing with passion. Master, I want to drink high-quality milk. I must take it. With the help of the pregnant spirit bull, the time to revitalize the dragon clan will be greatly shortened. The newborn dragon clan that inherits the Shinran bloodline and the top nurse will be more powerful than before. Wei Qi remembered his senior sister's warning and quickly adjusted his mood and maintained his breathing rhythm. Should I use Long Yan's stun or Liang Shui's magic capture? After the seal was lifted, Wei Qi couldn't help but have a domineering idea in his mind. Enslave her. But there is only one soul-catching ball and only one chance. The other party can already transform into a human, which means that his rank has exceeded the Lord level. The success rate of the third-level soul-catching ball is estimated to be only 3%. This is an almost impossible success rate. The pregnant bull, with its weak combat awareness, did not notice the dragon fox trio lying in the grass. She squatted in the pond, humming a little tune and washing the dust off her body. Wei Qi is waiting for an opportunity. A 100% chance of success when using the soul-catching ball. Just then, gulp, gulp, a string of ominous bubbles appeared in the pond. Wei Qi's pupils suddenly dilated. The opportunity has come. Roar! A three-headed monster snake suddenly emerged from the bottom of the pool. It had a spiral black horn on its head, and its body was covered with purple thunder. The angry fire in his eyes made people afraid to look directly at him. It's actually the purple poison sea monster snake. This is bad. The purple poisonous siren snake is a terrifying existence that cultivates the three elements of water, thunder, and poison. It is a mutated branch of the superior emperor three-headed siren. Its three heads can launch three types of attacks respectively. The electric shock attack of water plus thunder is very tricky, and venom can also spread through water. The purple poisonous siren snake with three black horns on its heads is the king of sirens. The grade has reached the upper imperial level, and it is only one step away from the epic level. The purple poisonous sea monster snake was very happy when it smelled the scent of the pregnant bull. Just eat this fat, white, pregnant cow. It has full confidence in breaking through the epic level and becoming the overlord of the secret realm. Roar, stupid little fat cow, become my evolutionary nutrient. The purple poisonous sea monster snake king, who had been dormant for a long time, bared its ferocious teeth and bit fiercely at the pregnant bull, whose brain was blank. Pregnant bull. The third update is completed. I came to visit today and didn't finish the fourth chapter. The pace at which I write is still too slow, and I don't have a good grasp of the rhythm. Only then did the protagonist officially develop the function of the mountain and sea seal. But the finale in my mind requires a little bit of preparation. For example, this trip to the secret realm. The original plot setting should have been the popular Shun Miao as the companion, but she had to open a separate branch line to trigger the subsequent royal capital plot, so only the mid to late stage character's senior sister could be sacrificed. I didn't expect that Shun Miao's popularity is actually higher than expected. P.S. Someone asked me why Byron didn't cheat. A magical weapon that ignores defense and has 100% penetration rate. Isn't it strong enough to penetrate Long Yan's defense right after it is born? I feel invincible just by looking at the real damage of every sword. Chapter 197 The Tragic Sea Snake King. The pregnant cow who was taking a bath was frightened by the purple poisonous sea monster snake king behind her, and her mind went blank, and she was at a loss. It was originally an ordinary pregnant cow living in a secret realm. A few days ago, a hungry pregnant cow was passing by a lake and was attracted by the pale green light on the shore. As if possessed by some mysterious force, it quietly approached the lakeside. It turned out that a light green lotus that looked like an oil lamp had grown here. Fairy lantern lotus, an extremely rare treasure from heaven and earth. It blooms once every 300 years and bears fruit once every 300 years. The fruit of the fairy lantern lotus can prolong the life of ordinary people and keep their bodies forever young and full of vitality. A Beastmaster or spirit beast can quickly upgrade and be reborn after eating the fruit. As luck would have it, the fairy lantern lotus that the pregnant cow encountered had just bloomed and borne fruit. It secretly ate the fruit before other monsters discovered the fairy lantern lotus. Unexpectedly, the fairy lantern lotus quickly withered and died after losing its fruit, which made the pregnant cow feel very guilty. The pregnant cow gained wisdom and a human body through the opportunity of the fairy lantern lotus fruit. But it never expected that there was a purple poisonous sea monster snake king hidden in the lake near the fairy lantern lotus. You stupid cow, you stole my opportunity. Die. The eyes of the purple poison siren snake king were filled with anger. It discovered this fairy lantern lotus as early as 100 years ago. It has been reluctant to eat it, just waiting for the fairy lantern lotus to bloom and bear fruit so that it can break through to epic or even legendary level in one go. I didn't expect that it would only take a few days of sleep. A reckless pregnant bull ignored its scent and trespassed into this place, and ate the fairy lantern lotus fruit that it had been looking forward to. Fortunately, this stupid cow was guarding the withered fairy lantern lotus and was unwilling to leave. The purple poison siren snake king has been waiting. It is waiting for this stupid cow to go into the water on its own initiative. Long Yin, Liang Shui, let's go. At the critical moment, Wei Qi didn't care about his face. He ordered Ryuyuki to wrap his tail around his ankles and throw him. Long Yin suddenly jumped out, and the vague shadow of a black dragon gradually emerged behind her. Dragon roar. Visible sound waves spread rapidly outward. The purple poison siren snake king and the pregnant bull fell into a state of dizziness at the same time. Wei Qi swung his left hand and struck the sharp claws of the purple poisonous sea monster snake king with the soul-chasing sword. The dazzling blood light illuminated the entire lakeside. Liang Shui rushed into the lake at great speed and picked up the confused pregnant cow. Drink. The black hair behind Long Yin danced in the wind, and her momentum was as strong as a rainbow. The Broken Bones Claw and the Fallen Angel Claw attacked one after another, and cooperated with Wei Qi tacitly to smash the other head of the purple poison sea monster snake king in the first time. Bang! The body of the purple poison sea monster snake king fell heavily into the water like weightless seaweed, and the shocking wounds dyed the lake red. The purple poison siren snake king, who had recovered from the dizziness, was very depressed. Unexpectedly, a human and a dragon appeared at the critical moment. Roar! The two broken heads of the purple poison sea monster snake king regenerated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. You have pissed off this king. Long Yan's eyes flashed, and she sneered. How dare you, a little snake demon, call yourself king in front of me? You're courting death. The furious demon dragon king suddenly activated the star pattern skill, Mad Dragon, and terrifying black flames ignited on his body. The purple poisonous sea monster snake king screamed, and its three heads simultaneously spewed out mists of three different natures: purple, green, and blue. Tearing Blow, the signature move of the purple poison siren snake king. This skill comes with electric shock damage, chain diffusion effect, and a very annoying poison. In the Mad Dragon state, Long Yin loses the protection of the 6th level dragon scales and will definitely be injured if hit head-on. Liang Shui was still on the way back, and it was too late for Yaoshi. Wei Qi gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and raised his left hand. The immortal mountain and river tower suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. The coolies F4 who were chatting about family matters inside were shocked. Buzz! In Wei Qi's eyes, the purple poison sea monster snake king was getting smaller and smaller. It changed from a 7 or 8 meter tall underwater monster to a short creature without legs. He raised his dragon claws and found that he had turned into a giant golden dragon exactly the same as Long Yan's dragon transformation. It was more than 30 meters tall, with its domineering dragon tail shaking slightly and its wings that covered the sky stretched out, showing its unruly spirit. A constant supply of power flows through the body. Wei Qi slightly opened his dragon pupils. As Long Yan rushed to the front of the purple poison sea monster Snake King, a giant dragon phantom suddenly burst out of her body. The purple poison sea monster Snake King's ultimate move hit Long Yan's body without causing any ripples. Indestructible. After Wei Qi activates the magic dragon transformation, Long Yan can also unconditionally use the spiritual seal skill bound to the second spiritual contract once, Vajra, indestructible. The invincibility that lasts for up to 10 seconds combined with Long Yan's star pattern skill, Crazy Dragon, is simply full firepower. Long Yan lowered her head slightly and carefully felt the golden spiritual power in her body. Her eyes were so full of shock that she did not kill the purple poison sea monster Snake King immediately. Wei Qi can actually transform into the body of a demon dragon? In this way, can we do something to communicate our feelings? Long Yan's body began to throb. Is spring here? Long Yan, now is not the time to be in a daze. After Wei Qi got behind the dragon, he used his size advantage to kick the purple poison sea monster Snake King on the head. Now the purple poison siren Snake King became even more depressed. What is going on? How could two dragons with such terrifying auras appear when I killed a pregnant spirit bull? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Now it's gone, it's gone. The purple poison sea monster Snake King wanted to escape by diving into the bottom of the lake. How could Wei Qi give it this opportunity? Such a high-quality employee should be able to lift bricks for two people at once, right? The purple poison siren Snake King's head hit the thick ice, and he was shocked. Lake surface, when? At some point, the water by the lake had been quietly frozen into hard ice by the cool snow. This directly cut off the escape route of the purple poison sea monster Snake King. Purple poison siren Snake King, damn it. Liang Xue, it's now. The six-tailed fox running on the ice suddenly spread its tail like a peacock spreading its feathers. Its pupils flashed with a golden light. The purple poison sea monster Snake King had an ominous premonition in his heart, but it was too late to dodge. The body of the purple poison sea monster Snake King, who was controlled by the demon, softened and fell down like a cannon that had just been fired. Long Yan and Wei Qi are the mixed doubles team. Crackle. The two resurrected heads of the purple poison sea monster Snake King were blown up again. The shivering pregnant cow stood by the lake, staring blankly at this battle of the century. Wei Qi raised his dragon claws and pinched the last head of the purple poison sea monster Snake King with an inviolable majesty in his eyes. The sea Snake King, who regained consciousness, felt excruciating pain all over his body. It stared at Wei Qi in front of it and cursed. You bastard lizard. All my hundreds of years of cultivation have gone to waste. I hate it. I curse you to never be able to enter the realm of myth. Chapter 198. Subduing the Sea Snake King. The demonic Snake King mistook the golden dragon in front of him for Long Yan. How could a mere human transform into a dragon? But it lost in a very frustrating way. The mighty dragon clan led their people to beat up a weak and helpless sea snake like me. It's either chain control or driving a Gundam. I'm calling NMD. Long Yan snorted coldly and stomped on the demonic Snake King's waist, breaking it. Master, let's kill it. It keeps talking too much nonsense. It's not impossible. Wei Qi sneered and canceled the magic dragon transformation. He gripped the evil cherry knife tightly and stepped on the head of the demon Snake King. The faint cold light and Long Yan's aura made the demon Snake King dare not act rashly. Little sea snake, I'm just an ordinary Beastmaster who likes to care for lost pets. Life or death, it's your choice. The demon Snake King showed a shocked expression of a cat. Its expression first showed fear, then shock, and finally a frown of thought. The demonic Snake King heard Long Yan call Wei Qi master with his own ears. What is the identity of this human being? Why did the golden dragon turn into a human? What race is that dragon? The demonic Snake King would rather die than surrender. You want to break my will and make me submit and become your slave? No way. I curse you to never make any progress in your spiritual practice and stay where you are. Wei Qi laughed heartily. Isn't your vitality very strong? I will break your bones and flesh bit by bit. I want to see if your curse is effective. The demon Snake King shuddered all over. Is this guy a pervert? You humans are always robbing me like this. You've taken away my opportunity and are now torturing me. You will never be able to enter the realm of God. The demonic snake king continued to roar. Wei Qi summoned the immortal meteorite tower and pretended to be a master, saying, "TSK, TSK, do you think I can't deal with you? This immortal meteorite tower is made from the mountain and sea seal and immortal meteorite iron. As long as I refine this tower, I will be able to return to the peak and control countless small worlds. Just curse me slowly." Wei Qi created a character for himself as a reincarnated strongman. This kind of character setting can better persuade more stubborn Palu to surrender. What? Mountain and sea seal? How can you make it impossible? Don't you believe in this dragon too? This purple poison sea monster snake king obviously has some background and has even heard of the name of Shanghai seal. Long Yen slightly exerted force on her right foot. Humphy is only responsible for my daily life. I will not let others enslave my soul. After hearing Long Yan's answer, the demon snake king's psychological defenses began to collapse. Forget it. There's no point in torturing you. Go die. Wei Qi seemed to have given up on trying to persuade him to surrender and raised his evil cherry knife to finish him off. Wait. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. The demon snake king shouted hurriedly. Wei Qi laughed strangely, a bit like a soul palace elder. You know how to surrender now? It's too late. That pregnant spirit bull is the spirit weapon I have set my eyes on. For her, you must die. Please don't do this. Human, don't kill me. I know what you want by coming here. Your immortal mountain and river tower is somewhat similar to the legendary 10-spirit meteorite tower. The tower body is not yet fully refined. Spare my life. I am willing to help you refine this spiritual weapon. There was actually a hint of pleading in the demonic snake king's voice. Wei Qi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Long Yan. I didn't expect it also knew about the 10-spirit meteorite tower. Oh, you're willing to take the initiative to attach yourself to this tower and serve me? Why are you so kind? If he could really accept the demon snake king as his spirit weapon, Wei Qi wouldn't have to expend so much spiritual energy to refine the immortal mountain and river tower, and could just use it repeatedly as a battery. The demonic snake king lowered his head and said, "A good death is worse than a miserable life. I have practiced for hundreds of years and fought countless battles to finally reach the emperor level. Who would be willing to die if there is hope? I am willing to become a weapon spirit and serve you as a laborer. I will give you a few hundred years to cultivate enough to look down on the world. By then, I hope you can let me go." The demonic snake king is also a snake spirit. If Wei Qi really cultivates the legendary spiritual weapon, it will inevitably benefit from being a weapon spirit. Even if the refining is not successful, it is not shameful to follow the master of the mountain and sea seal and the mysterious dragon clan. If he died, all the hundreds of years of hard practice would be gone. He had thrown the dignity of a king to the winds. Liang Shui stepped on the body of the demon snake king and crawled to Wei Qi's side. She rubbed Wei Qi's cheek. "Master, you can accept it. With the help of the mountain and sea seal, it will never harm you." Wei Qi touched his chin with a grim expression. The snake king's heart was pounding. Could it be that this human being simply looks down on me? Hey, are you a male or a female? The demon snake king was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, "A male." "Then just kill him." No. I'm still useful. I know Chi Feili's secret. You came here to find Chi Feili's tomb, right? I can help you." The demon snake king almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. For the first time, he felt anxious about his gender. Wei Qi smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll give you a chance." Catching an emperor-level monster to work as a laborer is a rare opportunity. Wei Qi summoned out the immortal mountain and river tower and circulated the spiritual power in his body. The power of the mountain and sea seal appeared and disappeared, transforming into a ray of pure light that shone on the forehead of the demon snake king. "Demon snake king, my soul catching ball has other uses. You only have one chance to surrender. Take care of yourself. It doesn't matter whether the demonic snake king truly surrenders or not. As long as it can obey the Shanghai seal and do my bidding, that is enough. With its grade and cultivation level, it can convert more gold or every day than the coolies F4 combined." Fortunately, the foundation of Wei Qi's immortal mountain and river tower is the mountain and sea seal that controls all beasts. Even if Wei Qi and the demonic snake king have hatred for killing his father and stealing his wife, as long as it accepts the mark of the mountain and sea seal, it will be obedient and unable to resist. This is also the true purpose of Star, the god of lies, sealing the soul and allowing it to enter the human world. Of course, the prerequisite for using the mountain and sea seal to control all beasts is that the master must be stronger than others. It's another matter for someone like the demonic snake king who surrenders voluntarily. The demonic snake king looked at the illusory pagoda emitting golden light before him, its body trembling slightly. If I win, I'll be a young model in the club. If I lose, I'll be forced to work in the adult entertainment industry. Oh gee, let's fight. The demonic snake king removed the protection of his soul and allowed the mark of the mountain and sea seal to enter his brain. It doesn't know yet that this will be the best decision it will make in its life. The demonic snake king's intention to surrender was genuine, and there was no trace of pain on his face. A small golden tower mark appeared in the siren's head in the middle of it. The demon snake king roared to the sky and then sent Wei Qi and the others to the lake. It lowered its proud head and whispered, "Master, please give me your orders. Go back to work. You are not allowed to leave the immortal mountain and river tower without my order." Clear. The body of the demonic snake king turned into a golden light and flew into the immortal mountain and river tower. Wei Qi looked at the sparkling lake, not knowing what to say. I didn't expect the power of the mountain and sea seal to be so strong. The demon snake king, who always called himself this king, actually lost himself after receiving the mark. Enslaving someone's soul is more cruel than killing them. Is everything I did right or wrong? Chapter 199 made Liang Yun. As Wei Qi's natal beast, Liang Shui can sense his inner emotions at the first moment. The beautiful girl with blue hair and fox ears gently took Wei Qi's arm. "Master, please don't be depressed. Shui, I'm worried that I will become the person I once hated the most." Wei Qi closed his eyes slightly. "Master, the world we live in is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you lose, will the demonic snake king feel sad about your death?" Liang Shui explained, leaning on Wei Qi's shoulder with a smile. "Only the strong can tolerate others. Because the master is very strong, he feels regret for the death of the demonic snake king's self." Wei Qi was deeply moved after hearing this. Why is it that Liang Shui can always detect and comfort him the first time he thinks about something? "Master, don't worry. Please live your life as you wish. If you really become a cruel and merciless tyrant, Shui will be the sharpest sword under your command. No matter what the master becomes, Shui will always love you." Listen to the big fox's affectionate confession. He has always had a question in his mind. It was obvious that he and Liang Shui had only known each other for no more than a month. Why are her eyes so attached? So infatuated? Could she really be my lover in the previous life? How should I respond to her paranoid and crazy emotions? There was a squeezing feeling in my right shoulder. Long Yin leaned unconsciously to the right side of Wei Qi. Her emotions were not as delicate and gentle as Liang Shui's, and she didn't know what to say in this atmosphere. Wei Qi and the two girls quietly admired the setting moon in the lake. I don't know how long it took. The pregnant cow with light and graceful steps and a graceful figure walked in front of Wei Qi at an inopportune time. It destroyed the quiet, warm, and ambiguous atmosphere. There was a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. The voice is as gentle as the spring breeze in March. "Thank you, you." The pregnant bull wanted to take 2 steps back, but Wei Qi was very fast. Wei Qi took out the last soul-catching ball from the space ring and looked up at the black pupils of the pregnant spirit cow. "Would you like to leave here with me?" The pregnant spirit cow was about the same size as Liang Shui. She turned to look at Liang Shui, then looked up at the domineering Long Yin. If he hadn't appeared, I might have been eaten by the Snake King. The pregnant spirit cow lowered its head. I can't do anything. Are you willing to take me in?" Wei Qi looked down for a moment and said, "I do." What the pregnant cow wants is simple. A safe life, delicious food, a comfortable home, nothing else I want. Liang Shui smiled slightly. "Nyonyo, we really need your help. The master will provide you with food and shelter. You just need to provide us with spiritual milk regularly." "Really? A pregnant cow without any social experience is like an innocent child." Long Yin closed her eyes slightly and crossed her arms across her chest. "I promise you in the name of the demonic dragon lord that I will not abuse you." Wei Qi took out the last soul-catching ball and gently put it on the head of the pregnant cow while she was at a loss. "Become mine, Nyo. The pregnant cow didn't originally want much. As its spiritual intelligence was liberated, it also wanted to leave this place and take a look outside. And Wei Qi seems to be a good candidate. The soul-catching ball emitted a dazzling white light that surrounded the pregnant cow. Buzz! The troublemaking cowgirl turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Strike while the iron is hot. It would be terrible if the pregnant cow changed its mind halfway. Wei Qi summoned the immortal mountain and river tower and whispered while holding the soul-catching ball in his hand. Nyo accepted. The immortal mountain and river tower burst out with brilliant light again. The pregnant bull and the soul-catching ball was passed into the tower without even a chance to resist. The purple poison siren snake king crawled in the tower, continuously contributing pure spiritual power. Cooley F for continuously carries the golden or transformed from the spiritual power of the demonic snake king. The pregnant bull, which had transformed into its original form, emitted a faint golden light. It was startled when it saw the demon snake king lying on the ground. Wei Qi controlled the immortal mountain and river tower and set the pregnant spirit bull as the core spirit of the first layer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The floor beneath my feet suddenly glowed, and a cow pattern gradually emerged. Only after the first spirit of the weapon is set up can the immortal mountain and river tower be considered complete. F4, who was carrying bricks, and the demonic snake king, who was working hard to contribute, both looked at the pregnant bull in the center of the tower. They smelled the scent of the mountain and sea seal on the pregnant bull and were unable to defy its will at all. A golden spiritual power slowly floated out from the immortal mountain and river tower and slowly penetrated into the first spiritual contract. Wei Qi summoned the pregnant bull again. Master. There are too many people calling me master, so please call me young master from now on. Yes, master. Wei Qi looked at his personal headmate. Name pregnant fairy cow. Rank, lower epic, grows with the immortal mountain and river tower. Level, core spirit of the first floor of immortal mountain and river tower. Ability, pregnant spirit body. All spirits in the tower, including pets, absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth at twice the speed. TSK, the natural cultivation speed of all spirit tools, including spirit pets, is doubled. In short, the overall time it took Wei Qi to refine the immortal mountain and river tower was shortened by half. It turns out that setting a core spirit can provide additional abilities, but unfortunately, you can only set 10. Wei Qi nodded and extended his hand towards the pregnant spirit cow. From now on, your name will be Liang Yun, and we will be a family. The maid's surname follows the corresponding order of the pet, and the name can be chosen randomly. Liang Yun had always had a good impression of Wei Qi, and with the addition of the Shanghai seal, the power was maxed out. It seems that there is no limit on the trust level of the core spirit. Young master, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm so tired that my head is bald. Chapter 200. As long as you work hard, your life will get better and better in the future. Master, I really envy Liang Shui and the others. Wei Qi looked up at Liang Yun, who seemed a little shy but well-behaved. After making sure there were no limits on trust, Wei Qi slowly let her go with great perseverance. Liang Yun, from now on you will be the head maid of our family. You don't need to obey anyone else's orders except me. Master. Liang Yun's graceful body trembled slightly, and panic and shyness appeared on her milky white face. She had lived in the great secret realm for a long time, and this was the first time she had seen a man. Faced with Wei Qi's favor, the simple maid looked confused. Wei Qi used his consciousness to notify the Demon Snake King and the Coolie F4, ordering them not to offend Liang Yun, and anyone who violated would be executed immediately. Because the immortal mountain and river tower already has a core spirit. A trace of chaotic energy emerged inside the tower. The Snake King and others discovered that a small world was born in the tower. That was a different space similar to Wei Qi's beast-controlling space. Each floor of the immortal mountain and river tower has its own independent and exclusive space. Because Liang Yun is a core spirit of the Shana Tower. So this space is the beautiful thing that she longs for deep in her heart. The sky is blue and the clouds are white. The sun is high in the sky. There are no magical beasts within 100 miles of grasslands, jungles, streams, and mountains. Wei Qi touched his chin and couldn't help but sigh at the exquisite design of the 10-spirit meteorite tower. Thunder Ape, the three of you should help Liang Yun build a shelter first. I'm in a good mood today. After the task is completed, each of you can take a day off. Wei Qi waved his hand. The Thunder Ape hugged his wife and smiled happily. Your Majesty, I understand. If you follow Wei Qi, you will have food, drink, and a spouse. There is almost no cost except the loss of freedom. Aren't the vast grasslands and dense jungles in this layer of space more comfortable than the forests full of monsters in the real world? Free? Thunder Ape no longer wants to go back to the days when his head was hanging on his belt. Isn't it wonderful to live in this happy place with my wife in my arms? When the other three coolies saw that their eldest brother had gotten the wife assigned by Wei Qi, they all knelt down to Wei Qi. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Master, we have a small request. Wei Qi knew what they wanted to say. You will have both bread and love. As long as you work hard, your life will get better and better in the future. Thank you, Master. The three laborers worked like crazy, helping Liang Yun build a house and contributing spiritual power to Wei Qi. Demon Snake King, please come out. I have a question for you. The Demon Snake King transformed into a purple-haired man with a narrow forehead and small set eyes. After leaving the immortal mountain and river tower, he knelt on one knee on the ground, his voice without a trace of arrogance. Master, what are your instructions? Wei Qi put his hands in his pockets and glanced at him. No need to kneel, stand up. The pupils of the demonic snake king dilated slightly, his face filled with disbelief. It couldn't understand why the human in front of it didn't enslave the monsters like other humans did. Wei Qi looked at Liang Yun, who was sitting by the lake washing her feet, and then glanced at the demonic snake king. Why did you eat her? The demonic snake king briefly told Wei Qi the story of it, Liang Yun, and the fairy lantern lotus. Wei Qi nodded slowly. It turns out that Liang Yun mutated and evolved after eating the fruit possessed by the demon snake king, so the demon snake king wanted to swallow her. From the sound of your voice, you have lived here for a long time? Wei Qi raised his eyebrows. The demonic snake king smiled bitterly. I was originally a sea monster that lived in Lake Tasigan. When I was young, I was bewitched by a Beastmaster and signed a soul contract with him. Oh, you once had a master. A trace of regret flashed across the eyes of the demonic snake king. Well, his name is Qi Hao, and he is Qi Fei's retainer. During the Demon Realm Sealing War, my master released me to follow Qi Fei alone. I followed Qi Fei into this place, but still couldn't find any trace of him. Later, this space was sealed by some supreme secret technique. I couldn't leave and had no choice but to live here. Master, maybe he has already died? The Snake King gave a self-deprecating smile. Qi Hao? This name always sounds familiar. The clever Liang Shui shook her foxtail. She hugged Wei Qi's left arm and stood on tiptoe, saying, Master, when we were looking for Bai Rong, didn't we encounter a skeleton swordsman? I think that skeleton was called Qi Hao. That's right. Wei Qi never expected that the demon snake king in front of him was once Qi Hao's pet. 1,000 years passed. The Beastmaster had long since turned into rotten bones. The weak siren evolved into the terrifying purple poisonous Siren Snake King. Human lifespan is too short compared to that of Warcraft. Demon Snake King, Qi Hao died a long time ago. Wei Qi said, Yeah, I know. He drove you away that year because he wanted you to live on your own and not die with him. The demonic Snake King clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time. To die. Wei Qi swung the evil cherry blade in his hand and said, This blade is made from the flesh, blood, soul, and fine steel meteorite iron of Qi Fei's biological daughter. The purpose of my coming here is to find another sword to match it. The demonic Snake King stared at the evil Sakura knife and said, I see. Don't you know about Qi Fei's tomb? Tell me about it. Wei Qi said with a smile. The demonic Snake King looked at the lake in front of him, and his memory went back 1,000 years. Qi Hao said Qi Fei is an extremely powerful hero whom he admires. I once saw Qi Fei in a crowd. He was different from ordinary humans. His hair could sometimes grow very long, and he was also very powerful. Many humans fear Qi Fei and want to kill him. I don't know why he brought Qi Hao and many humans to the cold land of the Northern Territory. When he returned from the seal in the demon world, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. He ended up dying here. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic Snake King looked up at the northern starry sky. If you want to find Qi Fei's tomb, I can lead the way. After listening to the demonic Snake King's narration, Wei Qi touched his chin. His hair has grown longer, and his strength has become more powerful. Qi Fei is indeed a member of the Xianren tribe, just like Wei Qi. His strength should be stronger than mine now, right? Even with the fully formed evil Sakura sword and the assistance of 9 spirit pets, he was still unable to defeat the many demons in the demon world. Thank you for your hard work. Go back. The demon Snake King turned into a white light and flew into the small world of the immortal mountain and river tower. It sank to the bottom of the sea, dedicating its spiritual power to nourish the immortal mountain and river tower. The spiritual power of Wei Qi and the spirit of the weapon can be transformed into golden ore. The protagonist can choose to use the ore to continue refining the mountain and river tower, or choose to crush the ore and absorb it alone. Golden ore can be understood as a special product condensed by spiritual power and the worship of the mountain and sea seal. It can be substituted into the infrastructure output in the two-dimensional game, and its nature is similar. In the early stages of the story, the spirits are just power banks for spiritual energy. Wei Qi shouted towards Liang Yun, who was playing in the water. Liang Yun, we should go. The core of Tianxian Blessed Land is the Fairy Lantern Lotus. Now that the Fairy Lantern Lotus has withered, Liang Yun has also been taken in as the core spirit. Wei Qi had no reason to stay any longer. Next, we need to follow the information provided by the demonic Snake King to find Qi Feili's tomb.